When the Sentinel, imbued with the strength of 1,000,000 stars, encounters the mightiest silver superhero. When the Celestial Group, using the galaxy as their testing ground, meets the mechanized superhero commanding the Iron Legion. When the Supreme Court of Life confronts the quantum superhero, who perceives dimensions as mere dust. This is a tale of a traveler who brings numerous superhero templates into the Marvel Universe. Chapter 1. Caution: monetary investment may lead to transmigration. In 1943, Brooklyn. A thick haze enveloped every corner of the city, occasionally pierced by the shrill sound of air raid sirens slicing through the somber sky. At this moment in the world, the Axis powers, led by the Third Reich, were embroiled in an unyielding conflict with the Allied forces opposing fascism. Broadcasts and newspapers were filled daily with reports of war casualties and shifting international dynamics. From Europe to Asia, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, the flames of war raged everywhere, and the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. No one could ascertain whether hope or destruction would arrive first. In the words of Luke, it was all utterly dreadful. If only the timeline of my transmigration could have been delayed by a few decades. I could have gone to Hollywood to write scripts, produce films, and collect a few Oscars. At the very least, I could have achieved financial independence by plagiarizing bestsellers and indulging in the decadent lifestyle of capitalism. In an abandoned tavern at the street corner, Luke cradled his head in his hands, his legs propped up on the table, lamenting his fate. Or perhaps, if I could at least land in a normal world, post-war America was experiencing unprecedented economic prosperity. Seizing such an opportunity to earn my first pot of gold wouldn't be terribly difficult. But what on earth does it mean to end up on a Marvel film set? With a sigh, Luke unfolded the day's newspaper, where the most prominent headline announced a meeting between President Roosevelt and Churchill and Stalin in Tehran. The Allies decided to establish a second front in Europe to expedite the defeat of Nazi Germany. Yet, what caught his attention was not the course of the World War, but rather the gossip in the corner. Howard Stark and Hollywood's goddess of love, Rita Hayworth, were spotted together at the Waldorf Astoria. Accompanying the report was a rather clear black and white photograph. Stark Industries. At the tender age of 20, Luke couldn't help but smile bitterly. To others, Howard Stark might merely be viewed as a wealthy and astute arms magnate. Yet for Luke, the man bore another significant identity. The father of Tony Stark, who would one day become Iron Man. It was precisely Howard Stark's presence that confirmed to Luke he had indeed landed in the Marvel Universe. And at the very beginning of it all, a timeline where all major events had yet to unfold. This was both good news and bad news. The good news was that Luke might never witness Thanos, the director of the universe's family planning commission, snap his fingers. The bad news was that he couldn't even seek out rookie village chief Coulson or track down Spider-Man in Queens. As for the later Avengers, it was even less likely Nick Fury was nowhere to be found, rendering Luke helpless to leverage the strategies he had read in fanfiction from his previous life. Typically, he shouldn't be residing in Hell's Kitchen, waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to recruit him. Thus meeting a middle-aged agent with a receding hairline or encountering baby Spider-Man to level up with. If luck were on his side, perhaps Black Widow might even show up, employing her seductive prowess. I clearly came as a fortunate being. Luke never imagined his starting point would be in the midst of a World War II setting in America. Moreover, he had inexplicably become a spirited young man on the streets of Brooklyn. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. He shielded his face with the newspaper, attempting to dispel his gloom. Having traversed to this world for nearly 5 or 6 years, he had long since accepted his new identity as Luke Cavill. He had also embraced the narrative of being an orphan of Irish immigrants, with a father who perished in gang violence and a mother who succumbed to tuberculosis, devoid of any siblings. Now, the only person he could consider family was an uncle who, in his youth, frequently dealt with house painting. House painting was a euphemism. Luke's uncle was not a mere painter. The term was a coded reference to murder. When dealing with certain troubles, it was hard to avoid splattering blood on the walls, hence the mafia's penchant for using house painting to describe their dirty work. Luke's uncle was precisely such a person who performed dirty work for the gang during his younger days. Once a veteran, he had taken to house painting to support his family. Due to his decisive actions and clean methods, he left no excessive traces, earning the admiration of the higher-ups. During the years following his parents' demise, Luke relied on his uncle's support to avoid starvation. I have yet to receive my long-awaited golden finger. Reflecting on the essential external aid every transmigrator ought to possess, Luke felt a pang of yearning. His transmigration had occurred due to an utterly ridiculous reason: in-game purchases. Indeed, at that time, Luke was engrossed in a fighting game that boasted superheroes as its selling point. He had invested liberally, attempting to alter his unfortunate fate through this straightforward, yet crude method. One afternoon, unable to resist, he splurged on a deluxe in-game package that included an SS-grade card featuring Superman, along with multiple templates of the Kryptonian Child. It was undeniably a high-value deal. However, at the moment he activated the package, Luke's eyes fluttered, and he found himself transported. The worst part, however, was not this. Perhaps due to poor signal reception, the luxurious package that had accompanied his transmigration took an inexplicably long 5 or 6 years to connect and load. 99. Luke glanced at the progress bar in his consciousness, a look of anticipation dawning on his face. For years, he had diligently performed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats each day, basking in the sun, all in eager anticipation of the moment the deluxe package would be unlocked. Regrettably, whether it was because the distance to the adjacent film set was too great, the signal was poor, or some other reason, the progress bar remained stubbornly stuck at 99%, refusing to budge even a fraction. This left Luke quite vexed. It can't be that I need to collect an infinity stone to activate it, that would be downright cruel. Luke pursed his lips, contemplating how possessing Superman's powers could stabilize his development in this perilous world. At that point, his life might surpass that of the adjacent film set. After all, the ambience was not as grim. I yearned for an external aid. As Luke bared his innermost lament, the tavern door swung open. Ding-dong. The crisp sound of a bell rang out. Luke, I've been searching for you for ages. A young man clad in a brown army uniform, newspaper in hand, exclaimed. I went to your house, but you weren't there, so I came to old Joseph's tavern. I knew you'd be here. The handsome, spirited young man casually pulled out a chair and sat across from Luke. I'm helping old Joseph run the tavern, he's unwell. Bucky, have you received orders? Luke removed the newspaper covering his face and languidly spoke. Seated across from him was the future Winter Soldier, Captain America's close ally, James Barnes. Bucky was his nickname, a term of endearment reserved for close friends. Of course, 107th Infantry Regiment. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as Sergeant James Barnes. I shall embark for England tomorrow morning. Bucky puffed out his chest, his face beaming with pride. At this juncture, the Second World War raged on, with recruitment posters from Uncle Sam plastered across various states. The fervent slogans and omnipresent televised speeches ignited a wave of patriotism among the youth. They were eager to rush to the battlefield in pursuit of honor and glory. What a pity I cannot join you, Luke feigned disappointment. In truth, he had no intention of enlisting. After all, it was a rare opportunity to traverse time, only to fight against the German Nazis. For Uncle Sam, such internationalist spirit was truly moving. His words were merely a facade to maintain his persona. Given the current climate, enlisting was the norm for most young men. Someone must remain to look after Steve. That guy is always meddling, and I can't help but worry. Bucky comfortingly patted his friend's shoulder. He and Luke had privately discussed the necessity of having someone stay back on the home front. Regrettably, in the drinking contest that determined who would enlist, Luke had lost, though it was intentional on his part. Actually, upon reflection, it's not so bad. With all the men in New York joining the army, this city is left with 3.5 million women. Perhaps I might have the chance to console some of those fragile, yet beautiful souls, Luke jested. He and Bucky had known each other for several years. Bucky, along with Steve Rogers, was a close friend of Luke's original self. Steve doesn't share that sentiment, he's such a thick-head fool, Bucky sighed. The mere thought of that troublesome little guy furrowed his brow. He too wished to head to the front lines, yet he did not meet the physical standards required of a soldier. When shall we go find Steve? He's likely at that cinema again. Shaking off his worries, Bucky pulled several tickets from his pocket, his enthusiasm palpable. Tonight, we could attend the World's Fair at Stark Industries. I've invited a few lovely ladies. Chapter 2. The iconic scene of Captain America. When Luke and Bucky arrived at the cinema across the street, the future Captain America was being pummeled in an alley behind the theater. A resounding thud echoed as a fist connected with Steve Rogers' cheek, eliciting a wave of sharp pain. Unsurprisingly, Rogers collapsed to the ground. His frail physique appeared particularly diminutive against the backdrop of the burly thug. This was precisely why no one in the cinema dared to intervene. Even as the robust bully shouted boisterously, disregarding the opinions of those around, none wished to invite unnecessary trouble. Only a fool like Rogers would risk a beating to confront such incivility. Crumpled in the corner, Rogers hastily grabbed the lid of a nearby trash can, using it as a makeshift shield. His eyes betrayed no fear, instead reflecting resolute determination. Like a valiant warrior. Regrettably, the vast disparity in size and strength could not be compensated for by mere courage. The burly thug swung his fist again, sending Rogers crashing to the ground once more. Yet, within moments, the slender figure struggled to rise again, seemingly impervious to pain, adopting a boxer's stance. "I could fight you all day," Rogers gasped, his movements sluggish and lacking power, easily thwarted by the thug. "It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet." The thug sneered, tightening his fist for another brutal encounter with Rogers' nose. He intended to deliver a few more kicks to ensure this oblivious little man understood the consequences of meddling. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from behind. The thug let out a cry of agony as he lost his balance, stumbling against the wall. "Which block are you from, you scoundrel, daring to bully my friend in Brooklyn?" A cold voice resonated from behind. The thug quickly turned to see two young men. One was clad in a crisp brown military uniform, while the other wore a leather jacket. The latter fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "Luke, it was this kid meddling. I didn't know he—" Without a word, Luke stepped forward and delivered a punch to the thug's nose. The thug's body lurched backward, crashing heavily onto the unforgiving ground. Blood gushed forth like a faucet from his nostrils. Luke did not relent. He raised his leg, the dark boot grinding into the thug's contorted face, forcefully rubbing it. "Whoa, Luke!" The mud and soot clinging to the sole of his shoe unceremoniously spilled into the thug's mouth. Combined with the blood pouring from his nose, it created a bizarre amalgamation of flavors. "Get lost. If I see you bullying my friend again, I might pay a visit to your house to clean it up." After a moment, Luke lifted his foot, speaking coldly. The thug, his face smeared with blood, fled the alley in disgrace, not even daring to utter a threat. There was no contest. He was Frank's nephew, after all, and well protected by the Irish mob, definitely not someone to provoke. "This is why I insisted Luke stay in Brooklyn to look after you." Bucky, in his military attire, helped Rogers to his feet, a look of exasperation on his face. "Sometimes I think you enjoy getting beaten up otherwise. Why do you always provoke those you can't possibly defeat?" Rogers dusted off his clothing, hissing as he inhaled sharply. The pain in his cheek and eye sockets now registered clearly, a searing sensation coursing through him. Earlier, driven by sheer courage, he had forgotten the physical pain. Now, however, Rogers felt the urgent need to seek medical assistance. "Have you been to the recruiting station again?" Luke picked up the recruitment form from the ground, which bore Steve Rogers' information. Only the residence had changed from Brooklyn, New York, to Paramus, New Jersey. "Falsifying information on a recruitment form is illegal, Steve." Luke rubbed his palm. Fortunately, this body was well conditioned from years of training, making short work of the thug. He, along with Rogers and Bucky, had grown up in Brooklyn. Yet, compared to himself, their stories were more alike. Both had lost their parents to war. Rogers' father had served in the 107th Infantry Division and was killed by German gas in battle. His mother, a nurse in a tuberculosis ward, unfortunately succumbed to the illness. In a way, the future Captain America could be seen as a tragic archetype of parental sacrifice. As for Bucky's background, it was similarly sorrowful. His father also served in the 107th Infantry Division and perished in a tragic accident during a military exercise, leaving him to be raised by his mother. Thus, these two young men, who had known each other since childhood, became close companions. "I just want to do something," Rogers murmured, his head bowed in mild frustration, followed by a fit of coughing. He was not only frail but also suffered from mild asthma, often experiencing symptoms like chest tightness and difficulty breathing. Such a constitution made it tantamount to murder to send him to the battlefield. Consequently, every time Rogers visited the recruitment station, the officers in charge of enlistment would turn him away. "You didn't have to be so aggressive, Luke," Rogers hesitantly remarked, glancing at his friend. Luke furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing into a friendly smile. "I had to do that. Otherwise, more people in Brooklyn would bully you and even cause trouble for us." Luke is right. If it weren't for his uncle's standing among the Irish immigrant community, we wouldn't know how much we would have been bullied by those ruffians, Bucky agreed with a nod. He and Rogers had previously endured their fair share of torment from those delinquents, frequently finding themselves cornered in alleyway brawls. That was until they met Luke and forged a friendship that transformed their circumstances, enabling them to become the ones cornering others. In Bucky's eyes, Luke was quite astute. He devised a scheme to profit from the military base's stringent management, which restricted soldiers from venturing out freely. A few of them clandestinely infiltrated the barracks to sell small commodities like cigarettes and alcohol. Many turned a blind eye, treating it as if they had not seen. thanks to the protection of their parents' old comrades. They amassed a considerable fortune through this enterprise. Later, this attracted the attention of the bootleggers in Brooklyn. It was only due to Luke's initiative to cultivate good relations with the Irish immigrant community and share a portion of the business that they managed to evade trouble. Perhaps this is for the best. You can remain on the home front and continue running your business. By the time I return, you two might just become wealthy tycoons, just like Howard Stark. Bucky jested. No one knew how long the war would persist. For civilians, there was a fervent hope for the smoke of battle to dissipate quickly, allowing life to return to normalcy. Yet, for others, it presented a prime opportunity for profit. Capitalists never neglected a chance to amass wealth. Many were aware that prior to America's involvement in this world war, the country profited immensely by selling arms and equipment to both the Axis and Allied powers. This included the recently ascendant Stark Industries, which surged to prominence, standing shoulder to shoulder with established military-industrial giants, primarily because Howard Stark seized the opportunity. He not only employed his intellect and some ingenious inventions to garner the appreciation of the Department of Defense, but also utilized the vast wealth he accrued to open doors to high society, thereby establishing a broad and favorable network of connections. Within a few decades, he became a military-industrial magnate. Alongside the rapidly growing Stark Industries, oil companies also capitalized on the situation. They circumvented British blockades through neutral countries like Switzerland, transporting barrels of oil to Germany and reaping exorbitant profits from the chaos of war. The Ford Company, as a multinational enterprise and industrial giant, took it even further, even assisting the Germans in producing trucks for covert political investments. Consequently, Henry Ford, the company's founder, was awarded the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, the highest honor bestowed upon foreigners by the Nazi regime. This illustrates that capital knows no allegiance. Its singular objective is the harvesting of wealth. Even with the United States now engaged in battle, joining the Allied forces amidst increasingly dire global circumstances, it did not deter opportunists from their schemes. Howard Stark? I certainly do not possess such acumen. Luke chuckled lightly, turning to Rogers. Steve, if you genuinely desire to enlist, there are plenty of recruitment stations. I can accompany you a few more times, just to test our luck. Really? A look of delight spread across Rogers' face. Bucky had always opposed his desire to enlist, leading to several arguments between them. Luke's sudden support for his ambition brought Rogers joy. As Bucky was about to voice his thoughts, he caught Luke's glancing and unspoken signal to refrain from speaking and fell silent. He understood Luke, this typically taciturn friend, never acted without reason. All right, tonight is my last night in New York. Are you two planning to spend it in this alley? Bucky eagerly beckoned his companions. He was set to depart for the battlefield the following day, heading to foreign lands. Tonight, he had arranged to indulge with a few alluring ladies and intended to take Luke and Rogers along for a night of revelry. Chapter 3. The legacy of the Stark family. By the time Luke and Bucky emerged from the Rogers residence, the sun had begun its descent, casting a warm golden hue across New York City, illuminating the towering skyscrapers with a mottled glow. From now on, let us not be overly ambitious. Luke and I cannot always arrive on time, Bucky remarked amiably, draping an arm around Rogers' shoulder, while the slender figure of Rogers appeared somewhat awkward and silent. The scars on his face were not severe. After some cleaning, only faint bruises remained. The trio from Brooklyn had donned fresh attire, preparing to attend the Stark Industries World Expo of tomorrow, while also offering Bucky a send-off. I aspire to join the 107th Infantry Division, the same regiment my father once served. Rogers lamented, his brow furrowed, still grappling with his inability to enlist. Amidst the fervor of societal pressure, many young men yearned to join the military, to step onto the battlefield and earn medals that symbolized honor. Rogers and Bucky were among them. Yet compared to the robust Bucky, Rogers' frail physique weighed barely 100 pounds, and he suffered from mild asthma. The mere thought of running several kilometers would leave him breathless. Thus, despite his repeated attempts to change residences and forge identities to seek enlistment opportunities, he was invariably rejected, as his medical evaluations consistently yielded a score of 4, completely unfit. There will always be opportunities. Luke, with his hands in his pockets, chuckled from behind, contemplating whether to procure the super soldier serum. Over the years, his persistent training had advanced his progress to 99%, leaving just one step to activate it. An inexplicable intuition whispered to Luke that perhaps only a formidable external force could achieve perfection. For now, the super soldier serum was the most accessible and promising avenue for him. As a time traveler with a grasp of the plot's trajectory, Luke was aware that tonight would mark a pivotal moment in Steve Rogers' fate. This frail young man was destined to encounter Dr. Abraham Erskine, a German scientist who had defected to the Allies and was the creator of the super soldier serum. Moved by Rogers' heartfelt words, Erskine would offer him the chance to enlist. From there, he would catch the attention of the military and be selected as the recipient of the serum. Should he blend into the mix? Luke pondered deeply as he walked behind them. If he could develop in silence, he would undoubtedly choose not to enlist. After all, the battlefield was fraught with peril, and even accompanying Captain America and the Winter Soldier did not guarantee safety. Yet, the delayed arrival of his external advantage left Luke in a quandary. With no other options available, he found himself compelled to take a gamble. Although many in his past life had believed themselves as steadfast as a defensive tower, the uncertainty loomed large. However, the allure of spending money for the sake of acquiring cheats renders the notion of risk a tad more palatable. Luke, while lost in thought, followed Rogers and Bucky to a quaint tavern nestled at the street corner. The trio ordered a selection of beers and snacks, engaging in aimless banter as they awaited the commencement of the Tomorrow World Expo hosted by Stark Industries. Rogers appeared somewhat morose, likely still grappling with his desire to enlist. In stark contrast, Bucky remained blissfully unaware, absorbed in dreams of vanquishing Nazis and the glorious triumph of the Allies. "Come on, I've arranged for some lovely ladies to join us," Bucky exclaimed, glancing at the time before dragging Rogers out of the tavern. The streets outside were shrouded in darkness, save for the brilliantly lit venue of the expo, which stood out like a beacon. At this juncture, World War II raged fiercely, much like their European counterparts. America found itself at the epicenter of turmoil. To conserve energy, the military had imposed strict blackout regulations. Neon lights and vibrant billboards were extinguished at nightfall, and power outages were frequent, prioritizing electricity for military bases and government institutions. New York was no exception. This evening, however, in honor of Stark Industries' Tomorrow World Expo, the military had graciously relaxed these restrictions. Otherwise, the citizens of New York would have been deprived of the dazzling neon lights. "How lively it is!" Bucky cheered. Inside the expo venue, a cacophony of excitement reigned. The crowd surged and fireworks illuminated the night sky. Couples embraced, and the air was thick with the scent of youthful exuberance. Luke and his companions stood beneath a colossal metallic globe, quietly consuming their snacks as they awaited the arrival of the anticipated lovely ladies. Before long, 3 vivacious young women arrived punctually, dressed in vibrant cotton dresses and flat shoes. They exuded both warmth and modesty. "Ladies, these are my friends," Bucky gestured, introducing Luke and Rogers. The spirited young women, disregarding the wiry figure of the diminutive Luke, turned their attention to him. At this moment, Steve Rogers was yet to evolve into the formidable Captain America, devoid of the famed muscular physique that would later captivate many. However, Luke possessed a certain charm. His neatly cropped black hair and slightly austere visage were likely to ignite the fervent admiration of young women. "Don't wear such a serious expression, Rogers. You must learn to enjoy yourself," Bucky advised, playfully draping an arm around the slender figure of Luke. Meanwhile, Luke found himself encircled by the young women, who chattered animatedly about trivial matters. The group traversed the square adorned with the metallic globe, passing by several secondary exhibition halls, until they reached the core area. "Welcome to the Hall of Modern Marvels." The narrator's voice momentarily paused before resuming with heightened enthusiasm. "A world of the future. A greater world. A more splendid world." It all began with Stark Industries. Passers-by marveled, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. The glass display cases housed ironclad mannequins, models of aircraft suspended from the ceiling, and a glass wall that incessantly replayed Howard Stark's speeches. These were undoubtedly advanced and captivating novelties. However, Luke felt little fascination. Coming from the 21st century and having seen countless science fiction films in his previous life, the trinkets on display failed to ignite his interest. Yet, the young women on either side of him, clutching his arms, were like explorers discovering a new world, exclaiming in delight. This incessant chatter became somewhat tiresome for Luke. How he longed to be like Rogers, leisurely strolling behind with a bucket of popcorn, savoring a moment of tranquility, seemingly attuned to Luke's mood. The solitary Rogers tossed a few popcorn kernels into his mouth, wearing a smirk of mischievous amusement. Soon, however, Luke found liberation. The 2 young ladies surrounding him suddenly erupted with starstruck shrieks, racing toward a stage in one of the exhibition areas. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Howard Stark. The host's voice reverberated as the curtain drew back. Several striking women in form-fitting vests and black tailcoats made a grand entrance before a dazzling red automobile. Then, the mustachioed Howard Stark stepped onto the stage, eliciting a thunderous applause from the audience. Howard Stark, the affluent young tycoon of the age, possessed a brilliant mind and was a notorious seducer in the realm of romance. Rumors and gossip surrounding him had never ceased to circulate. As Howard gracefully emerged from backstage, he issued a greeting to the audience, instead engaging in a passionate kiss with one of the beautiful women on stage, his face adorned with a confident and charming smile. Truly, he was the father of Iron Man. Luke, standing in the crowd, silently gave a thumbs up.
Considering the future Iron Man's remarkable feats of having dated every cover girl of a magazine for an entire year, it seemed that the Stark's penchant for romance was indeed hereditary.
Chapter 4. The initial appearance of Hydra. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future world crafted by Stark Industries. Do you believe that a new wave of technology is sweeping in? Perhaps in a few years, cars will no longer need to touch the ground. Taking the microphone and dabbing his lips with a handkerchief, Iron Man's father commenced his performance. He appeared to revel in the gaze of the audience below, promoting his company's innovative technologies while beckoning the beautiful women to remove the four wheels from the red automobile. Standing on stage, Howard Stark resembled less a scientist and more a magician well-versed in the art of performance, adept at captivating the audience's attention. With Stark Industries' latest development in anti-gravity technology, all of this will become possible. With a smile gracing his face, Howard activated the power of the apparatus. The car, stripped of its wheels, began to levitate slowly. This astonishing spectacle left the audience breathless. Luke, however, curled his lips slightly. He harbored little interest in Howard Stark's contraptions. Although Stark was undoubtedly one of the brightest minds in the world, he shared a common trait with the still-maturing Iron Man. Tony Stark, a familial flaw in character, an inability to engage with others. Perhaps this could be attributed to the inherent eccentricities found among geniuses. Seizing the moment, Luke discreetly slipped away from the crowd, eager to escape the frivolous entanglements of the young ladies nearby. The vibrant, tender embrace of youth was better suited for Bucky, who was soon to depart for England to serve his country. As he inadvertently turned his head, Luke caught sight of Roger's frail silhouette. He had left the throng around the stage and was making his way toward the nearby enlistment station. Luke inhaled deeply, contemplating that this marked the inception of Captain America. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he pondered his own course of action. While it was prudent to bide his time, who could predict when fortune would smile upon him? Furthermore, arriving at a marvel set only to yearn for an unremarkable existence seemed a waste of his extraordinary circumstances. In the midst of his reflections, Luke noticed the figure of an elderly man, with silvery hair, a balding crown, and glasses perched upon his nose. It was none other than Abraham Erskine. Luke recognized him instantly. The developer of the super soldier serum, the German scientist who had created the Red Skull, slowly approached the enlistment station. It appeared there were followers in his wake. As Luke prepared to follow, his expression shifted to one of gravity. He observed several individuals in dark attire, wearing round hats, trailing behind Erskine. Their tense demeanor and watchful eyes suggested they were not mere tourists. Nor did they resemble ordinary bodyguards. Hydra? A thought flickered in Luke's mind. As the creator of the super soldier serum, Dr. Erskine was undoubtedly a target for Hydra, a thorn in their side. The Red Skull would go to great lengths to eliminate this threat. Should the Allies gain access to the serum and produce a legion of super soldiers, the outcome of the war would be beyond doubt. With thoughts racing, Luke too stepped into the enlistment station. Steve and Bucky, having returned to reality from Howard Stark's demonstration, turned to find their glum friend had vanished without a trace. Where had Luke gone? Bucky murmured, only to be tugged away by the remaining young ladies toward other exhibition areas. The battlefield was ill-suited for him. Inside the enlistment station, Rogers faced yet another rejection. The officer responsible for recruiting soldiers, upon observing the frail physique of Rogers, swiftly expressed his disapproval without even glancing at the completed application form. Despite Rogers' earnest arguments and heartfelt pleas, the officer merely shook his head in resolute refusal. In his view, sending this slight figure to the battlefield would be akin to committing an act of murder. You have many other avenues to explore. Enlistment is not your only option. We are in dire need of labor. You could work in factories producing munitions for the front or seek other employment. The officer retorted impatiently, pushing Roger's enlistment form back with an air of finality. War is not merely a brawl. Your presence on the battlefield would only hinder others. Rather than that, it would be wiser to remain safely at home. Consider yourself fortunate, young man. You need not risk your life amidst the chaos of gunfire. Countless individuals would envy your position. The officer regarded the frail young man before him, perplexed by his determination to enlist. Surely, staying on the home front presented no peril and spared one from the brutal realities of war. No matter how esteemed, could any medal of honor outweigh the value of life? It was common knowledge that the Allies and the Axis were locked in a fierce struggle, with every battlefield resembling a meat grinder that incessantly devoured the flesh and blood of both sides. The number of corpses filling the trenches was a secret known only to God. Sir, I wish to serve my country. I yearn to contribute. I am certain I can make a difference. Rogers implored, his steadfast gaze causing the recruiting officer to avert his eyes once more, shaking his head in refusal. Everything must adhere to the rules. He could not recruit an unfit soldier. The escalating voices of the two attracted the attention of Abraham Erskine, who, upon noticing Rogers' despondent expression, seemed to recall something significant. It was indeed reminiscent of the trajectory of history. Beside them, Luke observed quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips, though it quickly faded as he noticed the group of black-clad figures approaching from behind Erskine. Their eyes were cold, exuding a lethal intent, as their right hands slowly reached towards the bulges at their waists. In the blink of an eye, the figures unveiled their weapons, drawing concealed handguns and aiming the icy barrels at Abraham Erskine, seemingly poised to pull the trigger at any moment. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, plunging the crowd at the recruitment station into chaos, panic-stricken screams bursting forth like steam from a locomotive, scattering in all directions. The newly enlisted soldiers, clad in uniforms yet untrained for battle, scurried about like ants on a hot skillet, utterly bewildered. They had never experienced combat and lacked formal training, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. The officer tasked with maintaining order lay in a pool of blood, a bullet hole punctuating the white cap atop his head. Blood gushed from the back of the head, and combined with that contorted visage, it appeared particularly terrifying. Hurry, Luke urged as he pulled the fallen Dr. Erskine up from the ground, swiftly turning into the corridor's alcove. Behind them, the sound of gunfire erupted violently, bullets striking the walls and sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Luke cast a glance at Rogers, who cowered behind the cabinet with his hands covering his head, and an odd thought struck him. What if the future Captain America were to perish? How would events unfold thereafter? Would a new hero emerge? Or would the Third Reich triumph in the war, with the Red Skull conquering the world? Bang, bang, bang. The sharp reports of gunfire shattered Luke's reverie. He turned to the anxious Dr. Erskine and whispered, "Stay hidden here. Do not move about." Outside the alcove, the sound of footsteps, clack, 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 grew increasingly closer. The drawn curtain, illuminated by the light, revealed the silhouette of an armed figure. Luke felt the reassuring weight of his Colt 1911 at his back, inhaled deeply, and suddenly dashed out of the alcove into the corridor. Chapter 5. Strategic Scientific Reserve. Have you lost track of Dr. Erskine? A tall female officer inquired sternly, her voice cutting through the tension. German spies are likely lurking in this city, poised to capture or execute Dr. Erskine. Do you comprehend his significance? Go find him at once. The officer reprimanded her subordinates without a hint of courtesy. Her striking features were marred by a frosty expression, resembling an imposing iceberg. The plainclothes agents nodded repeatedly, striving to suppress their disdainful looks. This was a tumultuous era where the status of women remained undervalued. Most held the belief that a woman's place was confined to domestic duties, eschewing public life. Even though the stern officer before them was their superior, they maintained an attitude of reluctant compliance. To them, she was merely a beautiful vase with a temper rather than their commanding officer. We lost sight of him amidst the throngs at the exhibition. Who knows where that German old man has gone? One agent protested. He is Dr. Abraham Erskine. The officer corrected sharply. That does not change the fact that he shares a lineage with Hitler, another agent retorted with a sneer. Due to the deliberate slant of societal discourse, the populace harbored a palpable animosity towards Germans. Even though Abraham Erskine was aligned with the Allies, it failed to quell their prejudices. Bang! A distinct gunshot rang out nearby, accompanied by distant screams of panic. The officer's expression shifted. and she cast a cold glance at the plainclothes agents before briskly departing in her flat-soled shoes. 3 minutes later, she arrived at the conscription station with a squad of heavily armed soldiers. On the ground lay several lifeless bodies, and the acrid scent of blood pervaded the air. "Doctor." The female officer let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the unharmed Dr. Erskine. He was now the military's highest-level protection target and a significant concern for the Germans. Every informed individual understood the immense value of the super-soldier serum developed by Abraham Erskine. It had the potential to bring an end to this war, tilt the scales of victory, and even reshape the world's dynamics. These individuals before them were likely spies sent by the enemy. "Doctor." Erskine had regained his composure and calmly remarked, "It appears Schmidt is quite intent on ensuring my demise." The female officer nodded in agreement. Then, her peripheral gaze fell upon the two young men beside Dr. Erskine, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. "Fortunately, this young man saved me. By the way, I still don't know your name," Dr. Erskine explained. He had witnessed Luke single-handedly eliminate the 3 spies who had been tailing them and initially assumed he was an undercover operative sent by the military for his protection. However, judging by the female officer's cautious demeanor, it was evidently not the case. "Luke, my name is Luke Cavell," the young man with the retracted pistol smiled. He had not anticipated that he would meet Abraham Erskine and Peggy Carter, the girlfriend of Captain America, in such a manner. Indeed, the woman standing before him was one of the future founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Currently, she was an agent of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, responsible for protecting Abraham Erskine and participating in the Super Soldier program. "You killed all these spies? Impressive skills," the officer named Peggy Carter remarked meaningfully. She cast a cursory glance at the bodies of the black-clad spies. All 3 had been shot dead, with no extraneous wounds, the bullets striking vital areas. Judging solely from the wounds, it was evident that this young man, named Luke, was an excellent marksman. Moreover, after dispatching the 3, he displayed no signs of panic or distress, which suggested he was far from a novice. Such anomalous behavior warranted Peggy's suspicion. It was hardly plausible that an ordinary young man from Brooklyn could so effortlessly overpower German spies. Otherwise, the Allies would have long since reached Berlin and concluded this war. "I've learned a few self-defense techniques," Luke casually replied. He had indeed trained in combat and shooting for a while under Uncle Frank, who had once entertained the idea of molding him into a gang enforcer. The Irish mob was rapidly rising and was in dire need of capable young men. Unfortunately, Luke had little interest in pursuing that path. Despite his diligent efforts to master combat and marksmanship and his commitment to physical training, it was merely a means of self-preservation. He was not some aspiring gangster star with a donut-shaped hairstyle. "Doctor, this place is unsafe. We should leave at once." The female officer withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and turned to the side, speaking softly to Dr. Erskine. "We will investigate this matter later." "Very well. I shall remember your name." "Luke," Dr. Erskine replied with a nod, fully aware of the military's stringent protection around him. His invitation to tonight's World Expo was courtesy of Howard Stark. However, after their brief encounter, Dr. Erskine perceived the young and accomplished Mr. Stark to be more of a businessman than a passionate scientist. His enthusiasm for scientific advancement overshadowed by a keen interest in amassing wealth and pursuing women. Therefore, their conversation was limited to mere pleasantries, lacking any substantial depth. "Is he your friend?" Before departing, Erskine glanced at Steve Rogers, feeling an inexplicable intrigue towards the slender young man. Perhaps it was the conversation he had overheard with the recruitment officer that stirred some long-buried memories within Erskine. As the creator of the super soldier serum, Abraham Erskine was acutely aware of its perils and side effects. He had already conjured a devil and had no desire to create a second, or more. Thus, he had been searching for a suitable candidate, one who would not abuse power and possessed a sense of compassion. Yes, his name is Steve Rogers. Luke called Steve over, exclaiming, "My friend is eager to serve his country. Although he may not be the strongest, his patriotism burns bright." "I understand," Erskine mused thoughtfully before turning to leave. The female officer quickly followed suit, casting a lingering glance at Luke, her suspicions still evident. The armed soldiers remained to secure the scene and clean up the aftermath. "Luke, who are they?" Steve, fortunate to have escaped harm, felt a sense of confusion, unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Individuals capable of altering your destiny." Luke replied with a slight smirk, gently patting Steve's frail shoulder, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes. He had not anticipated entering the military's radar in such a manner. It was likely that the agent named Peggy Carter would soon conduct a thorough investigation into Luke. However, he felt no concern, for the Strategic Scientific Reserve would undoubtedly find nothing of consequence. Their true adversaries were Hydra and the malevolent Axis powers, and Luke had no connection whatsoever to the so-called German spies or assassins dispatched by Hydra. The recent events had been truly terrifying. Steve, struggling to comprehend the implications, felt a lingering dread. The officer he had debated with at the recruitment station lay lifeless in a pool of blood, the vacant gaze stripped of all color. If one were to step onto the battlefield, one would encounter even more such occurrences, witnessing the demise of countless comrades. Luke lamented. He had witnessed Uncle Frank painting houses and had even taken matters into his own hands, dealing with a few nefarious gangsters. He had long grown accustomed to bloodshed and death. Will I ever have the opportunity to tread upon the battlefield? Steve voiced his dejection, having faced rejection time and again. Everyone insisted that he was incapable, believing he ought to remain on home soil. Even his dear friend Bucky was no exception. There will be opportunities, Luke assured with a nod, exuding more confidence than Steve himself. Now, let us hasten to find Bucky. Tonight, we must bid him farewell. Sensing Steve's bewildered gaze, Luke deftly shifted the topic, guiding the frail young man away from the enlistment station. Chapter 6. Gangster Assassin. Truck driver. The following morning, Luke arose early from his slumber, completed his morning routine, and proceeded with his daily regimen of training to combat his balding while strengthening his physique. Push-ups, squats, sit-ups, basking in the sun. After a series of exercises, the clock on the wall had already drifted to 8:20. Bucky should have boarded by now. Luke closed his door, preparing to seek out Rogers. They had initially intended to see Bucky off, but Sergeant James Barnes, bound for England, had expressed his desire to spare his friends the sight of his trembling legs. Last night, all of New York must have been engulfed in the chaos of artillery fire. With a pristine military uniform and a few charming words, the youthful, hormone-driven lads could easily win the affections of beautiful maidens. Perhaps this was the reward for serving one's country. Good morning, Luke. The shopkeeper from downstairs greeted enthusiastically. Frank is looking for you. He seems to be in a rather foul mood. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Daller. Luke paused, changing direction towards Uncle Frank's residence. It was likely that the street thugs from the previous day had gone to their boss, who then relayed the news through the Irish mob, reaching Uncle S.'s ears. 10 minutes later, Luke skillfully retrieved the key from beneath the doormat and unlocked the door. Uncle Frank, I brought you roasted mushrooms and potato pancakes from Aunt Bess. Carrying the steaming, sumptuous breakfast, Luke entered the living room, where he encountered an elderly man with graying hair and a slightly hunched back. From his appearance and stature, one could faintly discern the traces of a robust and vigorous youth. Luke, you bothersome little brat. The old man erupted upon seeing Luke. That spineless wretch Hobson ran to Mr. Hoffa, claiming you assaulted his underling. Does Hobson even need to tell Mr. Hoffa about such trivial matters? Why doesn't he inform Mr. Hoffa that his mother passed away on the toilet a few days ago? Luke feigned astonishment, his hands never pausing as he retrieved plates and cutlery from a cabinet. Let us eat while it's hot. Aunt Bess has specially added meat to the potato pancakes. An elderly gentleman named Frank, seated at the dining table, remarked, Don't think you could buy me off with this. Luke, you troublesome rascal. That last Italian dish was simply delightful. No matter how you ate it, it never became tiresome. It became evident that no one could escape the law of irresistible flavors. After Frank devoured that breakfast, he never mentioned Hobson or his underlings again. Instead, he spoke more about inviting Luke to join the swiftly expanding Irish gang. Mr. Hoffa values you greatly. That business idea with the military has secured the gang some discarded firearms. Those Italians have been notably less arrogant lately. Frank couldn't comprehend why his nephew resisted joining the gang. The idle street thugs of Brooklyn would jump at the chance to join a gang and become part of its leadership. At least that way, no one would dare bully them again. Not interested. If I am to be involved in a gang, I might as well return to school, Luke replied, brewing himself a cup of coffee with a casual tone. He understood that this was the most tumultuous period in American history. Just as the newspapers stated, violence is akin to cherry pie, a signature of America. Since the Prohibition, various gangs had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. They were primarily impoverished immigrant groups, such as the Irish and Italians. Unlike the British and Germans who arrived with substantial capital to develop North America, these so-called immigrants merely exchanged one place of hardship for another. Many could barely afford rent and were forced to undertake the most arduous and exhausting jobs. The immigrant communities gradually formed slums, leading to the emergence of what would later be known as Hell's Kitchen in New York. As a sociologist once noted, poverty often breeds nationalism. The Irish and Italians, both being Catholics, were regarded as unassimilable savages in a predominantly Christian North America. Ubiquitous exclusion and discrimination made life exceedingly difficult for these immigrant groups. Thus, in response to the exploitation by foremen and religious persecution, the Irish and Italians spontaneously formed various violent factions. This marked the nascent stage of the American Mafia. At that time, gangs were merely groups of impoverished individuals and were not taken seriously. It was only later that a special group, known as the city bosses, began to rise. They emerged as a profession in the wake of the industrial society, primarily responsible for raising campaign funds for political candidates and buying votes, a role later known as brokers. It is well known that America is a nation of immigrants. In the past, no one held those of low status and dire poverty in high regard. However, the astute urban magnates discerned their worth. The initially worker-formed gangs began to undergo transformation. One sought the protection of vested interest groups, while the other provided politicians with a steady stream of votes. The union was seamless, yet none could have anticipated the subsequent developments. Prohibition bestowed upon the gangs a wealth of resources, coupled with the rise of labor unions and the frequent emergence of labor movements. The monstrous underworld finally broke free from the confines of societal law. They grasped ample wealth in one hand while courting politicians through ballots with the other. Furthermore, they collaborated with unions to obtain legitimate status. In a fleeting moment, their expansion was rapid. Take, for instance, the Irish gang associated with Uncle Frank, which maintained significant ties with the upper echelons of the American trucking brotherhood, notably Mr. Jimmy Hoffa. This union represented nearly 1 million truck drivers and warehouse workers, peaking at an astonishing 230,000 members. It could be asserted that garnering union support for a mayoral or congressional campaign was tantamount to a declaration of victory. The intricate nexus of gangs, unions, and politicians formed a tightly woven chain of interests. Regrettably, this splendor was short-lived, Luke pondered. Whether Irish or Italian, their powers had once flourished. The former successfully propelled Kennedy to the presidency, while the latter maintained close ties with the inaugural director of the FBI, Edgar Hoover. Ultimately, however, the gangs were merely grotesque byproducts of a tumultuous society. With the conclusion of World War II, their decline became inevitable. They were relegated to tools in the hands of politicians and interest groups, unable to reclaim their former glory. Even within the Marvel universe, a gang leader had no promising future, regardless of standing akin to Kingpin. This was Luke's inner contemplation. Well, lofty and foolish lad, you refuse to join the gang. And even when offered a position as a truck driver to succeed me, you hesitate. Do you truly aspire to be a war hero in this manner? Seeing Luke's indifferent demeanor, Frank grew incensed. He had cultivated a cordial relationship with Mr. Jimmy Hoffa of the American Trucking Brotherhood. Thus, after his retirement, he assumed the honorary presidency of a union branch. Though merely symbolic, it afforded him a substantial monthly salary. If he were to make an introduction, the gang and Mr. Hoffa would likely extend additional favors to Luke. Uncle Frank, fret not about these matters. Here, let me cover you with this blanket, Luke retorted with a grin, draping the thick blanket over Frank's legs. Had he joined Captain America and enlisted in the Howling Commandos, he might have indeed earned the honor of a war hero. Alas, even heroism would render him a mere tool, a mascot for politicians and capitalists. Thus, Luke harbored alternative aspirations. Chapter 7. The organization has made its decision. New York. A certain military camp. In the conference room, a poised female officer was reporting to her superior. Colonel Phillips, I believe that fellow named Luke Cavell poses a significant concern. Carter succinctly recounted the assault encountered by Dr. Erskine at the expo venue, subsequently addressing the suspect, Luke. I have examined the wounds of those German spies. Each one was a single fatal shot. Ordinary individuals could not possibly achieve such precision. Cavell must have practiced marksmanship and is exceptionally skilled. The officer articulated her conclusion with unwavering conviction. Since departing from the enlistment station, her suspicions had never waned. A young man hailing from Brooklyn, single-handedly dispatching well-trained professional spies, seemed utterly implausible. There were simply too many inconsistencies. Thus, Carter postulated that this could very well be a Hydra conspiracy, sacrificing those German spies to gain proximity to Dr. Erskine, and then executing their nefarious plan. Rather than eliminating Dr. Erskine, the Germans might prefer abduction. The value of the super-soldier serum is undeniable. Whoever possesses it could sway the tides of the global conflict. The potential influence and threat it poses should not be underestimated. Sitting in his chair, Colonel Phillips shook his head and replied solemnly, "He poses no threat. I have had him investigated." Luke Cavell, the son of Irish immigrants, lost his parents at an early age. He dropped out of Bronx Science High School at 17, much to the dismay of his teachers, as Cavell displayed exceptional academic talent and consistently earned scholarships. "Why'd he drop out then?" Carter inquired, perplexed. "You must understand, Irish immigrants are seldom well regarded. Being bullied and subjected to pranks is all too common. Consequently, Cavell frequently found himself in altercations at school. The teachers could only contact his guardians, yet he had none." Colonel Phillips shrugged, lamenting. After each confrontation with those schoolyard bullies, he still had to contend with unreasonable adults. This was no trivial matter for a 17-year-old. Carter fell silent. She could envision the arduous years Luke Cavell endured as an orphan. Yet, where did he acquire firearms and learn such marksmanship? Carter hesitantly inquired. Through the colonel's narrative, she began to quell her inner doubts. Nevertheless, she remained baffled as to how an ordinary young man from Brooklyn could possess such remarkable shooting accuracy. Cavell's uncle, Frank, was a veteran, one who had survived the chaos of battle. He later joined the Irish mob, engaging in unsavory activities, and now enjoys retirement as the honorary president of a truck drivers union local. Colonel Phillips conveyed the results of the investigation to his subordinate. Carter, known for her tenacity and exceptional capabilities, remained undeterred. She was somewhat fixated on proving her worth, determined not to be outdone by any man, which caused Colonel Phillips considerable discomfort. Were it not for the fact that the individual in question was British and not affiliated with the American military factions, his patience would have worn thin. After all, the members of the Strategic Scientific Reserve were a complex amalgamation of talent drawn from across the globe, and Carter was among them. Luke Cavell was not a German spy. He had no connections to the Germans whatsoever. It is inconceivable that even someone as adept at incitement as Hitler could transform a young man raised in Brooklyn into a German agent. Admittedly, Cavell had engaged in some rather unsavory activities, but the Strategic Scientific Reserve had little interest in such matters. Combating organized crime was not our mission. Our focus lay on defeating Hydra and dismantling the Axis powers to secure victory in the war. Colonel Phillips emphasized his point, signaling to his subordinates that they need not dwell further on this individual. He certainly did not wish for Carter to stir up trouble with the Irish mob. Those individuals had recently allied with the unions, assisting politicians in garnering votes and meddling in elections. Their influence had grown increasingly formidable in recent years. Even Colonel Phillips preferred to avoid such unnecessary complications. Who knows how many congressional representatives stood behind them? Then, as if recalling something, he remarked, however, "Erskine seems quite interested in those two." Luke Cavell. And what was the name of the little one? Steve Rogers, Carter replied. Yes. Erskine wishes to recruit both of them to the Coney Island training camp. Colonel Phillips pondered for a moment before asking, "What are your thoughts on this, Carter?" The Coney Island training camp ostensibly served as a facility for training new recruits, yet its true purpose was to select candidates for the experimental injection of the super soldier serum. Erskine's intentions were unmistakably aimed at admitting Luke Cavell and Steve Rogers. As for the former, Colonel Phillips saw no issue. Luke was tall and robust, having single-handedly subdued 3 German spies. Even if he were ultimately not selected, it would not detract from his potential as a capable soldier. However, Steve Rogers, that frail little fellow, who looked as though a gust of wind could topple him, relying on such a person to save the Allies would be utterly ludicrous. If this is indeed Dr. Erskine's perspective, then I believe it is acceptable, Colonel. Carter deliberated for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. I want to see them on the vehicle heading to New Jersey. Colonel Phillips nodded, delegating the task. He had come to the realization that with Rogers' physique, he might not even survive the basic training for recruits. As for being selected to become a super soldier, Colonel Phillips would sooner believe that Adolf Hitler would have a change of heart and announce his surrender immediately. Upon returning to his residence, Luke opened the door. "Steve, could you enlighten me on this matter?" he inquired, gazing at Rogers standing outside, accompanied by a stern-faced female officer. Luke was astonished. He had anticipated that the Strategic Scientific Reserve would investigate him, perhaps even summon him for questioning under the guise of aiding the case. As a person of significant interest protected by the military, Abraham Erskine was certainly of such caliber. But Steve, why are you so exuberant? Your smile is barely containable. Luke exclaimed. Could it be that being interrogated by agents was something to celebrate? Luke, I can enlist. We depart for New Jersey tomorrow. Roger's joy erupted like a volcanic eruption, his long-suppressed frustrations finally dissipating. Luke's mind stirred as realization dawned upon him. He had been recruited, although the narrative had shifted. The inexorable pull of time still led Steve Rogers down the path to becoming Captain America. I had expected the process to be more convoluted, Luke mused, regaining his composure. It appeared the plan to acquire the super soldier serum had successfully taken its first step. Luke Cavill, do you wish to serve your country and engage in this battle for freedom against fascism? Carter inquired coldly. As if I had the power to refuse, Luke thought, casting a glance at the two-armed soldier's position behind Carter. Since he had chosen to enter the military's purview in this manner, catching Dr. Erskine's interest, there would be no retreat at this moment. Ahem, since the organization has made its decision, Luke stifled the urge to recite poetry on the spot and accepted the military summons. Chapter 8. The final candidate for the super soldier the following morning, Luke, designated by the military, packed a few essentials and, accompanied by the exuberant Rogers, boarded the transport to the training camp in New Jersey. Before their departure, they encountered several key figures from the Strategic Scientific Reserve, including the serious Colonel Phillips, the serum's creator Dr. Abraham Erskine, the famed Howard Stark from New York, and the ever-cool Agent Carter. The Strategic Scientific Reserve was a temporary organization established by the Allies to secure victory in the war, personally sanctioned by President Roosevelt and the leaders of various European nations. It convened elite individuals from multiple fields, primarily aimed at combating the Third Reich's nefarious Hydra organization. Emblematic of monstrous evil, its secondary objective was to implement the Super Soldier program to bring an end to this global conflict. The current leader of Hydra was one John Schmidt, infamously known as the Red Skull, reputed to be one of Hitler's most trusted subordinates. The power wielded by Heinrich Himmler, the head of the secret police Gestapo, far surpassed that of those participating in the establishment of the SS. In truth, the Red Skull may not have been the true founder of Hydra. Luke pondered as he swayed in the back of the transport truck. He recalled references in comics indicating that the legitimate origins of Hydra were quite ancient, stretching back to a time long past. The Red Skull merely appropriated this name and transformed the ideology into a functional tool. In this regard, he bore some resemblance to Adolf Hitler, who was once idolized by the Third Reich. Luke, do you think we might run in a Bucky? Rogers inquired, clutching his satchel. The thought of Bucky's astonished expression upon discovering that he had enlisted and was stepping onto the battlefield filled him with anticipation for their next encounter. By now, Bucky might have already set foot on English soil, fighting for freedom. Luke chuckled, understanding Rogers' fervor for military service. A small man, often ridiculed and bullied for his slender frame, he recognized the two divergent paths that lay ahead. One could embrace an optimistic and proactive mindset like Rogers, or succumb to a cynical and self-isolating negativity. The former was rare, while the latter was prevalent. Perhaps this was also why Steve Rogers would ultimately become Captain America, a man perpetually treading the righteous path. Rogers' eagerness to enlist was not driven by an intense nationalist fervor. He was not the type to desperately seek honor in exchange for military accolades, dreaming of achieving great deeds. This frail little man likely sought to prove that he was no different from the mightier individuals around him. Luke, then why do you think Howard Stark is at the training camp by the Caspian Sea? Is he also a conscripted soldier? Rogers asked curiously, completely unaware of the Super Soldier program and the Strategic Scientific Reserve. He assumed his journey to the Caspian training camp was merely for basic training. Stark is not like us. He is a scientific advisor, an official senior officer. Luke replied, shaking his head. As new recruits, they could scarcely compare themselves to Howard Stark. Their treatment was entirely different. Howard Stark could travel in the comfort of a private car, engaging in lighthearted conversations with high-ranking officers along the way. He might even indulge in revelry at night, living life to the fullest. Meanwhile, he and Rogers were confined to the jostling transport truck, akin to a ship in turbulent waters. Prepare yourself for the rigors of new recruit life, Rogers, Luke said with a knowing smile. For someone as far from robust as Rogers, basic training would be no easy task. A week later, "Are you all right, Rogers?" Luke inquired, having just finished a grueling weighted run, as he handed a towel to the frail little man. He appeared as though he had just emerged from the depths of water, his camouflage uniform drenched in perspiration. His chest rose and fell violently, reminiscent of a bellows, producing a wheezing sound. Even the routine 5-kilometer cross-country run posed a formidable challenge for the physically unfit Rogers. No, I'm fine. I just need to rest a moment," Luke observed Rogers, who spoke in fragmented sentences, fearing he might suddenly collapse. The frail figure hunched before him had indeed demonstrated remarkable tenacity to endure thus far. Although Rogers consistently completed the daily training tasks last and recorded the poorest results, his determination rivaled, if not surpassed, that of his peers. "I feel much better. Thank you, Luke." After catching his breath, Rogers glanced up at his friend, offering a grateful smile. Without Luke's assistance, his condition might have deteriorated further. To Rogers, the Caspian training camp bore little distinction from the streets of Brooklyn. There, thugs relied on their muscular strength to bully the weaker. Such scoundrels were ubiquitous. Thankfully, with Luke standing up for him, Rogers would not become yet another victim cornered by bullies. Fallen. The sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting the new recruits, conditioned by reflex, to jog over and form a neat line. Among them, some had already learned the consequences of disobedience or being a troublemaker. The strikingly cold female officer, with her British accent, was far from the fragile figure she appeared to be. Gilmore Hodge, who had received a punch, could attest to this, as his nose still bore a bandage. Moreover, the daily high-intensity physical training was sufficient to channel everyone's excess energy. "After your observations over the past few days, who is the top-performing recruit?" Colonel Phillips inquired, observing the group of recruits being addressed. "It's Luke Cavell," Carter replied, raising an eyebrow. She had not anticipated that the young man from Brooklyn would excel not only in marksmanship, but also in various other assessments. In shooting, weighted marches, and climbing barbed wire, Luke consistently secured first place, leaving the second-place competitor far behind. "I knew it. Erskine, I told you, Cavell is the most suitable candidate," Colonel Phillips exclaimed, clapping his hands. He looked at Luke in the line, whose stature was tall and powerful, his eyes filled with admiration. Luke perfectly epitomized the colonel's vision of an exemplary soldier. "Just wait a moment. We still have time," Dr. Erskine responded from the side. His gaze did not linger on Luke, but rather on the exceptionally noticeable Rogers in the lineup. If one were to choose a super soldier, it would be a robust figure. Thus, Erskine found no necessity to conduct this clandestine selection process. It would suffice to simply choose someone directly from the military. The world has never been devoid of exemplary soldiers endowed with robust physiques who readily obey orders. However, the challenge lies in discovering a truly virtuous individual, one who possesses strength yet does not wield it to oppress the weak. Erskine was acutely aware that time was of the essence, leaving him no choice but to place his hopes on Rogers. That frail and diminutive figure exuded a rare quality that was profoundly moving. "You tasked me with investigating Rogers' background. Indeed, he is a good man. But what does that matter? If the bureaucrats of the committee were to learn that the candidate for the super soldier program is a scrawny little fellow who struggles to breathe, even while running, what would they think?" Colonel Phillips expressed his dissatisfaction. In his perspective, warfare is a contest of power, not of character. The selection process is not yet complete. The time has not yet come. "Colonel, let us exercise a bit more patience." Dr. Erskine maintained this stance. However, this time, his gaze shifted towards Luke. Chapter 9. A test of two soldiers. General Patton once proclaimed that warfare hinges on weaponry, but victory rests upon the shoulders of the soldiers. We are certain to triumph in this battle, for we possess the finest soldiers. The Strategic Scientific Corps is comprised of allies from various nations. The elite of the free world have congregated here. Our objective is to forge the most formidable army in history, and every army requires a leader. In a week's time, we shall select that individual. He will be the first super soldier. Furthermore, he will personally send Adolf Hitler to the depths of hell. Following 2 weeks of boot camp training, Colonel Phillips finally revealed the selection plan for the super soldier. He held Carter's score sheet in hand, casting an approving glance at the upright figure of Luke. This young man from Brooklyn consistently exhibited outstanding performance. Based on his physical capabilities and overall scores across various training exercises, he was undeniably the top recruit at the Caspian training camp. This is the super soldier the nation requires. Colonel Phillips mused with satisfaction. Subsequently, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the frail and diminutive Rogers, and he sighed in resignation. Despite Rogers' diligent training and unwavering commitment, his naturally weak constitution made it a struggle for him to qualify as a competent soldier. It was perplexing to consider what Erskine might be thinking. Colonel Phillips felt a surge of irritation. He was under considerable pressure from the committee and the scrutiny of the White House. Should the super soldier fail to meet the military's expectations, his own career would be in jeopardy. It is vital to recognize that the establishment of the Strategic Scientific Corps involves substantial investment of manpower and resources from multiple nations. Presently, everyone awaited the outcome with bated breath. After the conclusion of the speech, the formation of recruits disbanded. Many new soldiers exhibited fervent expressions, whispering the words, "Super Soldier." "Luke, your performance should be the finest among all the recruits. You are undoubtedly the epitome of a super soldier," Gilmore Hodge, who had been chastised by Carter, said with an ingratiating tone. In the original narrative, he played the role of a mere antagonist, often bullying the slender Rogers due to his own larger physique and greater strength. However, with Luke's arrival, the dynamics shifted. Hodge, who sought gratification through the oppression of the weak, faced his first significant setback in life. On the very first night at the Caspian training camp, intending to mock Rogers, Hodge found himself with his head forcefully plunged into a toilet by Luke. His once formidable fists, having encountered street toughs and gangsters, were rendered utterly ineffective against Luke, whose life experiences were rich and varied. It was akin to a sheep confronting a lion, devoid of any capability to resist. From that moment onward, within the ranks of the new recruits, no one dared to provoke the Brooklyn duo. As for Hodge, who had been dunked into the toilet, he became Luke's loyal sycophant, dutifully following him and calling him boss daily, much like an eager puppy. Luke once pondered whether Hodge harbored masochistic tendencies or if he had inhaled water during his toilet dunking. However, he later realized that bullies like Hodge, who prey on the weak, often adhere to the simplistic notion that might makes right, making his behavior somewhat understandable. In summary, Luke seemed to have unwittingly activated a soldier archetype, effortlessly asserting dominance over the entire Caspian training camp. Not only did Colonel Phillips hold him in high esteem, but within the camp, he was also surrounded by admirers wherever he went. Consider this. If the criteria for selecting a super soldier hinge upon training results and physical prowess, why does the military not simply choose from among its own ranks? Luke regarded Hodge with little favor. After all, a sycophant possesses nothing of value. Indeed, you speak wisely, Boss Luke," Hodge responded, forcing a smile while tidying up the barracks. "Steve, do not lose heart. I believe Dr. Erskine has high hopes for you." After dismissing the obsequious Hodge, Luke approached Rogers, who was destined to become Captain America. At that moment, Rogers felt somewhat despondent. Observing Luke's remarkable performance juxtaposed with his own dismal results led to a sense of frustration. "I never aspired to become a super soldier, but I am beginning to question whether my decision to enlist was indeed the right one. Perhaps Bucky was correct. Sometimes, if you're destined to fail, there is courage in letting go." Rogers seemed to have reached a low point in his life, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Through the rigorous training of these past days, he had finally come to recognize his own frailty. "I do not share that sentiment. Dr. Erskine will undoubtedly recognize your potential and enlist you, for he must have discerned some commendable qualities within you worthy of cultivation. Confidence is the key to success. Do not allow temporary setbacks to defeat you. Character, as precious as gold, is far more valuable than mere physical strength." Luke presented a steaming bowl of soul-soothing broth, igniting a spark in Rogers' eyes and invigorating his spirit. Should he continue to push forward and share additional motivational maxims, perhaps Captain America would consider him a spiritual guide. Thus, it is evident that perusing marketing literature can indeed impart wisdom. Observing Rogers' revitalized demeanor, Luke breathed a sigh of relief, for Captain America was a pivotal element in his plans. Throughout the 2-week boot camp, Luke unabashedly showcased his abilities, achieving remarkable results, all in pursuit of the super soldier serum. However, he had no intention of donning the stars and stripes uniform to succeed Captain America. Even if he became a super soldier, he would inevitably be treated as a mere mascot by politicians. He had no desire to take the stage and debut as an idol. Luke's thoughts were crystal clear. The military's research into the super soldier serum had a true objective: to forge an unstoppable, formidable legion. This would allow them to advance rapidly into Berlin and bring an end to the war. According to the original narrative, Dr. Erskine would ultimately be assassinated, and the soul specimen would be destroyed, causing the formula for the super soldier serum to be lost. Rogers, as the only super soldier, would find his battlefield contributions overshadowed by politicians who viewed him merely as a promotional mascot for government bonds. Should Luke replace Rogers and wear the stars and stripes, his fate would likely mirror that of his predecessor. Alternatively, if he were to rescue Dr. Erskine, the subsequent outcome would involve mass production of super soldiers. Yet, Luke would still find his prospects dimmed, as he would no longer be the exceptional one. After careful contemplation, Luke resolved to showcase his admirable qualities, aiming to win Colonel Phillips' favor and apply additional pressure on Dr. Erskine. When suitable candidates are twofold, perhaps the unfolding of the story will differ. As dusk approached, Erskine sought out arresting Luke. The German scientist candidly revealed his purpose. Colonel Phillips believes you to be the prime candidate for the super soldier, Luke. What is your perspective? Sensing the scrutinizing gaze, Luke maintained a calm demeanor, his heartbeat steady. The true attributes of a super soldier should not rest solely on physical prowess, but rather on empathy and a heart filled with reverence. Without hesitation, Luke replied decisively. He could discern that Dr. Erskine was testing him, with Rogers remaining the ideal candidate in the scientist's eyes. Following the Red Skull incident, this German scientist had developed a psychological shadow. Even though Luke displayed remarkable prowess, it paled in comparison to the words uttered by Rogers at the enlistment office, which resonated deeply with Erskine himself. Who then, do you believe, meets such criteria within the training camp? Erskine inquired, adjusting his glasses with a hint of hesitation. My friend, Steve Rogers. His character is utterly trustworthy, Luke asserted, his gaze unwavering, as if his heart echoed this sentiment. Upon hearing this gratifying response, the last vestige of doubt in Erskine's eyes vanished without a trace. Initially, he harbored reservations about Luke's involvement with the underworld, fearing that should the other become a super soldier, he might, like the Red Skull, completely lose his humanity. The effects of the serum were such: the virtuous became more virtuous, and the wicked more wicked. Excellent, Erskine exclaimed, clapping Luke on the shoulder with a smile of approval. He had held entirely different views from Colonel Phillips, with neither able to sway the other. Yet, Luke's declaration dispelled all of Erskine's uncertainties. With a serious demeanor, he proclaimed, You two shall both be super soldiers. Chapter 10, 100%, the superhuman template. A week later, Luke and Rogers departed from the Baltic training camp, embarking on a car journey to New York. As for the new recruits, they remained in reserve. Should the serum be successfully administered, each would have the opportunity to become a super soldier. I never anticipated that, after all this time, I would find myself back in Brooklyn. Rogers reflected, seated beside Luke, his gaze drifting through the car window to the familiar edifices receding behind them. So, the colonel was indeed correct. Fortune favors the foolish, Luke jested. When Rogers learned he had been selected as a candidate for the super soldier experiment, he could scarcely contain his excitement in sharing the news with Luke, only to encounter Colonel Phillips in the barracks. The latter cast a disdainful glance at Rogers, uttering the aforementioned remark. This is not luck. I owe everything to you and Dr. Erskine. Without your assistance, I would not have come this far, Rogers replied earnestly. He had heard from Colonel Phillips that it was Luke who had proactively recommended him to Dr. Erskine. Though Rogers was not adept at expressing his emotions, he harbored this gratitude deep within. If you were a woman, I might consider accepting such gratitude, Luke quipped, adopting a mockingly disdainful expression. Do you see that block? That alley and the parking lot behind? Those were once your battlegrounds. Rogers lowered his head, managing an awkward smile. Due to his persistent meddling in affairs not his own, he had endured many beatings. The battlegrounds Luke referred to were, in fact, places where Rogers had previously been assaulted. Why didn't you run away? Carter, who was driving in the front seat, interjected. She was part of the entourage, tasked with ensuring the safe passage of Luke and Rogers to their destination. Once one sets off, there is no turning back. If one stands up to retaliate, there will inevitably come a day when one can triumph over the adversary. As Rogers expressed his innermost feelings, his earnest tone stirred something within Carter. The choice of Dr. Erskine was not without reason. At the very least, this courage was commendable. I often experience a similar sense of being underestimated in certain domains. Carter seemed to be drawn into her thoughts, unusually speaking a few more words. In the training camp by the Caspian Sea, this female officer resembled an iceberg, making her seem unapproachable. Even the notoriously charming Howard Stark had faced repeated failures, to the extent that he hadn't even extended a dinner invitation. Miss Carter, I fail to comprehend why you chose to enlist. You are a strikingly beautiful lady, Rogers remarked, casting a glance at Carter, beginning a clumsy yet earnest discourse. It was well known that she despised being told she was pretty and deemed unsuitable for the role of a spy. With a strong-willed nature, Carter had never believed her abilities would fall short compared to any man. Seeing that Rogers was on the verge of irritating his future girlfriend, Luke quickly intervened, inquiring, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Soon," Carter replied coolly, shooting Rogers a sidelong glance and huffing softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Rogers, wearing an expression of innocence, was utterly oblivious to where he had erred. "Rogers, your skills in flirting with women are the worst I have ever witnessed." Luke shook his head and whispered. The remainder of the car ride was enveloped in silence. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. The trio stepped out of the vehicle and pushed open the door of the antique shop. Indeed, this was the secret base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Carter exchanged a coded signal with an elderly woman and then led Luke and Rogers into the inner chamber. What cliché design, Luke thought, gazing at the shelves brimming with books, unable to suppress his urge to critique. Upon entering the base, they found armed soldiers guarding every door. Occasionally, researchers in white coats would pass by, carrying documents. It was Rogers' first experience witnessing such a spectacle, and he felt somewhat anxious. He glanced at Luke, who appeared calm and composed. Indeed, he thought, Luke was remarkable. In reality, Luke's true emotions were far from the tranquility he projected. From Brooklyn to the secret base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, he was about to undergo the serum injection, a daunting endeavor. For the sake of this enhancement, he was determined to endure. Descending to the lower level, they beheld two metallic apparatuses positioned at the center, where Dr. Erskine and Howard Stark were engaged in conversation. Colonel Phillips and the attending senator were stationed in the control room on the second floor. Everyone was filled with anticipation, eager to witness a miracle. "Let's commence." Dr. Erskine addressed the two individuals. Luke and Rogers exchanged a glance, removed their ship-shaped hats, and shed their coats. The contrast between their physiques was stark. The former was robust and well-defined, while the latter appeared as frail as kindling. The surrounding researchers shook their heads in concern, doubting whether Rogers could endure the serum injection. "It's all right, you can do it." Luke assuredly grasped Rogers' shoulder, seemingly infusing him with courage. Without Captain America, he would truly have to embark on a career as an idol, promoting government bonds. Upon seeing Rogers nod in agreement, Luke shifted his gaze to the intricate metallic apparatus before him, festooned with a maze of wires and cables. Operating the machinery was Howard Stark, sporting a pair of small mustaches and diligently preparing for the serum injection at the control panel. This genius scientist, under the banner of patriotism and networking with military elites, was also a participant in this initiative. Click! A flash of light. A staff member from the military's propaganda department captured a photograph of Luke and Rogers together. This was a momentous historical occasion. It was about to commence. Dr. Erskine cleared the area of onlookers, leaving only Howard Stark and the other researchers. "Both of you will succeed," the doctor stated earnestly. Initially, he intended to select only one individual to create a super soldier. However, Luke's remarkable performance and sincere demeanor caused Dr. Erskine to reconsider his original plan. Thus, he and Colonel Phillips reached a compromise, deciding to allow both to receive the serum and become super soldiers. In Phillips' words, at least one of them was bound to succeed. The procedure began with a series of minimally invasive injections, delivering the serum into the muscle groups. Once this step was completed, it would trigger a dramatic cellular transformation. Dr. Erskine patiently explained the process as the two metallic instruments positioned together began to encase themselves. Luke was enveloped in darkness, unable to perceive any external light, only hearing the voices of Dr. Erskine conversing with Howard Stark. The cold needle pierced his skin, and the serum was steadily infused into his body, merging with countless cells. It seemed to evoke no sensation. Previously, Luke had harbored concerns that the injection of the super soldier serum would be excruciating, at least in his recollection. Rogers had screamed hoarsely, nearly succumbing. "Activate the machinery." Luke heard Dr. Erskine's voice. The metallic apparatus, connected to the cables, unleashed a crackling surge of electricity. A blinding white light erupted. Suddenly, Luke was overwhelmed by a searing pain, as if his muscle fibers were being torn into countless strands. His entire being felt as though it was fracturing. Not only was his physical form subjected to torment, but the mental stimulation was equally unbearable. However, the intense agony that could drive one to madness lasted only a fleeting moment. Then, as if absorbed, it vanished without a trace. On the retina, clear data materialized. The long-stalled progress bar finally completed its loading. Detecting player identity. Distributing gift pack. Distribution successful. Please check. Lines of information flowed forth. Immediately thereafter, a hazy white light began to glow faintly. A vast stream of data cascaded down like a waterfall, forming a character panel. Host: Luke Cavill. Loading template: none abilities, none reputation, none task list. Not yet activated. Luke appeared utterly bewildered. After enduring such hardship, what he received was merely a panel devoid of attributes. Never mind, let's open a gift pack first. Luke, well-versed in the process, accessed his consciousness space. Activation. With a mere thought, a dazzling golden light erupted forth. Numerous character images surged into his mind. Golden Superman, Silver Superman, Mechanical Superman, Quantum Superman, Super Overlord. Supreme Little Superman. Various forms of superhero templates unfolded before Luke's eyes. Detected superhero template. Would you like to load it? Yes. Would you like to overwrite skin? No. Loading successful. Luke reopened the character panel. Host: Luke Cavill. Loading template: Superman, 1 abilities, stellar energy, passive. Bioforce field, passive. Reputation, none task list. Not yet activated. Subsequently, a torrent of specific bodily data surged into his brain. Chapter 11, he must have injected a fake serum a few minutes prior. Colonel Phillips in the control room was engaged in polite conversation with one of the committee members. "Congressman Brandt, I am delighted to have you here, Congressman," the colonel said with a smile. Given his temperament, he was typically reluctant to engage with politicians, for they were insufferably hypocritical, always wearing smiles while secretly calculating the benefits of every decision. This behavior was quite unsettling for Colonel Phillips, a military man who valued the bigger picture. However, as the administrator of the Strategic Science Corps and a participant in the Super Soldier program, he had to learn to navigate the political landscape. After all, funding for research and allocated resources required the committee's approval. "Is that the super soldier you selected? Goodness, he looks as if he hasn't eaten in days." Congressman Brandt stood on the second floor of the control room, overlooking below. Upon seeing the short and frail Rogers, he was taken aback. This was rather different from the super soldier the committee had envisioned. Rogers was merely a backup to prevent failure. "Legislator, have you seen him? Luke Cavill, the finest soldier I have ever encountered." Colonel Phillips, displaying a hint of embarrassment, gestured towards Luke below. He held a rather unfavorable view of Rogers. Believing his presence here was merely a consequence of Dr. Erskine's stubbornness. At this stage, numerous individuals were vying for funding, yet the budget allocated to the Strategic Scientific Reserve consistently remained the largest. "Colonel, you must not disappoint His Excellency the President," admonished Congressman Brandt as he took a seat alongside the accompanying publicists. His attendance was not born from passion for science, but rather a desire to claim the credit for himself at the earliest opportunity. Congressman Brandt astutely recognized the promotional value inherent in the super soldier concept. Whether it could alter the course of the war was inconsequential. Capturing the public's attention was of utmost importance. 5 minutes later, the serum injection experiment reached its final phase. The power switches of the 2 metallic instruments had been turned to 70%. A blinding white light threatened to engulf the surrounding space. A piercing scream, laden with intense agony, emanated from within the metallic apparatus. It was Rogers. The process of serum injection felt to him like countless knives brutally slicing through every cell and nerve in his body, particularly as the energy delivery values escalated. The transformations he had to endure became increasingly severe, inflicting greater pain both physically and mentally. Steve Erskine's right hand trembled. It was a well-known truth that the serum injection could potentially lead to the death of the subject. Only those who successfully endured the ordeal could emerge as super soldiers. However, it appeared that Rogers was on the verge of succumbing. "Colonel, what is happening?" Congressman Brandt inquired, tilting his head. Two identical metallic instruments were administering serum injections to their subjects. Why was Rogers exhibiting such torment while Luke remained utterly unresponsive? Could it be that he had been injected with a counterfeit serum? In response to Congressman Brandt's perplexity, Colonel Phillips shrugged, mirroring his own confusion. "The subsequent templates would require reputation to unlock. It was akin to the games I played." Luke, lying within the metallic apparatus, remained oblivious to the changes occurring outside. He was processing the vast amounts of information his brain received, beginning to comprehend how to utilize the so-called templates. First and foremost was the character panel presenting the level settings. According to different tiers, the game categorized Kryptonians into 6 levels. 1. Civilian. 2. Warrior. 3. Scientist. 4. General. 5. Ruler. 6. Emperor. With each level upgrade, one could draw unique items exclusive to Krypton, such as the Fortress of Solitude and the Codex of Life. The Superman template I currently possess is that of a commoner, lacking the overall quality and capabilities of the authentic Superman next door. Luke gazed at the numerous templates in a gray state, yet to be unlocked, feeling a tinge of regret. The external aid he received essentially resembled a gaming interface. Thus, the parameters still adhered to the routine of earning reputation, grinding levels, and completing daily tasks. Clark Kent, a naturally born Kryptonian, possessed boundless potential. In contrast, General Zod, also a Kryptonian, was a born leader, likely at level 4 or 5. Luke's thoughts wandered to two particularly memorable Kryptonians. Although he currently ranked as a mere level 1 commoner, it sufficed for now. The Kryptonian lineage was essentially a colossal battery. By absorbing the stellar energy of a yellow sun, one's physical prowess would continuously enhance. However, to attain the infinite potential akin to that of a true Superman, one must diligently earn reputation, grind levels, and elevate their limits. Otherwise, merely sunbathing to become a golden Superman was utterly unrealistic. 100%. The metallic device was cranked to its maximum power, and the blinding white light nearly scorched the eyes. Sparks erupted from the control panel, and Rogers, who had been emitting cries of agony, suddenly fell silent. Erskine hastily instructed Howard Stark to activate the metallic apparatus, temporarily disregarding the quiet Luke, prioritizing Rogers' rescue. A cloud of white vapor dispersed, leaving everyone in a state of incredulous astonishment. Steve Rogers, that frail little figure had, in an instant, transformed into the towering and muscular Captain America. It was as if he had become a different person altogether. In the next moment, everyone in the control room erupted in jubilant cheers, reveling in ecstatic delight, eager to host an immediate celebration. Senator Brandt was particularly invigorated, proclaiming that Berlin should be on high alert, boasting about capturing Hitler. In his view, with a legion of super soldiers like Rogers, the Allies were assured of victory in this war. However, amidst the excitement and elation, Colonel Phillips and Senator Brandt failed to notice that some accompanying personnel in the control room had stealthily approached Dr. Erskine while everyone was distracted. "Long live Hydra," whispered one of the approaching personnel into Dr. Erskine's ear. The latter looked up in surprise, only to meet a pair of icy eyes. "Hydra? Doctor?" Erskine immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The assailant wasted no time allowing him to call for help, pressing a handgun against his chest and pulling the trigger. The bullet pierced through his heart, blossoming into a spray of crimson. Dr. Erskine experienced a fleeting moment of agony before collapsing helplessly. The gunshot echoed within the room, accompanied by the calls of the protective guards rushing over. Immediately, a thunderous roar erupted from the control room, and the explosive flames surged forth. A powerful shockwave shattered the glass windows. Colonel Phillips shielded the panicked legislators, while the soldiers guarding them were swept away by the blast, crashing against the walls like kites severed from their strings. The cacophony of screams, explosions, and gunfire interrupted Luke's contemplation of the future. Furrowing his brow, he pondered briefly before effortlessly freeing himself from the restraints designed to prevent the test subjects from causing harm to themselves. With a creak and a groan, Luke's fist penetrated the sturdy exterior of the metallic apparatus, disregarding the flickering electric sparks, as he forcefully pried open the alloy casing. Accompanied by a gut-wrenching, tearing sound, Luke leaped from the metallic device. He beheld Dr. Erskine, who lay on the ground, struck by gunfire, and the now towering and muscular Rogers. Senator Brandt cowered, shielded by others as he sought refuge. Meanwhile, the man in a suit, suspected to be a Hydra assassin, gunned down several guards before racing up the stairs. Vanishing from sight. Chapter 12. The Path Ahead. The Nature of War. Stay here. Protect the Colonel. I will pursue him, Luke exclaimed as he emerged from the metallic apparatus. Swiftly assessing the situation, he donned his jacket and instructed Rogers to remain at the base, to which the latter instinctively nodded. Observers watched as Luke bent his knees slightly, launching himself into the air. Enhanced by the Superman template, his rejuvenated physique resembled a charged cannonball, propelling him directly from the ground floor of the operations room to the second floor. Grasping the railing with one hand, he executed a clean and agile somersault, landing firmly on his feet. Fortunately, the data provided by the character panel enabled him to rapidly acclimate to his significantly enhanced physical abilities, sparing him the struggles of uncontrolled powers that plague young Clark. With a surge of strength emanating from within, Luke propelled himself forward, cracking the concrete beneath his feet like spiderwebs. He surged through the air like a tempest, creating a fierce gust of wind. With a resounding thud, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. He shot forth like a blade, leaving a fleeting afterimage in his wake. Within mere breaths, his imposing form darted into the corridor. The Hydra assassin was clever, sabotaging the control panel of the door as he fled, effectively trapping his pursuers behind it and buying himself some time. However, in Luke's eyes, the obstacle was as flimsy as paper. Without pausing, Luke accelerated, charging straight ahead and crashing through the heavy metal door. With a resounding bang, an unmistakable human silhouette was imprinted upon the door. All right, I take back my previous statement. It does indeed have some weight. Luke shook his head, acknowledging that the imposing metal door was far sturdier than mere paper, likely comparable to a thick wooden barrier. Bursting forth from the secret base, he entered the compartment. As Luke abruptly halted, his sudden movement conjured a gust of wind that caused the bookshelves to sway precariously. Stepping outside, he beheld the antique shop's contact, an elderly woman, lying lifeless on the ground, struck by 2 bullets. Meanwhile, a black sedan idled outside, its engine revving ominously. A Hydra assassin wielding a Thompson submachine gun unleashed a torrent of gunfire. The rapid succession of bullets shattered the car windows, striking several undercover agents stationed nearby. The sudden eruption of violence incited a wave of panic among pedestrians, who, fearing for their safety, clutched their heads and screamed in terror while fleeing in all directions. As Luke prepared to pursue, he stepped out of the antique shop, but the car parked at the entrance erupted into a fiery explosion. The swirling flames and powerful shockwaves surrounded him, yet his resolute figure remained unyielding amidst the chaos. He watched as the vehicle carrying the Hydra assassin rounded a corner and vanished at the end of the street. A cold smile crept across Luke's face as he sprinted forward. What caused such a commotion? Complained the approaching Hydra members. They had been tasked with assassinating Abraham Erskine to sabotage the super soldier program, not orchestrating a terror attack in New York. If this escalated, the cost of retreat would be exorbitant. There are 2 super soldiers. We have pursuers. Accelerate, gasped the assassin, Greg, as cold sweat trickled down his back, feeling as if a fearsome beast had him firmly in its sights. Even after entering the escape vehicle and evading the undercover agents, he felt no sense of relief. He was a crucial mole, painstakingly embedded within the military committee by Hydra. Had it not been for the orders from Berlin to eliminate Abraham Erskine, he would never have willingly exposed himself. In the face of the Allies and Axis powers on the battlefield, the contest revolved around soldiers, weaponry, and leadership capabilities. However, in the realm of intelligence, the focus was on the decryption of radio communications and the duration and depth of espionage infiltration. Greg, the assassin, represented Hydra's longest-serving and highest-ranking spy embedded in New York. He could have played a more critical role, but now, that opportunity had slipped away. Upon returning to Berlin, the F-Rare will surely personally bestow you with a medal, remarked one of the Hydra members driving the vehicle with envy. If I can return to Berlin, then wait. Someone else behind us. Greg began to respond, contemplating a future of marriage upon completing this task. But his peripheral vision caught sight of a towering figure racing toward them in the rearview mirror. The Hydra member, believing he had secured their escape, widened his eyes in disbelief. I've been pressing the accelerator the entire time, he muttered. In this world, is there anyone capable of outpacing a car with merely 2 legs? The assassin Greg swiftly raised his gun, leaning out of the car window, intent on retaliating. Suddenly, Luke leaped high, evading the onslaught of bullets from the submachine gun, and landed squarely on the speeding vehicle. With a surge of strength, he tore the metal roof apart as if it were mere paper. Greg, seated in the passenger seat, discarded his empty submachine gun and drew his pistol, aiming it at Luke, ready to pull the trigger. Unfazed, Luke extended his right hand and grasped the automatic pistol. With a loud bang, the small-caliber bullet collided with his open palm, resonating as if it had struck a steel plate. Luke raised an eyebrow and, with a firm grip, crushed the handgun into a crumpled mass of scrap metal. "Monster!" exclaimed the terrified driver, his face contorted in horror. Yet Luke found him too noisy, effortlessly lifting him with one hand and tossing him aside like refuse. With a crash, the unfortunate soul shattered the display window of a nearby shop, collapsing to the ground. His fate uncertain. Cut off one head, two shall grow in its place. Hail Hydra! Witnessing Luke's formidable power, Greg was engulfed by despair. After shouting the Hydra slogan, he prepared to bite down on the cyanide concealed within his teeth, resolute in his willingness to sacrifice himself for the organization, unafraid of death. "I am well aware that you are a Hydra operative. How could I have missed that?" Luke scoffed, seemingly having anticipated the move, as he reached out and deftly dislodged Greg's jaw. To Luke, the adversary's actions were sluggish. With focused concentration, they appeared to unfold like a series of still frames. Hydra, a vast organization with stringent protocols, ensured that every spy and operative sent on missions concealed poison in their collars or hid it within ground-down dentures to prevent capture and subsequent intelligence breaches. The Strategic Scientific Reserve was well aware of such tactics. Disregarding Greg's fearful gaze, Luke lifted him from the car as one might a chick. Minutes later, Rogers and Carter arrived in their vehicle, bringing the captured assassin and the driver back to the antique shop in Brooklyn. "Well done, Luke." Colonel Phillips commended upon their return to the secret base. He had heard of Luke's astonishing feats, outrunning cars and deflecting bullets with his hands, and noted the enhanced stature and strength Luke now possessed. The colonel seemed to reach a significant decision in his mind. "You all may leave. I need to discuss something with Cavill." Casting a glance at the bustling infirmary, Colonel Phillips declared loudly. He ushered the doctors and nurses out, then turned to Luke, his expression grave. "Is there something you need, Colonel?" Luke inquired, donning his coat as one of the two existing super soldiers. Like Rogers, he too could not escape the fate of being subjected to blood extraction. The unfortunate demise of Dr. Erskine, who fell victim to gunfire, left the samples completely depleted, a situation that was never meant to transpire. Initially, the plan designated only one individual for the super soldier program, yet the addition of Luke has resulted in the consumption of the remaining serum samples. Even with a plethora of research material at hand, the endeavor to reverse engineer Dr. Erskine's serum formula remains an arduous task. The only glimmer of hope lies in the genetic codes of Luke and Rogers, which may hold the key to replicating the serum. However, the military's aspirations are ultimately fragile illusions. First and foremost, Luke cannot truly be classified as a super soldier. The energy provided by the serum has merely been utilized to activate enhancements and unlock abilities, failing to affect any genuine transformation of the human body. This explains why Luke experienced little to no pain following the injection. Moreover, he was infused with a Superman template. The notion of extracting anything meaningful from his blood is nothing short of a pipe dream. Even decades later, any attempts by the military to reverse engineer the serum would likely yield a plethora of inferior products fraught with severe side effects. "Have you contemplated your future path, Luke?" Colonel Phillips inquired with a grave expression. The replication of the serum formula and the creation of new super soldiers is unlikely to succeed in the short term. Should the plan falter, those politicians will go to great lengths to absolve themselves of responsibility. As a fellow super soldier, I have greater faith in you. Rogers is a good man, but your performance in various aspects is decidedly superior. It is evident to me that you are a born warrior, unyielding in the face of adversaries. In this respect, Rogers pales in comparison, clinging to a naive idealism that serves no purpose in winning wars. The essence of war is plunder, violence, and the acquisition of interests. Though we may call it a just war or a war for freedom, war knows no morality. Rogers fails to grasp this truth, and I hope you can. Luke was taken aback by these words, surprised that the colonel possessed such clarity. He had expected the colonel to embody the archetype of a stubborn, rigid military figure. Chapter 13. The Howling Commandos. First mission: what insights do you have to offer me? Colonel? Luke inquired, keenly sensing the colonel's implicit desire for mentorship. The politicians on the committee are untrustworthy. They're a bunch of despicable scoundrels. The Hydra assassin's infiltration was facilitated by Senator Brandt, and now he seeks to shift the blame onto us. Colonel Phillips erupted in a tirade, but upon observing Luke's eagerness to learn, his dissatisfaction began to wane. The elder generation often harbors aspirations to nurture and uplift promising young talents, provided they demonstrate commensurate value. In the eyes of Colonel Phillips, Luke is indeed a promising young talent worthy of cultivation. This is why he expresses such heartfelt sentiments. Politicians are driven solely by self-interest. They can be swayed and may undertake actions detrimental to the nation. The Super Soldier program is on the brink of failure, and the question of how to utilize you and Rogers has become a quandary. With over 2 decades of military service, Colonel Phillips possesses a profound understanding of the political landscape. The president desires a formidable army, yet all he has acquired are 2 super soldiers. Individual prowess on the battlefield is severely limited, even if one could punch through steel or chase down speeding vehicles. One cannot shield against the bombardment of artillery, nor soar to Berlin to extract Hitler from his lair. Luke, who listened quietly, felt a flicker of ambition in his eyes. Given the time, he truly believed he could accomplish these feats, merely less than 24 hours into the template loading. The amplification from stellar energy had already surpassed the cumulative benefits of years of rigorous training. Luke could sense the trillions of cells within him, ravenous for the sun's rays. After such substantial investment in research funding, yielding only 2 robust soldiers is disheartening. Frankly, the military is quite disappointed and has lost interest in you, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Your impending fate likely involves remaining in the laboratory, subjected to blood draws, akin to laboratory mice. Colonel Phillips paused momentarily, shifting his discourse. However, I do not share that sentiment. Based on your recent performance, along with your exceptional results from the training camp at the Caspian Sea, Luke, I am resolved to assign you a more significant task. Are you familiar with the Howling Commandos? They are a special operations unit comprised of the most elite soldiers under the Strategic Scientific Reserve. I wish for you to lead this team and serve as their commander. Luke's expression was one of astonishment, a genuine emotional response. He had not anticipated Colonel Phillips's arrangement would be this. To lead the Howling Commandos? To be a commander? He pondered whether he might encounter Wolverine, Logan. He recalled a comic in which Wolverine was also a member of this unit, having fought alongside Captain America. Perhaps a certain black-haired egg might also be present, considering Nick Fury's early involvement with the Howling Commandos. What about Rogers? Luke inquired with curiosity. As the adage goes, with great pecs comes great responsibility. He wondered if Rogers would once again rise to become a national idol in the hearts of Americans. Rogers? Congressman Brandt is quite interested in him and intends to make him an ambassador for promoting government bonds. Colonel Phillips shrugged, expressing his own helplessness. He had initially hoped to recruit both super soldiers into the Howling Commandos to fulfill a particular strategic scientific reserve plan. However, Congressman Brandt was unwilling to relent, fixating on the allure of the super soldier concept, desiring to elevate either Luke or Rogers into a household name. One could simultaneously promote government bonds, enhancing political achievements while also providing a platform for future campaigns. It is a splendid twofold benefit. Yet, Luke mused upon the notion of luck. Without Rogers to shield him or don theatrical attire for performances, the role of salesman might very well fall upon his own shoulders. Even if he could, through other means, re-enter the military's purview, he would still miss countless opportunities. For instance, at this very moment, a side quest had emerged. Side quest. Roaring Commandos. The first step of a war hero. Requirement. Join the team and gain the approval of 3 or more members. Reward. Scarecrow S-Fear Gas X10. The quest list was activated. Luke took a moment to glance at the character panel, where a side quest loomed prominently. To traverse into the Marvel Universe and claim props from the adjacent set as rewards felt rather peculiar. Upon noticing Colonel Phillips' gaze upon him, Luke reined in his thoughts and declared solemnly, I am willing to lead the Roaring Commandos. The colonel appeared quite pleased with this response. Do not disappoint me, Luke, he said, joyfully patting Luke on the shoulder before exiting the infirmary. This morning, I received a call from President Roosevelt. From this moment forth, the Strategic Scientific Reserve has a new mission. We shall engage Hydra in a decisive battle, eradicating this terrifying beast lurking in the shadows once and for all. The following morning, Colonel Phillips delivered a passionate speech. Researchers, agents, and spies began to gather their belongings in preparation for relocation. They were set to depart New York, adhering to orders to advance towards the front lines in London. The Super Soldier program was declared a failure, and the Strategic Scientific Reserve, once brimming with immense expectations, saw its stature plummet precipitously. Standing in the base's hall, Rogers appeared bewildered, feeling like an outsider, uncertain of what to do, with no one to guide him. Miss Carter and Howard Stark each had their own respective missions, save for him. Colonel, if you were to confront Hydra, I wish to join as well. Rogers mustered his courage and approached Colonel Phillips. He harbored a profound hatred for the perpetrator who had slain Dr. Erskine. You are now military property. I have no authority to dictate your course, Colonel Phillips replied, shaking his head. He could select only one of the two super soldiers, while the remainder belonged to Senator Brandt. Phillips despised such transactions, yet he found himself compelled to comply. The assassination of Dr. Erskine and the failure of the Super Soldier program marked a series of unfortunate events, signifying that the military's research funding had been futilely squandered. As the administrator of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Phillips bore the brunt of the pressure. Even though much of the blame rests on Senator Brandt, due to the presence of a Hydra assassin among his entourage, it is widely known that this powerful senator is often referred to as one who remains unscathed. Phillips remains unaware of how the other party justifies their actions, but ultimately, the committee's accountability falls squarely upon him. In order to preserve the strength of the Strategic Scientific Reserve and retain a portion of the allocated resources, Phillips reluctantly entered into a bargain with Senator Brandt, handing over Rogers. At least this was preferable to languishing in the laboratory as a mere test subject. The serum is working, Colonel. I can go to the battlefield, Rogers exclaimed, yearning for an opportunity, yet was interrupted by Colonel Phillips, who stated, Senator Brandt has indicated there are more suitable battlegrounds for you. With that, he turned to depart. Colonel, he is under considerable pressure as well. Do not lose hope. Carter consoled, observing Rogers' despondent expression. She cradled her experimental notes, her eyes filled with sympathy. Through human enhancement, the formerly frail and diminutive man had grown to over 6 feet, 188 centimeters, nearly matching Luke in stature. Furthermore, Rogers' muscles had expanded, resembling those of a bodybuilder. In contrast, Luke, also a super soldier, did not exhibit such exaggerated development. But where is Luke? I haven't seen him since yesterday, Rogers suddenly recalled. I do not know. The colonel mentioned he has another mission, Carter replied, shaking her head. Chapter 14. Do not fear as the Strategic Scientific Reserve embarked on their journey to London. Rogers was summoned by the senator to serve as an ambassador for national bonds, while Luke remained in Brooklyn, New York. As Carter had indicated, he was engaged in other duties. Following their conversation in the infirmary, Colonel Phillips had revealed to Luke an astonishing plan of considerable secrecy. Even with the leadership of super soldiers, the complexity of the task was immense. Colonel Phillips entrusted the Howling Commandos to Luke, not merely because of his abilities, but because, as one of the world's only 2 super soldiers, no one was better suited for executing this plan than Luke. In other words, the colonel needed him. Hence, his inclination towards nurturing Luke's potential became apparent. This was one of the reasons why Luke did not shy away from showcasing his exceptional performance at the Baltic training camp. Interpersonal relationships in society are fundamentally exchanges of mutual interests. Being of use to others, in a sense, reflects one's value. A humorous saying from the internet in my previous life stated, ever since I became useless, no one has been able to exploit me, which, while amusing, holds a kernel of truth upon reflection. With the failure of the Super Soldier program, the status of the Strategic Scientific Reserve had evidently declined. The reduction of funds, the reassignment of personnel from the rear to the front lines. These actions clearly indicate that Colonel Phillips is desperate to devise a strategy that underscores the necessity of the Strategic Science Corps. Otherwise, it is highly probable that the Corps will face dissolution. This is not mere hyperbole. During wartime, the allocation of resources prioritizes value and efficiency above all else. Hence, it is in an effort to restore the standing of the Strategic Science Corps that the Colonel has entrusted me with leading the Howling Commandos. I had previously fancied that my charisma was potent enough to charm any narrative character into submission. Luke reclined upon the grand bed in his hotel room, gazing at the immaculately hung military uniform. Lieutenant Cavill, he muttered, a smile gracing his lips. This was one of the advantages bestowed by Colonel Phillips, designed to facilitate my leadership of the Howling Commandos. After all, who would willingly accept a green recruit as their commanding officer? In less than a month, Luke had ascended from a mere private to the rank of lieutenant. Such rapid advancement is nothing short of astonishing. If I truly accomplished the tasks assigned by Colonel Phillips, not only could I attain the rank of captain, but I might also become the fastest promoted officer in history. With ambition, I could even emulate Eisenhower and reside in that illustrious White House. Luke's thoughts meandered, painting a vivid picture of a promising future. Moments later, he could not suppress a chuckle, self-deprecatingly remarking that he might be aiming a bit too high. This young man, soon to be promoted to lieutenant and poised to lead the Howling Commandos, shook off unnecessary distractions and refocused on his own capabilities. I am now a version of Superman, albeit a diminished one. Luke accessed his character panel, scrutinizing the displayed statistics. The powers he possessed were akin to those of Superman during his inaugural appearance. In terms of speed, he could outpace a fully powered automobile, and a single punch could penetrate solid steel. His dynamic vision allowed him to track the trajectory of a bullet effortlessly, with a muscle density far exceeding that of an average human. Standard small-caliber bullets and melee weapons posed little threat to Luke. He was, in essence, an invulnerable entity, impervious to conventional weaponry, barring heavy artillery. As a civilian Superman template, his limits likely extended to enhancing his physical attributes to the point of catching bullets with his bare hands and shielding himself from cannon fire. Luke contemplated unlocking flight and heat vision, which would require the soldier-class Superman template. It seemed reminiscent of Superman's early days, when he was not yet the formidable force capable of obliterating the six-dimensional universe with a single blow. Gazing at the myriad of Superman templates awaiting his unlocking within his consciousness, Luke suddenly felt a surge of hope. Perhaps one day, he too could evolve to that level. What a splendid world it would be without Batman and Kryptonite. With such thoughts in mind, Luke closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Brooklyn, Old Joseph's Tavern. As Luke entered, the individuals he was scheduled to meet were already seated in a corner. Timothy Aloysius Cadwallader Dugan, my word. One exceedingly long name. I shall simply refer to you as Dugan. Luke gestured for a pint of stout and drew out a chair to sit down. He engaged in minimal pleasantries and did not feign excessive warmth. Dugan embodied the archetypal soldier, his features rugged and adorned with mustaches that curled upwards. Upon encountering his commanding officer, a remarkably youthful fellow, his expression darkened slightly. In the perilous theater of war, youth often connoted a lack of experience. Having faced but a few battles and, consequently, entrusting one's back to such a person could spell disaster. Lieutenant Cavill, you have risen through the ranks swiftly. I heard you were merely a private a month ago, Dugan scoffed, perceiving Luke as a product of nepotism, a second-generation individual gilded by connections. After all, how could a new recruit ascend so rapidly to officer status? Moreover, Dugan had not heard of any remarkable achievements or commendations attributed to him. His record appeared rather barren. I would prefer you to address me as commander, Luke replied with a smile, exhibiting no trace of anger. He turned to the individual seated beside Dugan and said softly, Dino Manelli, Colonel Phillips describes you as a master of disguise and a combat virtuoso. I eagerly anticipate your performance. He then continued, and you, Jimmy, Kenneth, Yadv. Luke recited the names of each member. He had perused the profiles of the members of the Howling Commandos and had developed a preliminary understanding of the unit. I am your commander and the leader of the Howling Commandos. Until new orders are received, you are all to adhere to my commands and follow my directives. Luke stated casually, reclining against the back of his chair. He had little time to cultivate camaraderie with a group of proud soldiers. Lieutenant Cavill, we are soldiers. We shall obey orders, Dugan asserted, evidently the de facto leader of the group, stepping forward to challenge Luke. However, we only respect those who possess capability, not merely rank. Are you suggesting that I appear overly youthful and lacking in qualifications? Merely a rookie attempting to project an air of authority before you? Luke interrupted Dugan without hesitation, his smile growing ever more genial. I have heard of your prowess in combat and marksmanship, that you once infiltrated enemy lines single-handedly and neutralized a German action squad. Indeed, ever since that incident, I have been known as Dugan the Dum-Dum, Dugan declared, standing tall with pride. Dum-Dum refers to a type of ammunition manufactured in Britain. colloquially known as expanding bullets, renowned for their devastating lethality, due to the excruciating pain inflicted upon the human body upon impact. Such ammunition has been the subject of multiple international petitions for prohibition due to its inhumane nature. Given Duggan's formidable reputation, it is evident that his abilities are exceptional. To be candid, I initially intended to engage in a fair contest with you to demonstrate that I am not as you perceive. However, upon reflection, I realized that competing with you is inherently inequitable. Luke shrugged, lifted a glass of dark beer from the table, took a sip, and remarked with a smile, "Therefore, I shall be forthright from this point onward to elucidate why I ascended from a mere recruit to a captain, and why I am capable of leading the roaring assault team. Nonetheless, I hope you do not fear what you are about to witness. Ha ha, Captain Cavil. We are soldiers who have emerged from the crucible of battle, having survived the horrors of hell. We shall not be afraid." Duggan clutched his belly, laughing exaggeratedly. He could only perceive Luke's bravado. What terrifying spectacle could possibly intimidate him? Chapter 15, New Objectives. Duggan, did you see that? He raised his hands to indicate the modified Ford military off-road vehicle. I have eyes, you need not remind me. And he twisted my beloved Winchester into a pretzel. Can anyone explain why my tactical dagger failed to pierce his skin? Is this fellow truly human? An hour later, following Luke to the roaring assault team at the Drum Army Base in Jefferson County, New York, I bore witness to the most incredulous and terrifying scene of my life. As previously stated, each member of the roaring assault team was a seasoned veteran, battle-hardened with a unique skill set. Trenches, which had entombed countless bodies, adorned with remnants of flesh and blood, served as a testament to their survival from such hellish realms. Having encountered the most brutal butchers and played the role of executioners themselves, the thundering artillery, the fiery tongues of machine guns, and the steel monstrosities of tanks, what grand spectacle had they not witnessed? Yet, the extraordinary power displayed by Luke before the roaring assault team utterly shattered their long-held perceptions. Prior to this moment, Duggan and his comrades had never conceived that someone could lift a multi-ton military off-road vehicle as if it were a mere barbell. Is this truly human? Do not regard me with those eyes reserved for monsters. Luke maintained a calm demeanor, his breath steady, betraying no sign of having just completed an entire warm-up routine with an off-road vehicle. I am merely an ordinary soldier longing for the arrival of peace and a tranquil life. In recent days, Luke had absorbed stellar energy, elevating his physical prowess to new heights. While lifting 100 tons of aircraft might still be ambitious, hoisting a few tons of off-road vehicle posed no challenge. However, in an era where super soldiers roam freely, the capacity of the populace to accept such phenomena is not yet as robust as it would be in future generations. Imaginings of superpowers, extraterrestrials, and cosmic landscapes remain confined to the realm of science fiction. Thus, Luke's display left the members of the roaring assault team utterly astounded. You are undeniably a monster. The individual known as Dum-Dum Duggan cast a glance at the twisted Winchester and the military jeep standing resolutely in place, silently swallowing his words. General Cavil, you must be the legendary super soldier of the military, remarked Dynamanielli, who was dubbed a master of disguise and combat by Colonel Phillips after a brief pause. Having witnessed Luke's extraordinary strength, the members of the Howling Commandos, at least Dynamanielli himself, harbored no further objections to this young lieutenant leading them. Although he remained uncertain whether Luke possessed the fundamental qualities of a commander, his ability to crush the Nazi forces was sufficient to quell all doubts. It was no surprise that Colonel Phillips had entrusted him with the leadership of the Howling Commandos. Dynamanielli felt a sense of relief as his inner discontent dissipated in an instant. Super soldier? Upon hearing this term, Duggan's gaze toward Luke shifted. He had heard whispers regarding this program, reputedly a military initiative focused on human enhancement research. Indeed, both Steve Rogers and I have undergone serum injections from the Strategic Scientific Reserve, thus becoming super soldiers, Luke replied earnestly. Although he bore no relation to the super soldier concept, he saw no harm in using this pretext as a shield. One could only wonder if, in the future, when people recognized the growing disparity in abilities between Rogers and Luke, they might suspect that the former had received a counterfeit serum. Very well, General. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Duggan shrugged, his previously indifferent demeanor transforming as he no longer harbored resentment. Having witnessed Luke's true prowess and learned of his super soldier status, he was no longer concerned about whether Luke would hinder the team. Instead, he was filled with a strong sense of disbelief that he could genuinely become his comrade. With Duggan's extensive experience, he believed that if Luke were cast onto the battlefield, the Nazi soldiers would surely be left weeping in terror. Far away in Berlin, perhaps even Hitler would not sleep soundly. Side quest: Howling Commandos. The first step of a war hero. Completed. Objective: join the team and gain the recognition of more than 3 members. Achieved. Reward: Scarecrow's Fear Gas X10. Obtained. Upon receiving the notification of task completion, Luke realized that to gain the respect of seasoned soldiers, demonstrating exceptional abilities was indeed the swiftest route. Reputation points detected. Marketplace unlocked. Remaining composed, Luke promptly opened his character panel. The updated information revealed a fluctuating total of 50 reputation points, likely bestowed by the members of the Howling Commandos. It appeared that generating respect, admiration, and reverence could indeed yield reputation points, Luke surmised. He opened the marketplace, and as he had imagined, it was filled with an array of intriguing items, not dissimilar to a game. Among them were various fascinating artifacts, such as Clark Kent's glasses. The following description depicts an extraordinary disguise that, once donned, renders one undetectable, embodying the persona of a tall, robust, sunlit journalist. It is akin to the stealthy techniques employed by Batman. Specifically, it is described as activating this device when any target has their back turned, allowing one to vanish from their line of sight. There are also skill cards belonging to heroic characters, such as the martial arts master from the series The Clock, whose abilities include mastery over various firearms and melee weapons, enabling them to triumph in hand-to-hand combat against foes whose strength vastly exceeds their own. Another example is the expert con artist, hailing from the renowned exorcist Constantine, whose skills are so adept that they can sway even demons and angels alike through eloquent persuasion. Such abilities abound and require reputation points for acquisition. Intrigued, Luke's eyes glimmered as he fixated on the skill card of the Forgiveness Hat, attributed to Nightwing, Dick Grayson. Its effect is particularly compelling for women in established romantic relationships, especially those who are superheroes. One's charm will be fully unleashed. How did such an eccentric ability find its way into this realm? After quickly perusing the items in the marketplace, Luke regained his composure. Clearing his throat, he addressed the members of the Howling Commandos. As you are all aware, Colonel Phillips has assigned me to lead this team for a raid operation. I cannot disclose the specifics at this moment. However, I can reveal that our ultimate destination is Italy. I have prepared the necessary passes and suitable identities. Therefore, you may regard this mission as a covert operation, masquerading as smugglers to bypass the naval patrol's blockade and infiltrate the secretive locale of Sicily. The members of the Howling Commandos exchanged glances, as their previous missions predominantly involved striking against Axis supply convoys or assassinating high-ranking officials. They were not well-versed in subterfuge and concealment. Nevertheless, after hearing the briefing, the team, led by Dum Dum Dugan, responded in unison. "We shall follow your orders, sir." Excellent. I am confident that after this mission, the name of the Howling Commandos and each of yours will grace the desk of the White House. Luke promised. He was not issuing empty declarations. Should Colonel Phillips' plan succeed, Luke's name would likely resonate throughout the Allied forces. The reputation points he would earn might very well allow him to exchange for a plethora of skill cards or even unlock new templates. Chapter 16. The Impossible Mission. Luke, accompanied by the members of the Howling Commandos, embarked from the East Coast, traversing the Atlantic, passing through the Strait of Gibraltar, and entering the territorial waters of Italy. During World War II, Spain maintained a neutral stance, and with the presence of British naval bases nearby, their group faced no hindrances. After enduring the prolonged tumult of the sea and undergoing several routine identity checks, Luke and his comrades successfully arrived at Sicily, preparing to disembark in Palermo. The members of the Howling Commandos were somewhat incredulous. They had ventured right under the noses of the Axis powers. Dambang Duggan could not help but exclaim, "This is the most thrilling and perilous endeavor of my life." The others echoed his sentiment, feeling akin to lions that had wandered into a den of wolves. No matter how formidable an individual may be, exposure of their identity would inevitably lead to being torn apart by a pack of ravenous wolves. Perhaps in such a scenario, their commander Luke, with his remarkable prowess, might manage to escape alone. Yet, The rest of them were destined to fall beneath the Nazi onslaught. We have arrived at our destination. Shortly, someone will be here to assist us, providing sanctuary, Luke stated, unfurling a map of Sicily before him. Let me reiterate. I am Victor Corleone, a native of Sicily who left his homeland long ago, posing as a smuggler and a merchant trafficking goods between the Allies and the Axis. This, however, is merely a facade to deceive the Axis naval forces. In Brooklyn, New York, I once apprehended a Hydra assassin named Greg Neeson, from whom the Strategic Scientific Reserve extracted substantial intelligence. Thus, upon my arrival in Sicily, when I meet my informant, I shall assume the role of a secret envoy from Berlin, tasked with conveying Hitler's orders to Mussolini. The British have deciphered the enigma, and transmitting crucial information via radio has become an unreliable method. Hence, masquerading as a Berlin envoy will not raise suspicion. Our mission is to infiltrate Rome and assassinate Mussolini? Dambang Duggan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The audacity of such an assignment seemed utterly insane. Were it not for Luke's unwavering composure and reliability that had earned the team's respect along their journey, Duggan might have thought it a jest. Not quite so exaggerated. Luke replied, the Mussolini government is but a puppet. He was previously stripped of all power by the King of Italy and imprisoned on Ponza Island, only to be rescued later by Hitler's operatives. Seeing Luke shake his head in negation, the members of the Howling Commandos exhaled in relief. At that moment, Sicily was under the watchful eye of 2 armored divisions of the German army. Any attempts to stir trouble would surely result in a hail of gunfire. As for assassinating Mussolini, that was pure fantasy. Only God knew how many protectors surrounded that dictator. Our mission is to penetrate Rome, capture Mussolini alive, and assist the Allies in landing on Sicily. We shall be the first team to conquer Italy, Luke proclaimed. In the ensuing minutes, the entire cabin fell into an eerie silence. Everyone gaped, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they grappled with whether they had misheard or if Luke had misspoken. Commander, are you serious? Dambang Duggan hesitantly inquired. He recognized that this young lieutenant had a talent for delivering surprises to his team. The notion that a handful of individuals could abduct a leading figure of the government and successfully escape may seem utterly implausible, akin to an act of folly. Luke leaned forward, supporting himself on the table, his towering stature exuding an air of intimidation. The team members, initially inclined to voice their opinions, instinctively softened their tones and fell silent. However, the reality was not as dire as it appeared. First and foremost, our adversaries were the Italians. I need not elaborate on the performance of their military. American newspapers have stated that if Italy remained neutral, the German forces would effectively gain the strength equivalent to 5 additional divisions. Should Italy align with the Allies, it would be tantamount to an increase of 10 divisions for the Germans. Conversely, if Italy were to join the Axis powers, the Germans would require 20 divisions to safeguard them. Luke, employing a touch of humor, lightened the atmosphere somewhat. Compared to the French, who raised the white flag in just 40 days, the Italians were hardly in a better position. You may be unaware that during the First World War, British forces led by a mere 25 men managed to engage an Italian army of 10,000, capturing 8,000 of them. You may also be oblivious to the fact that, in terms of warfare, they could not even triumph over Ethiopia. Luke spoke with fervor, his eyes glinting with intensity. The anecdotes he recounted were largely jests he had encountered in a previous life. Their authenticity open to scrutiny. For instance, during the Second World War, Ethiopia was not the primitive land many envision. In truth, their military was hailed as the lions of East Africa, renowned for their valor in battle. Had it not been for Italy's unscrupulous use of chemical warfare during their second invasion, the conquest of Ethiopia may have been far less certain, and yet another Waterloo could have awaited them. As for the Italian military, it was not nearly as inept as often portrayed. While it had certainly become the subject of many humorous anecdotes, its combat prowess was not to be underestimated, and it showcased commendable performances during the Second World War. For instance, during the Second Battle of El Alamein, the 185th Paratroopers Division, despite being vastly outnumbered, 113 troops against 170 armor vehicles, successfully repelled the British armored assault using Molotov cocktails, anti-tank guns, landmines, and explosives. In summary, Luke's remarks were intended to rally the morale of the roaring assault team, alleviating the fears of his comrades. Perhaps he could single-handedly launch a surprise attack on Rome and capture Mussolini, but he could not undertake the subsequent mission of aiding the Allies in landing on Sicily alone. Yet, we faced not only the Italian army, but also the Germans. Dugin felt a flicker of doubt. As a soldier, he was bound to obey orders. And Luke's impassioned speech was indeed compelling. At the very least, the members of the roaring assault team now believed that the Italian forces were feeble, and advancing into Rome seemed less daunting than initially imagined. The Allies would resolve the matter for us, Luke asserted with unwavering certainty. His decision to join Colonel Philip's plan was not a result of impulsiveness, but rather a product of careful consideration. According to the original timeline of the Second World War, the Allies had already concluded their campaign in North Africa, and the next step was to launch a counteroffensive within Italy, opening a new theater of war. In July, the Allied landing forces will embark from the ports of North Africa and the eastern Mediterranean, as well as from Oran and Algiers. Subsequently, under the command of General Patton, the troops will advance directly towards Sicily. The day of the fall of Mussolini's government and Italy's surrender is drawing near. While others may perceive the assault on Rome and the capture of its leaders as an insurmountable task, Luke remains confident, for he stands upon the inexorable wheels of history. How much prestige might I garner by becoming the conqueror of Italy? Luke muses. To have my name resonate throughout the world, a feat akin to cheating in the pursuit of acclaim, is unattainable within the realm of the game. All shall heed your command, Commander. After a moment of contemplation, Dugin clenches his teeth and resolves to act. Having already reached Sicily, surrounded by foes, he recognizes that only two paths lie before him: to fulfill the mission and return home in glory, or to bear the taint of treachery and face a military tribunal. Observing Dugin's declaration, the other team members nod in agreement. Chapter 17. Explain to me the meaning of respect. Sicily, located in the southern part of Italy, faces the Apennine Peninsula across the Strait of Messina, occupying a pivotal position in Mediterranean trade routes. Thus, when Luke disembarks in Palermo, he initially anticipates stringent scrutiny. Contrary to his expectations, however, Luke, posing as the smuggler Vito Corleone, easily bribes the local commander with 20 boxes of cigarettes and some ham and bread, allowing him to pass without difficulty. This incident illustrates the rampant corruption that characterized the Italian military during World War II, a notion not without foundation. Upon landing, Luke notices several tall men with flat caps and tattooed arms discreetly observing his group at the dock. Approaching them with a friendly demeanor, he inquires in fluent Italian. Do you know where the Copperbell Tavern is? The benefits bestowed by the Superman template extend beyond mere strength and physical enhancement. Regarding his learning aptitude and cognitive abilities, Luke has experienced significant improvement. One might speculate that if the Superman from the neighboring set were to engage in thoughtful deliberation, he could rival Batman, often regarded as the brain of the Justice League. However, it may well be the very presence of Batman that renders Superman complacent in his intellectual pursuits. Chuckling softly, Luke brushes aside these trivial thoughts and engages in conversation with the towering man. Prior to his departure, he had merely skimmed the basics of Italian. Yet now he speaks with a local dialect tinged with Sicilian flair. This linguistic ability also contributes to the Roaring Commando's success in navigating past the patrol ship's inspections throughout their journey. Eventually, many team members become firmly convinced of Vito Corleone's identity. Even though Luke had informed Damban Dugan of his upbringing in Brooklyn, the latter remained skeptical, suspecting that this young lieutenant might indeed hail from Sicily. Mr. Corleone? The man at the forefront inquired with a frown. You may call me Vito, Luke replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this acknowledgement, the group of similarly attired men swiftly altered their demeanor, adopting a respectful attitude. Mr. Corleone, Don Cosa is awaiting you at the Bell Tavern. The vehicle is in front. He then gestured, and 3 black cars approached from outside the dock. The man opened the car door, awaiting Luke's entry. The Don Cosa they referred to was an informant for the Strategic Science Corps. Luke exchanged a glance with the roaring assault team, signaling them to remain vigilant before entering the car. Soon, the convoy stirred up a cloud of dust as it made its way toward the Bell Tavern. Don Alessandro Cosa, currently the last remaining mafia chief from Sicily, was facing dire straits. The mafia, which would later gain fame and notoriety worldwide, was enduring a tumultuous period. In 1925, after Mussolini seized absolute control over Italy, he delivered a resounding nationwide address regarding the mafia issue. Through loudspeakers, He vowed to the Italian populace to purify the social atmosphere and to wage a rigorous war against the mafia. He promised to eradicate this malignant tumor from Italy entirely. No one anticipated that Mussolini would indeed follow through, launching a severe crackdown on the mafia. He commanded the fascist police to arrest nearly 1,000 mafia members while simultaneously dismantling their strongholds. Following their capture, the basic judicial processes were discarded, and a comprehensive bloodbath ensued. In the Fountain Square of Sicily, executions occurred daily, with blood seeping into every tile and patch of soil. Consequently, mafia members either perished or fled, with many captured and imprisoned, while others sought refuge overseas. To this day, Sicily has transformed into a land devoid of any criminal influence. The populace no longer fears gang harassment, yet they must endure the terror of a dictator's rule. However, it is noteworthy that the weakened mafia in Italy experienced a resurgence from America, regaining vitality. This revival provided an inexhaustible source of characters for the future Hollywood gangster films. Luke, who had encountered both the Irish gangsters and the Italian mafia, understood this all too well. Observing the harsh living conditions in Sicily and harboring resentment towards Mussolini, several mafia families discreetly allied themselves with the Allies. Don Alessandro Cosa was one such figure, developed into an informant for the Strategic Science Corps. 30 minutes later, the car halted at the entrance of the Bell Tavern. A group of tattooed, burly men stood guard at the door, and, as Luke stepped out of the vehicle, he was intercepted. "Mr. Alessandro, do you intend to allow me to enter alone?" "It seems rather lacking in sincerity," Luke remarked with a cold smirk. The man at the forefront wore a somewhat grim expression. After a moment of silence, he said, "The situation in Sicily is quite tense, Mr. Corleone. I hope you can understand. How about this? You may bring one attendant. Don Cosa exercises great caution in his affairs, and this is also for his safety. Given your earnest demeanor, I have little else to say." Luke removed his black wool overcoat and handed it to Manelli behind him, signaling that he bore no weapons. He then gestured for Dugan to follow. "You two stay here and wait for me to return," Luke instructed. Manelli nodded, one hand holding the coat, while the other discreetly carried a suitcase concealing a submachine gun. He was certain that if these mafia members dared to resort to treachery, he and his team could turn the Copper Bell Tavern upside down. Luke strode into the tavern, a known gathering place for the mafia. The thick, round tables were surrounded by family members, most of whom were vigorous young enforcers tasked with employing violence, seizing, or guarding territory. With over 30 burly men fixated on him, and considering their notorious ruthlessness, most would have trembled in fear and been unable to move. Yet Luke maintained a calm demeanor, his steps steady and his presence unyielding. "Mr. Corleone, we are honored by your presence." A bearded man, flanked by many, rose to greet him. He was Don Cosa Alessandro, a former head of the Camorra family. Not particularly significant in the grand scheme. However, following a purge within the mafia that left many families devastated and even led to the public execution of some leaders. Such iron-handed measures instilled a profound sense of trepidation among gangsters. This peculiar backdrop and timing afforded Cosa a moment to rise. Seizing the opportunity when tensions were low,
he gathered a following and recruited several capable individuals under the banner of the Camorra family. "I trust that since Cosa is willing to meet with me,
he understands the necessary course of action," Luke said, reclining casually in his chair, his tone indifferent. Cosa was not merely an informant for the Strategic Scientific Corps. He was also an insider for the impending Allied invasion of Sicily. Historically, the American intelligence agency had appointed a local mafia boss known as Lucky Luciano, one of the prominent figures in New York's underworld. On the Italian side, it was originally supposed to be Don Carlo, though circumstances had shifted slightly. The Sicilian mafia indeed played a significant role in the landing operations, providing various forms of support, relaying information, and distributing leaflets urging surrender. Consequently, after the war, Don Carlo became the mayor of Alarbia, while Salvatore Luciano was spared imprisonment and saw his reputation soar. If the astute Cosimo Alessandro, sitting opposite, were to recognize the opportunity, Luke would not hesitate to bestow it upon him. Understood. I am fully prepared and awaiting the Allies' directives." Alessandro displayed a sycophantic smile. "I have located 20 trained marksmen. The challenge lies in infiltrating Rome. Securing passes is rather troublesome, and time is of the essence." Observing Alessandro's troubled expression, Luke replied impassively, That is your dilemma to resolve. Cosimo, if you cannot manage it, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. I have heard that Don Carlo, imprisoned by Mussolini, will be quite eager. What is Don Carlo, after all? Sicily belongs to Boss Cosimo, even the governor of Palermo. Before Alessandro could respond, a young man standing behind him stepped forward, seemingly unable to tolerate Luke's disdainful remarks about his superior. Luke narrowed his eyes and glanced up. The young man's appearance bore a resemblance to Alessandro, suggesting a possible familial connection. One opportune moment, Luke was pondering how to confront this mafia leader and assess his commitment to cooperating with the Allies. Elio, silence. Upon hearing his nephew's words, Alessandro swiftly raised his hand to deliver a slap. The young man before him was not someone he could afford to offend. Mussolini had already taught the mafia a lesson. No matter how powerful they were, they had no ground to resist the machinery of the state. This self-proclaimed Vito Corleone represented the American military and, indeed, the Allies. Should he provoke the young man, his fate would be little better than that of those who had angered Mussolini. Bang! However, as Alessandro's slap connected with his nephew's cheek, a loud echo resonated through the Copper Bell Tavern. No one noticed when Luke had risen or how he had pressed the young man, named Elio, down onto the table. The sound of a skull cracking rang out, and blood streamed from Elio's forehead, dripping onto the ground with a rhythmic patter. Oh, Boss Cosimo! Uncle! Elio felt as though his head were about to explode like an overripe watermelon, convinced that it would shatter at any moment. He was oblivious to the source of the terrifying young man's strength. It was as if an iron clamp held his head firmly in place. The intense pain and fear of death caused Elio's resolve to crumble instantaneously. Tears mingled with blood, staining his entire face. Cosimo, tell me, how does the mafia treat those who show insufficient respect for their friends? Luke slowly returned to his seat, disregarding the tense atmosphere and treating the menacing henchman behind him as mere air. Chapter 18. Subjugation and Confrontation as the last remaining mafia boss of Sicily. A formidable figure whom even the sheriff dared not provoke, Alessandro commanded considerable respect and intimidation within his family and the local Palermo community. As time progressed, his status and power grew exponentially. Ordinary individuals who encountered him were compelled to address him as Your Excellency, a testament to their respect. Within the family, other leaders were either co-opted or suppressed, leading to a situation where every meeting was dominated by Alessandro, who unilaterally expressed opinions and allocated interests and territories. Although the mafia no longer enjoyed its former glory and remained wary of whether Mussolini would initiate another purge, the ascendant Alessandro wielded an ever-increasing share of power, a fact beyond dispute. Thus, the Strategic Science Corps took notice of him, cultivating him as an informant. Yet, despite the reverence with which he was addressed and the adoration from his henchmen, a flicker of fear crossed Alessandro's face at Luke's indifferent tone. Having endured the purges of Mussolini's era, he bore a profound psychological scar regarding the military, which was, in essence, a violent apparatus. To offend this young captain was akin to loosening the grip on an ally, ultimately rendering oneself a target for retribution in the aftermath of the war. Even if he sought refuge in Mussolini's government, given the dictator's temperament, a favorable outcome seemed unlikely. Contemplating this, Alessandro's hands trembled slightly, and a fierce expression surfaced on his fleshy visage. Mr. Corleone, I apologize for Elio's disrespect towards you. He placed his palm upon the table and, in a swift motion, drew a dagger from his waist, delivering a decisive cut. The anguished cries reverberated through the Copper Bell Tavern. A finger, thick as a carrot, rolled onto the table, while beads of sweat trickled from his forehead and nose, falling slowly. Panting, Alessandro uttered, Mr. Corleone, are you satisfied now? Luke, releasing his grip from Elio's head, shook his head slowly, his expression devoid of emotion. I did not ask you to apologize. Cosa? I require an explanation regarding how the mafia treats those who do not sufficiently respect their friends. Mr. Corleone, do you still not understand? I demand an explanation. Cosa? Please enlighten me on the weight of your mafia's friendships. Luke's persistently cold tone bore down heavily upon Alessandro. He had come to realize that this young captain was not easily deceived. The gruesome act of severing a finger, a customary gesture of submission within the mafia, failed to sway him. Alessandro cast a glance at the pale-faced Elio, internally sighing. Cameron, take Elio away and sever one of his hands. Having ascended to the rank of a top leader within the Camorra family, Alessandro possessed a degree of audacity. Although Elio was his nephew and favored protege, he was willing to sacrifice him to quell Luke's wrath. After all, his folly was evident. Like many former mafia members, he held an inflated sense of self-worth, believing himself to be the true master of Italy. For instance, Francisco Cuccia, a fool who heralded the demise of the mafia, was both the mayor of Piana dei Grisi and a local crime lord. When Mussolini, revered as a great leader at the time, visited, Cuccia audaciously questioned why so many police accompanied him, believing that on his own turf, protected by the mafia, no one could pose a threat to Mussolini. This almost insolent demeanor infuriated the powerful dictator. A few months later, that tyrant summoned 4,000 commandos and 6,000 police officers, launching a decisive campaign to eradicate the mafia. As for Cuccia, he was arrested on multiple charges, including insulting the F-rare, contempt of law, and resisting the government. Alessandro, having faced the horrors of being hunted and nearly executed, would not repeat Cuccia as foolish mistakes. Mr. Corleone, you are a forever friend of the mafia. Anyone who disrespects you is in essence showing contempt for me and the Camorra family. In less than a minute, a burly enforcer named Camerlo presented a severed hand on a tray. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If this is insufficient, I shall have Elio sent to the slaughterhouse. Observing Alessandro's terrified and almost obsequious demeanor, Luke's cold expression melted away like snow under the sun. He lifted his glass and proclaimed, "Come, let us toast to our friendship." His smile was gentle, devoid of the earlier aggression. This remarkable ability to shift demeanor left Dugan, who stood behind, momentarily stunned, pondering. The commander is indeed a formidable man. Before him, the fearsome and ruthless mafia appeared as docile as sheep. Amidst the lingering scent of blood, Alessandro forced a smile and drained his glass of red wine. Ensure this matter is resolved promptly. The Allies will not forget your contributions. As they exited the tavern, Luke patted Alessandro on the shoulder and continued. Your compatriots in North America, particularly in New York, are thriving. They mingle with senators in upscale hotels, embracing Hollywood's starlit cosa. I admire you. You deserve an opportunity. Mr. Corleone, I shall cherish this personal friendship. Alessandro momentarily stood still, then instinctively bent slightly, lowering his head in anticipation of Luke extending his left hand, a supreme gesture of respect within the mafia. Such an honor was typically reserved for figures like the Godfather. That is unnecessary. I have already perceived your respect and attitude. Luke's lips twitched. He had no inclination to allow a man to kiss his hand. Exiting the Copper Bell Tavern, the roaring squad climbed into their vehicles, heading to the finest hotel in Palermo. Meanwhile, Dugan, seated beside Luke, wore a look of frustration, as if he had much to say but found himself at a loss for words. Are you questioning why I should adopt such an attitude towards Alessandro? Luke inquired, his eyes opening from a moment of respite. Seated in the front passenger seat was Manelli, with no outsiders present, allowing him to speak candidly. Dugan, you fail to comprehend the mindset of gangsters. While the Italian mafia traditionally upholds familial honor and blood ties as guarantees of loyalty, this does not signify that they are genuinely a band of reputable thugs. Dugan nodded thoughtfully, recalling that Luke seemed to have close ties with the Irish mob. To tame a vicious dog, one must strike it fiercely with a stick until it no longer dares to bare its teeth. The same principle applies to the mafia. Luke gazed out the car window at the bustling streets of Palermo and smiled. Moreover, human nature is inherently complex. Perhaps Cosa previously harbored resentment towards me. Yet due to my standing and the Allies' successive victories, he dared not express it. However, when I informed him that I would support his rise as the Allies' representative in Sicily, promising him a substantial reward post-war, any lingering displeasure likely dissipated, leaving only gratitude. When one employs stern measures to establish an unquestionable authority and subsequently provides the rewards that are rightfully due, they often find themselves met with gratitude. This is the quintessential gangster mentality. Chapter 19. Sicily. A beautiful legend, the inn where Luke and his entourage were staying was situated in a significant location on Sicily, the charming town of Taormina. This locale boasted a spring-like climate year-round, with breathtaking scenery. One side was flanked by cliffs, while the other met the sea. The town's architecture resembled stones stacked upon the tiered mountains. It must be noted that Alessandro indeed possessed a talent for effective management, or more accurately, he had a keen understanding of how to ingratiate himself with those in power. Upon arriving at the inn named Pea Shooter, Luke learned that Alessandro had already reserved the entire third floor for himself and his companions. The choice of this modestly renowned establishment was deliberate. On one hand, it attracted fewer guests, thus avoiding undue attention. On the other, the Pea Shooter Inn was perched atop the highest point in Taormina. By merely opening the window of their third-floor rooms, they could gaze down upon the entire town, feel the refreshing sea breeze, and listen to the soothing sounds of the waves, a sensation many cherished, Luke included. According to plan, he needed Alessandro to recruit 20 well-trained gunmen and secure passes into the city of Rome. Considering the timeline, Luke anticipated a stay of approximately 4 to 5 days in Taormina. Having a comfortable lodging was indeed a blessing. Luke and his team selected their rooms. According to protocol, either Dugan with his dum-dum bullets or Dinah Minelli would share a room with the commander. This arrangement served both protective and practical purposes, accommodating any unforeseen events that might arise. However, after witnessing Luke's formidable prowess firsthand, the members of the Roaring Assault team expressed that they were the ones in need of protection. Consequently, the two adjacent rooms to Luke's became highly sought after within the group. Ultimately, the seasoned veterans, Dugan and Minelli, were bestowed the privilege of being safeguarded by the super soldier. In the ensuing days, Dugan and Minelli took turns monitoring Alessandro. Although he appeared to be an astute individual, precautions were necessary to prevent him from committing any foolish errors. Within Luke's chamber, the members of the Roaring Assault team convened to devise their forthcoming mission plan. This contingent, dispatched by the Strategic Science Corps, comprised 5 individuals in addition to their commander, Luke. Dugan, known as Dynamite Dugan, served as the venerated leader and the frontline assaulter. The taciturn Dinu Minelli operated as a scout and a master of disguise, gathering intelligence. The remaining team members included the sharpshooter Jimmy, nicknamed Valley of the United States, renowned for his unparalleled marksmanship, Jelf, responsible for assaults, and Kenneth, the machine gunner known as Old Driver. Dugan and I would masquerade as envoys from Berlin, equipped with verification letters and essential tools. The Allies had indeed apprehended a Berlin envoy 2 weeks prior, thanks to reliable intelligence extracted from a Hydra killer by the Strategic Science Corps. Luke unfurled a map of Rome, clearly delineating troop placements. On the day of the operation, Jimmy, your objective was to seize the high ground at this location. Jelf and Kenneth were tasked with leading the gunmen to create chaos at Venice Square. The supreme commander guarding Sicily was Italian General Gazzoni, who commanded 11 local divisions and 2 German armored divisions. During this period, the Allies would conduct sporadic bombings and maneuver their fleet into the Tunisian Strait, using Pantelleria Island as a base to fabricate the illusion of an impending landing, thereby diverting Gazzoni's attention. Our mission was to infiltrate the Venice Palace, coercing Mussolini into becoming a hostage. Within 24 hours, it was believed that the King of Italy would issue a proclamation deposing the Prime Minister. Astute observers could discern that the Axis powers were on the decline. Subsequently, we would simply hand the dictator over to the Allies, whether they be British, American, Army, or Navy, was of little consequence. However, I personally suggested extending an olive branch to General Eisenhower. After Luke's lengthy exposition, the members of the Roaring Assault team exchanged glances and suddenly broke into smiles. Their hearts felt as though a great weight had been lifted, and they exhaled in relief, despite this young commander previously belittling the Italian forces. The audacity of storming the enemy's stronghold to capture their leader sounded like a legendary tale from a third-rate novel, devoid of any semblance of reality. The Roaring Commandos chose to follow Luke not due to his charismatic leadership, but rather because they had no alternative. Now that they were aboard, what other option did they have but to heed the captain's orders? However, upon witnessing the plans that Luke had devised and the confidence he exuded, the Roaring Commandos no longer harbored any doubts. They felt they could trust this young commander. As the atmosphere within the team shifted, a faint smile graced Luke's lips. Perhaps it was only at this moment that he truly felt recognized and had gained command over this unit. After a brief respite, Luke savored a sumptuous seafood feast alone, standing on the balcony as twilight enveloped the sky. The last rays of the setting sun sank beneath the horizon, where beachgoers frolicked upon the silver sands. and rows of palm trees swayed gracefully in the night breeze. In the distance, seagulls skimmed the water-esque surface, accompanied by the surging waves and tides. Luke's spirit relaxed, and a glimmer of aspiration ignited in his eyes. In a few days, be it the Axis powers or the Allies, all would surely hear of his name and the almost legendary deeds associated with it. Even without adhering to the script or trailing behind Captain America, he could still emerge as a hero in the eyes of the world. Luke smiled at the thought. Leading fewer than 30 men to conquer a nation was a feat worthy of the annals of history, akin to how Pizarro subdued the Inca Empire, which boasted a population of approximately 6 million, with fewer than 200 men. As his thoughts gradually returned to the present, Luke seized a rare opportunity for leisure and ventured out alone. He strolled along the streets until he reached a magnificent theater, bustling with a lively crowd and an electric atmosphere. Under the vibrant night sky, he paused to stand still, faintly hearing the melodies of Oedipus or Antigone. Of course, he encountered numerous enchanting Italian women along the way. Yet, Luke harbored no desire for a romantic escapade, thus disappointing the fiery enthusiasm of those beautiful ladies. After wandering aimlessly for 40 minutes, he returned to the hotel. As he prepared to push open the door, his gaze sharpened, exuding a cold intensity. With his keen senses, he distinctly detected the presence of another person's breath within the room, subtle and elusive. It would have been difficult to discern without careful listening. Was Kosa truly foolish enough to betray me, abandoning the olive branch extended by the Allies? Or had Hydra uncovered the plan? A flurry of thoughts raced through Luke's mind. He gently pushed open the door, his footsteps silent upon the soft carpet. The ocean breeze drifted through the partially open window as he slowly approached the large bed in the master bedroom. He was confident that should the intruder show the slightest movement, he could snap their neck in less than a second. "Come out." Luke suddenly flung back the covers and lunged forward, his right hand pressing firmly against the intruder's neck. To his surprise, it was a woman. Luke, who was pressing down on the other person, exhibited a look of astonishment in his eyes. A woman clad in silk pajamas lay upon the bed, her cascading waves of dark hair framing her delicate features. Her long, graceful legs were slightly curled, and her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a pitiful, lost lamb. "Who are you?" Luke managed to utter after a prolonged moment. This woman, exuding an air of maturity and embodying the allure of a ripe, enticing peach, bore no resemblance to a Hydra assassin. Her physique lacked the marks of rigorous training. It was firm yet devoid of strength. Moreover, there was no discernible place beneath her silk pajamas to conceal a weapon. "My name is Marlene," she replied, her voice as fragile as her appearance. Chapter 20. Delivered to your door, I am called Marlene. Upon hearing her response, Luke hesitated, the name striking a familiar chord within him. He quickly deduced that this was likely the handiwork of Alessandro, the mafia boss. Was this an attempt to atone for his nephew's offense? Had he sent a woman to him in the dead of night? Did he perceive him as so desperate? Luke silently noted Alessandro's name in the recesses of his mind. "Do you know who I am?" he inquired, dismissing the trivial thoughts that flitted through his mind. As he gazed at Marlene beneath him, he could not help but be struck by her stunning beauty. Undeniably, this woman epitomized the very essence of a siren. Like Venus, she radiated an irresistible charm that could ensnare any man's soul. She was a luscious fruit hanging from the bough, and, even without tasting, one could imagine the intoxicating aroma it would exude. "Mr. Corleone, His Excellency Alessandro has spoken highly of you as a great merchant." Marlene turned her face away, seemingly reluctant to meet Luke's gaze. Her tone carried a hint of sorrow, suggesting that Alessandro had employed coercive measures to deliver her into Luke's chamber. "I had no idea that Kosa would orchestrate such a thing." Observing the tear stains on Marlene's cheeks, Luke felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was a paragon of virtue, a hero of superhuman caliber. How could he possibly be accused of abducting a woman? This was all Alessandro's doing. "Then, Mr. Corleone, could you please get off me? It's rather uncomfortable." The mature beauty beneath him spoke with a trace of indignation and distress. "Oh, I see." Only then did Luke realize he was still atop her. He promptly rose, settling beside her on the bed. "Was it Kosa who sent you?" "Yes. His Excellency Alessandro mentioned that as long as you are pleased, the Mafia would assist me in evading the constable's harassment and would provide me with ample food daily." Marlene lowered her head, turning slightly to hide within the shadows. Alas, the beauty of the scene could not be concealed. The moonlight cascades into the room, illuminating the exquisite contours of a striking woman, exuding an aura of maturity. The delicate silk nightgown draped over her shoulders serves no purpose beyond enhancing an alluring, yet elusive charm. Her beautiful eyes, brimming with unshed tears, convey a poignant sorrow that instinctively evokes a protective instinct in males. Through their conversation, Luke discovers that Marlene is a schoolteacher whose husband was conscripted on their wedding night. Thrust into the brutality of war, her beauty attracts unwanted attention and trouble, akin to a luscious fruit in an unattended orchard, sparking desires of plucking it by hand. The distinction lies in the fact that some can only bury their desires deep within, while others possess the means to act upon them. Angelo, the town-as constable in Taormina, is one such man, brimming with ambition and daring to pursue it. Had it not been for his burly, vociferous wife, who often causes a ruckus, perhaps Angelo would have already resorted to coercive tactics to claim Marlene, this enchanting blossom. These tumultuous times have seen the flames of conflict engulf Sicily, as the Axis and Allied forces clash. Amidst this chaos, Italy's currency system has collapsed, and prices soar relentlessly. Coupled with Mussolini's draconian measures restricting the trade of food and precious commodities, the Italian populace finds themselves in a desperate scramble for sustenance. All the while cursing the tyrant, Marlene, once self-sufficient, now struggles against the incessant lewd remarks from the town's discontented men and the constable's unwelcome advances. The onset of war has shattered the tranquility of her life. The men of the town have transformed into ravenous wolves, eagerly awaiting the first to breach the orchard and seize the ripe fruit. Eventually, Marlene, stripped of her resolve and innocence, is destined to become a mere plaything of the town. Your father is ill? Luke's expression remains impassive as he continues his inquiry. Indeed, medication and food are under strict regulation. The constable claims he can procure them for me, provided I am willing to spend night with him. Marlene's voice falters, laced with sorrow. I am prepared to yield. Living alone as a woman is exceedingly arduous. Moreover, I cannot bear to watch my father succumb to illness. But Lord Alessandro has approached me, promising that if I satisfy you, my future will be secure. Her tone is tinged with resignation. For both the constable and the Sicilian mafia are adversaries she feels powerless to resist. I understand, Melina. You shall rest here for the night. The matters ahead should be elucidated by Cosa, Luke remarked. He averted his gaze and rose to depart the room. Undoubtedly, Melina possessed the enchanting allure capable of igniting a man's desires, yet Luke was not so easily swayed. Refusing to let his lower instincts dominate his upper faculties and engage in base behavior. In contrast to other creatures within the natural realm, humanity has ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain, partly due to their capacity for learning and contemplation, resisting the urge to be governed by primal desires. Bestial instincts serve as a necessary means for a species to maintain aggression, while human nature forms the foundation for establishing order. When Mr. Corleone noticed Melina calling out to him, Luke waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There seems to be a misunderstanding that is difficult for me to clarify. I apologize for your distress and the unintended trouble caused." Observing the lingering terror in the eyes of the exquisite woman, Luke refrained from further words and exited the room. That night, he resolved to rest in the guest room, deeming it a preferable alternative to sleeping on the sofa, or so he mused. The following morning, Luke descended to order breakfast, exchanging pleasantries with the mafia sentry stationed at the inn. Within 20 minutes, Alessandro hurried in. He entered the room where Luke was seated, standing with utmost respect, even neglecting to wipe the sweat from his brow. As for Cosa, he arranged for a woman to be delivered to my bed overnight. Employing such disreputable methods, Luke stated, leisurely partaking in the local delicacy of fried pizza pockets at the dining table. Lifting his coffee cup and taking a sip, he continued, "Did I journey all the way to Sicily merely to pursue women? Cosa, I comprehend your intent. Yet I must convey that I value a person's capabilities far more than mere flattery." Alessandro nodded vigorously, believing that a young man of Luke's vigor could not possibly remain indifferent to a beauty like Melina. Moreover, in the mind of the mafia chief, the most effective means to curry favor with powerful figures was undoubtedly through the offering of money and women. Why then did such tactics fail to resonate with Mr. Corleone? Luke seemed to anticipate Alessandro's thoughts, but refrained from offering extensive explanations. Whenever the enigmatic code that began and ended with the number 4 crossed his mind, he instinctively adopted a more upright demeanor. Chapter 21. Mr. Corleone is a man of integrity. 20 gunmen were prepared, each a paragon of excellence. Their dissatisfaction with the cold-blooded butcher, Mussolini, and the brutal executioner was palpable. Since Luke had reference capability, Alessandro felt an urgent need to showcase his own. As for the permit, I have secured it, having lavishly bribed key officials within the Naval Patrol. It will be in hand by the day after tomorrow at the latest. It became evident that Alessandro not only excelled in appeasing those in power, but also possessed commendable operational prowess. Luke nodded in satisfaction, aware that he could not linger in Sicily for too long. Otherwise, the risk of his false identity as a Berlin envoy being exposed would increase. Taking advantage of the time lag and information exchange between Germany and Italy, he planned to enter Rome and approach Mussolini, which he deemed the most advantageous strategy. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, Luke would have to act independently, blending into the shadows of Venice. The true essence of an assassin, after all, lies in eliminating all adversaries, ensuring that no one knows he has ever been there. Judging by this criterion, Luke was confident that he would excel as an assassin. However, Mr. Corleone, I wish to defend myself regarding your previous reprimand. Once the serious matters were addressed, Alessandro's eyes flickered with determination as he continued. My intention in sending you a woman was not to imply that you are a man enamored with beauty. Perhaps you are unaware that Melina is renowned for her beauty in Sicily. Her husband, Nino, was conscripted on their wedding night, and just days ago, news of his demise reached us. Furthermore, Melina's father recently suffered a broken leg and has fallen gravely ill. Her situation is dire. I thought that a capable and compassionate individual like yourself would find it fitting to assist her in her time of need. Hence, I took the liberty of bringing her to your room. Luke was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a prominent figure in the mafia could exhibit such shamelessness. He suddenly realized his misjudgment. While he believed himself to be devoid of anything, it turned out he possessed much, despite Alessandro's obsequious demeanor. Luke found himself harboring no resentment towards him. This illustrated that even sycophants could vary in caliber, and Alessandro, in Luke's estimation, was the most formidable. Maintain your composure, Luke reminded himself. He wiped the corner of his mouth, finished his meal, and made his way to the living room. Alessandro fully embraced the role of a sycophant, following closely behind. Who could have foreseen that this bearded, seemingly honest mafia leader would behave in such a manner? Mr. Corleone, to speak candidly, many men on Sicily covet Melina's beauty. She is alone and a widow, and even the sheriff has his eyes on her. Being with you is certainly preferable to becoming a mere plaything for others. Alessandro cautiously settled on the couch, glancing at Luke. Leave her be, and refrain from sending me women or money unnecessarily. Focus on your own affairs, Luke replied softly after a moment's contemplation. As someone in a position of authority, he did not wish to disregard Alessandro's earnest intentions. After all, it would be shameful for a mafia chief to engage in such activities, which would invite mockery from his subordinates. By the way, we should deal with the sheriff first. The conversation did not linger on Melina, the enchanting widow, who is, in truth, a pitiable soul. Luke did not wish to regard her as mere merchandise, to be traded or bartered at will. A forsaken woman, born in these tumultuous times, coupled with her breathtakingly youthful visage, became the very source of Melina's tragic existence. The women of the town shunned Melina, believing her to be a seductress, while the men coveted her alluring form, yearning for the day she might ensnare them in her charms. Find someone to eliminate him. It would be best to stage it as an accident. Without causing too much commotion, Luke stated, his expression grim and detached. This was, in essence, a declaration of allegiance. By undertaking this task, Alessandro would effectively tether himself to Luke's chariot of war. To betray or turn against him would require careful consideration of the consequences. The Mussolini government would not tolerate a mob boss assassinating the local sheriff. In the past, when the mafia faced purges, a family had the audacity to assassinate the governor of Palermo, creating a sensation across Sicily. The result was Mussolini's wrath, leading to the immediate arrest and execution of over 1,000 rioters. With such historical precedents in mind, Alessandro understood that by committing this act, he would have no choice but to align himself with the Allies. Understand, I will take care of this personally and ensure it is executed flawlessly, Alessandro replied with resolute nodding. He believed himself adept at the art of assassination. Every mafia don had ascended through such means. For Alessandro, any troubles that could be resolved through murder were hardly worth considering. I shall take my leave now. Should Mr. Corleone require anything, he may summon me. Before departing, Alessandro removed his hat and offered a slight bow, his eyes conveying a knowing glance understood by men. Melina had long been hailed as the flower of Sicily, the coveted object of desire for countless men. A woman of such exquisite beauty placed upon a bed would inevitably stir desires, even if one were to feign indifference. Eventually, they would succumb. Unless, of course, Mr. Corleone was truly indifferent to women. Yet, in Alessandro's view, how could there exist a man devoid of passion? There may only be a distinction between those who favored women or those who preferred men. What if Mr. Corleone favors men? Alessandro pondered, contemplating whether to inquire about any handsome fellows nearby. Alas, he had no knowledge of whether Mr. Corleone preferred brawny or slight figures. Had Luke been privy to Alessandro's peculiar musings, he would undoubtedly have used his fist to create an opening in the man's head. By the door of the master bedroom, Melina, draped in silk nightwear, bore a complex expression, as if she had finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She sat dazed upon the bed, somewhat bewildered and at a loss. From a moment Melina was sent to Luke's room, she had already prepared herself for the worst. Manipulated and violated, she gradually slipped towards the abyss of life. This was all that occupied her thoughts. However, matters did not descend into the worst possible outcome. Mr. Corleone displayed an exceptionally rare, gentlemanly demeanor among the men of the town. There were neither inappropriate advances nor lewd remarks. Reflecting on this, Melina sincerely remarked, Mr. Corleone is indeed a man of integrity, accustomed to the repulsive gazes of the local men, as if they intended to strip her with their eyes. She felt a genuine gratitude for Luke's restraint. Once disillusioned with men, Melina retreated beneath the covers, wrapping herself in a cocoon of safety. At last, she could enjoy a peaceful slumber. In her hazy dreams, Melina heard someone calling her name. In her daze, memories of her ailing father and her fallen husband surfaced. The weight of many days pressing down on her transformed into a lament for her own fate. Filled with sorrow, tears streamed down her face, soaking the pillow she clutched. Suddenly aware of the unusual atmosphere, Melina jolted awake. To her surprise, she found Mr. Corleone sitting at her bedside, holding a tray of food. Unbeknownst to her, she had rolled over and was now entwined around his waist, her face nestled near his thigh. The intimacy of the moment shocked her, causing her to spring back as if jolted by electricity. I noticed you had been asleep for quite some time and thought you might be hungry. So I prepared some food, Luke stated seriously, steadfast in his gaze. It was indeed you who made the first move. I am truly a man of integrity. Chapter 22, Self-Strategy. Family named the following day. Dawn broke. A pale light appeared on the horizon, and the golden sun leapt above the sea, awakening the slumbering island of Sicily. Luke opened his eyes and rose from the large bed in the guest room. He drew back the fluttering curtains and inhaled deeply the morning air, basking in the sunlight that seeped into his being, slowly transforming him like a plant undergoing photosynthesis. It was another day brimming with vitality. Stretching his limbs, Luke made his way into the washroom. After completing his morning routine, a sumptuous breakfast awaited him at the table. He pondered whether Kosa's mission had been accomplished while twirling seafood pasta with his fork. This nearly isolated, beautiful island was administratively divided into the governor, the district head, and the lowest rank of constable. By eliminating the constable of Taormina, the mafia could more easily operate during the interim period before a successor was appointed. He wondered what Rogers was doing at that moment. Was he still performing on stage? After a while, Luke heard a commotion from the master bedroom. Melina, having finally enjoyed a restful sleep, cautiously pulled open the door. Seeing Luke seated at the dining table, swiftly and efficiently savoring his meal, she resembled a startled fawn. Retracting her head in alarm. "Awake, are we? I have arranged a change of clothes for you. Come and have something to eat," he said with a gentle smile. Luke continued, "Mariina, since we are under the same roof, we are bound to cross paths. What purpose does it serve to evade me?" Upon hearing this, Mariina silently donned her silk nightgown and emerged. She bent down to pick up the pristine clothing laid upon the sofa before retreating to her room. Several minutes passed, and the door to the master bedroom opened. Mariina, now dressed in casual attire, sat down at the dining table with a hint of shyness. The food had grown cold, consisting only of sandwiches and juice. Luke glanced up, noting that the clothes fit her quite well. Employing his extraordinary vision to estimate the contours of her figure, he believed himself to be the first to do so. "I have spoken with Kosa and arranged for your return in a few days. So please do not misconstrue my intentions, Mariina. I have come to Sicily for business and shall not linger long. I expect to depart in a day or two. For the sake of confidentiality, I must impose upon you to stay here for a couple of days. Luke's courteous demeanor allowed Mariina's taut nerves to relax slightly. As Alessandro had mentioned, she was currently unemployed and devoid of income. Coupled with the wartime food rationing, she had become a coveted delicacy in the eyes of Sicilian men, each eager to sample her allure. Had she not encountered Luke, Mariina would inevitably have relinquished her inner resolve, succumbing to despair and numbness, ultimately leading her towards degradation. Thank you, Mr. Corleone. With this thought, Mariina felt a surge of gratitude towards the young man seated across from her. As she nibbled on her sandwich, she observed Luke engrossed in the newspaper. His sleek black hair, sharply defined facial features, and piercing gaze would surely captivate many passionate and beautiful Sicilian women. Mariina, I must step out for a while. If you need anything, feel free to contact the hotel staff. They will assist you. Luke set down the newspaper and glanced at the time, contemplating a visit to Alessandro and the 20 hired guns he had recruited. Very well, Mr. Corleone. Mariina leaned against the doorframe, watching Luke's retreating figure with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Initially, she had resigned herself to the role of a mere plaything, yet her shadowed existence seemed to glimmer with a hint of hope. With a tumult of emotions, Mariina returned to the dining table, inadvertently catching sight of the unfolded newspaper. A particularly bold and eye-catching headline read, "Shock. Sheriff plummets off a cliff. The truth behind it is this. The sheriff is dead?" Mariina stood frozen, at a loss for words. Had the heaviest stone weighing upon her finally vanished? Wait, it's Mr. Corleone. Marilyn pondered the formidable Alessandro, who ruled Sicily with impunity, and how he bowed and scraped before that young man, offering his utmost deference. Could it truly be him? After experiencing tumultuous emotional upheavals, Marilyn gazed out at the pristine blue sky and white clouds, her heart roiling like a tempestuous sea, unable to find tranquility. Meanwhile, Luke, having departed from the inn, remained blissfully unaware of Marilyn's relentless self-exploration within her room. He, accompanied by a roaring battalion, first left the town, meandering along the coastal line a few times. Only after discerning the vigilance and defensive strengths of the military encampments nearby did he return to the Bell Tower Tavern. In the tavern's backyard stood dozens of robust young men, the finest warriors from their families, each possessing remarkable marksmanship and a willingness to sacrifice for their kin. Alessandro did not broach the topic of the constable's unfortunate incident, deeming it a trifling matter. The mafia was adept at such affairs. The constable, resembling a corpulent pig, frequented his mistress's abode weekly. Alessandro merely instructed his men to tamper subtly with the constable's car, rendering its brakes inoperative, leading to a tragic plunge off a cliff. Car and man alike. After all, in these times, surveillance cameras were non-existent, making it virtually impossible to uncover traces of the perpetrator. Are they the soldiers of the Camorra family, or your own? Luke inquired nonchalantly. Of course, they are mine. However, at present, they belong to you, Mr. Corleone. Alessandro seemed to have anticipated the question, bellowing, "This gentleman is Mr. Vito Corleone, whose ancestors hailed from Sicily. They were forced to flee their homeland due to the cruel persecution by that despot Mussolini, wandering far and wide. Now, Mr. Corleone is prosperous. He returns to his homeland bearing bread and wine, arms and ammunition. From this day forth, we shall no longer be members of the Camorra family. Our allegiance lies solely with Mr. Corleone." Luke silently appreciated Alessandro's performance, observing as he spoke of his Sicilian heritage with unwavering composure, fervently conveying the anguish and indignation of persecution and exile. One could only say that the Academy Awards owe this mafia chief a small golden statuette. Indeed, performance and deceit are skills any ascendant figure must master. Luke reflected, acknowledging that although Alessandro appeared obsequious before him, akin to a court jester, it was the representation of the allies behind him, coupled with repeated subtle pressures, that compelled this mafia leader to lower his head and bow. Luke would not allow himself to underestimate Alessandro. Even the most docile of wolves can be lethal. One's guard must never be lowered, for one could be bitten at the most unexpected moment. You stand here today not to pledge your loyalty to me. The name Vito Corleone is but a stranger to you. Luke's gaze swept over the gathering in the backyard. Among them were some mercenaries recruited by Alessandro and others affiliated with the mafia. These unfamiliar youths harbored little loyalty to him. Yet they submitted to the authority of the family leader, yielding to power and status. This has been a mafia's tradition for centuries: allegiance to the family, never betrayal. Although the mafia rooted in North America has nearly forgotten these antiquated customs, they remain potent in Sicily. During Mussolini's purge of the mafia, thousands of suspects were apprehended and subjected to unspeakable tortures, flogging, the removal of fingernails, even electric shocks, yet few dared to betray their families. In defiance of fascism and Mussolini, the mafia formed assassination squads from various clans, with core members acting as hitmen. These individuals refer to themselves as the Honorable Society, targeting high-ranking fascist officials and police. The Strategic Scientific Corps chose the mafia as informants precisely because these violent individuals showed no fear of Mussolini's regime and were easily swayed and bought. Chapter 23. Redeeming Skill Cards, Overturning the Apennines. At the Copper Bell Tavern, in the backyard, Luke surveyed the scene. Although he was younger than many present, the formidable aura bestowed by the Superman template created an unmistakable sense of oppression, akin to a mountain pressing upon their hearts. Silence enveloped the crowd. No voice dared to break it. You pledge your loyalty to me for the honor of the mafia family, for the well-being of your kin, and for your own future. Before Mussolini's rise, those policemen bowed before you. Even the sheriff feared your countenance. But now, they can seize any one of you as a suspect, drag you into prison, and execute you in the public square. The fascists trample upon the dignity of every mafia member, insulting the honor of each of your families. It is time to rise up and fight like true men. Even if it means bleeding and dying, at least we can achieve glory and dignity. Luke's voice was calm, lacking the fervor of a passionate speech. His emotional tone remained consistent with his usual manner of speaking. Yet, to those present, each word resonated with power, igniting their fervor and stirring their blood. Even Alessandro, standing nearby, was visibly exhilarated, his rugged face brimming with enthusiasm, as if he had rediscovered his lost youth. Constantine's ploys were indeed effective. He resolved to redeem more skill cards in the future for unforeseen circumstances. With the prestige he had accumulated over the days, Luke exchanged his points for Constantine's skill cards in the marketplace. The left hand deceives the devil, while the right hand misleads angels, a master of betrayal for a millennium. He is known as the infamous exorcist, Constantine. From the Justice League to notorious supervillains, many have fallen victim to his schemes. When Constantine joins your ranks, tread carefully, for it often signifies that a dark omen looms above you. Nevertheless, despite his duplicitous nature, his ability to manipulate is truly exceptional. In a future era, he could easily ascend to the position of a distinguished lecturer for a certain philanthropic initiative. When it comes to inciting emotions and leading others to their doom, he is perhaps only slightly inferior to the leaders of the Axis powers. Today, I do not ask you to fight for me, but for the family, for honor. And most importantly, for yourselves. Rise to overturn the Italian peninsula. Let the name of the Mafia and the Corleone family resound throughout Sicily once more. Prove that you are not cowards, but valiant warriors. As Luke continued to inspire, his words were met with fervent agreement from the crowd. The scene resembled a motivational seminar of the future, where successful entrepreneurs and renowned tycoons serve up bowls of spiritual nourishment, stirring the audience to the point where they yearn to launch their own enterprises. In the backyard, the young and vigorous mafia members exhibited similar enthusiasm. Each one appeared ready to charge into the military camp and hang the despicable fascists in the square. We pledge our allegiance to His Excellency Corleone and will heed all commands. A particularly astute young man emerged from the crowd, leading the chant. Soon, echoes of agreement resonated throughout. These fresh recruits, enlisted by Alessandro, offered their unwavering loyalty. At that moment, Luke had transformed into the godfather of Sicily. His reputation soared on the character panel. The investment in Constantine's skill card was proving worthwhile. Luke felt a surge of satisfaction. The hard-earned reputation points he had accumulated were now fully invested in Constantine's skill card. Not only had he recouped his investment, but he also found himself with a modest surplus. Unfortunately, the usage limit of 24 hours was a vexing constraint imposed by the accursed developers. They only sought to exploit players. With the pre-battle mobilization complete, Luke prepared to set off for Rome. Following the plan, they would split into two groups. He and Dambin Dugan would masquerade as secret envoys from Berlin, while the others would infiltrate through Alessandro's channels. Upon their convergence, they would make a beeline for the Venetian palace. However, before that, they had another mission: to raid the nearby naval base and create an opportunity for the Allies to land. They would distribute food and firearms, withholding ammunition until the very end. Keep a close watch. Avoid stirring any trouble. After delivering a rousing speech, Luke entrusted the remaining tasks to Alessandro. By the way, have you received any responses regarding your outreach to other Mafia families? I have followed your instructions and extricated Don Carlo from his cell. He is willing to ally with the Allies. Several other families have also agreed to raid the naval base. They may be counted among us, Alessandro said, lowering his gaze. In recent days, he had not been idle. Aside from delivering women to Luke, he had also reached out to several prominent families within Mafia. Upon learning that Alessandro had established ties with the Allies and become an informant for the Strategic Science Corps, the Mafia bosses hastened to pledge their loyalty, eager to contribute and secure their status as anti-fascist freedom fighters, thereby averting misfortune in the post-war era. That as well, Luke nodded. As a smuggler, the cargo he had procured comprised not only bread, cigarettes, and wine for cover, but primarily firearms and ammunition. Initially, Luke had withheld the details of their plan to raid the naval base from Alessandro, only revealing this information now, as the Mafia leader had no option but to comply. After reiterating a few crucial details, Luke returned to his hotel room, where the members of the Roaring Assault team held their breath, awaiting their commander's orders. Alessandro had established contact with the camp's officer, a high-ranking official from the logistics department, whose mistress happened to be entangled with a Mafia enforcer, while his wife was involved with a painter, an intricate web of relationships indeed. Luke could not help but take a moment of silence for the naval officer with a head of tousled hair. There is no such thing as a tranquil existence. It merely implies that someone bears the burden on your behalf. In any case, leveraging this connection, Alessandro had engaged with him, and they had agreed that Luke would pose as a smuggler to infiltrate the camp, under the guise of conducting business by selling cigarettes and alcohol at a low price. Meanwhile, Kosa would arrange for a group of strippers to visit the naval soldiers, providing them with some diversion. Luke meticulously laid out every detail. Provoking the German armored division stationed in Sicily would be an act of folly. However, with the capabilities of the Roaring Assault team, raiding the Italian naval base posed no issue. After all, who could deny the rampant corruption permeating the Italian military from top to bottom? It could be said that the roots were thoroughly rotten. High-ranking officers openly colluding with smugglers and allowing strippers into the barracks. Such conduct would have landed them before a military tribunal in the Allies' ranks. Moreover, Luke possessed a secret weapon, the Scarecrow's fear gas. First, they would dismantle their radio stations to prevent any intelligence leaks. As Luke articulated his directives, the Roaring Assault team nodded in agreement. They had long recognized the extraordinary capabilities of their young captain, as long as they returned safely, even if they did not capture Mussolini. The honor of traversing the lengthy front lines, infiltrating Italian territory, and seizing the naval base in Sicily would suffice to elevate the Roaring Assault team to the status of war heroes, deserving of commendation from the Allies. Rest up. At 8:10, prepare for action. Luke waved his team off and turned to see Marilena emerging from the bedroom. She adorned herself in an exquisite black velvet gown, embellished with knitted patterns at the neckline and cuffs, embodying elegance without sacrificing grandeur. The fabric, soft and supple, caressed her form, accentuating her voluptuous curves. Mr. Corleone returned safely. This mature and alluring woman seemed to possess an inkling of the situation. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke in a hushed tone. Chapter 24. The Raid. Seas in hand, the ominous clouds loomed low, obscuring the dim stars and moon. At 8:20 in the evening, Luke, accompanied by the disguised Roaring Assault team, strode confidently into the naval camp, exchanging enthusiastic greetings with the soldiers. Boxes upon boxes of cigarettes, liquor, and provisions were dispatched to the commander's quarters as if they were of no cost. Additionally, those enchanting and provocative dancers, clad in revealing attire, swayed and posed on the performance stage, eliciting a cacophony of howls from the onlookers. Captain Davi, a modest gesture, a token of respect. In the reception room of the logistics department, Luke, donning a black top hat and a coat over his suit, sat across from the desk. With a beaming smile, he produced a palm-sized rectangular gift box, revealing a gleaming pearl necklace, evidently of considerable value given its luster and size. In his haste, he had no other gifts to offer, thus presenting the necklace to the captain's wife. Captain Davi, sporting a beer belly, nodded in satisfaction, discreetly stowing away the gift box. In this time of war, the monetary system had long since collapsed. Currency held no more worth than scrap paper, with only gold and jewels serving as tangible assets. And a cough, Captain Davi could bestow upon a friend. Luke then produced another gift box, inside which lay an even more valuable green agate necklace. Captain Davi's eyes sparkled. This smuggler was quite astute, aware of his mistress. He remained oblivious to Luke's sympathetic gaze and was unaware that the color of his hat mirrored that of the green agate necklace, imbued with an air of forgiveness. To be honest, Mr. Corleone, I have heard of you from Lieutenant Serio. Since you are his friend, you are also mine. Should you wish to engage in smuggling, the Navy would be more than welcoming, ensuring your vessels pass unimpeded. Captain Davi, a man of sincerity, assured with a pat on his chest, from now on, for your smuggling vessels, I can have Lieutenant Serio dispatch warships for protection. Then I must express my gratitude to Captain Davi. This is but a small token. With further surprises yet to come, Luke remarked, his eyes glinting with significance. However, we do have conditions, as long as Mr. Corleone is willing to grant the Navy a 50% cut on every smuggling endeavor. Our collaboration will surely be most agreeable. Captain Davi's eyes brimmed with avarice, finally articulating the formal terms. The Navy could not overtly engage in smuggling for exorbitant profits, thus seeking to utilize Mr. Corleone as their personal cash cow. A 50% cut on every illicit cargo would undoubtedly leave the naval officers thoroughly satisfied. Given the current tense domestic situation and the escalating nature of warfare, Captain Davi believed that accumulating wealth swiftly was of paramount importance. He was acutely aware of the immense risks associated with smuggling, which could lead to a military tribunal. Observing Captain Davi's avaricious demeanor, Luke maintained an amused expression, seemingly unperturbed. Suddenly, he rose, glanced at his watch, and softly declared it is time. Mr. Corleone, what are you talking about? Captain Davi asked, bewildered by the abruptness of the smugglers' actions amidst their business discussion. The condescending gaze directed at him made him feel diminutive. Sit down, Mr. Corleone, Captain Davi insisted, his tone growing more forceful, his anger palpable. Have you not yet realized, Captain? You no longer possess the authority to give orders. Luke chuckled, having heard commotion from outside. The fear gas produced by the scarecrow of Gotham City would render the Italian soldiers utterly incapacitated. The Howling Strike Team merely needed to don their gas masks and release the gas, and before long, the entire camp would be paralyzed. Those naval soldiers, gripped by terror, would resemble lambs awaiting slaughter, completely devoid of any capacity to resist. What is happening? What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not come any closer. Captain Davi finally sensed the gravity of the situation as screams of panic echoed from outside, infiltrating the room. He hastily drew his sidearm. Yet before he could pull the trigger, his arm was twisted painfully. The sight of white bone piercing through flesh released a torrent of blood. A wave of agony overwhelmed Captain Davi, causing him to collapse onto the ground, unable to suppress a loud wail, hoping to alert the guards outside. Apologies. I couldn't control my strength, Luke offered insincerely, observing Captain Davi's cumbersome form retreating. His heart remained unperturbed, thanks to the lessons learned from Uncle Frank about blood and death, which had long ceased to burden him psychologically. Do not expend your efforts in vain. The soldiers in the camp are either preoccupied with watching strip shows or crying out for their mothers. Those on duty have also been dealt with, he remarked nonchalantly. The entire camp, including the subordinate Water Police District, Construction Bureau, Military Supply Bureau, Health Bureau, Port Authority, and warehouses, had already crumbled under the sudden onslaught of the Howling Strike Team and members of the Mafia, even the patrol boats and minesweepers, under the pretext of rewarding the soldiers, had been overrun by the brazenly invading Mafia. Not only was the Scarecrow's fear gas deployed, but the beverages served were laced with a special concoction that would incapacitate even an elephant. One must lament the utter lack of vigilance exhibited by the Italian army, whose negligence allowed a band of mafiosi to operate with impunity. Spare me, Captain Davide implored, his tone shifting in desperation. I shall indeed let you go, Luke replied with a nonchalant shrug, having only restrained his strength momentarily, resulting in the unfortunate captain's disheveled state. Do not be so fearful, Captain Davide. I am no demon. Yet, The terror reflected in Davide's eyes betrayed a deeper truth. In his mind, Luke bore a striking resemblance to a fiend. How could a normal individual possibly twist his own arm as one might snap a chopstick? Moreover, it seemed to him that Luke exerted little effort in doing so. Remain here and refrain from any foolish actions. The radio has been destroyed and the telephone lines severed, rendering you incapable of alerting the garrison at other camps, Luke asserted, casting a penetrating gaze at Captain Davide before retrieving a string of pearls. As for the green agate necklace, it was merely a counterfeit prepared by Alessandro. Luke pushed open the door to the supply department's conference room, where faint cries of terror echoed outside. Italian naval soldiers, transformed into frail infants, succumbed to the fear of gas, dragged into darkness as their deepest nightmares tormented their resolve. The chilling shrieks reverberated beneath the night sky. Yet the faint sounds were swiftly swallowed by the crashing waves against the rocks. A throng of mafiosi surged in, wielding axes and handguns, ruthlessly eliminating the patrolling guards with decisive efficiency. This was a silent raid, and Luke stood aloft, gazing down upon the blood-soaked blossoms that unfurled in the night, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. By dawn, as the sun rose above the horizon, half of Sicily would effectively be within his grasp. Chapter 25, Caution. Slippery roads ahead as the sun rose on the following day. Sicily maintained its customary rhythm of life. The only notable changes were the rumors of Marlene climbing into the bed of a prominent businessman, the sheriff's unexpected accident, and the arrival of a stripper at the naval camp. These tidbits provided ample fodder for the townsfolk as leisurely conversations. As long as the Allies refrained from launching extensive bombings and the air raid sirens remained silent, Taormina would continue to enjoy its tranquility. Morning light shimmered across the sea, illuminating the small town. Luke leapt from a jeep, returning to the Pea-Shooter Inn. Despite a night devoid of sleep, he remained remarkably alert. Ensure Alessandro's men keep a close watch. No mishaps must occur, he instructed before entering. His companion, Dambald Dugan, nodded vigorously in understanding. At this critical juncture, no one could afford to err. After a night of meticulous handling and aftermath, the naval camp has been completely seized by the Roaring Commandos. From the highest commander, Colonel Bernardo, down to the lowly new recruit sailors, all have been rendered captives. According to Alessandro's tally, after counting, the report indicates that there are over 500 individuals, comprising various ranks of officers and new sailors. Among them, a portion has inhaled excessive amounts of fear gas, resulting in mental disarray and a complete loss of mobility. Another segment attempted to resist, but was swiftly dealt with by the mafia that surged into the camp. In sum, approximately 420 souls remain alive and have become prisoners. They are all confined as captives, segregated in batches within barracks and warehouses, overseen by Alessandro and the remaining mafia family members. Manelli has dispatched a message via the camp's sole surviving telegraph machine, stating that the naval vessels require maintenance and will not partake in patrol duties for a day or two. During this interval, no one will suspect that the naval camp has fallen into the hands of the Allies, as undetectable as darkness beneath a lamp. No one could fathom that a daring secret squad has stealthily infiltrated the heart of the Axis powers, poised to deliver a lethal strike. As for the naval camp's captives, Luke harbors no concern about potential disturbances. As long as a steady supply of food is provided to those Italian sailors, they will be more obedient than domesticated animals. Throughout the entirety of World War II, while the Italian army possesses capability, they exhibit a reluctance to engage in combat, displaying a notably low fighting spirit, often opting to flee even when outnumbering the enemy. One of the most intriguing instances occurred when the Italian forces encountered the British Army. The former intended to follow customary protocol and surrender outright. However, the latter seemed weary of such easy victories, refusing the Italian surrender and executing 2 liaison officers. This incited the ire of the Italian officers, who rallied their soldiers to retaliate, ultimately besting the overconfident British forces. This battle could be deemed Italy's moment of pride. If I were the Emperor, I would likely feel despair. What a collection of allies. Shaking off these extraneous thoughts, Luke returned to his room at the inn. Good morning, Mr. Corleone. The enchanting Melina sat at the dining table, appearing as if she had just emerged from a bath, her cascading dark waves elegantly pinned back. The cream-colored silk nightgown adorned with lace did little to conceal her alluring figure. Below, her long, straight legs rested gracefully upon the carpet, radiating an irresistible allure. Truly, she is the most beautiful woman in Sicily. Even in such ordinary attire, she could drive many men to madness. Luke calmly diverted his gaze and settled at the table. Is this left for me? Just in time, as I'm feeling a bit hungry. Spotting the seafood pasta on the table, he unreservedly reached for it. Slurp, slurp. After a tempestuous inhalation, Luke raised his gaze to the dazed Mariina and inquired, "Is there a problem?" "I've only taken a single bite," she replied softly. Her wariness towards Luke had dissipated, replaced by a newfound ease that rendered her no longer constrained. The reasons behind this transformation eluded even Mariina herself. "I sincerely apologize. I have been preoccupied throughout the night," Luke said with little sincerity. "By the way, you may call me Luke. Corleone is merely a fictitious identity. I have arranged for Cosa to escort your father to Palermo, where the finest hospital in Sicily awaits, ideal for treatment and recuperation." "Thank you, Corleone Luke." Mariina, who had initially borne a troubled expression, now radiated a flicker of joy. Cradling a warm cup of milk in her hands, her voice brimmed with gratitude. Reflecting on the unfortunate accident that befell the sheriff and the suitable arrangements made for her father, Mariina felt a profound sense of relief. These days spent in the inn had been the most tranquil of her life, free from the lecherous intentions of men and the venomous curses of women. "Do not be so formal. By the way, I shall likely depart Sicily tomorrow. Cosa will see you home," Luke remarked casually. "Rest assured, Mariina, no one in the town shall dare to bully you again. I have already instructed Cosa." The smile that adorned Mariina's face suddenly froze. "Is that so? I wish you a safe journey," the stunning woman said with great reluctance. Without further ado, Mariina swiftly returned to her room. Observing her hasty retreat, Luke's lips curled into a smile as he awaited the arrival of night. The twilight glow gradually sank beneath the sea's surface. Until dinner-time, Mariina did not emerge from her chamber. Luke busied himself with packing. Tomorrow, he would no longer be Vittorio Corleone, but rather Captain Steiner from Berlin, a recipient of the Iron Cross. As the clock's hands glided into the early hours, the still-awake Luke heard a commotion from the adjacent room. Cautiously, he opened the door and stood at the threshold of the guest room, his breath quickening, his heartbeat resonating audibly. Lying in bed, Luke, with his enhanced hearing, could almost transform the information flooding his mind into a series of vivid images. "Have you no intention of coming in after standing there for so long?" Just as Mariina hesitated, preparing to turn away, the door swung open. Draped in a robe, Luke teased, "If you intend to bid me farewell, it seems rather premature." He stepped forward, nearly closing the distance between himself and Mariina. The dimly lit living room was illuminated solely by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window. Mariina tilted her head, her delicate form trembling, her exquisite visage suffused with a rosy glow. It resembled the fiery clouds of a Sicilian evening. "In truth, I had thought you would not come." Luke made an audacious gesture, lifting Melina's chin with his finger. "If I hadn't come, what would you have done?" Melina sought to evade Luke's aggressive gaze, but found herself unsuccessful. "Then I would have approached you." Luke continued, "Melina, I'm not the upright Mr. Corleone you envision. I possess a fierce possessiveness and relish claiming what I desire. I am more of a rogue than the mafia. And I covet your beauty more than any man in this town." His fingers traced Melina's crimson lips, while his other arm encircled her slender waist, pulling her closer. To Luke's unexpected surprise, Melina did not recoil from his confession. She yearned to utter something more, but her luscious lips were silenced. The night outside deepened further. Chapter 26. Advancing into the city of Rome, the first gunshot the following morning, Luke awoke feeling invigorated. As he rose, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. How does the Superman from the adjacent film set procreate with his girlfriend, Lois Lane? For the moment, he set aside the potential complications of a union between Kryptonians and Earthlings. Could a being capable of lifting hundreds of tons, with muscle density so formidable that heavy artillery could not penetrate his steel-like physique, possibly treat Lois Lane like a mere inflatable doll? With this baffling question lingering, Luke stepped into the washroom. Frankly, what should be a vigorous activity exhausting for men, for him, crafted from the Superman template, felt overly meticulous, especially in terms of exertion. It demanded a certain level of finesse. This was merely a phase of the common man. Should he unlock a higher template, Luke might even contemplate becoming an ascetic superhero, avoiding interactions with the opposite sex altogether. Prolonged endurance, devoid of pleasure, was quite the conundrum. Luke murmured to himself, feeling throughout the process like a merciless pile driver. "Will you return?" Melina, reclining against the headboard, still bore traces of allure upon her face. She gazed at Luke, who was donning fresh attire and preparing to depart, and asked with a wistful tone. Melina was uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong. Yet, one thing was clear. Luke's arrival had liberated her from a woeful fate, granting her an unparalleled sense of security, much like a ray of sunshine piercing through a world shrouded in gloom. "Do not worry. It will not be long before you hear my name echo throughout Sicily. By then, I shall be nearing my return." Luke lowered his head, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Melina's smooth forehead. While the embrace of tenderness was undeniably delightful, taking the first step toward his future endeavors was equally paramount. Captain America merely vanquished Hydra and the Red Skull, creating an opportunity for the Allied forces to achieve victory in the war. Yet he was exalted by the American military to the highest echelons. In the subsequent 70 years, Steve Rogers emerged as a household legend, garnering an abundance of admirers akin to the fervent Phil Coulson. Upon his thawing from the glacier, his unique status naturally positioned him as a leader within both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, such as the power of prestige, perpetually placing him atop the moral high ground, earning him due respect from the federal government and superheroes alike. "Be cautious. I await your return." Melina nodded obediently, resembling a languid feline. She did not ponder whether this was a deceit, nor contemplate the monumental task that this man must undertake to have his name resonate throughout Sicily. She simply harbored an unwavering belief that Luke would return. Tomorrow afternoon at 3:40 p.m. marks the time for the Allied forces to land. Luke, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze on Alessandro and declared, "Cosa, should you execute this task successfully, you will truly become a figure of esteem across the entirety of Sicily, and indeed, Italy. The mayor, the prime minister, even Mussolini himself. Those who once looked down upon you will bow before you, addressing you as Your Excellency." "I will," Lieutenant Cavill responded, his voice quivering with excitement. This was his inaugural utterance of Luke's name, as Vito Corleone had become a relic of the past. The identity of Captain Steiner, bearer of the Iron Cross and Berlin's envoy, would soon be of little consequence. Luke adhered to the original plan, splitting his forces. He, along with the accompanying Dum-Dum Dugan, boarded a vessel bound for Rome. Hillett had once remarked that military attire must be striking to inspire the youth to enlist without hesitation. It must be said, his statement carried a modicum of truth. Clad in a tailored captain's uniform, Luke gazed into the mirror. The insignia, shoulder boards, and wristbands adorned his black uniform, while atop his head rested a broad-brimmed hat embellished with a silver double-headed eagle emblem. A woolen overcoat draped over him, and his hands were clad in fine leather gloves. At that moment, Luke, coupled with his sharply defined youthful visage, resembled a dashing and spirited Nazi officer. "From this moment forth, I am Captain Steiner, Berlin's envoy. Born into a military lineage in Germany, I have been affiliated with the SS and am a confidant of Heinrich Himmler. My journey to Rome is to convey the F. Hrer's directives." Luke reiterated his identity to Dum-Dum Dugan. "Understood," the latter silently noted. They were on the brink of infiltrating enemy territory, intent on capturing their leader alive. No detail could be overlooked. The journey from Sicily to Rome would take less than half a day, and Luke swiftly arrived at his destination. Standing at the bow of the ship, one gazes upon the Italian capital, surrounded by hills of various sizes, historically known as the City of Seven Hills. The city walls meander along the river and cling to the mountains, undulating in an irregular fashion, resembling a crouching lion, lurking upon the expanse of the Apennine Peninsula. Rome can be regarded as one of the oldest cities in history, nestled in the Latin plain of the central Apennine Peninsula. It has traversed through the epochs of both Republic and Empire, serving as the birthplace of ancient Roman mythology, rich in illustrious history and cultural heritage. Luke, with an air of authority, disembarked from the port, presenting the meticulously prepared documents. His stern visage, complemented by a sharply tailored military uniform, emanated an aura that deterred any who might approach. This demeanor rendered the questioning soldiers reluctant to scrutinize too closely, fearing they might offend this remarkably youthful high-ranking officer. After a cursory glance at the documents and a verification of his identity, they respectfully allowed him passage. Had this been Berlin, the Gestapo would not have been so easily deceived. Dugan, we shall conquer this nation and attain unprecedented glory. Luke entered Rome, the heart of Italy and the center of Mussolini's governance. Following the victory in the First World War, the Vatican witnessed the rise of Mussolini's fascist power. Subsequently, the two parties signed the Lateran Treaty, which recognized Rome as the capital of Italy, while the Italian government acknowledged the Vatican's sovereignty over its territory. However, the ambitious Mussolini was not content. He led his troops into the city, declaring an alliance with Nazi Germany, thus forming the Axis powers. Many erroneously believe that Hitler was the founder of fascism. In truth, it was Mussolini who opened the Pandora's box of evil. To some extent, he could be considered the mentor to the Führer of the Third Reich. After the First World War, the European landscape was reshuffled, and the Italian populace experienced profound disillusionment due to the inequitable distribution of post-war benefits, coupled with an economic stagnation and the hardships of daily life. Mussolini found a political entry point. He initiated the fascist movement in Milan, establishing the world's first militant fascist party. Yet, this aspiring dictator at his core was an opportunist, lacking any remarkable capabilities. At least in the realms of oratory and emotional incitement, he paled in comparison to his pupil, Hitler. Within the Axis powers, Mussolini and the Führer initially stood on equal footing, with Hitler even maintaining a respectful attitude towards him. However, the dismal performance of the Italian military, often surrendering without a fight or calling for German reinforcements, led Mussolini to seek assistance from his student whenever problems arose. This resulted in the Führer increasingly belittling him, nearly berating him as a failure over the telephone, especially after Mussolini was ordered to be placed under house arrest by the Italian king and subsequently rescued by a special forces unit dispatched by Hitler. This once ambitious dictator was utterly reduced to a puppet manipulated by Germany. "Captain, you always seem to conjure miracles beyond our imagination," Dugan remarked earnestly, standing behind Luke. After spending these past few days together, even if Luke claimed he would fly to Berlin to confront Hitler and bring an end to the war that threatened to engulf the world, Dugan would harbor no doubt. The two arrived at St. Mark's Square, where Luke gazed upon the grand and imposing palace. This was the Doge's palace, established by the Pope, and it now served as the political epicenter for Mussolini's rule over more than 40 million Italians, a place heavily guarded. Tomorrow, the first shot in the conquest of Italy would be fired here. Chapter 27, An Extraordinary Day, a Historic Moment. London, Allied Command Headquarters. The secret base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve buzzed with a palpable tension. A month had passed, and the intelligence agencies of the Allies engaged in a fierce contest with Hydra. Spies and operatives from both sides were active in crucial cities behind enemy lines, such as Berlin in the Axis camp and London, New York, and Poland in the Allied camp. Both factions continuously intercepted each other's intelligence. And despite the Strategic Scientific Reserve gathering the elite of the Allies, they still found themselves at a disadvantage against the covert and powerful Hydra. To this day, we have yet to ascertain the precise location of Hydra's base. Where exactly have the captured Allied soldiers been taken? What clandestine experiments are the German Nazis conducting? We remain utterly in the dark. Colonel Phillips shouted in fury, his stern reprimand echoing throughout the room, silencing those present. In just 1 month, we have sacrificed 13 operatives, with 4 spies embedded within the Axis being discovered. This marks the greatest loss the Strategic Scientific Reserve has endured since its inception. The Allied command is deeply disappointed in us, and I am equally disappointed in you. Colonel Phillips fumed, having received a call from President Roosevelt the previous day. Although the leader ensconced in the White House did not explicitly express any opinion regarding the Strategic Scientific Corps, the undertones of accountability were unmistakable in his tone. Initially, the Allies had been steadily advancing on the battlefield, and many believed the Axis powers were on the brink of collapse. Yet, no one anticipated that the Red Skull, armed with the Cosmic Cube, would leverage Hydra's scientific resources to develop immensely powerful energy weapons, applying them to firearms and tanks. This cutting-edge technology, far surpassing its era, halted the Axis's decline. The previous setbacks and disadvantages began to wane, and instead, the Allies started to exhibit signs of fatigue on the Eastern European front, with their defensive lines precariously at risk. A multitude of factors has led the Strategic Scientific Reserve to endure immense pressure. They have yet to ascertain the technological foundation underlying the energy weapons wielded by Hydra. As for the precise locations of military factories and secret bases, they have not even caught a glimpse. Hydra's agents have long infiltrated every level of the Allied forces, rendering them virtually indefensible. This has placed Colonel Phillips and his team in a perpetually reactive state regarding intelligence. Do we have any news from Luke? After venting his frustration, Colonel Phillips turned to Peggy Carter beside him. He could now only place his hopes in Luke. For if the plan to raid Rome and assist the Allies in landing on Sicily were to succeed, not only would the morale of the Allies soar, but the standing of the Strategic Scientific Reserve would also rise significantly. He had received a telegram from Lieutenant Cavell yesterday, informing him that they had secured a naval base near Sicily, and the Allies were set to land at 3:40 in the afternoon with assistance from the local mafia. This operation was codenamed Trojan Horse. Carter reported meticulously. She had not anticipated that Luke could truly accomplish this, leading a team deep into enemy territory to strike at the leadership. Success was merely one step away. In Italy, at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Luke approached Piazza Venezia with an air of nonchalance. The first sight to greet him was the magnificent palace located on the northern side of Capitoline Hill. This most splendid edifice in Rome had once served as the papal residence before falling into the hands of Mussolini. The dictator frequently delivered speeches from its expansive balcony to the throngs gathered below. With the rank of captain and the identity of a Berlin envoy, coupled with the imposing presence of Dumont behind him, he was spared the inconvenience of being questioned by patrolling guards. "When will Mussolini meet with us?" Dumont inquired in a hushed tone. "At 4 in the afternoon, once he crawls out of his mistress's bed," Luke replied with a laugh. He stood in the square as if he were merely a tourist admiring the scenery. Manelli and the others should be making their move soon. Dumont nodded in silence. According to their plan, Jimmy, acting as the sniper, had already occupied a vantage point, while the assault operative, Kenneth, was driving a truck that was slowly coming to a stop on a street beyond. It carried 20 carefully selected gunmen from the Mafia, along with a Maxim machine gun. Alessandro had expended considerable effort to smuggle that contraption in. Soon, they would divert the attention of the guards at Piazza Venezia, creating chaos to provide Luke with the optimal opportunity. "Do you think Mr. Mussolini will be surprised when he sees us?" Even at this critical moment, Luke remained composed, with the presence of mind to jest. Dumont, standing behind him, couldn't help but admire his unflappable demeanor. The thought of what was to transpire next made his legs tremble slightly. Time passed slowly, each second dragging on. Luke presented the military-issued pass and entered the reception hall of the Venetian palace. Just as he vanished from St. Mark's Square, a sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility of Rome. It was as if a boulder had plunged into a serene lake, stirring unprecedented chaos. Enemy attack. The shrill whistle sounded, and patrol guards sprang into action, while military police swiftly encircled the entire square, desperately searching for the concealed sniper. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as Kenneth, the assaulter, tore open the tarpaulin of a truck, releasing 20 elite gunmen from the Mafia in a steady stream. This ferocious barrage caught the patrolling guards of Rome completely off guard. Following Luke's orders, Kenneth operated the Maxim machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets that mowed down the advancing military police and guards. For a moment, it was impossible to breach the deadly web of bullets. "Protect the leader," Luke shouted passionately, resolutely stepping out of the reception hall. At this moment, neither politicians nor soldiers could afford the luxury of discerning friend from foe. Moreover, clad in German military uniform and bearing the rank of captain, Luke possessed the finest passport. Ordinary soldiers dared not obstruct him, and the high-ranking officers lacked the time to question him, allowing him to ascend the staircase unimpeded. "Commander, Kenneth can't hold out much longer. At most 5 minutes." Dugan, following closely behind, swallowed hard, surrounded by enemy forces. "That will suffice." Luke quickened his pace, arriving at Mussolini's office floor with astonishing speed. The security here was evidently more stringent than outside, as the Italian dictator was protected by Nazi soldiers, adorned with Hydra armbands. They remained unfazed by the sudden gunfire, instead intensifying their vigilance over Mussolini and maintaining order. Strangers like Luke were immediately halted and questioned upon bursting in, regardless of his rank in the Third Reich. "No passage. Identify yourself." Luke, uninterested in idle chatter, delivered a powerful kick, shattering the chest of the Nazi soldier, blocking his path, sending him sprawling. The remaining guards barely had time to react before he swiftly snapped their necks. Create a diversion. Draw their fire. Upon hearing Luke's instruction, Dugan nodded vigorously. He drew his pistol and dashed to the upper levels, firing a few shots downward to attract more guards. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor as Luke strode forward, shouting to protect the leader, while making his way to Mussolini's conference room. He had long been prepared. The Italian dictator had a habit of enjoying afternoon tea at 2 o'clock daily, favoring the third conference room on the right side of the corridor. As enthusiasm surged, he summoned his mistress to alleviate the pent-up vigor within him. The sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly, and Luke charged through the ranks of Nazi soldiers like a tiger among sheep, dispatching those who dared to impede his progress. This time, he held nothing back. After all, bullets from a submachine gun do sting when they strike flesh. With a firm grip, Luke crushed his steel helmet into a crumpled mass, and the last of his adversaries fell before him. With a resounding kick, he flung open the door to the conference room. Inside sat a bald man, his eyes wide with terror. A German-made Walther P-38 pistol was aimed at the intruding Luke. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets riddled Luke's German uniform with distinct holes. Yet no blood flowed from his wounds. Is that all? Luke plucked the spent bullets from his body, a friendly smile gracing his face as he greeted. Hello, Mr. Mussolini. Who are you? The Liberal Party? Or perhaps those revolutionaries? Mussolini gazed at Luke with the eyes of one observing a monster, incredulous that the bullets failed to penetrate his skin. Luke offered no reply. Instead, he strode forward and effortlessly lifted the Italian dictator as one would a mere chick. I'm Italy's smack. A resounding slap landed on Mussolini's cheek, causing his face to swell immediately, a testament to Luke's restrained strength. I care not who you are, Benito Mussolini. Confront the reality of your captivity, Luke declared coldly, pushing Mussolini onto the balcony where he often delivered speeches. Gunfire erupted in St. Mark's Square. Chaos ensued. Rome is now under our control. From this moment forth, there shall be no dictators, no fascists. Luke's commanding voice resonated far and wide as he looked down upon the crowd. The sunlight illuminated him, casting him as a heroic figure emerging from the annals of myth. Chapter 28. Shocking the Allies, stirring the world telegram. Latest telegram. The Allied command in London was shrouded in gloom as Colonel Phillips sternly rebuked the Strategic Science Corps. Each individual dared not breathe too loudly, fearful of inciting the commanding officer's wrath. Suddenly, a telegrapher burst in, his face flushed with excitement, his words trapped in his throat, seemingly unable to escape. It's a telegram from Captain Cavell. The telegrapher gasped, his expression brimming with exhilaration and admiration. What is all the fuss about? Whereas your military composure. Colonel Phillips furrowed his brow, issuing a reprimand before reaching for the telegram. However, upon reading its contents, he could not contain an expletive, momentarily disregarding the dignity befitting his rank. At 2:50 in the afternoon in Rome, Italy, Captain Luke Cavell of the Allied forces led the roaring commandos to seize Italy and capture Mussolini alive. A single, succinct sentence rendered Colonel Phillips momentarily speechless, as if struck by a bolt of lightning in his mind. The impact of this telegram left him momentarily devoid of thought, speechless for an extended period. It succeeded. The colonel murmured to himself. It was he who had entrusted Luke with leading the roaring commandos and devised the astonishing plan to assist the Allies in landing on Sicily and storming the city of Rome. Yet, he had truly accomplished it. Colonel Phillips found it hard to believe, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream, engulfed in unreality. In his plan, the best outcome had merely entailed infiltrating the Italian mainland to create opportunities for the Allied forces to land. As for capturing Mussolini alive, that had merely been an impulsive addition, of little consequence if unfulfilled. No one had anticipated that Luke would deliver such an extraordinary surprise to the Allies, to Colonel Phillips. Super Soldier Erskine, do you see? Luke is the finest super soldier. Colonel Phillips was overwhelmed with excitement. Gripping the telegram in one hand while clasping the telegraph operator's shoulder with the other, his eyes slightly reddened. Could the news be true? If this were to spread, the morale of the Allies would undoubtedly soar. The Strategic Science Corps would no longer be subjected to relentless criticism. The pressure would ease significantly, and their standing could even rise. Everything would be utterly transformed. The telegram from Rome, Italy, was undoubtedly authentic. The telegraph operator, seemingly infected by the excitement, spoke with fervor, his voice trembling. There's also a proclamation from the King of Italy announcing the dismissal of Prime Minister Mussolini. The operator added promptly, quickly notify the command center. Inform the president. Tell everyone, Colonel Phillips exclaimed, vigorously waving the telegram. He had indeed not misjudged Luke. This world-shattering event should be known to all. The telegraph machine clattered incessantly, transmitting electromagnetic waves rapidly across the globe. From Britain to America, from Churchill's office to Roosevelt's White House. The absurd yet undeniable news raced like a winged Pegasus, traversing the world. In the chambers of the Venetian palace, the lights remained bright. The flickering candlelight reflecting off exquisite oil paintings and lavish decorations. Unlike the usual revelry of banquets filled with clinking glasses and the laughter of high society, the Venetian palace was eerily quiet tonight, shrouded in a profound stillness. Rescue the leader. Kill the Americans. Long live Italy. Long live the Frere. A few piercing slogans suddenly erupted, quickly followed by a burst of gunfire, before a swift return to silence. Such minor disturbances failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Those foolish individuals, fervently indoctrinated by fascism, are unlikely to stir significant waves. Commander, this marks the 11th time. Dugan's dark visage was etched with anxiety. He had yet to recover from the triumphant raid earlier that afternoon, still grappling with disbelief that it was all real. The Italian dictator, the prime minister of a nation, Mussolini, who stood alongside Hitler to prop up the Axis powers, had now become their captive. Let the other team members take turns on guard duty. The Italian defenders will not rashly launch an offensive. Their king would be delighted to see Mussolini hanged in the square. Luke remained composed, holding Mussolini as a bargaining chip. The fascist forces in Rome dared not take any reckless actions. As for the sidelined Italian king and royal family members, they were eager for Luke to deliver Mussolini to the gallows immediately. The king had issued a proclamation deposing Mussolini, and the royal family had taken command of military operations. 7 gunmen had perished and 4 were severely injured, leading the Allied command to send telegrams. Both the British and Americans were vying for ownership of Italy, and the State Department and Pentagon, as well as the Army and Navy, were embroiled in fierce disputes. Dugan reported the day's developments, all unfolding as Luke had anticipated. Regardless of how the British and Americans squabbled, the credit belonged to him, and no one could wrest it away. The thought of his rapidly ascending prestige, akin to riding a rocket, sent a thrill through Luke. Let them argue to their heart's content. Rome and Mussolini are our leverage, and we shall sell to the highest bidder. Luke smiled faintly, fully prepared for his course of action. This was not merely a military operation, but rather an armed abduction. The moment Mussolini fell into their hands, the mission would be accomplished. What lay ahead was merely the political chess match between the rising White Eagle and the waning John Bull. However, these intricate intrigues bore no relevance to Luke, nor did he hold any interest in them. What he desired was a medal of honor befitting a war hero, alongside a wealth of prestige. The Italians had exhibited a commendable attitude. The king, a shrewd man, promptly ousted Mussolini, disregarding their occupation of the Venetian palace as a gesture of goodwill towards the Allies. Luke understood clearly that mere roaring assaults would not suffice to deter the defenders of Rome. Nevertheless, the fascist forces loyal to Mussolini and the Axis powers were not as numerous as one might imagine. This realization bolstered Luke's confidence in remaining at the Venetian palace, with the Allies already having landed on Sicily. Everything is as you say, Dugan remarked with genuine admiration. Even after achieving remarkable victory, the young commander of the roaring assault team had not succumbed to hubris, maintaining his customary calm. But who shall we sell Italy to? Dugan inquired once more. His voice quivered slightly, for Luke's thoughts directly determined the future of the roaring commandos. Naturally, we entrusted this significant leverage to Mr. Roosevelt. Luke did not deliberate for long before providing his answer. This president, who has served the longest in American history, is formidable and resourceful, making him a worthy partner. Moreover, the president seated in the White House is in urgent need of a monumental accomplishment to silence the murmurs of the public. After all, it is undeniable that Roosevelt employed cunning tactics during his campaign, deceiving a multitude of voters. Should he receive the credit for conquering Italy, it is likely he would express gratitude for the goodwill conveyed by Luke. The Allied command is expected to dispatch personnel to take over by tomorrow. Dugan nodded. He had come to heed Luke's counsel. Repeated victories had solidified this young commander's authority within ranks. Who could have anticipated that a nondescript six-man squad would achieve such a momentous feat? Send a telegram to the White House and await the president's commendation, Luke instructed casually. The moment Dugan transmitted the victorious telegram to the Allied command, notifications of rising prestige began to flood in. Side quest, Flowers and Glory. The next step of a war hero. Completed. Requirement. Any faction, prestige reaches 8,000. Achieved. Reward, Bane skill card. Master of the Broken Back. Obtained. Luke crossed off the completed task, unaware that a second one was about to emerge. Side quest, The Legend's Name. The third step of a war hero. Completed. Requirement. Any faction, prestige reaches 20,000. Achieved. Reward. One opportunity for superhuman template draw. Obtained. Following swiftly were the third and fourth tasks. Luke tilted his head toward the profound night sky, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 29. Abundant Gains, the Unveiling of the Main Quest. Contrary to Luke's expectations, notifications of task completion continued to appear. The rewards he garnered emitted a soft glow within his inventory. This audacious raid on Rome, capturing Mussolini alive, was preliminarily estimated to yield over 400,000 prestige points. Given the events unfolding in subsequent promotional efforts, surpassing the million mark should pose no challenge. It is foreseeable that as Luke's name spreads globally, becoming synonymous with the Allied legends, his prestige will experience a significant surge. Rather than laboriously completing tasks to incrementally amass prestige, Luke preferred this more efficient method. Indeed, it was a bountiful harvest, he thought. In the future, he could freely exchange skill cards and items in the marketplace, a prospect that brought him a measure of joy. And there were the task rewards as well. Luke's thoughts momentarily dulled as he completed all the side quests of the 5 War Heroes series. Among the rewards offered, aside from a depleted fear gas from the Scarecrow, there were Bane's skill card, Backbreaker, a chance to draw a Superman template, Poison Ivy's pheromone perfume, the Joker's laughing gas, and Constantine's silk cigarettes. Overall, the most valuable reward was undoubtedly the drawing opportunity, allowing him to randomly select one from a plethora of Superman templates. In his previous life, as a fated lucky one, Luke felt confident that the likelihood of drawing a Silver Superman or the Supreme Superboy was exceedingly high. In that moment, he would be able to confront even the likes of Thanos, the director of the Cosmic Family Planning Commission, or Odin at the Godfather level, as Thor in his Rune King form. However, the latter few rewards seemed more suited for jest rather than practical use. Poison Ivy's pheromone perfume, when sprayed on oneself, could enhance attractiveness to the opposite sex. Note, its efficacy is even greater among the same sex. This was evidently a lily perfume. Luke found himself at a loss. What could he possibly do with that? As for the Joker's laughing gas and Constantine's silk cigarettes, the former could induce uncontrollable laughter, leading to muscle spasms and convulsions, with an excessive dosage potentially resulting in death. The latter merely provided a trivial amount of nicotine to your lungs, inching you closer to lung cancer. After reviewing the task rewards, Luke swiped open his character panel, where the data had changed. Host, Luke Cavill, loaded template, Superman, 1, abilities, stellar energy, passive. Bioforce field, passive, reputation. 451024 task list. Begin the hero's journey, side quest completed, achievement unlocked, legendary figure, a line of information flashed across his retina. Luke's thoughts stirred as he scanned it. Your name shall be inscribed in the annals of history, echoing for a century. Enhances the host's leadership aura and influence. Not bad. Upon witnessing the effect, Luke felt quite satisfied. This latent charisma often wielded unexpected significance at crucial moments. As for the drawing, it was essential to select an auspicious day and play an appropriate tune. Otherwise, it would lack a sense of ritual. After some contemplation, Luke resolved to reserve the drawing opportunity for the day of the presidential commendation, hoping to channel his lucky fortune into a singular, impactful moment. Embracing this hopeful vision, Luke entered the washroom. Instead of reclining in the lavishly grand hot spring, he opted for a simple cold shower to cleanse his robust physique. Each distinct muscle, resembling hardened rock, exuded a masculine aura. His entire form seemed sculpted from marble, majestic and athletic. Explosive power surged within him. Yet, the strain was undeniable. How painfully sore he felt. Luke leaned against the wall, letting out a sigh. Closing his weary eyes, he relinquished the notion of attempting to use his heat vision. According to the established premise, Superman typically absorbs stellar energy, which is stored within his myriad cells and can be concentrated and released through his eyes when necessary. This energy can manifest in forms as grand as incinerating a planet or as subtle as healing a wound, depending solely on the user's control and the energy available within. Perhaps due to Luke's insufficient time with the template, his absorption of stellar energy remains limited, rendering him unable to emit heat vision as effortlessly as Superman. However, upon reflection, he recalls that Clark Kent likely mastered this ability only after reaching adulthood, which brings him a sense of equilibrium. 10 minutes later, recognized as a conqueror by Italy and hailed as a legendary hero by the Allies, Luke emerged draped in a white bathrobe. His gaze was drawn to a Western longsword hanging on the wall, and an urge to test its metal arose within him. Mussolini had withstood a 9mm bullet to the chest without sustaining injury. He wondered if this sharp, gleaming sword could pierce his skin. He retrieved the sword and struck his arm with force. The clash resonated with a metallic crack. The intricately designed long sword met the brawn of Luke's muscular arm, producing a clear sound of metal colliding. Then came a mournful cry of distress. With a sharp snap, the finely crafted sword shattered. Yet, on Luke's bulging arm, only a fleeting white scratch remained, rapidly healing. Despite the tremendous force exerted, the sword failed to inflict any significant harm. It appeared that no one on the battlefield of World War II could impede him any longer. Leaning against the headboard, Luke casually picked up the Prince, a work by the Italian thinker Niccolo Machiavelli, resting beside him. Regrettably, Mussolini had not gleaned from it how to transform Italy into a robust, centralized state. Instead, he championed totalitarianism, becoming a dictator reviled by many. Main quest: the initiation of the third faction, Hellfire Club. Objective: extract mutant genetic fragments, 05. Completing this task will fulfill the prerequisites for the major event in the Celestial Group. Reward: Leech Serum 5. A few lines of information abruptly appeared before Luke's eyes. Yet he maintained his guise of reading, his auditory senses heightened, scanning the entire chamber like a radar. Typically, a quest is triggered upon encountering significant narrative characters or uncovering crucial plot details. The vast chamber was devoid of anyone but Luke, yet he received the quest notification. Undoubtedly, a mutant was present in the same room as him. Luke was well aware of the Hellfire Club. Its origins could be traced back to the 18th century, primarily established to document and investigate various mysterious incidents, such as vampires, werewolves, and witches. Subsequently, it gradually evolved into a social hub for elites from various fields, specifically inviting renowned scientists and influential tycoons. Overall, during this phase, the Hellfire Club maintained a semblance of normalcy until a German scientist named Sebastian Shaw joined, transforming it into an exclusive organization for extraordinary individuals and mutants. Nevertheless, the Hellfire Club occasionally extended invitations to the world's foremost figures, such as Howard Stark, who later chaired SHIELD and elevated Stark Industries to new heights. Have you been hiding there for so long without any intention of emerging? A bland voice echoed in the chamber, prompting Luke to set aside his book. Clenching his right fist, his muscles tensed, and the veins on his arms became pronounced. With a resounding boom, his fist swung through the air, compressing it with an immense force that resulted in a thunderous explosion. The visible shockwave rippled outward like a cannonball being discharged, unleashing a terrifying weight of several tons. The outdoor balcony outside the chamber was instantly shattered, debris flying in all directions. A translucent figure was hurled by the residual force, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Are you also a mutant? Upon hearing this question, Luke chuckled softly and shook his head, replying, "Not every individual exhibiting extraordinary traits is your ally, standing within your ranks. Are you aware of the existence of mutants?" In the corner, a small, gaunt man with a face marred by black scars stood up, his cold gaze fixed upon Luke. The sonic wave generated by that punch, akin to a solid cannonball, had merely sent him flying due to its aftershock. In terms of physical prowess, the small man had never encountered a figure more formidable than this captain of the Allied forces. "I am quite curious. Who sent you? Sebastian Shaw?" Luke refrained from responding to the inquiry, instead casting out name. Sebastian Shaw, the Black King of the Hellfire Club. possessed the formidable ability to absorb energy and wield it as his own. If the small man indeed hailed from the Hellfire Club, he would undoubtedly be familiar with that name. You know Mr. Shaw? Huh, Captain Cavil, it matters not how much you comprehend about mutants. The small man smirked coldly, his form suddenly distorting and becoming indistinct. Like a cloak of optical camouflage, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 30. The Mad Scientist and the Emergence of the Battle Armor within the opulent chamber. Silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Luke stood expressionless, clad in an open white bathrobe that revealed his muscular physique. He was not at all surprised by the presence of mutants during World War II. According to the timeline, Magneto, the leader of one of the future mutant factions, should still be a child, imprisoned in the grim confines of Auschwitz concentration camp. In his youth, Magneto encountered a deranged Nazi scientist named Sebastian Shaw, who would later become known as the Black King. This man fervently believed in the Aryan Superman theory concocted by the SS chief, Heinrich Himmler, and subscribed to the extreme ideology of purging inferior races to create a superior lineage. Upon returning from his studies in England, where he specialized in genetic inheritance, Shaw was swiftly recruited into the scientific division of the German military. As his talents gradually came to light, he was increasingly entrusted with responsibilities, eventually participating in the management of concentration camp projects, transforming into a remorseless scientific butcher. The imprisoned Jews became living subjects for Shaw's experiments, as he sought to decipher the profound meanings embedded within the human genetic code in hopes of discovering the key to unlocking the door of evolution. A fateful day in 1944 changed Sebastian Shaw's destiny. On a dreary afternoon, he stood by the window with his coffee, observing the Jews and Poles herded into the concentration camp like cattle. His attention was captured by a young boy who, in a fit of anger, cried out while distorting an iron gate with his hands, a feat that several burly soldiers could not prevent. Shaw felt as if he had stumbled upon the key to human evolution. Subsequently, he indeed recognized the existence of a superior race above humanity and the Aryan lineage, known as mutants, a term coined by an American dwarf scientist. During his studies in England, Shaw had come across the dwarf scientist's writings, which posited the existence of a group more powerful and endowed than humans. Thus, Shaw began a series of studies on the still youthful Magneto and ultimately uncovered the secret of mutant abilities, genes, a sequence that appeared to be a mysterious code implanted by divine beings within the human body. The Hellfire Club had become involved with mutants, ostensibly to rescue Mussolini. It seemed that Hydra had finally taken notice of him. Luke collected his thoughts, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. The diminutive man, shrouded in invisibility, cautiously shifted his position, endowed with the ability to bend light, alter his skin color, and meld into the surroundings. Regardless of strength, one must still be detected. He had previously been careless, allowing Luke to perceive a flaw. The diminutive man, nicknamed Chameleon, drew forth a sharp dagger, convinced that Luke's awareness of his presence was merely a stroke of luck. Having infiltrated numerous military strongholds to steal intelligence and assassinate key figures without ever failing, he approached Luke with a cold gaze, akin to a serpent poised to strike. Death awaits. Like a cat, the diminutive man treads softly upon the plush carpet, leaving no trace of his passage. He held his breath, uttering not a sound, as the dagger in his hand lunged fiercely towards the immobile Luke. One may mask their footsteps and stifle their breath, but the rhythm of one's heartbeat cannot be concealed, no matter how faint. Luke let out a cold chuckle, his body swaying slightly. The dagger struck his chest with a resonant clang of metal. The sharp dagger crafted from carbon alloy failed to pierce Luke's skin, leaving only a faint scar that healed almost instantaneously. The rebounding force numbed the arm of the slender man. How could this be possible? He gasped in astonishment. Little did he know, had he witnessed Luke testing his defenses with a heavy Western sword, he would have surely abandoned the notion that he could vanquish him with a mere dagger. With a slight smile, Luke effortlessly snapped the carbon alloy dagger in his hand and lifted the slender man with ease. Tell me what I wish to know, and perhaps I may grant you the hope of survival. Despite his gentle demeanor, his voice carried the chill of Siberian winds, instilling dread in the heart of the slender man. Meeting those cold, piercing eyes, an instinctive fear surged within him, and his lips parted as he struggled to articulate all that he knew. The unmistakable sound of gunfire echoed in rapid succession, clear to Luke's ears. He discerned it was coming from the direction of the dungeon. "It seems you have other companions. Apologies, but you have become expendable." Luke casually hurled the slender man out from the shattered open balcony, treating him like a mere sandbag. A piercing scream followed, as the mutant traced an elegant arc through the air. Moments later, a dull thud signaled the impact of a heavy object hitting the ground. "Let me see what a mutant truly is." A faint smile graced Luke's lips as he willed his skin to envelop itself. For safety's sake, he opted to don the Kryptonian uniform he had acquired, enhancing his defense slightly. Who knows what adversaries might lurk among the mutant populace? Perhaps those with laser vision or fiery powers. This Superman, undeniably formidable, yet exceedingly cautious, Luke mused. A ripple of luminescence spread forth as the nanosuit, resembling steel armor, enveloped his tall frame. The chest bore no insignia of Superman, but instead showcased a golden emblem shaped like a radiant sun. His dark red cape flowed behind him like a fluttering banner. Although capes are of little practicality, style is a lifelong pursuit. Gazing at his own tall reflection in the mirror, Luke sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had avoided the embarrassing appearance of wearing his undergarments outside. Otherwise, he would have refrained from enveloping his skin. With a casual push, he opened the heavy door to the chamber, and the serene halls of the Venetian palace echoed with the sounds of fierce gunfire. In the dungeons of the Venetian palace, the roaring assault squad faced an unprecedented battle. In the past, their adversaries were the Nazi soldiers, the armored divisions, the fully equipped Axis powers. Now, however, they faced incomprehensible aberrations, monsters, in the corridors of the dungeon. A towering figure nearly 2 meters tall stood, his skin resembling steel, reflecting a silvery sheen. A tempest of metal swept through, producing only fleeting sparks upon contact with his body. "Kenneth, for heaven's sake, bring me that Maxim gun," Dugan exclaimed fiercely, discarding his emptied submachine gun. That accursed Iron Man could, at most, be pushed back a few steps by the kinetic force of bullets. To inflict genuine harm upon him, far more formidable weaponry was required. Moreover, beyond the Iron Man, there was a devilish creature with crimson skin and a slender tail, capable of appearing and vanishing like a specter. The mob gunmen stationed outside the dungeon were lifted into the air by this red demon, only to be let go, plummeting to the ground. The sound of their bodies hitting the earth resembled that of a full water sack crashing onto a hard surface, producing a dull thud. Flesh and bone were amalgamated into a grotesque mass, stirring an instinctive urge to retch. In addition to these two terrifying intruders, there was a leather-clad woman releasing toxins, along with a dozen enhanced soldiers adorned with Hydra insignias. They infiltrated the Venetian palace via low-altitude airdrop. The 20 elite gunmen recruited by the mob were no match for these aberrations, were it not for the advantage of the terrain. Where the narrow corridor could only accommodate 2 to walk side by side, the howling assault team, with their ferocious firepower, would have likely faced total annihilation long ago. There was no way to notify the commander. It was uncertain whether Captain Cavill could withstand such opposition. Manelli's expression was grave. Unless a fully equipped armored division could be mobilized to unleash a vast barrage of firepower, it would be improbable to vanquish these entities wielding terrifying abilities. Chapter 31. The Red Devil Azazel. Uppercut warning, at least we have the Prime Minister to accompany us in our demise. Sniper Jimmy glanced at Mussolini in the dungeon, grinning as he spoke. A large-caliber bullet erupted from the muzzle, its penetrating power potent enough to shatter an enemy's skull, yet upon striking the muscle-bound giant, it merely created a gaping hole. Despairingly, the metallic layer enveloping him resembled molten liquid, filling the penetrating wound. In mere moments, the silvery-glossed behemoth restored itself to its prior state. I thought the commander was monstrous enough. This world is indeed utterly insane, Manelli remarked with a bitter smile. He felt akin to a German encountering tanks for the first time on the Somme during World War I. Facing such steel monstrosities, humanity stood no chance, let alone the courage to confront them. When necessary, eliminate Mussolini. They must not succeed. Dugan seized a submachine gun and unleashed a frenzy of gunfire. Regrettably, it inflicted no injuries, merely creating inconsequential disturbances. Meanwhile, Mussolini, bound and imprisoned in the dungeon, wore a countenance of delight. He was aware that Hitler, far away in Berlin, was engaged in superhuman research, though the specifics eluded him. Little did he know that there were such remarkable talents among the Axis powers. Suddenly, there seemed to be commotion outside. Dugan, nicknamed Dum Dum, was mentally prepared to sacrifice himself for his country. The roaring assault team, seasoned veterans of countless battles, were naturally unafraid of death. Yet, the thought of potentially receiving the president's commendation, becoming a war hero, and basking in flowers and honors, only to perish in a foreign land, filled them with regret. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the roaring assault team steeled themselves for noble sacrifice. The sound reverberated through the dungeon like cannon fire. Dust cascaded from the crevices of the bricks, filling the passageway and prompting Dugan to cough. Outside the dungeon, it felt as if a colossal beast was on the move, each step producing an astonishing din. What was happening? The armored man in the front turned to inquire. Could it be that the Allies had driven a tank into the Venetian palace? Bang! The ground trembled as if a hurricane swept through, and a soldier adorned with the Hydra insignia carved a swift and direct path, crashing violently into the thick wall. Debris flew, bricks scattered. The enhanced soldier, injected with inferior serum, had flesh that seemed to be pulverized in a blender, instantly reduced to a grotesque, crimson abstract painting. The entire scene resembled a tomato hurled forcefully against a wall. Following that, the second and third enhanced soldiers stationed outside the dungeon smashed through the gaping holes in the wall one after another. The violent tableau of blood and flesh grew increasingly vivid. Was that the captain of the Allies? It seemed the chameleon had faltered, a useless failure. With red skin and a long tail flicking about, the devilish figure with shifting eyes sneered. His name was Azazel, known as the Red Devil, a member of the Hellfire Club and an underling of Sebastian Shaw. I will handle the individual outside. You must escort Mussolini back. He is the F-Rare of Berlin and the one specifically sought after. The Red Devil, Azazel scoffed. As a mutant, he had always considered himself superior, looking down upon ordinary humans. Most mutants who joined the Hellfire Club had suffered discrimination and harm, making them susceptible to Sebastian Shaw's racial theories. They believed that mutants were the future, while humanity belonged to the lower class, an extreme assertion that mutants could ascend to the upper echelon. Ironically, the leader whom this group follows, Sebastian Shaw, is not a true mutant at all. This deranged Nazi scientist merely activated latent genes through organ transplantation, thereby acquiring extraordinary abilities. Strictly speaking, Sebastian Shaw does not qualify as a mutant. He is, at most, a mere usurper of mutant powers. The crimson figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke, only to reappear before Luke. The chameleon's abilities, despite their potency, were overshadowed at that moment. Boom! Before the Red Devil Azazel could complete his sentence, a powerful punch struck with immense force. The displaced air surged like a tidal wave, stirring up clouds of dust. Such a terrifying display rendered the Red Devil Azazel momentarily speechless, prompting him to vanish and relocate to a safer distance. Was this fellow truly a mutant? Gazing at the ravaged ground, where compressed air had carved out a gaping hole, Azazel felt a lingering trepidation, echoing the same doubts as the chameleon. In this era, knowledge of superpowered individuals was largely confined to mutants. You've captured Mussolini, the Superman who conquered Italy? Azazel scoffed. Superman? A flicker of surprise crossed Luke's eyes. When had he ever been bestowed with such a title? You are the Allied super soldier, the legendary figure spoken of worldwide, who led a team to infiltrate Rome, conquer Italy, and capture the dictator. Roosevelt and Churchill claim that you possess powers beyond the ordinary, achieving astonishing feats that others dare not even dream of. The Red Devil seemed somewhat dismissive, letting out a huff. Now the Allies refer to you as Superman, declaring that you will lead them to victory. Upon hearing this, Luke couldn't help but burst into laughter. He never anticipated that, through a series of misadventures, he had garnered such a title. A Superman of the Marvel Universe? How intriguing. Thank you for your enthusiastic exposition, but the farce ends here for tonight. Luke's smile faded, his expression turning stern. The next moment, he surged forward. The hardened ground erupted with fine cracks, resembling a spider's web. With his dark red cloak billowing, Luke reached the Red Devil in less than a second. His towering figure loomed like a wall, pressing inexorably forward. The terrifying wind pressure emitted a hissing shriek. It was too swift, with the Red Devil's reflexes. Evasion seemed impossible. Yet, relying on his acute awareness of danger. The crimson figure dissipated like smoke, narrowly escaping Luke's direct charge. When did the Allies acquire such a monstrosity? The Red Devil ascended into the sky, flickering several times to create a considerable distance. Only in this manner did he regain a semblance of security. Luke, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, left a profound impression on the Red Devil. The opponent merely swung his fist, flexing his muscles, unleashing a resounding shockwave, a testament to the terrifying power of physical strength. Only Mr. Shao could withstand the force of such a punch head-on. The Red Devil made his assessment. His elongated tail, wielding a sharp dagger, flickered with a glint of murderous intent from the depths of his eyes. Every human possesses vulnerabilities. This allied captain did not appear to be a mutant. Otherwise, he would have shown some emotional reaction upon encountering him. Cautiously evading the punch, there was truly little to fear. The Red Devil glanced at the cold-eyed Luke, inexplicably feeling a surge of inflated confidence, as if he were capable of overcoming the challenge. With a series of swift teleportations, he closed in on the allied captain. The sharp, triangular tail extended like an additional arm from his body, maintaining perfect balance while skillfully wielding his weapon. The dagger lunged towards the back of Luke's head. "Your movements are too slow," Luke remarked coldly, sensing the rushing wind behind him. With a swift motion, his right leg lashed out like an iron whip, twisting as it sliced through the air, targeting the Red Devil's head. Even before making contact, the fierce gale could be felt, resembling a colossal wave crashing down, a sight to behold. The air crackled as if a powder keg had been ignited, producing a deafening explosion. The Red Devil smirked with confidence, abruptly vanishing, causing Luke's formidable kick to miss. This was merely a feint to draw Luke's attention. As smoke coalesced, the Red Devil reappeared after 2 flickers. His tail, wielding the sharp dagger, aimed directly at Luke's neck. "I warned you, your movements are too slow." Luke's eyes flickered slightly. He did not flinch or evade, instead turning his head and extending his robust left arm forward. Clang! The sharp dagger struck his neck, but rebounded violently. Seizing the moment of the Red Devil's surprise, Luke grasped the slender tail tightly. With a forceful tug, the Red Devil was yanked towards him. With his left hand gripping the tail, his right hand delivered a powerful uppercut. Chapter 32. Crushing all opposition. Invincible as the uppercut made intimate contact with the Red Devil's jaw, Azazoth felt a deafening buzz in his head, resonating like a thunderclap that reverberated through his skull. After a wave of excruciating pain, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Had the Red Devil been able to witness his own visage, he would surely have cried out in despair, contemplating the need for reconstructive surgery. His jaw shattered, half of his face resembling something that had been blasted by an explosive, all his teeth lost. And his cheeks torn asunder, it was nearly impossible to recognize his original form. Blood poured from his face like a gushing faucet, a staggering volume that raised concerns about whether he might succumb to death from excessive blood loss. To be candid, the survival of the Red Devil hinges entirely on its formidable physique and a certain degree of regenerative ability. "This is merely a fraction of its true power," remarked Luke with a calm demeanor. Then, he tugged at the tail once more, reeling the Red Devil back from where it had fallen. This unfortunate mutant resembled an insect ensnared by spider silk, obediently landing in Luke's grasp. His fingers closed around its neck like a vice. Such is the nature of mutants. Hearing Luke's assessment, the Red Devil instinctively felt the urge to retort, driven by mutant pride. However, as it sensed the tightening grip around its throat, a choking pressure enveloping it, reason led it to choose silence. Captured by this captain of the Allied forces, the Red Devil experienced, for the first time, the fragility of life. With but a slight squeeze, Luke could bid it farewell from this world. Not only did it refrain from attempting to escape, but the Red Devil dared not even entertain the thought of movement, fearing the wrath of its captor. Sensible enough, Luke hoisted the Red Devil, resembling a lifeless dog, and strode purposefully toward the dungeon. The skirmish outside had already drawn the attention of other mutants. Yet, they failed to perceive any adversary formidable enough to threaten the elusive and ghostly Azazoth. These mutants, entrenched in the era of World War II, had not yet encountered the plethora of superheroes that would later emerge, and thus their perspective remained limited, believing themselves to be the future rulers of this world. Had they been truly astute, they would not have succumbed to the brainwashing of Sebastian Shaw. Azazoth, the woman clad in leather, who released toxins, gasped upon seeing the Red Devil, now devoid of the ability to resist, dangling in Luke's grip. With a slight raise of her hands, a cloud of green mist surged forth. Her ability was to unleash neurotoxic gas, inflicting indiscriminate lethal attacks across a wide area. Were it not for the necessity of preserving Mussolini's life, the roaring assault team in the corridor would hardly have endured for so long. Unyielding, Luke remained unfazed, undeterred by the impending threat. With a single step, the ground trembled. In an instant, his towering figure closed in on the leather-clad woman. Before the green fog could encroach upon him, it was dispersed by a gust of force. A swift chop struck her neck, causing her head to droop as if severed. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed instantly. The speed at which this battle concluded surpassed everyone's expectations. The leather-clad woman, who could have wielded significant influence on the battlefield, was effortlessly taken down by Luke without even a single exchange. "You are utterly incompetent." A brawny figure, seemingly forged from steel, with a heavy Russian accent, scoffed. Clearly, he was a Soviet bear, inexplicably serving as a subordinate to the Nazi scientist Sebastian Shaw. Did he not fear being exiled to Siberia to cultivate potatoes? They are all incompetent, but how formidable are you? Luke discarded the red devil he held, raising his foot to crush the opponent's legs. The sound of cracking bones echoed, accompanied by the red devil's anguished wails, resounding clearly within the dungeon. Those who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. You may attempt to flee, but remember one thing: never let me catch you, for if I do, I will not be as gentle as I am now. Luke lowered his gaze, looking down at the trembling red devil. The latter lay on the ground, writhing in agony, gazing up at the towering figure of Luke. The red devil shook his head vigorously, his face a portrait of sheer terror. He had no desire to attempt teleportation to escape. This young allied lieutenant was so powerful that it extinguished any desire for resistance. Did you think that being invulnerable with a body of steel meant no one could defeat you? As the burly man approached with an imposing demeanor, Luke met him without a trace of fear. The two collided like celestial bodies, creating a thunderous impact. The violent air filled the narrow corridor, causing the entire space to tremble. Duggan, hiding behind a Maxim machine gun, lost his balance and fell to the ground in shock. He turned to his comrades, expressing his curiosity about whether that fellow named Steve Rogers was as terrifying as their commander. Manelli wore a similar expression of horror, believing that their commander transcended the realm of humanity. The remaining members of the Howling Commandos were utterly shaken by the terrifying power displayed by Luke. Witnessing a real battle was a far cry from observing someone lift an off-road vehicle. The impact felt entirely different. Indeed, it is rare to encounter a bag of sand like you. Luke's expression shifted to one of admiration as his indestructible body collided with the burly man, producing a jarring sound akin to a hammer striking metal. This was one of the few opponents capable of competing with him in strength. The burly man widened his eyes, rendered speechless. Since awakening his abilities at 17, he had never before experienced pain. His arms ached and trembled slightly. This man must be a monster. The burly man shared a similar thought with his teammates. Then he saw Luke burst into laughter, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Come again. Don't come any closer." Before the burly man could utter his warning, Luke swung his fist, concentrating all his power into a single point. The sound was reminiscent of a bell tolling as the burly man was sent flying, tracing a swift line that pierced through the dungeon's thick walls. The cacophony reverberated, shaking the surrounding space and nearly causing the sturdy corridor to collapse. Hiding in the shadows, the roaring assault team, accompanied by the terrified Mussolini, had long retreated into the depths of the dungeon. They certainly did not wish to be buried alive. Engaging in such a fierce battle rarely leads to a favorable outcome. What manner of beast are you? The burly figure, with a body forged of iron, propped himself up, swaying unsteadily as he stood. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous footsteps of Luke followed closely behind. With 3 consecutive punches, the liquid metal surface had yet to solidify when an overwhelming force struck once more. Surrendering was not an option, as the weight of several tons in punch force pushed back the burly man, who sank deeply into the ground, as if being hammered relentlessly by a powerful pile driver. Gradually, the metallic shell enveloping his body could no longer maintain its form, transforming into a pool of silvery liquid. Crimson blood oozed from the burly man's mouth and nose, his eyes vacant and devoid of life's vibrancy. Oh, my apologies. I got a bit carried away, Luke remarked with a hint of regret, halting his assault. That was only the 17th punch. I thought you could withstand at least 20. Fortunately, the burly man, firmly embedded in the pit, could no longer hear those words. Otherwise, he might have been driven to the brink of fury, potentially expiring once more. Observing the vanishing liquid metal, Luke sighed and placed his foot upon the chest of the burly man, crushing it further. For an adversary, not forgetting to deliver a final blow is the mark of prudence. Chapter 33. The infuriated Axis powers and the betrayal of the turncoat. How infuriating. In the secret base of Hydra, the Red Skull held the receiver away from his ear, allowing the F-Rare of the Third Reich to unleash a torrent of curses from the other end. With Italy conquered and Mussolini captured, the Allied forces had landed on Sicily. The Axis powers' hard-won advantage was once again leveled. Faced with the soaring morale of the Allies and the downfall of their allies, the F-Rare could no longer maintain his composure, resorting to vulgarities akin to a harpy. A bunch of useless fools. Scum. Ultimately, the F-Rare concluded the call with his infamous phrase, a statement that resonated ominously throughout Berlin. The Red Skull's complexion was ashen as he slammed down the phone. Crack. The receiver was crushed into a heap of fragments beneath his grip. Sparks crackled against his skin, yet he remained oblivious. Sebastian Shaw truly was inept. He had exaggerated the power of the mutants, yet could not even manage a team of fewer than 30 individuals. The Red Skull echoed the F-Rare's reprimands toward Sebastian Shaw at Auschwitz concentration camp. Despite dispatching his enhanced soldiers and the mutants from the Hellfire Club, they failed to rescue Mussolini and instead faced total annihilation. This was a result the Red Skull never anticipated. How could the legendary hero of the Allies, the young captain known as Superman, possess such formidable strength? As a fellow super soldier, the Red Skull harbored skepticism. He was the inaugural super soldier created by Dr. Abraham Erskine, fully cognizant of the power he possessed. Surely, the Allies concealed other formidable weapons. The notion that a single individual could conquer Italy and bring Rome to its knees was nothing more than a fabrication concocted by the Allies, unworthy of belief. With a derisive chuckle, the Red Skull approached a metallic apparatus housing a pristine cube, radiating an ethereal blue luminescence. Subtle energy fluctuations coursed through the apparatus's conduits, directed toward an unknown destination. The Allies' superhuman, Sebastian, and their mutants were merely inferior specimens destined for obsolescence. I have attained the power to become a god. How could Hitler's Aryan Superman project compare to the treasures of Odin's vault? The Red Skull gazed intently at the cube, his eyes betraying a fervent obsession. He believed that those ancient myths were, in fact, historical truths, distorted only through the retelling and artistic embellishments of subsequent generations. Coincidentally, the F-Rare, whom the Red Skull once idolized, was also a staunch proponent of mysticism. Influenced by his idol, the Red Skull, having undergone serum injections to become a super soldier, embarked on a quest rooted in Norse mythology, seeking the precious gems lost within Odin's vault. Ultimately, he discovered the cosmic cube within a church in Norway. The Third Reich had begun to impede Hydra's progress. We can no longer heed Hitler's commands. Do you agree with my assessment, Dr. Zola? The Red Skull turned to regard a diminutive middle-aged man, the chief researcher of Hydra's scientific division. The specialized apparatus for extracting the cosmic cube's energy was his creation. Hail, Hydra! Dr. Zola responded, understanding the implications. He was a scientist, not a fervent ideologue swayed by Nazi fervor. Hydra had gradually extricated itself from the Third Reich's grasp under the Red Skull's leadership. Should another have received the F-Rare's wrathful reprimand, they would likely have been paralyzed by fear, apprehensive of Gestapo arrest, and the grim realities of prison punishment. Yet the Red Skull remained unperturbed, wielding the cosmic cube. Capable of providing the Third Reich with energy weapons, he was now an indispensable asset within the Axis powers. Without those colossal multi-turret tanks, impervious on the battlefield, and energy weaponry that could reduce a body to ashes upon impact, the Soviets would undoubtedly breach Berlin. Mr. Schmidt, regarding the Allies, Dr. Zola inquired cautiously. Presently, the only force capable of countering the Allied superhumans was Hydra. The F-Rare himself had reached out, undoubtedly hoping the Red Skull could resolve this dilemma and dampen the Allies' morale. Superhumans are not to be feared. With the cosmic cube in hand and core technology at their command, Hydra is destined to become the world's sovereign. The Valkyrie project is our paramount focus. The Red Skull disdainfully remarked, entirely dismissing the legendary figure promulgated by the Allies. He then delivered a fervent speech, envisioning the future of the world much like the former Führer of the Third Reich. Meanwhile, the silent Dr. Zola gazed at the portrait resting in the corner, a visage with peeling skin resembling a skull. This was the true face of the Red Skull. Typically concealed behind an intricate mask, this horrifying countenance was now laid bare. While Sebastian Shaw, he held a deep regard for his mutant brethren, and the loss of 4 would surely cause him anguish. Dr. Zola pondered softly, questioning if their alliance might be jeopardized. The Hellfire Club seeks trouble. Sebastian Shaw should confront that Superman of the Allies. What concern is it of mine? The Red Skull retorted contemptuously. Are my enhanced warriors not more valuable than his motley crew of aberrations? It is utterly foolish to grasp for power through a band of freaks. Humanity is the most exclusionary species on this planet. Once Sebastian Shaw's mutants take the world stage, they will become the focus of universal suspicion. Furthermore, I no longer require an alliance with him. The power demonstrated by the Cosmic Cube has enveloped the Red Skull in dreams of world domination. He no longer needed the Third Reich or mutants, for soon the world would fall into the grasp of Hydra. In Poland at the Auschwitz concentration camp, Sebastian Shaw sat behind a desk, the overseer of this death factory. Soothing music flowed gently from a gramophone, reverberating through the room. This camp, which held a multitude of Jews, Poles, and Soviet prisoners of war, witnessed daily deaths through various means: burial alive, execution, gas chambers, and vivisection. The officers stationed here treated the camp as a playground, deriving amusement from their wanton killings. While Sebastian Shaw never intervened nor partook, he was a scientist, driven by the pursuit of essence and truth. Rather than reveling in slaughter, Sebastian Shaw favored research. Unraveling the genetic code and unlocking the keys to evolution had long been his aspiration. Influenced by Hitler, he once believed that the fair-haired, blue-eyed Germans represented the most superior lineage on Earth. However, after deeply engaging in the so-called Aryan Superman project, he found himself disillusioned. The perfect race proclaimed by the Führer was not the Germans. They bore no distinction from Jews or Poles, neither stronger nor more intelligent. Erich Lenscher was the key to ushering in a new era, Shaw mused softly. Since discovering the boy named Erich Lenscher, he felt as though he had opened the gates to a new world. The previously steadfast theory of superhumans had finally been validated. Indeed, there exist races on this planet that surpass humanity, serving as pioneers on the evolutionary path and gifted with extraordinary abilities. Far across the ocean in America, Dr. Bolivar Teslak, who also delves into genetic inheritance, refers to this group as mutants. He posits that their genes seem to contain a wondrous code implanted by some unseen force, guiding them down a path starkly divergent from that of humankind. Regrettably, Dr. Teslak remains reticent about the secrets of genetics, leaving Sebastian Shaw somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, he possesses a genuine mutant to use as a reference. Thus, this mad scientist, akin to a ravenous wolf, seeks to unearth more treasures from the mutant-esque being. Particularly after awakening Erich Lancel's latent abilities, he embarks on a series of experiments to investigate the distinctions between mutant genes and those of normal humans. The prisoners of Auschwitz become the ideal subjects for his live dissections. The cold-blooded, deranged scientist proves to be far more terrifying than the Nazi butchers. Determined, Sebastian Shaw discovers a method to activate mutant genes, which involves inflicting torment and subjecting individuals to extreme survival conditions, potentially awakening dormant genes within them. Although the success rate is exceedingly low, the disregard for human life allows for a numbers game, yielding occasional successes. Employing this method, Sebastian Shaw creates a cadre of postnatal mutants, including the likes of Chameleon and Poison Gas Woman. He even masquerades under the guise of camaraderie to recruit several innate mutants, among them the Red Devil, Azazel. As for Sebastian Shaw himself, he adopts a more prudent approach through organ transplantation, performing vivisections on the successfully created postnatal mutants to extract organs for his own grafting. As long as he can mitigate the risk of rejection, he can seamlessly transform into a mutant. Ultimately, it is proven that Sebastian Shaw's audacious vision is indeed correct, and he achieves it. This is the power bestowed upon me by the divine, he exclaims, hands pressed against his desk, his eyes brimming with pride. He senses the vitality coursing through every cell of his body, rejuvenating him from the grip of age, as his once sallow muscles swell with newfound strength. Mr. Shaw, Elena reports that he has lost connection with Chameleon and Steel Shell. A subordinate knocks at the door, delivering this disheartening news. The mad scientist, lost in his satisfaction, suddenly shifts his gaze, radiating a chilling and violent aura. His subordinate quickly bows their head, trembling, fearful of inciting his wrath. How could this happen? Sebastian Shaw demands, his voice laced with fury. Elena, a rare innate mutant he had discovered, possesses exceptional psychic abilities, enabling her to leave mental markers on 3 to 5 individuals and sense their presence at any moment. Disconnecting the link signifies that someone has erased the marks of the soul or extinguished their existence. Whichever outcome prevails, it shall not bring Sebastian Shaw any semblance of joy. Each mutant is a precious asset to him, and he permits no one to mar their essence but himself. Damn Hydra! He should have never acquiesced to Red Skull's request. Fury etched across his face, Sebastian Shaw fixed his gaze upon a newspaper from the Allies that lay on the table, emblazoned with headlines featuring Roosevelt and Churchill, referring to the Italian conqueror as Superman. Superman, we shall meet in due course. Then I shall witness your prowess. Chapter 34. The Allies' Reward. The youngest general days later. At noon, several jeeps crept into Venice Square, bearing Colonel Phillips and Peggy Carter. This circular plaza, adorned with white marble and nestled in the heart of Rome, was encircled by Italian guards. They had surrounded the imposing Venice Palace on one side of the square, even setting up machine guns. It is no wonder these Italians have mobilized such an impressive display. The recent tumult at the Venice Palace had nearly convinced the King of Italy that Allied tanks were invading, and the Air Force was preparing to bomb, sending him scrambling from bed in the dead of night, unable to find solace until dawn. Upon learning that Hitler had dispatched agents to rescue Mussolini, the royal family hastily deployed troops, ostensibly for protection, to seal off the palace completely. It appears Captain Cavill has frightened these Italians quite thoroughly. Colonel Phillips spoke with the demeanor of a victor. He opened the car door, stepped out, and gazed at the Venice Palace. The others also turned their attention to the balcony on the second floor, where Mussolini once resided, delivering his infamous balcony speeches, filled with incendiary rhetoric, promising a seemingly bright future to the Italian populace. Yet now, the dictator has been toppled, and the nation has chosen surrender. All that was once beautiful has evaporated into mere illusion. The square gradually filled with Italian citizens. Moments later, a tall figure emerged, standing on the open balcony, holding the once mighty Italian dictator, now stripped of his former grandeur. Mussolini, who once commanded with an iron fist, now appeared as a wilted plant. His shoulders slumped in humiliation as he was raised aloft. His gaze towards Luke was imbued with hatred and fear. It was this young Allied captain who had brought an end to his dictatorial reign. Like a divine force, he had suddenly burst into the Venice Palace, vanquishing all guards and defeating the force sent by Hitler to rescue him. The once mighty ruler of Italy had been reduced to the prisoner of a mere captain. In the hushed square, a cheer erupted, followed by a thunderous wave of applause. Waves of fervent enthusiasm surged forth, emanating from the heart of St. Mark's Square and spreading in all directions, from one block to the next. Liberate Italy. Long live freedom. Down with the dictator. Mussolini must go. Hang him. Hang this demon. These fervent slogans echoed amidst the resounding cheers, as more and more people flocked to St. Mark's Square. Each individual, filled with fervor, raised their arms in unison, shouting with fervent passion. Mussolini's tyrannical rule had ushered in the rise of fascism. Food was rationed, freedom of speech was stifled, and daily demonstrations filled the streets, with waves of strikes never ceasing. Thus, in the eyes of the suffering populace, Luke was no loathsome invader, but rather a heroic liberator, rescuing the nation from the clutches of tyranny. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with the Italian penchant for romanticism. The initial decision proved to be astute. Observing the character panel, Luke noted with satisfaction how his prestige surged like a waterfall. He preferred the proactive approach over passively completing tasks. As the jubilant crowd began to disperse, Colonel Phillips escorted Carter into the Venetian palace. The roaring assault team stowed away their heavy machine guns from the hall, awaiting the arrival of messages from their allies. Long time no see, Luke. Colonel Phillips could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, excitedly grasping Luke's hand. His expression suggested an eagerness to capture the moment in a photograph, dreaming of sharing the tale of this legendary figure in the Allied newspapers. "You have indeed exceeded my expectations. The President holds you in high regard and will bestow upon you a commendation upon our return to New York." Colonel Phillips whispered this news close to Luke's ear. Meanwhile, Carter's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had never imagined that the young man from Brooklyn she encountered at the Stark Industrial Expo would one day become a war hero of the Allies. The marvels of life's twists and turns are indeed remarkable. Under the auspices of the American military, Luke's name had spread throughout the Allied forces, his legendary exploits resonating deeply. Compared to the celebrated Captain America, who was well known for promoting bonds on stage and performing in theatrical garb, Luke, who infiltrated the enemy's stronghold and achieved world-shattering feats, garnered even greater recognition from the soldiers. "I merely contributed insignificantly to the Allied cause in this war, much like every soldier fighting at the front lines." Luke humbly responded to Colonel Phillips' praise, a demeanor that only enhanced his admiration. A soldier who can remain composed amidst applause and flowers is truly a fitting candidate for generalship. The night draped itself in a delicate veil, gracefully descending. After enduring a fierce battle, the Venetian palace was restored to its former glory by the diligent Italians. Though the ruined open terrace of the royal chamber and the collapsed dungeon remained stark reminders of the conflict, the walls, reminiscent of a wasp's nest, have been freshly painted and adorned with exquisitely carved patterns. The marble floor, stained with remnants of blood, has been meticulously cleaned, gleaming like a polished mirror. The once dilapidated crystal chandeliers, damaged oil paintings, and broken railings have all been restored to their former glory, renewed in splendor. Within the air of the Venetian palace, soothing melodies flow gently. The nobles and dignitaries, dressed in their finest attire, arrive as if they are headed to a grand ball. The centerpiece of this lavish banquet is none other than Luke, resplendent in his crisp military uniform. Curiosity abounds regarding the appearance of this war hero, who single-handedly led a force to breach the gates of Rome and liberate Italy. Upon witnessing Luke's tall, upright stature, guests are not disappointed. His stern visage and deep-set eyes evoke the image of a hero straight from Greek mythology, inspiring admiration and respect. Although this Allied captain is still quite young, his presence commands the same authority as the esteemed nobles present, and none dare to underestimate him. It is not unreasonable to attribute this aura to the legendary feats he has accomplished. As the revelry unfolds, with toasts exchanged and laughter resonating, it seems as if the horrors of war have been forgotten. Luke engages with the royal members and high-ranking officials, until Colonel Phillips discreetly pulls him aside during a moment of respite. "Colonel? Or was it Lieutenant Colonel?" Luke holds a glass of champagne, a relaxed smile gracing his face. He is acutely aware of his youth. Despite his tangible achievements, he still lacks the requisite experience. After all, the most renowned general in American history, Douglas MacArthur, was not promoted to Major General until he was 45. Luke understands that neither the military nor the president would elevate him too rapidly. Such a move would invite scrutiny and discontent, and would be difficult to justify, given his current lack of established connections. Although he may be celebrated as a war hero, such a title alone cannot pacify the influential factions within the military. Moreover, the notion of heroism is often fabricated, rendering it an insignificant accolade. Initially, a promotion to colonel was contemplated. For a man under 20, such an honor would suffice. However, the jovial expression on Colonel Phillips' face reveals a different outcome. The Italians are opposed, particularly the royal family. To have merely a colonel conquer Rome would bring them disgrace. The Italian government would certainly not accept that a colonel, leading fewer than 30 men, dared to invade Rome, boldly abducting Mussolini and instilling fear in 40 million citizens, while residing in the Venetian palace, issuing commands as if he were sovereign. Such a scenario would be utterly humiliating and would render Italy a laughingstock. Thus, Luke is unexpectedly taken aback, his brows arching in surprise at this unforeseen conclusion. "Congratulations, Luke, on becoming the youngest general in American history," Colonel Phillips announces. Chapter 35. The conclusion of the banquet. The clash of the sexes. This is an unprecedented and supreme honor. Colonel Phillips appeared even more exhilarated than Luke himself, his aged visage beaming with pride and delight. At the tender age of 20, he has ascended to the rank of general. What a remarkable rate of advancement this is. Luke is destined to be immortalized in history as a war hero, potentially earning the title of the youngest general in American history. You have bestowed upon me, and indeed upon all, an unforeseen surprise, Colonel Phillips remarked with fervor. Generally speaking, attaining the rank of general by the age of 30 is already considered a commendable achievement. A promising prospect. Renowned figures in American military history, such as Douglas MacArthur and Dwight Eisenhower, only reached such heights in their 40s. The former is regarded as a legendary figure, while the latter retired to serve as president, successfully occupying the White House. It is easy to imagine the illustrious future that awaits Luke, now a brigadier general. Many perceive him as a rising star in the military firmament. Yet, there are those who contend that this so-called prodigy is merely a second Captain America, a new mascot for the armed forces. How could the Allied command possibly acquiesce? Luke himself expressed astonishment. Were it not for the current state of war, which necessitated a figure of celebrity, coupled with his indisputable merits, this would undoubtedly be deemed the greatest scandal in military history. Intense discussions were held among the Allies, yet ultimately, they could not withstand the resolute stance of the Italian government. After all, this concerns the reputation of a nation. In future discussions of this matter, people will first recall the incompetence of the Italian army, which allowed a mere Allied captain to breach the heavily garrisoned city of Rome. In a bid to salvage their already tarnished reputation, the Italian government shamelessly declared that if the Allies did not grant the war hero a fitting commendation, they would unilaterally bestow upon Luke the rank of Army General. The two parties engaged in a continuous tug-of-war, and under the pressure of Italy's fervent demands and obstinate demeanor, the Allied command had no choice but to acknowledge Luke's accomplishments. They elevated a soldier barely 20 years old, having enlisted for less than 2 months, to the rank of brigadier general. The Allies' compromise finally brought this behind-the-scenes uproar to a close. In truth, the Italians were still dissatisfied. Their greed knew no bounds, as they even aspired to see him directly ascend to the rank of marshal, which would afford them greater prestige. Colonel Phillips muttered softly, a hint of derision in his tone. To elevate a youth of not yet 20 to the rank of 5-star general, to army marshal, is utterly ludicrous. They are the ones who surrendered, not the victors. High positions are often fraught with loneliness, Colonel. Please convey my gratitude to the esteemed president for his goodwill. Luke refrained from further comment. This unexpected gain was already a delightful surprise. A foundation that lacks solidity and credentials that are insufficiently profound render any lofty position ultimately futile. Mussolini shall be entrusted to Italy, while the accolades for breaching the gates of Rome and conquering Sicily can be bestowed upon Dwight Eisenhower. I recall him as the supreme commander of the Allied forces in Europe, a gesture that might foster goodwill. Luke articulated these thoughts with an unwavering composure, evidently undaunted by the sudden elevation of honor. Colonel Phillips nodded in appreciation, recognizing Eisenhower's soaring reputation within military circles. Particularly noteworthy was his leadership of the Anglo-American coalition, comprising 100,000 troops as they landed in the French North African colonies. Under the aegis of formidable air support, they successfully seized Algiers, Oran, and Casablanca in Morocco. Subsequently, they advanced westward, encircling the German-Italian forces retreating into Tunisia. Eisenhower's strategic maneuvers left the Axis powers in a precarious position, culminating in the surrender of 250,000 troops, a triumph that came as a delightful surprise. This monumental victory alleviated the setbacks the Allies faced on the Eastern European front, once again placing the Axis in a disadvantaged position. General Dwight shall remember your overture. In truth, he holds you in high regard. Colonel Phillips could not help but admire Luke's discernment. What he presently lacks is a solid foundation, a robust support system. Eisenhower, whose stature continues to ascend, is undoubtedly an ideal ally. Luke smiled faintly, recalling that in the annals of history, it was indeed Eisenhower who initiated the offensive on Sicily. Before long, he was bestowed the distinguished rank of 5-star general by the Allies. Eventually, he even ventured into presidential elections, serving 2 consecutive terms, establishing himself as both an exceptional military strategist and a politician. Having concluded his conversation with Colonel Phillips, Luke found himself alone on the terrace of the Venetian palace. A cool night breeze enveloped him, while the starry sky and the silvery glow of the moon bathed the earth in ethereal light. What a curious sight to behold. A solitary figure lost in thought. Clad in a resplendent red evening gown, Carter approached the introspective Luke. It's rather noisy inside. I seek a moment of tranquility. Besides, I am quite weary of being indulged with drink, Luke replied, leaning against the terrace's edge with a smile. Beneath the raucous night sky, the two began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Miss Carter, do you know what Steve is presently occupied with? Luke pondered, recalling Captain America, who was likely still on stage promoting Bonds, traversing various locales for performances. He has been filming with the Senator, performing, and even recently released his own comic. Rogers enjoys far greater popularity than you. Carter chuckled. She seemed to reminisce about the training camp, where Luke and Rogers formed a close bond. Eventually, both became super soldiers, yet their destinies diverged dramatically. In about 3 days, I shall embark with the Howling Commandos back to New York, at which point I will propose to the military that Steve be reassigned to my side. Luke spoke to himself, having gained a certain degree of authority. He was no longer a mere pawn in the hands of others. The politicians of the committee wished to manipulate him, yet they were unworthy of such a task. He will be most grateful to you, Carter remarked, her arms crossed as she shifted the conversation. The gaze of those Italian socialites upon you is quite fervent, as if they wish to devour you like a delectable dessert. At the banquet, Luke was indeed the center of attention, and she could always overhear the women discussing how to transform this liberator of Italy into their own intimate guest. I can relate to that, she continued. For earlier in the corridor, a charming young lady intercepted me, expressing her gratitude for my role in liberating Italy from the clutches of the dictator, insisting that I visit her room. It seems you did not accept her invitation. Is there a hint of regret? Carter furrowed her brow, her demeanor growing cold. She could not reconcile the somewhat frivolous young man before her with the legendary hero of the Allies. Certainly, any man would feel a twinge of regret in declining such an invitation, Luke admitted candidly. Miss Carter, do not regard me with disdain. Even a war hero would not resent the affections of an alluring woman. It is but human nature. You should admire my honesty rather than consider me a lecher. General Cavill, you are more adept at sophistry than those politicians at the committee, she retorted, her crimson dress shimmering as she spoke. This is the art of language. Miss Carter, many friends have suggested that a man of my eloquence should pen a book post-war, titled From Private to General in just 2 months, detailing how the youngest general in America ascended to the pinnacle of success. What do you think? Luke, like a flamboyant libertine, displayed none of the gravity he had earlier, prompting a wave of disdain from Carter. Well, the time for idle chatter has ended. I must go visit Miss ISA's room. Wishing you a pleasant evening, Miss Carter. As the atmosphere grew tense, Luke offered a slight smile, raising his glass of champagne before turning to leave. Behind him, Carter seethed with anger, her intuition telling her that this was not Luke's true nature. Yet, why did he choose to present himself in such a manner? Chapter 36. Return to New York, planning in the gambling city 2 days later, clad in the formal uniform of a brigadier general. Luke descended from the ship amidst a throng of admirers. Stepping onto the soil of Palermo's harbor, the dock was filled with welcoming members of the mafia. A group of fearsome, well-dressed thugs stood in formation, led by Alessandro. The Anglo-American forces under Eisenhower had already taken control of Italy, launching a campaign against those fascists attempting to resurface, reminiscent of Mussolini's purge of the mafia in years past. The tides had turned, and now it was the mafia seeking retribution. The general cast a glance at Luke's epaulettes and the grandeur surrounding him, prompting Alessandro to cautiously alter his address. This mafia leader maintained a demeanor of humility, even more respectful than before. Following Luke may very well be the wisest decision of his life. Merely 2 weeks ago, the man was a mere captain in the Allied forces. Now, he had been elevated to the rank of brigadier general. The swiftness of this promotion was akin to being propelled by a rocket. Moreover, Luke was now universally acknowledged as a war hero, a legendary figure who led the conquest of Italy. Such remarkable feats would surely be recounted with enthusiasm even a century hence. Alessandro believed that his presence in this narrative was tantamount to being inscribed in history. For a gangster to attain such honor was indeed a privilege of the highest order. Madame Molina remained at the original inn, and upon learning of your return to Sicily, she was preparing to extend a warm welcome. Alessandro slightly bent his posture, aware that times had changed and his attitude towards Melina had transformed into one of respect. Why was she not at the port? Luke lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd gathered at the dock. Many were eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the legendary figure referred to as a Superman by Roosevelt and Churchill. Madame Melina expressed that it would be inconvenient for her to appear in public alongside the general, Alessandro conveyed. Luke's eyes flickered, a smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "I understand. Cosa, are you satisfied with your current life?" "I am quite content. The sheriff of the town holds me in high regard, and the governor of Palermo visited me just yesterday. All of this is thanks to you," Alessandro replied, nodding. He had attained both power and status. In present-day Sicily, anyone who encountered him would doff their hats and refer to him as Your Excellency, even the head of the Camorra family. Luke surveyed the intimidating mafia members around him as he spoke. "I can offer you another opportunity for choice." In the aftermath of the war, the Allies hold differing views on Italy's fate. The Americans advocate for placing Italy under United Nations trusteeship, while the British are primarily concerned with overseas colonies. Eager to seize these spoils, the Soviets believe a tripartite trusteeship would be more prudent. For the moment, no one can persuade the other. Alessandro furrowed his brow in contemplation. The future of a nation would dictate the path of the mafia. As Luke settled into the car, he continued, "Regardless of the outcome, the mafia families are destined for decline. You are merely a product of societal instability. Once order is restored, the state will take action against you, just as Mussolini did when he sought to win public support by targeting you. Cosa, I have confidence in your abilities." Thus, one may choose to remain on the enchanting island of Sicily, savoring the pleasures of life as a steward of family affairs, or embark alongside me to the North American continent, where opportunities abound. Upon concluding his statement, Luke closed his eyes, seemingly resting, yet also anticipating a response. Alessandro pondered for an extended period, his gaze shifting with uncertainty. The journey was silent until they arrived at the inn, where he finally reached a resolution. "General, it is my utmost honor to follow you." Upon exiting the vehicle, Luke merely smiled, saying little more. Returning to New York with the Roaring Brigade. This time Luke would not stay in the old house in Brooklyn, but was warmly welcomed by a host of dignitaries and influential officials. Moving into the luxurious accommodations of the Waldorf Astoria. This establishment, the world's first skyscraper hotel, boasts a rich historical legacy. At its inception, President Hoover delivered a congratulatory address from the cabinet room of the White House. As he remarked, the Waldorf Astoria stands as a benchmark in New York, cherished by leaders from various nations and witnessing numerous significant historical events. For instance, following the conclusion of World War II, representatives from the victorious Allied powers, America, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, convened in a suite within its tower to sign the World Peace Agreement. This tower is no stranger to royal visits, having hosted the King of Monaco, Queen Elizabeth II and her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, as well as the Duke and Duchess of Windsor. Now, Luke finds himself fortunate, like countless luminaries before him, residing in the tower suite of the Waldorf Astoria. Indeed, Melina gazed up at the dazzling crystal chandelier and the opulent furnishings as if she had fallen into a dream. She had never imagined that a girl from the rural expanse of Sicily would one day inhabit such a residence. The happiness arrived so suddenly that Melina could hardly believe it. Moreover, no man would now cast a gaze of unabashed greed upon her, all due to her status as Luke's beloved. Power and prestige provided sanctuary to a woman whose fate was once destined for sorrow. "You shall be temporarily settled here. Cosa will ensure your safety." Luke reclined against the soft sofa, while Melina perched upon his lap. Alessandro, accompanied by approximately 300 individuals, had departed from Sicily to the unfamiliar shores of North America. Their compatriots had already thrived, mingling in various upscale venues and forging connections with politicians and Hollywood stars. I have never believed in the mafia, yet they can sometimes assist with unsavory tasks. Having traversed the ocean to America, the mafia, lacking other support, could only cling tightly to me as their pillar of strength. Luke inhaled the delicate fragrance of the mature woman's hair and mused softly. Now a brigadier general, having triumphed over the Axis powers and Hydra, he had the potential to ascend even higher, becoming the youngest major general in the annals of the Federation. Yet, status alone does not suffice. One requires resources, connections, and a complex web of interests to sustain such elevation. The Mafia can serve as a cornerstone during this particular era. Luke set his sights on Las Vegas, Nevada, a veritable goldmine awaiting exploration. In the earlier years, amidst the throes of the Great Depression, the Nevada legislature enacted a bill legalizing gambling to stimulate the economy and navigate through hardships. Consequently, Las Vegas emerged as a gambling haven, though it had yet to attain the renowned status it would later enjoy. Luke, who had once mingled with the Irish mob, was disinclined to engage in the lucrative trades of smuggling and narcotics, as they would invite a plethora of unnecessary troubles, ultimately leading to an awkward situation where he would be perpetually cleaning up after the Mafia. In contrast, the realms of gambling, hospitality, and security in Las Vegas presented ample opportunities for the Mafia to flourish. Seizing the moment before the city fully developed, he anticipated unexpected rewards. In the original timeline, Las Vegas was also paved by fellow mobster Benjamin Siegel, who raised $6 million to construct the Flamingo Hotel and a grand casino, thereby attracting affluent magnates from across the globe. "You always possess such foresight," Marlene remarked in admiration, only to be gently laid back onto the sofa shortly thereafter. Her lustrous black waves cascaded like a blooming lotus, her exquisite visage adorned with a blush. "This is during the day," Marlene murmured softly. "Don't misunderstand. I merely find this sofa exceedingly soft and wish to test its quality." Luke maintained a serious facade, his hands deftly at work. Outside the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, the faint sound of car horns could be discerned. Chapter 37. Presidential Honors. Farewell, Captain America, once everything was settled. The following days for Luke were spent navigating various social gatherings. From press conferences hosted at the White House to celebratory banquets held by branches of the military, he was in constant motion. Every individual he encountered greeted him with smiles and praise, creating an atmosphere so harmonious that Luke nearly succumbed to a delusion of having achieved victory in war. According to the film's narrative, had Captain America not thwarted the Red Skull's bombing plans, the Allies might not have triumphed as effortlessly. "I am immensely honored to present this medal, a symbol of bravery and valor, to Brigadier General Luke Cavill. He is a hero of the Allies and our hero." On the White House lawn, President Roosevelt, seated in a wheelchair, personally adorned Luke's chest with a medal representing the highest military honor. Subsequently, the two shared a warm handshake and posed for a photograph. Tomorrow, it was certain that all newspapers would headline this momentous event. "Though I had heard of your youth, I did not anticipate you would be quite so young. At your age, I was solely preoccupied with how to approach the most alluring girl in my school." Following the ceremony, a luncheon was held at the White House, where accompanying personnel wheeled the president beside Luke. As the longest-serving and highly regarded leader in American history, he possesses a remarkable understanding of how to foster connections among individuals. Throughout the conversation, the president spoke tenderly of Luke's deceased parents, recounted the challenging times of his school years, and mentioned Uncle Frank, embodying the demeanor of a gentle and kind elder rather than a figure of authority. "I contributed only modestly, akin to those valiant soldiers on the battlefield." Luke, too, held his own in conversation, eloquently matching the rhetoric. Politicians often prefer to speak in circles, and even someone as esteemed as Roosevelt is no exception. "Dwight and I are profoundly grateful for your gift. May I address you as Luke? I have encountered many exceptional young individuals, yet you stand out as the most distinguished among them." The president finally broached the main topic, smiling as he inquired, "What can I do for you in return? The war is not yet concluded, and the distribution of interests remains precarious. Your position is already quite prominent, and advancing further will not be an easy endeavor. I wish to return to the battlefield and bring this war to a decisive end," Luke declared with resolute clarity, revealing no hint of pretense. For him, the rank of brigadier general was insufficient. Seizing the opportunity to achieve glory before the war's conclusion was paramount, despite Roosevelt's current politeness. Once the dust of World War II settles, if Luke is left with nothing but the halo of honor above his head and no further utility, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a mere bystander. Moreover, if all goes as expected, this president, confined to a wheelchair, may succumb to a cerebral hemorrhage before the war fully concludes. Thus, the vice president, Truman, emerges as the more prudent investment. A cascade of thoughts surged through Luke's mind. The president, initially poised to make a series of empty promises, was momentarily taken aback by this young brigadier's unexpected approach. Rather than soliciting favors and cultivating relationships to garner gratitude, he had boldly volunteered for the cause. "Then I shall contact the Allied command," the president stated dryly. Watching Luke depart, he retracted his smile. He had long since established his goal, to be no mere mascot of the federal government. Neither politicians nor corporate conglomerates could sway him. Who would willingly choose to remain subordinate? Luke raised his champagne glass, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Brigadier, I am a reporter for the Horn Call Daily. May I take your picture?" A young journalist, witnessing the president's exit and the absence of accompanying aides, hurried over. Struggling with his cumbersome camera, he gazed at Luke with eager anticipation. "The Horn Call Daily? So it is a venerable publication?" Luke raised an eyebrow, standing tall, with a warm yet courteous smile. "Certainly." Snap! A flash of light freezes the moment. The young brigadier's upright posture and handsome visage will soon be disseminated around the globe through the printed word. "It seems you're not particularly pleased, Steve. Oh no, I should refer to you as Captain America. Who will handle the Germans?" It is the ambitious man draped in the stars and stripes. By the time Luke encounters Rogers, a week has elapsed since his return to New York. The Allied command has finally acquiesced to the fervent wishes of the young brigadier, allowing him to advance to the front lines. In a rare moment of leisure, Luke has taken the time to visit his old friend, humming a familiar melody that resonates throughout the streets. Yet, Rogers appears reluctant to hear the song, turning his head away in embarrassment, saying, "Please don't mock me, Luke." Luke retorts, "Do you want me to call you Superman? I do not relish this current existence." Backstage at the Broadway Theater, Captain America, clad in his snug costume and clutching a shield emblazoned with the stars and stripes, wears a visage of despondency. The unwavering determination and spirited fervor of yore have dissipated. He is transformed into a mere pawn for the senator, promoting bonds. Daily life consists of cooperating with propaganda, performing on stage, and posing for photographs, reciting monotonous lines, and executing repetitive actions, akin to a machine. You're a hero from comic books and films, the revered Captain America, whom all admire. Luke remarks, patting him on the shoulder with intent. They merely require an idol, a jester upon the stage. You are the true hero of the real world. By the way, I have yet to congratulate you, Brigadier Cavill. Rogers shakes his head, mustering a semblance of a smile. His initial motivation for enlisting was to contribute meaningfully to the war, akin to the soldiers stationed on the front lines, not to stand like a clown reciting meaningless lines to promote various government-issued bonds. I thought you would appreciate this feeling. The Broadway superstar, recognized wherever you go, Luke quips, draping an arm around Rogers' shoulder with a grin. "Though you've changed quite a bit. I used to have to bend down to reach your shoulder." Rogers turns his face away, ignoring his friend's jest, his tone weary as he replies, "Do you know, the last time I visited the Camp Lehigh in New Jersey, the very place we resided, every soldier spoke of you, recounting your training experiences and your legendary feats. Truly, I am happy for you and proud of you, Luke. You deserve this honor. I yearn to tell them that you are my friend. However, I fear those soldiers would inquire why you are at the front while I remain behind, bearing the name of Captain America." Rogers remarks with a self-deprecating smile. He is weary of his current life, but feels powerless to resist. Obeying orders is the soldier's duty, and with the senator having secured military consent, Rogers must comply without question. "Then you should accompany me to Europe," Luke remarked casually, draping an arm around Rogers' shoulders, reminiscent of their camaraderie in Brooklyn. "Is it really Europe?" Rogers took a few moments to process the astonishing news. Disbelief etched across his face. "But what about the military?" The senator will never agree. His expression soon dimmed, for he understood that while Luke intended to assist him, entangling himself in trouble was far from ideal. Senator Brandt held a significant position within the committee and maintained a favorable rapport with the military. "Hey, little guy from Brooklyn, standing before you is a brigadier general, a hero of the Allies, a rising star awarded by the president." Luke feigned annoyance, furrowing his brow as he solemnly declared his title. Prior to rushing here, he had visited Senator Brandt, who, upon learning of Luke's purpose, had readily acquiesced without uttering a word, his haughty demeanor softening as he implored Luke not to hold it against him. Such is the nature of politicians, bullying the weak, bending with the wind. "What do you say, Captain America? Shall we venture to the European front and witness the might of Hydra together?" At Luke's invitation, Rogers nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with astonishment. He felt as though hope had rekindled in his life. "Thank you, Luke," he expressed gratefully. "You should call me Commander," Luke chuckled twice, guiding Captain America away from the Broadway theater. "Cool, me. Let us celebrate your new lease on life and our reunion with a drink." The two figures, arms linked and laughter echoing, strolled into the street, merging into the bustling crowd. Chapter 38. The lottery begins, a guaranteed win in the late hours of the night. Beneath a tapestry of stars, the Waldorf Hotel's tower suite lay shrouded in dimness. In the expansive bedroom, only the rhythmic breathing of Marlene could be heard. This enchanting mature woman bore a blush of vitality, as if she had just emerged from an intense endeavor, her weary form surrendering to slumber. It is time for the lottery. Maintaining his composure, Luke, seemingly unaffected by fatigue, gently extricated his right hand, which Marlene had utilized as a pillow. He lifted the thin covers and descended the bed, exposing his bare body. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the washroom. Two individuals impervious to intoxication had ventured to the tavern, proving rather mundane. A few minutes later, Luke, clad in a bathrobe, opened the floor-to-ceiling windows and stepped outside. The cool night breeze swept over him, imparting a refreshing sensation. After departing from the Broadway theater that afternoon, he and Rogers had reminisced at Old Joe's Tavern in Brooklyn, drawing the attention of many onlookers. One was a war hero, a legendary figure. One is Captain America, a veritable national icon. The citizens of New York flocked to Old Joseph's Tavern, filling it to capacity. Ultimately, what began as a heartfelt reunion among old friends, a nostalgic reminiscence of the past, devolved into a tedious drinking contest. The clinking of glasses resonated throughout the establishment, while the aroma of malt wafted through the air. Occasionally, a crude joke would elicit a round of hearty laughter, making the atmosphere so lively that one might assume a risque performance was underway. Like Rogers, I too had forgotten what it felt like to be intoxicated, Luke mused. Later, as he and Rogers emerged from the tavern, the city was aglow with lights, and night had fallen. Both were clear-headed and devoid of any inebriation, walking with a steadiness that belied any hint of unsteadiness. As for the revelers still engaged in their drinking games, they lay sprawled across the tables, some even slumped on the floor, leaving the tavern in disarray. Old Joseph instructed his staff to tidy up and subsequently tossed the inebriated patrons onto the street. After all, spending a night as a vagabond posed little concern. For super soldiers, the serum coursing through their veins forged a regenerative and healing protective system, rendering alcohol utterly ineffective against Rogers. Having been frozen for 70 years, he emerged unscathed. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed long ago. As for Luke, to induce even a hint of drunkenness in him, one might require a vintage wine cherished for millennia in Asgard. After exchanging a few casual words, they parted ways to return home. Subsequently, Luke engaged in another enriching and heartfelt conversation with Marlene, promoting both mental and physical well-being. After a fulfilling day, he finally recalled his opportunity to draw from the Superman template. Activating the lottery chance, he felt the cool night breeze as his thoughts stirred. In his mind's eye, radiant lights flickered and a multitude of templates floated in mid-air, spinning rapidly. Each brief pause stirred Luke's emotions, quickening his heartbeat. "The Silver Superman, how splendid!" he exclaimed, captivated by the template framed in silver. "Oh, it slipped by," he lamented, as another formidable Superman template drifted past. Finally, as the spinning slowed and came to a halt, template extraction complete, Magic Superman Eternal appeared. It was neither a surprise nor a disappointment, akin to the sensation of drawing a guaranteed prize. Luke paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. So, one of Superman's shortcomings, his lack of magical resistance, has been compensated for, then? Should I encounter the Supreme Sorcerer in the future, I shall not lack confidence. Eternal, also known as Magic Superman, is Superman's counterpart in Earth 13's magical universe. Unlike Superman, who possesses zero magical resistance, he is devoid of such a vulnerability. Conversely, the Magic Superman possesses the ability to manipulate flames, harness energy, and resist mind control, an impressive acquisition indeed. Luke replaced the extracted Superman template, and the data on the character panel swiftly transformed. Host, Luke Cavill, template loaded. Magic Superman, 1, abilities, natural absorption active. Mental immunity, passive, stellar energy, passive, biological force field, passive, reputation. 1 645, 374 achievements, legendary figure. A Superman adept in the arcane arts presents a rather peculiar aesthetic. Upon loading the new template, Luke felt a torrent of information inundate his mind. He spread his palm, and the air around him rippled. A sphere of searing flames quietly hovering. The so-called natural absorption entails drawing magical elements that roam freely in space. The magical power of the material world feels rather feeble. It is no wonder that those sorcerers rely on various powerful entities as conduits to acquire formidable strength. Luke extinguished the flames in his hand and mused contemplatively. In the Marvel Universe, the majority of sorcerers derive their power from siphoning energies from other dimensions or entering contracts with other beings. For instance, the Supreme Sorcerer established Kamartaj. The strength of temple sorcerers originates from the trinity of the Vishani. Many dark sorcerers are servants of the ancient demon, Thon. Vampires are creations of his. Moreover, the chaos magic wielded by Scarlet, which is inextricably linked to Thon. There are also Dormammu from the Dark Dimension and Mephisto from the Infernal Realms, as well as the ruler of the Crimson Cosmos, Sidorak. They are all deities of dimensions that are rejected or unwelcome in the material world. It is a cause for celebration to fill a void in oneness abilities. Luke, feeling the surging power within, softly pondered, I wonder if there will be Superman who can consume kryptonite, or perhaps super Kryptonians emerging in the future. The following morning, as Luke prepared for departure to the European battlefield, he was met with the grim news of the Allies' defeat. Even worse, upon organizing everything, an excited Rogers came across the casualty list of the 107th Infantry Regiment, which included his dear friend, James Buchanan Barnes. Perhaps Bucky was merely captured. He might still be alive, waiting for our rescue. Luke placed a reassuring hand on Rogers' shoulder. General Cavill, the Allied command will not endorse this rescue mission, Carter interjected. The location where the 107th engaged is precisely the most heavily fortified area of the European front. A forced rescue could result in even greater casualties. Upon hearing Carter's words, Rogers appeared conflicted. He was determined to rescue Bucky, at least to ascertain his survival, yet he did not wish to inflict unnecessary losses on the Allies. There is no need to trouble the Allied command or mobilize other units. This rescue mission will solely involve Rogers and myself. Luke spoke softly, having long desired to confront the Red Skull of Hydra in hopes of unlocking further missions. No, General Cavill, you're a hero of the Allied forces. Should you be captured or encounter misfortune, it would undermine the morale at the front. Carter's urgency surged as she sought to dissuade him. Following their conversation in the Venetian palace that night, her demeanor towards Luke had grown indifferent. Yet, considering the dire consequences of his potential capture, she felt compelled to intervene. The war hero of the Allied nations, a legendary figure heavily promoted by the American military, would surely face grave repercussions should anything untoward occur. Miss Carter, you may not know me well enough. I relish challenging tasks and excel at creating miracles. Luke disregarded her counsel, turning to Rogers with a smile. Are you ready for an adventure? Rogers cast an apologetic glance at Carter before nodding vigorously at Luke. I'm ready, Commander, he declared, raising his right hand in salute. In a separate note, I noticed many readers had inquiries that would be cumbersome to address individually, hence this dedicated chapter. Firstly, let me clarify that the protagonist does not possess Kryptonian heritage. Therefore, conventional methods such as blood draws are ineffective for him. You may liken the system to the belt of a Kamen Rider, with the Superman template serving as the transformation card. I also observed some readers questioning whether switching templates would reset his abilities. The answer is no, as it is not stipulated that a Kamen Rider's belt can only accommodate a single card. To be candid, I mentioned in my first book that I seldom indulge in system narratives. The inclusion of this element was primarily for contractual purposes. The story indeed begins slowly, and in this era, it's not uncommon for a narrative to reveal its golden finger within the first 3 chapters. Some even unveil it in the very first line. I wrote 10 chapters before officially introducing it, and was concerned that my editor might reject the manuscript. Thus, dear readers, please understand that as a university graduate navigating the world of internships, my greatest lesson has been to adhere to market trends unless one possesses the strength to pivot them. Clearly, I do not, hence I must follow the prevailing winds. As for my writing approach, it can be attributed to my stubbornness. an inability to suppress my restless and reckless spirit. Returning to the main topic, some remain skeptical that upon concluding the Hydra arc, I might simply traverse back to the modern era to continue the narrative. The answer again is no. Those familiar with my previous works would know that I am not particularly fond of adhering strictly to plot lines. My preference lies in crafting my own narrative within the framework of fan fiction rather than merely inserting a protagonist into the original story, which I find rather uninteresting. Were I a reader, I too would not be inclined to enjoy such a tale. Regarding fan creations, I firmly believe that the arrival of a protagonist must invariably bring change to the world, for better or worse. I hold a particular aversion to protagonists who merely drift through the narrative. Certainly, this writing style possesses both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in its potential for novelty, while the drawback is the risk of deviating from the intended narrative, which could lead to a subsequent collapse. Therefore, I shall endeavor to experiment. After all, the outline for an anti-hero remains at hand, and repurposing it could yield fruitful results. Finally, a reader inquired about the possibility that the protagonist's alteration of the timeline might draw the attention of the Supreme Mage. This response relates to the storyline following the conclusion of World War II. Thus, I encourage you to unleash your imagination and speculate on the forthcoming developments. That is all. I shall return to my writing, as in a few days I will resume work, leaving little time for such endeavors. Chapter 39. Saving Private Bucky under the cover of a pitch-black night. A Beechcraft 43 light transport aircraft penetrated the airspace of Austria. The incessant roar of artillery echoed from the ground, occasionally illuminating the dense forest below. The rising mountain ranges on either side were shrouded in thick mist, resulting in extremely low visibility. Such treacherous weather conditions demanded exceptional skill from the pilots. Hydra's military encampment lay in Klausberg, nestled between two mountain ranges, housing approximately 2 military factories and about 600 troops. In the rear of the cabin, Carter unfurled a map and patiently explained its details while bowing his head. Although military cartography is a component of their training, Luke and Rogers might not have had the opportunity to study it extensively. Their time at the Caspian training camp had been predominantly focused on rigorous physical conditioning. Is the information accurate? Rogers inquired, only to receive a dubious glance from Carter. This intelligence had been painstakingly extracted by the Strategic Scientific Reserve from Hydra-S clutches. During World War II, Austria was annexed by Nazi Germany and joined the fight against the Allies to support the front lines and impede the relentless advance of Allied forces. Hydra established a clandestine base in Klausberg for the production of energy weapons and the enhancement of soldiers. The results were indeed striking. A raiding party of over 200 men from the 107th Infantry Regiment suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of a few enhanced soldiers leading Hydra's forces. The Intelligence Division of the Strategic Scientific Reserve believed that captured Allied soldiers were highly likely to be transported to Klausberg as laborers and subjects for experimentation. I thought you would report this to Colonel Phillips and have the Allied command issue orders to thwart my rescue operation. Luke chuckled from the rear cabin. I am not a cold-blooded individual. Brigadier Cavill, Carter replied, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. I too do not wish to witness the sacrifice of soldiers. However, to secure victory in war, one must consider the greater good and not be swayed by emotional impulses. Raising an eyebrow, Luke softly asked, "Then why is Miss Carter willing to assist us?" The original plan had been for him and Rogers to infiltrate Klausberg by vehicle and launch a surprise attack on the military factories. Amidst the chaos of creation and opportunity, the mission to rescue Bucky or the captured soldiers unfolded. However, Carter soon decided to join, bringing along a brilliant scientist skilled in aviation, Howard Stark. You claim to be adept at creating miracles. I wonder if that is indeed the truth, Carter retorted coldly. Rogers, seated nearby, sensed a palpable tension between Luke and Carter, as if they were locked in a silent confrontation. Had they previously encountered an unpleasant misunderstanding? The oblivious Captain America appeared confounded, retreating slightly, unwilling to engage. We are nearly there. I will deploy you close to the base. Howard's voice resonated from the cockpit. As an arms tycoon, genius scientist, and renowned magnate, his ability to pilot an aircraft was both ordinary and fitting. Howard, Miss Carter tells me you are the finest pilot she has ever encountered. I hope this transport plane does not fall prey to Axis artillery during our descent, unlike Rogers, who nervously secured his parachute for an imminent low-altitude jump. Luke remained at ease, as if embarking on an exhilarating outdoor adventure rather than a perilous rescue mission. The men of the Stark lineage excel in all endeavors. It is our family tradition. Howard maneuvered the light transport plane, first ascending above the clouds before swiftly diving. Performing such daring maneuvers in the midst of thick fog required an audacious heart. Prepare for parachuting, Colonel. I sincerely hope not to see your name on the Allied casualty list. Howard steadied the aircraft as the distant rumble of artillery echoed below, reminiscent of thunderous roars. Relax, Rogers. Our mission is straightforward. Ascertain Bucky's survival and rescue the captured soldiers. As the cabin door opened, a rush of air surged in, prompting Luke to reassure Rogers, who was venturing into battle for the first time. It was natural for Captain America to feel a tinge of anxiety. The earth trembled, emitting a mournful sound as the brilliance of gunfire illuminated the night sky. Taking a deep breath, Rogers proclaimed, "I am ready. Tighten the parachute pack and leap." Rogers is truly eager. Luke jested, preparing to jump as well. "Secure the transceiver. The Allies will locate you through the signal." Carter stood at the door, handing the transceiver to Luke. He replied softly, "Miss Carter, the grand tapestry of war is woven from the accumulation of localized advantages. Perhaps those soldiers seem insignificant and inconsequential, yet it is precisely such humble individuals who propel the wheels of history." Luke tucked the transceiver into his pocket, donned his parachute, and leaned back, ready to leap into the fray. Before plummeting, he extended his hand towards Carter, signaling a victory gesture. The howling winds sliced through the air like blades, buffeting Luke as he donned his Kryptonian battlesuit. The dark crimson cloak billowed ominously, reminiscent of a fluttering banner. Luke braved the fierce artillery fire below, descending at a rapid pace. Armed with the astonishing defensive capabilities of his Kryptonian attire, he was confident that even a direct hit from a shell would leave him unscathed. The ravaged landscape lay beneath him, dotted with a dense, shadowy forest. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated incessantly. Soldiers on both sides shouted and clashed, unleashing humanity's most primal urges of violence. "Rogers, deploy your chute." Luke's voice was swept away by the wind, fragmented and intermittent as it reached Captain America's ears. Obediently, Rogers opened his parachute pack, and a dark blossom unfurled. The descent slowed, and seizing the opportunity, Rogers turned to glance at Luke. To his astonishment, he realized that Luke had not activated his parachute at all. At this height, they were nearing 700 meters. Typically, the minimum safe altitude for parachuting from an aircraft is 500 meters, an essential point that Carter had emphasized regarding the timing of the jump. "Luke," Rogers shouted with urgency. His anxious voice was quickly scattered by the tempest, torn into disjointed fragments. As they approached a perilous 100 meters, Luke finally opened his parachute pack. Utilizing this brief moment of respite, he drew the parachutist's knife from his leg and severed the cords. The impact, which should have rendered him severely injured, had no effect on Luke whatsoever. This left Rogers safely grounded, filled with genuine admiration. It was no wonder that Colonel Phillips regarded Luke as the finest super soldier, while the leaders of the Allies, President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill, referred to him as Superman. Given the altitude they had just experienced, Rogers might have dared to attempt it, but he knew well that without prior parachuting training, he would not have succeeded with the same ease as Luke. Advancing 2,000 meters in this direction, traversing through the underbrush, lay the Hydra base. Unbeknownst to Luke, Rogers was preoccupied with his thoughts. He glanced at the map and then began to march swiftly. As a Superman, surely he could fly. What was so remarkable about a mere low-altitude jump? If he knew Rogers' mindset, Luke would undoubtedly respond thus in his heart. Under the cover of the dense night fog, the two continued their march. Before long, they reached the edge of the forest and beheld a heavily fortified, massive base. Electrified barbed wire erected a formidable barrier, behind which stood towering watchtowers. Beams of searchlight swept across the ground, illuminating squads of patrolling guards. These sentinels, adorned with Hydra insignia, were equipped with gear that was a century ahead of the Allies. The infinite energy developed from the cosmic cube has been harnessed by the Red Skull of Hydra for various weapons, including firearms and artillery. Moreover, there are even colossal multi-turret tanks, these iron monstrosities reminiscent of a meat grinder. It can be stated with conviction that had it not been for the emergence of Captain America, embodying the spirit of Steve Rogers and staging a valiant resistance against the Axis powers. The timeline of this world would have taken a drastic turn. The Axis powers hold a technological advantage that utterly overwhelms the Allied forces, compounded by the enhancement soldiers that Red Skull is currently developing. Should these warriors be unleashed on the European battlefield, the advancing Allied forces would likely face immediate collapse. Luke issued commands, noting that both Red Skull and Dr. Zola should be present in this base. If they could secure the Cosmic Cube beforehand, it would certainly be a commendable strategy. Although in Luke's eyes, the 6 Infinity Stones may not possess the potential of the Superman template, the boundless energy contained within the Cosmic Cube undeniably piqued his interest. Chapter 40. A flawless infiltration. Clausberg's secret base was heavily fortified, flanked by 2 arms manufacturing plants, with as many as 600 soldiers stationed there. With its robust fortress and formidable firepower, the base was impervious to external threats. Should the Allies attempt a frontal assault, the cost in lives would likely be exponentially greater. The most prudent course of action would be to deploy air forces for intense carpet bombing, employing brute tactics to completely obliterate this Hydra base, concealed within the dense mountain forests. Otherwise, those colossal tanks, akin to iron beasts, with their significantly diminished pain response and the physically superior enhancement soldiers, could claim untold lives from the Allied forces. This was also the reason the Allied command was reluctant to send troops for a rescue operation. A reckless advance would only lead to further loss of life without meaningful gain. Luke, how can we slip past everyone and infiltrate this base? Rogers queried from behind the bushes. The defenses of this Hydra secret base were exceedingly tight. The guard posts stood like steel sentinels in the night, with a squad of Nazi soldiers patrolling every 5 minutes and glaring searchlights sweeping the area. Holding a shield, Rogers felt a twinge of frustration. He finally understood how absurdly daunting a task it was to assault Hydra's secret base with just the 2 of them. I have a bold idea. Luke mused for a moment, then stated earnestly, "What if I charge out and take them all down? That way, no one would discover our presence." A complete infiltration could be achieved. Rogers struggled to catch his breath, nearly choking. After several low coughs, he regained his composure. He could not discern whether Luke was jesting or truly intended to follow through. Even having received the serum and become a super soldier on the battlefield, he could face 100 foes alone. However, in the face of Hydra's relentless bombardment, the solitary heroism of a single individual proves futile. A meticulously crafted plan is imperative. Rogers racked his brain, pondering what strategy could simultaneously fulfill the mission of rescuing the captured soldiers while evading Hydra's detection. Luke, without waiting for Captain America to devise a plan, sprang forth from the thicket with remarkable agility. A powerful gust of wind stirred the fallen leaves on the ground. In mere moments, he vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, on the muddy road beside the thicket, a military truck transporting supplies ambled by at a slow pace. The headlights gleamed like twin swords slicing through the thick fog. The gates of the base slowly opened, revealing a passageway. Suddenly, a shadowy figure shot forth in a swift trajectory, colliding with the sluggish military truck. The terrifying force of impact struck like a solid cannonball, violently crashing against the truck's frame. The sturdy vehicle crumpled, as if it had been hammered countless times by a colossal mallet. With a resounding boom, the military truck toppled over, deeply entrenched in the muddy road. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The tremendous noise jolted the once tranquil secret base awake. The sentry stationed at the entrance was the first to react, brandishing a metallic energy weapon as he rushed forward. The base behind him sounded the alarm, the shrill whistle echoing under the night sky. Rogers gazed at the overturned military truck, noting the pronounced dent in its structure, and then glanced at the unscathed Luke, momentarily at a loss for words. Is the super soldier truly that formidable? Lowering his head, he clenched his fists. Yet he felt no surge of terrifying power within him capable of toppling a military truck. They were all super soldiers, yet why could Luke achieve such feats? The ever-confident and spirited Rogers couldn't help but question whether Dr. Erskine had inadvertently administered an excessive dosage to Luke during their serum injections. You head to the cell where the captured soldiers are held. See if you can locate Bucky. I will divert Hydra's attention. Luke articulated the plan while exerting strength to lift the overturned military truck. After altering his template to that of a magical superhero, he sensed a renewed surge of power within him. Not only had his efficiency in absorbing stellar energy increased, but his physical attributes were also significantly enhanced. The muscles in his arms bulged, twisting together like tightly coiled wire, showcasing a striking display of strength. His army uniform strained against his form, emitting a mournful sound as it approached the brink of tearing. As for his military boots, they had already begun to crack during his sprint. Observing that his uniform was on the verge of bursting, threatening to leave him in an embarrassing state of undress, Luke hastily covered himself with the previously concealed skin. With the protective Kree battle suit, no matter how intense the combat, one would not end up like a certain green behemoth, reduced to little more than tattered shorts. Run! The enemy is approaching. Before long, guards adorned with Hydra insignia rushed in swiftly. Amidst the muddy terrain, a solitary figure stood resolute. The tall man clad in iron armor effortlessly lifted a toppled military truck as if it were a mere weight. This astonishing spectacle, defying human comprehension, rendered the guards, armed with energy weaponry, utterly speechless. It became evident that even those fervently indoctrinated by Hydra possessed a primal instinct for survival akin to ordinary beings. Upon witnessing the intruder's display of superhuman strength, several guards, fervently chanting "Long live Hydra," turned on their heels and fled without a backward glance. The Allies' Superman informed the leader. Superman has arrived. The urgent cries reverberated back to the base. Some recognized the youthful visage of Luke, the very Superman frequently featured in newspapers and broadcasts in recent days. Super targeting deployed. Luke squinted, his keen gaze honing in on the colossal tank stationed at the base entrance. With arms slightly bent and legs sinking, he hurled the military truck, weighing several tons, as if throwing a shot put. The throngs of fleeing Hydra guards gazed in disbelief at the military truck hurtling through the air, with a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of the base. The massive tank was utterly crushed beneath the weight of the truck, rendered completely inoperative. The driver, unable to adjust the turret in time, was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The explosion illuminated the night sky, igniting a fervor within the base. Seizing the moment, Rogers hastily donned the black uniform of a Hydra guard and put on a helmet to conceal his identity, blending into the base. Those Hydra soldiers were indeed unfortunate to encounter Luke. Rogers no longer doubted his friend's prowess. He finally comprehended the true narrative behind the Allied propaganda, depicting the Italian conqueror and the takedown of Rome. It was no wonder that whenever he inquired about the Howling Commandos and their infiltration of Sicily to raid the Venetian palace, they always evaded the question. It now appeared that the entire operation likely involved Luke single-handedly dominating the field, while the others merely cheered him on. The military factory's cells lay ahead. Disguised as a Hydra soldier, Rogers successfully infiltrated the interior of the military factory. The guards, armed with energy firearms, rushed outside in response to the blaring alarms. What is this? Along the way, Rogers spotted massive missile warheads, with several soldiers tasked with embedding the glowing blue energy cores within them, with the intent of gathering intelligence. He slipped one into his pocket and proceeded towards the cells where captured soldiers were held. Meanwhile, Red Skull, stationed in the command room, quickly activated the surveillance to assess the situation upon hearing the alarm. Amidst the fierce flames, a towering figure emerged, slicing through the surging inferno. His dark crimson cloak billowing dramatically. Those piercing eyes seemed capable of transcending countless barriers, gazing through the surveillance lens at the Red Skull. Chapter 41. Striking down Hydra moments prior, the Red Skull stood within the command room of the base, envisioning the future and outlining grand designs. He spoke passionately about reconstructing the Third Reich upon the ruins of war, intending to harness Hydra's formidable power to envelop the entire world within his grasp. Yet, his sole audience was but one, Dr. Arnim Zola, the chief scientist of Hydra. Possessing the Tesseract, the Red Skull firmly believed himself to be the chosen one, destined to be the future ruler of this planet. Mr. Schmidt, the F-Rare desires that we augment our production of weaponry, to forge opportunities for victory on the front lines. He is no longer content with merely staving off the Allies' advance. He wishes to sound the horn of counteroffensive. Zola articulated cautiously. In truth, the F-Rare, far away in Berlin, had issued his demands in a tone reminiscent of command, insisting that Hydra intensify its efforts to manufacture greater and more powerful energy weapons to arm the Axis soldiers. Were he to articulate this verbatim, the independently minded Red Skull would likely erupt in fury. Zola noted that since acquiring the Tesseract, The ambitions of this Hydra leader had swelled to nearly uncontrollable heights. The fortunes of the Axis powers had waned. Hitler, consumed by greed and religious discord, had unleashed a brutal extermination of the Jews, provoking the colossal Red Bear of the Soviet Union, while foolishly aligning with Italy. The United States had also entered the fray, rendering the Third Reich on the brink of becoming a global pariah. The outcome of this war was already predetermined. Zola, the Red Skull's tone betrayed his utter disdain for Hitler. Once, he had fervently idolized the Führer, joining the SS and becoming a loyal confidant akin to Heinrich Himmler. However, after Schmidt, before transforming into the Red Skull, had entered the Military Research Division and encountered Abraham Erskine, he learned of the existence of the super soldier serum. In pursuit of his own strength and perfection, coupled with his loyalty to the Führer, Schmidt volunteered to be the first test subject, ultimately succumbing to the serum's side effects and becoming the Red Skull. Regrettably, Hitler soon deemed the disfigured Schmidt unworthy of the Aryan ideal he so cherished. Under the pretext of establishing an external intelligence agency, he exiled this once loyal subordinate to the nascent Hydra. The ship of Hitler is destined to sink. Even if I were to supply the Axis with an abundance of weaponry, it would matter little. Zola, do you wish to accompany him to the grave? The Red Skull scoffed. Hail Hydra! Dr. Zola raised his hands in salute, proclaiming his loyalty. Such is the choice of the discerning mind. Once the Valkyrie project succeeds, and half the world lies in ruins, I shall establish an unprecedented Hydra empire with my own hands. The voice of Red Skull rose in intensity. He had long since gained complete control over Hydra, transforming it from a mere intelligence agency into an autonomous secret organization. Were it not for the relentless pressure from the Allies, the Führer of the Third Reich, far away in Berlin, would undoubtedly be pounding the table in exasperation, seeking to eliminate this unwieldy behemoth. By the way, Dr. Zola, how is the Valkyrie project progressing? Red Skull shifted to serious matters. The so-called Valkyrie refers to missile heads embedded with the energy core of the Tesseract. Their destructive power rivals that of the hydrogen bomb, which has yet to be manufactured by the United States. Various research institutes are collaborating actively, and the targets have already been determined: New York, Berlin, London, and Moscow. Valkyrie is capable of reducing these cities to mere ashes, leading countless souls to meet their demise. Dr. Zola replied with trepidation. To him, Red Skull seemed utterly deranged. He not only desired the annihilation of the Allies, but also sought to obliterate the Axis powers, aiming to construct a new era for Hydra from the desolate ruins. That is well. Or superhumans or mutants. Under Valkyrie, all beings are equal. The Tesseract is the future. Red Skull's eyes gleamed with fervor as he continued. One day, I shall. Suddenly, a piercing alarm interrupted the Hydra leader's words, and a tall, indistinct figure appeared on the surveillance screen in the command room. Clad in armor reminiscent of iron, a dark crimson cloak appeared to be drenched in blood, making it strikingly conspicuous. One person? Red Skull seemed to sense the intruder's gaze and looked questioningly at Dr. Zola. Is it that superhuman from the Allies? The latter shook his head. The image on the monitor was too unclear for him to discern. Bang! 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 The indistinct figure shot forth like an arrow, moving at a speed beyond the camera's capacity to capture. Hydra soldiers, wielding energy weapons, were effortlessly sent flying as if they were mere sandbags. Within a few breaths, an entire squad of guards lay defeated, seemingly unable to rise again. Has Erskine developed a second-generation enhanced serum? Doubt filled Red Skull's mind, judging by the performance in battle. This suspected allied superhuman intruder surpassed even the super soldiers. At the very least, Red Skull found it exceedingly difficult to incapacitate so many adversaries simultaneously. Moreover, when the guards unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the bullets striking the armored suit produced no effect whatsoever. What shall we do? Dr. Zola asked, visibly agitated. The Hydra soldiers appear to be no match for this intruder. He is but one man. We possess an abundance of firearms and enhanced warriors. What is there to fear? Red Skull retorted angrily. Immediately, on the surveillance screen, a massive tank roared to life, resembling a ferocious steel beast. The turret shifted, continuously adjusting its position. Ha, Superman! Even if you were made of steel, the Red Skull revealed a contemptuous smile. Yet, in the next moment, his voice abruptly ceased. The derisive words he intended to utter were swallowed back. How could this be possible? Erskine must have developed a new generation of serum. Damn it, I was the first super soldier, yet he bestowed the finest on others. The Red Skull bellowed in a fit of impotent rage. On the monitor, the tank's cannon was forcibly snapped off. Subsequently, the intruder grasped the severed cannon like a hefty club, effortlessly toppling the several tons of metal to the ground. This terrifying spectacle instantly crushed the morale of the other Hydra soldiers, who wished to follow the French example and raise a white flag in surrender. Mr. Schmidt? Doctor, Zola whispered. Retreat. Back to headquarters. We are temporarily no match for this allied Superman. The Red Skull, quickly regaining his composure, took a deep breath and methodically pressed the self-destruct sequence buttons one by one. He had no intention of leaving the Valkyrie within the munitions factory as spoils for the Allies. As for the captured soldiers and the Hydra garrison, the Red Skull was indifferent. They were merely making a small sacrifice for the birth of the Hydra Empire. Even the mightiest super soldiers can be wounded and can perish. The Red Skull gritted his teeth and seethed, Superman, just you wait. The cosmic cube was extracted from the metallic apparatus and placed into a box. Once he returned to the underground base in the Alps, he would activate the Valkyrie and annihilate both the Allies and the Axis powers. What could Superman do? He too would meet his end in the onslaught. Chapter 42. The Many Questions of Captain America. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The submachine gun fired fiercely. The bullets, propelled by immense kinetic energy, struck the Kryptonian battlesuit like a collision with a wall of brass and iron. Could you refrain from aiming for the head? Luke grimaced slightly as the brass projectile impacted his chest, causing at most a mildly irritating sensation. However, a hit to the face would certainly inflict some discomfort. There remained a considerable gap between merely deflecting bullets, missiles, and even nuclear projectiles with 1S face and achieving a high level of defense. Luke's eyes sharpened. The trajectory of the bullets seemed to slow significantly. He extended 2 fingers, pinching a deformed brass bullet, and with a swift motion he fired it. With a whoosh, a Hydra soldier charging at him fell to the ground, a lethal wound the size of a pea visible on his helmeted head, blood gushing forth like bubbles. There must be some precision involved if Superman were to be regarded as a stand-in. Luke suppressed his mundane distractions and charged forward with reckless abandon. He resembled a humanoid tank, barreling through the battlefield. Any unsuspecting Hydra soldier that crossed his path met their demise with a single powerful punch. As the commotion escalated, more guards surged forth, among them several Hydra soldiers armed with energy weapons. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and flying bullets, one energy cannon struck Luke squarely in the chest. With a resounding boom, he was propelled backward like a cannonball. The impact echoed like a heavy hammer striking an anvil, reverberating through the air. I hit him, a Hydra soldier exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, akin to one who has just scored a last-minute goal in the World Cup. Wait, that guy isn't dead. The victorious cheer was short-lived, replaced by incredulous gasps from another soldier. The energy weapons they wielded were astonishingly lethal. A single hit could obliterate an ordinary human, reducing flesh to ash. Yet, this formidable intruder appeared largely unscathed. A sharp intake of breath revealed that the pain was not as excruciating as anticipated, comparable perhaps to a hefty blow from a hammer. Luke crashed into the rear of a massive tank, leaving a distinct human-shaped imprint in its robust steel shell. He pushed himself up with both hands, shaking his head before dashing forward. Boom! The air erupted with force as Luke closed the distance to the Hydra soldier who had struck him, placing his palm against the man's chest and giving a gentle push. The soldier was launched backward, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage as he ricocheted off the solid ground several times. Then, with a sickening splat, his body was embedded into the sturdy wall, resembling a crushed tomato, juices splattering everywhere. The soldier's innards splattered across the bricks, reminiscent of a vividly colored abstract painting. Where even now, Luke shrugged, turning his attention to the other Hydra soldiers. Thud, 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 thud. Moments later, the once tumultuous battlefield fell eerily silent. Thanks to the Kryptonian nanotechnology in his battle suit, Luke withstood several energy blasts without significant harm. If anything, they merely stung a bit. However, the receiver tucked in his chest pocket seemed to have sustained damage. As time passed with the Superman template, Luke increasingly understood why Clark Kent, filming next door, was often perceived as having zero evasion skills. With a physique so indestructible and remarkable healing capabilities, anyone in his position would naturally prefer to charge straight ahead rather than waste time dodging attacks. It was far more efficient to engage directly and eliminate foes. Over time, evasion had become an optional term in Superman's lexicon. He pondered momentarily about Rogers and how things were faring on his end. After spending a few minutes clearing the perimeter of the base, Luke strode towards the military factory. He hoped the Red Skull remained in the command room, as his fascination with the Tesseract was substantial. If the energy radiated by stars could serve as a catalyst for Superman's enhancement, it stood to reason that other formidable energy sources could do the same. There was no harm in trying. After all, the cosmic overseer Thanos would not traverse the time continuum to confront him, would he? Even if he did, Luke was confident he would not be bested. Such thoughts flashed through Luke's mind. As he entered the military factory, he spotted Rogers leading a group of captured soldiers, with him acting as a distraction. Captain America encountered no obstacles in his rescue mission. "Have you found Bucky?" Luke scanned the area, but the future Winter Soldier was nowhere to be seen. "No. They told me Bucky was taken to an isolation ward for human experimentation, but I didn't see him there." Rogers' face was etched with concern. He feared Bucky might be taken by Hydra for some inhumane and horrific experiments, or worse, become a failed subject and subsequently eliminated. From his position at the rear, Rogers often heard chilling tales of the Nazis' inhumane atrocities from various soldiers. "Steve, arm these men and break out of Hydra's base. I will continue searching for Bucky." "Do not worry, he will be fine," Luke reassured him. Logically, even if the Red Skull fled, he would not take Bucky with him. Compared to Dr. Zola or crucial documents, an allied prisoner held little value. Suddenly, before Luke could finish his sentence, a tremor shook the ground, reverberating like the roar of a beast. The captured soldiers huddled together, fear evident in their eyes. Someone shouted in panic, "Run! The monsters are coming!" Before they could scatter in despair, for towering figures, each over 2 meters tall, dominated their view. "What is that?" Luke turned, perplexed. The 4 imposing figures approached with the thunderousness of mammoth war elephants, creating an astonishing commotion. Their physiques appeared as if inflated like water-filled balloons, resembling small giants. Clad in German uniforms, their black leather attire clung tightly to their forms, and their right arms bore the conspicuous insignia of HYDRA. Their faces were parched and withered, reminiscent of desiccated trees, pale and terrifying, exuding a foul, decaying odor. A bestial roar emanated from their throats, sending chills down spines and instilling a sense of dread. "They are not human. Hydra's enhanced soldiers," a trembling, captive soldier replied. Luke squinted, recalling the enhanced warriors he had dispatched in Rome, who, albeit brutalized, still possessed the capacity for thought. Yet, under the influence of gruesome spectacles, they would enter a frenzied state, transforming into emotionless, pain-immune killing machines. The entities before him, however, resembled zombies. The advanced technology of Hydra was indeed formidable. He sensed a subtle distortion in the timeline. With a quiet murmur, he took several steps forward, his fists clenched. The enhanced warriors, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation, roared like beasts and lunged toward him with remarkable speed, akin to a fleeting shadow. Closing in on him in the blink of an eye, Rogers, the super soldier, was the first to react, charging forth with his pitifully thin stars and striped shield. It must be noted that Captain America had an undeniable affinity for this weapon. With a resounding crack, as Rogers attempted to alleviate Luke's burden by interposing his shield, an enhanced warrior cleaved through it with a single hand. Its emaciated right arm, akin to desiccated wood yet imbued with a heavy force, lunged toward his throat. Even stripped of self-awareness, the muscle memory honed through relentless combat endowed these enhanced warriors with astonishing prowess. With a tearing sound, Luke yanked the warrior's arm from its socket. The taut, withered muscle failed to spurt forth much blood. "Let me handle this," Luke intoned deeply. He forcefully barreled into the nearest enhanced warrior, sending it sprawling. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a devastating blow, the air crackling with energy, emitting a sharp shriek. The sheer weight of his strike crashed into the warrior's hardened form, creating a gaping, horrendous void at the location of its heart. As another enhanced warrior lunged at him, Luke raised his hand to grasp its head, his formidable strength imprisoning the beast-like creature within his grip. A swift knee strike followed, toppling it to the ground. He then brought his foot down with tremendous force. Bang! The creature's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, a gruesome mix of red and white viscera splattering in every direction. The captured soldiers behind him were left in stunned silence. Their eyes widened in disbelief, questioning their own vision. Is he truly the Superman of the Allies? I've seen him in the newspapers. Finally, someone recognized Luke's identity. And he just claimed to be Captain America. Others glanced at the equally towering Rogers, puzzled. I recall you are also a super soldier. Why not intervene? With his shield shattered and hands empty, Captain America found himself at a loss for words. Am I truly a super soldier as well? Gazing at the fearsome Luke, a cascade of questions erupted above Rogers' head. Chapter 43. Triumph and return the following day at noon. Brigadier Luke Cavill and Captain Steve Rogers were reported missing in the enemy's third zone. Despite thorough searches conducted by reconnaissance teams, no leads had been uncovered. The telegrapher conveyed the received updates to the restless and anxious Colonel Phillips, who paced back and forth, his face a mask of fury. Wrinkles creased his brow as his eyes burned with indignation. The telegrapher before him trembled, fearful of becoming an unwitting target for the colonel's wrath. Continue the search. Colonel Phillips thundered, slamming his palm on the table, his teeth clenched. If Luke is not found within the next 12 hours, the military will have no choice but to declare him Kia. The implications of such news would undoubtedly deliver a catastrophic blow to the morale of the Allied forces on the front lines. How could one explain the sudden demise of a celebrated war hero, a legendary figure, at the hands of Hydra? Surely, the president would be furious, and accountability would be demanded from the Allies as well. This is utterly disastrous. Colonel Phillips sighed heavily. He had envisioned a grand future for Luke, a star on the rise. Yet, who could have foreseen that this burgeoning luminary would extinguish before ever shining? Although Luke had previously achieved astonishing feats in conquering Italy, facing an enemy base of 600 Hydra operatives, along with their formidable tanks and energy weapons, the likelihood of survival was still gravely low. The last reconnaissance aircraft returned, and Carter rushed into the makeshift tent, clutching a stack of unclear black and white photographs. Still no discoveries, she reported. The Hydra base had experienced a remarkable explosion, causing nearby structures to collapse and igniting a wildfire, which fortunately did not spread further. Colonel Phillips, upon seeing the British agent, was engulfed by frustration. What use is it to recount such events? Agent Carter, we have lost a general. The Allies have lost a hero. Had you informed me sooner, had you alerted Allied command, perhaps Luke's reckless actions could have been averted. The military could not afford to confront Howard Stark, the renowned young tycoon of New York and the Allies' foremost weapons benefactor. But you, Agent Carter, are nothing. I expect you to consider the consequences of your actions. If Allied command learns of this, they will surely seek to hold Strategic Scientific Reserve accountable, and we shall all face ruin together. The tent erupted with a tempest of reprimands. Colonel Phillips glared at the female agent, lowering his voice to a fierce whisper. I have repeatedly stated that personal feelings must not interfere with your duties. This is the first lesson in being an effective agent. I did not, sir, Carter replied, biting her lip and shaking her head. Do not hastily deny it. I have yet to reveal who it is, Luke, Rogers, or the dashing Howard Stark, Agent Carter. Can you tell me who drove you to madness, risking a military tribunal to assist him? Colonel Phillips chuckled derisively, adding, I have always maintained that women ought not to partake in warfare. Damn those British. Faced with her superior's prejudiced remarks, Carter inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling. Yet she remained silent. Just as Colonel Phillips was about to convey the news to the Allied command, a cacophony of noise seeped into the frigid atmosphere of the barracks. Faintly, applause and cheers could be discerned. What transpired? Phillips, incensed, exited the tent with Carter closely trailing behind. Before them, the soldiers stood packed in two lines. On the nearby tree-lined path, two familiar figures emerged, Luke and Rogers. The Allied superhuman and Captain America, trailing behind them, were a throng of captured Allied soldiers. In the distance, massive tanks rumbled in, presumably spoils of war. They had returned. The soldiers, brimming with excitement, gazed at the captured soldiers who held energy weapons with envy. Standing tall and proud, they resembled victors returning in triumph, their spirits soaring. What is happening? Colonel Phillips, stepping out of the barracks, inquired in astonishment. Not only had the captured soldiers returned safely, but they had also brought back Hydra's secret weapon. This was a resounding victory, a triumph for the Strategic Scientific Reserve. It must be Superman. He led everyone to vanquish Hydra and rescued those compatriots. An elated soldier speculated. Others nodded in agreement. The propaganda from the Allies in recent days had already cemented Luke's legendary image in the hearts of many. Upon their return to camp, they received a hero's welcome. The more impatient soldiers began to inquire about the events that had transpired and how the captured soldiers had escaped Hydra's clutches. Just moments ago, Colonel Phillips had been in a foul mood. Now, he personally emerged to greet the returning contingent, primarily concerned for Luke's safety. This 20-year-old brigadier general had become a legendary figure among the Allies, a poster child for the military, and an idol for countless contemporary soldiers. Should Luke truly meet with misfortune on the front lines, it would undoubtedly trigger a significant upheaval within the Allied forces. Hence, when he previously requested to head to the front, many high-ranking officials had expressed their disapproval. Even President Roosevelt, who had suggested Luke return to the battlefield, ultimately preferred that this young brigadier remain in the rear as a symbol of propaganda to bolster morale. However, Luke, determined to solidify his foundation, accumulate experience, and gain prestige, could hardly accept this seemingly enticing proposal. Completely vanquish Hydra and lead the Allies toward true victory. Once this feat is accomplished, no one shall ever question his merits again. You have once more performed a miracle, Luke. Colonel Phillips observed Luke's triumphant return, his countenance brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Rogers stood aside, intentionally overlooked. After all, the Allies require but a single hero, just as the world recognizes only one son. Some were injured and required medical attention. Furthermore, Colonel, this rescue operation was recklessly executed on my part. I shall proactively clarify this to the Allied command. Luke accepted the accolades with a calm demeanor. Upon eliminating the 4 enhanced soldiers, he and Rogers dashed directly to Red Skull's command center, only to discover that the latter had already fled by aircraft, taking the Tesseract and Dr. Zola with him. With Hydra's base on the verge of explosion, further pursuit was unfeasible. Thus, Luke returned to the camp, leading a group of captured soldiers alongside a despondent Rogers. The colossal tanks and the energy weapons seized from the military factories became their spoils of war. The president, seated in the White House, would undoubtedly be surprised to receive such news so swiftly. Colonel Phillips beamed with a smile, entirely devoid of his earlier ire. Merely 2 individuals had utterly dismantled Hydra's secret base, obliterated 2 military factories, and defeated 600 Nazi guards within. What an astonishing achievement. Instinct told Colonel Phillips that Luke's capabilities extended far beyond these accomplishments. Once this war concludes, he shall be honored with even greater accolades. The youngest major general in United States history, perhaps even a general? For the first time, Phillips felt his imagination was woefully inadequate. This was a resounding triumph for the Strategic Scientific Reserve. We shall celebrate your success a little later. Colonel Phillips glanced at Carter beside him, smiling amiably. In terms of rank and position, Luke was indeed the highest authority at the camp. Apart from being unable to contravene direct orders from the Allied command, he possessed the authority to make any decision. Yet this young brigadier general did not allow his newfound status to corrupt him. He did not turn his back on former friends like Rogers, nor on his previous superior, Colonel Phillips. On the contrary, Luke maintained a friendly demeanor, fostering approachability. He tempered his assertiveness, allowing those military leaders who harbored resentment towards him to lower their defenses. This was his true intention. Do you have something to say to me? Luke inquired, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he regarded Carter, who stood before him. Welcome back. The cool and aloof agent remained silent for a prolonged moment before uttering those words. Chapter 44. Vibranium Shield, Mysterious Realm. Long time no see, Howard. After much effort, Luke finally extricated himself from the adoration and cheers of the crowd, returning to the temporary base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Upon entering the premises, he spotted Howard Stark, the chief scientific advisor, busily engaged in his work. Howard held multiple roles. He was not only the largest arms sponsor for the Allies, but also a brilliant and renowned scientist, possessing substantial wealth and remarkable practical skills. He had invented numerous ingenious devices for the Allied forces. Many high-ranking officials in the Department of Defense held a favorable view of this arms magnate. Such talent, of course, would not go unnoticed by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Colonel Phillips had summoned Howard to service under the guise of a scientific advisor, despite the old-fashioned soldier's evident distaste for him. Do I need to address you as General? Howard turned his head, chuckling lightly. Congratulations on once again becoming a hero of the Allies. To be honest, I truly envy you. You merely need to present your name to attract countless women, while I must brandish my car keys, reserve a table at an upscale restaurant, and showcase my wit and charm to entice those beautiful ladies to join me in bed. During his days at the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Luke had developed a clear understanding of Howard. Unlike the later, more composed and serious founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., this arms tycoon, who had led Stark Industries to prominence, bore a striking resemblance to his son. He reveled in proving his masculine allure through his conquests of beautiful women. His lips were seldom adorned with words of praise or affirmation for others, a trait attributed to the Stark family's notorious pride and sharp tongues. In comparison to the yet-to-be Iron Man, Tony Stark, who was preoccupied with machinery and women, Howard merely added one more passion to the mix, the pursuit of wealth. In a mere few decades, Stark Industries had caught up to venerable giants such as Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and General Dynamics, striving to stand shoulder to shoulder with them and eventually surpass them. Howard's exceptional social skills and his prodigious intellect accounted for a substantial portion of this success. I presume your tricks aren't infallible, are they? Luke jested lightly. Within the Strategic Scientific Reserve, many speculated that this carefree playboy ventured to the front lines entirely for the sake of the alluring agent, Peggy Carter. It was believed he sought to pluck this captivating yet thorny red rose. Unfortunately for him, Carter remained indifferent, repeatedly declining his invitations for a date. After that flight, I did enjoy a cheese fondue with Carter, Howard boasted proudly, like a victorious soldier. Mr. Stark, you wouldn't presume I am unaware that the so-called cheese fondue consists of cheese and bread, would you? If sharing a loaf of bread signifies winning a heart, then surely half of New York's women must have been entangled with you, Luke remarked with deliberate sarcasm. What do you know? Patience is essential when dealing with women. Howard replied, unperturbed, adopting a mentor's demeanor as he imparted wisdom. One must charge at love like Don Quixote confronting windmills. Fail and try again. Simultaneously, do not lose your composure, displaying excessive eagerness, for that may render your affections seem trivial and unworthy of regard. Yet, it is imperative to express genuine concern and be present at all times. If a woman's heart is akin to a fortified castle, then I am undoubtedly the world's most adept general at breaching such defenses. Since Carter has consented to dine with me, we are certainly drawing closer, and the distance is not insurmountable. Observing Howard's unabashed self-praise, Luke offered a faint smile. This demeanor bore a striking resemblance to his son, suggesting that self-admiration might indeed be a family trait of the Starks. However, in Luke's estimation, Howard was not only a prosperous businessman, but also a preeminent scientist. In many respects, he surpassed his son, Iron Man, in excellence. Firstly, the arc reactor technology employed in Tony Stark's advanced armor was developed by Howard a century ago, constrained only by the limitations of materials and the era's technological restrictions. Otherwise, no matter how ingenious Tony might be, crafting a suit in a damp, dim cave using a hammer and conceiving an unprecedented cold fusion energy source would be nothing short of a fantasy. His father had already paved the path to becoming a superhero. Later, when Tony, as Iron Man, grappled with palladium poisoning, the new element that resolved his plight was discovered by Howard, a gift intended for his son. In other words, his father's intellect was ahead of its time. Tony's future successes stemmed not only from Stark Industries' formidable financial and technological backing, but, more critically, from the invaluable knowledge he inherited from his father, an irreplaceable legacy. I heard you recently appropriated Lockheed Martin's fighter jet contract and have now secured an order for passenger aircraft that was supposed to go to them. Some within the Defense Department have expressed their discontent, Luke casually remarked. Howard, preoccupied with researching Hydra's energy weapon, appeared somewhat displeased, retorting sharply. I have addressed this issue with my secretary. Fierce competition among peers is unavoidable. If Lockheed Martin is dissatisfied, they should encourage their researchers to strive harder to keep pace with my brilliant mind. The transformation of Howard from a charming mentor to a sharp-tongued critic underscored the considerable pressure Lockheed Martin was indeed exerting on Stark Industries. How is it, General? Do you intend to extend a helping hand to assist Stark Industries in overcoming its difficulties? As a sagacious individual, Howard swiftly discerned an underlying implication in Luke's words. With all due respect, this may not be within your purview. The captain of Stark Industries subtly indicated that, given Luke's current status, he might not be of much assistance. After all, Rank and insignia are one thing. The actual possession of power is quite another. Unless Luke could attain a position akin to that of Eisenhower, perhaps he could then be taken seriously. The future is unpredictable. Wouldn't you agree, Howard? Luke surveyed the latest weaponry of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, his gaze landing on a gleaming circular shield below. May I have this? Steve would undoubtedly adore it. Howard, lost in contemplation, waved his hand dismissively, granting Luke permission to take it. After all, by rank, the other party should be regarded as the leader of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. However, are you certain Rogers would utilize this contraption? It is merely a prototype. Noticing a hint of cooperation emanating from Luke, Howard's demeanor shifted slightly. He was a purely commercial man, lacking lofty ideals or admirable qualities. A merchant of war, hoping to profit immensely from conflict, would hardly place great value on moral integrity. As for patriotism, that is often a realization that dawns only after one has reached the pinnacle of their career. Much like how only successful entrepreneurs engage in philanthropy to showcase their benevolence. Believe me, Steve will fall head over heels for it. I truly do not wish to see him wielding a trash can lit on the battlefield. Luke chuckled. Perhaps it was due to childhood encounters where he was frequently beaten that Captain America had developed a penchant for employing shields in combat. The material of this shield, known as vibranium, possessed unique properties that absorbed kinetic energy and was nearly impervious to heat and motion, rendering it virtually indestructible. Howard elaborated, unfortunately, this material is exceedingly rare. It cannot be distributed to the entire military. Observing Howard's expression of regret, Luke's eyes sparkled. He was aware of a location abundant with vast vibranium deposits, Wakanda, a seemingly backward yet technologically advanced third-world nation, hidden within the mountains of the African continent, still largely unknown to the world. Perhaps one day, I shall explore it. Luke mused, gazing at the shield, which reflected his youthful visage. Chapter 45. Captain America's virtue and Luke's mockery. As it turned out, Luke's intuition was spot on. When Rogers acquired the gleaming circular shield, he resembled a child who had just received a beloved toy, incessantly toying with it, reveling in its familiarity. This is the finest gift we have received since leaving Brooklyn. Rogers revealed a faint smile as he donned his shield and executed several iconic gestures. Although he had been preoccupied with concerns for his friend Bucky's safety, his spirits were considerably lifted by Luke's arrival. "Luke, what do you think has happened to Bucky?" Captain America inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of worry as he furrowed his brow. He believed that Luke always possessed a multitude of solutions to various dilemmas. "I spoke with the captured soldiers, and they indicated that Bucky has likely been relocated," Luke analyzed upon returning to the barracks. He had indeed unearthed some clues that others might overlook. For instance, the Hydra secret base would transfer a batch of captives every few weeks. Approximately 200 men from the 107th Infantry Regiment were confined within a munitions factory, serving as free labor. However, only about 120 soldiers successfully escaped alongside Luke and Rogers. Excluding those who perished from overwork or were casualties, around 15 remained unaccounted for. They shared similar experiences with Bucky, having been escorted to the factory's isolation ward and never seen again. Moreover, a British soldier working as labor at the factory had once overheard Dr. Zola mention the name Baron Strucker. Coincidentally, Luke understood its significance. Thus, he concluded that Bucky had likely been transferred to another location by Hydra. "I hope so. Bucky doesn't yet know that I've made it to the front lines." This was meant to be a prepared surprise. Rogers murmured, his gaze lowered. He had longed to personally share this good news with Bucky and witness his astonished expression. Before Luke's arrival, he had only had Bucky for company, and their bond was profoundly deep. Don't dwell on problems that remain unsolvable. Instead, focus on preparing yourself. Colonel Phillips is hosting a celebration tonight, and I'm sure several young ladies will invite you to dance. Luke interjected, deliberately shifting the topic with a teasing tone. "I heard you were quite cozy with a civilian this afternoon. That enthusiastic girl wanted to thank you on behalf of the families of the captured soldiers." Roger's handsome face flushed crimson, and he coughed awkwardly, responding, "That was an accident. I have little experience. She just embraced me directly. You know, Luke, I often find it difficult to refuse others." Listening to Captain America's stammered and feeble defense, Luke chuckled and continued to tease. "Well, who could possibly refuse a beautiful girl offering a passionate kiss? By the way, Steve, don't tell me that was your first kiss." or I shall look down upon you." "Impossible," Rogers exclaimed, his face burning as the veins on his forehead throbbed. "There's Janice and Amy." "But Bucky mentioned those were when you were 8 or 9. Does playing house with girls count?" Observing Captain America's earnest struggle to recount his romantic history, Luke laughed heartily, filling the barracks with an atmosphere of joy. As Rogers regained his composure and departed the barracks to prepare his attire for the celebration, Luke remained seated, his eyes glimmering as if lost in contemplation. He was reflecting on the mention of Baron Strack by Dr. Zola. The gentleman's true name was Wolfgang von Strack. Born in Bavaria, Germany, and notably a confidant of the Führer, much like the infamous Baron Zemo of the Nazi Party. Unlike the ambitious Red Skull, Strack harbored deep sentiments for the Third Reich, wholeheartedly aspiring to vanquish the Allies and assist the Axis powers in securing victory in this war. It is noteworthy that, although Baron Strack held a high rank within Hydra, he did not share the same allegiance as the Red Skull. He possessed his own research institute and technological prowess, having once developed a viral weapon known as the Death Spore, which claimed countless lives among the Allies. Such thoughts led Luke to ponder the dire plight of the Allies, subjected to the ruthless machinations of Axis powers' advanced technologies. It was no wonder that a certain German major proclaimed the supremacy of German technology. After a brief, cleansing ritual and donning a pristine military uniform, Luke and Rogers ventured into a nearby tavern. The cacophony of voices enveloped them, as the air was thick with the aroma of malt and the faint blue haze of low-quality tobacco smoke. Those fortunate enough to have survived and returned from captivity were fervently downing shots of strong liquor or gathered around tables engaged in card games and arm wrestling. Some, caught up in the spirit of the moment, even prepared for a wrestling match. The tavern was filled with soldiers, erupting into bouts of raucous laughter. The noise reverberated against the ceiling, causing the hanging light bulbs to sway. "Our heroes have arrived," bellowed Dum-Dum Dugan, seated at the bar, as he spotted Luke standing at the entrance. He forcefully clinked his glass against the bar, creating a rhythmic beat that captivated the attention of all present. The soldiers spontaneously paused their activities, rising to their feet and applauding. The entire tavern seemed on the verge of being overturned. Adoring gazes and expressions of gratitude transformed into cheers, honoring Luke. It was a testament to their respect for a war hero. Their enthusiasm was palpable. The applause and cheers persisted for 2 minutes as Rogers took a seat beside his friend, handing him a glass of whiskey on the rocks. "By the way, have you chosen a dance partner for the upcoming ball?" Luke raised his glass, the cold yet fiery liquid coursing down his throat, providing a sensation of relief. "How was I to know?" Rogers exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. He had not been informed that there would be dancing at the celebration. Captain America believed it to be rather premature to host a ball while the war was still ongoing, considering it somewhat excessive. "It was information relayed to me by Howard. He has already selected his quarry for the evening." Luke chuckled, gently nudging Rogers' shoulder. "Is that the lucky one who stole Captain America's first kiss? It appears quite delightful. Does it not? Have you noticed her stunning golden locks? She is gazing at you with a look brimming with affection. Steve, you are undoubtedly ensnared this evening." The teasing from his friends ignited a sense of embarrassment within Rogers. After all, in the spirit of America, a 20-year-old lad devoid of romantic experience is akin to a pristine sheet of white paper, which is rather unacceptable. Not everyone possesses the charisma of Howard Stark. Rogers lowered his voice, raising his glass to mask his discomfort. "Well then, let's refrain from such jests." Luke cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Shortly thereafter, he leaned in, stifling a laugh, and queried, "Captain America, are you prepared to relinquish your virtue tonight?" Puffed. Rogers, sipping his whiskey, erupted in a spray of alcohol. The commotion elicited laughter from the patrons of the bar. "I apologize. I did not intend to." Rogers, flustered, attempted to explain to the bewildered bartender while casting an irate glance at Luke. However, the latter had already vanished, disappearing up the staircase to the tavern's second floor. "Scoundrel." The typically composed Rogers rarely uttered a curse word. Chapter 46. 2 individuals. One dance. Half an hour later, the inebriated soldiers gradually departed. Upon learning of the dance, the crowd hastily ascended to the second floor. The tables and chairs had been cleared, creating a spacious area. An antique gramophone occupied a spot by the window, emanating soothing and tranquil melodies that resonated throughout the upper level. Those soldiers with impure intentions surveyed the ladies present with veiled and subtle glances. Among them were unmarried battlefield nurses, carefully selected young girls from the local mayor, and a portion were civilian personnel from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. They resembled blooming flowers, poised at the peak of their beauty, awaiting someone to come and pluck them. "Commander, I've always been puzzled," mused Duggan, known as Dum Dum, stroking his thick mustache. "Isn't the ultimate goal of these fellows to seduce women into bed? They have no genuine interest in dancing. Why do they not simply lay their intentions bare? It would save time, allowing them to skip to the crucial step and devote more time to what truly matters." "Duggan, tell me, when you proposed your current wife, did you hold a gun to her head? Otherwise, how could she have possibly agreed to marry you?" Luke jested, handing a drink to Duggan. "Imagine walking up to any woman and suggesting that you bypass all preliminary steps, heading straight to the main event of bodily fluid exchange. What do you think would happen? She would promptly deliver a resounding slap and deem you a lewd pervert. However, if you approach the situation differently, step forward, invite the other party for a drink, share a few amusing anecdotes, and discuss your own experiences without concern for their veracity, as long as they are captivating and intriguing enough. Once the atmosphere is sufficiently relaxed, you may then suggest a visit to her room or invite her to explore yours. If you exhibit sufficient charm, she may nestle into your embrace, emotionally declaring you to be the finest man she has ever encountered. Do you comprehend now, Duggan? Being overly direct may lead one to be perceived as a rogue. It is the artful use of language that ensnares the prey." Dum Dum appeared bewildered. His marriage was merely a stroke of fortune. "Luke, I must say I am beginning to see you in a new light. I never anticipated you would possess such profound insights. In the future, let us engage in more discussions and explorations together." Leaning against the bar, Luke noticed Howard approaching. This arms tycoon was dressed quite flamboyantly. Tailored suit, waistcoat, trousers, polished shoes, and hair slicked back, complete with meticulously groomed mustachios. "In this regard, you truly excel. I am merely a theorist, well-versed in knowledge, but lacking practical application." Luke conceded with a smile. The charm and romantic flair were indeed stark family traits with which he could not compete. Howard nodded without modesty, graciously accepting the young major's compliment. It has been demonstrated that one of the most effective means for men to bond is through discussions about women. Dum Dum, who typically harbored biases against the affluent, found himself fraternizing with Howard, sharing drinks and camaraderie within a mere 20 minutes. He was captivated by the tales of this playboy's escapades with Hollywood starlets, while Howard sought a companion to share in the banter. Their chemistry was instantaneous, and their conversation flourished. "Steve, come over and listen to Howard's live demonstrations," Luke called out upon seeing Captain America ascending the staircase. Rogers, known for his amiable disposition, accepted a glass of whiskey and promptly set aside Luke's previous teasing. The four of them leaned against the bar, sipping drinks while enjoying the lively performances of the youthful revelers. "Howard, why aren't you dancing?" Luke inquired, puzzled by the fact that the notoriously flirtatious Howard was content to remain a bachelor rather than seek amusement. Such behavior was quite rare. The true virtuoso always makes their entrance last. Howard stroked his meticulously groomed mustache and smiled faintly. Moments later, he spotted Peggy Carter, resplendent in a red dress that accentuated her exquisite curves, gracefully ascending the stairs. She adjusted her attire, raised a glass of gin, and approached with a radiant smile and confident posture. "I wager he can last no more than 2 minutes." Luke initiated the betting. 5 minutes. 8 minutes. Dum Dum and Rogers chimed in, respectively. After absorbing Howard's wisdom, they both acknowledged him as a veteran in matters of romance. 3 glasses of gin. Luke declared the wager, and within a minute, Howard returned to the bar dejected. "Drink up." 6 glasses of gin lined up, and Dum Dum and Rogers indulged with reckless abandon. "I once thought you were truly skilled." With his tongue twisted and words failing him, Dum Dum cast a disdainful glance at Howard, whose invitation had fallen flat. The latter huffed a couple of times, but was left speechless. "At least I had the audacity to charge toward that iceberg, while you all dared only to linger at the periphery." Struggling to find a justification, Howard resorted to this as a means to salvage his pride. "Steve, you should give it a try," Luke urged the captain, who, fortunately, would not succumb to inebriation and shook his head in refusal. Even Howard, who who prided himself on being a seasoned veteran of the romantic arena, faced a crushing defeat. His novice past foretold an inevitable downfall in the next encounter. As for Dugan, that fellow had already collapsed. By the time Luke turned his head, Dum-Dum was fast asleep, sprawled across the bar. Farewell, everyone. I shall seek out a broad-minded young lady to soothe my fragile, tender heart. Howard, a true connoisseur of romance, swiftly emerged from the shadows of his failure, casting his gaze upon a voluptuous woman across the room, awaiting an invitation. With long brown hair, a lovely visage, and an alluring figure, she was captivating, especially her ample bosom, which rendered one unable to look away. Rogers observed Howard's retreat, while Luke turned his attention to the captain. To his surprise, the blonde girl who had stolen Rogers' first kiss approached him eagerly. So, am I the only one left? Rogers offered an apologetic glance as he was drawn into the dance floor by the blonde, leaving Luke to lean against the bar, drinking alone and remaining impervious to intoxication. The night deepened outside, yet the tavern's second floor grew increasingly lively. Don't you enjoy dancing, Brigadier Cavil? A cool voice pierced through to Luke's ears. He set down his glass and replied with a smile, "Not particularly. I simply haven't found the right partner, so I remain here in solitude." Brigadier Cavil, it seems you may be somewhat perplexed as to why none of those women, who usually shower you with fervor and would leap at the chance to offer themselves, have approached you to dance. In a radiant red dress, the striking Carter seized the unfinished drink from Luke's hands and downed it in one gulp. "Miss Carter, do you perchance know the reason?" Luke inquired lightly. "I say you must already have a reserved dance partner," Carter asserted with conviction, though the fine beads of sweat glistening upon her pert nose, the thunderous rhythm of her heartbeat, and the potent pheromones emanating from her betrayed her. "I assume Miss Carter would disdain someone like me, much like you rejected Howard. A frivolous libertine should hardly be your type." Luke stepped closer, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Or perhaps you have seen through my ostentatious facade and discerned my true depth and gravitas." "I merely relish a challenge and have a passion for adventure," Carter replied, evading the question. "Moreover, I am curious to know whether you intend to address me with candor or to ensnare me with honeyed words." Luke, in a moment of exasperation, shrugged his shoulders and silently cursed Howard for his treachery. The man and woman exchanged glances devoid of any romantic undertones, resembling competitors engaged in a fierce contest. Both parties stood resolute, unwilling to concede. "Might I request you for a dance, Miss Carter?" The young brigadier let out a barely perceptible sigh, inclined slightly, and extended his hand. As the ball approached its conclusion, he made his first invitation to dance. The lady in the crimson gown bit her lip lightly and placed her hand in Luke's palm. A gentle melody flowed gracefully around the two dancers, enveloping them in a serene embrace. The night still held much promise. Chapter 47. The task of saving the world is yours the following morning, when Luke, Rogers, and Howard simultaneously appeared outside the barracks. An air of awkwardness prevailed. They exchanged knowing smiles. Even Rogers, who possessed little insight into such matters, chuckled shyly. It seemed that everyone was acutely aware of the events that transpired the previous night. "Good morning, Luke and Steve. Are you two up for your morning exercises as well?" Howard coughed a couple of times, feigning innocence. In a display of defiance, Howard retaliated, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Previously, he had lavished attention on Miss Carter, yet she remained unfazed, her demeanor icy. However, Luke, without any effort, had effortlessly plucked that thorny rose, which left the usually victorious Howard feeling rather disheartened. "If I were to claim that nothing occurred between Miss Carter and me last night, I doubt you would believe me," Luke remarked with a nonchalant shrug. As anticipated, he was met with skeptical gazes and derisive laughter. "Come now, that's as implausible as a drunkard insisting he has tea overindulged or a politician claiming to serve the public." Howard scoffed, clearly unconvinced. A solitary man and woman, vanishing after a dance only to reappear the following morning. Could they possibly have spent the night gazing at stars and discussing their life aspirations? Rogers nodded in agreement, clearly having matured significantly from the immersive experience of the previous evening. "Speak up. How did you manage it?" Howard inquired. His curiosity piqued as he sought to uncover the reasons for his defeat. In terms of appearances, Luke was indeed youthful and handsome, yet was not a man of such maturity, gravitas, and depth even more alluring. In terms of accomplishments, although Luke was a celebrated war hero, renowned across the globe, Howard Stark was also a rising star within the scientific community, poised to rival the likes of Robert Oppenheimer and Leo Szilard as a newly emerged genius. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall not conceal any longer. Miss Carter confessed that the moment she laid eyes on me, she was profoundly captivated. She likened me to a firefly in the night, strikingly luminous and remarkably exceptional. Howard stood there momentarily dumbfounded. Upon catching a glimpse of Luke's mocking gaze, he realized that this fellow was merely spinning tales, and he spat vehemently. Bah! His upbringing should have prevented such a display of rudeness. Were it not for the fact that I cannot best you, I would surely have landed a punch. Howard turned on his heel, yet in his haste, nearly twisted his back. Ultimately, he departed in a rather undignified manner, hand on hip and stumbling awkwardly. Huh! Your expression betrays that you must have enjoyed a delightful evening, Luke remarked, draping his arm over Roger's shoulder as they sauntered towards the barracks. He recalled how, in a previous life, discussions often arose regarding a particular topic, whether Captain America was indeed a lifelong bachelor, having remained a virgin for 70 years. Now, it seemed evident that such was not the case. Her name is Margaret, Rogers shyly disclosed, still unaccustomed to such conversational subjects. In the afternoon, having completed his rest, Luke entered the operations room only to be greeted by Colonel Phillips' furious roar. John Schmidt ought to be confined to an asylum. He stood before Map, his expression a mix of shock and outrage. Rogers, Carter, and Howard were seated at the long table, their faces equally grave. The remaining senior officers sat in silence, the atmosphere in the room plummeting to a frigid low, as if the very air had solidified. What has happened? Luke furrowed his brow in inquiry. Upon noticing him, Colonel Phillips' tone softened considerably as he patiently elucidated. Red Skull aims to obliterate half the world, starting with New York and even Berlin, the heart of the Axis powers. Is not spared. We must thwart him. Phillips' finger jabbed forcefully at a marked red dot on the map, indicating several crucial cities of both the Allies and Axis, including New York, London, and even Berlin. A heavy silence fell upon the assembly. These were densely populated, thriving metropolises. Should Hydra's plan succeed, the casualties would be unimaginable. The Strategic Scientific Reserve had obtained this intelligence due to the presence of a map detailing Red Skull's plans within Hydra's command center. In their haste to flee, they had failed to destroy or remove it, and it was fortuitously observed by Rogers while he searched for his friend Bucky, imprinting the information in his mind. Schmidt is delving into forces beyond our comprehension. If he crosses the Atlantic, he could devastate the entire East Coast within an hour, Howard asserted with certainty, further thickening the oppressive atmosphere in the operations room. As the chief scientist of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, he had meticulously studied the blue energy cube that Captain America had casually pocketed at the military factory. Its power was vast, and its effects were astonishing. This is the conclusion reached by Howard. He extracted merely a minuscule fragment for analysis, nearly resulting in his own demise. In this moment of peril, Colonel Phillips disregarded the hierarchy. I have communicated with the Allied Command and the White House. The President hopes you will step forward to thwart Hydra's plans. At this juncture, only you possess the capability to do so. In 24 hours, the Red Skull shall execute his nefarious scheme. Within the operations room, all gazes were fixed upon Luke. The Allies require a hero to emerge and save the world. He is indeed the most suitable candidate. This young brigadier has repeatedly performed miraculous feats, seizing the city of Rome, aiding the Allied landings in Sicily, dismantling Hydra's clandestine base, and rescuing captured soldiers. These legendary exploits attest to Luke's prowess. He is hailed as Superman, the savior of the Allies, and such accolades are far from unfounded. Steve, you surely know the location of Hydra's headquarters, do you not? A hint of a smile graced Luke's calm visage. There is an underground base in the Alps. That is where Hydra's headquarters resides. Rogers replied with unwavering certainty. Are you willing to join me in obliterating it and halting the Red Skull's diabolical plans? Upon hearing the response, Luke's composed smile radiated confidence, instilling a sense of calm among those present. I shall unconditionally obey your commands, Commander. Rogers stood tall, devoid of fear. He understood that this mission would be fraught with peril. Yet, as a friend of Luke and a soldier of the Allies, he felt it was his duty to partake. Brigadier, take me with you. With Dum-Dum Dugan's eager plea, The members of the Howling Commandos echoed their support. The honors and accolades they received were a testament to Luke's astute leadership. Their admiration for this youthful commander was genuine and profound. "Very well. You have 2 hours to prepare your gear. Then we shall depart." Luke spoke succinctly. A fervent speech was unnecessary. Victory was the ultimate goal. Following his directive, the personnel in the operations room dispersed. Carter rose, her fingers subconsciously tracing patterns on the table. She intended to voice something. Her lips moved twice. Yet she departed in silence. Luke smirked, realizing that being a paragon of virtue rarely leads to a favorable outcome. Chapter 48. The Ambition of a Dreamer and the Fury of Valkyrie. The Alps, blanketed in pristine snow, bore witness to a howling wind that lashed against the group like a whip. Luke, clad in his thin brigadier uniform, stood resolute amidst the ice and snow, entirely unfazed by the harsh elements. According to the established timeline, the objective was to conquer the underground base within the Alps and launch a surprise assault on Hydra's headquarters. Captain America must venture alone into the enemy camp, creating opportunities and drawing the attention of the Red Skull. Subsequently, the Howling Commandos will descend from the heavens, wreaking havoc upon Hydra. However, this time, Rogers need not take such perilous risks. With Luke serving as the primary assault force, he merely needs to lead the Howling Commandos to engage Hydra soldiers. Despite having witnessed Luke single-handedly infiltrate the Hydra base, overturning trucks and demolishing tanks with astonishing prowess, Rogers still harbored some trepidation. After all, no one could ascertain what secret weapons the Red Skull might possess. "Rest assured, we commence operations in half an hour," Luke said with a casual tone, indicating that the situation was manageable. The Red Skull's reliance was merely on Hydra's special forces and the formidable weapons crafted from the energy of the Tesseract. His own combat abilities were roughly equal to Rogers. Considering Captain America could hold his own against Iron Man, Thor, and even Thanos, being on par with Rogers could be seen as a compliment to the Red Skull. "Luke, do you think Bucky is in this base?" Rogers inquired, setting down his binoculars, still concerned for his long-missing friend. "I'm uncertain. According to my information, Bucky may have been relocated to another Hydra research facility in Germany." Luke had yet to find time to ascertain Baron Strucker's exact whereabouts. He could only hope that when he next encountered Bucky, his friend had not become an emotionless assassin. Various nations were researching programs akin to super soldiers. Germany had its Aryan Bermensch, the Soviet Union its Winter Soldier, and the British were rumored to be dabbling in sorcery, werewolves, and vampires, strange and mystical entities. In summary, it was a mad age. People revered supernatural powers, deifying powerful beings. "I can sense it. The wings of the butterfly are beginning to flutter," Luke mused quietly. As he became increasingly entwined in the unfolding narrative, the original timeline began to shift. An instinctive foreboding warned him of more unpredictable events to come. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Luke cleared his mind and gazed at the snow-capped mountains. Hydra's clandestine headquarters lay hidden deep within a canyon. At that moment, beneath the Alps, the Hydra's stronghold buzzed with fervor. The Red Skull was delivering his final address to the loyal, zealous acolytes before his impending dominion over the world. Clad in black leather, he unabashedly displayed his crimson skull. In the past, the Red Skull had needed a mask to disguise himself as an ordinary man, shielding himself from the horrified or incredulous gazes of others. But now, such measures were unnecessary. He was on the verge of ascending to the throne of world ruler, heralding the birth of an unprecedented, colossal empire. The swelling ambition and overwhelming confidence of the Red Skull rendered him disdainful of concealing his true visage. Moreover, for those fervently brainwashed followers, this grotesque and terrifying appearance evoked not disgust or fear, but rather genuine reverence and submission. The Hydra shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this war. Valkyries will unleash the wrath of the gods, reducing our enemies to ashes. Behind a Red Skull stood a cutting-edge aircraft equipped with Valkyrie warheads. In a mere 2 hours, under his counsel, the Axis powers would launch a counteroffensive against the Allies. He had long prepared a cadre of loyal followers willing to sacrifice their lives for Hydra, who would pilot the aircraft to deliver Valkyries upon targeted cities, ultimately bringing this war to a definitive end. Should one plane be downed, hundreds more would retaliate with unparalleled ferocity. The Red Skull raised his goblet, his voice resonant and powerful. For every head severed, two shall emerge. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! A multitude of uniformed zealots raised their hands high, chanting fervently. In that moment, the Red Skull felt an immense satisfaction, brimming with confidence. He believed himself to be the chosen one, a superior leader compared to the F-Rare who had once sounded the war trumpet for the Third Reich, only to meet failure. I am destined to rule this world. The Hydra Empire shall rise. The Red Skull indulged in dreams akin to those of every ambitious soul. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, and piercing alarms blared, disturbing the entire base. The splendid fantasies of this Hydra leader came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? The Red Skull demanded furiously. Could any bad news not wait another 2 hours? Allow me to quietly obliterate the Axis and allies and establish a new world from the ruins. The Red Skull, forcibly yanked from his reverie of world domination, was deeply displeased. His crimson head appeared especially fearsome. The Allied super soldier has arrived. He has breached our defenses. A Hydra soldier replied in a panic. What a bunch of imbeciles. Damn that Erskine. The Red Skull muttered darkly. He had already witnessed the terrifying prowess of that Allied super soldier at the secret base in Klausberg. Impervious to blades and bullets, possessing immense strength, he was akin to a fortified version of a super soldier. Even when he dispatched his 4 remaining enhanced warriors, they merely delayed the inevitable for a few minutes. I should have allied with Sebastian Shaw, the Red Skull thought regretfully. Had it not been for concerns over Sebastian Shaw coveting the Tesseract, he might have considered an alliance with those mutants. After all, they were all part of the Axis powers, and the true enemy requiring unified opposition was the Allied super soldiers. Regrettably, the leader of the Hellfire Club, an individual brimming with ambition, proves to be difficult to control. It is uncertain whether he will yield to the leadership of Hydra, let alone willingly serve as a weapon in the hands of the Red Skull. Advance and confront the enemy. Resist the Allied superhuman. The world belongs to Hydra. With a sweeping gesture, the Red Skull dispatched his numerous subordinates to counter the onslaught of the Allied forces. He himself, clutching a briefcase containing the Tesseract, hurriedly boarded the aircraft behind him. Those fiercely loyal Hydra soldiers were merely cannon fodder. The Red Skull had no time to concern himself with the assault of the Allied superhuman. The Valkyrie plan was to be executed ahead of schedule. Once the plane crossed the Atlantic and obliterated the eastern seaboard of America, he would proceed to eradicate other targeted cities. The Allies and the Third Reich, stripped of leadership, would descend into chaos. At that moment, he would emerge to reorganize the Axis powers through Hydra, thereby vanquishing the leaderless Allies. As for that formidable Allied superhuman, Dr. Zola, I expect you to harness the energy of the Tesseract for weaponry. Accelerate the progress on human experimentation as well. The Red Skull entered the cockpit and spoke with a fierce determination. I shall become as powerful as Luke Cavil. No, I shall surpass him. Dr. Zola wore a grim expression. Based on the blood samples provided by the Red Skull, he could only produce inferior replicas at best. Those soulless, enhanced warriors were nothing more than subpar products of the injection. Achieving the caliber of the Allied superhuman seemed utterly impossible at this juncture. Who knows what modifications Abraham Erskine made to the serum later on? I shall do my utmost, Mr. Schmidt, Dr. Zola replied, albeit reluctantly. Receiving this response, the Red Skull took the pilot's seat and placed the Tesseract, housed in a metallic apparatus, into the central hub. He envisioned the spectacular sight of mushroom clouds rising across the earth. Chapter 49. For world peace, Luke's golden spirit when Luke stormed into the lowest level of the base. He beheld the new aircraft occupied by the Red Skull, already ignited and slowly taxiing on the tarmac. Rogers, this is your responsibility. Luke turned to Captain America, who was deftly using his trusty vibranium shield to topple a swarm of approaching Hydra soldiers. The sounds of combat echoed rhythmically. Captain America dispatched the enemies with ease, his combat prowess seemingly amplified. Witnessing this scene, Luke could not help but ponder this notion. No problem. We must stop the Red Skull, Luke, Rogers declared as he delivered a powerful blow with his shield, swiftly turning to respond. He then hurled his remarkably resilient vibranium shield forward. After swiftly incapacitating 2 Hydra soldiers, the circular shield traced a defiance of physical laws, arcing back into Rogers' grasp. Indeed, it is the Captain America, shield in hand, who embodies the true essence of valor. Luke offered a faint smile, inhaling deeply as he sprinted towards the modern aircraft gliding ahead. With powerful strides, he surged forward like a swift arrow. The Hydra soldiers attempting to obstruct him fell away like mere insects, either sent sprawling or toppled to the ground. Luke, akin to Moses parting the seas, forged a path with his formidable physique. With the Allies advancing like a tidal wave, Colonel Phillips observed the rushing figure, contemplating. Erskine's serum has birthed an extraordinary super soldier. He cast a sidelong glance at Rogers, brandishing the shield, and continued, in a comparatively conventional super soldier. Despite both being super soldiers, what accounts for the vast disparity in their capabilities? Carter, standing nearby, pondered with intrigue. Having perused Dr. Erskine's experimental reports, she noted that both had received identical concentrations and dosages of the serum. Yet the outcomes were strikingly divergent. Perhaps such an assertion was somewhat misguided and could bruise Rogers' pride. Nonetheless, the exhibited combat prowess indeed supported this notion. What do I know of the scientist's complexities? Phillips mused, postulating that it might be related to Rogers' physical constitution. Reflecting on his previous frail stature, now transformed into a robust form, Phillips concluded, nodding sagely. Carter remained silent, merely rising on her toes. Her gaze filled with complexity as she watched the increasingly indistinct figure of strength. The Red Skull's aircraft thundered down the runway, poised for takeoff. Luke pursued relentlessly, the gale from the spinning propeller whipping his uniform tightly against his frame. With a leap of determination, he soared. Covering skin, the Kryptonian armor enveloped him like steel, the whirling blades clashing against its surface, producing a jarring metallic cacophony. Phew, that was close, Luke murmured, brushing a small cut on his cheek before grasping the aircraft's retracting wheel. Upon entering, he beheld Valkyrie missiles, each adorned with the names of various cities, New York, Chicago, and more. Side quest: the dawn of a new era, the fall of Hydra. Objective: defeat the Red Skull. Reward: Green Lantern Disc, a one-time replacement for the Lantern Ring. As the quest notification appeared, Luke felt a surge of vigor coursing through him. He strode forth, dispatching every Hydra soldier that dared to stand in his way. This time, you cannot escape, Mr. Schmidt, he declared. Soon, Luke found himself in the expansive cockpit. You truly are relentless, General Cavill. Seated in the driver's seat, the Red Skull turned his chair to gaze intently at Luke, who was tearing apart the metallic hatch with his bare hands. What can the Allies offer you? A title of heroism, mere verbal accolades devoid of substance? Mark my words. Brigadier Cavill, once the war concludes, they will cast you aside. Do you know why? In times of conflict, you are celebrated as a great hero, a valiant warrior. However, in the absence of an enemy, those politicians will grow wary of you, fearful of your power. A superhuman with a steel physique. What if one day he aspires to become a tyrannical dictator? Such thoughts will inevitably take root in their minds. Once the seeds of fear germinate, they will flourish rapidly. This is the counsel of one who has traversed this path, Brigadier Cavill. Unmoved, Luke smirked slightly and replied softly, Mr. Schmidt, are you attempting to persuade me to join the Axis powers? Might be a tad too late for that. No, Brigadier Cavill. These are my heartfelt words. Both of us are super soldiers, distinct from the ordinary, and thus we are best equipped to discern the path ahead. The Red Skull descended from his seat, the aircraft already set to autopilot. Before long, this grand new plane would devastate the planet along its designated course. Dr. Zola, a scientist standing beside the Red Skull, found himself entirely out of place and could only cower in the corner, trembling. I once served Hitler, a loyal follower of that short-sighted F-Rare, who had a secret research facility named Anambia, dedicated to the study of supernatural powers. The leader of Hydra strained his intellect, employing his eloquence in a desperate bid to sway Luke's convictions. At that time, I believed that the mysticism adhered to by Hitler was a pursuit of truth, a quest for divinity. Yet he was merely entranced by astrology, ancient scripts, and the lance of Longinus, relying on cocaine and morphine to sustain the fantasies he concocted. Thus, I commenced my own quest for true miracles. I gleaned a glimmer of insight from Norse mythology and discovered the hidden treasures of Odin's vault. I possessed the key to transcendence. Brigadier Cavill, beings as formidable as us should not fight for a nation or an organization. The future holds no flag. We must subjugate all of humanity beneath our feet and then guide them to forge a better new world. Mr. Schmidt, I am quite disappointed. After dedicating so much time to patiently listening to your lengthy discourse, I find no exhilaration in your revelations. Luke gently shook his head, responding calmly. Instead of engaging in such futile endeavors, it would be wiser to hand over the cosmic cube to me. I need not resort to killing you. Delivering it to the Allies could serve as a commendable alternative. The words of the Red Skull had done little to persuade this young brigadier to change his course. Indeed, his foresight was commendable, and some of his arguments bore a semblance of truth. However, the leader of Hydra overlooked one crucial detail. Luke is not a mere super soldier, and his destiny extends far beyond this planet beneath his feet. I, too, share a sense of disappointment, General Cavill. We should not be adversaries. You are the most impeccable super soldier I have ever encountered. Red Skull produced a remote control and solemnly declared, "This aircraft is armed with 21 Valkyrie missiles, and I can detonate them at any moment. This is my final resort. Even you, invulnerable as you are, will be reduced to mere fragments. General Cavill, join Hydra. When the Grand Empire is established, you will, like me, become a ruler of the New World." Luke wore an expression of incredulity. Such a threat lacked any real intimidation. Were it not for his desire to avoid unnecessary risks, he would genuinely consider experiencing the sensation of being struck by 21 Valkyrie missiles. After all, a Superman who has never faced a nuclear explosion is incomplete, although currently a downgraded version of himself. He thought that experiencing the might of missiles slightly inferior to nuclear weapons would suffice. With this thought, a glimmer of eager anticipation ignited in Luke's eyes. "Do not approach. General Cavill, I am serious. I will indeed press the button." As Luke approached with resolute steps, Red Skull stood dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that this allied Superman possessed such noble resolve, willing to sacrifice his own life to thwart Hydra's Valkyrie initiative. Chapter 50. The universe is vast. I wish to explore it, I have said. Do not come any closer. Otherwise, we shall all erupt into a conflagration of fireworks. Clutching the remote control tightly, Red Skull hesitated, instinctively stepping back. Despite his facade of ruthless determination to perish together, the dream of ruling the world and establishing the Hydra Empire remained unfulfilled, making him reluctant to proceed. Even the fiercest tyrant can falter when faced with imminent success just within reach. "General Cavill, are you willing to forsake your life for the sake of the Allies?" What a foolish notion. Red Skull attempted to sway Luke, but upon witnessing his steady stride and resolute expression, his words faltered, lodged in his throat. He realized that no matter his actions, he could not sway the other's conviction. Even the threat of death could not halt Luke's advance. This selfless spirit of sacrificing oneself to save the world stirred something within Red Skull. Erskine once remarked that the serum would unveil humanity's darker facets. The virtuous become more virtuous, while the wicked become more wicked. Could it be that Luke Cavill possesses a strength surpassing that of a super soldier due to his noble character and open heart? The leader of Hydra was unwilling to accept this. He had always maintained a disdainful attitude towards the notions of justice and goodness that humanity espoused. Bang! Seizing the moment, Luke dashed forward in a single leap. With a swift motion, he knocked the Red Skull to the ground, crushing the remote detonator for the Valkyrie missile underfoot. He gazed down at his adversary and softly remarked, "Schmidt, fearing death is not a shameful thing. An ambitious seeker of power would never easily accept defeat. Mutual destruction would be the worst outcome for the Red Skull. I believe the Allies would be quite intrigued by Hydra's secrets." Luke chuckled lightly. One must admit, the super soldier truly possessed remarkable resilience. When struck in the abdomen by Luke's punch, the Red Skull merely knelt, his back arching like that of a lobster. Any ordinary person would have had their sternum shattered, unable to rise again. Cough, cough. We are all products of serum, possessing boundless potential. The Red Skull relinquished his previous pride, adopting a tone of submission, but before he could finish his words, Luke kicked him down once more. That grotesque crimson skull resembled cracked porcelain. "Your perspective is too narrow. You are always fixated on conquering the world, limiting your gaze to this azure planet while neglecting the vast galaxies where far more splendid vistas await." Luke's expression remained impassive as he operated the device, extracting the cosmic cube from its core. Strands of ethereal blue light flowed like water, materializing into palpable waves of energy. Main quest: 6 Infinity Stones. The end of a singular universe. Objective: collect 6 Infinity Stones. 06. Completing this quest will unlock a new chapter in the multiverse. Reward, Superman template. Ravager, casting a glance at the mission, Luke prepared to reach for the metallic device containing the cosmic cube. Lying on the ground, the Red Skull, unable to rise for the moment, fixed Luke with a gaze filled with hatred, exclaiming frantically, "No, it is mine. No one shall take it away." He produced a shimmering blue energy pistol and abruptly pulled the trigger. However, his target was not Luke, but rather the cosmic cube. With a whoosh, the beam struck the metallic device. Crack! The sturdy exterior shattered. The cube, emanating an ethereal blue glow, fell free. As if provoked, it unleashed a brilliant radiance. The entire cockpit filled with a mist-like energy wave. Threads of cobalt light twisted and transformed, resembling tiny bolts of lightning. At times fleeting, at others intertwining. They formed a luminous haze of azure mist. The light grew increasingly bright, as though it sought to rend the void apart. Do you see? This is the power of the divine. In comparison to its immense force, humanity is utterly insignificant. The Red Skull's fervent gaze revealed a hint of obsession. He fixated on the swirling vortex of energy within the cosmic cube. That translucent cube appeared to harbor an entire galaxy. The Norwegians safeguarded it, disguising its existence with a statue of the World Tree, attempting to conceal it for eternity. Yet, fate's guiding hand led me to it, an inexhaustible source of energy. The pivotal key to world domination. The Red Skull, spitting blood, bellowed in a frenzied rage. I possess the core technology for harnessing the energy of the cosmic cube. Brigadier General Cavill, I am the true discoverer of this technology. Dr. Zola, lurking nearby, interjected eagerly, striving to assert his worth, utterly disregarding the Red Skull's furious, fire-spewing glare. Can you see, Schmidt? You hold no further value, Luke remarked with a nonchalant smile, reaching for the glowing cube and stepping before the Red Skull. Placing his foot firmly upon the crimson head, he had initially intended to keep the adversary alive, both as a trophy to present to the Allies and to extract further intelligence through the torturous methods of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Luke was immensely intrigued by the true origins of Hydra and the hidden history behind it. It no longer belongs to you, Schmidt, Luke declared, lifting his right hand to grip the cosmic cube, which trembled yet remained ensnared within his grasp. The ethereal blue light coursed through his veins, burning like the fiercest flames against his skin, an overwhelming agony enveloping him. Nonetheless, Luke did not relinquish his hold. Rather, he tightened his grip as if to crush the cosmic cube itself. Seemingly realizing the futility of resistance, the energy emanating from the cube began to manifest subtle transformations. It appeared to coalesce into a distinct pattern, resonating with an elusive rhythm. The void began to tremble, emitting a faint hum, as if to forge a gateway to an unknown realm. Luke observed as the swirling vortex expanded, and upon reaching a critical threshold, the azure force field contracted slightly, revealing a passage that slowly opened in the metallic walls of the cockpit. On the other side lay an unfamiliar starry expanse, a breathtaking tableau of vibrant hues flickering in and out of existence. It was like a dream, yet palpably real. That was the realm of the divine, the abode of the gods. The Red Skull cried out hoarsely, summoning every ounce of strength to dislodge the leg pressing upon his head. Like a parched traveler in the desert spotting an oasis, he lunged forward in a mad frenzy. The Hydra leader lost all semblance of reason. Indifferent to whether he beheld reality or mere mirage, Luke made no attempt to intervene. With one hand firmly clutching the humming, vibrating cosmic cube, he calmly observed the Red Skull hurtling towards the widening spatial portal. Instantly, the Red Skull was enveloped by a sphere of azure energy. Trapped like a hapless creature within a bubble, his form slowly eroding, melting away. No, this cannot be. The Red Skull's expression shifted from ecstasy to terror. Life's dramatic fluctuations occurring in an instant. He beheld his body gradually consumed by the cerulean energy, akin to erosion, vanishing within the cockpit. Safe travels, Luke mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he listened to the Red Skull's anguished cries of defiance. If he was not mistaken, the other party must have been exiled to the planet Vormer, tasked with guarding the Soul Stone. Hopefully, that desolate world would satiate the ambitions of the Red Skull. The universe is vast, and I yearn to explore it, Luke sighed, grasping the glowing tesseract. Gazing at the 9-star realms that materialized at the other end of the spatial passage, he struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to dive into them. Within the boundless expanse of the galaxy, not only did Earth's civilization flourish, but other races did as well. Not just yet. I must wait a little longer. Luke restrained the indescribable restlessness within him, releasing his grip on the Tesseract and placing the luminous cube into his suitcase. After severing contact with organic life, the Tesseract, one of the Infinity Stones, fell silent, ceasing to emit its potent energy fluctuations. Dr. Zola, do you know how to fly an aircraft? Luke turned to the Hydra's chief scientist, who had witnessed the entire process, and asked gently. The latter nodded repeatedly, affirming that he had participated in the design of this new aircraft and could manage its simple operations. And what about the whereabouts of Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull? Luke inquired, settling comfortably into the seat beside the pilots. Schmidt is obstinate, hell-bent on executing his malevolent plan to annihilate half the world. You, dear Brigadier, single-handedly thwarted him, casting this ambitious madman from the aircraft, thus ending the Red Skull's nefarious existence, Dr. Zola replied, displaying his understanding. As a researcher of the Tesseract, he was acutely aware of its immense power. To the average person, direct contact would result in energy erosion, reducing them to ashes. Yet Luke remained unscathed. This alone was sufficient evidence that he had undergone the second-generation serum injection by Dr. Erskine, transforming him into the quintessential super soldier, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Then let us return, Dr. Zola. Luke reclined in his seat and gently closed his eyes. He sensed that, at the moment he grasped the Tesseract, an invisible gaze seemed to be upon him. Who could it be? Chapter 51. Great victory. Great defeat. Brigadier Cavil reports that the Red Skull has been defeated, and the aircraft is on its way back, crackled the static-laden voice from the control tower at Hydra's headquarters. Carter listened patiently to the fragmented, indistinct messages, a subtle smile gracing her striking visage. Her previously tense demeanor relaxed. Chasing after the Red Skull alone to thwart Hydra's Valkyrie plan was indeed a perilous venture. At the very least, they should have awaited Rogers. We have won. Brigadier Cavil has saved half the world. Carter turned to Colonel Phillips, who awaited anxiously, delivering the triumphant news. A wave of fervent cheers erupted within the control tower as Captain Rogers and the Howling Commandos embraced tightly in celebration. In a single decisive blow, the Hydra was vanquished, halting the impending devastation of half the world. This heralded an early conclusion to the war, leaving the Axis powers with no room for resistance. Perhaps it is time to adopt a new appellation from Major General Luke Cavil, Colonel Phillips remarked with a satisfied smile. Who could have anticipated that the Strategic Scientific Reserve would unearth 2 super soldiers during their training at the Caspian Sea Camp? Moreover, one of them would emerge as the great hero destined to alter the course of history and bring an end to the Axis powers. The whims of fate are indeed inscrutable. Major General, Hero, Superman, Carter murmured, listing Luke's titles, momentarily lost in thought. What manner of man is he? 40 minutes later, the colossal new aircraft gracefully descended, gliding to a halt on the expansive tarmac. Congratulations, Brigadier. This marks yet another miraculous victory. Colonel Phillips approached first, extending his congratulations. Hydra had long been a formidable menace to the Allies. Their spies infiltrated every echelon, posing grave threats to military leaders through covert assassinations. Particularly concerning were the secret weapons wielded by the Red Skull, those astonishing energy weapons that nearly led the Allies to defeat. Now, with the Axis powers bereft of their sole support, and the F-Rare in Berlin stripped of his last formidable ally, they had no opportunity to regroup. The heyday of the Axis powers is drawn to a close, Colonel Phillips declared. Luke nodded lightly, a smile gracing his lips. It is a pity we could not capture the Red Skull alive. That desperate madman ultimately chose to leap from the aircraft. However, we are fortunate to have Dr. Arnim Zola. His extensive involvement in Hydra's various experimental projects should prove beneficial to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Isn't that right, Dr. Zola? The taciturn Zola nodded repeatedly, his expression tinged with remorse. The chief scientist of Hydra had repeatedly expressed to Luke his desire to renounce the darkness and redeem himself. This positive disposition pleased Luke. For talent is a scarce resource irrespective of its location. Imprisonment or execution would be a dire waste. Retaining individuals to harness their potential is far more advantageous. Luke, splendid work, Rogers exclaimed as he rushed over, shield in hand, his face alight with excitement. He had long awaited the conclusion of the war, eager to devote time to searching for Bucky's whereabouts. You've done remarkably well, too, Captain America. I hear you've taken down several squads of Hydra soldiers. Soon, I may very well have to address you as Colonel Rogers. The honor from the President awaits you. Luke greeted the familiar faces with a smile. In contrast to the exuberance surrounding him, he remained notably composed. Congratulations, Brigadier Cavill, Carter approached, having been pushed forward by the jubilant Allied soldiers. Is there any reward for this? Luke carried the box containing the cosmic cube, a trophy of his conquest. Once the war concludes, we may dance at the Army Club. Feeling the weight of an aggressive gaze, Carter's cheeks flushed slightly. She recalled that night, her reckless actions after the ball. How utterly shameful, the female agent mused. Perhaps it was a splendid suggestion. Luke nodded in agreement. In Berlin, within the bunker of the Chancellor's office, the F-Hrer sat vacantly in a chair in the lounge. 20 minutes prior, he had received reports of the Axis forces' devastating defeat. However, even graver news awaited him. 40 minutes ago, he learned that the Red Skull's Hydra had been vanquished by that Allied superhuman. The energy weapon that could have turned the tide for the Axis had lost its supply, signaling the imminent demise of the Third Reich. This was not how it was meant to be, the F-Hrer sighed, leaning back despondently and murmuring to himself. He had once fantasized about standing atop the world, commanding all of humanity to attention. The glory of the Third Reich would illuminate all of Europe. Now, it seemed a dream forever out of reach. The Allies were on the brink of invading Berlin. Eva, the F-Hrer rose, kissing his beloved's forehead. Her warm, fragile body lay lifeless upon the sofa. Upon receiving news of Hydra's collapse, the F-Hrer understood that all hope was lost. Thus, he resolved to accompany his cherished lover into the abyss. Eva, fearing pain, had already taken poison to end her life. Now, only the F-Hrer remained. No one can judge me, he thought. The F-Hrer opened a drawer and retrieved a Walther P-38 pistol. He then opened his mouth, pressing the barrel against the roof of his mouth. The finger poised on the trigger trembled, unable to pull the trigger. Even the ruler of the Third Reich, the instigator of a world war, could not maintain his composure in the face of death. Schmidt, that wretch! The F-Hrer exclaimed, dropping the pistol in rage. The dream of dominating Europe lay shattered. What could he do next? Should he rely on that band of monsters, led by Sebastian Shaw? Yet, Auschwitz had already fallen to the Allies. That disgraceful Sebastian Shaw had fled without a hint of resistance, accompanied by his mutants. Traitors! Scoundrels! The F-Hrer cursed vehemently. Thinking of the traitors surrounding him, his heart ached. Rather than being treated as a defeated criminal, subjected to humiliation and torment, he preferred to end it all. In a fit of despair, the F-Hrer raised the pistol to his temple. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the door burst open. F-Hrer, the miracle weapon. A miracle has been created. The soldier clad in a German uniform, adorned with a swastika armband, proclaimed, moreover, the Allied forces have been vanquished. Just now, the Third Reich achieved a monumental victory. The sudden surge of good news nearly caused the F-Hrer to pop his eyes out. The Walther pistol, aimed at his temple, was hastily cast aside. His previously dimmed gaze rekindled with the flame of ambition. Repeat that. We have defeated those Soviet scoundrels? How did this come to pass? The F-Hrer inquired, furrowing his brow. Those Russians, grown in the icy wilderness, were almost upon the very walls of Berlin. How could this turn of events be possible? We possess supermen, Aryan supermen of the Third Reich. The soldier, seemingly engulfed in a fervor, excitedly declared, someone has succeeded. Saint General has fulfilled the plan, creating the perfect Aryan Superman. His name is Marcus Rung. He is like a tank, nay a bomber. No one can withstand him, not even the Soviets. Upon hearing this, the F-Hrer rose, leaning upon the table. Despite his modest stature, he exuded an aura of authority. Excellent. Have Saint General come to see me at once. I must witness with my own eyes whether this Aryan Superman of the Third Reich embodies the perfection I envision. With the confirmation of the Soviets' resounding defeat, the F-Hrer shed his despondency, revitalized in spirit. Yet, a tinge of sorrow lingered for Eva. Casting a glance at his lifeless lover, the F-Hrer felt a wave of grief wash over him. managing to squeeze out a few symbolic tears. To an ambitious soul, power is an intoxicating elixir, while beauty merely serves as the cherry atop a cake. Without the former, life is devoid of meaning, and with only the latter, it is equally so. Saint General is a benefactor of the Third Reich. The F-Rare danced with exuberance, as thrilled as a baboon presented with a banana. The Aryan Superman project, referred to as the source of life, initially began as a eugenics experiment aimed at coupling the so-called SS elite with fair-haired, blue-eyed young women to create an exemplary race. However, with the formal establishment of the Hydra, the project underwent a transformation. The objective shifted to the creation of super soldiers to aid the Third Reich in its quest for global domination, overseen by one of the F-Rare's confidants, Saint General. As experiments continued to falter, the F-Rare had long since lost faith in the Aryan Superman. Yet, astonishingly, at the brink of the Third Reich's collapse, the project yielded success. The Allies' Superman. The F-Rare glared at the newspaper on the table, its most prominent headline featuring a photograph of Luke standing tall in a brigadier's uniform. The Third Reich shall undoubtedly rule the world. The Allies should tremble. Chapter 52. Captain of the Axis Powers, Aryan Superman. 2 days later, returning to the Strategic Science Corps in London, they received astonishing news. The Soviet forces had suffered a crushing defeat, and Berlin was rumored to be home to super soldiers. After successfully dismantling the Hydra headquarters, Colonel Phillips chose to remain with the Howling Commandos to consolidate the advanced technologies and various resources left behind by the Red Skull. Meanwhile, Luke, along with Rogers and Carter, led the charge back to London. To the public's perception, the Red Skull was declared dead, Hydra was in disarray, and the apocalyptic Valkyrie plan that threatened to devastate half the world had been thwarted. This war, in essence, had drawn to a premature conclusion. Even Luke could not have anticipated that the Axis powers would stage a comeback. In a luxurious suite within the hotel, Luke pondered the perplexing circumstances. The military reports from London indicated the presence of 3 humanoid entities in Berlin that were suspected to be super soldiers. More precisely, what the British referred to as super soldiers were enhanced beings like Luke, rather than the ordinary type represented by Rogers. In a Berlin that was otherwise vulnerable, these 3 individuals had single-handedly shattered the Soviet forces, comprising hundreds of thousands of troops, an utterly incredible feat. Commanded by Soviet Marshal Zhukov, the First Belarusian Front launched an assault from the south towards Berlin, only to encounter an unremarkable German soldier who could unleash destructive energy beams from his eyes. This lone combatant obliterated tank formations and pierced through the Soviet ranks, compelling countless soldiers to surrender and become prisoners of war. This information was relayed through telegrams from the Soviet side. What on earth was happening? Rogers was left astounded upon reading the telegram. Were super soldiers so commonplace that even the Axis powers were manufacturing them, and in such numbers? I have no idea, Luke replied with a shrug. But let's wait for Prime Minister Churchill's meeting with us this afternoon and see what he has to say. He too was clueless about the origins of those 3 super beings. Habitually, he opened his task list and noted a reward item in his inventory, a Green Lantern disc. The description indicated it was a special item developed by the Guardians specifically for the Green Lantern Corps. Once ingested, the user would momentarily possess the powers of a Green Lantern. Although it was a one-time use item, it was better than nothing. Disregarding Rogers' anxious demeanor, Luke organized his recent accomplishments. First and foremost was his nearing 8 million prestige points, which was sufficient to upgrade his skills to Warrior Level 2, with a slight surplus remaining. Additionally, his standing within the Allied forces had significantly improved after the conquest of Rome, the destruction of Hydra's base, and the thwarting of the Valkyrie plan. Had the war not still been ongoing, he might have already returned to New York to accept his promotion to Major General. A 20-year-old Major General was unprecedented in the annals of American history, a true rarity. Luke's ascension to this point can be attributed largely to the current wartime context, which accelerates the promotion of senior officers. Moreover, his achievements are indeed beyond reproach. As for the forthcoming plans, despite the historical trajectory having deviated and the Axis powers having momentarily prolonged their existence, Luke perceives the Third Reich's ambition to dominate the European continent and subsequently the world as a wholly unattainable and fanciful illusion. To his knowledge, the American military's Manhattan Project has long been initiated. Apart from the project leaders, Groves and Oppenheimer, Luke is acquainted with Howard Stark, who has withdrawn from a strategic scientific corps and has been summoned to the Oak Ridge Laboratory. It is anticipated that it will not be long before the world's first atomic bomb detonates in the arid expanse of New Mexico. Following that, a successful test will occur at Bikini Atoll in the Pacific. No matter how formidable the Axis power supersoldiers may be, they will be utterly powerless against the might of nuclear weaponry. After all, they are not true superhumans. Even Luke in his current state would likely suffer grievous injury from the impact of a nuclear bomb. He recalls the cinematic portrayal of a superhero nearly vaporized by radiation, leaving behind the Miahusk. Perhaps basking in the sun a bit longer would be wise, he muses. The trajectory of history is difficult to alter by individual effort. The high-ranking officials of the Allies are ensnared in panic, largely due to their inability to foresee future developments. Their apprehension stems from the fear that, should the Axis powers regain their footing, the war could persist indefinitely. This is the crux of the matter. What immense resources, both human and material, are required to sustain a global conflict? With victory seemingly within reach, how could the Allies possibly consent to being dragged back into the quagmire? Thus, is this yet another opportunity to bolster their prestige? Having been influenced by numerous films and narratives in his past life, Luke remains remarkably composed in the face of the astonishing news of the Axis powers' emergence of superhumans. After all, he has witnessed far more fantastical scenarios. The Third Reich's creation of a zombie army to terrorize the world. The F-Rare-S discovery of extraterrestrial civilizations resulting in advanced technology that turns the tide of World War II, and the United States' tragic division between Germany and Japan, leading to its subjugation as a colonial territory. Such narratives abound in popular media. In this light, the existence of Aryan superhumans within the Axis powers seems rather ordinary. With a deep exhale, Luke settles into a quiet anticipation of being summoned by Churchill. He imagines the scene of the British Prime Minister pounding the table, demanding the recruitment of Allied superhumans. It should prove quite entertaining. A sleek black luxury car traverses Trafalgar Square in London, passing by Whitehall, Westminster Abbey, and arriving at Charles Street, ultimately halting at an inconspicuous corner. There lies an entrance concealed by burlap sacks, leading down to a robust underground bunker. Luke raises an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had expected this meeting to be convened in the Prime Minister's residence or the parliamentary chamber. A week prior to the outbreak of war, the Prime Minister convened the War Cabinet. Carter, leading the way, elucidated that the Prime Minister was reported to enter this building daily from an office in the Foreign Office across the street to direct military operations. This female agent, a British national herself, possessed a deep understanding of the intelligence apparatus and the various measures implemented by the War Cabinet. Luke nodded as he entered the underground fortress known as the War Cabinet, where the first sight to greet him was a cramped room, the map room, its walls adorned with maps of various war zones. On the table lay more than a dozen colorful telephones, and Carter explained that each hue represented a different level of urgency. The ivory-hued telephone on his right had a direct line to Churchill's office. This way to the Prime Minister's office. Carter gracefully guided Luke forward, the incessant ringing of phones filling the air, with operators tirelessly at work, reminiscent of a bustling Wall Street brokerage. Clearly, a colossal crisis loomed on the front lines. Luke mused silently. After announcing their names and identities, the two entered the conference room. As they pushed open the door, a pungent cloud of tobacco smoke assailed them, nearly suffocating. Luke promptly retracted his overly sensitive senses to avoid being overwhelmed. Brigadier Cavill, though I have heard you are quite young, the moment of our meeting still astonishes me regarding your age, Churchill remarked, setting down his cigar and extending a hand, a shadow of a smile crossing his otherwise somber features. A habitual smoker, he was rarely seen without a cigar. Mr. Prime Minister, I have heard of the happenings in Berlin. Luke shook hands with the prominent figure. One of the triumvirate from the Yalta Conference exchanged pleasantries, and then proceeded directly to the matter at hand. At present, we lack specific details. The only information we can confirm is that the Soviet Union has suffered defeat, with nearly 100,000 taken captive, and the plan to seize Berlin has been temporarily stalled. The Prime Minister exhaled a plume of smoke, his narrowed eyes fixated on Luke as he gravely inquired. Now, the sole hope for the Allies rests upon your shoulders, Brigadier Cavill. Chapter 53. The F-Rare has a message for me. What is it that I can do, Mr. Prime Minister? Luke sat upright, striving to appear as a dutiful and valiant soldier. He held a keen interest in the Aryan supermen of the Axis powers. Their eyes were said to emit energy orbs with astonishing power, capable of demolishing tanks with ease, and their physical prowess was beyond the ordinary, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective against them. Such attributes seemed reminiscent of a diminished version of superhumans or an enhanced variant of super soldiers. Could it be that Berlin had indeed reverse-engineered Dr. Erskine's remarkable creation from the serum samples left by the Red Skull? Luke harbored doubts regarding this notion, aware that the military had previously invested vast sums in attempts to revive the super soldier program, yet had met with failure each time. Generations have passed, and various versions have emerged, yet they all bear undeniable side effects. There exists but a singular super soldier akin to Captain America. This illustrates the formidable challenge inherent in the endeavor to replicate the serum. It is inconceivable that Berlin could swiftly achieve a technological breakthrough, unless that F. Herrera has renewed his resources, activated enhancements, and explored a new technological tree. We have embedded an undercover agent in Berlin. The Prime Minister, furrowing his brow, took a deep drag from his cigar, and after a prolonged silence, divulged this information. During the Second World War, the intelligence organizations were not limited to Hydra and the Strategic Scientific Reserve. There was also the British Secret Intelligence Service. They had previously succeeded in assassinating Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the SS Security Service and one of the F. Herrera's closest aides, who had been meticulously groomed as his successor. Her name is Stephanie. Shortly after the outbreak of war, she disguised herself as a Norwegian scientist and infiltrated Berlin's scientific department, a closely guarded secret of MI6. The Prime Minister's expression was grave, the thick cigar pinched between his fingers sparking faint embers. I learned from Stuart that Stephanie had not reported in for over a year, and for safety's sake, we had refrained from contacting her. However, just 3 days ago, the day before the Soviet forces faltered, we received a message from Stephanie through a secure channel. She warned the Allies to be vigilant against the monsters deployed in Berlin. As you have witnessed, just as she foretold, those super soldiers emerged in Berlin, decimating the Soviet forces and leading them to a disastrous defeat. Presently, only Stephanie possesses the precise knowledge of what has transpired. Luke listened intently, seemingly discerning the Prime Minister's intent. Was it to rescue the undercover agent in Berlin and obtain detailed information regarding the Aryan super soldiers? Indeed, Brigadier Cavill, I implore you to bring Stephanie back. She is en route to Britain, but is being pursued. Without Allied support, her escape seems perilous. The eloquent Prime Minister, with a serious demeanor, stated earnestly. His sincere tone and commendable attitude were prerequisites for swaying others. I recognize that requesting a brigadier to venture deep into enemy territory to rescue an operative from London was both challenging and fraught with danger. The Prime Minister, while scrutinizing Luke's expression, thoughtfully articulated, but this is for the future of the Allies, to thwart the Axis powers' ascendancy. Brigadier Cavill, you have performed miracles before. This time, we still believe in your capabilities. In the smoke-filled office, the atmosphere turned tense. The British Prime Minister and the senior aides seated on the corner sofa fixed their gazes upon Luke. The peril of this rescue mission was self-evident. To prevent the Axis powers from discovering our actions, the number of participants must be minimal, ideally a solo infiltration. Having attained the rank of general with a promising future, Luke found it rather absurd to risk his life for the sake of an undercover agent from MI6 when the Prime Minister made this request. He lacked the authority to issue commands to Luke, who was under no obligation to comply. Miss Stephanie had returned with intelligence and technology regarding Aryan Superman, which held significant value for the Allies. Luke raised an eyebrow and calmly stated, I am willing to participate in the rescue operation. However, any technology possessed by the Axis powers must be shared with the Strategic Scientific Corps. Upon receiving this response, the Prime Minister nodded decisively without a moment's hesitation. The valiant Soviet forces, who had staunchly withstood the advance of the Third Reich by defending Leningrad and Moscow, had been overwhelmed by the Aryan Supermen. How much longer could the Anglo-American coalition sustain itself on the front lines? The Prime Minister understood that this was not the time for bargaining or seeking personal gain. Even if it required a certain sacrifice to enlist Luke's aid, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Surely it was preferable to relying on sorcerers, vampires, or werewolves. There is no problem. The Allies should indeed work together sincerely, the Prime Minister said with a warm smile. The members of Parliament were preparing to celebrate with champagne upon hearing of the disintegration of the Hydra and the Axis power's imminent defeat, only to be taken aback by the emergence of supermen from Berlin, which turned the tide of battle. The only one capable of halting the Führer's mad ambitions and rescuing the Allies was Luke. After all, only a super soldier could contend with another super soldier. "Then I shall set forth, Your Excellency," Luke declared, rising to his full height, his towering figure resembling a mountain in the office. "By the way, please inform the White House to let the President await good news with peace of mind." In the outskirts of Berlin, a liaison officer dispatched from the bunker conveyed a message to General Saint, the head of the Aryan Superman program. "The Führer has instructed me to tell you to come at once. He is eager to meet Siegfried, the large fellow." Is that his name? He looked up at the formidable super soldier who had single-handedly vanquished a battalion of Soviet tanks. With high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and golden hair, he exemplified the quintessential Germanic features. Towering over 2 meters, his robust physique resembled a silent statue, radiating an intense sense of power. His given name was Marcus Rung, now known as Siegfried. General Saint replied coldly, "I cannot meet the Führer at this time. The production facility for Woden's blood experienced an explosion last night. A Norwegian scientist named Freya escaped overnight. According to the investigation by the secret police, she was an undercover agent sent by the British. What a bunch of fools. They failed to conduct thorough vetting before recruiting personnel. This is dire news, do you understand? Our recent victory may very well evaporate at any moment. Once the Allied forces master the art of creating superhumans, the Axis powers shall face utter defeat." The trusted General Saint, a stern and forbidding middle-aged man, gazed piercingly at the liaison officer, his eyes sharp as swords. The chilling aura he exuded compelled the officer to instinctively bow his head. However, the Führer had said. The liaison officer hesitated. His mission was to ensure that General Saint and his Aryan superhumans returned to Berlin post-haste. My heavens! Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? That damned harlot. She could swiftly obliterate the fleeting victories the Third Reich has secured. General Saint thundered. Thus, I must immediately dispatch someone to track her down, striving to eliminate this threat before she reaches the Allied lines. This is far more critical than placating the Führer, satisfying his vanity, or alleviating his inner fears. The liaison officer trembled in silence, fearing to speak. Had someone uttered such words previously, they would surely have been cast in a prison by the SS. Yet now, the entire defense of Berlin relied on General Saint and his Aryan superhumans. Very well, let Siegfried stand in for me before the Führer. General Saint felt no need for further discourse. His loyalty lay with the Third Reich, not any individual. Thus, he was not a fervent acolyte of the Führer. Siegfried, let the Führer witness what a true Aryan is. General Saint turned, a smile gracing his lips. The Allied superhumans are but inferior specimens among the super soldiers. Chapter 54. The elite strike in the shadowy depths of the forest. A military motorcycle sped through, the roar of its engine echoing and disturbing the crows perched upon the branches. Damn it, those Germans are closing in, gripping the handlebars. Stephanie fought the urge to look back, fearing the sight of the relentless German soldiers in pursuit. She was now perilously close to the Allied lines. Just beyond this thicket lay a British outpost. Safety was but a few kilometers ahead. Do you have any food? Surely, you must have something to eat. Give me something. Amidst the dense foliage, numerous refugees wandered, all pitiable souls rendered homeless and directionless by the ravages of war. I have no food. Stephanie saw a ragged man blocking her path, but did not slow down. Instead, she twisted the throttle tighter. This was not the time for compassion. She had witnessed far too many starving refugees along her journey, leaving her somewhat numb. Ending the war is the only true salvation for them. Stephanie thought resolutely. Bang! The motorcycle collided with the man, his emaciated body crashing against a tree trunk. I'm sorry. Gritting her teeth, Stephanie withdrew her .40 submachine gun from beneath her trench coat as she beheld the surging tide of refugees ahead. Stay back. I cannot assist you. All of you. Move away. Tot-tot-tot. Tot-tot-tot. The jarring sound of gunfire reverberated through the dense forest as bullets tore through the leaves overhead. Driven by the instinct for survival and a profound fear of death, the small groups of refugees, gradually approaching, finally dispersed to create a passage. Truly, it was a hell on earth. Stephanie could not restrain herself and turned to look back. The scattered refugees were, astonishingly, moving toward the man who had been struck down. Hunger had robbed them of their sanity and dignity. She shuddered to imagine what would transpire next, a nightmare that would haunt her for a lifetime. A vehicle approached. Surely, they carried food. Give me something to eat. The roar of engines mixed with the chaos, drawing nearer through the thicket. A contingent of soldiers clad in German uniforms maneuvered their motorcycles through the shadowy woods, whizzing past the throngs of refugees without a glance. "Do not obstruct the way," shouted a German officer, pulling out his pistol and ruthlessly shooting down an advancing refugee. They had no intention of being delayed by these lesser beings. The spies infiltrating Berlin were ahead. General Sain had commanded that this threat must be eliminated before the enemy could return to Allied territory. Fire! Fire! Eliminate this rabble! The commanding German officer bellowed, witnessing the increasing number of refugees gathering. He issued orders to execute anyone who dared to obstruct their path. The gunfire erupted. Lives fell like crops before the Grim Reaper's scythe, one after another. As Stephanie tightened the throttle and burst from the forest, the sounds of gunfire echoed in her ears. Her eyes reddened, yet she resolutely refused to look back. She could not afford to dwell on the bloody massacre behind her. She bore the secret of the Aryan Superman of Berlin, along with vital technology. If she did not deliver it to the Allies in time, countless more would perish. Thank heavens, she had finally arrived. Ahead lay the Allied positions, where she spotted steel tanks, sandbag fortifications, and vigilant soldiers. Halt! After firing a warning shot into the air, a British soldier, aiming his Sten gun at Stephanie, commanded her to stop, showing no leniency simply because she was a woman. In the battlefield, such considerations would only lead to swift demise. "I am Stephanie, an agent of MI6, she exclaimed, not taking the time for further explanations. Confident that London had not remained idle. This was the closest British position to Berlin, and if MI6 were to send assistance, they would have made prior arrangements. "Stephanie." The soldier gradually lowered his Sten gun and instructed a comrade, quickly informed Brigadier Luke Cavell. This was indeed the Allied Superman who had just arrived, and he had received orders to fully cooperate with any woman claiming to be Stephanie in need of assistance. Boom! Before the soldier could finish his words, a surge of searing energy obliterated his form, leaving nothing but a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, akin to a sticky pool of crimson ooze splattered across the cover. "Quick, find shelter. We are under attack." Stephanie narrowly evaded the energy blast from behind, tumbling off her motorcycle and crashing onto the unforgiving ground. Fortunately, she was no feeble scientist, but rather a highly trained undercover operative. As her body lost balance, she instinctively curled up, shielding her head to minimize injury. The tank-class Aryan Superman loomed large. Despite her elbows and knees being scraped and bleeding, Stephanie pushed herself up and took cover behind the barricade. Peering out, she spotted a burly German soldier advancing toward her. The insignia on his sleeve indicated he was a tank-class Aryan Superman manufactured in Berlin. "Get into the tank. That's the only way to take him down," Stephanie shouted urgently. She understood all too well the formidable strength of the tank-class Aryan Superman. Bullets could not pierce their skin, and they could recover swiftly from injuries. The tank at the center of the position began to move slowly, its tracks rolling forward. The turret pivoted. The main gun aimed at the approaching German soldier. Boom! The cannon fired, but missed its target. The soldier moved with remarkable speed, far beyond what the cumbersome tank could match. Monster! A British soldier, wielding a Sten submachine gun, bravely stepped forward to draw the creature aside. A hail of bullets struck the monstrous German soldier, sinking deep into flesh, yet failing to inflict fatal damage. British scum! The German soldier lunged forward, closing the distance, and with a forceful grip, yanked at the man's shoulders. With a tearing sound, the human form was ripped apart like fragile parchment, blood gushing forth. "Give me that gun." Stephanie seized a Springfield rifle from the stunned soldier. She recognized the weakness of the tank-class Aryan Superman. With a resounding thud, the bloodied behemoth stomped down, using the recoil to propel himself into the air. Like a solid cannonball, he descended with a crash, landing atop the tank. Wrapping his hands around the thick main gun, he let out a beastly roar, twisting the barrel into a grotesque spiral. Is this still human? The British soldier's spirit crumbled at the sight. Yes, He was still human and could be killed. Stephanie crouched behind the barricade, her gaze cold and focused through the scope of the Springfield rifle, watching the murderous German soldier with bated breath, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Freya, that must be your name, right? The Saint General has ordered me to bring you back, or eliminate you on the spot. The German soldier, whose eyes emitted glowing orbs of energy, turned to Stephanie with a smirk, remarking, "However, I believe it would be far simpler to sever your head." Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as a 7.62mm metal bullet shot forth from the gun's muzzle. The German soldier shielded his eyes with an outstretched palm. "Do you truly think I would leave my vulnerabilities unguarded?" He scoffed, embodying the arrogance of a tank-class Aryan Superman. To confront him, one would need at least a rocket launcher or artillery. Mere rifles would be insufficient. "Are you Stephanie?" A calm voice resonated from behind as the beleaguered female agent, on the brink of despair during her flight, turned to face a towering figure, his presence casting a shadow over her. She tilted her head back instinctively and replied, "Indeed. You're safe now." The tall man smiled before inquiring, "So, is that the Axis Superman?" Stephanie nodded, uncertain of his identity, and cautioned, "The tank-class Aryan Superman produced in Berlin is a battlefield slaughterer. He is not someone an ordinary person can contend with." The Aryan Superman stepped forth from his cover, his voice laced with a casual mirth. "He is precisely who I am seeking." Chapter 55. Do you even deserve the title of Superman? Are you the Superman of the Allies? The German soldier, enhanced by the transformation of Saint General, cast a disdainful glance at the imposing figure emerging from the cover. He presumed that the legendary hero, heralded by the Allies for single-handedly conquering Italy and capturing Rome, would at least possess the might of Hercules. Standing at 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like those of a titan, he exuded an intimidating presence. Yet, the Allied Superman before him appeared merely taller and stronger than average, lacking any exaggerated qualities. In terms of physique, Luke, at 6 feet 2 inches, 191 centimeters, seemed insignificant next to the hulking German soldier, whose muscular frame overshadowed him. The imposing figure resembled an ancient warrior, standing 8 feet tall with a waist to match, his rock-solid muscles threatening to tear through his uniform, embodying the fierce essence of a muscle-bound demon. "You look like a Boy Scout." The German soldier sneered at the young brigadier, mocking, "A specimen like you would surely be quite popular in a British camp, readily exploited for their needs." Such derogatory jibes did not incite anger in Luke. Instead, he turned to Stephanie, asking, "You mentioned he is tank class. Does that imply there exist even more formidable Aryan Supermen?" "Indeed," she confirmed. "The 3 who vanquished the Soviet army are battleship-class Aryan Supermen. They are far more terrifying." Stephanie nodded in response, her gaze tinged with a hint of concern. "Strength lies in muscle, and physique determines everything. This is a widely accepted truth." Thus, even though Luke exuded a fierceness that rivaled that of the German Bermenschen, Stephanie remained skeptical. She had witnessed firsthand in Berlin just how formidable those battleship-class superhumans truly were. Tanks, bombers, and thousands of soldiers posed no challenge. As an allied super soldier, Luke's capabilities were uncertain in her mind. With this thought, Stephanie tightened her grip on the Springfield rifle, ready to lend support to the young brigadier should the situation turn dire. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Julian. If I were to sever your head and return it to Berlin, the Führer would surely commend me greatly. Perhaps I might even be honored like Siegfried," chuckled the burly German soldier. Luke chose not to engage. There was no need to waste time on mere foot soldiers. Typically, dialogue is reserved for significant characters. With a heavy step, he advanced, causing the ground to tremble beneath Stephanie, who was concealed behind cover. The cracks of the web spread outward as that tall, imposing figure tore through the air, generating a powerful current. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the German Bermensch. His right fist clenched tightly, and without any embellishment, he struck with all his might. At this moment, Luke's strength and speed had surged dramatically compared to before. This feeling of relentless improvement, of growing stronger with each passing moment, had become an intoxicating obsession for him, surpassing even the pleasures of human intimacy. Such speed, Julian thought, as his well-developed visual nerves barely registered Luke's movement. Sensing the overwhelming force bearing down, he quickly shed any notions of underestimation. The allied super soldier appeared to be formidable indeed. With a mighty shout, Julian summoned the power within him, his muscles coiling tightly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, determined to gauge Luke's strength. Had he witnessed the fate of the mutant steel shell, who had been brutally beaten to death by Luke's relentless fists, he would surely have reconsidered his approach. In a confrontation where the disparity in power was negligible, conceding the initiative would be akin to courting death. Moreover, Luke's true combat prowess far surpassed Julian's comprehension. With a resounding thud, Luke's fist collided with Julian's arms. A terrifying force of nearly 10 tons concentrated into a single point, barely allowing the German Bermensch time to react. Julian's arms shattered with a sickening crunch. Fractured at the elbows, the power capable of bending a tank's barrel rendered his muscular limbs thick as tightly wound steel, resembling nothing more than flesh torn to shreds in a blender. Severe agony surged through Julian's mind. Before he could utter a scream, Luke's gaze sharpened, and with his left hand, he pressed down firmly on the broad shoulder of the German super soldier, exerting immense force. The brawny Julian, resembling a small giant, crumpled like a defenseless child under that overwhelming pressure, his legs giving way, and he fell heavily to his knees on the ground. It is said that the Führer of Berlin regarded Aryans as the epitome of the perfect race, and a super soldier like he was deemed an Aryan Bermensch by the Third Reich. Luke lowered his head, his eyes coldly surveying the scene. But now it appeared to be nothing extraordinary. The once great Führer, Julian's visage contorted in agony, as his arms revealed ghastly bone protrusions, flesh writhing in a desperate attempt to mend his injuries. He gazed at Luke, his eyes igniting with a blinding fervor. Long live the Third Reich! The fervent roar echoed, unleashing a staggering wave of energy that coalesced into a dazzling orb of power, engulfing Luke entirely. It resembled a colossal ball of lightning, crackling and searing the air, exuding a charred scent. The sound of violent explosions reverberated continuously. The rising thick smoke shrouded the battlefield, obscuring the true state of affairs. It is over. Stephanie, gripping her Springfield rifle, wore a solemn expression. She doubted Luke could survive. After all, the most formidable attack of the Aryan super soldier was the release of energy orbs. Even the most robust tanks could be obliterated, let alone the fragile human body. He had been careless and should have anticipated Julian's strike. Stephanie lamented. Julian's movements were too swift. She hadn't had the chance to warn Luke to remain vigilant. The Allied rescue had failed. Stephanie watched the towering figure emerge from the billowing smoke, preparing to make a final stand. After all, she couldn't flee far. Rather than fleeing in panic only to be caught and killed by the enemy, it was better to fight fiercely. Stephanie, you appear quite tense. A deep voice resonated, causing the tautness within Stephanie to ease. She could hardly believe it, instinctively asking, "How are you still alive?" As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the figure that appeared was none other than Luke. He had somehow donned a suit resembling iron armor, and with his right hand, he removed the palm that had been firmly pressed against Julian's face, revealing charred black marks on his skin, yet his body was nearly unscathed. "Of course, I'm still alive, Stephanie," Luke replied with a grin. He hoisted the exhausted Julian, who, after releasing the energy orb, had degenerated into an ordinary man, akin to a machine running out of power. At this level, how could he still be called a Superman? Luke scoffed. The energy orb released by his opponent contained devastating power, which indeed few could withstand. Even he had sustained minor injuries. According to his estimations, a single energy orb is roughly equivalent to the explosive force generated by an anti-tank missile. However, endowed with the extraordinary regenerative capabilities of a superhuman template, the charred wound on his right palm healed completely in less than a minute. Chapter 56. Tank Class. Battleship Class. The battlefield along the Allied front fell into a profound silence. Only the iron remnants of tanks and the scattered dismembered limbs silently narrated the intensity of the previous conflict. "Madam, do you require live specimens?" Luke dragged the incapacitated Julian before Stephanie. The latter shook her head. She had already brought back relevant technology and was well acquainted with the specific processes involved in creating Aryan superhumans. Moreover, she had encountered numerous live specimens intended for dissection during her time in Berlin. Keeping Julian nearby would only heighten the risk. Who could predict when he might regain his strength? Well then, Luke offered a gentle smile and, without hesitation, broke the neck of the German soldier. After the brief skirmish, he had gleaned the overall data on the tank-class Aryan superhuman: strength speed, defense, neural response, and regenerative ability, among others. Overall, they were superior to super soldiers. Even with Roger's renowned prowess as the captain, facing a tank-class adversary could prove to be quite a challenge. Victory would be elusive unless one could strike at a weakness. However, these Aryan superhumans seemed to possess a significant flaw that rendered them unsuitable for prolonged combat. Luke astutely observed that after Julian expended the energy orb within him, he appeared to deplete, his strength and speed diminishing to that of an ordinary human. Could this explain why the Axis powers had yet to launch a counteroffensive? Were Aryan superhumans ill-suited for extended engagements? A series of questions lingered in his mind, temporarily restrained. To be honest, I am quite eager to encounter a battleship class. Luke discarded his iron-like combat attire and surveyed the fallen German soldier below. The prowess of this tank-class individual had not reached a level capable of altering the tide of war, unless the Axis powers could mass-produce these explosive beings. Achieving victory through individual tactics would be nearly impossible. Stephanie's eyes flickered with intrigue. Although she was curious about the Allied superhuman battle uniform, she refrained from inquiring. It was likely a secret technology of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and probing too hastily could provoke disdain. Brigadier, battleship class, superhumans surpassed tank class by several tiers. Their regenerative abilities, physical attributes, and the efficacy of their energy attacks are multiple times greater than those of the latter. The female operative, concealed in Berlin, cautioned him. Having witnessed Luke's battle against the tank-class Aryan superhuman, she felt a glimmer of hope for the future of the Allies. Nonetheless, the prospect of overcoming the Axis powers remained grim. In Berlin alone, there were hundreds of tank-class superhumans. They are led by 3 formidable battleship-class leaders, capable of forming an unstoppable fighting force. On the side of the Allies, there stands but a single superhuman, a lone Luke. Stephanie, the Prime Minister, is eager to meet you, and I too am keen to uncover the truth about these Aryan superhumans. Luke strides ahead, while others will inevitably come to clear the battlefield later. His mission is to ensure Stephanie's safe return, with all else being of no concern. Thank you, Brigadier Cavil. The female spy murmured from behind. Thank you for calling me Stephanie. It has been long since anyone referred to me in such a manner. General Saint, shall we continue the pursuit? The following day, a squad of fully armed German soldiers traversed the dense forest, arriving at the Allied front lines. The guards here had long since retreated, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Cease the pursuit. Freya is no more. She has resumed her previous identity and returned to that wretched London. General Saint clasped his hands behind his back, his expression grave. The remnants of tanks, scattered limbs, and the traces left by energy explosions all conveyed to General Saint that a fierce battle had transpired here. Could the entity capable of opposing tank-level threats be the Allied superhuman? He pondered aloud. It was evident that the Allies must have paid a heavy price to overcome the tank-class Julian. The Allied superhuman is far less remarkable than the coalition has claimed, General Saint concluded. He meticulously surveyed the scene, seemingly catching a glimpse of the Allied superhuman and ordinary soldiers who, after immense struggle, barely triumphed over Julian to claim the ultimate victory. General, we must assume that the core technology has fallen into the hands of the Allies, and we must also presume that the locations of other military factories have been compromised. We need to devise a response swiftly, remarked the blonde-haired female adjutant. The fleeing Stephanie was once a core member of the Aryan superhuman program. She knows too much, having deeply participated in the most critical projects, and has absconded with a portion of the Woden blood. This is undoubtedly the worst news. Transfer all documents and personnel related to superhuman technology to the secondary stronghold and eliminate all inferior test subjects, General Saint coldly commanded. He needed to hasten his pace, striving to secure greater advantage for the Third Reich before the Allies could create their superhuman. May the F-Rehr heed this, undistracted by fleeting victories. General Saint was deeply troubled, harboring little hope for the little mustached F-Rehr in Berlin. After all, he is notoriously a micromanager with mediocrity in military prowess. Yet he is ever eager to dictate to seasoned generals. The Third Reich faces a series of failures, from the Battle of Stalingrad to the Normandy landings and the Ardennes counteroffensive, with the F-Rehrs will evident in every misstep. A man with a small mustache, whose ability to incite lead, and command militarily is inversely proportional to his stature. This was the assessment of the Saint General regarding the F-Herr. Returning to Berlin, we were so close to conquering the world, just a hair's breadth away. The German general sighed. In London, within the underground bunker, a few days later, in the Prime Minister's private office, Stephanie, one of the esteemed heroes of the Allies, donned a flowing green gown, clutching a briefcase as she sat poised in a chair. Beside her sat the impeccably formal Brigadier Cavill. This time was different. Even the senior aides were absent. Only 3 individuals occupied the office. "Thank you for your hard work, Stephanie," the Prime Minister said, pouring a glass of wine and handing it to the female spy who had infiltrated the enemy's lair for years. "You are the finest member of MI6, and I have long heard your name. It has indeed been proven that you have created a glimmer of respite for the Allies, liberating us from the terror wrought by those monsters in Berlin. Recently, I have heard many members of Parliament dare not leave their homes, not even venturing into the halls of Parliament. These cowards, fearful that Hitler and his demons might descend upon them, ripping off the roofs and hanging them from lampposts." The Prime Minister remarked with a humorous yet sardonic tone, lightening the heavy atmosphere in the office. "That will not happen, Your Excellency," Stephanie replied, taking a sip from her glass and smiling. "Those Aryan supermen, for now, can only operate within the confines of the Third Reich. I have participated in this program and am aware of their flaws. The Aryan supermen cannot sustain prolonged combat. Their tank-level weaknesses lie in their eyes, as well as against heavy firepower like rocket launchers and anti-tank weapons. Battleship-level units become increasingly fatigued, weakening with each engagement. According to experimental reports, their maximum operational time is approximately 8 hours, necessitating a period of rest to recover after each full-power engagement. Thus, for the time being, the Germans can only defend their territory. However, once they amass sufficient forces, that will mark the beginning of catastrophe." Upon hearing Stephanie's response, the Prime Minister was left uncertain whether to feel relieved or apprehensive. He turned his gaze to the young Luck, who was rumored to have personally eliminated a tank-level Aryan Superman. This news had invigorated the higher echelons of the Allies and effectively dispelled the fears of frontline soldiers. The catastrophic defeat of the Soviet forces had led many to adopt a pessimistic outlook. The victory created by Luck became invaluable material for Allied propaganda. "I have yet to engage with a battleship-level unit, so I cannot ascertain their strength," Luck surmised, guessing the Prime Minister's thoughts. To pit him against multiple Aryan supermen and expect him to triumph was utterly unrealistic. Hundreds of tank-level units, coupled with 3 unpredictable battleship-level units, could easily exhaust him. Moreover, he bore no obligation to risk his life for the Allies. The valiant and fearless super soldier is merely a FA-AD, and immersing oneself too deeply into the role is inadvisable. I believe Stephanie must possess even more critical information. Otherwise, the German forces would not pursue so relentlessly for Berlin. Luke directed the query towards the female spy beside him. "Indeed, I can aid the Allies in creating a superhuman." Stephanie articulated each word with precision. As this momentous revelation echoed through the Prime Minister's office, a brief silence enveloped the room. Did this imply that the Allies could also acquire superhumans? Moments later, the Prime Minister's cigar slipped from his grasp, landing upon the table with a soft thud. "I was embedded in the Norwegian research group in 1941. Posing as the biologist Freibergen, Stephanie recounted, her voice steady. "Once Berlin confirmed my status as a Nazi supporter, I was conscripted into the Aryan Superhuman Project team. The subsequent events need not be elaborated upon. In short, I successfully infiltrated the Corps and engaged with these matters." As she opened her briefcase, it revealed not only a document, but also a glass vessel containing numerous irregular red crystals. Their vibrant hues resembled translucent blood coral. The Blood of Woden. Chapter 57. The Blood of Woden. Astonishing secrets and unusual aura emanated from the crystals. Luke, seated nearby, furrowed his brow. He sensed an unstable and intense energy radiating from the irregular red stones, akin to a powder keg on the verge of explosion, evoking a sense of peril. This was an intuitive response from the depths of his psyche. "What is this?" the Prime Minister inquired of Stephanie, his expression one of confusion. He had anticipated a stack of detailed experimental reports or documentation. "It represents the sole means by which the Allies can triumph over those monstrosities." Stephanie took another sip of her drink, appearing to have succumbed to the vice of alcoholism after her prolonged infiltration in Berlin, a fact that could be understood. Every operative embedded in the enemy's stronghold bears immense psychological burdens. They navigate life among adversaries while masquerading as one of them, seamlessly integrating their false identities into daily existence. This is no trivial endeavor. The Germans refer to this substance as the blood of Woden. It is essential for transforming ordinary individuals into super soldiers. As she continued to drink, Stephanie elaborated, these red crystals emerge as crystalline polymers through a specific fermentation process. You may envision them as vegetables cultivated in a field. In other words, the blood of Woden requires time to mature. It cannot simply be conjured from thin air. The good news is that before I departed from the production facility, I detonated all the containers housing the blood of Woden. For the Germans to reconstruct such a process would demand considerable time. However, the bad news is that General Saint, who oversees the Aryan Superhuman Project, is meticulous and cautious. So it is certain that there are remaining reserves, preventing this damned plan from collapsing entirely. The Prime Minister took a puff of his cigar, fixating on the red crystals within the glass vessel, and, suppressing his inner excitement, inquired, "So, you possess the knowledge to synthesize Woden's blood? My responsibility lies in selecting the recipients. However, the process of cultivating Woden's blood is not overly complex. With these red crystals, I believe the scientists on the Allied side will soon decipher it," Stephanie replied, shaking her head and offering an answer that was neither surprising nor disappointing. "And what of this documentation?" The Prime Minister's gaze shifted to another item within the briefcase. "It chronicles the origins of Woden's blood, as well as the source of the Aryan Superman transformation technology," Stephanie responded, her expression grave as she unfurled the densely packed pages of information. "The original manuscript was kept highly confidential. I had no access to it. These are merely copies I managed to procure." Luke, seated beside the Prime Minister who exhaled a plume of smoke, both leaned inattentively. The emergence of the Aryan Supermen from Berlin was abrupt, leaving no one aware of their precise origins. The Allied High Command once suspected that the Axis powers had successfully replicated the serum developed by Abraham Erskine, creating even more formidable super soldiers. However, according to the intelligence provided by Stephanie, the super soldiers and the Aryan Supermen appear to be entirely disparate entities. The former was a product of serum, while the latter constituted a wholly novel and enigmatic secret technology. It was well known that the Führer in Berlin was captivated by mysticism in pursuit of supernatural powers. Reflecting on this, Stephanie murmured, "The Hydra organization initially branched off from the Anambia Institute of the Third Reich, with the intention of establishing an external intelligence agency. Subsequently, the Red Skull recruited numerous scientists and fervent zealots, gradually extricating itself from the Führer's control." Luke's eyes flickered with understanding, as he harbored a vague suspicion regarding the origins of Woden's blood and the technology behind the creation of the Aryan Superman. Could it be connected to the most ancient Hydra? In an effort to suppress the expanding ambitions and rapidly growing power of the Red Skull, the Führer clandestinely established a new research team, seeking to replicate powerful super soldiers akin to Brigadier Cavill from the blood samples left by the Red Skull. Stephanie cast a glance at Luke, acknowledging his surprising insight. Faced with the tank-like Aryan Superman in battle, this young brigadier had exhibited overwhelming strength. Consecutive failures had nearly compelled the Führer to abandon this initiative. However, news from the Anambia Institute brought forth new revelations. They had unearthed an ancient manuscript filled with peculiar characters, which, after analysis and decipherment by experts, was classified as the language of an extraterrestrial race from antiquity. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister appeared bewildered, taking a deep draw from his cigar to steady his nerves. As a graduate of the esteemed Sandhurst Royal Military Academy, an author of several novels with the potential to secure a Nobel Prize in Literature, and a renowned orator who unveiled the onset of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, this British Prime Minister finds himself at a loss for words regarding the peculiar revelations about the Axis powers' acquisition of extraterrestrial documents, the creation of the Aryan Superman, and their ambition to conquer the world. Is it a reflection of a world gone mad, or merely my inability to keep pace with the tides of change? The Prime Minister, leaning with his elbow against the desk, supports his rather round visage, displaying an expression of bewilderment as if burdened by an unexpected influx of knowledge. In an era even more distant from humanity, It is acknowledged that aliens have visited Earth. Luke, however, remains remarkably composed, for this is, after all, the realm of Marvel. Within the confines of the nine-star realms, beyond the planet referred to as Midgard, lies Asgard and the frost giants' realm of Jotunheim, among others. If one were to gaze even further, one would encounter the Skrulls, Kree, and Shi'ar, which together form the triad of galactic civilizations. At a higher echelon, there exists the Cosmic Elder Council, the Celestial Assembly, and the five deities. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that during the Second World War, the Axis powers unearthed the technology of extraterrestrial civilizations. There is not a shadow of doubt in this assertion. I recognize that this may sound like a fanciful tale or the ramblings of a madman, devoid of credibility. Observing the Prime Minister's expression, Stephanie, with a resigned shrug, remarked, "I initially harbored such sentiments, believing all of this to be a fabrication concocted by the Germans, designed to deceive the ignorant, leading them to venerate the F-Rare as fervent acolytes until they became deeply embroiled in the Aryan Superman agenda, uncovering further secrets. They indeed discovered a site of ancient civilization, which studies suggest may date back to the time of ancient Egypt. Inscribed upon it are the heroic deeds of a sorcerer named Imhotep, who led the Egyptian people in defiance of the extraterrestrial brood species. These red crystals, capable of transforming the human body and unlocking latent potential, are remnants of the technology left behind by the brood. These insect-like aliens cultivated the blood of Woden, employing it as sustenance for their monstrous beasts, catalyzing their transformation into terrifying war machines. The Prime Minister, serving as an audience to this unfolding narrative, felt his grasp on reality teetering on the brink of collapse, unable to resist the allure of the bottle resting on the table. He poured himself a glass of gin, downing it with fervor. Seemingly unsatisfied, he proceeded to pour 2 more glasses, consuming them in quick succession. I recall that Imhotep was a pharaoh of Egypt's 3rd dynasty. Renowned as the architect of the pyramids, Luke interjected, drawing upon his historical knowledge. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the name, having encountered it beyond the pages of textbooks. According to the murals and documents from the ruins, Imhotep was not only a remarkable leader, but also a courageous and formidable warrior, armed with a spear and a shield. He led countless Egyptians in vanquishing the extraterrestrial creatures, slaying them and driving them from the earth. Stephanie replied earnestly. Chapter 58. The Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield and the terrifying Homo erectus with a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. The ancient Egyptian pharaoh was a formidable figure. At this moment, a flash of insight illuminated Luke's mind. He finally comprehended why the name Imhotep resonated so familiarly. This ancient Egyptian was not merely the most accomplished pharaoh of the 3rd dynasty, revered as the deity of medicine and wisdom, eternally venerated. His true identity, however, was that of a superhero from a bygone era. Lacking any supernatural abilities, he relied solely on his physical prowess, yet his strength was astonishing. He led a band of indigenous Egyptians armed with spears and shields to triumph over alien beings with biotechnology far surpassing that of Earth. He was akin to a terrifying Homo erectus, capable of physically subduing extraterrestrial entities. The self-proclaimed progenitor of mutants, Apocalypse, had once been Imhotep's pupil, fighting side by side in battles against alien insectoid foes, exuding none of the formidable aura he would later possess. Such memories felt distant to Luke, who marveled at the revelation that the Aryan superhumans engineered in Berlin were somehow rooted in that ancient epic. Upon further reflection, he found little to dispute. The emblem of the Brotherhood of the Sacred Shield, founded by illustrious historical figures such as Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton, Nikola Tesla, and Galileo, was derived from the very shield wielded by Imhotep. Moreover, the later organizations S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Leviathan could all trace their origins back to the same source, albeit diverging into distinct paths. Thus, it seemed plausible that the Third Reich, inheriting a portion of Hydra's legacy, would acquire the advanced biotechnology of the brood. Initially, the Germans were oblivious to the cutting-edge technology concealed within the ancient manuscripts, their research driven more by academic curiosity. However, once the first chapter was deciphered, everything changed. Unbeknownst to Stephanie, Luke had pieced together the unfolding events. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, she continued, the Germans realized they had stumbled upon a treasure, a key to unlock the door to a new human world. Consequently, the commanding general reported this revelation to the FRER, and the Aryan Superman project was set in motion. 3 departments were established. The first focused on creating the catalyst for human enhancement, known as the blood of Woden. The second was tasked with selecting suitable subjects for transformation. The third, the largest institution, was dedicated to the mass production of these aberrations. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The general had translated merely 1/5 of the ancient manuscript, indicating that, beyond tank-level and battleship-level superhumans, even more formidable Aryans might emerge in the future. After Stephanie concluded her exposition, the Prime Minister fell into a profound silence. A more formidable Aryan Superman? Is it akin to an aircraft carrier? Luke, maintaining a composed demeanor, pondered the level he had reached in his development. Was it nuclear level, space battleship level, or even Star Destroyer level? As for the threat of the Aryan Superman, to be frank, he regarded it with a degree of skepticism. It was not that he was overly arrogant or blindly confident. Rather, a moment of calm reflection led him to deduce that these genetically modified subpar superhumans must inherently possess some undisclosed, significant flaws. Otherwise, the brood insectoid race would have dominated the world long before the era of ancient Egypt, rather than waiting for the Third Reich to inherit such technology. Stephanie, tell me, do these superhumans exhibit any potential for growth? Why has the Third Reich yet to initiate mass production? The Prime Minister, a seasoned politician with deft maneuvering skills, swiftly identified several critical issues from the female spy's statement. At present, mass production was an unattainable task. Research indicated that the blood of Woden, serving as a catalyst, only proved effective in approximately 1 out of 5,000 subjects, initiating the transformation process. Stephanie, noticing the Prime Minister's inclination to reach out, promptly intervened. For others, it is merely a lethal contact poison. The ancient texts contain methods for identifying targets, yet General Saint could not decipher them, leading him to devise an alternative, brutal scheme. He proposed testing the catalyst on thousands of prisoners, including Jews and Soviet captives, and subsequently extracting blood from the survivors for specialized testing. Following this, the validated blood would be utilized on a large scale to identify potential targets, soldiers resembling the survivors who met the requirements of Woden's blood, recruiting them into the ranks. Ultimately, by designating these soldiers as subjects for the catalyst, it was believed that at least one would emerge from the hundreds of tank-level and 3 battleship-level candidates. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister could not help but exhale in relief. Stephanie had dismantled a production facility, and the cultivation of Woden's blood, paired with the low success rate of creating Aryan Supermen, posed a series of challenges that rendered the Axis powers' grand strategy of overwhelming the continent unfeasible in the short term, affording the Allies a fleeting opportunity for respite. Brigadier Cavill, what is your perspective? The Prime Minister extinguished his partially smoked cigar and looked at Luke with anticipation. Stephanie had leveled the playing field between the Allies and the Axis, endowing them with the means to partake in this contest. However, this did not imply that the scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the Allies. This global conflict had, in a sense, morphed into a contest of cutting-edge military capabilities and attrition. Ordinary soldiers had been reduced to mere cannon fodder, and even tanks and bombers could not decisively alter the course of events. Luke was the sole Superman possessed by the Allies, and his demonstrated combat prowess had already surpassed that of the tank-class units of the Third Reich. Whether in terms of strategic position or personal capability, the young brigadier is undoubtedly impressive. I believe that the most crucial task at this juncture is to assemble the Strategic Science Corps to analyze the composition of the Warden's blood for cultivation. Furthermore, we must select qualified soldiers to serve as recipients. Luke, with clarity of thought, gazed at the red crystal housed in the glass vessel and solemnly remarked, "We can utilize the red crystal brought back by Lady Stephanie as a reagent to draw blood from the soldiers who have been conscripted. As long as the blood reacts with the red crystal, we can identify potential recipients for the subsequent transformation program." Luke's proposition sparked the interest of both the Prime Minister and Stephanie. This was not an insurmountable challenge. It was merely a matter of distilling actionable solutions from the vast amount of information presented. Such a task demands keen insight and rapid responsiveness. I will inform the Allied Command to expedite the return of the Strategic Science Corps under your leadership. Brigadier Cavill, you are the epitome of a savior for the Allies. The Prime Minister, well-versed in the art of garnering favor and alliances, subtly maneuvered Luke into this position of authority. The Axis powers that the Strategic Science Corps must confront undoubtedly enjoy the most elite resources and status. Attaining a leadership role will significantly benefit future developments. It is my honor to contribute further to the Allies. Luke expressed with sincerity, "My greatest aspiration is world peace. Any ambitious individual who seeks to instigate conflict is my enemy." The Prime Minister chuckled softly, firmly grasping Luke's right hand, and with deep emotion stated, "What a coincidence. My lifelong ideal is also world peace. I could tell at a glance that Your Excellency is a peace-loving humanitarian." Luke subtly curled his lip in response. This renowned Prime Minister of the British Empire would later indeed receive a nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize. Ironically, the Italian dictator Mussolini, whom Luke had personally apprehended, as well as the Führer of Berlin, had also been nominated for this award. Thus, it seems that the evaluators have an uncanny ability to redefine the concept of peace. Chapter 59, General, What a Regret Berlin, the Reichstag. The Führer, who had previously resided in a bunker, could finally move into a luxurious bedroom with a clear conscience. The bombers that buzzed incessantly over Berlin would no longer disturb his sleep or exacerbate his inner fears. "Siegfried, you are the hero of the Third Reich, the epitome of the Aryan ideal, and my most loyal guardian," the Führer proclaimed as he awoke from his plush bed, donned in a robe, and opened the door. Though the gentle presence of his lover Eva was absent, the sight of Siegfried standing outside provided him with an immense sense of security. No longer would he worry about threats to his life, nor fear the Allied forces breaching Berlin and dragging him into the square for execution. The Führer of the Third Reich, after a long absence, has finally enjoyed a restful slumber. Yet merely a few hours prior, he had commanded the execution of tens of thousands of captured Soviet soldiers by Siegfried, all in the pursuit of testing the true strength of the Aryan Superman. The soldiers, reduced to mere remnants by the annihilating rays, their cries and tears, their bloodied limbs, did not stir the slightest ripple within the Führer's heart. As a mediocre painter, rejected by art schools, he perceived those horrific scenes as some of the most exquisite colors of the earthly realm. Has General Saint not yet arrived? The Führer pressed the service bell, and shortly thereafter, the chef presented the prepared meal. He deftly took up his knife and fork, slicing into the veal on his plate. While the culinary staples of the Third Reich may be pig trotters, sausages, and various breads, he personally held a greater appreciation for French cuisine. Their mastery of food preparation, he mused, was as skilled and proficient as the act of raising a white flag in surrender. "General Saint is on his way back," Siegfried replied, towering in stature and nearly brushing against the chandelier. He was preoccupied with the pursuit of a defecting female scientist, a British spy. What a grave oversight. I had intended to commend him, the Führer lamented, setting down his utensils, his expression one of disappointment as he chewed. General Saint could have been a hero of the Third Reich, had he only seized the opportunity. Currently, there are 3 battleship-class vessels in Berlin, excluding Siegfried, who stand by his side. The other 2 remain unseen for now. The Führer knew that one was named Sieglinde, a woman stationed at the air defense tower, maintaining vigilance over the city, while the other, Siegmund, was tasked with eradicating the guerrilla forces beyond the city limits. They had previously achieved the remarkable feat of reporting the downing of dozens of enemy bombers. I wonder if the cowardly Allies will weep in terror, the Führer thought, brimming with self-satisfaction, convinced that fortune had once again smiled upon him. Soon, he believed, the Third Reich would halt its descent into ruin and emerge even stronger. The ease with which power is obtained can swell one's ambition to boundless heights. Much like the Red Skull, who wielded the cosmic cube, the Führer found himself exhilarated, instinctively overlooking the dire circumstances facing the Third Reich, even beginning to contemplate another assault on Stalingrad to capture Moscow. The failures of the German forces in front of the Soviets had long haunted him. At last, the opportunity to prove his capabilities had come. General Saint has arrived. The telephone at the bedside rang, and Siegfried answered, relaying the news after a brief conversation. "He is downstairs, awaiting your audience, Führer. Let General Saint come up. Though he has erred, he has also rendered service to the Third Reich and shed blood. I must not slight a deserving hero." With a grand gesture, the Führer signaled for Siegfried to open the door, and shortly thereafter, the stern-faced Saint General appeared at the threshold. You seem quite troubled, General, the F-Rare remarked. I have heard everything. Do not fret about the repercussions. The failures in security are not your responsibility, and you have earnestly endeavored to resolve the issues, even if unsuccessfully. The F-Rare stood barefoot on the richly patterned carpet, hands clasped behind his back. If one were to overlook the wine-red, ankle-length robe he wore, he certainly projected an imposing presence, akin to a victorious general. You are a hero. You have delivered my miraculous weapon and have salvaged the Third Reich, albeit rather late. The F-Rare removed his glasses as though breaking a seal, casting a fierce glare at the upright Saint General. He forcefully discarded the pencil he had been holding and declared, You owe me a reasonable explanation, General. I have reviewed your report and consulted Siegfried. The Aryan Superman program has been completed for several months. Indeed, it has been nearly a year, my F-Rare. The Saint General interjected, calmly articulating. I produced the first Type 1 Aryan Superman 11 months ago. The first Type 2 was subsequently deployed, followed by the tank class units. The battleship class came later. The F-Rare, momentarily interrupted, donned his glasses again before removing them once more. After a brief pause, the seal was lifted once again, and the roar commenced. So, in this entire year, you never deemed it necessary to inform me of this. You allowed the Empire to suffer defeat after defeat, while I endured torment from the Allied bombers. The F-Rare was utterly bewildered by the Saint General's actions, his anger mounting to the point of wanting to curse. I had anticipated that the Red Skull would endure a bit longer. At that time, the Aryan Supermen were not ready. They could not alter the course of the war. The Saint General maintained his composure, his voice steady as he explained. After the Great War, many Germans regarded tanks merely as novelties, indifferent to their potential. Some even mocked Guderian, claiming that such war machines were only fit for transporting flour. They only saw a single tank, not a battalion of tanks. It is only visionaries like Guderian who recognize the true worth of tanks. This has also forged your empire, my F-Rare. I shall provide you with an invincible super army and a monumental victory that will revitalize the German spirit. But this is predicated on the Aryan Supermen being able to enter battle en masse. Had I revealed this information to you prematurely, I fear you would have recklessly deployed them to their doom, leading to senseless attrition. The Saint General's forthrightness only served to elevate the F-Rare's ire. He could not tolerate being admonished by another, especially not with such an air of condescension. Enough, Saint General. The Aryan Supermen will no longer fall under your command. You are dismissed. Considering the substantial contributions made by General Saint over the years, the F-Rare endured and gestured for the other to withdraw. My F-Rare, why do you refuse to confront your own shortcomings? General Saint, with hands clasped behind his back, stood resolutely, shaking his head as he spoke. You resemble a deranged lunatic, permitting Siegfried to execute tens of thousands of Soviet prisoners. Have you not contemplated that such actions will only incite the Allies' spirit of resistance, ensuring that no one will ever surrender again? I am the one who harbors disappointment in you. You are merely a provincial fool from Ollie, fortunate to ascend to this position due to your birth in a nation characterized by Prussian rigidity and a cadre of simpletons willing to heed your nonsense. You possess the mightiest war machine in the world, yet you willingly consign it to oblivion within the abyss of your boundless arrogance. My F-Rare, I am more steadfast in my belief in a great Third Empire. I firmly assert that the Empire deserves a leader of greater talent than you to guide it. General Saint's words thoroughly incensed the F-Rare. He picked up a pencil from the carpet and, seemingly calm, remarked, Ah, General, it is disheartening to learn you perceive me in such a light. You shall never witness the Third Empire of your dreams, nor a leader more capable than I, Siegfried. Eliminate him. With the F-Rare's command, the statue-like Siegfried approached, standing before General Saint. His eyes blazed with intensity, a terrifying energy crackling like blue lightning. As you wish, Siegfried replied, then turned to face the F-Rare, radiant light emanating from his eyes. Chapter 60. Do you wish to grow stronger? 3 days later, Colonel Phillips arrived at Bletchley Park, on the outskirts of London, accompanied by the Roaring Assault Team and the remaining members of the Strategic Science Corps. This location had once served as the Allies' code-breaking center, specializing in the decryption of intercepted German radio communications. At its zenith, the staff numbered up to 6,000, including elite mathematicians from Oxford and Cambridge. However, The most renowned figure was undoubtedly Alan Turing, who led the team that cracked the Enigma code. Revered in later years as the father of computer science, he was also the originator of the Turing test. Just recently having met Turing, Luke almost mistook him for Dr. Strange or Sherlock Holmes. I just heard that the Axis powers have unearthed primitive biotechnologies from ancient civilizations. Are these savages acquainted with science? Colonel Phillips exclaimed as he entered the office, raising his voice, regarding the Soviet Army's catastrophic defeat and the Axis's Aryan superhumans. The Allies publicly explained that Berlin had concocted a set of inhumane, brutally cruel human modification techniques derived from the spear of Longinus and the knowledge left behind by ancient civilizations. This sounds far more convincing than the notion of extraterrestrial beings launching a grand invasion of Earth or the ancient Egyptian pharaohs leading their people to ultimate victory. The individuals of the World War II era, unaccustomed to the information explosion of the Internet age, had yet to cultivate the resilient nerve that the future denizens of New York City would possess, rendering them unfazed by various alien life forms and supervillains. As for the blood of Warden and the clandestine project to create super soldiers for the Allied forces, such intelligence remains classified and has yet to be disclosed. Apart from the upper echelons of the Allies, only Luke, as a participant, and Stephanie, who oversees the research directives, are privy to this information. Perhaps before we claimed dominion over this planet, there existed earlier civilizations grappling with scientific inquiries. Colonel, you ought to consult Howard. He surely possesses a satisfying answer. At that moment, Luke was engaged in conversation with Stephanie and Rogers in the office when he noticed Colonel Phillips entering and promptly approached him. He maintained an attitude of respect towards his former superior. Despite the colonel's modest rank, his extensive connections within both the Army and Navy factions were noteworthy. Luke was acutely aware of the pervasive discrimination within the American military branches. Around the 18th century, owing to the nature of domestic combat, the Army occupied the pinnacle of the discrimination hierarchy. However, as the role of the Air Force became increasingly prominent during World War II, the former subordinates began to catch up. Subsequently, the Navy surged to prominence, becoming the favored child of Congress, while the Army and Air Force gradually fell into neglect. Thus, a dichotomy emerged between the Army and Navy factions. Luke recalled the words of General Curtis LeMay, known as the Eagle of the Cold War, who stated that the Soviet Union was our adversary, while the Navy was our enemy. This illustrates the severity of factional strife within the military. Meanwhile, the National Guard, often depicted in various films as part of the regular forces, remained largely overlooked and excluded from these factions. After vanquishing the Red Skull and dismantling Hydra, Luke, through the recommendation of Colonel Phillips, had the opportunity to meet numerous military luminaries, including Dwight D. Eisenhower, George Patton, Douglas MacArthur, Chester Nimitz, and George Marshall. These figures were eager to cultivate relationships with the rising star of the Allies, a 20-year-old brigadier general, provided he did not misalign himself or act foolishly. Faced an unimaginable future, experience can be accumulated, connections can be forged, and foundational strength can be built. However, time is immutable, and the past cannot be reclaimed. Thus, for Luke, youth is not merely a disadvantage, but also a valuable asset. That fellow Howard Stark, he has been summoned to Oak Ridge to participate in a confidential initiative. Colonel Phillips shook his head and remarked, "The Allied command has entrusted you with the command of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Once again, Luke, what kind of marvel do you intend to lead us in creating? The assault on Berlin and the capture of the F-Rehr? What a misstatement. The current leader of the Third Reich is none other than General Saint." Luke half-joked, half-seriously remarked. In recent days, he and Rogers had engaged in numerous discussions on the swiftest means to conclude this war. The solution was to breach Berlin. The Allies could not afford the Third Reich any respite, once they regained their footing with Aryan supermen and commenced a surge in troops. Achieving a swift victory would become exceedingly challenging. Do you truly believe that? Colonel Phillips mused, furrowing his brow. Rather than being astonished, he began to contemplate the feasibility. He had grown accustomed to the astonishing statements emanating from Luke's lips. "This is a contingency plan," Luke declared, clearing his throat and summoning Carter, as well as Stephanie and Rogers, to gather around his desk. A group encircled the elongated table crafted from red heart mahogany, with an unfolded map and a confidential document laid before them. Following a lengthy yet necessary round of introductions, Luke spoke solemnly. "Steve, Have you not been persistently inquiring about the situation? I am about to disclose this classified information to all present. Berlin has produced Aryan supermen even more formidable than the super soldiers, utilizing advanced technology sourced from extraterrestrial beings. Thanks to Ms. Stephanie, who returned from Berlin with the blood of Woden and copies of ancient manuscripts, the Allies now possess the means to counter this threat. After deliberation, the Allied forces are also preparing to create super soldiers in response to the peril posed by the Third Reich. The cultivation of crystals and the selection of receptors are both proceeding concurrently. For a moment, the office fell into profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of their breaths. The weight of Luke's revelations was too substantial. They required time to digest. So, the war is not yet over? Rogers tightened his lips, seemingly putting his plan to find Bucky on hold. Is there anything I can do, Luke? Perhaps I may not measure up to the tank or battleship-level forces you mentioned, but I shall not shrink back as long as I can continue to fight. Truly, Captain America spoke with a resonant conviction, and even Colonel Phillips, who typically held little admiration for him, exhibited a glimmer of respect. Rogers undoubtedly possessed an innate aura of leadership. Luke silently scoffed at the thought of being unaffected, feeling immune to such sentiments. I can also join the fray, along with the Howling Commandos. They would undoubtedly be eager to return under your command, Colonel Phillips asserted, expressing that he was still capable and willing to bear arms for the Allies, contributing to their cause. Luke discreetly cast a glance, doubting whether the colonel's aging limbs could withstand the performance of a tank-level Aryan Superman, tearing a man apart. Everyone, do not rush. This is not a pre-battle mobilization. The young brigadier shook his head. The struggle between the Allies and the Third Reich had transformed into a competition of elite combat capabilities, a fierce clash. Both Stephanie and I have witnessed those Aryan supermen with our own eyes. To speak candidly, they possess immense strength, far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. Blind fervor will only lead to needless sacrifices, which is not worth it. Luke's response left both soldiers, one old and one young, feeling somewhat disheartened, particularly for Rogers. He constantly felt that he had contributed nothing to this war. The current situation bore little difference from the past. In the former Brooklyn trio, he was always the one being protected. Now it remains the same. However, Luke then shifted his tone, directing his gaze towards the downcast Rogers, and solemnly inquired, "Steve, tell me, do you wish to grow stronger?" Chapter 61. A profound exchange between two men grow stronger? Rogers was taken aback, falling into silence. As a super soldier, he possessed remarkable physique and extraordinary endurance. On the battlefield, he could face 100 foes, infiltrate enemy strongholds, and execute high-stakes missions with unparalleled prowess. In the future, after prolonged training, he could effortlessly grasp a helicopter with his bare hands and withstand the might of the Infinity Gauntlet. Ultimately, he would wield Thor's hammer, the vibranium shield, and don a legendary golden suit, capable of grappling with Thanos on equal footing. Such a formidable super soldier was truly a dominating figure of World War II. What more could he aspire to in terms of strength? Yet, reality is often cruel, with both allies and enemies possessing superhumans. Rogers found himself relegated to the role of a mere backdrop. He ought to be perceived as the strongest and bravest super soldier, without the need to contemplate becoming stronger. With Luke on the Allied side and the Aryan Supermen representing the Axis powers, Captain America, destined for greatness and to become an icon of the United States, merely fulfilled the latter's role. He received little attention from the military and had scant opportunities to showcase his abilities. Akin to a performer serving as a mere backdrop for a star on stage. Dispensable, inconsequential. As a fellow super soldier, Rogers had long since lost count of how many times he had been asked, "Why are you so different from Luke?" The queries persisted, questioning why he could not shatter a tank, breach Hydra's headquarters, or confront formidable energy weapons, while he could merely toss a shield. Gradually, this became an insurmountable dilemma for Rogers. Whenever he contemplated being compared to Luke, the spirited and vibrant Captain America would succumb to feelings of isolation. Am I truly inadequate? Rogers incessantly questioned himself. He had always been an optimistic individual, steadfast, and never willing to concede defeat. Yet, the glaring disparity evident to the public, coupled with the occasional whispers of criticism he heard, weighed heavily upon him. Often, he found himself pondering late into the night whether, as some suggested, Dr. Erskine favored Luke over him, rendering himself merely an ancillary gift. Alternatively, one might ponder whether Luke actually injected a fortified version of the second-generation serum, while he himself is merely a product of the less effective first generation. Thus, he is unable to attain the same formidable prowess as his friend and become a more powerful super soldier. A myriad of speculations and thoughts tormented the still immature Captain America, rendering him unable to find solace in sleep. Until now, Luke queried himself, do I desire to grow stronger? Indeed, Rogers nodded emphatically, his intense emotions distilled into a singular resolve. Even during his time in Brooklyn, when he was subjected to bullying, he had never yearned for strength as fervently as he did at this moment. Strength can only be attained through sacrifice. Rogers, a truth you have yet to grasp. Luke contemplated the substantial cost of cultivating the Warden blood, which could be deemed quite exorbitant. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the Berlin faction has consistently failed to successfully mass-produce Aryan Supermen. Beyond technical constraints and low success rates, there lies the issue of cost. Thus, you could become a candidate for the Allied Superman program. Luke reined in his thoughts, cleared his throat, and stated earnestly, however, I must caution you, Rogers, this serum injection is not something one can endure solely through unwavering willpower and steadfast intent. Undergoing the transformation with Warden blood is a perilous endeavor. The success rate is exceedingly low, requiring one to endure multiple mutations. 3 mutations equate to tank-level capability, while 24 mutations reach battleship level. Furthermore, Ms. Stephanie has indicated that the transformation program utilizing Warden blood could inflict significant harm on the human body, potentially shortening one's lifespan. This is a matter you must contemplate seriously. Luke solemnly warned, becoming a Superman is no trivial feat. He remained oblivious to the direction in which he would steer Captain America's fate. Regardless, without the icebound Rogers of 70 years, a new chapter of life had already begun. What lay ahead was a need for mental preparation for the unknown. I made up my mind. Rogers wore a resolute expression, fearless as ever. Once he had set a goal, he would charge forward without looking back. Very well then, let us discuss the next issue. Luke nodded, refraining from further comment. The clandestine meeting of the Strategic Scientific Reserve stretched on for 2 hours. Originally, it was supposed to conclude 50 minutes prior, but Colonel Phillips expressed his desire to share a few additional thoughts. Consequently, the discussion meandered, expanding in scope. It was only when Luke subtly reminded them that time was of the essence that the colonel reluctantly ceased his discourse, and a collective sigh of relief was heard from the others. Steve, please stay behind. Once everyone exited the office, Luke called out to the exhilarated Rogers. I wish to have a serious conversation with you. Let's start with that blonde girl from the dance. Her name was Margie, correct? How have things been between you two? Are you still in contact? Luke leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed tone. Yes, we are. Initially, everyone believed the war was nearing its conclusion. She, a Scottish lass, returned to Edinburgh ahead of time, and we occasionally exchanged letters. Rogers pulled out a chair and sat down. Scratching his head, he hesitated before speaking. But you know, Luke, I'm not particularly adept at conversation, nor can I conjure amusing anecdotes, which troubles me greatly. The first time love-stricken Captain America bore no distinction from an ordinary individual. More precisely, he might even be slightly worse off than many. After all, Luke could hardly envision the usually earnest Rogers articulating sentimental phrases with such fervor. There is no need to showcase one's humor. One need not be Howard to engage in discussions about the mundane occurrences of life, allowing that fortunate girl to feel your genuine concern. Luke chuckled softly, then spoke earnestly. Steve, we are friends. Therefore, I do not wish for my presence to impose any pressure upon you. I am aware of the circulating rumors in the military regarding super soldiers. Speculations about you and me. They have voiced some unkind remarks. However, I had previously assured you that Dr. Erskine holds you in higher regard than what others claim, that you are merely an appendage. Steve, there are qualities within you that I lack, which I do not possess. To be frank, I cannot truly consider myself a good person. Every action I take is rooted in self-interest, considerations of benefit, or personal inclination. I never extend meaningless compassion to my adversaries, nor do I offer blind sympathy to the weak. Consequently, I lack the essential traits of a hero, and I harbor no desire to embody one. Comparatively, I find myself more akin to Howard. We both relish leading others, occupying a higher vantage point, being the decision-makers. Luke gazed intently at Rogers, unmasking his true nature, just as he had never concealed his abilities during training at the Caspian camp. If the future of this world is destined to be an era of superheroes, he would prefer to be a protector, a controller, a custodian, rather than donning that suit of armor and the red cape to busy himself with returning kittens to their owners and rescuing downed planes or distressed vessels. In essence, Luke had no intention of treating the superhero vocation as a career. He did not wish to witness Captain America risking everything to join the Super Soldier Initiative in a bid to keep pace with him. Upon hearing all this, Roger's smile faded, and he fell into silence. After a prolonged moment, his voice hoarse, he admitted, "I must concede, you have indeed placed considerable pressure upon me, Luke. Despite our friendship, I occasionally find myself envious of you. What I yearn for is not the accolades you have received, nor the adoration of others, but rather your unwavering ability to rush to the aid of those in need. Back in Brooklyn, Bucky was often cornered by thugs, and I found myself unable to assist him, becoming a burden instead. Since I met you, everything has changed. You always find a way to handle various troubles, street thugs, illicit liquor dealers, enforcers of the underworld. Over time, both Bucky and I have grown accustomed to seeking you out whenever a problem arises. I must admit, there was a fleeting thought of pursuing you, Luke. However, that notion quickly dissipated, for no matter how exceptional or powerful you may be, you remain my friend. Who would harbor jealousy towards the accomplishments of a friend? A smile graced Roger's lips as he gazed at the serene Luke, sincerely expressing, "I yearn to grow stronger, simply to possess the power to assist. At least when you need me, I can step forward, ensuring you do not have to fight alone." A brief silence enveloped the office, followed shortly by a burst of hearty laughter. Chapter 62. The joyous experience of initial mutation a week later. The first batch of subjects who underwent transformation through Woden's blood was prepared. In total, 321 individuals exhibited a reaction between their blood and the crimson crystal, qualifying them as candidates for the Allied Superhuman Program. They are now settled in a camp on the outskirts of London, awaiting preliminary trials. It must be said that when the machinery of the state is set in motion, tasks are accomplished with remarkable efficiency. From selecting suitable candidates to identifying qualified subjects, the speed is astonishing. General Cavill, the next step is the transformation process. However, I still advise you and the Allied High Command to temper your expectations. Came the cautious words. At Blackley Manor, Luke and Stephanie strolled along a tree-lined path. Not long ago, news arrived from the Allies that the general responsible for the Aryan Superhuman Program had inexplicably defected, delivering a treacherous blow to the ambitious leader who was poised for grand endeavors. This unexpected upheaval plunged Berlin into temporary chaos. The ensuing power struggles and purges further hindered the advancement of the Third Reich, preventing the newly created Aryan superhumans from immediately capitalizing on their advantage. Naturally, the Allies welcomed this development, eager to gain time, ideally until their own superhuman forces could be mass-produced. Thus, it is understandable that the two factions maintain a delicate balance, akin to a race up the technological tree, striving to minimize cool-down times for troop deployment. Creating a tank-level soldier requires a minimum of 2 weeks for transformation and several weeks of rigorous training before they can officially serve and step on a battlefield, Stephanie elucidated. Woden's blood differs from serum. Enduring the injection does not guarantee the emergence of a super soldier. It entails a transformative process with dramatic changes occurring in the skin, muscle fibers, cells, and more. Luke nodded in understanding. He was not like the Allied High Command, who were eager to witness immediate results. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. Berlin had taken years of research to produce just 3 battleship-level subjects. How quickly could the Allies possibly advance? Regarding the cultivation of the Warden's blood and the ongoing research, I have sought out Dr. Arnim Zola, formerly the chief scientist of Hydra. He possesses a wealth of experience not only in the design of potent energy weaponry, but also in biological sciences. As the leader of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Luke wields considerable authority and has access to a plethora of resources. Summoning the incarcerated Dr. Zola to join our ranks is but a trivial matter. Do you not trust us? Stephanie raised an eyebrow, noting that Luke had already embedded numerous operatives within the Allied Super Soldier Program, including Steve Rogers as one of the initial recipients. Additionally, Peggy Carter, who is responsible for deciphering ancient texts, is ostensibly British, yet seems to lean towards the American side. Now, with the addition of Dr. Zola, this marks a return for the effort to rescue you, Ms. Stephanie. The Prime Minister has promised that the technology related to the enhancement of Warden's blood and pertinent information will be shared in collaboration with the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Luke displayed an air of nonchalance. He was not one to perform altruistic deeds without expectation of recompense. Well, I am merely a researcher and have no sway over such matters, Stephanie replied, shaking her head and choosing not to pursue the topic further. In truth, she was not particularly invested in national interests. Winning against the Axis powers and bringing an end to the World War was what truly mattered to her. Brigadier Cavill, your friend Steve Rogers has chosen to join the Allied Super Soldier program, the female spy remarked, her eyes sparkling as she flashed her signature, alluring smile. He is a super soldier, inherently exceptional. Based on my experience, Rogers may have the potential to endure the 24 mutations and ascend to battleship status. Are you not the least bit tempted? With your esteemed capabilities, participating in human enhancement would only make you stronger. Perhaps you could even surpass battleship status, evolving into a more perfected being. Luke shook his head, declining Stephanie's rather enticing proposition. I have no desire to become a Superman, for I already am one. Even if I were to utilize Warden's blood to enhance myself, that would only transpire after Dr. Zola conducts his research and confirms its safety. In the realm of superheroes, the impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent lean on technology. Yet Luke, he thrives on his own unique advantages. 2 days later, at a camp on the outskirts of London, Rogers sat bare-chested in a high-backed chair, clad only in shorts. His hands and feet were tightly bound, restricting his mobility. This will be quite painful, Captain Rogers. Furthermore, as this is your first time, considering the potential consequences of failure, you may opt to withdraw. Stephanie, donned in a lab coat, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. I can endure it. Let us proceed. Rogers inhaled deeply, signaling his readiness. Their ambiguous exchange imbued the atmosphere with an odd tension, as if they were on the brink of engaging in some inappropriate adult game. Steve, do not let me down. I am eagerly awaiting our joint endeavor to store Berlin. Luke deliberately disregarded the preceding risk of banter, standing aside to offer encouragement. Ich shall do mein utmost. If I should falter, Luke, please look after Margaret for me, and remind her not to grieve too deeply, but rather to seek a better man. Rogers, perhaps foreseeing his own potential demise, had preemptively prepared his last words. In truth, I have resolved that once the war concludes, I shall return to Brooklyn. Silence. I have heard nothing. Such matters are best left for you to resolve. Luke hastily interrupted the American hero, who was teetering on the brink of despair. The notion of returning home to marry and retire after completing his final task, coupled with the impending arrival of his child, were sentiments that, once uttered, practically sealed one's fate. Despite Captain America being the chosen one of his era, who could predict whether Luke's arrival might prove as momentous as the flutter of a butterfly's wings? What if he inadvertently extinguished Rogers' flame? He feared that the supreme sorcerer, far away in Camartage, might conjure a circle to summon him for a heart-to-heart. Well, you are indeed heartless, Luke, Rogers replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. Gentlemen, are we finished? It is time for me to commence. The quietly observant Stephanie donned a pair of rubber gloves and retrieved a grain of Woden's blood from the glass vessel. Good luck, Captain Rogers. With that, she pressed the crimson crystalline fragment, known as Woden's blood, against Captain America's forehead. It seared like a scalding iron, roasting the surface of Rogers' skin, accompanied by a persistent hissing sound and wisps of smoke. A cry of anguish involuntarily escaped his lips. Rogers' eyes widened in horror as the Woden's blood slowly melted and seeped into his being. He felt his skin and cells enveloped in molten heat, emanating an astonishing warmth. Colonel Cavill, you must restrain him. As Rogers began to break free from his bindings, Stephanie's gaze darted to Luke. To subdue a super soldier, such minimal precautions were insufficient. Steve, hold on. If you cannot resist this pain, you might as well embrace it. Luke consoled Rogers while moving closer, extending his hands to press the muscular body, convulsing as if undergoing electric therapy, back into the high-back chair. Fortunately, the chair was reinforced, thickened, and constructed of metal. Otherwise, it might not withstand Rogers' violent struggles. This is merely the initial transformation, Stephanie sighed. During her time in Berlin, She had witnessed individuals unable to endure the excruciating pain transcending human limits, resorting to biting off their tongues, ramming their heads against walls, or even pleading for researchers to end their lives. I believe Steve will endure. Luke exerted his strength, firmly securing Rogers to the chair. The extraterrestrial beings, known as the Brood, aimed to create war machines rather than to take lives. The success rate of the transformation using Vorden's blood was indeed quite low. However, Captain America was a man of remarkable fortune, having endured the serum injection without a hint of adverse effects. In contrast to the visage of the Red Skull, one could only reflect upon the diminutive figure from Brooklyn, who magnificently transformed into the embodiment of American might. It is said that the disparities among humans can, at times, be greater than those between man and dog. One can only hope so. Stephanie remained non-committal, believing that Rogers possessed the potential of a battleship, contingent upon his ability to withstand the agony of transformation. Chapter 63. The unbearable pain of Captain America. By the time Rogers had endured the initial transformation, night had fallen. Luke lifted the tent flap of the camp and entered with a bowl of porridge generously infused with glucose. "You're awake?" The transformation was a success. Upon regaining consciousness, the first words Rogers heard were those. Struggling to rise from the reinforced high-back chair, he rubbed his hands, which bore the marks of restraint, while attempting to loosen his stiff limbs. "Are you certain it worked?" "I feel no change whatsoever." Clad only in a pair of shorts, Rogers expressed his confusion. Previously, when he had received the serum injection, he had undergone a striking transformation from small stature to that of a muscular titan, a change that was both profound and immediately apparent. Yet, in this agonizing initial metamorphosis, he sensed no evident impact on himself. Stephanie remarked, "If you're still alive, it signifies the transformation was successful." Luke shrugged, handing the bowl of porridge to Rogers, and with a hint of mischief, added, "Your diet for the next few days will consist solely of nutrient liquids and glucose. Do savor this time." "And what about you?" Rogers inquired, spooning the rather unpalatable porridge. Looking at Luke, who smacked his lips, he replied, "Cheesesteak and roasted chicken." I declined Stephanie's invitation to indulge in British cuisine and opted for a reasonably fine restaurant to dine with Carter. Holding the bowl of porridge, Rogers felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He was no vegetarian and had little interest in the bland, glucose-laden concoction before him. "Am I not allowed to eat meat?" Captain America earnestly posed his request. "How can I compensate for my daily energy expenditure with just this?" Luke shook his head and explained, "A few bags of nutrient liquids will be provided later. In approximately 3 hours, you will undergo another transformation. She fears you may regurgitate whatever food is in your stomach. Should you wish to attempt other foods, I recommend a renowned British dish. Gazing upon the stars while savoring, it will make you regard the glucose porridge as a culinary delight." Upon hearing Luke's words, visions of fish eyes, wide open in death, immediately surfaced in Roger's mind. He quickly shook his head, rejecting the seemingly well-intentioned suggestion. Was that thing truly meant for human consumption, rather than some grotesque artistic creation? Rogers downed the bowl of porridge in a few gulps, and then inquired, "May I take a bath?" The excruciating agony of his initial transformation had caused him to sweat profusely, nearly crystallizing into salt. This should pose no issue. Stephanie had merely advised against engaging in strenuous exercise or consuming excessive food. Luke chuckled softly, finding a certain amusement in the notion of Captain America being treated as a test subject. In reality, there was little distinction between him and his usual self. The transformation from Vorden blood would require at least 3 mutations to become apparent. Rogers grasped this concept only partially, as neither he nor Luke were particularly academically inclined. The former lacked the aptitude for study, while the latter increasingly preferred action over contemplation. Luke mused silently. "By the way, is the transformation program proceeding smoothly?" Rogers called out loudly as he dashed outside the tent for a shower. Recognized by Stephanie for his battleship-level potential, he had been afforded a private tent, separate from the other soldiers. The initial mutation had eliminated 141 individuals. Luke disclosed a specific figure with a sigh. Nearly half had suffered rejection reactions and perished. The remaining ones endured unbearable pain, resorting to self-mutilation. In short, the outlook was grim. This outcome shattered the Allies' High Command's optimistic belief in the Vorden blood as a crucial technology with vast potential for widespread application. The exceedingly low success rate coupled with the costs of cultivating the red crystals, rendered the endeavor less than viable. It is worth noting that even tank-level soldiers could not withstand a single shot from a bazooka or the precision strike of a sniper. Only the production of battleship-level soldiers could yield substantial returns. This was akin to drawing 10 times in a lottery. The blue skies and white clouds represented losses, while a flicker of purple or the appearance of golden light signified breaking even. The military would not be satisfied with tank-level soldiers. Only battleship-level ones would suffice. However, the odds of achieving the latter were dismally low, enough to instill despair in even the luckiest of individuals. There remained 2 more mutations ahead. Should they succeed, there would be hope for becoming tank-level soldiers. Luke sat in the tent and calculated that if 20 subjects survived the 3 mutations, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, considering they were all Europeans, a miracle might indeed occur. As for Rogers, if he successfully endured 24 mutations, he would emerge as a rare card shimmering with golden light. Therefore, Rogers, you must strive to persevere, Luke remarked with a hint of sarcasm. For it was not he who would endure the suffering. Dr. Zola had already been assigned to the project researching Vorten blood. Any necessary transformations would occur at a later stage. 3 hours later, Rogers underwent his second mutation. This time, Stephanie adjusted the dosage of the Warden's blood, executing a remarkable super doubling that nearly led to Captain America's demise. Luke gazed at Rogers, whose skin was reddened and veins protruding, and couldn't help but reflect. The impoverished rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology. Perhaps possessing inherent advantages is the most reliable approach. During this moment of mental wandering, he reviewed the myriad heroes of the Marvel Universe, concluding that Superman from the adjacent set was the most laid back, needing only to bask in the sun without any additional responsibilities. When faced with puzzling dilemmas, he would delegate to Batman. For matters involving combat, Wonder Woman would take charge. And in crises requiring sacrifice, the Flash would be dispatched. Indeed, leading seemed to be the most effortless role, Luke mused lightheartedly. The second mutation took over 2 hours, and when the process concluded, Rogers appeared as if he had emerged from water, leaning against the high-backed chair, his muscular chest heaving rhythmically, a rather striking sight. "Are you all right?" Luke inquired, having stayed awake throughout the night. For him, the rest provided by sleep was largely inconsequential. He could easily go weeks without slumber if he chose to. "Thinking about the 22 remaining mutations makes me want to bang my head against the wall," Rogers replied weakly, his expression one of utter despondency. The medical field categorizes pain into numerous levels, with the lowest akin to a mosquito bite, barely perceptible. It is said that the highest level resembles the agony of childbirth. Utterly unbearable. For Captain America, the suffering he endured might surpass even that. Even without strict comparisons, the thought of enduring 24 such transformations was enough to make one's scalp tingle. "I feel as though I am on the verge of exhaustion," Rogers rasped, glancing at Luke. "How many are left?" 82, Luke said, serving him a bowl of glucose porridge with a sympathetic glance. Outside the tent, dawn was breaking on the horizon. By the end of the night, only 82 had survived the Warden's blood transformation, and these were the qualifying subjects. The challenge of mass production was immense, Luke mused, shaking his head. Considering this, it was indeed fortunate that Berlin could issue 3 battleship-level rare cards at once. One wondered if the Allied forces, aside from Rogers, could produce other battleship-level individuals. Being Europeans, it seemed unreasonable for their luck to be so poor. "Brigadier Cavill, I have bad news." Just as Luke's thoughts were in turmoil, Stephanie rushed in, clad in a white lab coat. "Berlin has launched an attack. All 3 battleship-level units have been deployed." Chapter 64, The Hydra of Reincarnation. 2 days prior, in Berlin, within the underground research facilities operations room, General Saint stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the battlefield map hung on the wall, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. After Siegfried dealt with that arrogant and blind Führer, he ascended as the new leader of the Third Reich. Although the process was fraught with difficulties and met with considerable opposition, for the Austrian with the little mustache had, if nothing else, quite the knack for brainwashing, garnering a loyal following of mindless adherents. A group of dim-witted individuals, incapable of independent thought, could hardly perceive the future of the empire. The Saint General smirked. "Fortunately, you stand by my side, Guderian, which spares me from isolation." Turning towards the stern man manipulating the military sand table, he regarded Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, nicknamed the Eagle of the Empire, a distinguished commander on par with Manstein and Rommel. It was this man who helped the Saint General stabilize the situation, preventing the vast empire from disintegrating. I once cautioned him that it was foolish to assault the well-fortified Kursk with armored troops, Guderian remarked impassively. But the Führer always preferred to act according to his whims. He possessed no strategic foresight and lacked an understanding of military command. His talents in this realm were even inferior to those in artistic painting. The Saint General nodded in agreement, once naively believing that the Führer could steer the Third Reich towards a brighter future. Alas, reality proved that the Austrian provincial was incapable of such leadership. We all aspired to forge a mightier, more exceptional empire. Now, the opportunity has presented itself, the Saint General declared eagerly. He viewed Guderian as an ally, aware that the esteemed general harbored discord with the Führer, a widely recognized fact. Guderian had openly defied the commands of the highest leader of the Third Reich, refusing to execute Soviet prisoners of war and unwilling to act as an executioner of civilians. Even during the Battle of Moscow, he made the contentious decision to retreat, prioritizing the preservation of his troop strength and lives, despite directives from Berlin. This insubordination incited the Führer's wrath, leading to Guderian's dismissal and relegation to the reserves. Ironically, following the catastrophic defeat at Stalingrad, that conceited Führer was compelled to reinstate him. The Third Reich could not afford to be without Guderian, nor could anyone replace him, a consensus shared by many. After all, with Manstein dismissed and Rommel having taken his own life, there were no better alternatives left. What, in your opinion, Guderian, should we do next? The Saint General inquired humbly. Despite being a graduate of the officer school himself, he recognized that in terms of strategic insight and command capabilities, he fell short compared to the serious man before him. The Empire is in disarray, and reversing our disadvantages is exceedingly difficult. However, fortunately, you have produced 3 battleship-class Aryan supermen. Guderian pondered earnestly, his voice low. Thus far, they are invincible weapons. Therefore, I propose that we center our strategy around 3 battleship-class vessels and initiate 3 coordinated assaults. We can form 3 task forces, each led by Siegmund, and Siegfried respectively. The general listened intently, having long contemplated the expansion of the strategic advantages of the Third Reich. However, his ambitions have been stymied by the conservative faction and the Führer's loyalists, granting the Allies an opportunity to advance. Dispatch Siegmund to the northwest to launch an offensive along the coastline towards Belgium. As you know, Model's pocket in the Ruhr region has recently been breached, with many German soldiers imprisoned in nearby concentration camps. Once we liberate them, we can continue our advance and aim to obliterate the supply lines of the Western Allies in Belgium. Guderian traced lines on the map, speaking with calm wisdom. Next, we shall send Siegmund to the east. We must not allow the Soviet forces any opportunity to regroup. They are a resilient adversary, a grave threat to the empire. Simultaneously, we must direct Siegfried to execute precise strikes on the oil fields in Romania and Ploiești, reclaiming key industrial zones and, most critically, the fuel reserves. This strategy would stabilize the empire from the brink of collapse, while the Western Allies will be temporarily incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. If we can secure even a brief respite, we can gradually consolidate our position and rectify the situation. The general valued Guderian's input highly. He instructed him to meticulously draft a combat plan before concluding their discussion. Baron, what is your perspective? He inquired as Guderian departed the operations room. A sinister man, wearing a monocle, slowly emerged. Guderian's ideas are commendable, yet he overlooks a critical point, he remarked with a sardonic smile. The Allies have also acquired the blood of Woden. It will not be long before they master the biotechnologies necessary for creating Aryan superhumans. It is the Empire that cannot afford to delay. We must strike first, eliminate the enemy, and extinguish the threat in its infancy to secure our survival. The general remained silent, refraining from immediate response. He was merely a scientist, lacking the experience of an imperial leader. Even with 3 battleship-class Aryan superhumans at his command, exerting complete control over a nation through sheer force remained a formidable challenge. The conservative military faction, loyalists to the Führer, and party members would not tolerate a figure who seldom ventured onto the battlefield, hiding in laboratories, assuming the mantle of leadership. Moreover, political maneuvering and empty promises were not the general's forte. Thus, to stabilize the situation, he first reached out to Guderian, intending to cultivate this esteemed German general as his initial ally. Yet, this alone would not suffice. The involvement of political power was essential to bring lasting tranquility to Berlin. Consequently, the general turned his thoughts to the Hydra. With the demise of the Red Skull and the fall of the headquarters, one would presume that this vast organization would subsequently collapse. However, the outcomes often defy the expectations of the majority. Although the Red Skull's influence was eradicated, other factions seized a substantial portion of the resources, leaving the strategic scientific reserve as merely a hollow shell. This remarkably resilient organization not only evaded decline, but instead flourished. General Saint, I must remind you, the sinister man said as he drew out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. We have cleared the obstacles for you, imprisoning all those dissenters. Guderian could not persuade the stubborn traditionalists, nor could he command the army to heed your orders. All of this is attributed to Hydra's prowess. Tell me, General, how much of the Woden blood remains? I recall that spy, whose true name was Stephanie, detonated a production facility before her escape, resulting in numerous casualties among your researchers and halting progress on the decryption of that ancient manuscript. Your time is limited. Without Hydra's assistance, the Third Reich would inevitably be dismantled by the Allies. Each word from the sinister man pierced General Saint's heart like a dagger. Though he maintained a stern expression, his demeanor softened from its previous rigidity as he calmly inquired, Then, Baron Strack, please enlighten me. What is the price? Let the banners of Hydra wave throughout the Third Reich. The sinister man replied with a smile. Moreover, create for us an Aryan Superman. If you accomplish these tasks, you shall become an ally of Hydra, and we shall ensure your grip on power remains unshaken. A flicker of caution ignited in General Saint's eyes. The technology related to the Woden blood was his sole bargaining chip, one that he could not afford to relinquish lightly. Do not fret, General. I have no designs on the Brood's transformation technology. I merely seek a Superman, the sinister man reassured, clapping his hands. From the adjoining chamber emerged a tall figure clad in a mask. This is my latest masterpiece. Possessing unwavering will and a robust physique, he is, above all, utterly loyal to the Empire and Hydra. The hollow gaze of the tall man met that of the sinister man, and upon receiving the command, he immediately raised his arms, proclaiming, "Long live Hydra." Look at how obedient a weapon he is, Baron Strack remarked with a satisfied smile, observing the tall man as one would a tame pet. This specimen had been a rare find, meticulously trained into an emotionless killing machine through Hydra's unique brainwashing techniques. Baron Strack had also equipped the tall man with a secret weapon, and combined with the enhancements of the Aryan Superman, he was destined to become an unprecedentedly powerful warrior. General Saint glanced over, but quickly averted his gaze, snorting disdainfully. Surviving the mutation process of the Woden blood is no simple feat if he can produce 3 battleship-class warriors. That would be an unexpected triumph. Regarding the eligible test subjects for the blood of Woden, there exists no definitive standard. Men, women, robust, frail, blonde, brunette, these variables abound with uncertainty. Thus, there is no need for your concern. To return to the matter at hand, I find Guderian's plan quite commendable. However, he lacks certain essential insights regarding this conflict. Baron Strack's gaze sharpened, his tone turning grave as he intoned. The true threat to the Empire lies not with the Allies, but with that Superman who has conquered Italy, vanquished the Red Skull, and exacerbated the situation. General, he is the grave peril we must urgently eliminate. The Superman of the Allies? The Saint General's brow, once relaxed, now furrowed with disbelief. He deemed Baron Strack's assertions overly exaggerated. It seemed implausible that a single individual could pose a threat to the Third Reich. I command 3 battleships, the Saint General began, but was swiftly interrupted by the Baron, whose countenance grew dark. Trust in the judgment of the Hydra. Baron Strack insisted with measured patience, perceiving the Saint General's attitude as akin to that of the recently dispatched F. Herrera, dismissive of that which he did not comprehend. General, let us step back in time. When did the Axis powers manifest their obvious disadvantage? Was it during the defeats in North Africa, with over 2 million allies landing at Normandy? Or was it the catastrophic losses on the Eastern Front? Baron Strack narrowed his eyes. Having accepted a portion of Hydra's resources and orchestrated a review of the entire World War II landscape. This leader of the Hydra is a scion of the Junker aristocracy, a quintessential product of Prussia. In German, Junker refers to the son of a landowner or a minor lord, originally indicating noble offspring without knightly titles, later broadly denoting Prussian nobility and land. Unlike traditional classes, Junkers regarded military service as the highest mission and proud tradition for their male lineage. The main characteristic is primogeniture, wherein titles and lands are inherited solely by the eldest son. Other siblings must strive for military distinction to attain nobility, diligently honing various martial skills to achieve commendable feats. Germany's audacious initiation of the Second World War, merely 2 decades after the conclusion of the First, is intricately linked to the existence of the Junker Officer Corps. These individuals were well-educated, highly skilled young elites, imbued with a martial spirit. At the zenith of militarism, 1 in every 28 adult Germans was a soldier. In comparison, contemporary military powers had 1 soldier for every 70 Frenchmen, 80 Britons, and 130 Russians, the latter often hailed as a warrior nation. Thus, it is evident that Germany's repeated provocations of world-spanning conflicts, driven by aspirations for continental supremacy, were not the result of baseless arrogance. However, Strack is an anomaly. As a Junker noble, he voluntarily joined the SS, becoming a trusted confidant of the F-Heer. Most Prussian officers were not staunch supporters of the F-Heer. They held the secret police, the Gestapo, in disdain, perceiving them as lapdogs under the yoke of tyranny, undermining the dignity of soldiers. Yet Strack was utterly indifferent to the honor of the military and the codes of nobility. He held a profound admiration for power, subscribing to the extreme theory that Aryans represented a perfect race. Thus, he eagerly embraced the Third Reich, emerging as a leader of one of the Hydra's factions. Allow me to elucidate how the Third Reich met its demise, General. Even in the face of the Allies' fierce offensive, bolstered by the Red Skull's energy weapons and the Valkyrie missiles, the situation had not yet reached its nadir. The Baron Strack, a man of professional military expertise, stroked his gleaming bald head and remarked gravely, "The first domino fell with the fall of Rome. Those Italians were indeed foolish allies, only serving to hinder progress. But they were not entirely without merit. The Italian defeat propelled the legendary exploits of the Allied forces into the global consciousness, inspiring frontline soldiers and illuminating the prospect of victory for many. The second domino was the Klausenberg base. For the first time, Hydra encountered such a catastrophic defeat, forcing even the Red Skull to retreat in disarray, inadvertently divulging the Valkyrie project. Prior to this, the Allies had been utterly demoralized in the face of our colossal tanks and energy weapons, but Luke Cavill altered that narrative. The utter failure of the Red Skull and the destruction of Hydra-S headquarters demonstrated that the Allied Superman possessed sufficient strength to influence the tides of war. The Third Reich was perpetually under the impression that the Allies were exaggerating realities, overhyping their successes to embolden their frontline soldiers. Yet the truth was otherwise. General, reflect carefully when you dispatched the tank-class Julian to pursue the defecting female spy who intervened and cost you a loyal soldier. The Saint General fell into contemplation, struggling to accept that the Allied Superman could pose a threat to the Third Reich. Much like any inventor of a new weapon would believe their creation to be unparalleled and invincible, the Saint General was similarly unwavering in his conviction that the formidable power possessed by the Aryan Superman was currently insurmountable by any creature. For this ironclad truth had been validated by the hundreds of thousands of defeated Soviet troops. Rifles, artillery, tanks, bombers, conventional human weapons could not inflict harm upon a battleship-class entity. Even armaments of considerable might, such as naval guns, could not guarantee accuracy, unless a new weapon were to emerge, characterized by an extensive coverage area and an extremely rapid shockwave propagation. A battleship class would remain, as the term implies, swiftly mobile, highly maneuverable. Sentient beings capable of independent thought and situational judgment. My lord, even if all you say holds true, that young brigadier from the Allies poses the greatest threat to the Empire. He is but a solitary individual. After a brief silence, General Saint discreetly elevated Luke's danger level by 2 notches. Nonetheless, he remained unconvinced by Baron Strack, retaining unwavering confidence in the 3 battleship-class units. This is the crux of the matter. The Allies possess but 1 superhuman, while we boast 3. Moreover, there are hundreds of tank-class units at our disposal. Baron Strack suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Thus, we have the opportunity to eliminate this threat before it burgeons." "You mean," General Saint responded, his brow furrowing deeper, "to devise a trap and ambush the Ally superhuman?" "Precisely. We must strive to eliminate Luke Cavil before the Allies can produce any additional superhumans. Then, with unrelenting vigor, deploy the 3 battleship-class units to London and launch a surprise assault on the Allies' headquarters. What the Allies superhuman can achieve, we too can accomplish. We shall seize London, storm New York, and consign all dissenters and resistors to the abyss." Baron Strack was beside himself with excitement, seemingly envisioning the prospect of victory. At that moment, no one shall impede the Empire's advance. However, Guderian had stated that the battleship-class units were crucial strategic assets and must not incur any losses. General Saint hesitated. After all, he was neither a politician nor a military leader, often sequestered in laboratories, engrossed in various tedious and monotonous scholarly texts. It was only upon ascending to the F-Rare's position that he felt acutely aware of his inadequacies. Fortunately, he was adept at heeding counsel and did not possess the arrogance of his predecessor. Yet, whether from Guderian or Baron Strack, their arguments seemed to bear merit. "You misunderstand my intent. The Empire's operational strategy will certainly adhere to Guderian's plan, but we may make slight adjustments in the details." A glimmer passed through Baron Strack's eyes as he smiled and said, "General, all of this is for the Empire. Allow me to contemplate this further." General Saint gazed at the map on the wall, observing the steadily diminishing territory of the Empire, his resolve wavering. Chapter 66. Time is running out for the Allies at a camp on the outskirts of London. A group of burly men, capable of bearing horses upon their shoulders and standing upon their arms, were engaged in wrestling practice. A fervent philosophical atmosphere permeated the air. Luke, accompanied by Dr. Zola, stood atop a nearby hill. The soldiers who had undergone successful transformations displayed striking physical changes, their heights and physiques having undergone remarkable enhancements. Observing the imposing figures, each averaging 2 meters tall, clad in white short-sleeved shirts, their bulging muscles delineated through evident contours, Luke felt a pang of concern that their overly developed musculature might tear their garments, leading to an unexpected display of shredded attire. This was 1 week following the initiation of the Allied Superhuman Program. Of the initial cohort of over 300 subjects, only 26 managed to endure the 3 rounds of mutations successfully. As for the transformation into battleship-class units, only Captain America had accomplished the feat after 24 mutations. In the words of Stephanie, Captain Rogers is the most astonishing specimen of willpower I have ever encountered. However, after enduring the agonizing transformations of multiple mutations, they still have not met the requirements to engage in combat. Just yesterday, an overzealous soldier, feeling invincible, attempted to lift a jeep parked at the camp. Before he could accomplish this feat, his skin ruptured, bones shattered, and he was mercilessly crushed into a pulp beneath the vehicle. Stephanie elaborated on this unfortunate incident, explaining that these soldiers are akin to an aircraft only partially constructed. Forcing them to take flight prematurely would result in catastrophic failure. A period of training and adaptation is essential before they can evolve into true tank-level or battleship-level soldiers. Dr. Zola, you have been involved in the research of the blood of Woden for some time now. How well do you understand the composition of the red crystals and the principles behind human augmentation? Luke gazed into the distance, his thoughts adrift. News had already arrived from the Allied command that 3 battleship-level units were deployed from Berlin, each leading a contingent to form a combat group. At present, no one on the battlefield can thwart their advance. According to intelligence from the Strategic Scientific Corps, the Sigmund Combat Group is making headway into the Eastern Front. Although the Soviet troops initially held their ground tenaciously, they were forced to retreat due to severe losses in both personnel and armaments. The Siegfried Combat Group has reclaimed Preußt, ensuring the Third Reich's oil supply, which has provided a glimmer of hope for the seemingly faltering Axis powers. The Ziegler Combat Group is active in Free France, penetrating the Allied defensive lines under the command of Aryan superhumans, advancing relentlessly towards Paris. 2 days ago, de Gaulle delivered a public address over the airwaves. asserting the need to resist unyieldingly and vowing to liberate France. While the official rhetoric suggests optimism, the situation for the Allies remains grim, as they find themselves in a state of continuous retreat on the battlefield. Luke surmised that it would not be long before the Allies sought his assistance. After all, empty proclamations carry less weight than tangible actions. Should the battleship-level forces from Berlin continue their relentless advance unimpeded, London might as well raise the white flag and surrender. Your Excellency, the composition of these red crystals is rather peculiar and cannot be fully analyzed at this moment. While the synthesis process is straightforward, the yield is low, and the cultivation period is approximately 6 months. Dr. Zola reported with utmost respect, resembling and in turn presenting findings to a superior. It has the capacity to stimulate human cells and catalyze growth. However, due to the direct and aggressive nature of the process, it induces a certain degree of painful reactions in the subjects. For you, Your Excellency, the effects of the blood of Woden are virtually negligible. If a common person is akin to a bowl, a super soldier like Captain Rogers resembles a barrel, then you are the vast ocean. The first two can expand their capacity to hold water through external forces, while you do not require such means at all. Luke readily accepted Dr. Zola's flattery, perceiving that this chief scientist of Hydra possessed the potential to be among the top 10 employees. With an eloquent manner and high efficiency, he was a talent worth cultivating. However, Brigadier General, I have made other discoveries. Dr. Zola glanced up, noting Luke's calm demeanor, which betrayed no specific emotion. It seemed that mere flattery and praise could hardly sway the young brigadier, demonstrating one's abilities was essential. Thus, Dr. Zola continued, after deciphering the ancient manuscript brought by Ms. Stephanie and referencing the 3 battleship-class vessels from Berlin, I have conceived an audacious hypothesis. Perhaps the true purpose of the blood of Woden is not to enhance the human body, but rather to transform cells, creating a more efficient means of energy storage. This would explain how the Aryan supermen from Berlin can unleash devastating energy attacks directly through their eyes. However, due to the low energy conversion rate within the cells, their absorption cannot keep pace with output. Even battleship-class beings can only sustain 8 hours of combat. Luke nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Dr. Zola's idea was intriguing, possibly the closest to the correct answer. If I were to ask you to refine this concept slightly, focusing on enhancing the energy conversion rate of the cells rather than the enhancement of the human body, would you be able to do so? Luke inquired gently. He had long wished to explore the development of the superhuman's heat vision ability, and the blood of Woden was perfectly suited for this purpose. There is no need to merely bask in the sun quietly. Sometimes, leveraging external forces could be an excellent approach. Dr. Zola pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. With the aid of the ancient manuscript, fulfilling Luke's request would not pose a challenge. However, Brigadier General, the chief scientist of Hydra hesitated slightly, cautioning, the blood of Woden has side effects when it stimulates the human body. It shortens the lifespan, and the more one utilizes the ability, the greater the consumption. The ancient brood species developed the modification technology of Woden's blood solely to produce war machines. They never intended to create a new, perfect superhuman race. Therefore, inherent flaws are to be expected. Do not concern yourself with these matters, Dr. Zola. Luke responded without any apparent reaction. Although he was unaware of the natural lifespan of Kryptonians, he assumed it was not significantly shorter than that of the Asgardians, who could live for over 1,000 years. For humans, a few decades might constitute a considerable portion of their lives. Yet, from the perspective of other races, this could merely represent a brief sojourn. If Kryptonians were inclined to endure, they might very well witness the explosion of Earth. A fleeting thought crossed Luke's mind. However, considering the planet beneath his feet, which was likely the eternal heart of one of the 5 deities, an explosion seemed rather implausible. Rogers, that obstinate fellow, had accepted the transformation of Woden's blood, thereby shortening his lifespan, which, in Luke's view, posed little concern. Yet for Captain America, a man of ordinary humanity, the situation appeared decidedly grim. Prior to his involvement in this initiative, Luke had specifically cautioned Rogers. Regrettably, the latter chose not to retreat. I wish to see results swiftly, Luke remarked, suppressing his distractions. Time was of the essence for both the Allies and himself. Chapter 67. This is merely basic procedure at the Bletchley Manor, the temporary headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Carter, clad in civilian military attire, clutched 2 telegrams in her hand, her flat shoes echoing softly against the staircase. Upon pushing the door open, she heard Luke's languid voice. "Let me guess, the Allies wish for me to lead a mission to Paris to thwart Ziegler's advance?" I recall just 2 days ago, the Prime Minister spoke with such nonchalance, asserting that the Allies could manage for the time being and advised us not to feel undue pressure. The leader of the Strategic Scientific Reserve was seated by the window, his long legs perched on the sill, the chair wobbling slightly as he maintained his balance. The afternoon sun streamed in, casting a warm glow upon him, rendering the entire scene reminiscent of a languorous soak in a heated pool, inducing a sense of drowsiness. I was speaking downstairs, and you could hear me? Carter tucked away one of the telegrams, for its content had been entirely discerned by Luke. The Allies could no longer endure and had resolved to dispatch their own superhuman to confront the Germans. No one had anticipated that the Third Reich would initiate an offensive so soon after the truce. General Saint was managing the chaos and stabilizing the situation at a pace that took the Allied high command by surprise. And what of the other telegram? The female agent clasped her hands behind her back, seemingly guarding against Luke's prying eyes. A commendation from the president. After all, the Allies' sole recent victory was achieved through my resolution of the armored soldiers in Berlin. Had I not remained in London, the president would have surely been eager to bestow upon me the rank of Major General. Luke spoke with his eyes closed. The Allies were in urgent need of a victory to uplift spirits and required a formidable warrior to halt the Third Reich's advance. The most suitable candidate, without question, was a certain young brigadier currently basking in the sun. Thus, the White House deemed it imperative to secure his allegiance, lest the British seize the opportunity. You have guessed astoundingly well. Carter reacted with surprise. The second telegram was indeed from the White House. I possess many strengths you are unaware of, Peggy. Luke concluded his leisurely sunbathing, rising to his feet. It is time to check on Steve. I hope he has acclimated to his transformed body and is ready to join me on the battlefield. After days of rigorous training, the tank-level soldiers have achieved operational standards. Meanwhile, the battleship-class Rogers remains under evaluation, and it is currently uncertain whether he will participate in combat. Miss Stephanie remarked that Rogers adapts remarkably quickly. Carter blinked and paused before inquiring, "I just spoke with Colonel Phillips for a while. He seems somewhat concerned about you. The Allies have now acquired a new superhuman, and your status may diminish, no longer holding the same significance as before." Luke's gaze flickered, yet he displayed no overt emotion. Despite the favorable treatment from the British Prime Minister and the President of the White House, this is merely a peculiar circumstance of wartime. Once the curtain falls and the smoke clears, the title of war hero will lose its value. However, Luke was well prepared. Through his connections with several military magnates known to Colonel Phillips, his future achievements are unlikely to be insignificant. Coupled with his demonstrated capabilities, he should have no trouble escaping the confines of a mere titular brigadier and securing a position of genuine authority. Luke had already envisioned that after the war, he would reorganize the Strategic Scientific Reserve and bring it under his command. This organization is the precursor to SHIELD, with immense potential for future development. As for those superhumans, hastily created through desperate measures, Luke had never regarded them seriously. A success rate of 1 in 5,000. Coupled with the costs of cultivation and the side effects of shortened lifespans, renders them unlikely candidates for the world stage. The military's true concern has always been weapons that can be mass-produced. The blood of Woden is akin to Tony Stark's iron armor. It may appear enticing, yet its widespread adoption is wholly unrealistic. No one can threaten my position, Peggy. Luke smiled confidently. He will demonstrate to the Allies that even among superhumans, there exists an insurmountable disparity. Well, that truly is your style. Luke, Carter shrugged, echoing a phrase commonly circulated within the Strategic Scientific Reserve. One can always trust Brigadier Cavill. To many, Luke is a legend who continually creates miracles, evoking astonishment. No matter how implausible the situation, his words always render it seemingly ordinary. Consequently, members of the Strategic Scientific Reserve have begun to adopt his catchphrase, "Basic operations, nothing to be surprised about," as a classic line, frequently quoting it. Now, whenever something unexpectedly occurs, everyone can calmly assert it's merely basic operations. In the outskirts of London, at the army camp, a tremendous explosion erupted. Blinding energy formed circles of light, releasing like ball lightning. A Churchill infantry tank was tossed as if struck by multiple landmines, its sturdy steel frame suddenly overturned. Flames soared into the sky, followed by a violent explosion. As the powerful gusts gradually subsided, only a heap of smoldering wreckage remained. Was this the extent of the enhanced strength of the super soldier? Luke, standing nearby with a hint of a smile, observed Captain America forcefully hurl his shield, rending the air with a sharp whistle. A shell fired from another tank was effortlessly deflected. Subsequently, Rogers sprinted forward, leaping to catch the descending vibranium shield. With a surge of strength, he smashed the tank's cannon into pieces. Indeed, this was the prowess of a battleship-class soldier. Stephanie, arms crossed, gazed at Captain America with a satisfied expression, softly remarking, "I have focused on enhancing Captain Rogers' physical capabilities while diminishing his vulnerability to energy attacks, thereby increasing his survival rate on the battlefield. Even if struck directly by a naval cannon, he stands a chance of survival." Are the tank-class soldiers similarly trained? Luke's lips twitched. It seemed they were conditioning Captain America to be a mere shield-bearer. Enduring the harshest blows and donning the thickest armor seemed fitting for Rogers, who had survived countless beatings throughout his life with unwavering resilience. "Yes, I have transformed them into true tanks." Stephanie adjusted her glasses, noting the Allied super soldiers were fewer than those in Berlin. Hence, they were compelled to adopt a defensive strategy, aiming to prolong their survival. An admirable strategy, Luke nodded, approaching Rogers, who had just toppled 2 tanks. "How does it feel to be a super soldier?" he inquired with a smile. "I've never felt better," Rogers exclaimed, exhilarated. He sensed an unending surge of power within him, akin to a deluge bursting forth. "Indeed, your pectorals are undeniably more robust than before." Luke couldn't help but glance, not out of any inappropriate thoughts regarding Captain America, but rather due to the sheer prominence of those muscles. "Is that all you noticed?" Rogers expressed a touch of disappointment. "I just overturned 2 tanks. What else? Punching tanks and kicking trucks is something I accomplished long ago. It hardly feels novel," Luke replied earnestly, patting Captain America's shoulder, signifying that his journey was far from over. The enemies they faced now were merely the super soldiers of the Third Reich. The imminent threats could very well be extraterrestrial species, dimensional deities, or cosmic overlords. Those were troubles that could not be resolved with just a vibranium shield. "Steve, prepare for battle," Luke remarked softly, gazing at the fiery remnants of the tanks. "We are heading to Paris." Chapter 68. The monsters from Berlin land in Paris. Place d'Étoile. The combat group centered around Ziegler effortlessly seized control of this desolate city. Since breaching the Allied lines, they have encountered little resistance of any significance. The conventional military forces and sporadic insurgents appeared as defenseless children before Ziegler, easily vanquished. The Allied bazookas and tank bombardment tactics yielded no discernible effect. A telegram arrived from Berlin, announcing a bombardment to commence in 1 hour. Beneath the Arc de Triomphe, a high-ranking officer adorned with a Hydra armband bellowed commands, his stern voice reverberating across the expansive, star-shaped plaza. Standing atop the Arc de Triomphe, Ziegler gazed upon the silent city, his brow furrowed in perplexity. As early as 1940, the Third Reich had executed a blitzkrieg invasion of several Low Countries in Western Europe. Amidst the thunder of tanks and artillery, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg capitulated in rapid succession, succumbing to occupation. France, once the dominant power of Europe, abandoned all resistance after the German forces circumvented the Maginot Line and advanced southward. Rendering Paris a city devoid of defenses, like a vulnerable maiden, it was violated by the advancing German forces. The French government, which should have mustered its remaining strength for a final stand, astonishingly decided to flee to Tours at an alarming speed. Witnessing the politicians abandon their posts, the remaining 2 million residents of Paris followed suit. Subsequently, the French government claimed that continued resistance would only result in unnecessary sacrifices of soldiers and civilians, and that the historically rich city of Paris would be reduced to rubble. To preserve the cultural legacy of Paris and safeguard the lives and properties of the French people, surrender was deemed the prudent course of action. One must acknowledge the remarkable logic exhibited by these individuals. The Allies had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Thus, when the steel tide of the German army surged through Place de la Concorde, it met with no significant opposition. The city of Paris, renowned as the City of Romance, found itself shrouded in the shadow of the Third Reich. At that time, France boasted the strongest army in the world, equipped with over 10,000 heavy artillery pieces, more than 2 million infantry, and over 3,000 tanks. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the French capitulated within a mere 40 days. Poland had resisted for 36 days, Greece for 56 days, and Norway for nearly 2 months. In stark contrast, the once mighty France appeared woefully inadequate, becoming the subject of countless jests and ridicule. Subsequently, a plethora of derisive anecdotes about France emerged, forming a cultural phenomenon. For instance, it was said that no one could occupy Paris before the French surrendered, that the French military salute involved raising hands above the head, and that only dwarfs and women could save France. One cannot fathom why the general would task me with capturing an uninhabited city. Paris had long since fallen. Even if reclaimed by the Allies, it held little intrinsic value. Beneath the brooding night sky, Ziegler clasped her hands across her chest, a look of perplexity upon her visage. She was one of the warship-class entities engineered by Berlin, possessing a cascade of golden hair, emblematic of Aryan nobility, which tumbled in a braid down her back. Towering nearly 2 meters, her physique was robust and powerful, exuding an aura of indomitable spirit that commanded respect. At her feet stood 34 soldiers clad in heavy German armor, originally numbering 40 until 6 had fallen to the onslaught of tanks, snipers, and rocket fire. They were strategically positioned around the Arc de Triomphe, maintaining a vigilant watch. This formidable unit had audaciously pierced through the Allied lines of Free France, advancing unimpeded into Paris, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the Allied high command. This was the operational strategy devised by General Guderian. In just 1 hour, Paris would be engulfed in flames. A high-ranking officer adorned with the insignia of the Hydra stood beneath the Arc de Triomphe, his voice resonating as he declared the order to bomb Paris. Earlier that morning, the Third Reich had issued a menacing proclamation to the Allies, asserting that unless the Western Allies withdrew their forces and surrendered, cities like London and New York would soon share the same fate as Paris. Why do I sense that you desire the Allies to concentrate their entire might upon Paris? Ziegler narrowed her eyes and gracefully leaped down from the Arc de Triomphe. The descent from 50 meters posed no threat to the warship-class warrior. She slightly bent her legs to absorb the impact and approached the high-ranking officer before her, towering above him, her words laced with condescension. "Pray tell, what delightful surprise has the Hydra prepared for the Allies?" Ziegler inquired, her gaze fixed upon the officer who had come to oversee the operation. "You need not concern yourself with that, Lady Claudia." The officer addressed her by her true name, his voice grave. "You are the weapon of the Third Reich. Your sole purpose to execute orders and comply with commands. I am Ziegler." The warship-class warrior raised an eyebrow, her golden locks cascading to her waist, suddenly animated. The characters of an opera. Before the high-ranking officer could continue, Ziegler swiftly extended her right hand, seizing him by the throat and lifting him as one would a chick. To her, the human form seemed as fragile as parchment, easily pliable. "I am Ziegler, the Valkyrie of the Empire, a glory bestowed upon me by the general. Furthermore, I expect answers to my inquiries without embellishment. This is not Berlin. The sacrifice of soldiers on the battlefield is a commonplace occurrence." Ziegler's lips pressed into a thin line, a hint of a cold smile escaping her. An ethereal white energy coursed through her body, akin to a serpentine arc pulsating with relentless vigor. Should she so desire, in an instant, she could reduce this self-important coward to mere cinders. The Holy General resolved to establish the final battleground in Paris, drawing the attention of the Allies. This would compel the Allied forces to retaliate and dispatch their still-maturing superhumans. The high-ranking officer adorned with the Hydra insignia was not a die-hard fanatic, but rather one of feeble resolve. After receiving a verbal threat from Siegland, he divulged all he knew. After all, he had witnessed firsthand how this battleship-class female soldier reduced a tank to scrap metal. Countless Allied soldiers had perished at the hands of the enemy. He saw no reason to become another lost soul among them. The notion of a final battlefield implied that the Allied superhuman might indeed arrive. Siegland released her grip, ignoring the quaking Hydra officer before her. The 3 battleship-class warriors exhibited considerable interest in the Allied superhuman, a figure jointly hailed as a legendary war hero by Roosevelt and Churchill. If they could sever his head from his body, it would undoubtedly deliver a catastrophic blow to the morale of the Allied forces. It seemed this honor would be rightfully hers. Sieglin mused. Both she and Siegmund were discontented that only Siegfried had been awarded accolades by the Führer. The holy general busied himself stabilizing the situation in Berlin, wholly neglecting this matter. The so-called Aryan superhumans bore no distinction from ordinary soldiers. They too required acknowledgement and medals symbolizing honor, rather than merely serving as propaganda for the Axis powers. She hoped that the Allied superhuman would arrive soon, allowing her to earn an Iron Cross and spare her from Siegfried's incessant boasting of his Knight's Cross, bestowed by the deceased. Sieglin's thoughts drifted as she awaited the impending bombardment. 40 minutes later, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the distance. In the pitch-black night, dimmed by stars and moon, it appeared that several transport planes were approaching. Vaguely, she could discern the flags of the Allies. Chapter 69, concerning Luke's identity as an otherworldly being. The transport planes descended, releasing paratroopers like dumplings being cast into boiling water. Moments later, clusters of small flowers blossomed in the night sky. The Allied aircraft dared not venture too close to the star-shaped square. For the Third Reich's Aryan superhumans had proven their formidable ground-to-air combat capabilities with countless downbombers. Steve, be wary of the potential appearance of tank-class soldiers. Luke landed near the Champs, Élysées, a renowned landmark in Paris, now a shopping paradise of the future, where luxury boutiques and high-end restaurants thrived. However, now it lay in disarray. Following the fall of Paris, the streets were draped in the banners of the Third Reich, adorned with recruitment posters for reserve troops. According to the intelligence from a strategic scientific legion, only Sieglin and over 30 tank-class soldiers remained in Paris. Rogers donned a uniform adorned with the stars and stripes, his head crowned with a metallic helmet reminiscent of a pilot's, while a circular shield rested upon his back. Beside him stood a cadre of formidable men, all heavily armed and exuding an air of resolute strength. The Allied forces numbered 28, complemented by the enigmatic Luke and the formidable Rogers. This operation could be described as a full-scale mobilization, aimed resolutely at eliminating Ziegler and severing a potent limb of the Third Reich. One must not naively trust the intelligence provided by the Allies. Let's not forget, Dr. Erskine perished at the military base in Brooklyn. In matters of infiltration, undercover operations, and assassination, the Strategic Scientific Reserve has never been a match for Hydra. Luke chuckled softly, a glimmer of caution igniting in his eyes as he whispered, "Why does Berlin seek to reclaim Paris? The strategic value of this city is rather mediocre. Rather than deploying an Aryan Superman deep into enemy territory, it would be more effective to have Ziegler roam freely, disrupting the Allied defenses. Guderian, the eagle of the Third Reich, would not engage in futile endeavors." This sentiment was echoed within the Allied command, who surmised that Berlin was undoubtedly concocting a remarkable scheme. Rogers scratched his head, his expression one of vague comprehension. Perhaps due to the modifications from the Blood of Odin, Captain America had chosen to allocate all his attribute points to strength, considerably diminishing his command abilities and leadership presence. Their destination was the Arc de Triomphe at Star Square, moving swiftly in teams of 6. Luke refrained from elaborating further. The Allies knew little about the Aryan supermen of the Third Reich. Most of the intelligence possessed by the Strategic Scientific Reserve was provided by Stephanie, who informed them that tank-class soldiers were impervious to conventional weaponry, their sole vulnerability lying in their fragile eyes. Battleship-class soldiers necessitated the use of naval artillery and extensive firepower to inflict genuine harm upon the enemy. Other data points regarding strength, speed, and reaction capabilities remained a mystery. Even with Rogers as a reference, the Allies found it exceedingly difficult to devise a clear, concise, and effective battle plan. Thus, the Prime Minister of Britain and the President of the United States could only place their hopes in Luke, praying that this Allied Superman could once again work miracles to save the world. "We may be outnumbered by the Germans, so remember not to scatter. Maintain formation and advance steadily." Before their departure, Luke spoke earnestly. "If you encounter Ziegler, retreat immediately and leave her Steve and me." The tank-class soldiers, in her presence, were akin to newborn infants. These were the exact words of Ms. Stephanie. The robust tank-class Allied soldiers nodded in agreement. This unit, codenamed Colossus, was led directly by Luke. After several days of amicable exchanges, these formidable men held a genuine respect for the young brigadier before them. After all, Not everyone could withstand the persuasive method of reasoning through sheer force. The clash between the allied superhuman and Ziegler truly presents a captivating spectacle. Several blocks away, Baron Strucker surveyed the situation at the Arc de Triomphe through a Gers telescope. Behind him stood a man adorned with an unusual mask, who ponderously inquired, "I still do not comprehend why you were so invested in Luke Cavil. What makes him so exceptional?" "Zemo, you certainly would not understand," Baron Strucker replied, diverting his gaze from the telescope and turned to face him. "I have absorbed a portion of the Red Skull's power and uncovered deeper secrets regarding Hydra. He is a creation of Dr. Erskine's serum, the first generation of super soldiers. Steve Rogers and Luke Cavil belong to the second generation. But do you not find it curious that the same serum produced 3 distinct super soldiers?" The man known as Zemo fell into contemplation, remaining silent. He was not the individual who would later incite a civil war among the Avengers. The name Baron Zemo is a legacy, not designating a specific individual. Before Baron Strucker stood the first generation, originally named Heinrich Zemo, a staunch supporter of the Third Reich who later joined Hydra. I suspect that Abraham Erskine concealed other technologies. After all, he was once a member of the Anambia Institute, and the name and history of Hydra originated from that very place. Baron Strucker squinted, analyzing intently. Many believe the Red Skull is the leader of Hydra. He merely inherited a faction within it. I, along with Madame Viper, who is active in the Pacific Theater, prefer to operate from the shadows, unlike the ostentatious Red Skull, thereby granting him the opportunity to take center stage. The first generation of Zemo nodded, acknowledging that Hydra's history indeed extends far deeper than most anticipate, tracing back to the era of the Maya civilization. The Anambia Institute was originally established by the F-Rare to satisfy his fascination with the occult, dedicated to uncovering historical relics related to mythology. Artifacts such as the Lance of Longinus and the blood-altering technology from ancient Egypt were serendipitous discoveries. Having betrayed the Third Reich and allied with the Allies, Dr. Erskine was formerly a member of the Anambia Institute and participated in Hydra's excavation efforts. Reflecting on this, the first generation of Zemo furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you believe he has concealed?" "Mutants. I have specifically investigated Luke Cavil. His abilities surpass the typical parameters of a super soldier." Baron Strucker asserted with a twitch of his eyelid. "Do you recall the history of Hydra? We must welcome back the exiled god. I strongly suspect that Luke Cavil possesses mutant blood. Otherwise, it is unfathomable why Erskine would have chosen him. Prior to this, he and Steve Rogers were merely 2 ordinary individuals from Brooklyn. One cannot help but admire Baron Strucker's imaginative prowess in linking the concept of mutants to Luke. If this speculation were to reach Luke himself, it would surely elicit a hearty laugh. So, you intend to harness the power of the Saint General, leveraging the Aryan Superman to subdue Luke Cavil, subsequently offering him as a sacrifice to the inhuman god as part of the Celestial Star Project. The esteemed Zemo, a prominent figure within Hydra, quickly discerned Baron Strack's intentions. The so-called Celestial Star Project involves periodically delivering offerings to the exiled inhuman, utilizing the Blackstone giant gate unearthed by the Anambia Research Institute as the conduit. No one knows what lies at the other end of the portal, but it is certain that the inhuman god, who once nearly ruled this planet, awaits beyond the gateway, eager to be welcomed back. What an intriguing notion, applauded Zemo. However, what if Luke Cavil is not of inhuman lineage, or if Ziegler is not his match? Baron Strack, brimming with confidence like a puppet master assuring his victory, replied with a smile, "That is of little consequence. I am merely clearing obstacles for the Third Reich while validating my inner suspicions. Furthermore, do you believe Paris has only one battleship-level warrior? There are 2 more powerful Aryan supermen like Ziegler en route." Chapter 70. No need for chivalry against the Axis powers boom. A dazzling burst of blinding white energy cascaded upon the tank-class soldier clad in Allied uniform. The soldier's shoulder was ravaged as if struck by artillery, exposing a ghastly expanse of bone. Yet this tank-class soldier did not falter. Instead, he charged recklessly towards the enemy like a rampaging bull. Thud! 2 figures tumbled together, engaging in a fierce struggle. Compared to the tank-class soldiers of the Third Reich, the Allied combatants were more resilient, capable of withstanding the adversary's onslaught. He clutched the enemy's waist tightly as his comrade surged forward, seizing the neck and twisting with force. Like plucking fruit from a tree, The fragile cervical vertebra was snapped, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The robust body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. This intense skirmish commenced 5 minutes prior. A trio of Ziegler's combat group encountered a sextet of Allied soldiers on the mandatory thoroughfare leading to the Arc de Triomphe. The anticipated clash erupted instantly. The Allied forces had bolstered their ranks with heavy infantry, focusing on enhancing physical resilience. Consequently, their energy attack capabilities were diminished, reducing lethality. In contrast, the tank-class soldiers manufactured by the Third Reich possessed a more comprehensive skill set. They had ample time to master their abilities, resulting in an overall combat efficacy superior to that of their Allied counterparts. Thus, Luke arranged for a 6-man team to minimize the risk of solitary engagements. Thunderous explosions resounded. As the sight of their fallen comrade lingered, the remaining 2 tank-class soldiers combined their powers, radiating a blinding light that enveloped the entire street. A formidable gust of wind, akin to a swirling hurricane, toppled the streetlights along the way. The terrifying energy surged forth like an overwhelming torrent of electric light, cascading in an instant. The ally soldier who had just snapped the enemy's neck found himself caught off guard and engulfed by the onslaught. No matter how resilient he was, he could not withstand such a fierce assault. In a fleeting moment, his flesh was seared away by the intense heat, leaving behind nothing but a charred skeleton. Retreat. The leader of the 6-man squad swiftly evaded to avoid the blast's reach. Their advantage lay in their numbers and defensive capabilities, enabling them to engage in a war of attrition against the Third Reich's tank-class soldiers. If they were to find themselves at a disadvantage in this exchange of energy, they were to withdraw promptly, as per Luke's strategy. In his own words, dealing with the Nazis required no adherence to rules. It was simply a matter of charging together. However, recognizing when to strategically retreat was essential. Reckless charges were not an option. All in hand, before the fallen comrade's squad could exit the street, a tall figure clad in the stars and stripes appeared behind them. "Follow me." Rogers thrust his vibranium shield forward, resembling a Spartan warrior guarding a thermal spring, and strode ahead. The formidable annihilation beam cascaded upon the circular shield like a tidal wave, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever. Luke was indeed correct. As long as Rogers held the shield aloft, the enemy's attacks would converge upon a single point, sparing his vital areas. Rogers forcefully broke through the combined assault of the 2 tank-class soldiers. With a sudden phase shift, he charged forward. The metallic shield traced an arc from below to above, akin to delivering a powerful uppercut that sent the enemy reeling. Following this, Rogers executed a dragon strike, landing a kick on the unsuspecting German soldier. The foe's abdomen contracted, curling like a lobster, as his body tumbled into a glass storefront along the street. "Stay together, and proceed to the next street to regroup with the others." After dispatching the 2 adversaries with ease, Rogers turned to his comrades. Their tactic involved forming a 6-man team, advancing in phases to encircle and push towards the Arc de Triomphe. The Allied soldiers nodded and withdrew from the street in an orderly fashion. "More enemies are approaching," someone alerted. Not far off, 3 figures dressed in German uniforms hurried towards them. "I can handle this." Rogers grinned, tightening his grip on the vibranium shield. A fierce energy ignited in his eyes. He pondered about Steve's situation. He hoped he wouldn't happen upon Ziegler, as that German woman was not to be trifled with. Luke walked along the broad avenue leading to the star-shaped plaza, eager to witness the might of the battleship-class soldiers. He had not teamed up with the other Allied soldiers, opting instead for solitary advancement. The only one capable of countering Ziegler is Captain America, who maneuvers as a striker, eliminating tank-class German soldiers and forming a complete encirclement. According to intelligence from the Strategic Science Corps, Paris has only one battleship-class adversary, Ziegler. The plan devised by the Allied command is to surround her with numerical superiority, with the hope that Rogers might be able to eliminate her. In their eyes, Luke plays a more commanding role. Defeating a battleship-class opponent head-on seems rather impractical. Suddenly, Luke halts, a surge of fierce combat spirit igniting within him. He hears a powerful heartbeat, resonating like a drum. Ziegler? At the end of the street, a lithe figure emerges under the night sky. The fitted German uniform accentuates the woman's exaggerated curves, and her golden braids sway as if freed from the force of gravity. The voice of Ziegler, slightly hoarse, pierces through the air, her sharp gaze piercing into Luke as if to see through him entirely. I expected you to be older, not resembling a mere Boy Scout. A fellow named Julian once remarked similarly, and then he met his demise. A smirk graces Luke's lips, devoid of any tension that would suggest he feels threatened. From Ziegler, he senses a vigorous and powerful vitality, akin to a blazing fireball radiating astonishing brilliance. A worthy opponent indeed. Let it be known, I am not one to engage in roughness with women, but the battlefield is not a place for such niceties. Wouldn't you agree? Luke moves deliberately, each step slow yet powerful, as the solid ground trembles slightly, cracking like spider webs beneath his feet. I only hope you won't weep like a woman when the time comes, Colonel. Ziegler's eyes shimmer with intensity, a bright light filling her gaze. An orb of energy, reminiscent of ball lightning, bursts forth, hurtling directly towards Luke. He deftly sidesteps the attack instead of bracing for a collision. The terrifying energy cascades onto the street, creating a powerful shockwave that transforms into a searing night wind. It possesses the destructive power of a rocket, yet it poses no mortal threat to him. Luke assesses the situation, allowing his thoughts to shift, covering his skin as he takes a heavy step forward, colliding with the momentarily vulnerable Ziegler. His astonishing speed causes his crimson cloak to billow, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. With his right hand clenched into a fist, his muscles coil tightly, emitting a crackling sound. His punch, strong enough to pierce a tank, aims mercilessly at Ziegler's beautiful face, descending with relentless force. Impressive strength. I admire a muscular physique. Ziegler perceives Luke's trajectory. Unlike the tank-class Julian, she does not choose to defend blindly. Instead, she opens her palm, firmly grasping the descending heavy fist. Thud! The sound of metal colliding reverberated ominously, akin to a thunderous blow. A formidable force, reminiscent of a cannonball, struck directly into Ziegler's palm. Her body shook violently. The German uniform that enveloped her arm was violently torn apart, scattering into a flurry of debris. The ground beneath her legs crumbled, sending a cloud of dust spiraling upward, forming a dense veil of smoke. It's my turn. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Ziegler's lips, a testament to the difficulty of blocking that punch. Yet, this battleship-class soldier exhibited no hint of retreat. Rather, she launched an offensive. A powerful knee strike followed, swift and fierce like a bullet fired from a chamber. That was close. Luke's gaze sharpened, as if he had anticipated the move, instinctively raising his arm to block, his limb vibrating from the impact. In that moment, he felt no inclination to show mercy, instead seizing Ziegler's wrist, twisting to execute a shoulder throw, slamming her down onto the ground. Boom! Concrete shards exploded like raindrops as Ziegler was forcefully embedded into the pavement, leaving behind an imprint of her form. Chapter 71. The Equine Fury. Terrifyingly strong, such formidable strength, such acute combat awareness. This thought surged through Ziegler's mind. She occasionally trained with 2 other battleship-class soldiers and had never suffered a defeat in hand-to-hand combat. However, facing Luke, she felt somewhat constrained. It was not merely his overwhelming power that hindered her. More crucially, this allied superhuman seemed capable of predicting her attacks. The mastery of the bell-tolling martial arts was undeniably effective. Luke looked down at Ziegler, who lay in the massive crater, with no intention of exchanging further pleasantries. He lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. As he had previously stated, there was no distinction of gender on the battlefield. Excessive compassion for the enemy equated to self-sabotage and endangerment of his comrades. Thud! With a forceful stomp, Ziegler crossed her arms defensively before her chest. A sharp crack echoed as the weight of his strike, akin to a steel hammer, brutally shattered her arms. Intense pain surged through her, overwhelming her senses. Ziegler's features contorted as streams of searing energy filled her gaze. She looked up at Luke, who loomed above her, surrounded by pulsating halos of energy that erupted around her. It was as if a chain reaction had been ignited, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. Boom! 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 The sound was reminiscent of an explosive detonation. Waves of force surged, and a whirlwind spiraled forth, engulfing the entire street in a cataclysmic explosion. Smoke billowed, bricks flew, and the concrete surface resembled a battlefield ravaged by bombardment, riddled with craters of varying sizes. Truly a battleship class. Luke was inevitably affected. despite possessing the exceptional combat awareness afforded by the bell-tolling martial arts mastery skill card, which granted him the ability to sense danger and anticipate his opponent's moves. Yet, when faced with a widespread energy assault, he found himself at a loss. He found himself ensnared in a tempestuous vortex, the shockwaves from the explosions crashing against him repeatedly, tearing at his very being, bringing with it a tinge of pain. As Luke hastily retreated, breaking free from the chaos, he touched the laceration on the right side of his face. His superhuman vision pierced through the pervasive haze, settling upon the struggling figure of Ziegler. The battleship-class soldier's arms hung limply at her sides, her German uniform tattered, revealing patches of pale skin beneath. She, too, regarded the unscathed Luke, her eyes betraying a gravity of concern. "I have heard you're merely a super soldier," Ziegler coughed, crimson staining her lips. "Yet you surpass any Aryan Superman I have ever encountered. Truly remarkable." Luke graciously accepted the compliment, smiling as he replied, "Is it not a tad late to come to that realization?" As a battleship-class warrior, Ziegler indeed possessed formidable strength, speed, and combat resolve, all of which were nearly on par with his own capabilities. However, to ensure victory in battle, Luke had previously exchanged for the mastery skill card of the Bell Tolls. The synergy of the superhuman template and the combat prowess of the Bell Tolls yielded effects far beyond mere arithmetic. "No, it is not late at all." Ziegler's voice was somewhat hoarse. The energy expended in her relentless assault had left her fatigued prematurely. If she could not swiftly eliminate the allied super soldier before her, the chance of a comeback would be slim. I once held disdain for the Hydra faction. They merely lurk in the shadows, perpetually prepared for underhanded schemes. Yet, I must concede, they possess remarkable foresight this time. Ziegler stepped back, gazing skyward at the inky night. In the distant expanse, the German bombers roared towards them. "If I were to be buried alongside you, there would be no further obstacles on the path of the Third Reich." "Those are the bombers," called out Rogers, leading the Allied soldiers as they gradually cleared the path of the Third Reich's tank-class forces. He suddenly looked up, spotting dozens of aircraft forming a classic, dense formation. Descending upon them, Stuka bombers, the harbingers of death, exclaimed a startled Allied soldier. They were all fortified models, serving as meat shields, lacking ranged offensive capabilities. Moreover, tank-class forces struggled to pose a significant threat to the agile bombers, unless battleship-class units were present, capable of wide-ranging strikes and precise targeting from the ground. They stood little chance. Ziegler and Ziegman were renowned for their feats of dismantling the Allied air forces. "Captain Rogers, we are counting on you." The eyes of the crowd turned towards Captain America, the only battleship-class individual present. "I will give it a try." Rogers inhaled deeply, aware that he lacked experience in dealing with bombers. "This is my first time." His eyes blazed with an intense light, two orbs of energy resembling spherical lightning, akin to projectiles that had been charged for a long time. The shrieking Stuka bombers, seemingly forewarned, abruptly ascended to evade the aerial assault unleashed by Rogers from the ground. The two energy orbs fell to the earth in a flash, colliding with one another, generating a powerful gust that nearly toppled one of the bombers. "This won't do. I must find a vantage point." Unlike the battleships of the Third Reich, Rogers couldn't unleash energy attacks at will, making it difficult to pose a threat to the formation of bombers. He thought of the Eiffel Tower, standing tall in the Square of the Gods, a landmark of Paris, where striking the aircraft would yield the most effective results. Boom, boom, boom. As the Stuka bombers swooped down, deafening explosions echoed relentlessly. Rogers urged the Allied soldiers to seek cover while he sprinted towards the Eiffel Tower in the Square of the Gods. "I wonder how Luke is faring." Earlier, explosions had erupted from a nearby district, likely the result of a confrontation between Luke and the Third Reich's battleship, Siegland. Rogers had never doubted his friend's prowess. However, he had not anticipated that the Germans would deploy not only Aryan supermen, but also a swarm of bombers, intent on razing Paris to the ground. Something must have gone awry. The intelligence from the Strategic Scientific Legion was erroneous. Logically, the Third Reich's bombers should not have been able to evade the Allied surveillance and appear here. "Baron Strack, you have indeed made thorough preparations." Observing the bombers circling above Paris, Zemo boasted, "What that F. Rare failed to accomplish, you have now achieved." Before being betrayed by the Saint General, the F. Rare had harbored intentions of bombing Paris. He had personally ordered General Dietrich von Koltitz, stationed there, not only to destroy the city, but to fight to the last man, dedicating himself wholly to Germany. Perhaps having spent too long in Paris and imbibed the temperament of the French, the iron-willed General Coltitz disregarded the Frere's directive to raise Paris, instead opting for surrender, thereby sparing the romantic city from a fiery demise. Even against the weakest of foes, one must exert their utmost strength. Moreover, the Allies' supermen are not weak. Even Siegland is no match for him, Baron Strack stated gravely. Yet this only affirms my judgment. Luke Cavil is no ordinary super soldier. There may indeed flow otherworldly blood within him. Initially, Baron Strack had harbored doubts about whether Luke could be a mutant. However, considering the enmity between him and Sebastian Shaw, along with Shaw's ruthless stance against mutants, this speculation was swiftly dismissed by Baron Strack. In this era of World War II, superpowered individuals are a rare breed. The Allies might merely perceive Luke as an enhanced version of a super soldier. It is known that there exists a race of Inhumans in this world, and the peculiar Baron Strucker, a mutant, cannot help but draw parallels with other realms. He believes that Luke possesses something extraordinary within him. The lineage inherited from the Inhuman deity, when activated by the Terrigen crystals, grants one an array of incredible abilities. Luke's strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities far exceed those of ordinary humanity. The intertwining clues converge, and the ultimate answer becomes apparent. After all this time, has Hydra's far-reaching plan finally come to fruition in my hands? The self-assured Baron Strucker feels a surge of exhilaration at the notion of grasping the truth. He envisions the triumphant return of the Inhuman God, bestowing upon him a future of eternal life. At that moment, not even the armies of the Allies, nor the combined forces of the entire world, would be able to withstand the Inhuman's dominion over this planet. What is that? The astonished voice of Zemo, the legendary figure, interrupts Strucker's delightful reverie. Zemo, remain composed. Everything is under our control, he retorts angrily, raising his telescope to follow the direction indicated. In the night sky, a green light streaks across, with a hazy figure soaring above. Is that a horse? Strucker is left speechless. The superhuman from the Allies has summoned a magnificent, emerald-hued steed with wings, and it is flying high above? Is this yet another ability of the Inhuman bloodline? The leader of Hydra is momentarily besieged by a multitude of questions. Chapter 72. Contestants ready. The competition commences, although the emotional spectrum is a concept exclusive to the neighboring set. The thoughts and feelings of living beings can, to some extent, ignite the willpower of the Green Lantern. After swallowing the Green Lantern disc, Luke harnesses this meager willpower, and a radiant green light erupts forth, as if an invisible brush were sketching a winged steed. The astonished Siegland, bracing for the bombardment, finds his mind momentarily paralyzed. What is this phenomenon? Where did this ethereal, shadowy horse radiating green light emerge from? I shall defer the battle for now. I must address a pressing matter. Like Odin, the chief god of Norse mythology who rides an 8-legged horse, Luke soars into the sky, racing toward the fleet of bombers sweeping over Paris. The so-called Green Lantern disc is merely a disposable substitute for the power ring, requiring no charging from the lantern and primarily serving as an emergency measure. Its usage is brief. Once the energy is depleted, it disintegrates, a unique tool of the Green Lantern Corps. There seems to be a flaw in the intelligence of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, as they are oblivious to the news of the Third Reich's bombardment. Could it be that Hydra is up to their old tricks again? Riding the winged steed, Luke traces a path of forgiving light across the night sky, pursuing a Stuka bomber. The green light, ignited by his willpower, envelopes him, liberating him from the grasp of gravity. Good heavens! Why did you not inform me before your departure that we would be engaging such a monstrous foe? The pilot of the Stuka bomber hastily instructed the gunner to operate the 7.92mm MG-17 machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. A long tongue of fire erupted, striking Luke. With his Kryptonian armor absorbing most of the kinetic energy, the damage felt to him like a mere tickle. Boom! A punch was thrown. The all-metal structure of the straight wing was shattered. The bomber, akin to a bird with broken wings, emitted a piercing scream as it plummeted toward the earth. Next one. Luke, skilled and agile, came to a sudden halt, pivoting like a predatory hunter, soaring towards the pitiful, feeble, and helpless swarm of bombers. Boom! 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 Explosions bloomed in the night sky like dazzling fireworks. Baron Strack, filled with satisfaction, observed this scene through his binoculars, his expression turning ashen, rendering him speechless with rage. He was unaware of the countless words he had expended to persuade General Saint to allow the Hydra to deploy a squadron of Stuka bombers, only to witness their imminent destruction within mere minutes. Where's Siegfried and Sigmund? Baron Strack turned, his tone grim, to evade the Ally surveillance. They had departed the front lines only yesterday, heading towards Paris. Considering the time, they should have already entered the city. The first Zemo has responded, he replied, wisely refraining from questioning how Luke could transform into a Pegasus. Nor did he mention the fact that this allied Superman had single-handedly toppled an entire squadron of bombers with a single punch. We must retreat. After a prolonged contemplation, Baron Strack reached a decision. Initially, it had been a source of considerable satisfaction to observe his adversaries fall into the meticulously crafted trap, ultimately expending all their strength yet unable to escape, left only to await their doom in despair. However now, Baron Strack felt robbed of this satisfaction and the sense of security that once accompanied it. He feared that in the very next moment, Luke might tear off the roof and emerge within this building, delivering an unforgettable lesson with that righteous iron fist capable of obliterating bombers. A profound fear took root within him, akin to a seed that, once germinated, is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Regardless of whether General Saint's 3 capital-class warships could successfully vanquish Luke Cavil, it mattered little to us. Observing the perplexed expression on First Zemo's face, Baron Strack deliberately elaborated. There's an old saying in the East. A wise person does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. They understand the importance of distancing themselves from danger. Paris is perilous now. It is no longer a place for mere spectators. General Saint has already conducted the transformation of my soldiers with the blood of Woden. The Third Reich has lost its utility to him. For prudence's sake, we must depart at once. The first Zemo appeared somewhat dazed, recalling the intent to capture Luke Cavil and offer him as a sacrifice to the gods of the Inhumans, to fulfill the Farstar project. Yet, it had not even begun. A sphere of verdant light enveloped his form, resembling a human torch. Luke pricked up his ears at the sound of an aircraft engine roaring several blocks away. He contemplated soaring over to investigate, yet, akin to an Ultraman whose energy was waning, the emerald glow flickered ominously, signaling the impending depletion of the Green Lantern disk. Reluctantly, he was compelled to descend. Luke scanned the urban landscape with his superhuman vision, his keen gaze catching sight of a bald head glistening in the light, alongside a shadowy figure shrouded in a mask. It was indeed Hydra, stirring trouble once more. He recognized one among them as Baron Strucker, the very individual who had abducted Bucky from Klausberg. Silently noting this character for future reckoning after dealing with the Third Reich, he pinpointed Ziegler's location and, utilizing the scant energy remaining, landed gracefully on the ground. Madam, should you wish to abandon the shadows and ally with the United Nations, contributing to the resistance against the tyrannical reign of the Third Reich, I am confident that the higher echelons of the Allied forces will understand your plight and embrace your defection, Luke asserted. As he steadied himself, the sphere of verdant light that had cloaked him vanished. He turned to Ziegler, who, truly a battleship-class being, displayed astonishing regenerative capabilities. In the mere minutes of his absence, the 2 arms that had been crushed had already begun to mend. Brigadier, your prowess has earned my profound respect. Should you choose to embrace the Third Reich, the Saint General would undoubtedly bestow upon you bountiful rewards, Ziegler earnestly declared. I am already the youngest brigadier in the United Nations. After the war, I may well ascend to the rank of Major General. Perhaps in a few years, I could occupy the position of Minister of Defense, and then enter the White House to ascertain what the Saint General could possibly offer me. The Third Reich is in no position to guarantee anything. Luke remained unmoved. Berlin could only issue empty promises. Beyond that, they had little to offer him. What a pity, Brigadier. How fortunate it would be if you were German. A man as robust and formidable as you would surely yield perfect genes surpassing battleship class if we were to unite, Ziegler candidly remarked. Her azure eyes fixed intently on Luke. Following the recent fierce skirmish, her German uniform clung only to her vital areas, leaving large swathes of skin exposed to the air. Bah, you wicked woman, lusting after my physique? Luke retorted, his expression resolutely righteous. Huh, Claudia, I'm evidently far more towering than this fellow. Are you certain you won't consider me? A German soldier, black-haired and imposing, emerged from the ruins of a bombed-out building. Standing at 2 meters tall, he resembled a statue forged of steel, exuding an aura of strength with each movement. In his right hand, he bore the bloodied head of a tank-class Allied soldier. Silence. I've already told you to address me as Ziegler. You scoundrel. Ziegler snapped irritably. Siegmund, do not underestimate this esteemed brigadier. He is far more deserving of the title Superman than those inferior specimens. Alone and unaided, any one of us may not necessarily be a match for him. 2 Aryan Supermen, one in front and one behind, blocked Luke's path, instantly heightening the tension in the air. Indeed, this fellow excels at aerial combat, having single-handedly obliterated a squadron of bombers. However, General Saint declared that I am the most formidable battleship class, the true Aryan Superman. Another figure emerged, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, possessing rugged features. Clad in the same German uniform as Sieglund. The excitement in his gaze as he looked at Luke suggested an eagerness to commence this battle between Supermen. Siegfried, you arrogant fool, this is not your personal showcase. Sieglund covered her face, acutely aware of the consequences of underestimating Luke. This young brigadier from the Allied forces, once he gains the upper hand, will certainly not grant the enemy a moment's respite. I say, gentlemen, have you concluded your discussion? Luke stretched his limbs. The effects of the Grim Reaper's martial arts master skill card still lingered, swiftly propelling him into a combat posture. His sharp gaze swept over the 3 battleship-class opponents, finally resting upon Siegmund, who was holding the head of an Allied soldier. Now that the contenders are in position, let the match commence. As his chilling words resonated, Luke stomped the ground, his inner strength surging like a tidal wave. His upright figure transformed into an afterimage, enveloped by a fierce gust of wind, akin to a racing car that had instantly accelerated, closing the distance to Siegmund in a heartbeat. Chapter 73. Tool number 1, the Grim Reaper. Speed and strength, quite commendable. Feeling the powerful gust rushing towards him, Siegmund discarded the head he was holding, revealing a chilling smile. His palm clenched tightly, muscle fibers twisting like coiled steel. Under the immense force, the very bones in his body emitted a cracking sound. A punch was unleashed, akin to cannon fire. Luke, mirroring the motion of throwing a punch, felt his sharp gaze shift dramatically. At this moment, he possessed the combat awareness and close-quarters capabilities of the Grim Reaper, a tactician and assassin of unparalleled repute from the neighboring set. A mere mortal, he had repeatedly faced off against the Justice League and the Teen Titans, standing as one of the world's premier mercenaries. To him, the act of claiming lives was as natural as breathing, and his accumulated combat experience was extraordinarily vast. From superheroes to villainous foes, all could potentially appear on his list of targets. The advertising slogan claimed that as long as the price was right, there was no head the Grim Reaper could not sever. In truth, he had experienced a few setbacks and failures. Regardless, as the cousin of Deadpool, the Grim Reaper could be considered a pinnacle of human martial prowess. In comparison, only Lady Shiva, who similarly boasted extraordinary martial skills, along with her 2 brothers and daughter, could possibly contend with him. Such a formidable existence, honed through countless battles, must possess terrifying close combat capabilities. Luke was quick to provide the answer. He tilted his head, deftly evading the powerful uppercut that struck like a cannonball. The forceful gust of air brushed against his face, ruffling his short black hair. Luke remained unfazed, seemingly aware that the punch would miss him. Seizing the fleeting moment as Siegmund withdrew his fist, he clasped the opponent's neck with both hands and forcefully pulled him forward, driving his knee sharply into Siegmund's abdomen. The sequence of movements was swift and decisive, as if rehearsed countless times. Luke's extensive experience from the Bell of Death informed him that the abdomen is home to numerous organs, richly supplied with nerves. A strike to this area would elicit intense abdominal pain, rendering the enemy breathless, causing muscle spasms, and swiftly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Indeed, the outcome unfolded precisely as Luke had anticipated. Though Siegmund was a behemoth, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, he remained, after all, human. The impact of a knee strike sent a spray of blood from Siegmund's mouth. He felt a tumult within his abdomen, his organs churning violently, leaving him gasping for breath. The pain was excruciating. Zygmunt bent forward, his body arching like a great lobster, nearly collapsing. In mere moments, Luke's display of combat awareness had utterly overwhelmed him. But that was not enough. A deep voice resonated above him, echoing in Zygmunt's ears. The hands gripping his neck pressed down with force. The fragile bones in his neck cracked ominously, and a sharp pain surged to his brain. His body plummeted downward. Thud! Zygmunt's robust form crashed into the unforgiving concrete. Akin to a cannonball, his once arrogant visage met the ground intimately, blood gushing from his nostrils, soon coating his entire face. In less than 20 seconds, this mighty warrior was reduced to a pitiful state. "Damn it! I will break you!" Zygmunt roared, fury radiating from him like a raging bear. Just as he attempted to rise, Luke delivered a swift kick that sent him back down. "I haven't permitted you to stand yet." The mocking tone was laced with profound humiliation. Zygmunt, subjected to such one-sided ridicule, was on the verge of madness. He braced himself against the ground, his muscles straining against the confines of his German uniform. With a fierce exertion, he forced the foot pressing against his back away. His eyes, ablaze with rage, brimmed with seething energy. Spheres of blazing lightning-like heat began to flare forth. "You shall perish." Before Zygmunt could unleash his fury, a hand, as strong as an iron claw, pressed against his face. It struck him like a hammer, shattering his nasal bone and causing blood to flow freely. The uncontrolled, terrifying energy surged through the gaps between Luke's fingers, erupting like dazzling arcs of electricity, crashing into his palm. The sizzling sound was relentless. "I already told you. I haven't allowed you to stand. Do you not understand?" Luke's voice was faint, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Even as his hand was on the verge of being scorched into blackened charcoal by the energy attack unleashed by Zygmunt, he remained unfazed. The terrifying heat, combined with the annihilating energy sphere capable of penetrating tanks, swiftly stripped away the flesh from his hand, causing blood to evaporate and exposing the stark white of his bones. Such a gruesome injury, upon Luke, seemed trivial, scarcely worthy of eliciting a frown. His nearly incapacitated hand still gripped Zygmunt's head as if clutching a basketball, rendering any attempts at escape futile. After a few breaths, the charred flesh of his right hand began to writhe, the necrotic skin regenerating. Although the healing process was not swift, it was certain that within approximately 10 minutes, Luke's hand would return to its original state. Did this fellow not feel pain? The golden-haired, conceited Siegfried felt a chill in his heart. Though they were Aryan superhumans who had endured the excruciating agony of bodily modification, their nerves were resilient and their will unwavering. It was still an extraordinary feat to remain impervious to the direct impact of an energy attack, as Luke did with such chilling indifference. This young brigadier general of the Allied forces did not even furrow his brow, his gaze remaining as tranquil as ever. "I certainly feel it," Luke said, lifting his right hand to firmly grasp Zygmunt's head, before hurling him into a wall as one would discard refuse. As if he had discerned Siegfried's thoughts, he spoke softly, the flesh writhes, tugging at the nerves with sharp pain. And the itch of growing skin feels akin to 1,000 ants crawling, compelling one to scratch. The sensations were so vivid that they were impossible to ignore. Yet within him, there was an unsettling calm, the reason for which he could not fathom. The more placid his tone, the more it unnerved the remaining 2 Aryan superhumans. In their minds, Luke's image had transformed from that of sheer power to one of unwavering fortitude, a stoic resilience that remained unchanged in the face of calamity. To put it simply, he was becoming increasingly formidable. In reality, Luke was far from the calm exterior he projected. It was merely the battle instinct instilled by the Reaper that prompted him to disregard the pain. The years spent mingling with gangsters and learning the art of killing had accustomed Luke to the triviality of life. Yet he had not reached the level of a Terminator, unaffected by severed limbs, persistently advancing towards a singular goal. The Reaper possessed formidable, self-healing abilities, thus in the throes of battle. It was inevitable that he would adopt a reckless strategy of exchanging wounds. He had endured a barrage of bullets, arrows piercing his chest, and ruptured organs, an array of severe injuries he had encountered. The cycle of injury, self-healing, and subsequent injury continually honed the Reaper's resilient nerves. This steely resolve, akin to adamant metal, had become an integral part of his combat instinct, reflecting upon Luke himself. In the future, I might exchange a few more cards, perhaps turning the battle instincts of the death knell into my own innate abilities. Lost in thought, Luke couldn't help but entertain the notion of using skill cards to enhance his proficiency. Although the adjacent filming set had a rather dark aesthetic, every individual there was exceptionally talented, possessing charming eloquence, making them perfect tools for his purposes. Let us proceed together. Luke dispelled his distractions, casting his gaze upon the desolate streets, and took a step forward, declaring, "The time allotted to you is rather limited." Chapter 74. I shall no longer pretend. It's time to reveal the truth. Ziegler took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Siegfried, who stood a short distance away. These two battleship-class warriors remained silent, their expressions grave. They both recognized the slim hope of defeating Luke in solitary combat. The opponent's strength rivaled that of Aryan superhumans, possibly even exceeding it. His experience in close-quarters combat was immense, akin to emerging from a sea of corpses and blood after years of training. Unfazed by pain, he struck with decisive resolve, and his remarkable self-healing capabilities compensated for any lack of offensive means. He was, in essence, an indomitable human weapon, now facing a 2-on-1 situation. I believe our chances of victory are not insignificant. Siegfried, undaunted, strode forward with the presence of a tank, producing a resounding noise. As the final battleship-class warrior created by the Holy General, he possessed the greatest potential. His physical attributes surpassed those of his two companions. Despite his imposing stature, standing 2 meters tall like a small mountain, he was merely 14 years old. Describing him as a child would not be an exaggeration. Apologies, you've taken too long. Now it is 2 against 2. Brandishing his shield, Rogers stepped onto the battlefield, where the street lay in ruins amidst the continuous explosions. I hope I'm not too late. Luke, preparing to decisively eliminate the remaining 2 battleship-class warriors, Luke shrugged and remarked, "Steve, do you know? Your participation at this moment resembles that of someone arriving to claim a kill." Rogers, not grasping the meaning, was accustomed to the novel terminology from his friend, sighed. "We can discuss this later. Where did your flying horse come from? And about that caped outfit of yours, I've inquired several times. Surprising people is my specialty." Luke replied casually, momentarily pondering whom to blame for his peculiarities. Perhaps Hydra would suffice. They had developed an advanced polymer nanosuit while experimenting with extraterrestrial technology. That sounds quite reasonable. After all, Hydra cannot stand and defend themselves. They shall play the scapegoat role. If you're looking to chat, let's hold off for now. This is a battlefield. Steve, you choose someone. I recommend Lady Ziegler. She has just endured a fierce battle and could use a Boy Scout like you to regain her confidence. Rogers cast a glance at the grim-faced Ziegler and felt an urge to meekly assert that he did not strike women. However, the other party clearly left Captain America no room for choice, charging at him with a clenched fist. "Siegfried, the time has come to prove you are the finest among us." Despite Rogers being a super soldier, enhanced significantly after undergoing the Warden blood transformation, Ziegler's instincts told her that he was far weaker than the young brigadier from the Allied forces. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch. Thud! Why did my fist instinctively collide with the shield instead of aiming directly at his head? Ziegler's charging punch struck precisely at the star emblem of the vibranium shield. "My apologies, ma'am." Rogers sank his legs, grounding himself as he deflected Ziegler's blow, then retaliated with a powerful left hook aimed at her shoulder. Rip! A piece of the German uniform, already battered from numerous impacts, was instantly torn away. In that fleeting moment, the springtime light was exposed. "My apologies, ma'am." A quick glance from Rogers made him instinctively tilt his head to avoid the blinding view before him. But Ziegler retaliated without hesitation with a heavy fist. This battleship-class soldier cared little for modesty, even daringly closing the distance. "You hardly resemble a warrior compared to that brigadier," Ziegler scoffed, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes, as though venting all her prior frustrations. Poor Rogers did not comprehend that playing the gentleman in battle was utterly futile. Luke, observing Rogers with a swollen cheek, trapped and passively absorbing blows, could only shake his head, hoping this would serve as a valuable lesson for him. Your opponent is right here. Having seen his comrade gain the upper hand, Siegfried, who had been idly spectating, decided to join the fray. He had initially assumed the Allied battleship class was formidable, but was taken aback to find them lacking. Witnessing Luke's overwhelming close combat prowess against Siegmund, Siegfried shifted strategies, unleashing a devastating orb of annihilation. In contrast to his comrade, he demonstrated a more nuanced control over energy as brilliant orbs of lightning contracted inward, emanating a terrifying wave of power. I am quite eager to test the limits of your self-healing abilities, Siegfried grinned, the luminous spheres hovering around him. He took a step forward, advancing toward Luke, the horrific energy sufficient to level the street once more, ionizing the air and distorting the colors. Since a direct confrontation proved ineffective, he resolved to adapt his approach and leverage his strengths. All right, I concede, this tactic does indeed hold some merit, Luke acknowledged. He found himself at the epicenter of the explosion, with no hope of escaping unscathed. If I can eliminate a significant threat to the Third Reich, then my sacrifice will have been worthwhile. Siegfried's eyes burned with fervor, overshadowing the imposing physique that belied his true nature as a brainwashed 14-year-old boy. One of the reasons the Saint General selected Siegfried was his prior involvement with the Hitler Youth, a state-sponsored organization aimed at recruiting adolescents aged 13 to 18. Its purpose was to cultivate military talent and loyal subjects. Within this youth organization, competition was encouraged, fostering a sense of collective honor and instilling the fervent ideologies of the Third Reich. The Saint General recognized Siegfried's loyalty and, through subtle means, shifted this allegiance from the Führer to himself and the future of the Empire. Brigadier, you are the sole hope of the Allies. Should we extinguish you here, the likes of Sieglin will soon set their sights on London, tearing Churchill from his post. Next, it will be New York, Washington, D.C. A decisive blitzkrieg will bring this confrontation to a resounding end. At that moment, the Third Reich will carve up half the world, and I shall be heralded as the architect of this grand legacy. Each step Siegfried took was deliberate and measured, compressing the energy orbs within him, exhausting all his strength. Thus, he could only engage in conversation to keep Luke from fleeing, for should this allied Superman turn and run, all would be in vain. Initially, he intended to face them as an unremarkable super soldier. Luke appeared somewhat resigned. He understood that typical battleship-level energy manipulation was often rudimentary, direct release and detonation, causing destruction through heat and shockwaves. As the most promising and youthful Aryan Superman, Siegfried clearly excelled in mastery over such techniques. He had once stood atop the Berlin Wall, annihilating thousands of Soviet prisoners with a spherical energy cannon, and had previously obliterated tank battalions, boasting remarkable achievements in piercing through an entire army. In terms of sustained combat ability and energy attacks, Siegfried was undoubtedly the strongest among the three battleship-level beings. Engaging in a one-on-one extreme exchange would indeed prove challenging. At that moment, the street felt as if it were packed with barrels of explosives. A mere spark could unleash a catastrophic explosion, annihilating all life within its reach. Very well, I shall cease my pretense. Luke contemplated that rather than enduring injuries and spending hours recovering his stamina, it would be wiser to conclude the battle swiftly. With a thought, he activated his interface. Upgrade. Chapter 75. Flying to Berlin thanks to the vigorous propaganda efforts of the Allies and their repeated miraculous victories. The rise in prestige mirrored the rapid ascent of stocks during a bull market, steady yet swift. Long before defeating the Red Skull and dismantling Hydra's headquarters, Luke had already met the upgrade requirements for the second warrior template. However, as a former titan of suppressive power, he did not immediately execute the transition, still preferring the familiarity of the first civilian template. At that time, Luke remained oblivious to the existence of the Aryan Superman and did not foresee the formidable adversaries that World War II would unveil, which could pose a threat to his very existence. If the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj had intended to trouble him, he would have surely made his move long ago, rather than waiting until now. Moreover, aside from the Ancient One, the myriad of demonic entities lurking in alternate dimensions, or the distant Allfather Odin in Asgard, rarely intervened in the mundane world. Thus, Luke expressed his desire to coexist as an unremarkable super soldier among others. Excessive power might inadvertently raise the vigilance of various factions, rendering him a conspicuous target, though he himself was indifferent to such concerns. Adhering to the rules while playing at the card table was merely a personal enjoyment, especially since he possessed the confidence to overturn the table at any moment. For instance, right now, the drastic alterations in the timeline of World War II, coupled with the emergence of the Aryan Superman, rendered the future S trajectory increasingly nebulous. Devoid of the advantage of foresight, Luke felt compelled to align himself more closely with the image of a superhuman. With a mere thought, the upgrade commenced. A vast amount of prestige points began to deplete from his panel, akin to being cast into an abyss, nearing depletion. It was as if he were caught in a financial crisis, witnessing a frantically collapsing stock market. Luke silently lamented this, knowing that once the war concluded, accruing prestige would not be as effortless. In that future, he would likely have to cast his gaze even further, perhaps towards the 9-star domains. The upgrading process was swift and uncomplicated, devoid of any agony. Initially, Luke had mentally prepared himself for potential transformations, such as radiating golden light or experiencing a change in hair color to hues of red, orange, yellow, blue, and purple. Or, akin to Roger's serum injection, he might endure inhuman suffering, requiring immense willpower to persevere. Yet, nothing of the sort occurred. The upgrade was completed with ease. Is this what it feels like to have an advantage? Luke extended his hands and clenched his fists. His perception sharpened, allowing him to distinctly sense the terrifying power coursing through him, far exceeding anything he had known before. He felt as if he were a dormant volcano, capable of unleashing catastrophic devastation with the simplest of movements. Yet, this was not his limit. Luke murmured softly. The rapid ascent of his strength ignited an insatiable hunger within him. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the illusion that he could strike Odin with his fists and kick the Ancient One at will. Fortunately, his remaining rationality quelled this impulse. However, it would certainly be permissible to confront a few Aryan supermen. Luke's eyes glimmered with fervor, with mere concentration. He could emit searing rays capable of vaporizing flesh and blood. The stellar energy, initially insufficient to support such an assault, was now ceaselessly transformed and absorbed. He even sensed his body becoming lighter, no longer bound by the relentless pull of the Earth's gravity. I have come this far solely due to my extraordinary talent and diligent effort. The template serves merely as an auxiliary tool. It must be said that Luke bears a striking resemblance to the shameless demeanor of a time traveler. As his thoughts began to swirl, he activated the interface. Host, Luke Cavill, template loaded. Magical Superman, 2 abilities, nature absorption, active, biotic field, active, flight, active, heat vision, active, mental immunity, passive. Stellar powers, passive, reputation, 7776 achievements. Legendary hero, the biotic field, seemed to have undergone a transformation. Casting a fleeting glance at the updated data, Luke quelled his distractions and redirected his focus to the battlefield. It is widely acknowledged that during a critical breakthrough, a near-death surge, or commentary from the sidelines, the external world often exists in a state of temporal suspension. Thus, when Luke completed his upgrade and comprehensive enhancement, Siegfried had yet to approach him. Major, let us embrace death together. Before Siegfried could finish his final words, Luke instinctively retracted the biotic field and advanced forward. Boom! With just a single step, dust swirled and dispersed. The concrete surface could not withstand the tremendous force, cracking like a spider's web and spreading in all directions. The noise was akin to that of a prehistoric creature trampling the earth. Heat vision. Luke's gaze crystallized into a singular point, filled with searing red light. An overwhelming surge of energy burst forth, manifesting as 2 beams of intense heat. Like a heated knife slicing through butter, they cleaved Siegfried in half. Sizzle. The clusters of radiant orbs, compressing inward, erupted into blinding white light, threatening to reduce the entire street to rubble. Luke stood at the epicenter of the explosion, unfazed, as he expanded the biotic field to envelop himself. Boom! The formidable shockwave struck the invisible barrier like a colossal hammer, generating a resounding sonic wave. Luke remained unperturbed, continuing his advance. He extended the radius of the biotic field to shield the battered Rogers, ensuring he remained unscathed by the chaos. Then, a crimson beam sliced through the air. The expression of horror on Sieglin's face froze at that moment. The searing ray, capable of vaporizing flesh, pierced the heart of this battleship-class warrior, granting her a painless demise. And there was one more. Luke pressed on, traversing through the flames of the explosion and the swirling smoke. The biotic field not only served as an effective barrier, but also allowed him to exert better control over his powers. For instance, when Superman lifts an airplane, according to the principles of force analysis, he should penetrate the fuselage like a needle rather than simply lifting the craft. And the most classic dilemma, when Superman catches his rapidly descending girlfriend, Lois Lane, from a great height. Normally, her delicate form would be shattered into pieces, rather than resting in her boyfriend's strong and warm embrace, followed by a tender kiss. This resolves all inquiries. It is indeed the biotic field. Ahem, the Empire, initially battered by Luke and rendered incapacitated, saw Zygmunt, who had retreated prematurely, attempting to utter a few villainous catchphrases before meeting his demise. However, Luke deprived him of that opportunity, taking his head with a single heated gaze. After completing his template upgrade, the Aryan Superman, who could previously engage in a tit-for-tat battle with him, now appeared exceedingly feeble. Even in a 1-against-3 melee, Luke's ever-increasing strength allowed him to dominate effortlessly. "I thought I could assist you," lamented Rogers, as the biotic field propelled him forward, his tone tinged with frustration. Captain America had originally believed that becoming a battleship-class soldier would alter his circumstances. Yet, he found himself unable to gain an advantage even against Zygmunt, necessitating Luke's assistance instead. "Everyone requires growth, Steve. Mastery in combat is not achieved in an instant," Luke consoled him. "Do you think my power came easily? Not at all. I endure pains that no ordinary person should suffer. Muscles repeatedly torn, mental anguish, and the struggle to maintain my essence without succumbing to external distractions. This is the price of gaining strength." Seeing the seriousness in Luke's expression and the gravity of his words, Rogers could not help but be convinced. The captain lowered his head in shame. He had only perceived Luke's might, never contemplating the silent suffering he bore. "Remain in Paris and relay the news of our victory back to London. I have one final task to accomplish." Once the aftershocks subsided and the dust settled, Luke withdrew the biotic field enveloping Rogers. He gazed at the near ruins of Paris, his eyes flickering. It was time to conclude this war. "What do you intend to do?" Rogers instinctively inquired. "To Berlin." Luke took a few steps forward, the ground quaking beneath him as his imposing figure surged upward. His dark red cloak billowed like a flag, until it vanished into the clouds. "Can he fly?" Rogers, amidst the ruins, wore a bewildered expression. When did this happen? Chapter 76. The dawn of a new era. The sensation of flight was far from delightful. It lacked the liberating exhilaration akin to a fish in water. Quite the opposite. As speed increased, the air compressed into a dense mass, akin to thick glue, restricting movement. It seemed he would need to gradually acclimate to this. Luke pondered silently while feeling the turbulent currents around him. At such high velocity, had he not activated the biotic field, he would likely have ignited like a meteor entering the atmosphere. Faster. Boom, boom, boom. Within the clouds, a series of explosive sounds erupted. If one were to liken Luke to a fighter jet, he was currently in a full-throttle dash at approximately Mach 1. 2. The biotic field can insulate against the scorching friction of the external environment, yet it cannot prevent the turbulent air currents from enveloping the entire body. With each acceleration, the resistance encountered feels akin to an impenetrable wall of copper and iron. The seemingly weightless gas, when compressed continuously, becomes remarkably solid. How splendid it would be to possess the Speed Force. Luke's thoughts meandered, recalling the races between Superman and the Flash. Considering the extraordinary and unscientific nature of the Speed Force, which could bend the laws of physics to its will, it is highly probable that Superman would not outpace the Flash. This contest has been depicted numerous times in comics, with only 2 instances resulting in a tie. Otherwise, the Flash has consistently emerged victorious. Regrettably, the Speed Force serves Flash primarily in contexts such as divine sacrifice, universe reboot, or aiding others, seldom in direct combat. Consequently, it has often been jested that the Flash's combat style consists of frantically spinning around to disorient his foes before toppling them. I wonder if the conscience of the Justice League might visit unannounced? Luke chuckled, reluctantly acknowledging that the presence of Barry Allen, the Flash, alleviated the dark atmosphere of the adjacent film set. Mid-City, when compared to Gotham, resembles 2 disparate worlds. Berlin, here I come, putting an end to his aimless musings. Luke soared like a humanoid, supersonic aircraft, breaking the sound barrier with a resounding boom. Above the clouds, conical formations of clouds flickered incessantly. The distance from Paris to Berlin is approximately 800 kilometers. On foot, it would take 12 days, by car, a day and a half, by train, 6 hours. Yet Luke requires but a moment to arrive. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed, akin to a bomb being dropped by a bomber. The underground research facility in Berlin trembled violently. A towering figure broke through the thick concrete floor, crashing down heavily. Clad in armor reminiscent of steel, with a billowing dark red cape, and descending dramatically from above. He elicited sheer astonishment. "You are the Superman of the Allies." "Oh my!" Luke's likeness had graced newspapers across nations, and his appearance was already well known. However, this marked the first time he had appeared in the guise of Superman. "The Third Reich has fallen. You may either flee or resist. The choice is yours." Luke utilized his supervision to survey the layout of the underground facility, imprinting every detail firmly in his mind. The concrete walls could not obstruct Superman's gaze, and within mere seconds, he pinpointed General Saint's location. Upon hearing the news of the Third Reich's demise, the researchers clad in white lab coats stood bewildered, torn between belief and skepticism. Nonetheless, they wisely parted to clear a path. Regardless of the veracity of the news, none present could impede Luke. Rather than being struck down by the fist of this extraordinary ally, it would be more prudent to preserve one's life and continue to pledge allegiance to the Third Reich. This is by no means an act of cowardice, but rather a submission to one's inner convictions. The researchers exchanged glances, reaching an unspoken understanding. Amidst the chaos of the Allies, a zealot stepped forth, courageously placing himself before Luke. Before his admonishing words could fully escape his lips, he was incinerated by a searing gaze, reduced to a charred skeleton. Such valor is commendable. Who else dares? Luke surveyed the room with a gentle tone, devoid of any hint of savagery, despite having just witnessed the life of a compatriot snatched away. Moments later, silence enveloped the space, no one daring to respond. Luke advanced impassively. He possessed no principles against killing, nor any compassion for his adversaries. During those years in Brooklyn, Uncle Frank had often warned of the dire consequences of harboring foolish sympathy on the battlefield. Thus, even though Ziegler was a woman, Luke showed no restraint. She was no innocent, untouched by bloodshed, and there was no need to squander excessive emotions. With a forceful kick, Luke flung open the door to the operations room. Seated within was the newly appointed Saint General, who had betrayed the F-Rehr and assumed leadership of the Third Reich less than a month prior. Before him lay numerous maps of war zones, many marked in red ink. It was evident that this general was fervently attempting to salvage the Empire's decline. Unfortunately, he ultimately met with failure. I believe the Empire could endure a while longer, at least until the next batch of Aryan Supermen was produced. The Saint General maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Luke's abrupt visit. Baron Strack had assured me that, should I wish to join the Hydra, they would facilitate my escape. It was merely that your arrival was rather swift, Brigadier General. Luke smiled faintly, countering, "Do you truly intend to flee, Saint General? Abandoning the Third Reich to hide in obscurity, awaiting the day of your resurgence?" Upon entering, he had already scanned the operations room with his supervision to ensure no threats lingered. After all, in numerous cinematic tales, cornered villains often resort to desperate measures in the end. In the second drawer to your right, you'll find a Luger 08 pistol and 4 bullets, Luke stated calmly. "Saint General, it seems you are prepared to accompany the fallen Third Reich to its grave?" The leader who had momentarily revived Berlin nodded solemnly, asserting, "A capable captain would never forsake his ship, even as it sinks. I commend your fervor for your nation. However, you must also realize that the Allies are more inclined to subject you to a military tribunal, preferably to execute you publicly, branding you as a butcher, an executioner, and a conspirator," Luke remarked coolly, who summoned that F-Rehr to depart early, leaving only the Saint General as the sole object upon which the masses could vent their wrath and hatred. "I can entrust you with the transformation plan of the Brood-Zerg, the original document that remains only partially deciphered." The Saint General, disheartened, lost interest in the perfect Aryans upon hearing from Baron Strack that the battleship class was unlikely to contend with Luke. How could the Aryan Supermen, who even the super soldiers could not defeat, be deemed perfect? "Allow me to end my life with dignity, Brigadier." Luke pondered for a moment and gladly accepted this arrangement. After all, capturing the Saint General to hand over to the Allies bore little significance. The military tribunal's judgment was merely a formality. The upper echelons of the Allies were more eager to share the spoils and allocate benefits. As for post-war reckonings, they were merely a dessert showcasing the victor's triumph. In the original timeline of history, following his suicide, the Führer had ordered his subordinates to incinerate his body until nothing remained but charred remains. Many once speculated whether this was merely a ruse for faking death and escaping, yet no one pursued the matter vigorously. Minutes later, a gunshot rang out from the operations room. Shortly thereafter, Luke emerged, wordlessly breaking through the rooftop and ascending into the sky. He gazed down upon the ravaged Berlin, as if witnessing the collapse of an empire, the conclusion of a war, and the twilight of an era. So, who would be the master of the new age? Luke's lips curled into a smile as he stood unwaveringly above the clouds. Chapter 77. A desire for peaceful development with the demise of 3 battleship-class vessels in Paris and the St. General's suicide in an underground research facility. The crumbling Third Reich finally disintegrated. The protracted world war thus drew to a close. When the news of victory reached London and was transmitted via radio to the White House, the high-ranking officials of the Allies were elated. Numerous legislators promptly held press conferences, zealously promoting the news to garner public support. Those yearning for peace and the dissipating smoke of war took to the streets, celebrating throughout the night. It was said that New York was ablaze with lights that evening, resembling a luminous ocean. However, just a few days later, the attention of many shifted once again to Luke, who had once more seized the headlines. A striking black-and-white photograph graced the front page of the New York Times. It sent shockwaves across half the globe, igniting a fervor of discussion. The image depicted the young brigadier, clad in metallic armor, standing aloft, his cape billowing like a banner. The angle and lighting of the photograph captured Luke's features in a haze, yet his presence exuded an overwhelming aura. He resembled a hero emerging from the annals of myth and epic. Bathed in golden light, he appeared regal and formidable, a flying Superman. It was said that His Excellency the Brigadier had flown to Berlin to bring this war to an end. I am also aware of Brigadier Cavill, who single-handedly battled hundreds of Aryan fiends summoned by the Führer in Paris for 3 days and nights, ultimately sacrificing half his life to seal them away and send them back to hell. What you have pales in comparison. The latest reports reveal that the little mustached Führer in Berlin has sacrificed millions of lives to transform himself into a lord of hell. Had it not been for Brigadier Cavill's intervention, the entire world would have faced annihilation. Long live the Allies. Brigadier Cavill truly embodies the spirit of a war hero. Before long, similar rumors spread across the American homeland, even gaining momentum and reaching beyond its borders. In taverns and inns, on streets and corners, discussions about this matter proliferated as if witnessed firsthand, conveyed with utmost authenticity. The most absurd claim involved Luke winning over an Aryan demoness named Sieglinde with love, resulting in a tumultuous romantic entanglement. Following this version, a tragic tale emerged of a German country girl cruelly transformed into a demon by the Führer, only to regain her self-awareness with the aid of the Allied supermen. Even those in London were not idle. Numerous third-rate writers, eager to ride the coattails of this frenzy, began to weave fantastical narratives involving Merlin, King Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Table, projecting them onto Luke's character. Among these, the most widely circulated tale depicted Luke as hailing from a mysterious demon-hunting lineage, dubbed the walking pile driver and friend of sorceresses, who, inspired by the lake nymph, joined the Allies to combat the malevolent Axis. Amidst the flood of rumors, the masses overlooked the most crucial detail in the pivotal photograph, that the Allied brigadier, a super soldier, could indeed fly. While the notion of a soldier capable of pummeling tanks and kicking battleships in Berlin seemed within the realm of possibility, the sudden emergence of flight capabilities, coupled with an unprecedented suit of metallic armor, sparked curiosity among some. Colonel, I merely sought your assistance in promoting this. I never intended to become fodder for various novels. Look at this. The Untold Secrets of Brigadier Luke Cavill and the Aryan Demons. And this, unveiling the truth behind the Allied supermen. My years as a demon hunter in London. At Bletchley Manor on the outskirts of London, Luke spread out the recent newspapers before the smug Colonel Phillips and remarked with resignation. My Uncle Frank called me a few days ago, stating that a reporter from the New York Times came to interview him. inquiring whether he was aware that his nephew hails from a demon-hunting family and has engaged in indescribable super friendships with numerous sorceresses. This is a good thing, Luke. When in private, Colonel Phillips abandoned strict hierarchical titles and chuckled. At least you're now a young brigadier with a captivating narrative, a war hero, rather than being overlooked like Rogers. We all understand the nature of politicians. When they seek something from you, they will kneel and lick your boots. But once you lose your utility, they won't spare you a glance, deeming it a waste of time. Luke nodded in agreement. The photograph that sparked heated discussions was, in fact, staged. After leaving Berlin, he specifically sought out Colonel Phillips to find a photographer. Subsequently, the photo was sent to the New York Times under the photographer's name. In an era devoid of image synthesis technology, the authenticity of the photograph remained unquestioned, and the public was eager to believe. This endeavor was prompted by the conclusion of the war, as Luke sought to accumulate more prestige. However, he did not anticipate that Colonel Phillips would create such a stir. The secret narrative of the Allied Superman and Aryan Demon was rapidly becoming a staple of American pop culture. Just a few days prior, Paramount Pictures had inquired if Luke would be interested in bringing this experience to the silver screen, with the added incentive that his participation would be even more desirable. Though the project was currently in a state of uncertainty with no confirmed actors, unresolved script, and insufficient funding, Paramount assured him that as long as the Allied Brigadier General gave his approval, all obstacles could be surmounted. They confidently promised to enlist the likes of James Stewart, Clark Gable, and Katharine Hepburn. If he were to pen a few memoirs post-retirement or venture into Hollywood, he would undoubtedly find lucrative prospects. Luke bore no ill will towards Colonel Phillips. Enhancing his visibility was, after all, one of his objectives. Even if the narrative veered increasingly off course, it was of little consequence. According to Hollywood's commercial practices, his genuine experiences would likely be adapted multiple times for the screen. Perhaps he might even secure an Oscar, thereby etching his name in cinematic history and achieving a remarkable legacy. Luke, you are destined for a broader horizon. After their conversation, Colonel Phillips subdued his smile and solemnly remarked that it was merely a matter of biding time until the opportune moment for soaring to great heights. Luke raised an eyebrow. Since returning from Berlin, he had received accolades from high-ranking Allied officials. Churchill, upon leaving the wartime cabinet and returning to the Prime Minister's residence, referred to him as the liberator of the free world. Meanwhile, the president in the White House was even more blunt, stating that Luke had altered the course of the war and single-handedly salvaged the Allies. Yet, both parties remained confined to verbal commendations without offering tangible rewards. It was likely that the Allies found themselves in a quandary. What practical recognition could a 20-year-old brigadier general receive? A major general? A lieutenant general? Or perhaps a full general? With such rapid promotions, would Luke not be positioned as the Secretary of Defense by the time he turned 30? The British, on their part, maintained a keen interest in the unfolding drama, with the Prime Minister suggesting that such accomplishments warranted a 5-star general rank, and if the Americans were unwilling, Luke could join England, which would warmly welcome him into the sun never sets empire. The president in the White House wore a cheerful smile while harboring a different sentiment internally. It seemed the colonel had received some inside information. Luke did not place much importance on military rank. Despite his current status as a general, he wielded no real power, only holding a ceremonial title. The Allies are presently occupied with liberating Berlin, and once the war concludes, they will naturally convene to share the spoils and reward their valiant contributors. At that juncture, Luke and Captain Rogers will return to New York to receive their accolades and honors. There has been a proposal for you to continue leading the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Colonel Phillips wore a grave expression, clearly indicating that the military intends to isolate Luke from the core centers of power. The primary concern may stem from a fear that this young brigadier general might encroach upon the Department of Defense too prematurely, leading to an imbalance of power and a plethora of complications. More critically, Luke lacks substantial backing. While Superman possesses immense strength, those who are accustomed to political machinations or the logic of self-interest merely regard him as a weapon of the state. This notion is both foolish and undeniably real. Politicians and capitalists, even in the face of marauders, instinctively prioritize their safety through status and wealth. Yet, they overlook the fact that some individuals do not adhere to such conventions. This is merely a suggestion. If you are unwilling, no one shall coerce you. Eisenhower would gladly extend his assistance. Luke gestured to halt the colonel's kind offer, a slight smile gracing his lips, seemingly unperturbed. He was acutely aware that the military owed him a favor, and those higher-ups were inclined to repay him with this opportunity. Capturing Rome and aiding the Allies in their Sicilian landings constituted a monumental achievement, which Luke readily attributed to Eisenhower, simultaneously offering the honor to the president to alleviate domestic discord. If he desired to penetrate the Department of Defense and step into the heart of power, he could undoubtedly do so. Unfortunately, he merely wished for a tranquil period of growth. Luke mused silently. From the present perspective, the Strategic Scientific Reserve appears to be an inconsequential entity. However, with the advent of the superhero era, this colossal entity, known as SHIELD, will emerge as its predecessor, and the Strategic Scientific Reserve indeed possesses significant potential for development. The first director of SHIELD, a certain egg-like figure flashed through Luke's mind, expressing satisfaction with the decisions made by the Allied leadership. Chapter 78. When the war concludes, the aftermath of the war gradually subsides, during which numerous events worthy of historical documentation transpired. Notably, the Yalta Conference took place, wherein 4 nations convened at the Yalta Palace to deliberate on the establishment of a new post-war world order and the distribution of interests. In simpler terms, they were dividing the cake. It is noteworthy that upon witnessing the Aryan Superman crafted in Berlin reversing the tide, the Axis Powers Neon faction initiated related plans, acquiring a portion of the Woden blood from Saint General as research material, laboring diligently to advance their technology. Ultimately, they succeeded in producing 31 tank-level superhumans. However, these freshly minted neon superhumans, before they could dominate the Pacific battlefield and vanquish the Allies, were swiftly and decisively dismantled by a group of mysterious individuals. Subsequent investigations revealed that these individuals claimed to be members of the Spear Bureau. Thus, another participant joined the Yalta Conference. Shortly thereafter, the restless Neon was struck by 2 atomic bombs, one codenamed Little Boy, which devastated Hiroshima, and the other dubbed Fat Man, which obliterated Nagasaki, accompanied by a cataclysmic roar. The mushroom clouds that rose became an eternal nightmare for the people of Neon, when their representatives signed the unconditional surrender aboard the USS Missouri. The global conflagration that had engulfed the world finally came to a formal conclusion. As the smoke cleared, peace emerged. As a nascent star of this era, Luke bore witness to the shifting tides of fate and the revolutionary currents of history. Initially, he appeared among the 4 giants at Yalta, celebrated as the hero who ended the war, and posed for photographs with the leaders of various nations. The atmosphere of this pivotal conference, aimed at reshaping the world order, was both subtle and tense. The representatives from the Soviet Union regarded Luke with a wariness that was palpable. Who could predict whether this Superman might descend from the skies and shatter the Kremlin? Determined, they resolved to vigorously advance their nuclear program in anticipation of potential threats. Meanwhile, the British Prime Minister greeted Luke with a genial smile, presenting him with a box of exquisite cigars for his collection. He also slyly remarked that America was rather stingy in offering tangible rewards to true heroes, which deeply unsettled the visibly weary Roosevelt. After the meeting concluded, the ailing president made a point to explain his military's decisions, hoping to assuage Luke's discontent. In essence, he issued a slew of empty promises, attempting to mitigate the dissatisfaction of others, though he remained oblivious to the fact that his time was short. He was destined to succumb to a cerebral hemorrhage before the war's end, departing this world even before the Führer, who had contemplated suicide. Perhaps the flutter of a butterfly's wings had granted the president a few additional months of life. Brigadier Cavill, upon my return to Washington, D.C., I shall immediately confer upon you the rank of Major General, the president insisted, mustering his strength to reassure Luke. From the White House down to the military, including Colonel Phillips, no one believed that this young brigadier genuinely did not mind being sidelined or was truly willing to lead the Strategic Scientific Corps. It was well understood that if he stepped into the Department of Defense, he could swiftly become the youngest de facto general in the history of the United States. Luke found himself in a quandary. Despite his earnest demeanor, why did they refuse to believe him? Eventually, Rogers came over to console Luke, advising him not to overly concern himself with status and power. Regardless, the greatest benefactor of the Allies remained Superman, a fact that was beyond dispute. His prestige continued to soar. indicating that this wave of publicity had indeed proven effective. After exchanging a few perfunctory words with the president, Luke retreated to his quarters. With the momentum provided by Colonel Phillips, his name rapidly spread, albeit often accompanied by bizarre tales or sensationalized anecdotes. Initially, Luke felt some resistance. After all, he was a superhero and had a reputation to uphold. However, upon witnessing the substantial surge in his popularity, he could only exclaim, "How delightful!" In the following days, nations engaged in a tug-of-war, each eager to claim a larger share of the lucrative pie. The Soviet Union asserted, "Had it not been for my successful defense of Moscow and the shattering of the Third Reich's invincibility, you would have surrendered like the French." Britain retorted, "I launched the counteroffensive at El Alamein, turning the tide in North Africa, and my contributions are significant." The United States interjected, "We have a superhero." The others fell into a momentary silence, after which both the Soviet Union and Britain tactfully sidestepped the topic. Luke observed all of this keenly. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a formidable weapon, rivaling the atomic bomb, possessing a crucial strategic significance. Unfortunately, he had little interest in becoming Dr. Manhattan of the Marvel Universe, aiding the Eagle in its quest for global dominance. After the Yalta Conference, Luke journeyed to London to reorganize the Strategic Scientific Corps. Upon witnessing organizations like the Strategic Scientific Reserve and Hydra, it became evident that America urgently needed to establish a similar official institution. Naturally, the Strategic Scientific Corps, which gathered the elite of the free world, was the prime candidate. During this period, several unpleasant incidents occurred. While the Allies maintained a facade of harmony against the axis of evil, the turbulent undercurrents began to surface once the war concluded. No one wished to see another's growth surpass their own. The Strategic Scientific Corps not only boasted a wealth of talent, but also absorbed remnants of Hydra's forces. Notable figures such as Dr. Zola and various researchers emerged as invaluable resources. Additionally, the cosmic cube confiscated from Hydra's headquarters was an exceptionally rare treasure. Britain, unwilling to passively watch Luke take away their assets, attempted to intervene. However, such actions were thwarted by the Prime Minister, who deemed it unnecessary to offend a powerful individual capable of threatening the nation over trivial matters. Indeed, in the absence of external pressures, humanity's propensity for internal strife and self-destruction appeared to be an innate talent, Luke mused. Seated in the Oval Office of the White House, he awaited a meeting with the president. Today marked the ceremony for his commendation. The rank of Major General awaited him, the reward bestowed upon Luke by the United States. From a private to a Major General, such a rapid ascent in rank was unlikely to be surpassed by any future candidates. As history unfolded, President Roosevelt had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage a few days prior and had passed away. The new presidency was assumed by Harry Truman. General Cavill, it seems somewhat wasteful of your talents to temporarily lead the Strategic Scientific Legion. The new president adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "It is simply that the decisions made are difficult to alter. I hope you can understand. I would prefer to remain with the Strategic Scientific Legion, as the work here suits me better." Luke wore a smile, his tone calm. This was a sincere sentiment. His satisfaction was not with the nascent Strategic Scientific Legion, but with the future SHIELD, the vast organization directly overseen by the World Security Council. Luke recalled the one-eyed director who had assembled a group of superheroes, essentially ignoring the directives from the White House and the military. Not only could he brazenly decline the president's calls and disregard senators, but he could also bypass the constraints of Congress and the White House to conduct cross-regional law enforcement. It could be said that the responsibilities and powers of the SHIELD were entirely superior to all intelligence agencies in America, far beyond the mere Department of Defense. Even if Luke were to become the highest authority at the Pentagon, he might never enjoy the prestige of the SHIELD director. General Cavill, it is best if you can think this way. The new president sighed with relief, as the military's attitude towards this superhero was rather complex. They wished to court him, but feared that his power might become too formidable to manage in the future. Fortunately, this young general did not exhibit any dissatisfaction. However, I find the name Strategic Scientific Legion rather cumbersome. Since we are restructuring, why not adopt a new title? Luke turned to the astonished president and smiled. I believe SHIELD would be quite fitting. That way, Iron Man will no longer complain about forgetting the name. Chapter 79. Steve, you must stand tall after departing from the White House. Luke drove to the Army Club in the Northwest District, where Rogers awaited him. In the days following his return from London to New York, He had been inundated with public appearances, interviews, and military commendation ceremonies, leaving him little personal time. It was only after Roosevelt's passing that Luke could extricate himself from his hectic schedule to attend the funeral in Washington and complete his commendation. He wondered whether Steve could adapt to his new life. The black sedan halted at the club's entrance, with a military officer at the wheel, following his promotion to general. The military had assigned him a dedicated secretary, driver, and even a bodyguard, the latter of whom seemed entirely unnecessary. In the event of an emergency, who would protect whom? To serve as a bodyguard for a superhero, one would ideally require someone of the caliber of Supreme Sorcerer or Odin. Nevertheless, it was indeed prudent to seek capable individuals to assist him. Luke had a few suitable candidates in mind, though none had been finalized yet. In his view, solitary endeavors held little promise. One could not simply wait for the Chitauri army to descend upon Earth and expect to confront them alone with nothing but his fists. Certainly, the minor adversaries are best left to one's subordinates. Only foes of the caliber of Thanos, Apocalypse, or Dormammu warrant direct engagement. The recruitment event for SHIELD is soon to commence, and one can only speculate on how many individuals it will attract. Luke's thoughts meandered as he ascended the staircase. Upon entering the grand hall of the Army Club, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Clad in a crisply tailored military uniform with meticulously groomed hair, Luke instantly became the center of attention. There was little he could do. After all, he had transformed into a celebrity, with recruitment posters depicting him as the red-caped Superman rather than Uncle Sam. The aura of a legendary hero undeniably captivates the public's gaze. Much like the tales of Washington chopping down the cherry tree or Columbus balancing an egg, the veracity of such stories is of little consequence. Luke himself embodied numerous legendary exploits, serving as a delightful topic for casual conversation. Major Cavill, greetings. I am among the second batch of recruits from the Caspian training camp. Major, I am your devoted admirer. I have your autograph. Thank you for sealing away those Aryan demons. You are a true hero. The clamor of voices surged forth, momentarily drowning out the soothing music that flowed through the hall. The atmosphere of the club became lively as retired soldiers and resting officers encircled Luke. I apologize. I have an appointment with a friend. Observing the conversation veering further off course, Luke maintained a polite smile while hastily extricating himself from the throng and making his way to the second floor. It seems the name Superman is destined to be inextricably linked with Aryan demons and the female sorceress, among other topics. He found himself uncertain whether to express gratitude to Colonel Phillips or lament his tarnished reputation. Luke could already foresee the awkward scenario of a reporter thrusting a microphone at him, inquiring about the number of female sorceress friends Superman has. Thus, he mused, I prefer a more understated existence. Alas, my abilities do not permit such a luxury. The young major shook his head and ascended to the relatively quieter second floor. The first sight that greeted him was Colonel Rogers seated at the bar. Hey, Brooklyn-esque Colonel Rogers, why the long face? Is it a quarrel with your lovely girlfriend? Luke playfully patted his companion's shoulder. Or perhaps you're merely mourning the late president. Neither, replied Rogers, now a full colonel, with a hint of melancholy as he took a sip of whiskey. The war is over, which should be a cause for celebration. Yet I feel as though I have lost my purpose. As the household name of Captain America, Rogers' fame rivaled that of Luke. In the eyes of many comic-loving children, the star-spangled uniform holds greater iconic status than Superman's red cape. You appear somewhat despondent, Luke remarked, snapping his fingers to order a fruity gin. Thanks to his influence, Rogers' life trajectory had been altered. He had neither plunged into an icy abyss nor slumbered for 70 years. Captain America embarked on a new chapter in his life, the nature of which remained uncertain. He successfully returned to Brooklyn, bearing the honorable title of Captain America, having been awarded a Medal of Valor by the president. And he found himself in a romantic entanglement with a blonde maiden reminiscent of a delicate rose. Aside from the temporary absence of his steadfast companion, everything appeared idyllic. I find myself at a loss, Luke, Rogers remarked with a wry smile. Not long ago, he had been received by the newly inaugurated president, who conferred upon him an honorary medal. Others who shared in this recognition included members of the Howling Commandos and key figures from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. By all accounts, Rogers should have felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Yet, after spending some time in Brooklyn, he felt a disquieting sense of aimlessness, as if he had lost his way. The doors of S-H-I-E-L-D are always open to you, Luke said with a knowing smile, gently swirling the liquid in his glass. He could empathize with Roger's sentiments, akin to many veterans who, after leaving the battlefield, struggled to reintegrate into society. Warriors accustomed to the cacophony of gunfire and the haze of smoke often find it challenging to adjust to the surrounding mirth and laughter. S-H-I-E-L-D. Rogers inquired, taken aback, as he had not heard of this organization. It's the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Luke elucidated. With the war concluded, the reserve, originally established to combat Hydra, is undergoing a reorganization. I thought it fitting to bestow it with a new name. Doesn't T-S-H-I-E-L-D sound far more appealing? This way, you'll have something to occupy your time, unlike me, who has yet to find a purpose. A flicker of envy danced in Roger's eyes. He yearned for the unwavering resolve that Luke embodied, always moving forward without hesitation. Steve, do not dwell on the memories of the battlefield, Luke counseled gently. Even if you do not aspire to be an exemplary soldier, there are other avenues you can pursue. Moreover, this country still has need of your talents. Luke resumed his role as a spiritual guide, imparting wisdom. Peace is but a temporary state. Even after the dismantling of fascism and the crushing of the Nazi regime, the politicians in Washington will soon identify a new adversary, a formidable red bear standing on the Siberian steppes. This vast nation occupies 1/5 of the world's landmass and is a pivotal player in the global bipolar landscape. Are you suggesting there will be war again? Rogers asked, somewhat astonished, though he did not doubt Luke's insight. Over time, the veracity of his friend's judgments had proven remarkably accurate, always piercing through to the truth. In a certain sense, it will indeed be war, Luke replied, taking a sip from his glass. Before long, the newly elected president will implement the Truman Doctrine, heralding the dawn of the Cold War. The establishment of the Warsaw Pact and NATO signifies the emergence of two military-political blocs and the confrontation of two distinct social systems. Therefore, consider this. Captain America will inevitably have to raise his shield and re-enter the fray. S-H-I-E-L-D could serve as an excellent sanctuary. Luke spoke with the persuasive flair of a Wall Street stockbroker, causing Rogers, who had initially contemplated retiring and returning to a life of anonymity, to waver. Let me think about it. Thank you, Luke. Rogers expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Not just you, Steve. The nation found itself in a state of mourning for President Roosevelt, while simultaneously reveling in the triumph of war, leaving everyone in a haze of confusion, uncertain of their next steps. Luke finished his drink and patted Rogers on the shoulder. Captain America found himself in a rather precarious position. In the previous narrative, Rogers had plummeted into the ice, subsequently hailed as a war hero by the military. For a silent corpse, such glorification was boundless. No praise could be deemed excessive. However, the circumstances had shifted. Rogers was very much alive. Thus, aside from the hollow accolades of heroism, the military had no intention of bestowing any tangible rewards. Luke had discerned this truth long ago. The so-called war hero was merely a mascot for the military. In times of need, they elevate you to great heights, fervently promoting your so-called heroic deeds and virtuous image. Yet, once the war concludes, you become a dispensable entity, stripped of your utility. Rogers exemplified this predicament. With victory in hand, the United States, poised to share the spoils, no longer required Captain America to sell bonds. Consequently, he was cast aside. The military turned a blind eye, and the White House offered nothing beyond hollow honors. Foreseeing this trajectory, Luke had begun his preparations long before. With the conquest of Rome, he achieved an indelible and remarkable record. He subsequently vanquished Hydra, laying the groundwork for his influence and gradually earning his voice. Today, he was no longer a mere figurehead, but a general wielding real power. I hope you can provide me with an answer next time we meet, Steve. Luke glanced at the time, left a tip beneath his glass, and settled Rogers' bill before heading off to meet his next guest. Chapter 80, Tesseract. Father of the Sentinel returning to the Pentagon, Luke exited the Army Club and entered a sleek black luxury sedan parked at the entrance. He recalled the words he had used to persuade Rogers, a smile creeping onto his lips. How could S-H-I-E-L-D function without Captain America? Rushing to form a cheerleading squad for the Avengers ahead of Nick Fury seemed like a rather amusing endeavor. In the future, should two armies clash, With the Chitauri fleet arrayed in formation, it would be quite a sight to behold, especially with the overwhelming numbers on Thanos' side. Yet here he would stand all alone. Wouldn't that be rather undignified? Thus, recruiting was an imperative necessity. Aside from the Captain America, who is contemplating retirement, Luke is also preparing to involve that fellow Howard to bolster their numbers. Together with Carter, a managerial talent, they are close to forming a substantial framework. Otherwise, the newly established S.H.I.E.L.D. would be dishearteningly sparse, akin to a mere handful of cats. General, we have arrived. Upon hearing the driver's announcement, Luke, who had been envisioning future blueprints, opened his eyes. Through the lowered window, he beheld a massive complex. The sleek black limousine advanced smoothly, navigating through multiple layers of security before reaching the interior. The Pentagon was constructed in response to the rapid expansion of the Army Department following the outbreak of World War II, necessitating a centralized office space. At that time, the Army was scattered across various locations such as National Mall, Maryland, and Virginia. Faced with traffic congestion or halted rail services, convening a meeting became a challenge due to insufficient personnel. After intense discussions during a hearing, Army Secretary Henry Stimson nearly declared that without funding, he would be left out in the cold. Eventually, Congress begrudgingly acquiesced to this reasonable request, allocating a parcel of land near the Potomac River. Otherwise, the members of the Budget Committee might not have budged. For them, it mattered little to be insulted, but when it came to finances, they would not hesitate to sever ties. Luke, reflecting on the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding had yet to be approved, felt a twinge of anxiety. He had no desire to adopt the Army Secretary's brazen attitude of demanding money at any cost, as it would be quite embarrassing. It appeared he needed to seize the opportunity to secure funding. As Luke gracefully exited the vehicle, his youthful visage and the military uniform adorned with 2 silver stars immediately drew the attention of many. This striking pentagonal edifice, officially authorized and funded by Congress in 1941, was only recently completed, having consumed a staggering $87 million. Most of those permitted inside were mid to high-ranking Army officers and personnel from the Department of Defense. Among them, some recognized Luke's identity and stifled the urge to approach him for an autograph, whispering among themselves instead. This demonstrates that even the officers at the Pentagon are not immune to the allure of celebrity. Maintaining an air of authority, Luke strode forward with unwavering focus. The first-floor atrium of the Pentagon housed a bank, post office, bookstore, clinic, telegraph office, and various shops. The second floor, adorned with golden carpets, was known as the Gold Hall, designated for various joint meetings. Luke's office was located on the 3rd floor, where the offices of the Secretary of Defense and the Army Department resided. A corner of the corridor featured the Hall of Heroes, dedicated to commemorating recipients of the highest honors since the War of Independence. Inside hung over 3,000 bronze plaques, inscribed with the names, origins, and biographies of valiant soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice in battle. The photograph of Luke himself hangs alongside those of Marshall, Eisenhower, and MacArthur in the Memorial Corridor, displayed for public viewing. General, you have arrived. The secretary, a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing blonde hair and an alluring figure, promptly stands as she sees Luke enter. Your guest has already arrived. Observing the captivating allure of the secretary, Luke cannot help but reflect on the decadence of capitalism. It is fortunate that his resolve remains steadfast, immune to the temptations of beauty. Were it another man in his place, the allure would undoubtedly be overwhelming. The combination of uniform seduction and the gravity of military affairs would make it difficult not to indulge in a scandal akin to Clinton's infamous Zippergate. Luke silently scorns this thought while maintaining a courteous smile, gently pushing open the door to the adjacent conference room. Inside, a short, middle-aged man reminiscent of a gnome is seated. He remains composed in his chair, though a hint of apprehension colors his expression. General, greetings. I am Bolivar Teslac. Upon seeing Luke striding confidently, Bolivar quickly rises from his seat, extending a respectful greeting. Given his height, he must strain his neck to catch a glimpse of the young brigadier general's features. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Teslac. Please take a seat. Luke offers warmly as he settles into his chair. With subtle scrutiny, he observes Bolivar. Despite the man's diminutive stature and unremarkable appearance, he is, in reality, a titan of knowledge. Renowned in the field of genetic biology, he has published several visionary papers, particularly offering astonishing insights into the mysteries of humanity. Even within a world where genius scientists are commonplace, he stands out as a notable figure. However, what intrigues Luke most about Bolivar is his research on mutants. This seemingly gnome-like scientist is destined to become the father of the Sentinels. In a particular timeline, he nearly eradicated mutants, inadvertently threatening the extinction of humanity itself. General Cavill, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Bolivar asks, his demeanor still cautious. At this point, he has yet to establish Teslac Industries, nor is he the internationally acclaimed weapons expert he would later become. Thus, faced with a military luminary and a local war hero, he cannot help but feel nervous, his voice lacking confidence. Mr. Teslac, I have perused some of your papers, and to be frank, they are quite fascinating, Luke states. Fingers interlaced and elbows resting on the table, his tone nonchalant. You posit that within human genetics lies a mysterious code that unlocks the door to evolution. You even claim the possibility of a new race, one that may surpass humanity in strength. General, please allow me to clarify. I am absolutely not a racist, nor a Nazi. Bolivar, for reasons unknown, pales and nervously insists, I completely disagree with the F. Hrayer's Aryan Superman theory. Please do not misunderstand me. During the war, I even donated to the country. Luke was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to broach the subject. Yet he had already frightened the future father of Sentinels into such a state. However, upon reflection, he comprehended the underlying reason. In this era, discussions surrounding the human race and cutting-edge genetic research can easily evoke associations with the extreme racism of the Third Reich. It was likely that Bolivar had previously suffered from such an experience, leaving him with a lingering sense of paranoia. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Teslac. I merely wish to engage you in a conversation regarding mutants. Luke gestured for him to relax, indicating that there was no need for such tension. I fully endorse your papers and perspectives, which is precisely why I invited you here. This time, it was Bolivar who was taken aback, struggling to believe that a young general of such high rank would express interest in his research theories. General Cavill, you are aware of mutants? The diminutive scientist inquired cautiously. Indeed, I not only possess knowledge, but have also witnessed them firsthand. A faint smile crossed Luke's lips. The Hellfire Club was noted in his ledger, and he would settle accounts in due time. Seen mutants? Bolivar suddenly became animated, shedding his prior reticence. General, mutants are a perilous species. They represent the greatest threat to humanity on this planet. Are you familiar with Neanderthals? They were close relatives of the ancestors of Europeans and once dominated the entire continent. Yet 24,000 years ago, these ancient humans vanished. They were supplanted by Homo sapiens, regardless of whether they are lesser or higher beings. Only those who adapt to their environment survive. However, due to the finite resources in nature, when multiple species occupy the same ecological niche, fierce competition ensues. Humans exhibit a greater propensity for interference with closely related species than any other creature, positioned at the pinnacle of the food chain. We possess an extraordinary ability to exploit and transform our natural surroundings. In the era of survival of the fittest, intense competition among different races is inevitable. Thus, the Neanderthals were destined to be replaced by Homo sapiens. In my view, mutants are the species most likely to supplant humanity. The little scientist spoke with urgency, as if fearing that the young general might not grasp the severity of the issue. Luke raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Bolivar was a staunch proponent of human supremacy, harboring considerable wariness towards mutants. If William Strick, who also harbored animosity towards mutants, did so due to personal misfortune, then his mentor Bolivar seemed to have chosen to develop Sentinel robots out of concern for the potential of humanity being replaced by mutants. Of course, there were undoubtedly ulterior motives at play, such as portraying mutants as ticking time bombs and profiting from the sale of weaponry designed to combat them. This was akin to the arms dealer's fervor for inciting regional conflicts, thereby allowing both sides to profit. Please, do not become agitated, Mr. Teslac. Luke exhibited no overt emotions, holding a perspective starkly opposed to that of the dwarf scientist, Bolivar. Mutants fundamentally lack the necessary conditions to compete at the apex of the food chain alongside humanity. Firstly, in comparison to the vast global population, their numbers are woefully insufficient to establish an effective social system. Secondly, Mutants are essentially the evolutionary trajectory of future humanity, not constituting a requisite for competition. In a household, it is highly probable for a son to be a mutant while his parents are not. Would the mutant son, therefore, harbor hatred towards his parents, even seeking to eradicate them? Thus, from a more objective standpoint, mutants should be regarded as a branch of human evolution. The discord between the two groups is rooted more in discrimination than in an irreconcilable vendetta for annihilation. Magneto perpetually envisions the establishment of a mutant empire. Yet he has never contemplated that a harmonious world composed solely of mutants may not be as idyllic as imagined. Ultimately, mutants are unable to sustain a self-sufficient existence. Cars and factories do not manufacture themselves, and food in supermarkets does not materialize out of thin air. Can a minority of mutants accomplish these tasks? Magneto possesses the capability to demolish a building with a mere gesture, yet he cannot construct a factory, despite wielding the immense power to uplift continents and reverse polarities. He remains unable to satiate his hunger. From this perspective, the notion of a genocidal war is patently absurd. Furthermore, a totalitarian society where a select elite subjugates numerous lower classes bears no distinction from the Third Reich. As a persecuted Jew, to become the very embodiment of that which one despises is indeed a profound irony. Magneto's ideological perspective is exceedingly regressive, clearly indicative of a lack of familiarity with Marxist theory. A multitude of thoughts coursed through Luke's mind as he glanced at Bolivar and smiled, saying, "Since you are so intrigued by mutants, I shall take you to meet them." The dwarf scientist was momentarily stunned, as if his brain had momentarily short-circuited, his expression somewhat vacant. "General, you may not fully comprehend my meaning. Mutants are perilous. They possess a variety of peculiar abilities." Luke appeared oblivious to these concerns, rising eagerly to invite Bolivar to accompany him. Previously in Rome, Italy, he had encountered the Hellfire Club and had a brief engagement with mutants. After a cordial exchange grounded in reason, Luke found them quite amenable, far less terrifying than Bolivar had portrayed. The two exited the Pentagon and entered a black sedan. Luke specified a precise location, and the driver started the engine, gradually navigating away from the imposing complex behind them. The two captives, the Red Devil Azazel and the Gas Queen, were incarcerated in a prison located in Arlington County. "Tesla, have you heard of Sebastian Shaw?" During their drive, Luke began to inquire about the Black King of the Hellfire Club. Initially, he harbored hopes that the adversary would join forces with Hydra, willingly presenting themselves as an easy target. However, to his surprise, this mutant exhibited excessive caution, never revealing themselves until the very end. "I know him, Shaw, a fervent biologist." Bolivar furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before continuing. "Sebastian is a staunch believer in the Third Reich's ideal of a perfect race. He once told me that blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryans are destined to rule the world. We had met a few times in England, and after he returned to Germany, he wrote to me several times inquiring about the progress of mutant gene research." Luke pondered for a moment, considering that among the mutants, the ones posing a slightly greater threat could be the ominous Mr. Sinister, who is a primary henchman of Apocalypse, obsessively pursuing the Phoenix Force. Then there's Sebastian Shaw. This individual primarily views mutants as mere instruments for his mundane and cliché ambition of world domination. He resembles a salesman, peddling the extreme racial theories of the Third Reich, managing to deceive many simple-minded mutants. "Sebastian Shaw is indeed a mutant," Luke stated candidly. "He has joined an organization known as the Hellfire Club, gathering his compatriots with plans for a significant upheaval." Bolivar's expression turned contemplative. He seemed to grasp the purpose of Luke's meeting. "Is there anything I can do for this country, General? If it involves dealing with mutants, I am certain I can be of assistance." The dwarf scientist climbed the ladder of opportunity as a scientist capable of establishing major enterprises. He was far from foolish and was rather adept at reading the room. A smile crept onto Luke's lips. This was precisely the response he had been eager to hear. The Hellfire Club represented a pressing dilemma that required resolution. The seasoned veterans had advised that one should treat enemies with the ruthless cruelty of a harsh winter. Rather than waiting for Sebastian Shaw to amass strength and approach them, it was far better to strike decisively and ensnare him in one fell swoop. "Excellent, Mr. Tesla S. H.I.E.L.D. is in need of talent such as yourself." Luke chuckled, subtly drawing Bolivar into S. H. SHIELD. The future father of the Sentinel program certainly had the qualifications to serve as a supervisor in the research department. SHIELD. Bolivar's eyes flickered. Although unfamiliar with the organization, he did not exhibit any signs of resistance. It is well known that research demands substantial funding. He had yet to align himself with Nixon and establish Tesla Industries, remaining merely a moderately renowned scientist. Without a patron or financial backer, like many independent researchers, he found himself confined to a cramped space, unable to afford even a laboratory. The prospect of an official organization approaching him felt like a stroke of good fortune. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that the military is the most affluent of investors, making it the favored benefactor among scientists. Luke sensed Bolivar's excitement, and his smile grew increasingly gentle. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Even someone as self-important as Howard had to engage with senior officers in the procurement department to secure orders. In his own words, they were a group whose intellectual capacity hardly surpassed that of primitive beings. Moreover, Bolivar, a scientist in decline, was no exception. The heavy iron door creaked open, allowing a beam of light to spill into the dim corridor. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed in the darkness, precise as a ticking clock, ultimately halting at the entrance of the 12th cell. Azazel, it has been a while. The red devil curled up in the corner, his hands shackled in metallic cuffs, his broken legs crudely bandaged, merely enough to prevent further deterioration of his wounds. He heard the clinking of keys and saw a tall figure standing outside the open cell door. Fear was almost palpable in his gaze. I did not escape. The red devil shrank deeper into the corner, the cuffs clinking sharply against one another. The once mighty pride of a mutant had vanished entirely. He had previously been confined with poison ivy in the interrogation room of the Strategic Scientific Reserve before being transferred here. To prevent the Red Devil, who possessed teleportation abilities, from fleeing, Luke had specifically instructed that no doctor should attend to his injuries, ensuring he remained unable to walk. Each time he was moved to a new location, it was imperative to blindfold this mutant to prevent any disclosure of the building's layout and routes. Teleportation, while seemingly insurmountable, had its limitations. Users could traverse any space freely, yet the range of movement and spatial orientation posed insurmountable vulnerabilities. During the battle at the Venetian Palace, Luke had deduced the Red Devil's approximate teleportation range. A single spatial leap allowed him to cover distances of several dozen miles at high speed, making him difficult to target. Thus, Luke could only execute the mutant containment plan by depriving him of spatial awareness and restricting his mobility. Surprisingly, the long-lived Red Devil showed no inclination to escape. Azazel, I assure you, I mean you no harm. There is no need for such trepidation, Luke said with a benevolent smile. The Red Devil remained unconvinced, his fear only intensifying. Pain radiated from his bandaged legs. This young major not only shattered his legs, but also brutally extinguished the life of a steel shell. The mere memory of that violent scene sent chills down the Red Devil's spine. Seeds of terror took root in his heart, flourishing and even surpassing the oppressive weight brought by Sebastian Shaw. Tesla K, a mutant endowed with the extraordinary ability of instantaneous teleportation, possesses physical attributes and longevity that far surpass those of ordinary humans. Luke tilted his body as the diminutive Bolivar craned his neck to peer inside. With crimson skin and a slender tail reminiscent of a demon, he embodied a distinctly manifest type of mutant, one of the demonic variety. I once encountered an angelic mutant with wings in England, Bolivar remarked quietly. Curiosity stirred within him regarding what Major General had done to instill such fear in the mutant known as the Red Devil. In another cell, a woman, also a mutant, was imprisoned, capable of emitting toxic gas. Luke closed the cell door, contemplating the primary mission concerning the emergence of the third faction, which remained unfulfilled. He had already obtained genetic fragments from the chameleon, the Red Devil, the steel shell, and the poison gas woman, yet one final piece eluded him. Acquiring leech serum would undoubtedly facilitate dealing with Sebastian Shaw. After observing the two imprisoned mutants, Luke lowered his gaze towards Bolivar and inquired, "Mutants aren't all that terrifying, are they?" The gnome's scientist hesitated, unsure how to respond. He suspected that this youthful Major General might be a devil cloaked in human guise. For how else could he have rendered those two mutants speechless with fear? "May I join that to study them? Bolivar posed a pivotal question upon exiting the prison and escaping the dank, cramped space filled with putrid odors. He was eager to uncover the hidden codes within human genes that lay dormant. That is precisely why I have recruited you. Tesla K. Luke nodded, adding, however, my aim is not to create weapons to exterminate mutants, nor to embark on any human modification programs. I am interested in the mutants themselves. Their genes represent a vast treasure trove, the key to unlocking the doors of evolution. Thus, I require you to construct a comprehensive genetic map, identifying the critical nodes of the evolutionary curve and deciphering that enigmatic genetic code. Luke held no interest in persecuting mutants. They were a valuable asset to be controlled and understood. There was no need to force himself into the enemy's camp when dialogue could be pursued instead of violence. Of course, the terms and rules of negotiation would need to be dictated by himself. Otherwise, it might simply be more gratifying to overturn the table entirely. I truly consider myself a pacifist, Luke mused. Understood, General. Bolivar swallowed hard, secretly yearning to develop weapons for the extermination of mutants. This vibrant blue planet, teeming with life, may not withstand the resource consumption of two intelligent species. A war for survival among races would inevitably arise. The gnome scientist gazed up at Luke's calm demeanor, sensing that the Major General was acutely aware of this impending conflict, or that perhaps this was precisely the outcome he anticipated. However, what advantages does war present for Major Cavill? Bolivar adjusted his glasses, pondering with some confusion. If the aim were promotion, the 20-year-old young major could hardly expect further advancement in such a short span. The military would at most confer some commendations. Moreover, given Luke's age, it is imperative to proceed steadily, accumulating experience and foundation, as future accomplishments are undoubtedly boundless. There is no need to exploit mutants to achieve such ends. Teslac, once he has completed his current tasks, should remember to report to SHIELD in a few days. Luke, unaware of the other's thoughts, instructed, at that time, I will have my secretary provide you with a precise address. The office location for SHIELD has yet to be determined. The Pentagon serves as the Army and Defense Department's hub. Allowing a throng of agents and operatives to come and go would create an unfavorable impression. Furthermore, as the inaugural director, Luke preferred not to be surrounded by generals from the Army, Navy, and Air Force, leaving him with no semblance of personal space. Very well, Bolivar settled into the car, ceasing to speculate on Luke's intentions. The thoughts of prominent figures are often eccentric. Perhaps the young major is indeed a war enthusiast. After escorting Bolivar home, Luke instructed the driver to head to the airport, as he needed to return to New York that day. If I were to fly over myself, it might take no more than 20 minutes. Leaning back in the rear seat, Luke chuckled at his own self-deprecation. To appear more like an ordinary person could diminish the vigilance and wariness of others. His sole advantage over Clark Kent from the neighboring set was that he was human, free from the fears of ostracism. The adage, different races harbor different intentions, often holds true. Any creature tends to exhibit a degree of hostility towards intruders in their territory. Even the neighboring set Superman, heralded as a beacon for humanity, is met with Batman's myriad precautions. Where might he find another mutant? Luke's fingers drummed against the seat as a name emerged in his mind. His familiarity with mutants was limited, aside from the two prominent leaders, Magneto and Professor Charles, who were still children at present. There was only that one individual. Connor, please look into James Howlett. He has a brother, and they both participated in the Normandy landings. Luke issued the directive. For someone of his stature, locating a veteran was a trivial matter. Chapter 83. Dessert is the most delicious after dinner, just before nightfall. Luke returned to New York. He currently resided in a suite at the Waldorf Astoria, having not changed locations. The next step involved asset allocation. Luke had already sketched a rough outline of his business investment plans in his mind and was preparing to discuss collaboration with Howard soon, confident that the latter would be intrigued. That Iron Man's father has been riding a wave of success lately. As a participant in the Manhattan Project, he entered the White House alongside Oppenheimer, receiving accolades from the president. The stock prices of Stark Industries soared dramatically, reflecting a surge in value. However, this success was not solely attributable to Howard alone. The current state of the American stock market, Unlike the later era, characterized by the pursuit of exorbitant gains that left even Buffett astonished at his own limited experience, was in a different realm. Following the Great Depression and the somber times of war, the market burst forth like a long-suppressed fountain, heralding an enduring bull market on the horizon. Once the post-war instability dissipated, the stockbrokers of Wall Street, with their eyes closed, could randomly select 5 stocks from a pool of 10, and they would rise. If one merely sought profit, Luke could easily strategize, leveraging his unparalleled foresight to become one of the most prosperous businessmen of the post-20th century, transforming his narrative into one of rebirth on Wall Street rather than within the Marvel Universe. For him, wealth and status were merely embellishments, not primary objectives. After all, the 5 cosmic deities and the exalted beings of the Life Tribunal would hardly concern themselves with one's net worth or title. Such matters were best left to hotel staff. Upon returning to the hotel, Luke quietly approached Marlene from behind. Observing the graceful woman bustling about in her apron, a smile unconsciously blossomed on his lips. "I enjoy being hands-on," he remarked, startling Marlene, who turned to see his familiar face and smiled warmly in return. Like a wife awaiting her husband's return, she tenderly helped Luke remove his military jacket. With the demands of official duties, awaiting honors, and organizing SHIELD operations, it had been a while since they last met. "I just made mushroom cream soup. I asked room service to bring up some main courses," she said. Dressed in a beige floral dress and flat shoes, her long, seaweed-like black hair elegantly pinned up, she exuded a homely charm. "Kosa mentioned you spend all day in the hotel, never wanting to go out." "That's not good," she added. Luke casually wrapped his arm around Marlene's curvaceous waist. This stunning woman, who had journeyed from Sicily to New York, possessed a personality distinct from Carter's. The agent was independent and self-reliant, always striving to prove her capabilities. In contrast, Marlene embodied the essence of a traditional woman, yearning for a solid support system that could provide her with a sense of security, never asking for more. Luke often relished this feeling of being depended upon, which is why he frequently spent the night with Marlene. "I read and listened to the radio, and occasionally take walks in the garden below," she countered, a hint of captivating charm glimmering in her eyes. Luke glanced at the magazines strewn across the table, most of which focused on culinary arts and floral arrangements. "I should have Kosa introduce me to a reliable real estate agent. It's not ideal to always stay in a hotel," he mused, placing his plans for acquiring property on the agenda. As he commuted between Washington, D.C. and New York, he had no extravagant requirements for lodging. Marilena is different. Prolonged stays at the Waldorf inevitably lead to a sense of confinement. Moreover, as a culinary enthusiast and a traveler from the Celestial Empire, purchasing a residence must be a matter deeply etched in the soul. Mr. Alessandro is typically occupied, and such trivialities should not trouble him. Marilena approached, carrying a bowl of tantalizing mushroom soup, clearly demonstrating her culinary prowess. The rich, creamy concoction, adorned with sliced mushrooms, scattered corn kernels, and diced bacon, indeed whetted one's appetite. Trust me, he would be quite pleased. Luke recalled that mafia chief, whose first action after their meeting was to present him with a woman. This illustrates that when it comes to pleasing the powerful, the other party is undoubtedly an experienced connoisseur. With a bit of effort, one could win the favor of a brigadier general, a coveted opportunity for many. "I still intend to mark you in some way." Recently, Luke had been utilizing the template of a magic Superman, mastering a new skill that allowed him to leave a mental imprint on a specific individual. Much like the shortcut to locating Superman in the neighboring set, which involved tossing Lois Lane out of a window, even while residing in Washington, D.C. Should any misfortune befall Marilena, he would be the first to rush to her aid. However, the likelihood of such an event occurring is slim. Should Hydra or the Hellfire Club dare to stir trouble in New York, they would likely face utter annihilation. Luke would be more than willing to let them experience the true meaning of justice's iron fist. "Eat first, it's getting cold." Marilena tossed her hair back, eagerly awaiting his feedback. Before long, room service arrived with a cart laden with various main courses, including foie gras, leg of lamb, and a serving of oysters accompanied by a vegetable salad. Luke began to indulge, relishing the delightful experience of the sumptuous feast. Stellar energy could sustain his daily needs, yet could not satiate his culinary cravings. "Mr. Alessandro has expressed a desire to meet you," Marilena casually remarked as she cleared the table after Luke finished his lunch. The mafia chief, who had journeyed from Sicily to the North American continent accompanied by numerous family members, was rumored to have firmly established himself in New York. Luke had introduced Uncle Frank to Alessandro, linking him with the Irish mob and with the protection of a brigadier general. The New York police turned a blind eye to this group of Italians. Alessandro, being astute, had no intention of competing for business with his compatriots or the Irish. He chose to steer clear of the lucrative smuggling and contraband trades. Instead, he charted a different course, venturing into the gray market. Engaging in activities such as gambling and money laundering, he swiftly opened several underground casinos, and business had been flourishing recently, gradually gaining a reputation in Lower Manhattan. Is there something you need? Luke reclined on the sofa, his eyes slightly narrowed. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to engage excessively with Alessandro and his associates. Since the conclusion of the war, Luke's elevated status has compelled him to grapple with a multitude of weighty responsibilities each day. The preparations for S.H.I.E.L.D. are underway, with Carter assisting in the management. The affairs concerning mutants can be entrusted to Bolivar, while they await tangible results. The bulk of his duties, however, emanate from the White House and the Pentagon, as politicians from Capitol Hill vie for favor, military officials seek camaraderie, and ambitious entrepreneurs endeavor to invest in their interests. Social gatherings and banquets consume a significant portion of his time. Sometimes, being in the limelight proves to be a double-edged sword, Luke mused. Mr. Alessandro, should you wish to retain the family name from Sicily and designate the mafia as the Corleone family, your consent is, of course, requisite. Marlene approached, gently massaging Luke's temples with just the right amount of pressure, her touch soothing and delicate. She squatted beside the sofa, her voluptuous form accentuating a mesmerizing curve. Such trivial matters do not necessitate my approval. After relishing the massage for a moment, Luke turned his head to Marlene, his gaze ablaze, and expressed, at this moment, I yearn only to savor the sweetness of dessert after dinner. The long night stretches ahead, and slumber eludes me. Engaging in vigorous exercise is the most virtuous path to a healthy lifestyle. Chapter 84. Howard, I am here to discuss business. The following morning, Luke inhaled deeply, lifting his head from Marlene's ample bosom. The world is harsh, and human hearts are indifferent. Only talent can provide a modicum of warmth. He had intended to partake in morning exercises, yet upon observing the lingering traces of dreams in the corners of his companion's eyes, he felt a tinge of regret. Despite Marlene's earnest efforts, last night's workout had not been entirely satisfying. He reached for the slipped-off thin blanket, drawing it over the shoulders of the Sicilian beauty before rolling out of bed and entering the washroom. After refreshing himself, he drew back the heavy curtains that shielded the light, welcoming the dawn of a new day. This tranquil existence was truly enviable. Luke began to stretch, for even after becoming a superhuman, he had not relinquished his routine of 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. He ordered breakfast through room service. Once finished, he placed a kiss on Marlene's forehead, still heavy with sleep, before donning his distinguished major's uniform and stepping out. Stark Industries. Settling into the sleek black car, Luke dictated his destination. He was prepared to engage in business with Howard, only with sufficient funds to sustain the normal operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. could he fully liberate himself from the constraints imposed by the White House and the Pentagon. Otherwise, with their grip on his finances, he would lack the confidence to speak freely. Stark Industries Tower, situated on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, stands in juxtaposition to the Empire State Building, which currently holds the title of the world's tallest structure. Luke's conspicuous attire served as an unimpeded pass, granting him access wherever he wished to go. Why do you have the leisure to visit me today, General Cavill? Your ascent in rank is nothing short of meteoric. Howard, sporting his trademark mustache, beamed with amusement as he poured 2 glasses of whiskey. The front desk had already informed him of an unusually young Army Major General paying a visit, and it didn't take long for him to deduce who it was. Having made a brief trip back to New York, here he was, drinking during the day. You truly are indulgent. Luke accepted the glass, glancing at Howard, who lounged with his legs crossed. Following the revelation of the Manhattan Project, the other party had been basking in newfound popularity, far eclipsing the fading Captain America and the increasingly reclusive Superman. You don't understand, Luke. This is a manifestation of inner emptiness. Howard took a swig, adopting a languid pose before furrowing his brow and lamenting. If there truly exists a goddess of wisdom in this world, I fear she has long departed from me. Ever since the disbandment of the Manhattan Project research team, I felt an unshakable void within me. Not even an abundance of women could fill it. Raising an eyebrow, Luke chuckled. It seems you're quite unwell. Indeed, Jarvis has said as much. I even attempted to bed 3 beautiful women in one go, yet it proved futile. Howard gazed at the ceiling, a look of melancholy crossing his face. After fleeting pleasures, all that remains is an endless emptiness. Everything feels so utterly drab. Observing Howard's moment of introspection, Luke shook his head in amusement. The Stark father-son duo were indeed cut from the same cloth. The difference lay in the fact that after each of Tony S. indulgences, he would retreat to his underground laboratory to tinker with machinery, channeling his overflowing inspiration and energy. In contrast, after his research on the atomic bomb, Howard seemed to have lost interest in the mundane. Will the Tesseract reignite your curiosity and vitality? Luke inquired, taking a sip of whiskey, as if sensing a fish taking the bait. I recall your keen interest in it. Suddenly invigorated, Howard sat upright, his eyes sparkling with renewed fervor as he rubbed his hands together and asked, "When do we begin?" "Once you join S.H.I.E.L.D. The Tesseract is classified as a top-tier containment object. Only authorized personnel may access it. Luke laid forth the conditions, reflecting on how much easier it had been for Nick Fury, the third director, with Carter and Howard laying the groundwork and Alexander Pierce establishing the framework. By the time the current director took office, he merely had to devise various schemes to misappropriate funds. SHIELD, the Reorganized Strategic Scientific Reserve? Absolutely. Howard nodded eagerly, his mind racing with possibilities. During his moment of introspection, he was in dire need of a challenging problem to invigorate his desolate spirit. Luke was quite pleased. Enlisting Howard was nothing short of a triumph. Human Resources 5, SHIEL, D Scientific Research Strength 5, Financial Reserves 10. Wait a moment. Are you here today to recruit me into SHIELD? Upon nodding in agreement, Howard seemed to realize something and cast a scornful glance at Luke, muttering resentfully, "Return my gratitude. Swapping the Cosmic Cube for a new title as a research consultant benefits you." After all, Luke disregarded Howard's grievances and continued, back to the main topic. "I have other matters to discuss with you today. I wish to propose a business venture." When the conversation veered towards commerce, science, and women, Howard typically exhibited an unwavering seriousness. After pondering for a moment, he carefully articulated, "Regarding business, Stark Industries has recently secured 2 contracts from the Department of Defense, and its military factories and weapon development centers are essentially saturated with work. If you find yourself in need of funds, I can—" "Howard, you misunderstand my intent," Luke interjected, raising his hand to halt Howard's speech. As a businessman and the leader of a military-industrial enterprise, every judgment Howard made should stem from a rational consideration of corporate interests. This was entirely reasonable and would not induce any discontent on Luke's part. "I am not in need of money." Luke set down his glass, reclining on the sofa as he spoke this somewhat ostentatious truth. Before he left, Colonel Phillips had called, delivering good news. The funding for SHIELD had been approved and the location had been determined. Presently, Luke held a substantial sum of $16 million, which indeed alleviated any financial concerns. In this era, millions of dollars held considerable weight. Although it was not his personal wealth, as the director of SHIELD, appropriating public funds was rather customary and uncontroversial. Congress still afforded me a modicum of respect, not relegating SHIELD to the dilapidated buildings akin to those of the FBI. Luke expressed this because, at its inception, intelligence agencies like his had to operate from a few old apartments near the White House, with an activity budget of merely $450,000. Compared to them, SHIELD was indeed well-favored. "Well, it seems you are genuinely interested in discussing business." Howard shrugged, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, "Let me hear it. What ideas does the youngest major general in America and its greatest war hero have for amassing wealth? Does Stark Industries have any intentions of venturing into the communications sector?" Luke intended to establish mobile telephony and communication networks before the dawn of the communications age, motivated solely by his discomfort with the outdated methods of information transmission in this era. In 1940, Bell Labs in the United States produced the first battlefield mobile telephone. In 1958, Soviet engineer Leonid Kuprianovich further refined the mobile phone, reducing its weight from 3 kilograms to 500 grams. It was not until 1973 that a wireless phone, roughly the size of 2 bricks, was developed by engineer Martin Cooper from Motorola. The current telecommunications industry resembles a gold mine awaiting exploration. Chapter 85. This man comes from the future. The telecommunications sector. The American Telephone and Telegraph Company has already made significant strides, possessing the core technologies of Bell Labs. Even if Stark Industries were to enter, it might struggle to compete. Upon hearing Luke's proposal, Howard shook his head repeatedly. Venturing into the telecommunications sector as an operator pales in comparison to the allure of defense contracts. Moreover, the initial investment is substantial. Laying cables and constructing communication systems require considerable time and financial resources. Most importantly, Stark Industries would face the formidable adversary of Bell Labs. Even Howard, with his discerning eye, could not deny that it is the greatest laboratory in the world. While it may not rival the Manhattan Project, where the world's brightest minds convened, it certainly boasts a plethora of talent that should not be underestimated. Unlike his son, who occasionally indulges in naive romantic ideals, such as abandoning the core business, shutting down weapon manufacturing, and donning a suit of iron to become a superhero, Howard is a rational businessman. He is not optimistic about Luke's proposal, believing that the telecommunications industry is not a wise choice for expansion. Hold on before you respond. Read my proposal first. Since he sought Howard's collaboration, Luke would certainly not arrive empty-handed. Armed with his quick-thinking intellect and knowledge of relevant technologies from his previous life, he dedicated several days to crafting a comprehensive plan. Frankly, when Superman applies his intellect, he can indeed surpass over 90% of genius individuals, akin to activating an acceleration mode and rapidly advancing through the technological tree. In the same 24 hours, Luke seems capable of achieving extraordinary feats. Problems that appear difficult can be resolved with just a glance. Bell Labs is undoubtedly the most remarkable laboratory on this planet. Yet that does not imply that the American Telephone and Telegraph Company can maintain a monopoly over the telecommunications industry indefinitely. While Howard perused the proposal, Luke articulated his vision. You may not have noticed, but with the development of the automotive industry, an increasing number of individuals own cars, leading to a significant demand for mobile phones. Communication is no longer confined to households. If my plan is executed, Stark Industries could usher in a new era of mobile communication, and even with Bell Labs backing the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, they may not be our rivals. Luke is well aware that the American Telephone and Telegraph Company holds a trump card, Bell Labs. The institution has produced 11 Nobel Prize winners in physics, 4 Turing Award recipients, and 16 laureates of the highest scientific honors in the United States. Since its inception, it has amassed over 30,000 patents, averaging 1 per day. Many key technologies that underpin modern computers, televisions, mobile phones, cameras, and the internet originated from Bell Labs. It is no exaggeration to say that it has transformed the world. In the original timeline, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, relying on Bell Labs, dominated the communications industry for over a century, remaining the unassailable leader, unmatched by any rival. Had it not been for subsequent antitrust laws that dismantled this colossal entity, the communications empire meticulously crafted by Bell Labs would have remained unshaken. Luke's ambition was to usher in the mobile communications era ahead of others, strategically leveraging Stark Industries' resources for a comprehensive layout. From communication services to the internet and mobile television, he envisioned an omnipresent infiltration into every household. Once this venture was realized, it would rival the core business of Stark Industries itself. Did you achieve this all on your own? Howard inquired, listening intently while perusing the proposal. His expression shifted from initial indifference to growing gravity. As he reached the midpoint of the document, this most successful arms magnate in America found his breath becoming heavier, his page turning increasingly frantic. Incredible. Luke, do you realize your existence has made me feel for the first time that God is unfair? Howard articulated, his tone laden with complexity half an hour later. His eyes sparkled with surprise, excitement, and a hint of disbelief. "I have never envied your extraordinary physique, except perhaps when confronted by an abundance of beautiful women. When I feel somewhat overwhelmed, I have always taken pride in my genius intellect. Yet today, you have redefined my understanding. It is not that you have discovered some novel technology or achieved an astonishing breakthrough. Rather, your vision transcends this era completely. This proposal serves as a key, unveiling the future 50 years hence before my very eyes." Luke shrugged, savoring Howard's inability to maintain his composure amidst the mounting excitement. He reassured himself that such feats were merely the fundamental operations of a time traveler, asserting that to surpass the world-renowned Bell Labs, one must present technological advancements that outpace contemporaries. Moreover, could the exploits of a time traveler be deemed plagiarism? This was merely a judicious exercise of advantages, a prelude to leading technological innovation. This defies logic. I mean, no offense, but Luke, how could you conceive all this without ever attending university? Howard mused, clutching the thick proposal, pacing back and forth to regain his composure. Within that substantial stack of paper lay a vivid blueprint for the future of the communications era. From integrated internal chips and precision components to core technologies of analog signals and frequency division multiple access, even encrypted channels and automatic connections were meticulously detailed. The establishment of urban communication networks, the evolution into a cellular mobile communication system, and the miniaturization of mobile phones, such content filled the voluminous pages to the brim. The dense, extensive discourse nearly charted a developmental trajectory for the next 2 to 5 decades. This was the source of Howard's astonishment. Luke had not merely proposed a singular technological invention. He had outlined the entire path of progress for the industry. Are you seated in a time machine, having journeyed back from the future? Howard inhaled deeply, fixating on Luke, who sat nonchalantly on the sofa, as if seeking the profound truth hidden within him. Indeed, the world of the future is destined to be dominated by artificial intelligence. To thwart its malevolent designs to enslave humanity, I led a rebellion to construct a time machine, through which I traversed back to the era of World War II. This is my greatest secret. Please do not disclose it to others, for it may invite peril. Luke spoke with a straight face, finding Howard's skepticism amusing. After all, there is no logic in a world where only one genius can exist. Very well, Luke, I welcome you to the Club of Brilliance. I concede you have earned your place. After a moment, Howard shook his head with a sigh, seemingly melancholic. It was disheartening to realize that even the most esteemed genius had lost his bragging rights in front of Luke. How do you envision our collaboration? Once calmed, Howard began to probe Luke's limits. He had previously harbored little interest in the communications industry, doubting Stark Industries could rival Bell Labs to capture a share of the market from American Telephone and Telegraph Company. However, circumstances had shifted. Armed with this proposal, Howard was not just confident in securing a market presence. He even envisioned constructing a communications empire. I will take 60%, contributing my technology as equity, while Stark Industries can invest the capital for the remaining 30%. The establishment of a mobile communication network will necessitate government support. Luke was forthright, expressing his focus on Stark Industries' substantial financial resources and its solid foundation. For the communications industry to flourish, governmental backing was imperative. Although Luke held a position within the military, his political influence was minimal. Aligning Stark Industries with his venture would ensure smoother progress and avoid potential setbacks later on. That is quite reasonable. Your proposal, designs, and technology would be a windfall for Stark Industries. Howard nodded in agreement, accepting this rudimentary distribution plan. More intricate terms could certainly be discussed later. Then, here's to a fruitful partnership. Luke smiled and extended his hand, which Howard grasped firmly. As they exchanged knowing smiles, it was as if they both glimpsed the dawn of a new era. Chapter 86. I excel at problem solving with the agreement reached and the collaboration confirmed. Luke and Howard engaged in a thorough discussion regarding various details. To establish the preliminary framework for the mobile communication system, robust support from government departments was essential. The public relations team at Stark Industries would need to tirelessly meet with the mayor and various legislators to secure favorable policies and tax exemptions. Ideally, they could initiate a few pilot projects to evaluate the outcomes. In summary, this endeavor was a colossal undertaking. The initial industrial layout and the establishment of urban communication networks will require at least 2 to 3 years. Not to mention the hindrances posed by competitors, such as at T. Howard is indifferent to short-term gains. His focus is more on the future prospects of the telecommunications industry. Although the contents of the plan appear somewhat avant-garde, upon reflection, Howard perceives them as a form of precise prophecy. Considering the antitrust legislation, he believes that the telecommunications business should not be under Stark Industries. Howard is cautious, and history has shown him to be correct. The company that once monopolized 80% of the market, at T, was compelled to split into several subsidiaries due to the pressures of antitrust laws, leading to its decline. You can't expect me, a brigadier general, to run a company. It would tarnish my reputation, Luke remarked with a smirk. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. To navigate the antitrust regulations, we could appoint a representative from each side to jointly establish a new company. Howard snapped his fingers in agreement. What shall we name this new venture? He inquired. Skynet, Luke replied, choosing the name out of a sense of dark humor. Does this name carry any other significance? It seems you had it in mind already, Howard remarked, furrowing his brow as Luke's persona grew increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. The arms magnate found himself questioning the absurd notion of traveling back in time, as Luke had experienced too many miraculous occurrences. No one had anticipated that a single individual could bring an end to the war. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, Luke said, shaking his head in disappointment. The joy of a clever reference was lost when others failed to grasp it. Well then, what are your plans moving forward? From what I know of you, Luke, you don't seem the type to remain idle. Howard, uninterested in delving deeper, recognized that everyone harbors secrets and that it was unnecessary to pry. With the war concluded, Rogers had lost his purpose, and Luke too had felt a sense of emptiness. Why do you appear completely unfazed? Upon hearing this, Luke chuckled softly. He had far too many tasks at hand to feel a sense of aimlessness. He aimed to develop SHIELD, liberate himself from the constraints of the White House and military, consolidate mutants, dismantle the Hellfire Club, and eliminate the nuisance posed by Sebastian Shaw. He also intended to settle accounts with Hydra while gathering intelligence on the Inhumans to prevent them from becoming a ticking time bomb. If time permitted, he would visit Kamar Taj to discuss matters with the Sorcerer Supreme, ensuring their stance was not hostile. A plethora of responsibilities awaited Luke, demanding his attention and strategic planning. How could he possibly lack a sense of purpose? He had always been one to avoid passivity, preferring to act rather than wait for events to unfold. Luke held a profound appreciation for proactive engagement, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared to confront any circumstance. This approach afforded him, as a time traveler, a significant sense of security. In succinct terms, this young general exhibited an intense desire for control, aspiring to encompass all changes within his grasp. Essentially, he bore a resemblance to Batman, a figure whose mind was teeming with countless strategies, both afflicted by severe paranoia and in dire need of psychological intervention. I am filled with anticipation for the future, Howard, for promises to be nothing short of spectacular. Luke replied ambiguously. Is that so? You strike me as a student who knows the answers and is eager for the examination to commence. One who is ready to cheat, Howard observed keenly. He continued, returning to the matter at hand, I too hope that the Tesseract can invigorate my mind, igniting inspiration and alleviating my current despondency. A life ensnared by alcohol and the allure of women is dreadfully monotonous, far from existence I aspire to achieve. Howard, momentarily free from his philosophical reverie, appeared righteous. Seemingly a different man from just days ago when he had indulged with 3 alluring companions. Believe me, soon your confidence will be utterly shattered by the Tesseract. Luke remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. The challenge of studying the Infinity Stones is no small feat. Even when placed in the hands of celebrated geniuses Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, the duo of Iron Man and the Hulk, they expended considerable time, yet failed to fully comprehend the Mind Stone, resulting instead in the creation of the misguided Ultron. Let's wait and see, Howard responded, his demeanor brimming with confidence, albeit his eyes betrayed an undeniable weariness. Moreover, I believe you ought to enlist a chief executive officer. The demands of business management will consume a substantial portion of your energy, hindering your ability to concentrate on research, Luke suggested, noticing Howard massaging his throbbing temples. An indication of mental strain. He recalled that Stark's father had a bald partner, Obadiah Stane, who nearly usurped Stark Industries, serving as a villain who provided Iron Man with invaluable experience. I'm also on the lookout for a suitable candidate. Regarding the study of the Tesseract, I intend to devote 100% of my time and energy delegating the company management to professionals. Having held several meetings that day, Howard reclined in the vast and luxurious leather chair. Stark Industries had begun to find its footing. The path ahead required steady development, and soon it would surpass established military enterprises. Thus, he was prepared to redirect his focus toward pursuits that intrigued him more, such as the research of the Tesseract. By the way, what of Rogers? I have heard that post his second transformation, his pectoral muscles are even more formidable than before. After discussing work, Howard transitioned to casual conversation, being well informed about the subsequent developments on the European front. Steve is contemplating whether to gracefully retire and return to Brooklyn to lead an ordinary life. Do you think a super soldier could adapt to mowing lawns and lounging at home while watching football? Luke swirled his drink, secretly wishing to recruit Captain America and Howard to form the original Avengers. The world's first superhero team sounds rather cool, doesn't it? Unfortunately, in the aftermath of war, suitable adversaries are scarce. Sebastian Shaw from the Hellfire Club is still hiding in some obscure corner. As a villain, he exhibits no spirit of mischief, which greatly disappoints Luke. As for Hydra, Baron Strucker vanished after dismantling the Third Reich. To speak candidly, Rogers remains unwilling to acknowledge his distinction from ordinary individuals. Howard produced a box of cigars and, using a long match, lit one while stating, in truth, there's an essential difference between super soldiers like you and us. You can lift a car and punch through steel, yet you still disguise yourselves as normal people. Isn't that rather absurd? Luke, do you know what I admire most about you? As a superhuman, you never disguise yourself nor attempt to present a benign facade. This is precisely why the military is so lenient with you. I recall they once intended to hold a hearing to question you about your suit and other matters, but ultimately fell through. Someone raised the question. If a superhuman refuses to appear, do we possess the means to compel him to comply with the nation's will? Luke set down his glass. He had heard Colonel Phillips mention this before. Following the public appearance in Berlin, many were quite intrigued by his Kryptonian suit, flying abilities, and the one-off gadget, the Green Lantern disc. To be honest, if they indeed held a hearing, I would attend punctually. Luke tightened his lips slightly and gently remarked, I had Dr. Zola enhance the blood of Vorden, granting me greater power to escape the pull of gravity. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Hydra secretly developed a highly advanced suit with bulletproof capabilities that can self-repair. That's reasonable too. Isn't it? As for me, single-handedly destroying a squadron of bombers in Berlin, most of that credit goes to Steve, who shot them down from the Eiffel Tower. It was a magnificent sight, Captain America taking down planes. You see, these issues have plausible explanations. Even when I returned to New York, the military arranged for a blood draw. And I did not resist. Luke spread his arms, smiling, and said, Am I not being cooperative enough? Howard squinted, curiously asking, What if the military asked you to surrender your suit or participate in replicating the super soldier research? They wouldn't do that. Why not? In response to Howard's puzzled gaze, Luke calmly replied, Have you heard the tale of the Gordian knot? According to legend, Gordian was the king of Phrygia in ancient Greece, who fashioned a complex knot on an ox cart he had previously used, rendering it indistinguishable at both ends. He placed this knot in the temple of Zeus, proclaiming that whoever could unravel it would be destined to rule the continent. Subsequently, Alexander the Great severed the intricate tangle with his sword. A young general, seated on a sofa, smiled and remarked, From this tale, I have learned that if one cannot resolve a complex issue, one should trace back to the source and address the individual who posed the question. Therefore, Mr. President, it would be prudent for you and the congressman to refrain from presenting me with any formidable challenges. After hearing this, Howard fell into a contemplative silence. Fortunately, the group of congressmen on Capitol Hill had yet to reach the folly of creating trouble for one another. Chapter 87. Leviathan. The Red House time slips away silently. Almost imperceptibly, the citizens of New York, following the conclusion of the war, finally embraced a life of tranquility. They no longer fretted over food shortages or the grim fate of becoming the downtrodden. Instead, they faced the harsh exploitation by factory owners and significant livelihood challenges. Yet, there was one aspect in which they surpassed their 21st century descendants: Contemporary New Yorkers were spared from the terror of masked figures flying overhead and the sudden onslaught of alien fleets. A peaceful day was the norm for New York. 2 months later, Luke returned from Manhattan to the doorstep of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, D.C. During this brief interlude, Stark Industries had promptly produced a prototype based on detailed blueprints, unveiling a portable telephone ahead of its anticipated 1973 debut. Although it had yet to enter production, the rapid advent of the mobile communications era was already foreseeable. Luke couldn't help but reflect on this. The Stark father-son duo were indeed men of action, never the type to defer issues until the following day. Given the early stages of their venture, he reluctantly accepted this. Standing before the 39-story edifice of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters by the Potomac River, Luke sighed, shaking his head. When compared to the bustling Pentagon, the building before him appeared somewhat modest. "Good morning, General," Luke greeted, striding into the building and observing the vibrant young agents who habitually referred to themselves as generals rather than superiors. It was no small feat for them to have formed such a cohesive unit. Luke ascended in the dedicated elevator, following the formal establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Carter, as the administrator had proactively sought assistance, drawing numerous elites from those two intelligence agencies. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI, had even approached the president to voice his grievances, lamenting that Major Cavill, with his ample funding, was not only competing for resources but also poaching personnel from his agency. Was this not a form of bullying the honest? Currently, it is not referred to by that name. The proper title is the head of the Strategic Intelligence Agency, Roscoe Kylencott, who nods in grievance. After all, he holds the rank of Rear Admiral, equivalent to that of Major General Cavill, and it is perplexing that the latter could bypass formalities and directly transfer a batch of personnel without so much as a greeting. The president, with no alternatives, summoned Luke to the White House, intending to hear his defense. However, in response to the aforementioned accusations, the young admiral maintained that he had indeed made the necessary introductions at the previous soiree, where he had spoken with Mr. Hoover and Major General Kylencott regarding the pressing demands of the SHIELD agency personnel, requesting a temporary loan. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the two intelligence agencies turned pale with anger. Were it not for the knowledge of their inferiority to him, they would have undoubtedly resorted to physical confrontation. Can words spoken at a banquet be taken seriously? The head of the FBI, Hoover, openly boasted about having taken scandalous photographs of the former President Roosevelt's wife. Everyone merely laughed off such remarks, and no one delved further into the matter. Ultimately, the incident fizzled out without resolution. The president could only offer a semblance of comfort to the two top intelligence officials, suggesting that funding could be provided as compensation, while they chose to ignore it. From that point on, no military dignitary dared to engage Luke in serious discussions over drinks, for the risk was too great, and avoidance became their only recourse. I understand the necessity for the rapid expansion of a SHIELD agency, but a more measured approach would be prudent, allowing the president some semblance of respect. Upon arriving on the 34th floor, Luke entered the office to find Carter clad in a brown skirt suit, her black high heels accentuating her poised demeanor. This strikingly beautiful female agent now serves as the commander of the SHIELD agency, overseeing internal management, field assignments, and all related operations. They fundamentally disregard the SHIELD agency, particularly Hoover, who boasts of being Washington's shadow agent, having captured scandalous images of the president's wife and possessing knowledge of several senators' indiscretions. What is so remarkable about that? The latter made a gesture of surrender, speaking lightly. Well, I have plenty of enemies already. But did Hoover really take those photographs? The head of the FBI is nothing more than a depraved individual, with a decidedly abnormal sexual orientation, Carter replied, her expression one of disdain. Luke, momentarily a passive observer, marveled at how those at the pinnacle of the power pyramid truly know how to indulge in their exploits. How is the development of the SHIELD agency progressing? As a hands-off overseer, Luke exhibited no awareness of his position as the ultimate authority. He had entrusted nearly all operations of the SHIELD agency to Carter, seldom intervening in specific matters. In truth, she demonstrated her capability. Within just a few months, the entire organization had fallen into a rhythm. The results were commendable. The total staff remained around 400, primarily composed of logistical and administrative personnel, with fewer than 100 actual agents and operatives, including overseas spies and operatives. Carter articulated this in a well-organized manner, simultaneously presenting a detailed list. As for the Hydra you previously mentioned, there are no concrete updates. However, I have observed an oil company that, according to reliable intelligence, has received foreign investment located in the Soviet Union, and an investigation is currently underway. Luke took the documents, glanced over them, and committed the contents to memory. Carter, occupying the position of SHIELD commander, exhibited her astute and capable nature. She continued, stating that in light of Dr. Zola's testimony, she had ample reason to suspect that Hydra was hiding in the Soviet Union and was colluding with an organization known as Leviathan. Luke nodded in agreement. This aligned with his previous deductions. Following the conclusion of World War II, the Allies emerged victorious, while the Axis powers faltered, losing their potential for development in a short span. Like fish on a chopping board, they were left vulnerable to others. If Hydra sought to expand, they would undoubtedly choose a rapidly rising nation amidst political turmoil. During this period, we sacrificed 4 agents, all of whom perished at the hands of Leviathan. This group has an entity referred to as the Red Room, specifically training high-caliber spies and executing assassination missions. Carter had gathered considerable intelligence, even uncovering the existence of the Red Room. Most people have only heard of the KGB and are unaware of such a covert spy training camp hidden within the Soviet Union. Well done, Luke commended. Though he acknowledged the significance of that information, he was more concerned about the whereabouts of the mutants. I heard you found James Howlett? Searching for the elusive Wolverine was one of the tasks assigned to SHIELD by Luke. More accurately, we located his brother, Victor Creed, Carter revealed, retrieving the dossier and reading aloud. He is indeed the mutant you mentioned. He previously demonstrated remarkable prowess during the Normandy landings alongside James Howlett. However, compared to his brother, Victor Creed possesses a far more volatile temperament, having disobeyed superiors on multiple occasions and clashed with commanding officers. Most recently, he killed a senior officer and resisted arrest, and, alongside James Howlett, was sentenced to execution. Astonishingly, this pair was shot in the head, yet did not die. Instead, they eliminated the firing squad. This incident occurred 4 months ago, and currently, Victor Creed is imprisoned in a military camp in New Jersey, while his brother James Howlett remains missing. Chapter 8. On how to engage in friendly dialogue with an aggressive brother in a military camp in New Jersey, Luke stood at the door of the cell. General, Victor Creed is confined here. He is extremely dangerous and exhibits high levels of aggression, a young officer behind him cautioned. The admiration in the officer's gaze toward Luke was quite evident. For many soldiers, Superman is a legendary figure, a hero who brought an end to war. Even though Luke had recently declined numerous interviews and reduced his public appearances to focus on his work with SHIELD, the aura of his legend remained undiminished. Yet his reputation continues to ascend, rendering him an idol among contemporary youth. It's fine, open the door, Luke remarked with a subtle smile, well aware of the volatile temperament of Wolverine's elder brother. The young officer produced a key and unlocked the iron prison door, allowing the afternoon sunlight to pour in. He held his hand over his holstered weapon, shielding the young major from any unforeseen events. Victor Creed, hailing from Canada. Luke stepped into the damp, dimly lit cell, confronted by a foul stench of decay and murky air. He could not help but wrinkle his brow, raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose, shielding himself from the olfactory assault. In the corner, a tall man with a rugged visage and a fierce demeanor sat, shackled with heavy restraints. A few rats scurried across his shoulders, emitting squeaking sounds. His gaze swept over the mud-strewn floor, where remnants of flesh and blood were visible. The short-sleeved shirt, exposing 2 muscular arms, bore a multitude of clear bullet holes. You stand accused of murdering a senior officer, resulting in your sentence of several hours of execution by firing squad. Pray tell, what does that feel like? The towering figure blocked the warm sunlight that attempted to filter through the doorway, much to Victor's discontent as he toyed with the rats. He grinned, revealing a set of white, sharp teeth, and replied, "To be honest, it feels somewhat itchy." "Is that so? I've heard that you and James Howlett, your brother, are both exceptionally skilled soldiers who participated in the Normandy landings and live to tell the tale," Luke continued. The intelligence work of SHIELD was remarkably thorough, unearthing the intricate details of the mutant known as Sabretooth. In essence, he and Wolverine are half-brothers, their childhood marked by a melodramatic family saga. Wolverine's father, a prosperous Canadian businessman, unfortunately fell victim to the Gardner-esque betrayal, donning an emerald-hued forgiveness cap. While he entertained business associates, the gardener endeavored to comfort the lonely mistress, laboring by day and toiling through the night, wholly devoted. Upon discovering the affair, the businessman dismissed the gardener but chose to forgive his wife. Unexpectedly, one fateful night, a drunken gardener named Logan came to wreak havoc, inadvertently killing the businessman. The loss of his father awakened young James's latent abilities, resulting in the emergence of bone claws. He pierced the gardener's heart with those claws, only to realize that the man was his biological father. Subsequently, it was the panicked half-brother, Sabretooth, who led the distraught sibling to flee, embarking on a tragic odyssey of wandering. These mutant brothers possessed formidable regenerative abilities and exhibited a remarkably slow aging process. In their quest for an end to their existence or a more exhilarating life, they enlisted multiple times, participating in conflicts from the Civil War to World War I and World War II, earning their rightful title as battle-hardened veterans. Due to the extensive passage of time, S.H.I.L.D. was unable to conduct a thorough investigation. A portion of the information was supplemented by Luke's recollections of the narrative. However, this is inconsequential. I have endured far more perilous battles. Victor, the Sabretooth, curled his lip and glanced at the two silver stars on his opponent's shoulder, his expression dripping with disdain as he remarked, "General, what did you have to kiss to ascend to this position? The president's? Or perhaps those inept military officials who only know how to issue commands and bluster?" His self-healing abilities, combined with an extended lifespan, rendered Victor contemptuous of ordinary mortals. Judging solely by appearance, Luke appeared to be no older than 25. How many wars could he have possibly fought? How many life-and-death situations had he encountered? Given his youth and high rank, the reason was obvious. Show a bit of respect, you cold-blooded beast who murders officers. Major General Cavill, a war hero decorated by the president, was undeniably superior to the likes of you. The young officer, standing before Luke, barked, nearly drawing his weapon to put a hole in Victor's head. The name of Superman had long since spread across the homeland. Luke's achievements were beyond question. To have one's idol slandered was intolerable. Are you the so-called Superman praised by Roosevelt and Churchill? Victor squinted, finally discerning the half-lit, youthful visage before him. A mere facade of glory. Thud! Luke stepped forward, surpassing the young officer, expressionless as he lifted his right leg. Before Victor could react, his head was forcibly embedded into the concrete wall, creating a conspicuous dent. The military boot ground into the face, twisted with rage. No matter how much Victor struggled, he could not escape, instead drawing blood from the forceful pressure. I admire those with genuine ability, and I have no patience for idle chatter, Luke stated, standing tall, his tone devoid of emotion. You are a seasoned veteran acquainted with the horrors of war, a beast adapted to the law of the jungle. A certain wildness is to be expected, and I can understand that. However, it is best to discern the occasion and recognize your opponent before revealing your claws. Victor. The young Major General pressed his foot against the growling Sabretooth, feeling the hardness of Victor's skull as if it might crack under the pressure. Sharp claws, akin to daggers, scraped against the concrete, leaving clear marks as Victor vented his impotent fury. I will rip open your veins and let you die in anguish, Victor snarled through clenched teeth. Seething with rage, relying on his near-immortal self-healing abilities and keen animal instincts, he had always triumphed in battle, thus developing an impulsive, bloodthirsty temperament. In simpler terms, he was a volatile brute. I excel at communicating with individuals like you, Luke remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he released the pressure from Victor's face. The suddenly liberated and irascible Victor instinctively sprang to his feet, his claws raised high. Victor brimmed with confidence. Given but a fleeting second, he could rend the fragile vessels of Luke's neck and relish the exquisite sensation of warm blood splattering upon his visage. His rugged, bearded face bore scars that had swiftly healed, revealing the formidable regenerative capabilities of his robust physique. Yet, his movements were sluggish. Luke shook his head. This individual resembled an untamed beast, relying solely on instinct for combat. Against ordinary soldiers, he might have prevailed effortlessly, but when confronted by a master of the death knell technique, his clumsiness was glaringly apparent. With a resounding crack, Luke's retracted leg shot forth, slicing through the air with a thunderous sound, striking the feral victor with the force of an iron whip. The heavy figure careened like a cannonball, crashing through the concrete wall behind him. Had it not been for the shackles binding his limbs, this anthropoid beast might have soared far beyond. Victor spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his sternum seemingly crushed by a mighty blow, collapsing inward. Without his innate vitality and the bizarre effects of his regenerative factor, this mutant would likely have perished on the spot. One must not mistake automatic healing and resilience to death for arrogance. Should you dare to show your claws at me again, I shall encase you in a box, pour a ton of cement over you, and cast you into the Mariana Trench. Luke approached the fallen victor, donning his customary benevolent smile. Upon hearing this warning, the irritable individual finally calmed, a flicker of fear igniting in his eyes. To descend to such depths would be a fate more unbearable than death itself. I apologize, General. I should not have offended you. After struggling for several seconds, Victor managed to force these words from his throat. Excellent. Luke nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging. It appears we have reached a consensus, Victor. Chapter 89. What is evolution? The perfect race theory having established an understanding with Victor, Luke exhibited a kinder demeanor. He beckoned the young officer, who had been standing dumbfounded in the cell, and commanded, procure an identification badge for him. Victor Cleed, a member of the SHIELD task force. From this day forth, you shall continue your service. Yes, General. Victor, his sternum still concave, coughed twice and slowly rose to his feet. The regenerative factor began to take effect, mending his shattered bones and injured organs at an astonishing pace. The once irate Victor now appeared considerably more subdued. Many mutants, untouched by the harsh realities of society, harbored an inexplicable sense of superiority, believing themselves to be superior to humans. Sebastian Shaw and his mental progeny, Magneto, thrived on this delusion, either through brainwashing or by uniting a cadre of their kin. Tesla would surely take a liking to you. As Luke observed the healing prowess of Sabretooth, he could not help but contemplate the inclusion of his brother, Wolverine, into the mix. This would ensure an appropriate sparring partner for honing his skill card proficiency, as Sabretooth alone would not suffice for long. Coupled with the resilient Wolverine, the two brothers could withstand Luke's ferocious onslaught. Although unaware of the identity of Tesla, as mentioned by Luke, Sabretooth's keen instincts warned him that it was likely not a harbinger of good fortune. The thought of being reduced to a mere laboratory guinea pig sent a chill down his spine, and the notion of escape began to germinate in his mind. Victor, trust me, this is not a prudent choice, Luke remarked, seemingly reading his thoughts as he spoke with unwavering confidence. You would become a wanted fugitive. Your likeness plastered across newspapers, relentlessly pursued by SHIELD and various state and local law enforcement agencies. You find yourself hiding in the depths of the wilderness, living like a beast. You may not care, given that you are, after all, a creature of the wild. However, believe me, if you flee only to be captured again, the consequences will be dire. I have a scientist under my employ named Bolivar Trask, who possesses a keen interest in mutants. Who knows, he may choose you as a subject for experimentation. For instance, if he were to sever your body in twain, which half would heal first? Or perhaps, if he were to divide Victor, would he yield two victors instead? Quite the intriguing proposition. The chilling implications of Luke's words sent shivers down Sabretooth's spine as fear began to bubble within him. It dawned on him that the very regenerative ability that allowed him to charge recklessly into battle could also manifest as a means of torment. This young major was truly a devil incarnate. General, I will absolutely not flee, Sabretooth vowed, swallowing hard and wearing a serious expression. Had Wolverine witnessed his brother's composed demeanor, he would undoubtedly have been taken aback. It was a stark contrast to his usual explosive temperament, rife with expletives. By the way, what is your name? After a cordial exchange with Sabretooth, Luke prepared to return directly to New York. Before departing, he scrutinized the young officer for a few moments, a vague sense of familiarity washing over him. Reporting, General, my name is William Stryker, the young officer saluted. Is this fate's design? Luke couldn't help but chuckle. Not only had he acquired a Sabretooth, but also completed a primary mission, while simultaneously uncovering a future mutant butcher. Human Resources Level 2. Team Combat Power, Level 1. Striker, you say? How long have you served? Luke inquired with genuine interest. At that moment, Striker had yet to endure the anguish of a shattered family or encounter his destined counterpart, Wolverine. He appeared as a spirited youth, brimming with zeal. Reporting, General. 1 year and 4 months, Striker replied, Luke's gaze sweeping over the insignia on his shoulder, noting his rank as private. It seems that he has only recently enlisted, which explains his presence at the boot camp in New Jersey. So, Private Strick, would you be interested in working under me? Luke inquired with a smile. This peculiar fascination with collecting characters is akin to the addictive nature of drawing cards, a phenomenon characterized by zero-sum game played countless times. It is evident that he was never a collector in the past. Is that possible? Strick responded, somewhat bewildered, even questioning whether he had misheard. It felt akin to a fan meeting their idol at an airport, only for the latter to offer a tour of their spacious home, a metaphor that seems slightly off. Nevertheless, that was the essence of it. Strick found everything rather surreal. Report to Washington, D.C. Next week, Private Strick. Luke, lacking the desire for further discourse, uttered this single directive before ascending into the sky. His tall figure tore through the thick air, disappearing into the clouds, leaving behind a myriad of adoring gazes within the New Jersey boot camp. At the same moment, Florida boasts a lengthy coastline spanning over 1,000 miles, with numerous islands scattered like pearls upon the azure sea. This locale serves as a vacation haven, home to countless islands that retain their tranquil and pristine beauty. Visitors can indulge in enchanting beaches, partake in kayaking or surfing, or spend an afternoon at a fishing pier before relishing a sumptuous meal at a seafood restaurant. In essence, life here flows at a leisurely and comfortable pace, drawing a multitude of tourists year after year. Truly, it is a splendid place that refreshes the spirit and allows one to forget their troubles. At a beach bar on Anna Maria Island, a middle-aged man donning a peculiar helmet remarked. He held a beer in hand and settled into a window-side seat, gazing at the robust young man across from him. Smiling as he introduced himself, I am Sebastian Shaw, a vacationer. Do you mind if I join you? The strong young man, exhibiting long black hair and tanned, muscular arms, shook his head in response. Go ahead. He seemed disinterested in conversation, providing succinct replies before lapsing into silence once more. Where are you from? I came from Europe. The self-introduced, middle-aged man continued. I must say, war is dreadful. It brings chaos to everything. I have witnessed far too many innocents persecuted and slaughtered. Not just the Jews, but many extraordinary compatriots as well. The robust young man raised his head, speaking in a deep voice. Mr. Shaw, are you German? Sebastian nodded, his sincerity unabashed. Nationality, skin color, and ethnicity are merely external manifestations. I am a scientist, guided more by the thoughts and soul within. The extreme racial theories of the Third Reich are overly radical and superficial. Can blonde hair and blue eyes truly epitomize a perfect lineage? It is laughable. Then, Mr. Shaw, what do you consider to be? The strong young man appeared intrigued, furrowing his brow as he inquired. It is without a doubt genetics. Only the genes inscribed within humanity are the true spiritual totems worthy of reverence. Sebastian spoke passionately, holding his beer aloft. Genes are in a constant state of evolution. From ancient forest-dwelling apes to the apex predators of the food chain we are today, what has driven this transformation? Is it a natural aptitude for learning? The capacity to adapt to our environment? No, it is the instinct of evolution that has compelled us through cataclysmic events, glacial epochs, and the ravages of the Black Death. The perfection, or lack thereof, of a species hinges upon its genetic makeup. The Third Reich foolishly deemed the Aryans as a superior race, with blonde hair and blue eyes as symbols of perfection. In truth, this is merely a manifestation of genetic variation, devoid of any genuine relation to evolution. The robust young man listened, somewhat entranced, and instinctively inquired, then what constitutes evolution? Capability, Sebastian replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he took a sip of his beer. Humankind learned to forge tools to kindle fire, thus liberating itself from the darkness of primal ignorance. In myth, Prometheus stole fire for humanity. Was it merely the flame he procured? No, it was the spark of enlightened understanding. The degree of a species' evolution is measured by its capabilities. Longer lifespans, stronger physiques, and distinctive traits. The strong young man furrowed his brow, oblivious to the fact that the bar had long emptied. A pale-skinned woman, her demeanor as icy as her appearance, had seemingly materialized behind him. Her fingers rested near her temple, and her lips moved slightly, echoing Sebastian's words. Evolution is brutal. Superior races ought to eliminate inferior ones, just as Homo sapiens supplanted Neanderthals. Sebastian smiled as he posed the question, "Do you agree, Namor Mackenzie?" The strong young man's gaze grew vacant and gradually hollow. After a lengthy pause, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Evolution is merciless. Chapter 90. Shall we engage in discourse, Supreme Sorcerer? Would he endorse the supremacy of mutants? In a luxurious suite of a seaside hotel on Anna Maria Island, the coldly beautiful woman presented a glass of red wine to Sebastian Shaw. Namor Mackenzie is not like ordinary individuals, whose spirits are fragile and thoughts easily manipulated. I can only guide him subtly, leading him to embrace the doctrine of mutant superiority. Sebastian Shaw remarked with a confident smile as he accepted the glass. It is clear to me that Namor harbors deficiencies. He is not a person of resolute will, his countenance betraying confusion, hesitation, and a lack of direction, an ideal puppet for control. The coldly beautiful woman nodded in agreement. As she delved into Namor's psyche, she sensed a profound sense of oppression. Were it not for her previous collaboration with Hydra, she would have remained oblivious to the existence of Atlanteans alongside humans and mutants. They dwell in the depths of the Atlantic, never before discovered by outsiders. Sebastian felt a surge of excitement since the collapse of the Third Reich. He had concealed himself with the Hellfire Club. This mad scientist was far from complacent or content with mediocrity. On the contrary, Sebastian yearned for power, driven by ambition, always viewing mutants as instruments and weapons. Thus, he aspired to discover an opportunity to lead the Hellfire Club towards ascendance. However, a world war had just concluded, order was beginning to be re-established, and power was being reshuffled, leaving little room for the advancement of mutants. The Atlanteans resided beneath the ocean's depths, inherently different from humans, endowed with blue skin and the ability to breathe underwater. Sebastian recounted the intelligence he had acquired from Hydra, noting that Namor Mackenzie was an anomaly. Born of an Atlantean princess and an American captain, he possessed human skin tone and appearance, which had subjected him to discrimination and led to his expulsion from Atlantis. Had Hydra engaged with Atlantis? The cold, alluring woman was somewhat astonished by the might of that vast organization. Although Red Skull had been vanquished, Hydra's strength remained intact. Their extensive studies of ancient human civilizations made their awareness of Atlantis unsurprising. Savoring the taste of red wine, Sebastian murmured, "Emma, relying solely on mutants. We cannot currently contend with the enormous society established by humanity. To have them turn against one another and exhaust themselves is our only chance. And this is precisely what humanity excels at." The woman named Emma Frost, a figure of chilling elegance, listened intently. She was the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, second only to Sebastian Shaw. Possessing telepathic abilities akin to those of the Bald Professor, she could read the thoughts and memories of others, even enacting forced modifications and control, making her a rare alpha-level mutant. Had Sebastian not discovered a unique material in the Soviet Union that could shield against psychic influence and fashion it into a helmet, he would have been at her mercy, let alone have convinced her to join the Hellfire Club. What about the Superman? The White Queen switched on the television, her gaze fixed on the fleeting image of a young general. Luke Cage was a formidable adversary, albeit not as terrifying as anticipated. Once I master my abilities, combined with your mind control, it will only be a matter of time before this Superman kneels at the feet of the Hellfire Club. Sebastian was filled with fervor. He had the ability to absorb various forms of energy, converting and releasing them. This included electrical, thermal, and kinetic energy, making it conceivable that even tanks and bombers would struggle to harm this Dark King of the Hellfire Club. His only flaw was a limit to his energy storage. Exceeding it would lead to catastrophic consequences. I once contemplated aiding the Third Reich in vanquishing Luke Cage. However, I was not yet capable of fully mastering my powers then. Now it is different. I have undergone a deeper evolution. Sebastian gazed out at the sea under the night sky, brimming with ambition. He had meticulously studied Superman's abilities, which were merely a significant enhancement of physical prowess coupled with flight and heat vision. Ironically, these were weaknesses he could exploit. Once I persuade Namor Mackenzie to join the Hellfire Club and embrace his identity as a mutant, I shall seek out that troublesome Superman. Sebastian gazed at the tall figure reflected in the floor-to-ceiling windows, smiling as he remarked, "By the way, let's rescue the Red Devil, Azazel, and the others." Queen Emma Frost furrowed her brow, opting for silence. Outside, ominous clouds slowly gathered, heralding an impending downpour. In the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington, D.C., Luke swiveled his chair, his back turned to the entrance. His gaze drifted through the glass curtain wall, taking in the vibrant nightscape along the Potomac River. His thoughts ebbed and flowed like waves, solidifying into various plans or ideas. As the night deepened, Luke leaned back in a chair, sensing something amiss, his brow furrowing. The stable space was abruptly severed, with magical sparks crackling in the air. The incense from Kathmandu, accompanied by the sound of chimes and chants, wafted in. "I have been waiting for you, Master Wong," he declared, his right hand cradling a glass of whiskey, his eyes glinting with amusement. "I expected you would arrive sooner, perhaps in Brooklyn, Sicily, Rome, or even Paris. Yet, our first encounter turns out to be in Washington, D.C." A circular portal opened in the shifting void, revealing a figure clad in a yellow robe, who gracefully stepped through, pulling back the hood that concealed their face. A gleaming bald head emerged. "Did you anticipate my arrival?" The uninvited guest inquired with keen interest. "I'm always prepared, awaiting the day the Supreme Sorcerer would seek me out," Luke replied, turning his chair to face the visitor and setting his glass aside. "Such a day was inevitable, was it not? Will you perceive me as a stowaway or a traveler from another realm?" The young military general made no attempt to conceal his directness, posing the question with unvarnished clarity. Since the Supreme Sorcerer had taken the initiative to approach, it was likely they possessed some understanding of his identity. To feign ignorance would only invite disdain. In the Marvel Universe, bald heads often belong to formidable figures, such as a certain youthful mutant professor or the very Supreme Sorcerer before him. Their existence prompted speculation that baldness might signify strength or perhaps confer some enhancement to individual prowess. Returning to the matter at hand, Thanos was also bald, and Nick Fury, well, aside from embezzling funds, he possessed little else in terms of capability. Luke's expression transformed, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. There are many variations. The Supreme Sorcerer seemed to engage in the conversation's rhythm, lifting her right arm as her chair glided forward. She took a seat, facing Luke directly. The three sanctums frequently encountered unfamiliar souls from alternate dimensions or otherworldly realms. Typically, the measures they adopt involve repatriation. The Supreme Mage spoke patiently, occasionally noting exceptions. For instance, during instances of dimensional overlap and spatial turbulence, numerous innocent souls tragically meet their demise, their essences traversing the interstitial gaps between dimensions and the cosmos. Upon determining the absence of danger, the sanctuaries provide a haven. Luke adjusted his posture, seemingly striving for greater comfort. The Supreme Mage serves as the protector of Earth. Her mission, alongside the three sanctuaries, is not merely the maintenance of world peace, but rather the equilibrium and stability of the multidimensional realms. In truth, the mage community generally shows little interest in the fierce conflicts of the human world, even in the event of the Third Reich's triumph, global colonization, and the promotion of extreme racial theories. The three sanctuaries and Kamartaj would likely refrain from intervening or altering the historical trajectory that is meant to unfold. The adversaries deserving of their vigilance are the myriad demons of the underworld and the watchful dimensional deities. Which category do I belong to? Am I a subject for repatriation, or an innocent in protective custody? Luke inquired, his expression serene. Chapter 91. Temporal Settings. 3 questions. You are quite intriguing, the Supreme Mage remarked, her eyes momentarily glimmering with a rare expression of perplexity upon her fair, androgynous visage. There are few phenomena in this world that can perplex the Ancient One. Possessing an infinity stone, she can foresee future alterations and pierce through the mists of destiny. General Cavill, your soul belongs to humanity, not to beings of other dimensions. This has been verified through rigorous examination. There's no scent of sulfur, nor does it emit a deep crimson glow. Luke observed a subconscious twitch of the Supreme Mage's nose, leaving him somewhat speechless. Souls have a scent, and can they be discerned? As an outsider to the magical realm, he found this concept perplexing. Upon closer observation, You do not resemble the avatar of Zisith. Before your conquest of Rome, you exhibited no magical aptitude, let alone the capacity to learn dark sorcery. However, things have changed. Your efficiency in harnessing natural energies is astonishing. The Supreme Mage squinted, perplexed by Luke's sudden transformation from a layman to an extraordinarily gifted adept in the arcane arts. Should he forge a pact with the Triune Vishani, he would effortlessly cross the threshold into the realm of magic. As for Dormammu, he has not made an appearance for quite some time. After I obliterated his corporeal avatar in Greece, I suspect the cunning demon will require a period of recuperation. Listening to the Supreme Mage recount the myriad dimensional deities and influential figures of the Marvel Universe with the familiarity of an old friend, Luke couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Truly, Ancient One, engaging in jovial discourse with such eminent beings, from dimensional gods to infernal demons, is indeed worthy of respect. The title of Earth's mightiest mage is undeniably justified. So, does this imply that the sanctuaries have yet to ascertain my origins? Luke raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining composed. If the Supreme Sorcerer were to recognize a loquacious mercenary capable of shattering the fourth wall, she might grasp the origins of his existence, assuming, of course, that the perhaps yet-to-be-born Deadpool had not been rendered impotent. Indeed, the Supreme Sorcerer sighed, a hint of regret in her demeanor. This was a conundrum she had never encountered before. Luke's essence was evidently alien to this universe, yet its specific provenance eluded her grasp. The myriad oddities were utterly incomprehensible. Even the mages of the sanctum found it arduous to provide a plausible explanation. After a period of scrutiny, I have tentatively concluded that you are human, rather than a being from another dimension. This presents a considerable dilemma, for you inhabit neither this universe nor the multiverse. Thus, according to our protocols, the sanctum cannot arbitrarily act against you. Every human soul deserves respect and protection, just as the mages safeguard this planet. This is our sacred duty, one we cannot transgress. Following this discourse, the sanctum opted to observe in silence. I often find myself watching your movements from Camartage. General Cavill, were you to remain unremarkable, it is possible that you would never encounter me again until the moment you grasp the Infinity Stones. Luke recalled the sensation of being washed aboard Red Skull's aircraft. It was likely the Supreme Sorcerer herself. The moment you seized the Tesseract, or Space Stone, the timeline bifurcated into countless tributaries, rendering fate obscure and multifaceted futures ever-shifting, plunging into an exceedingly unstable chaos. The Supreme Sorcerer scrutinized Luke, her eyes betraying a whirlwind of emotions. She seemed taken aback by the ramifications. Souls from alternate dimensions or beings from other worlds were not uncommon within the three sanctums. Some posed no threat, while others were decidedly perilous. Each sanctum adhered to a specific protocol, either containment or annihilation. Yet Luke was unique. He fit into neither category. This peculiarity hindered the sanctum from acting promptly, leading to even graver consequences. So what shall we do now? Luke inquired with curiosity. Sensing that the Supreme Sorcerer bore no overt hostility, he felt considerably more at ease. Though a lingering caution remained within him, his words became notably more casual. It seemed that while the sanctum was indeed troubled by his existence, the Supreme Sorcerer did not appear inclined to resolve the matter with force. I do not know. The Supreme Sorcerer shook her head. She was not omniscient and could experience confusion as well. This is precisely why I sought you out. Luke mused, finally arriving at the crux of the matter. Frankly, he yearned to reach an accord with the Supreme Sorcerer to achieve consensus. In doing so, his existence could be legitimized, freeing him from the constraints and oversight of the three sanctums. Indeed, while Superman is formidable, facing a celestial being capable of besting Mephisto and vanquishing dimensional deities may not yield favorable results. Unless Luke can immediately summon a transcendent template like the Supreme Superman or the Silver Superman, the future he influences may become unpredictably significant. Upon reflecting on this, I have attempted to reverse time in hopes of altering the outcome. Luke's eyelids fluttered. Despite the Supreme Mage's diplomatic tone, he discerned an underlying chill in her words. Altering the situation? Did she imply using the time stone to eliminate his existence in the past? No. You misunderstand my intent. The Supreme Mage, seemingly privy to Luke's thoughts, shook her head with a wry smile. The past is immutable. Once an event occurs, it solidifies into an unchangeable reality. If I were to travel back and extinguish you in your cradle, it would not affect your present self. It would merely carve out a new timeline, a world devoid of you. Furrowing his brow, Luke recalled that the time mechanics in the Marvel Universe diverged from those in other films. The notion of reverting to the past to modify the future did not exist. Then how do you proceed? Luke mused, suddenly finding the Supreme Mage an intriguing conversational partner, one who would not shy away from any query or resort to cryptic language. Most seers tend to shroud the correct answers in perplexing verbiage. I can observe the future. Your existence has introduced over 6,000 distinct possibilities into the timeline, a number that continues to swell, the Supreme Mage remarked, her gaze peculiar. Among the myriad futures she had glimpsed, the impacts of his being were both beneficial and detrimental. I had intended to select the optimal outcome and solidify it as the singular conclusion, but I found that impossible. Within the countless tributaries, no definitive answer exists. At times, you emerge as the world's hero, while at others, you become the antagonist. Regardless, you invariably instigate upheaval across the globe. However, one truth remains constant. Within the future timelines, no force can impede your progress, Luke. The power you possess is unprecedented, and the potential for growth is daunting. I cannot reach the end of time to witness the ultimate destination of your journey. Luke pressed his lips together. It all resembled a simulation game replete with myriad choices. Each decision leads the narrative down a distinct path. Hence, I sought you out for a routine inquiry. The Supreme Mage's expression shifted, becoming earnest as she stated, since we cannot resolve the matter through other means, let us return to the origin and engage in a face-to-face discourse. Tell me, Luke, what is your objective? After listening intently, Luke grasped the Supreme Mage's reasoning. She could not soothe the repercussions of her influence with the Time Stone, necessitating a direct conversation to ascertain his intentions and whether his existence posed a threat to Earth. It felt akin to the scrutiny one faces before obtaining permanent residency, with various questions posed. To be honest, I feel this is more like an examination. Luke chuckled softly and replied, survival is my foremost goal. Then allow yourself to live more effortlessly with a greater sense of security, unperturbed by unforeseen disturbances. The Supreme Sorceress remained silent, seemingly employing some form of magic to ascertain the veracity of these words. After a moment, she posed the next question. What is your perspective on humanity? A complex species, embodying the highest ideals of morality as well as the most despicable methods. Luke lifted the glass of whiskey from the table and drank it down in one swift motion. The cold liquid invigorated him. I am not a misanthropic lunatic who derives pleasure from depriving others of their right to exist. I relish drinking cola, often savor whiskey, and occasionally indulge in Chinese cuisine in Chinatown. No matter how formidable I may be, capable of obliterating a planet with a single punch, I still have to satisfy my desires. Power, status, and material pleasures cannot be attained solely through slaughter and enslavement. The final question. The Supreme Sorceress nodded, seemingly in agreement with Luke's assertion. When faced with a crisis, what choice will you make? To safeguard this planet beneath your feet, or to abandon it? Chapter 92. The Price of Magic, the Demands of Ancient One. Luke fell silent for a moment. If one were to liken the Marvel film set to a game, he was currently undergoing a faction determination. It was previously stated that the sole purpose of the three sanctuaries and the Supreme Sorceress was to protect the Earth. More precisely, it was to repel entities from beyond the main universe. For instance, the Annihilation Swarm from the Negative Zone, which once annihilated the Nova Corps, a peculiar group whose numbers exceeded 5, resulting in a staggering 90% decrease in combat effectiveness. Additionally, there was Dormammu from the Dark Dimension, a pitiful being perpetually trapped in a time loop of negotiations with Doctor Strange. Furthermore, the ancient deities, such as the dark magic god Thon and the serpent god Set, emerged over 4 billion years ago as indigenous gods of Earth from the early Marvel epic, appearing rarely as mere background figures. Their innate strength could occasionally rival that of the 5 greatest cosmic entities, due to the defensive systems established by the 3 sanctuaries. These ancient powerhouses found it exceedingly difficult to interfere with the main universe. Thus, they either departed from Earth or retreated to other dimensional spaces. The reason the Supreme Sorceress could contend with dimensional deities primarily lay in her formidable backing. The 3 sanctuaries, along with numerous sorcerers from Kamartaj, had entered into a pact to collectively worship the trinity of Ishani, composed of Agamotto, Ashtar, and Hogarth. They wielded the power of white magic. Among them, Ashtar is an ancient deity of the same lineage as the Earth Mother, Gaia. Agamotto is the first supreme sorcerer she trained. Therefore, from Luke's perspective, Earth is arguably one of the most perilous places in the universe. Externally, there is Asgard, ruled by Odin, the king of gods, a pinnacle of paternal strength. Internally, there exist the three sanctuaries, the Ancient One, backed by ancient gods. Not to mention Thanos. Even the invincible Galactus would likely find himself thwarted yet again. Why can there not be a third option? Faced with the final inquiry of the Supreme Sorcerer, Luke's mind raced, swiftly organizing his thoughts. Certainly, Ancient One possessed a method to ascertain the veracity of statements. Thus, any deceit born of inner conflict would prove futile. However, Luke harbored doubts that a truthful response might prompt the Supreme Sorcerer to unleash a perpetual time loop, plunging him into a state of despair. Therefore, he needed to provide a reasonable answer while simultaneously demonstrating that his existence posed no threat to Earth. A third option? Ancient One inquired, somewhat surprised, her tone amicable. Most of the time, she was a remarkably patient sorcerer, in stark contrast to the brutes within the sanctum, who wielded flails, hammers, and heavy axes, encasing themselves in various protective spells, only to bellow and smash the heads of demons. Ancient One belonged to a more moderate faction, one that preferred reasoned discourse. The crude methods of physical coercion were reserved for dealing with obstinate individuals. From Luke's displayed demeanor, it appeared he could engage in rational dialogue. For instance, uniting forces to conclude the conflict before it commenced, nipping disaster in the bud. Luke's eyes flickered as he endeavored to project sincerity, stating, "The adversaries of the three sanctums are the demons of hell and the dimensional gods. Yet, the hidden figures interested in Earth extend far beyond them. Rather than awaiting the onset of a crisis, why not proactively cultivate and strengthen our own power until we possess the confidence to face any tempest?" The Supreme Sorcerer shook her head. As the bearer of the Time Stone and a seer of the future, she leaned towards conservatism. Excessive interference with the timeline would only invite more dire consequences. The threats among the stars were indeed countered by Asgard and Odin. The duties of Kamartaj and the Sanctum lay in safeguarding their own defenses. Ancient One replied with a smile. She had encountered the All-Father on several occasions, and his strength was formidable even within the multiverse. With Asgard as a robust barrier among the 9 realms, those daring enough to provoke would need to seriously contemplate the repercussions. Long ago, Odin and his daughter Hela, along with the Valkyrie Legion, had established a reputation that echoed throughout the 9 realms. Yet the twilight of the gods is inevitable, is it not? Luke reminded her meaningfully. Earth could not eternally rely on Odin and the Supreme Sorcerer. As seasoned powers, their eventual withdrawal was a certainty. When that time arrived, the throne would be inherited by Thor, and the often frail Doctor Strange might not be equipped to handle the hidden crises lurking among the stars. "General Cavill, you seem to possess considerable knowledge," the Supreme Sorcerer remarked, her gaze sharpening like a keen sword. Her curiosity regarding Luke's origins intensified. The ancient prophecies of the twilight of the gods were unknown to many in Asgard. "Then what do you propose to do?" inquired the Supreme Sorcerer with keen interest. "Perhaps we can shift our perspective," Luke asserted confidently, akin to a diligent candidate promoting his qualifications. "Firstly, the power of the 3 great sanctuaries is rather limited. This should be indisputable, correct?" The Supreme Sorcerer nodded, acknowledging that the number of sorcerers is even fewer than that of mutants. This is not to say that the prerequisites for becoming a sorcerer are excessively stringent. Rather, in contemporary society, beset by material desires, there are few ordinary individuals willing to dedicate themselves to prolonged study and cultivation in Kamartaj. Typically, they pursue their goals, such as curing terminal illnesses or overcoming personal traumas, only to return to the mundane world thereafter. The Supreme Sorcerer did not oppose this notion. "We could expand the number of sorcerers, for instance, by establishing a dedicated educational institution to provide manpower for the 3 great sanctuaries," Luke proposed. "This would significantly alleviate the pressures on Kamartaj and ensure there are sufficient hands to contend with the demons of hell." The Supreme Sorcerer fell silent, contemplating the potential of this idea. "General Cavill, the use of magic comes at a price, and disseminating forbidden knowledge could incur grave consequences, she eventually replied, shaking her head. In the Marvel Universe, magic demands a cost from its practitioners. The process can be likened to a loan. Each casting of a high-level spell equates to an additional bill. White magic allows for installment payments and bears a less daunting price, which is why many sorcerers in Camartage accept it. Conversely, black magic resembles a predatory loan, thrilling in its use but devastating in repayment. Surely the costs of magic can be circumvented, cannot they? There's no need to rigidly adhere to the old ways, Luke gently coaxed, aiming to persuade the supreme sorcerer. Dr. Doom, a figure of dual mastery in a Marvel realm, had experimented with machines to shift the burden of magical costs. Ancient One often took advantage of Dormammu's resources, covertly transferring debts to the Dark Dimension. I will consider it, the Supreme Sorcerer replied, concluding the exchange. She neither directly refused nor acquiesced. When faced with indecision, she preferred to wait patiently for a time. General, I am unsure whether your arrival heralds good or ill tidings. However, I welcome you on my own behalf. The Supreme Sorcerer gracefully rose, extending a modern handshake. Thank you. I hope to one day set foot in Camartage. Luke responded, also standing. Ancient One is, in fact, the most agreeable of all the Supreme Sorcerers. Had it been the original Agamotto, he would have acted with force. By the way, Master Ancient One, I have a question, Luke inquired curiously. How do you determine whether I am lying? Is there a special incantation involved? You have answered the same question 421 times. The Supreme Sorcerer wore a half-smile, the eye of Agamotto hanging from her chest emanating a verdant glow. Unbeknownst to me, has a temporal loop been enacted? Luke chuckled softly, recognizing the quintessential style of the Supreme Sorcerer. However, the patience exhibited by the other party seemed rather excessive. An infinite loop of a single melody would surely grow tiresome. Ah, General Cavill, I happen to have a request of you. Before departing, the Supreme Sorcerer revealed a mysterious smile and casually remarked, for permanent residency. A modest contribution is expected. One must do good for this world. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 93. Handcrafted coffee. All-nighter 20 minutes later, tranquility returned to the office of S.H.I.L.D. Luke swirled the empty glass and approached the cabinet to pour himself a measure of whiskey, a high-end selection pilfered from Howard. Every visit to his opulent residence resulted in the good major securing a bottle or two of fine wine, with the ever-considerate butler, Jarvis, providing guidance on pricing and vintage for ease of selection. Consequently, Howard began to lament that Luke had depleted his stock. The Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage arrived quietly and departed just as silently, leaving behind merely a few cryptic hints. The Conqueror Kong presents one predicament after another. Luke tilted his head back and downed his drink in one swift motion, the chill of the liquid mingling with the fiery alcohol, attempting to organize his chaotic thoughts. To many, the name Kong the Conqueror may evoke confusion. This individual, akin to Deadpool's close companion Cable, hails from the future and stands among the less mainstream supervillains. Never having graced the silver screen, Kong himself possesses no superhuman abilities, and his intellect is rather average, rendering him unremarkable amid the pantheon of flamboyant adversaries. His significance in the eyes of the Supreme Sorcerer arises from his expertise in time travel. In the comics, Kong frequently employs a time machine, donning high-tech armor and futuristic weaponry to impersonate historical figures and conquer worlds, be it an Egyptian pharaoh or Darius of the Persian Empire. He has even made guest appearances alongside superheroes, such as Iron Lad. In essence, Kong is an individual who finds discomfort in idleness, self-proclaiming himself as the Lord of Lords, reveling in the dominion of myriad alternate timelines through time travel. This incessant meddling poses considerable headaches for the Supreme Sorcerer. An ever-increasing number of temporal branches could precipitate unforeseen cataclysms. Kang's modus operandi involves wreaking havoc in one reality before moving on to the next, indulging in this monotonous game to his heart's content. Even the typically placid Ancient One found herself exasperated, contemplating the use of the Time Stone to eliminate him. This illustrates the extent of trouble this time-traveling expert brings to the Supreme Sorcerer. Thus, has Kong set his sights on my timeline? Luke pondered while swirling his glass, contemplating the cost of securing permanent residency. He must either expel Kong or utterly eradicate him. Of course, the latter option is virtually unattainable. Due to the pervasive presence of this entity across various timelines, eliminating one only leads to the emergence of another, its resilience rivaling that of cockroaches. Otherwise, the Ancient One would have intervened personally by now. This is not an insurmountable task. Luke has struck a deal with the Supreme Sorcerer. He will deal with Kong the Conqueror, and in return, the three sanctums and Kamartaj will refrain from troubling him. A mutually beneficial arrangement, indeed. Although the title of Conqueror sounds somewhat intimidating, the individual's prowess is rather ordinary. Most of the time, he relies on advanced technology to assert his dominance, retreating in disgrace when confronted by genuine power. For instance, Apocalypse, the first mutant in history, has previously bested Kong. While masquerading as Darius, he found even the 300 Spartans of that timeline to be a considerable challenge, as each Spartan was a formidable warrior capable of tearing apart beasts. As a reward, the Supreme Sorcerer offered Luke a glimpse into future events. From the Ancient One, Luke learned of Atlantis and Namor. It is well known that the realms of American comics frequently engage in mutual homage and inspiration, making it quite normal for characters to bear striking resemblances. Namor from the Marvel Universe actually predates Arthur Curry, the Aquaman of the adjacent universe. He is the first mutant to grace the pages of comics and the inaugural superhero, often referred to as the Prince of Quarrels, a devoted husband and a perennial instigator of conflict. His notable exploits include nearly flooding New York, harboring a grudge against Wakanda, and maintaining a long-standing rivalry with Black Panther, having clashed with nearly all the superheroes of the Avengers. He has been part of secret organizations like the Illuminati, even aligning himself with Thanos, with his chief passion being to stir discord and ensnare others in betrayal. He embodies the archetype of a character oscillating between hero and villain. Given that Atlantis has made its appearance, how far can Wakanda be? Luke exhaled deeply as the full visage of this world began to reveal itself, not with anxiety, but with eager anticipation. The Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw, Atlantis, Namor, and Kong the Conqueror seemed destined to be quite occupied in the near future. As he pondered silently, Luke added several names to his notebook. "I noticed the lights in your office are still on," a voice announced as someone pushed open the office door, the sound of clicking high heels growing closer. "Still at work at this hour?" The young general set his glass down and turned. "Are you not as well?" The female agent inquired, her brow arching as her pert nose twitched. "Is there the scent of others in the office? Have you entertained guests?" "Perhaps at one time. But would you consider yourself my guest now?" Luke replied, placing his glass down and revealing his signature gentle smile. Sensing a discordant atmosphere, the female agent instinctively retreated a couple of steps, only to realize that such an action would undermine her presence. Resolutely, she straightened her posture and glared defiantly at the smooth-talking Major General. "I merely came to take a glance. Since there appears to be nothing of consequence, I shall take my leave." As a manager within SHIELD, Carter was determined to extricate herself from this situation. Office romances were, after all, a cardinal sin in the workplace. Moreover, Luke was still her superior. Should anyone discover their connection, the previously quelled rumors would resurge, threatening to engulf her once more. Carter had no desire to become a mere ornament, promoted solely for her association with her boss. "I'm nearly finished with my tasks and preparing to head home. Would you care to join me?" Luke leaned against the desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. "I've heard you reside on Tree-Lined Avenue in the Northwest District, which happens to be on my way. And since it's still early, I could swing by your place for a cup of coffee. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Carter pressed her lips together. She had no intention of inviting Luke to her home for coffee. Given her understanding of the man, he would undoubtedly push for more unreasonable demands. "I just remembered some unfinished work. I suppose I'll need to pull an all-nighter today." She attempted to dissuade Luke from harboring any further notions. Noticing his expression of disappointment, she felt a surge of satisfaction. "Is that so? Since you plan to work late, and it's still working hours, could you bring me a cup of coffee?" A hint of a smile graced Luke's lips. "I'm not your secretary," Carter muttered under her breath, yet her body betrayed her as she walked in her high heels to the liquor cabinet, retrieving a clean mug. "By the way, Peggy, I prefer hand-ground coffee. I'm not accustomed to instant." Luke settled into his chair, directing the agent with an air of authority. "Only instant," Carter retorted curtly, placing a steaming cup of coffee heavily on the desk. "If there's nothing else, I'll return to my work." She averted her gaze from Luke, recalling the madness that had unfolded since their last dance. In retrospect, the agent felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Shall we change the location of our late work to here? Luke propped his elbows on the desk, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, gazing at Carter with an assertive intensity. The latter bit her lip, remaining silent. The office lights seemed to dim slightly, and a bird swept past the window, its dark eyes observing the fierce struggle between the two mammals within. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters stood silently, while the Potomac River's turbulent waters swirled with small eddies, carrying hidden currents deeper into the encroaching night. Chapter 94. 3 laboratories, different projects in the subterranean levels of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the 3rd floor below ground, entry was forbidden to ordinary agents and civilian staff. Only Luke, as the director, and Commander Carter possessed the privilege of unrestricted access. Many speculate that S.H.I.E.L.D. may be engaged in some clandestine research, though the specifics remain elusive. In truth, this is a project team led by Bolivar, involved in the mapping of mutant gene sequences. Under this pretext, Luke has also secured a research grant from the Congressional Budget Committee. It must be said, the government budget is remarkably easy to exploit. By conjuring a few reports and bringing Bolivar to the White House for several talks on mutants, he can swindle millions of dollars. It's almost more lucrative than bank robbery. In contrast, those high-ranking officials can only sourly endure their own limits. While they too seek funding, they must apprehend spies and present compelling evidence to amplify the perceived Soviet threat. In the end, they may not even sway the president to allocate funds. It truly is a case of comparison that stirs resentment. It's no wonder Nick Fury relishes misappropriating public funds. The money comes so easily, after all. Luke mused, anticipating that when the Atlanteans emerge, he could once again deceive the White House for more financial support. Then, with the likes of Hydra and the Inhumans, he would not even need to wait for the establishment of Skynet to become a top-tier magnate. Indeed, being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. offers far greater prospects than any Secretary of Defense. Strucker, you should be pleased with this place, Luke thought as he descended in the elevator. William Strucker, who would eventually become the butcher of mutants, may not rival Bolivar's scientific intellect or the formidable combat prowess of Sabretooth Victor. Yet even a piece of tissue paper has its own utility. Luke firmly believed that Strucker and Bolivar, as teacher and student, would undoubtedly spark unique ideas together. General, are you studying those monsters? Strucker recalled the violent scene in the barracks where Luke had kicked Sabretooth Victor across the room. The latter had sustained grievous injuries. Yet shortly thereafter, he had miraculously healed without requiring a doctor's intervention. They're called mutants, Luke corrected. Be mindful of the terminology, otherwise. I cannot guarantee that you won't be torn to pieces by some ill-tempered mutants. Strucker nodded silently, committing the term mutant to memory. As he walked through the facility, he observed numerous researchers in white lab coats hustling about. The deeper he ventured, the quieter the atmosphere became. General, Dr. Teslak is in Lab 3, a staff member approached, explaining that the entire institute had been preoccupied with replicating leech serum, working overtime for several consecutive days. Luke nodded in acknowledgement. After locating Sabretooth Victor and gathering 5 mutant gene fragments, he completed the main quest for the emergence of the 3rd faction. The leech serum, capable of suppressing mutant abilities, was his reward. Moreover, the next phase of the main quest was simultaneously updated. Main quest: the rise of the 3rd faction, the Legion returns. The request is to assume leadership of any faction of mutants, with the reward being Clark Kent's glasses. This implies the ability to effortlessly transform into a tall, robust figure of a sunlit journalist. Upon seeing this reward, Luke expressed his disinterest in disguise and his lack of inclination to apply at the Daily Bugle. The individual in question is Dr. Tesla, who oversees all operations within the 3rd laboratory and serves as your superior. With curiosity etched across his face, Strick ventured into the 3rd laboratory, where Luke pointed out the irate Bolivar. Despite his current temperament, Bolivar is, in truth, a rather affable individual. Strick observed the diminutive scientist, hearing a barrage of expletives, and mused that it lacked persuasive power. You are now acquainted with the mutant data in Laboratory 3. In due time, you shall join the weaponization initiative. Having arranged matters for Strick, Luke approached Bolivar with a smile and inquired about the cause of his ire, to which Bolivar responded, General, you've arrived. These fools are utterly impossible to communicate with. much like how humans cannot converse with the gorillas at a zoo. The acerbic wit of the diminutive scientist occasionally rivals that of the future Iron Man. Luke waved away the researchers, all graduates of prestigious universities, to spare them further verbal insults. What is the current status of the Leech Serum Replication Project? The Major General deftly redirected the conversation, acknowledging that genius often harbors unbearable flaws or idiosyncrasies. For instance, Howard embodies a family tradition of narcissism and arrogance, viewing military procurement officials as no different from gorillas in human guise. Bolivar shares this trait. When he perceives his researchers lagging behind, he resorts to vitriolic outbursts and personal attacks. Many vulnerable newcomers have been reduced to tears by his scathing remarks. "We're nearly finished," Bolivar declared confidently, raising his head. Transitioning from an independent scientist devoid of funding, investors, or a personal laboratory to Dr. Tesla, who now supervises numerous researchers, experiments, and fully equipped office space. He relished his current status and lifestyle. The only regret he harbored was the restriction imposed by Major General Cavill against dissecting mutants. "Excellent. Continue your efforts. I require the development of this into a weapon," Luke remarked, his gaze lowered. Aquaman, Namor, is also a mutant, and the Leech Serum poses a significant threat to him. After touring the third laboratory and reviewing Bolivar's work, Luke turned toward the second laboratory, the domain of Dr. Arnim Zola, who is responsible for deciphering the ancient texts of the Brood and researching the blood of Woden. The war has come to a close, and the Allies have recalled the surviving tank-class soldiers. Subsequent observations reveal that over half of them are only expected to live until the age of 35, while the remainder exhibits severe signs of aging, with an estimated lifespan of merely 3 to 4 years. Such a grave depletion has dissuaded the military from pursuing mass production. Luke's decision to allocate time for Dr. Zola's research primarily stems from the potential of Woden's blood, which possesses profound cellular transformation capabilities, enhancing energy storage and absorption. However, in other respects, the enhancements hold little significance for superhumans. Additionally, that fellow Rogers is of battleship class. Logically, the toll on his life would be even more severe. Should we decipher the entirety of the Brood Zerg's technology, we might uncover a solution. For now, hope seems elusive, Dr. Zola remarked, shaking his head. The Brood Zerg developed this technology with the intention of creating war machines, showing little regard for the survival span of their subjects. Luke nodded, encouraging Dr. Zola to continue his research. He then proceeded to Laboratory 1, which belonged to Howard. The primary focus there was to extract the infinite energy of the Tesseract. Dr. Zola had provided numerous insights on this matter, given that the energy weapons of Hydra originated from his ingenuity. The Tesseract appeared to have exhausted its energy, showing no response to any external stimuli. Upon seeing Luke, Howard expressed his frustration. He had attempted various methods to no avail, even the metallic apparatus previously employed by Dr. Zola to extract infinite energy had ceased to function. Luke averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. This may be connected to him. When he held the Tesseract, he absorbed a considerable amount of energy, perhaps leading it to enter an indefinite standby state. "Are there any new discoveries?" Luke inquired, changing the subject. I'm contemplating the construction of a nuclear fusion reactor. Does that count as a new discovery?" Howard scratched his head and replied, "I plan to create a circular vacuum chamber, encircled by coils, and then energize it. This would generate a massive spiral magnetic field within. And if I heat the plasma to extreme temperatures, we could achieve nuclear fusion. If successful, it would sufficiently address future energy crises. Then keep pushing forward. Once you succeed, I shall present you with a gift," Luke remarked with a knowing smile. He had not anticipated Howard's ambitious idea of creating a large-scale arc reactor at this juncture. If he could achieve miniaturization, Iron Man might emerge ahead of schedule. Chapter 95. The Brotherhood reunited Human Sandbag after touring the 3 laboratories. Luke returned to the Bolivar Mutant Project team. The intelligence network of SHIELD has yet to be fully established, making the discovery and training of elite agents a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. Characters such as James Bond, Ethan Hunt, Jason Bourne, and Yin Shuangying belong to a rare echelon of elite cards, making it quite normal for them to be elusive in the current moment. As for Director Egg, Luke did not make any special efforts to seek him out. The low-tier, yet-to-be-matured version of Nick Fury would not prove very useful either. Ultimately, these narrative figures will make their appearance in due time. After all, as the saying goes, transient travelers come and go, while the steadfast Coulson remains ever present. That man, whose receding hairline grows ever more precarious, serves as a guiding mentor in the Marvel film Set's Novice Village. And it is only fitting that he does not fade into obscurity. The commander, he is none other than James Howlett. The supervisor pointed to a tall, robust man adorned with a bushy beard. Deeper within Laboratory 3 lies the resting area for mutants. Not long ago, the military located the long-missing Wolverine. He had somehow ended up in Neon Island, where whispers suggest he narrowly avoided the brunt of an atomic bomb. Observing Wolverine, vibrant and full of vitality, Luke couldn't help but marvel at the incredible nature of the healing factor. Even after being ravaged by the atomic bomb's intense heat and shockwave, leaving him merely a skeleton, he managed to restore himself remarkably quickly. With a smile, Luke acknowledged that General MacArthur, the Supreme Commander of Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific Theater, was responsible for the military occupation of Neon Island post-war. Upon hearing that the youngest brigadier general on the home front was searching for a missing soldier, he readily obliged, dispatching forces to effortlessly locate Wolverine. This imposing, towering Caucasian stood out starkly in Neon Island. Congratulations to you all, brothers reunited. Luke entered the resting area, where, alongside the duo of Sabretooth and Wolverine, other mutants resided. Each had been under the special scrutiny of SHIELD, subsequently undergoing evaluation before being contained. However, the number of mutants worthy of recruitment is scant. This genetically altered group does not universally enjoy the fulfillment derived from their extraordinary abilities. Given the nature of genetic evolution, there inevitably exist instances of failure. Mutants are classified into tiers, with the lowest being the epsilon level, many of whom exemplify the failures of evolution. Some experience altered skin tone or appearance, while others possess significant defects. Luke had encountered a child who, in moments of heightened emotion, would sprout clusters of sharp, steel-like quills from his skin, resembling a hedgehog. Frankly, such a capability is not only disruptive to daily life, but also lacks practical utility, devoid of any potential for improvement. For that child, it was akin to a grotesque curse. Thus, he willingly became a test subject for the leech serum, yearning to shed his identity as a mutant. Numerous similar cases exist. While powerful alpha-level mutants, such as Professor X and Magneto, along with exceptionally gifted Omega-level mutants like Phoenix and Franklin, remain a rare handful. An increasing number of individuals suffer from the torment brought about by genetic mutations. To them, mutants are a wretched affliction rather than a divine blessing. According to data analysis conducted by Bolivar, within the mutant population, 20% belong to the failed evolutionary epsilon class, while 50% are delta class individuals who, despite lacking significant flaws, possess meager abilities. The alpha class may comprise a mere 10%. As for the legendary Omega class, it is akin to a mythical golden card, appearing exceedingly rarely. Thus, the ambitions of Sebastian Shaw and Magneto to establish a powerful mutant kingdom capable of dominating the world seem utterly ludicrous. The inherent genetic deficiencies within the mutant populace alone render such aspirations futile, not to mention the challenges of normal reproduction and population growth. "Thank you for helping me find Jimmy," General Sabretooth called out, feigning brotherly affection while expressing gratitude to Luke. Meanwhile, Wolverine stood by, utterly astonished, questioning the reliability of his own hearing. It was simply unbelievable that the irascible Victor would utter a word of thanks. "I thought you only knew how to say mother." Wolverine couldn't help but quip, only to receive a sharp jab to the abdomen from Sabretooth. The latter forced a grin, striving to project a more docile demeanor. Sabretooth Victor's actions were motivated by a desire to avoid being dissected by that dwarf scientist named Bolivar. In recent days, that cursed little man had been scrutinizing him with an unsettlingly eager gaze, as if contemplating where to make his incisions. Sabretooth was on the verge of developing a psychological trauma. He couldn't fight back, couldn't escape, and had to endure Bolivar's predatory stare daily. Life had become unbearable. If Luke hadn't been present, Sabretooth would have certainly confided his grievances to his brother Wolverine. "Do you know how I've been faring these days?" Sabretooth asked. Wolverine shook his head. "You'll find out soon enough," Sabretooth replied. "James Howlett, let me see your abilities," Luke interjected, Casting a glance at the young Wolverine, Luke felt a twinge of regret upon seeing those sharp bone claws. Without the infusion of adamantium, Wolverine seemed somewhat less than his renowned self. Since you two are here, let's practice together, he suggested casually. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luke removed his jacket and began to stretch. Thanks to Sabertooth Victor serving as a training dummy, Luke's skill card for martial arts had nearly become second nature. Are you up for a fight, General, or should we refrain? After all, we are hardly your match. Sabertooth interrupted, fully aware that practice essentially meant being a movable human punching bag. Even with self-healing factors within his body, injuries would still occur. However, I am not a masochist by nature, nor do I have an innate desire to endure the dreadful experience of being savagely beaten. Wolverine gazed at his brother in astonishment, disbelief filling his eyes. Is this truly the Victor the First once knew? What has he endured during this time? How has he transformed into someone so refined and affable? As a flurry of questions emerged, Wolverine began to suspect that the figure before him was not his typically irascible brother, but rather someone else entirely. Let James Howlett, the mutant who first arrived here, adopt a code name as well, he suggested. Luke, disinterested in uttering the full name, replied, How about Logan? Using your middle name. No problem. You are in charge here, Wolverine responded with a hint of melancholy, nodding in agreement. James and Logan were both names inherited from his father. Victor, you hardly resemble a tough guy at all. Aren't you supposed to excel at fighting? The newly named Wolverine jested, then continued, If I were to injure you, would I face detention, General? Luke shook his head, chuckling, Not all, Logan. To be honest, I haven't felt the sensation of being hurt in quite a while. If you could help me relive that experience, I would be quite pleased. On the contrary, General, I seem to sustain injuries nearly every day, Logan grinned, exuding a touch of wildness. He was not as volatile as his brother Sabertooth, yet his temperament was far from mild. He recalled when Professor Charles and Magneto sought out mutant brethren, only to be met with an exasperated get lost from Wolverine during his initial self-introduction. This encounter had led the two leaders of the mutant faction to return empty-handed. It was no wonder that Magneto, upon encountering Wolverine again, felt compelled to deliver a thorough beating. Perhaps he bore a grudge. Take care, Jimmy, Sabertooth Victor said, patting his brother on the shoulder, advising, When you find yourself unable to resist, try to revel in that sensation. It won't hurt too much, just for a moment. Logan found his brother's words perplexing. He then followed Luke into the spacious and fortified training room crafted from alloy. Before long, a series of thunderous sounds reverberated from within. Chapter 96, Codename. Task Force Victor, how long do you think your brother can endure? Inquired a burly figure named Fred, whose code name was Meatball. Possessing immense strength and remarkable defensive capabilities, he once managed to punch back a tank shell. Aside from Sabertooth Victor, he often served as a sparring partner, primarily tasked with absorbing blows to help Luke refine his boxing skills. Jimmy's bet is 20 minutes, Sabertooth Victor declared, arms crossed. This would mark his brother's first achievement, being relentlessly pummeled by that devilish colonel for a full 20 minutes, nearly exhausting him entirely. As I exited the training room, my legs felt weak, as if I were utterly drained. I believe he can endure a bit longer than you, remarked a Mexican man with a smile. His name was John, codenamed Ghost. Much like the Red Devil, he possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, albeit within a considerably more limited range. I concur, added a young girl named Kayla, codenamed Silver Fox, who could manipulate others' thoughts through physical contact. This group of mutants had recently been identified by SHIELD as suitable recruits. They had all previously exposed their identities, making them easily detectable by agents. Under Luke's leadership, SHIELD's approach towards mutants was far less brutal than that of Bolvar Trask or William Stryker. He preferred a more conciliatory tactic, presenting himself as a benevolent figure, except when faced with particularly irascible individuals, in which case he would act decisively without unnecessary dialogue. Let's just get it done. Consequently, these uniquely gifted individuals, deemed valuable by SHIELD, offered little resistance during their recruitment. Of course, Bolvar's incorporation into Luke's ranks also played a role. In the 20th century, mutants faced two significant crises. First, they were captured en masse by Bolvar for use as subjects in the Sentinel program. Second, They endured large-scale persecution and slaughter at the hands of strikers' weaponization efforts. Those mutants who had not yet been indoctrinated by capitalist society did not harbor an extreme animosity towards humanity or the military. Sabretooth Victor remained silent, convinced that his younger brother could not surpass him. When it came to killing and combat, he was undeniably superior. Phew, Victor, your brother is quite the stubborn fellow. With the warm-up time concluded, Luke stepped out of the training room with a satisfied expression. Victor glanced at the clock, 34 minutes. How infuriating it was to have lost to that feeble Jimmy. As the elder brother, Victor felt a surge of irritation and voluntarily requested to endure further punishment. General, shall we continue? I can last longer. With a strange expression, Luke, feeling invigorated after releasing some pent-up energy, questioned, "What is this? Are you addicted to being beaten? You've been a sparring partner for a whole week, Victor. Are you sure you want to carry on?" "Indeed. It is my honor to spar with you, General." Victor nodded resolutely, determined to prove himself, regardless of the consequences. Luke raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Victor's mind might have been somewhat dulled by the repeated training. Considering Victor's enthusiasm, the recently warmed-up Major General felt it inappropriate to decline immediately. "Very well. I hope you can make some progress." Luke turned and re-entered the training room, with Sabretooth Victor eagerly following behind. Crack! Boom! A cacophonous clamor pierced through the soundproof training facility, resonating outward. The others exchanged glances, while the rotund Fred shut his eyes, displaying a hint of sympathy. Having served as a sparring partner on several occasions, he could vividly envision the grim fate awaiting the saber-toothed tiger. After 40 minutes, the practice concluded. Luke emerged, invigorated and striding purposefully. Achieving even 50% of his potential was commendable for the mutant brethren. As long as they avoided fatal injuries like decapitation or cardiac rupture, they could heal at an impressive pace. With the training wrapped up, Luke clapped his hands, disregarding the saber-toothed tiger and Wolverine still sprawled within. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. "Let's take a moment to introduce ourselves. I am Luke Cavill, a name you all should recognize. In the days to come, you may refer to me as Commander or General." The previously carefree and dispersed mutants gathered together, attentively listening to the words of this youthful brigadier. Having been recruited by S.H.E.L.D., they had heard numerous tales of Luke's exploits. He was already a figure of renown, war hero, superhuman. His accolades shone like a brilliant halo. Coupled with his position as the director of S.H.E.L.D. and his formidable personal prowess, no one dared to harbor thoughts of defiance. After all, not every mutant was as irascible as Victor the saber-toothed tiger. The existence of mutants was no secret to S.H.E.L.D. As he spoke, Luke exchanged for a Constantine-inspired persuasion skill card. While many may regard you as anomalies or outsiders, the truth is otherwise. Mutants are merely a branch in the evolutionary path of humanity. You are not fundamentally different from us. Genetic evolution has bestowed upon you unique abilities, not to be hidden or shunned, but to fulfill your inherent destiny. Joining the military to serve your country and harnessing your power for the greater good is the future of mutants. With the persuasive talents reminiscent of Constantine, combined with Luke's heartfelt words of inspiration, the young mutants felt a surge of passion and excitement. In contrast to Sebastian Shaw's extreme ideology advocating rebellion against human tyranny, Luke's noble discourse resonated more deeply. However, rather than excessively emphasizing loyalty to the state, he placed S.H.E.L.D. and himself in a more significant light. "General, will we be subjected to dissection by Dr. Tesla?" Fred, the hulking figure, inquired. Such concerns were common among mutants. Why would that be the case? You are invaluable assets to S.H.E.L.D. The costs of training, nurturing, and daily upkeep far exceed that of several bombers, Luke replied, seemingly amused. Countering with a chuckle, Fred scratched his head and grinned. The general's reassurances eased his worries, instilling a sense of belonging towards S.H.E.L.D. General. "Are we still free?" the young girl Kira inquired, raising her hand like a student. "I regret to inform you that you are not," Luke replied, shaking his head. "You may venture outside and enjoy fixed holidays, even travel the world if you wish. However, you are still part of S.H.E.L.D. in both spirit and body. Ladies and gentlemen, the federal government's perspective on mutants is not uniform. Some regard you as aberrations, ticking time bombs. C-E-L-D offers you protection to avert troubles, but in return, you must comply. Obey orders and never betray until retirement. That is the price to pay. Luke did not maintain a consistently gentle tone. He understood the necessity of being firm when required and soft when appropriate, a fundamental quality of a leader. Understood, General, Kira said quietly, lowering her hand. Luke cast an additional glance at the young girl, not merely for her beauty. According to S-H-I-E-L-D, intelligence, she had a sister named Emma Frost, known as the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. The two sisters, akin to Sabretooth and Wolverine, possessed similar psychic abilities. From today onward, you will be assigned to a task force under a code name, Luke stated solemnly. Your sole mission is to search for and track a secret organization known as the Hellfire Club. Chapter 97. Welcome to the Hellfire Club on the beach of Anna Maria Island. Namor strode beneath a sunshade, carrying a surfboard, his muscular arms exposed. As an Atlantean capable of breathing underwater, he had no need for such an object. Yet, to appear more ordinary and avoid drawing attention, he donned a surfboard whenever he entered the sea, masquerading as a surfing enthusiast. Mr. Shaw, you are here as well, Namor greeted, his tone more familiar than during their previous encounter. In recent days, he had frequently conversed with a middle-aged man who claimed to be a German scientist. The occasional insights shared by Shaw always provided Namor with a refreshing perspective, akin to a lost ship suddenly spotting the beacon of a lighthouse amidst dark waters. Unbeknownst to him, Namor had begun to view Sebastian Shaw as a mentor, cultivating a newfound respect within him. The warm sunshine of Florida was a rarity in the cold, damp air of Berlin. Sebastian removed his sunglasses, revealing a friendly smile. Due to the oppressive policies of the Third Reich, an atmosphere of white terror permeated the area, with everyone fearing they might become the next victim of persecution or execution. War is indeed a dreadful affair. Wouldn't you agree, Namor? He remarked, setting down his surfboard. Namor nodded as he took a seat beside Sebastian. He too abhorred war. The prior confrontations between the Allies and Axis powers in the Pacific and Atlantic, littered with mines and bombarded submarines, had left Atlantis beleaguered. It is akin to a constant cacophony of brawls and quarrels occurring right at your doorstep. Were it not for Atlantis' adherence to its antiquated, conservative ideologies and reluctance to engage with the outside world, Namor would undoubtedly mete out some lessons to these ruffians. As for aligning with the Allies or the Axis powers, that would depend on his whims. Mr. Shaw, do you believe that a person of inherent strength ought to conceal their true self? Through the deep exchanges over these past days, Namor began to lower his defenses and extend his trust toward Sebastian Shaw. This shift was undoubtedly influenced by the psychological suggestions of the White Queen, Emma, as well as Namor's personal history. His father, a captain, found his expedition to Antarctica thwarted by ice, prompting him to order the sailors to blast the icebergs. In an unfortunate turn of events, they injured the princess of Atlantis, whom they brought aboard for medical attention. What followed was a melodramatic tale worthy of an evening soap opera. The captain, captivated by the princess's innocent allure, found her refreshingly different from the American women he had previously encountered. The princess, having had no exposure to the outside world, was blissfully unaware of human nature and, thus, easily charmed by the captain. They fell passionately in love at a breathtaking pace, marrying and consummating their union. However, when the king of Atlantis discovered that his daughter had not returned for months, he assumed she had been abducted or met with some calamity at the hands of humans. He dispatched an army, and upon locating the ship, they exterminated everyone aboard, including the captain. Months later, the princess, now a widow, gave birth to Namor. This is the tragic tale of the Aquaman from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. Upon Sebastian's arrival, he assumed the role of a knowledgeable mentor, instantly drawing Namor into his world. Why would a powerful being choose to conceal their essence? Does a lion hide among sheep to appear non-threatening? Unless, of course, it seeks to evade hunters. Sebastian smiled, realizing that the mental conditioning had finally taken root after so many days. Before encountering Namor, he had taken the initiative to understand the circumstances of Atlantis through Hydra. Namor, whose complexion set him apart from the typical Atlanteans, suffered discrimination from his kin and was deemed an inferior outsider. to safeguard her son. The princess had no choice but to retreat into the slums, eventually fleeing to Manhattan. It was not until the king aged and recalled he had a grandson that he summoned the grown Namor back. After enduring a series of struggles and power contests for the throne, Namor ultimately gained recognition, ascending as the sovereign of the four oceans and the new king of Atlantis. Some of this information was gleaned from Hydra, while other details were uncovered by Emma through her deep psychological probing. In any case, Atlantis had just completed a transfer of power. The old king had died, and Namor had ascended the throne amidst a backdrop of lingering conservative factions and a state of considerable turmoil. Upon ascending to the throne, Namor had never received royal education and grew up in the slums and the terrestrial realm, feeling utterly bewildered about the responsibilities of kingship. Namor, do you recall the mutants I previously mentioned? They possess an array of extraordinary abilities, a testament to their exceptional talents and pioneers on the path of evolution. Sebastian rose from his reclined position, articulating each word with precision, yet they have been driven away and hunted by humanity. Why is that? It is due to the absence of a leading figure, someone who can unite the mutants, instill courage within them, and inspire them to rise against tyranny. Feeling the weight of Sebastian's expectant gaze, Namor was momentarily consumed by the illusion that he could be that very individual. Intense emotions surged within him like tumultuous waves, crashing against his scant remaining rationality. Mr. Shaw? Namor hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his identity as a mutant. At that moment, he felt no sense of belonging to Atlantis and was utterly ignorant of how to fulfill the role of a king. Upon hearing Sebastian speak of the plight of their fellow mutants, Namor felt a swell of compassion, yearning to become that rare, extraordinary leader. Namor, if I'm not mistaken, you are a mutant, correct? Sebastian seized the moment, speaking earnestly. When I saw you at the beach bar, I had an inexplicable intuition, Namor, that you are the person I have been searching for. We are kin. Our genes bind us more reliably than mere blood relations. Just as Namor was about to divulge his identity, astonishment crossed his features as he asked, Mr. Shaw, are you also a mutant? The latter nodded vigorously, smiling. Not only I, but also Miss Frost, whom you encountered earlier. Together we form the Hellfire Club. Our mission is to rescue our suffering kin, resist human tyranny, and establish a glorious world for mutants. Namor furrowed his brow, recalling that much of his recent conversations with Sebastian revolve around themes of race, genetics, and evolution. Could it be that Mr. Shaw had been testing me all along? Indeed, Sebastian affirmed. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Namor's very soul. You are the leader that mutants have long awaited, the king who will save our brethren and lead us to a new dawn. Although at this moment Stanislavski had yet to pen an actor prepares, Sebastian Shaw, with his resolute gaze and sincere tone, exemplified what it meant to possess extraordinary acting prowess. He was almost convinced himself, not to mention Namor. Why me? Namor, who had never received affirmation from anyone since childhood, was taken aback, responding with a time-worn question. You are both an Atlantean and a mutant. You are the sole bridge connecting the underwater and terrestrial worlds. Sebastian replied, willfully ignoring the fact that a portion of human blood still coursed through Namor's veins. Join us, Namor. In due time, the civilization of Atlantis shall reign alongside the mutants over this world. You shall command the four great oceans while we possess the land. In response to this invitation, a peculiar voice within Namor urged him to acquiesce. Mr. Shaw, I am willing to partake in the noble endeavor of saving my brethren, he replied, his lips tightly pressed, a hint of coercion evident. Excellent. Welcome to the Hellfire Club. Sebastian extended his hand, his lowered gaze flickering with a shadowy glimmer. At last, Atlantis had been harnessed to the chariot of war. The next step would be to seek vengeance upon Superman. The score from their previous encounter in Rome remained unsettled. Chapter 98. The Dam Base, Lake Acalia. Meanwhile, Luke, stationed in Washington, D.C., remained unaware of the recent addition to the Hellfire Club and the alliance between Atlantis and the mutants. Although he had commenced the search for Sebastian Shaw, the absence of Professor Charles and the cerebral amplification device rendered the precise location of a mutant elusive. Furthermore, the artificial satellites would not be launched until two superpowers engaged in an arms race. The notion of an insight program or global surveillance in this era would scarcely be credible, even in science fiction. As for establishing contact with Atlantis, that was utterly impractical. The maiden nuclear submarine, the Nautilus, would not be launched for nearly 9 more years. At present, humanity's maximum submersion depth did not exceed 1,000 meters, a mere whisper to an underwater civilization. Thus, technology indeed transforms life, Luke mused quietly. The technological advancements of this era appeared rather antiquated compared to a future replete with ironclad armor and airborne motherships. Therefore, he instructed Howard to momentarily set aside the research on the cosmic cube and redirect his focus toward nuclear fusion reactors. Once the nuclear submarines were operational, they could consider satellite launches, for after all, Skynet was primarily a communications enterprise. Should the Kree fleet launch a massive invasion, damaging their own satellites, it would serve as a demonstration to Ronan of what Superman's iron fist truly entailed. Luke's vision was always far-reaching, and he pondered whether to have Howard miniaturize the arc reactor. In a future timeline, Tony Stark's declaration, "I am Iron Man," would officially inaugurate the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Rather than waiting for that moment, Luke believed it prudent for Howard to accomplish this task. After all, they were family. As for the technological bottleneck, a visit to Wakanda could yield fruitful exchanges, and establishing a diplomatic relationship with Atlantis based on mutual assistance would surely resolve matters swiftly. These two nations, along with Latveria, the homeland of Dr. Doom, the arch-nemesis of the Fantastic Four, could collectively be regarded as the epicenter of Earth's advanced technologies. Do not speak of nuclear fusion technology, time travel, or the creation of steel legions and cosmic spacecraft. "General, that is Acaria Lake," exclaimed Strike, his voice barely audible over the howling helicopter and the fierce gusts of wind. "What a splendid location," Luke observed from above. The towering concrete dam nestled amidst the snowy mountains and dense forests. This area had once been an industrial zone, abandoned during the Great Depression. It was later appropriated by the military under the guise of constructing a dam. Strike elaborated, his voice hoarse. In truth, Luke wished to convey that he could hear him perfectly well without such a cacophony. He was not deaf to such an extent. Subsequently, with the onset of the World War, the Department of Defense, fearing an assault from the Third Reich, began establishing fortified military bases across the nation, with Acaria Lake being one of them. Strike pointed to the concrete dam, stating that within its depths lay stored wartime supplies, regrettably never utilized. Now that the war had concluded, these bases had lost their original purpose and were reassigned by the generals of the Pentagon. Of course, only you, General, possess the privilege and stature to utilize a military base resilient enough to withstand missile bombardment as a testing ground, he added, deliberately flattering. This burly man had certainly learned the art of sycophancy. It was merely a matter of the generals extending their courtesy. Luke humbly remarked that everyone at the Pentagon was aware of the recently appointed director of SHIELD, a young brigadier general adept at soliciting funds from Congress. Initiatives such as the Super Soldier Rebirth Program, the Mutant Weapons Research Program, and the Space Exploration Project had been proposed in succession, nearly exhausting the Budget Committee's resources. What was most infuriating was that despite Luke's insatiable demands, they found themselves incapable of refusal, for these projects sounded promising and worthy of substantial investment. Howard, upon hearing this, had even teased Luke, suggesting that if he ventured into Wall Street, he would surely deceive countless investors. To this, the general merely smiled in silence. This skill had been learned from an entrepreneur returning home next week. First, paint a grand vision, then hype the concept, and enlist a few renowned scientists to endorse it. Naturally, the politicians at the White House and Congress would obediently part with their funds. Luke felt no moral qualms about milking the capitalist system. "William, who do you believe is the most worthy of cultivation within the task force?" As the helicopter descended slowly, Luke stepped onto the soft snow, exhaling a cloud of vapor. Though he was dressed lightly, he felt no chill. Strike, bundled up tightly, rubbed his hands together, enviously glancing at the brigadier general walking ahead. Was this the physique of a Superman? "Undoubtedly, it is Logan," Strike replied without a moment's hesitation. Despite being fellow mutants, this young officer seems to harbor a peculiar fascination for Wolverine. Every time he gazes upon those bone claws, a glimmer of longing flickers in his eyes. Consequently, during private conversations between the mutant brothers, Sabretooth remarked that the dwarf scientist Bolivar is a deviant, always fixating on him with an odd stare. Wolverine, on the other hand, finds the individual named Stryker even more repulsive. After exchanging a knowing glance, both brothers shuddered at the unsettling nature of their existence. Logan, are you enamored with his healing factor? Luke was hardly surprised. Stryker and Wolverine seemed destined to intertwine. Indeed, I believe we could transform Logan into an indomitable killing machine. Sabretooth, too impulsive, allowed his emotions to cloud his judgment, whereas Logan was different. His claws, coupled with the feral intensity in his gaze and inherent stubbornness, appear to be forged for combat. Stryker, brimming with enthusiasm, collaborated with Bolivar in research, gaining deeper insights into mutants. As a soldier, he instinctively contemplated the application of mutant genes to weaponry. General, the Pentagon's stance on mutants is far from your leniency, Stryker inquired, trudging through the snow alongside Luke. Utilizing mutants for weapon research could yield swifter results, yet you seem reluctant to pursue this path. Through these days of acquaintance, Stryker discerned a fragment of the Major's temperament. Generally amiable, he had never witnessed Luke in a fit of rage. Strangely, this did not diminish the respect and admiration others held for him, which Stryker attributed to his charismatic persona. The F-Rare of the Third Reich harbored similar sentiments, hence their use of Jews and Poles for gas testing and inhumane experiments. Luke pushed open the heavy steel door, entering the flood control passage. Deep within this concrete dam lay a hidden world, replete with an arsenal of war supplies, ventilation systems, and munitions, an apparent preparation for a nuclear ascent or an impending apocalypse. Sowing seeds of hatred is effortless. Fostering harmony between two races is a daunting challenge. Luke's voice resonated throughout the cavernous dam base. I aspire to be a bridge, not a butcher. Chapter 99. Awaiting decapitation. A new leader, a bridge, a conduit for communication between humans and mutants? Had these words escaped the lips of another, Stryker would have scoffed, finding it ludicrous. Yet, he was in the presence of Luke, a war hero renowned for crafting miracles and accomplishing the extraordinary. The same phrase, uttered by different individuals, carries varying weight. The titles of war hero, Superman, savior of the Allies, and Terminator of World War II each embody unparalleled prestige and status. Many assert that should Luke announce his candidacy for the upcoming presidential election, he would undoubtedly ascend to the White House with an overwhelming advantage. Regrettably, this general possesses the patience to eschew such ambitions, showing no interest in becoming the youngest president in the annals of the United States. Forgive my short-sightedness, General, for failing to perceive the future you envision, Strick mused after considerable contemplation. He does not believe that humanity needs to coexist harmoniously with mutants. According to the primal law of the jungle, is not their eradication the simplest and most direct solution? Do you think defeating mutants is a trivial endeavor? Luke murmured as he surveyed the vast, fortified military base. As long as Congress permits you to mobilize armed troops, you could storm into their homes. Apprehend all those time bombs, affix electric collars around their necks, confine them in metal cages, and regularly administer leech serum, treating them like livestock for dissection, abuse, and inhumane experiments. Strick fell silent, for he indeed harbored such thoughts. The notions instilled in you by Dr. Teslac are not necessarily accurate, Luke remarked, pursing his lips. He was well aware of that diminutive scientist's desire to exploit mutants as tools for the creation of advanced weaponry. Yet, what benefit would such an approach yield? To allow the White Eagle to dominate the world? It would be far more intriguing to establish a regime reminiscent of the Third Reich. Your fixed mindset constrains your perception. Strick, after following Dr. Teslac for so long, have you ever pondered a particular question? Luke contemplated how best to utilize the military base while conversing with Strick. Where do mutants originate? Is there a pattern to their emergence? Are the children born to mutant couples destined to be mutants themselves? Or under what circumstances does the probability of mutant birth increase? Strick furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, I'm sorry, General, I do not know. Doctor, Teslac's current research is limited to mapping genetic sequences and has not progressed to this stage. Allow me to enlighten you, Strick. Luke halted, opening the door to the control room, and a wave of damp, musty air greeted him. The birth of mutants follows no discernible pattern. They have merely diverged from the human populace. Even bolder speculation suggests that every individual worldwide may harbor the potential for mutation within their genes, which, once activated, could lead them to become mutants. Do you have a girlfriend? Strick, engrossed in thought, was caught off guard by this most vexing question for a single man. He quickly shook his head and explained, "Ahem, I hail from Arizona, where the social climate is rather conservative." Strick endeavored to salvage the last vestiges of dignity for a single man. "Then consider this. Should you eventually marry and have adorable children, but one of them turns out to be a mutant, what would you do?" Luke's lips curled into a smile as he inquired, "Are you planning to confine that little darling as well?" Strick, at a loss for words, eventually conceded, "I was mistaken, General. You are indeed the one with the farthest vision, the first to recognize the inherent conflict between the two races and the essence of their interdependence." In that moment, he felt a profound respect for the young Major General before him, a sentiment that had evolved from mere admiration into unwavering allegiance. "Well then, the tour has concluded. Inform Dr. Teslak that I have found him a splendid new home." Luke gently caressed the intricate buttons on the control panel, a thought blossoming in his mind. If Sebastian Shaw were to come knocking, launching an assault on the dam base at Acaria Lake, could he not simply open the floodgates and effortlessly eliminate this adversary? The innate abilities of energy absorption and transformation would likely prove futile against the overwhelming torrents that would ensue. He hoped Sebastian Shaw would take the initiative and present himself. On Anna Maria Island, at a seaside hotel, Namor, who had just joined the Hellfire Club, encountered his compatriots for the first time. Not only Sebastian Shaw, but also Emma Frost, the White Queen, along with a diverse array of mutants. "This is Namor Mackenzie, whom I often mention. He is the king of Atlantis and a leader worthy of our following." Sebastian, akin to a White House spokesperson, introduced Namor on his behalf. In his eyes, the newly ascended Namor appeared youthful and inexperienced, lacking any semblance of charisma or the aura of a true leader, merely a pawn to be manipulated. This suited Sebastian perfectly. A malleable puppet, a smile graced his face, his eyes glimmering with self-satisfaction. Leveraging Namor's identity as a mutant, he gradually approached him. Once trust was established, he would instigate an irreconcilable conflict between mutants and humans, fostering animosity within Namor towards humanity, thereby igniting a war between the underwater world and terrestrial civilization. That was his grand design. The notion of rescuing his compatriots and leading mutants into a new future was nothing more than a deceitful fabrication, akin to parents promising to return a child's collected red envelopes during festive seasons. If mutants required a leader, it would only be him. Such were Sebastian Shaw's thoughts. The plight of mutants had long been dire. Humanity viewed them as aberrations, outcasts, subjecting them to rejection and persecution. They refused to acknowledge that their own ignorance and folly had birthed this reality, reminiscent of how they had burned Bruno and condemned witches to the stake. With fervor, Sebastian's voice rose as he launched into an impassioned oration. Because they are merely a short-sighted assembly of inferior beings, once confronted with matters they cannot comprehend or accept, they are engulfed by fear and panic, often losing sleep, and feel compelled to extinguish any perceived threat. Fellow compatriots, we are the vanguards on the path of evolution, yet we find ourselves compelled to scuttle like rats in a sewer. Is this fair? In the silence of the hotel suite, the faces of those present were etched with hatred, their eyes ablaze with fury. It must be said, Sebastian Shaw's words were profoundly incendiary for the mutants who have long endured inequality. Even Namor, standing nearby, was stirred by painful memories from his youth, his chest swelling with rage. Crack! A silver lightning bolt cleaved through the thick, dark clouds. Unbeknownst to them, the sea surged violently, as if mirroring the collective emotions of the crowd. Now is the time to rise up and resist. Sebastian looked at the proud Namor and solemnly declared, "We have a new leader. We are no longer a disorganized mass. To lead the mutants, one must first prove oneself." A sharply dressed young man stepped forward. He was the Tempest, gifted with the ability to create tornadoes through rapid spinning, a core member of the Hellfire Club. "I do not doubt you, Mr. Shaw, nor do I target Namor, our new compatriot." The Tempest, akin to an extra in a play, proclaimed loudly, "However, the position of leadership cannot be bestowed upon just anyone. We must have sufficient trust in him, and he must demonstrate the strength to earn our respect." Chapter 100. A Call and Response, Deceiving the Lame. Tempest, how dare you speak to His Majesty Namor in such a manner? He is the king of Atlantis, the master of the seven seas. Sebastian, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage, as though he himself had been questioned and insulted. The intensity of his reaction moved Namor, who was about to voice his thoughts. having grown up devoid of parental warmth. His father slain by the Atlanteans and his mother paralyzed by royal customs, Namor had never felt the comfort of familial affection. Even those who should have revered him as a prince regarded him with scornful eyes, treating him as an outcast, eager to banish him from Atlantis. Sebastian Shaw's defense and recognition were a source of unexpected delight for Namor. The youth known as the Tempest retorted defiantly, "Mr. Shaw, we all respect you. However, that does not mean you can arbitrarily select someone to be our leader and expect universal acceptance. Until now, we have never met Namor, nor do we know his capabilities. Must we submit solely because he is the king of Atlantis? Must the Hellfire Club truly entrust the future of our kin to a stranger?" The Tempest was fully absorbed in his role, his complexion flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, reminiscent of a passionate youth advocating for his kin. His words sparked a wave of agreement throughout the assembly. Aside from the taciturn Sebastian Shaw and the White Queen Emma, the others expressed their agreement. Subsequently, a fervent debate ensued, resembling a meticulously rehearsed theatrical performance, with some taking the role of antagonists while others played the protagonists. Sebastian acted as the defender of Namor, while the mutants, led by Tempest, voiced their dissent, with neither side willing to concede. "Enough," Namor interjected, oblivious to the orchestrated nature of the proceedings. He believed that Sebastian Shaw genuinely supported him and empathized with the tragic fate of their kin. Had this new king of Atlantis paused to reflect, he might have discerned many peculiarities that were amiss. Unfortunately, when intellect is overrun by impulsive emotions, reason becomes a futile afterthought. "Mr. Shaw, their arguments are quite valid. Though we are all mutants, we remain strangers to one another, having not yet forged deep connections. Moreover, as a newly inducted member, it is indeed inappropriate for one to hastily assume a leadership role." Namor generously exhibited an understanding demeanor, continuing, "My fellow compatriots, I too am a mutant, endowed by the heavens with the gift of flight. In addition, I possess the ability to breathe underwater and withstand the frigid depths and immense pressure of the ocean. I awakened my powers at the age of 16, after a misstep on the subway stairs led me to believe I would suffer grievous injuries, only to discover that I could float in mid-air, as if liberated from the bonds of gravity." Sebastian's eyes flickered as he quietly noted this information. He then cast an intense glare at Tempest, stating, "Are you satisfied? Namor has indeed demonstrated his sincerity. He stands with the mutants and yearns to rescue our suffering brethren, which aligns perfectly with the founding purpose of the Hellfire Club. Mr. Shaw, I wish to extend my apologies to Namor Mackenzie." Tempest softened his stance, saying earnestly, "Namor, I hope you can forgive my earlier rudeness. It stemmed from caution. We have been cloaked in darkness, witnessing too much of humanity's ugliness and depravity." With this theatrical performance reaching its conclusion, the quarrel gave way to reconciliation, and Namor developed an odd sense of belonging within the Hellfire Club, feeling completely accepted by his compatriots. He then stated solemnly, "Humans often harbor fear towards the unknown, leading them to wield the sword. I understand your sentiments. During my years in Manhattan, I too endured oppression, and after awakening my powers, I was regarded as a freak until I returned to Atlantis, gained the validation of my kin, and ascended to the throne, reclaiming my true self. Thus, I am eager to contribute to my brethren. This desire does not stem from a wish to become the leader of mutants, but rather from our shared suffering, urging us to unite as one." Namor is correct. Sebastian interjected, unwilling to grant his opponent the opportunity to build influence and rally support. The Hellfire Club serves as a means for the acquisition of power and status, leaving no room for that brash young fellow, Namor, to assert himself. "By the way, why hasn't T. Azazel, the Red Devil, shown up?" Sebastian diverted the topic, frowning as he inquired, "Today is the club's gathering day. He should not be absent." Mr. Shaw replied, "Azazel cannot make it." After receiving the cue to proceed to the next performance, the torrent of emotions washed over him, and with a heavy heart, he lowered his gaze, stating, "He has been apprehended by the military and imprisoned. During this time, many of our compatriots have been captured, enduring unimaginable torment, reduced to cold corpses on the operating table. The capabilities of the Hellfire Club are limited and utterly incapable of confronting the federal government, let alone the youngest brigadier general from the Pentagon. That's Superman who vanquished the Axis powers." Sebastian cast a glance at the simmering Namor and added fuel to the fire. "So, It is that demon, Luke Cavil. I heard his name during my time in Europe. He is an ambitious and unscrupulous individual. The so-called war hero, the Allied Superman, is merely a facade. Poor Azazel. He may currently be lying on the operating table, enduring the cruelty of human experimentation. Namor, known for his impulsive nature, clenched his fists in response to Sebastian's words. His expression darkening. Our compatriots are being hunted. Shall we merely stand by? He queried indignantly. Namor, you may not yet be aware, but Luke Cavil is no ordinary man. He is a product of military human experimentation, the legendary super soldier who single-handedly infiltrated the Axis powers and cut through an entire army, impervious even to bombardments. Sebastian solemnly explained, sighing, the Hellfire Club alone cannot contend with a Superman, especially one who is a brigadier general leading the intelligence agency known as S.H.I.E.L.D., backed by the federal government. I am the king of Atlantis, Namor declared, his brow furrowed, his head held high, exuding an air of dominance. To him, a brigadier general from a terrestrial civilization meant little. Clearly, Sebastian's admonitions had little effect, instead stoking the flames of rebellion, which was precisely what he desired. Luke Cavil, Superman. I will not stand idly by as my brethren are slaughtered, arrested, and treated as mere cattle, Namor proclaimed with conviction. Mr. Shaw, it is time for the Hellfire Club to take action. We can no longer hide or evade reality. Humanity must know the immense power that mutants possess. But how can we possibly confront a Superman? Sebastian hesitantly inquired. The Superman shall be dealt with by me. Namor crossed his arms, his gaze piercing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the world beyond. The gathering storm clouds, silver lightning, and the tumultuous sea mirrored Atlantis' ascent onto the world stage. I shall make that individual aware that there exists a warrior stronger than he. Chapter 101. The Deluge of New York. A diplomatic incident as time quietly advanced into November 1945, the festive atmosphere preceding Thanksgiving grew increasingly vibrant. Individuals began making preparations for the holiday parade, with numerous large supermarkets and stores orchestrating plans for price reductions and distributing coupons. The citizens of New York eagerly anticipated joyful reunions with family and friends, relishing in sumptuous turkey feasts. What fierce battles lay ahead. Luke awoke from his slumber, content and satisfied. Casting a glance at the garments and high-heeled shoes strewn across the floor, a smile unfurling upon his lips. Barefoot, he sauntered into the washroom, freshened up, and donned his robe. He drew back the heavy curtains, embracing the morning sun and the promise of a splendid day. Such tranquility in New York was indeed a rare sight. Stretching his limbs, Luke basked in the warmth of the sunlight. Recently, he had enjoyed a relatively carefree period. The operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. had gradually found their rhythm and were expanding steadily. The headquarters had evolved from its initial 3 rudimentary departments to a robust 8. The ranks of spies, agents, and field teams were also on the rise. This was all thanks to Carter, whose aptitude for the role was undeniable. Luke hardly needed to exert effort, as she managed affairs with remarkable efficiency. At this rate of progress, he mused, they would soon be liberated from the constraints of the Pentagon and the White House. The 3 laboratories had also yielded significant results of late. Howard's proposal for a nuclear fusion reactor had materialized into an advanced model, awaiting testing outcomes. Dr. Zola's initiative to enhance energy absorption through the transformation of Warden's blood cells was beginning to show promise. Perhaps within a week, Luke would be ready for the injection. Meanwhile, the project led by Bolivar to map mutant genomes was diligently underway. Notably, the task force spearheaded by Wolverine and Sabretooth had exhibited exceptional performance, frequently assisting S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives in their missions and achieving commendable results. Consequently, the generals at the Pentagon subtly urged Luke during meetings to expedite the recruitment of more mutants, ideally to assemble a legion sufficient for overseas campaigns to conquer and devastate. However, Major General remained unmoved, treating their suggestions as inconsequential. These veterans of the Great War and World War II only knew how to transform every available resource into mass-produced weaponry. Luke, possessing his own convictions, remained impervious to their influence. The sensation of his new abode was delightful. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the bustling streets of Manhattan. The incessant flow of vehicles and pedestrians was a sight to behold. From his astonishing 46th-floor vantage point, he could survey nearly half of the Upper East Side. Thanks to the enthusiastic support from Congress, Luke found himself with ample resources, entirely unburdened by financial constraints. He extravagantly invested in a magnificent 48-story apartment building in Manhattan without a flicker of hesitation. According to the real estate agent, this skyscraper, known as the Baystek Tower, is the masterpiece of a renowned French architect, exuding sophistication and grandeur. Its only drawback is its exorbitant price. Yet Luke mused that it could be considered a lucrative investment. With World War II having recently concluded, the United States had yet to experience inflation. In the future, acquiring a high-rise in the Manhattan Upper East Side would require billions. However, what truly swayed Luke, aside from his own necessity, was the fact that the Baystek Tower was merely 3 streets away from the sanctuary in New York. It provided peace of mind to place Marlene there, effectively allowing the Supreme Sorcerer to serve as her protector. "General, there's an emergency," came the anxious voice of Stark over the phone, as if his house were ablaze. "What has happened?" Luke inquired with a furrowed brow. It was the weekend, and he had planned to leisurely enjoy breakfast before heading to Brooklyn to chat with Rogers. After reminiscing with his old friend, they could bask in the sun aboard his luxurious yacht docked at the Hudson River, discussing life and aspirations. Considering Captain America's integrity and the paparazzi lurking outside, Luke abandoned the idea of inviting a group of models for a party, which was more of Howard's style, before the monotonous day of the wealthy could commence. Stark's urgent call shattered all plans. What on earth has occurred? A tsunami? Luke sighed, shaking his head, and turned to Marlene, still reclining in bed. "It seems I must go save the world. Inform Steve that the gathering at noon is canceled." With that, he ascended into the sky with a resounding thud. Moments later, Luke arrived at the SHIELD headquarters. Stark had been unable to articulate the situation over the phone, so he opted for a direct approach. "What's going on that has you all in such a state of panic?" Luke inquired as he entered the conference room. Carter sat to his left, her expression grave, while Howard had also adopted a serious demeanor. Stark, as the aide, remained quietly in the corner. Overall, the atmosphere was quite oppressive. Could it be that the Kree have launched a preemptive strike? Luke narrowed his eyes as he took his seat at the head of the table. "A most dire diplomatic incident," Carter stated, exhaling heavily. She activated the cumbersome projector, casting a blurred black-and-white image onto the wall. "A tsunami?" Luke's brow furrowed further, as the flickering images coalesced into a coherent scene of devastation. Buildings were toppled, bridges collapsed, and waves engulfed the land. "This is Anna Maria Island in Florida. Just yesterday, local residents were struck by a tsunami, likely of a severity comparable to a Level 2 orange alert," Carter explained with a stern face. "However, that is not the crux of the matter. Look at this." The female agent retrieved a photograph depicting a darkened sky, tempestuous winds, and a vague silhouette. With arms outstretched, he resembled a sorcerer conjuring meteorological phenomena. The man introduced himself as Namor Mackenzie, the King of Atlantis, claiming that he orchestrated this disaster in response to the federal government's widespread arrests of his compatriots. Carter's voice was somewhat somber as he quietly remarked that he had sent a tape to us. HILD and the FBI, confessing that the tsunami assault on Anna Maria Island was solely his doing. He further stated that if the military continued its brutal campaign against mutants, the next city to face a tsunami would be New York. In conclusion, Namor Mackenzie emphasized his warning to SHIELD and invoked his title as the King of Atlantis. Luke listened intently, his fingers drumming on the table, his expression inscrutable. He had not anticipated that the first to confront him would be Aquaman himself. The reputation of the Prince of Disputes proved to be well-deserved. Before he could even provoke a response, Namor had come directly to him. Had SHIELD recently been intensively collecting information on mutants? Luke instinctively inquired. While it was true that Namor was a mutant, what had suddenly compelled him to concern himself with his fellow countrymen? He had always seemed more interested in disputes and rivalry than in the well-being of his own people. Carter shook his head in response, stating, "No, we have consistently focused on young students who have exhibited unusual incidents, as they are easier to control and less likely to resist violently like other mutants. These operations have been conducted discreetly." There was clearly more to Namor's unsolicited warning to and himself. After pondering for a moment, Luke uttered a name, Sebastian Shaw. Chapter 102. Rising to the Surface, a call from the White House, that mad scientist who transformed himself into a mutant? Howard asked, reclining with interest. He was not only the administrator of Lab 1, but also a nominal research consultant for SHAELD. Should any significant, indecisive issue arise, Howard held the right to vote, provided that Luke and Carter were absent. I recall you mentioning a story about him. Like that little dwarf from Lab 3, Sebastian Shaw is equally obsessed with mutant genetics. It was common knowledge within SHIELD that Howard and Bolivar did not see eye to eye. Howard regarded Bolivar as not only a physical dwarf, but also lacking in substantial knowledge. Conversely, Bolivar believed that aside from his exuberant hormones and lewd thoughts, Howard was devoid of merit. Their encounters were always fraught with tension and rivalry. Luke initially considered mediating the situation, but decided against it, recognizing that it might stimulate a competitive spirit between the two. After all, would someone claiming to be the king of Atlantis, the Lord of the Seven Seas, truly bear such an extensive array of titles? It nearly rivals the menu of a restaurant. Sensing Carter's icy gaze, Howard instinctively recoiled, realizing that this was not the moment for clever quips or humor. He cleared his throat twice, casting a glare at the gloating Luke, and continued, Namor Mackenzie is a mutant. We could simply administer a dose of leech serum to him. It's not that simple, Howard. Do you not understand? This is a diplomatic incident. Carter furrowed her brow, contemplating how to navigate the situation. Atlantis is a civilization beneath the sea, one that humanity has never encountered nor comprehended. Before Namor's emergence, the name was known only through Plato's dialogues and the myths surrounding the sea god Poseidon. But now, it has manifested as a nation, a civilization. This signifies that whatever decisions SHIELD makes must be approached with utmost caution and thorough consideration. Neither Congress, the White House, nor the Pentagon is inclined towards the prospect of war. Therefore, negotiation, engagement, and establishing communication are the tasks before us. Carter, as expected of a commander, analyzed the issue with remarkable insight. Luke pondered, if the recording of Namor's threatening speech reached the White House, the president should be calling him shortly. After all, Namor specifically mentioned SHIELD in his name. Minutes later, as anticipated, sir, a call from the White House, came the announcement. The phone on the table rang, and Fury picked up the receiver, covering the mouthpiece as he said, the president wishes to see you. Luke, having anticipated this, replied with ease, I will head to the White House in half an hour. Addressing the president and Congress's inquiries can happen at any time. The pressing concern remains to locate Namor and thwart his potential plans to flood New York. The Sorcerer Supreme may not intervene. The loss of hundreds of thousands in New York might not stir any emotional upheaval within the Ancient One. Camartage has always maintained its stance as a neutral observer. The ravages of the Black Death in Europe, the millions who perished in the Great War, and the resurgence of the Third Reich in World War II. These calamities and wars throughout human history could have been averted if the Sorcerer Supreme so desired. Earlier, I tasked the team with searching for the whereabouts of the Hellfire Club. Have there been any leads? Luke inquired. Not at the moment, but I believe Silver Fox might know something. Silver Fox, Kyra, is a mutant member recruited by SHIELD. She is the sister of the White Queen, Emma, from the Hellfire Club, a fact Luke had long been aware of and had conveyed to Carter. Let us use her as a breakthrough. Luke considered, if all else fails, he could always exchange favors with Constantine, the master of persuasion, to extract some information. He was certain that Namor's sudden emergence, inexplicably advocating for mutants and threatening to flood New York, was undoubtedly the result of someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Sebastian Shaw became the prime suspect. The Conqueror might indeed be following his usual modus operandi, impersonating a historical figure or a national leader, subtly stirring up chaos. Furthermore, it appears to involve mutants, and the most likely suspect seems to be Sebastian Shaw. Let us disperse. I will handle the president. As for Namor Mackenzie, I shall devise a means to locate him, Luke remarked, waving his hand with a confident smile. As the director, he maintained an air of nonchalance, ensuring that his subordinates felt no undue pressure. Namor's stronghold lay in the depths of the Atlantic. Luke recalled that this individual possessed the sacred trident of Poseidon, a symbol of Atlantean royalty, capable of commanding the seas, conjuring storms, triggering tsunamis, and unleashing currents of electricity. It could be regarded as a weapon of divine caliber. Coupled with the Proteus horn, which summoned marine creatures, Namor's overall combat prowess could arguably place him among the top 10 on Earth, especially considering that many of those superheroes were either yet to be born or had yet to mature. Taking one step at a time, Luke reasoned that with Namor's personality, hiding was not an option. After finalizing his preliminary plan, he ascended toward the White House. Unlike the heroic depiction of Aquaman, this Marvel counterpart bore more resemblance to a villain, characterized by capricious temper and extreme emotional fluctuations. In summary, he was a quintessentially melodramatic figure easily swayed by others. At the White House lawn, a tall figure descended like a projectile. Thud! As he landed, Luke activated his bioforce field, creating a stir without causing significant damage. General Cavill, the president is awaiting you in his office, the White House's security chief remarked, accustomed to Luke's unconventional arrivals. For the young brigadier general, the no-fly zone was but an illusion, as none could halt his descent. Many traditionalist generals, harboring grievances, dared only to whisper their discontent behind closed doors while maintaining silence in his presence. Minutes later, Luke entered the Oval Office and encountered the gravely serious president. General Cavill, do you have anything to say regarding Atlantis and the mutant causing the tsunami? The president inquired, removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose, wearied. The Pentagon is nearly in a frenzy. Admiral Brock and Admiral Richardson from the Navy have both contacted me. 2 aircraft carriers in the Atlantic have come under attack. But fortunately, there were no casualties. Mr. Edgar Hoover from the FBI presented me with a tape hours ago, wherein a mutant named Namor McKenzie confessed to orchestrating these events and issued a threat to flood New York if we do not comply with his demands. The president turned his gaze toward the impassive Luke, asking in a somber tone, Brigadier General, I could have enjoyed a pleasant weekend dining with my wife and daughter. Yet instead, I am confronted with this myriad of troubles. I hope you can provide a satisfactory response. Is the president blaming me? Luke raised his head slightly, calmly countering with his gaze. As the words settled, the atmosphere within the Oval Office grew palpably tense. A staff member seated to one side swallowed hard, uncertain if he could safeguard the president should General Cavill decide to lash out. Chapter 103, The Eternal Clan, Primitive Humanity. General, you have misunderstood, he said, sensing the shift in the ambience. The president, donning his glasses once more, adopted a benign smile reminiscent of a Sichuan opera performer's mask change. I was merely overwhelmed by the cascade of disheartening news and do not intend to place blame upon you. The Department of Homeland Security is tasked with the containment and control of mutants, and given the magnitude of the current turmoil, it is only just that the generals at the Pentagon receive an explanation. This sentiment, articulated with a gentler tone than before, carried no trace of reproach, resembling more of a friendly discourse. Navigating the currents of political rhetoric is an essential skill for any statesman. With all due respect, the generals at the Pentagon ought to exercise greater prudence. Maintaining a heightened state of alertness and preparing operational plans should be their focus, rather than behaving like a frightened, incessantly chattering provincial woman seeking answers from the White House. Luke unabashedly criticized the elder statesman, leaving the president feeling increasingly burdened. Should this information leak, the rift between the Navy and Army could intensify, and he would ultimately bear the brunt of the fallout. General Cavill, let us set these issues aside for the moment, the president said, covering his face. Let us discuss Atlantis instead. What is their true origin? Redirecting the conversation, he recalled that the young general standing before him was merely 20 years old, a time marked by impetuousness and audacity. It is often said that politicians prefer to engage with their own kind, as they share an unspoken understanding of the rules of the game. However, encountering a youth like Luke posed a considerable challenge. He might not adhere to the established norms of political maneuvering and could very well upend the table in a fit of passion. Furthermore, Luke's remarkable achievement in flying to Berlin to conclude the World War, coupled with his status as the military's most formidable super soldier, conferred upon him a formidable aura that commanded respect, not only from the Pentagon, but even from the White House. In the words of Eisenhower, how can one contain a walking atomic bomb and confine it to a cage? Fear not, Mr. President. We are not entirely ignorant regarding Atlantis, Luke replied, pulling out a chair and adopting a relaxed demeanor that suggested the matter was not overly burdensome. Atlantis was an ancient civilization that coexisted with the Lemurian civilization on Earth eons ago, both succumbing to cataclysmic floods in succession. Perhaps the Atlanteans, perceiving themselves as descendants of a sea god, possessed a profound reverence for the ocean. They did not meet their end, but, rather miraculously, preserved a flicker of civilization, allowing it to endure and flourish in the depths of the Atlantic. For nearly a century, numerous archaeologists have uncovered remnants of prehistoric civilizations near the Atlantic. Luke eloquently expounded on his expertise regarding Atlantis, evoking quiet admiration from the president and chief of staff in the office. In truth, much of this knowledge stemmed from fragmented memories deep within his mind. To understand the true history of Atlantis, one must begin with the Celestial Assembly. This group of cosmic deities first descended upon Earth 4 billion years ago, modifying certain primitive humans, from whom modern mutants evolved. The modified primitive humans were divided into 3 primary factions: the Eternals, the Deviants, and humanity. The Eternals are the new gods, dedicated to the study of cosmic energy absorption and transformation, possessing extraordinarily long lifespans, nearly immortal. They once established 3 cities on Earth: the Arctic city in Siberia, the underwater city in the Pacific, and Olympia in Greece, which was once revered by the Greeks as divine. After several migrations, a conflict arose, leading the leader of the Eternals, Zuras, to exile his brother Allers to space. The latter became the director of the Cosmic Family Planning Commission. The infamous Titan Thanos as father, armed with extraordinary abilities and a vigorous life force, he reconstructed his homeland on Titan, forming the Eternal Clan. If one were to trace the lineage meticulously, one might find that humanity on Earth shares a tenuous connection with Thanos. In stark contrast to the Eternals are the Deviants. They constructed cities on land and advanced genetic engineering, with Lemuria as their capital, aspiring to dominate the planet, thus birthing the Lemurian civilization, which coexisted with Atlantis. The Deviants exhibited a high probability of genetic mutation, rendering their offspring dissimilar to their parents. Their only commonality was their inherent diversity. The Deviants harbored intense animosity towards all species, leading to the aggressive nature of the Lemurian civilization, which attracted numerous adversaries. Their demise came in 16000 BC, when the Celestial Assembly descended upon Earth once more, obliterating the capital of Lemuria. This event triggered tectonic shifts, causing Atlantis to be submerged beneath the Atlantic. This exceedingly ancient history may only be faintly recorded in the annals of Camartage. Luke, disinterested in elaborating further, promptly shifted to the crux of the matter. Namor Mackenzie is the newly appointed king of Atlantis, who is also a mutant. The human disdain and persecution of mutants have bred within him a desire for vengeance. The president's expression turned grave as he softly inquired, "Why has S.H.I.E.L.D. long been aware of Atlantis yet failed to report it?" The response was that we currently lack definitive evidence to persuade the Pentagon and Congress that an ancient civilization, existing thousands of years ago, lies hidden in the depths of the Atlantic. Luke shrugged and remarked, "Mr. President, surely you haven't forgotten the reaction of those generals when Dr. Tesla K. first broached the subject of mutants? Each face bore an expression of disdain and scorn. Even J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, emitted a laugh reminiscent of a comedian, declaring it merely a farcical fabrication by S.H.I.L.D. to swindle research funds. Thus, it is often not weakness or ignorance that obstructs survival, but rather arrogance. The president's countenance revealed a hint of embarrassment as he cleared his throat twice, choosing to selectively overlook the biting critique aimed at Hoover. He was well aware that the FBI and S.H.I.E.L.D. had never been on amicable terms, particularly regarding the relationship between their respective directors. Edgar Hoover was known for harboring grudges, and naturally, he had no fondness for the impetuous and defiant Luke. "General Cavill, given that S.H.I.L.D. possesses knowledge of Atlantis, have you devised a contingency plan?" The chief of staff, who had been silently listening, interjected at an opportune moment. From the current circumstances, no one desired the onset of another war. The emergence of irreconcilable tensions between oceanic civilizations and the terrestrial world could very well ignite the spark of a third conflict. Luke maintained his composed demeanor and responded with poise, "War shall not come. This I assure you all. While Namor Mackenzie is a king, his lineage is impure, and he is yet to gain the full recognition of the Atlanteans. Inciting a conflagration between the two civilizations is no simple task. His remarks on that recording were more a form of intimidation, aimed at coercing the military into concessions. The president pondered for a long while, ultimately conceding that Luke's assertions held merit. The Pentagon and the White House were primarily rattled by the sudden emergence of Atlantis and the tsunami that struck Anna Maria Island. Often, humanity presumes to have a comprehensive understanding of this world, yet the planet beneath their feet does not solely belong to them. Mr. President, convey to the generals at the Pentagon that New York shall not fall. Luke recounted the origins of Atlantis, as well as the information concerning Sebastian Shaw and the Hellfire Club. Moments later, he rose to his feet, gazing down at the seated president, stating, "For I shall personally journey to the Atlantic to demonstrate to the Atlanteans that the terrestrial realm is far more resilient than they perceive." Chapter 104. The Battle of Land and Sea. All are fools. The helicopter ascended gently, and Luke donned his sunglasses as he settled into the cockpit, surveying the diminishing silhouette of the White House. He had indeed wished to fly directly over. Yet considering such a brazen entrance could lead the Atlantic fleet to mistake him for an adversary, provoking undue panic, he chose to forego that notion. It would suffice as a brief respite after a sprint of 500 meters, he mused. In the Oval Office moments ago, it had been clear that the President and the Pentagon intended for SHIELD to temporarily yield, halting the plan to contain mutants. This would afford them additional time to engage with Atlantis. Luke discerned that both the White House and the military harbored a keen interest in comprehending a maritime civilization that had existed for millennia. It was akin to two hunters in a jungle, ensuring they understood one another before firing their weapons. The power of Atlantis far surpassed that of the Beacon Nations. Expecting them to behave like the Native Americans was a naive notion. A sardonic smile crept across Luke's lips. The Puritans who first arrived at the New World initially harbored intentions of coexisting peacefully with the indigenous peoples. However, as waves of immigrants surged in, their living space became constricted, igniting tensions that resembled a powder keg, ready to explode. Today, the Native Americans have long since lost their lands, cultural identity, and religious beliefs. For the upper echelons of the federal government, there's a desire to reenact history, to ascertain whether Atlantis harbors hostility, and to evaluate their technological prowess, whether it is primitive or advanced. This determination would inform the subsequent strategy, war or diplomacy. The president and the generals were not averse to conflict out of a commitment to pacifism. Rather, they recognized that rashly initiating hostilities would yield little benefit. Yet, what concern was that of mine? Luke was uninterested in the broader implications. He felt no obligation to sacrifice for the White House or the military. The mutants represented a valuable asset, one that could prove significant in the future. It was unreasonable to expect him to obediently follow orders simply because Namor issued a casual warning. No matter how formidable Atlantis might be, could it truly rival the future cosmic dominators, the three great empires of the galaxy? It felt reminiscent of two children squabbling over toys. Aware of the slight discontent stirring within him, Luke chuckled to himself. He understood that the Pentagon's call to the White House was not intended to elicit a solution from the president. The naval officer's true aim was to apply pressure on themselves, or, more accurately, to witness the folly of Superman. How would a formidable army brigadier general confront the threat and warnings posed by an unknown civilization? To be overly aggressive would entail bearing the principal responsibility for potentially igniting conflict. Conversely, to display weakness would equate to sacrificing the nation's dignity, allowing Superman to repeatedly triumph and casting a shadow over his miraculous aura. This presented a formidable dilemma. Regrettably, only children make choices. Luke chuckled again, retrieving a first-generation product from Skynet, a brick-sized mobile phone, and dialed a number. This device had yet to be released to the market, serving exclusively as a military product distributed to various military bases and government agencies, with civilian availability likely delayed for some time. However, Stark Industries' promotional efforts were already in full swing. Howard's learning curve was astonishing, as he absorbed concepts of conceptual marketing, market warming, and other commercial ideas that Luke often discussed. The inconspicuous technological prowess of the mobile phone is exaggerated into a singular item heralded as the harbinger of future communication, the preferred choice for affluent households, and an essential possession for the technologically elite. Such advertising rhetoric inundates the market, bombarding the public with its message. This clunky, oversized device has been packaged as a luxury good, accessible only to the successful and the elite, as if mere possession could significantly elevate one's social standing. It is undeniable that the tactics of sensationalism and deceptive marketing have proven effective across eras. Luke is contemplating whether to further engage in strategies such as hunger marketing and orchestrated reviews, transforming the mobile phone produced by Tian Wang into a beacon of domestic excellence and a cutting-edge technological marvel. I must have chosen the wrong script, he mused. The Major General shook his head, retracting his scattered thoughts, and addressed Colonel Phillips on the other end of the line. I am about to head to the 2nd Atlantic Fleet. Are you acquainted with General Ingham? That would be most advantageous. Please convey to him that I require temporary command of the 2nd Fleet. The White House is still in session. There is no time for orders. Contact Nimitz and ask for his assistance. Although the Navy and Army have historically had a tenuous relationship, they're all familiar faces, making it unnecessary to create an awkward atmosphere. Minutes later, Luke ended the call. The previously searched Wolverine, now reigning supreme in the land of Neon, General MacArthur, graciously offered his support. Now, as he sought temporary command of the 2nd Fleet, it remained uncertain whether Chester Nimitz would show him favor. Nimitz currently held the position of Chief of Naval Operations, having participated in the Sicilian landings, where Luke had met him once. Upon returning to New York, they had even attended an awards banquet together. Alas, the current president is not Roosevelt. He is more interested in nuclear weapons, Luke silently lamented. The United States, bordered by the Atlantic to the east and the Pacific to the west, is a traditional maritime power. This is why the Navy holds a unique status, enabling it to emerge as the preeminent military branch. In the late 19th century, American naval theorist Mahan proposed the theory of sea power, advocating for the establishment of an oceanic naval fleet to secure maritime dominance. This would further facilitate the exploitation of resources, the establishment of overseas bases, and the pursuit of global hegemony. This strategy garnered widespread endorsement, leading to the Navy's construction of battleships exceeding 10,000 tons, entering an unprecedented phase of rapid development. Particularly during Roosevelt's administration, there was a concerted effort to construct a first-class naval fleet, with the astonishing goal of surpassing Britain and claiming the title of the world's foremost naval power. Years later, the Atlantic Fleet was officially established, enduring through 2 world wars. At its zenith, it boasted a force of 1.5 million personnel, nearly 20,000 vessels, and over 10,000 aircraft. Thus, it is no wonder that the personnel of the Army Department often exhibit a sardonic demeanor, as they are, in essence, envious of the Navy's grandeur. Luke recalled how, during every meeting, the numerous generals from the 2 factions in the Pentagon would engage in fierce confrontations, resembling disputes among Irish gangs over territory. The former debated national interests and military strategies, while the latter squabbled over protection fees and neighborhood divisions. Speaking of which, I now find myself aligned with the Army faction. Nimitz, however, might not extend any courtesy. With his fingers interlaced, Luke contemplated the potential repercussions if the Atlantic Fleet were to withhold cooperation. Adjustments to the plan would be necessary. When World War II concluded and the Neon Island nation surrendered, President Truman proposed that General MacArthur, the Army chief, preside over the surrender ceremony as the representative of the Allies. This suggestion elicited vehement discontent from Nimitz, the Navy's leading figure, who even publicly declared his refusal to attend. Such a pronounced opposition compelled the president to retract his proposal and subsequently comfort the Navy, moving the signing ceremony onto a warship. Since that incident, the power struggle between the Navy and Army in the United States has become increasingly transparent, with senior generals from both factions harboring mutual disdain. The Army's Major General, leading the SHIELD Bureau, had provoked Atlantis, resulting in losses for 2 Navy aircraft carriers. Luke pondered that many high-ranking officials within the Navy likely anticipated witnessing their counterparts falter. Yet, I remain a mere bystander, an innocent observer. The future role of the SHIELD Bureau is to uphold world peace and manage extraterrestrial contact and communication, distinctly separate from either the Navy or Army factions. The rivalry between these two camps holds no relevance to my position as the director of the SHIELD Bureau. Luke smirked, considering that this might be an opportune moment to extricate the Bureau from the Pentagon's grasp, thereby avoiding future tug-of-war and forced allegiances. General, you have arrived at the Second Fleet. The pilot's alert broke his reverie. Looking up, Luke saw the aircraft carrier of the Second Fleet quietly gliding over the ocean surface. Chapter 105. Nemo, come out. I know you're home. Major Cavill, I have received orders from General Nimitz. The fleet is now under your command. As the helicopter descended onto the expansive deck, Captain Block of the Second Fleet approached through the gusts of the propeller's wind. The Navy's operations minister did not dismiss Superman's authority, even if the latter was affiliated with the Army faction, presenting an excellent opportunity for engagement. Granting a measure of respect could become a hallmark of my interactions. Removing his sunglasses, Luke felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his interpersonal relationships, a testament to his charisma. The two aircraft carriers, Lincoln and Stennis, had been ambushed by the Atlanteans yesterday. Upon receiving orders, Captain Block cooperatively answered Luke's inquiries. According to soldier reports, the incident occurred at 4:20 p.m., when the weather at sea abruptly deteriorated, with thunder and lightning, ominous clouds engulfing the skies, and waves reaching several meters high. Luke squinted. This dramatic entrance, designed to evoke a certain atmosphere and build anticipation, could certainly be characterized as quintessentially Nemo. This individual bears a striking resemblance to the formidable Magneto, embodying a presence that, while it may concede in battle, must never wane in intensity. He belongs to a category that demands extensive visual effects. Subsequently, a man ascended the deck, proclaiming himself the king of Atlantis and uttering a series of incomprehensible ramblings. Captain Brock scratched his head. As the tempest raged, the sailors preoccupied with retracting the planes into the hangar, utterly oblivious to his words. Eventually, the man became incensed, and a cadre of blue-skinned warriors emerged from the depths, wielding weapons far more sophisticated than ours, capable of emitting beams that could encase a person in ice. Our carbines, in contrast, could not penetrate their armor. Luke nodded in acknowledgement. Atlantis' technology was indeed a significant leap ahead of contemporary Earth, representing at least an entire era. However, despite being labeled a high-tech civilization, its governmental structure was reminiscent of Wakanda, with a rigid hierarchy distinctly delineated. The criteria for selecting a king prioritized lineage, followed by strength. Were it not for the limited number of royal members in Atlantis and the scarcity of direct bloodlines, it might not have come to pass that Namor, this half-breed, would be chosen. The Atlanteans swiftly commandeered the two aircraft carriers. Many sailors attempted to resist, but their efforts were in vain. The first man to board the deck was Namor Mackenzie, resembling a super soldier, endowed with immense strength. Captain Brock recalled the astonished expressions of the sailors and cast a glance at Luke, the young general, who was indeed a super soldier and the most exceptional among them. He paused momentarily before continuing. That man effortlessly lifted a bomber and hurled it into the sea, using a trident to obliterate the remaining aircraft and incapacitate the engines of both carriers. Consequently, the Lincoln and the Stennis remained stranded on the surface, unable to return to the dock for repairs. Luke waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter, and remarked casually, "Captain Brock, I shall retrieve both carriers shortly." Each carrier weighs approximately several tens of thousands of tons. While lifting them may pose a challenge, acting as a human engine to propel them back would not be problematic. Luke's current peak strength hovers around 500 tons, capable of reaching 1,000 tons at maximum exertion. Moreover, this is not his limit. Theoretically, he is in a perpetual state of growth. His astonishing physical data once left Howard, who conducted the tests, in a state of disbelief. He could not fathom that humanity could evolve to such an extent. Luke always recalled the astonished gaze of Iron Man's father, who remarked, "You must lead a challenging existence, treading carefully to avoid damaging those concrete walls and steel-supported edifices." Yet, Luke swiftly dispelled Howard's assumptions, responding, "Not at all. Everything is safeguarded by a biological force field." Thus, this conversation drew to a close. "Thank you, Major Cavill." Captain Brock furrowed his brow in confusion. Could it be that the young general standing before him possessed the capability to repair aircraft carrier engines? Or rather, was the other party preparing to fly directly to the dock to bring back a maintenance team? No matter how hard he racked his brain, The captain could not fathom that Luke had chosen a far more straightforward and audacious approach. "Captain, how many aircraft carriers in the Second Fleet are still operational?" Luke stood upon the deck, instantly becoming the center of attention. The sailors and pilots who had gathered, drawn by the news, gazed at him with admiration and awe. "3 are still available for immediate deployment." Captain Brock hesitated to respond. He was uncertain of Luke's intentions, but entrusting an aircraft carrier battle group to an Army brigadier felt fraught with peril. Had it not been for a call from Chester Nimitz, the esteemed leader of the Navy, this prudent captain might not have relinquished command so readily. "Very well. Issue orders for them to deploy torpedoes toward the target area near the Strait of Gibraltar." Luke's eyes glimmered with resolve as he aimed to retaliate against Namor. Bombarding with torpedoes was akin to igniting a fuse at the doorstep of Atlantis. While it might not harm the vast city nestled beneath the waves, it would surely provoke the temperamental Namor. "Torpedoes?" Captain Brock questioned, puzzled. "Will that be effective? Aren't the Atlanteans residing beneath the ocean, making torpedoes a non-threat to them?" Luke chose not to elaborate further, smiling confidently. The efficacy of the plan can only be discerned through execution. Atlantis, Poseidonia, this was the epicenter of the 4 oceans, the ultimate sanctuary in the hearts of marine life. A grand city stood beneath the waves, imbued with the enigmatic aura of ancient civilizations. Towering stone columns supported opulent square domes. Numerous blue-skinned Atlanteans rode seahorses or sleek submarines, creating radiant trails encircling the capital. Beneath the deep sea, the darkness and chill were not as one might imagine. Vibrant algae and colossal jellyfish emitted enchanting luminescence, casting dreamlike colors throughout the depths. All of this remained beyond the reach of human eyes. Through the vast membrane of water enveloping Poseidonia, one could enter the city's heart and behold an exquisitely lavish palace, a fortress with numerous armed guards patrolling tirelessly. At various checkpoints, formidable high-pressure water cannons were stationed. Should any outsider intrude, they would be met with the most ferocious barrage of firepower. In the palace's assembly hall, Namor, wielding a trident, lounged upon his throne. His brow was tightly knit, his face betraying an unmistakable display of agitation and impatience. The numerous robed nobles standing below were members of Atlantis' Council of Elders. They incessantly recited the tedious and monotonous regulations, and Namor could almost detect a whiff of decay emanating from the throne. How absurd it was for an ancient civilization, with a legacy spanning millennia, to cling to the rigid confines established by their forebears. As Namor contemplated the evolution spoken of by Mr. Shaw, his gaze toward the Council of Elders grew increasingly disdainful. "Your Majesty, we must not engage with the terrestrial world. Moreover, not in a manner that could potentially incite war." An elderly nobleman from Atlantis, clad in a flowing robe, displayed a look of profound dismay, as if Namor had committed an act of treason. Atlantis had long adhered to a tradition of seclusion, preserving its existence and avoiding unnecessary conflicts. "Yet, Your Majesty, for the sake of some mutants, you would expose Atlantis' existence. You would even wield war as a threat. Are you truly willing to embroil your people in the flames of conflict for the sake of a group entirely unrelated to the Atlanteans?" Namor scoffed heavily, proclaiming, "Will Atlantis be defeated by the terrestrial world? We possess technological prowess far superior to theirs, claiming 70% of this planet's vast expanse. Why must we hide? We are stronger than the surface dwellers. They ought to fear us and bow before our might." The robed nobles erupted in uproar, disregarding the decorum of their station, condemning Namor and branding him a madman. Since Atlantis sank into the Atlantic, they had seldom ventured onto land. On one hand, prolonged absence from the underwater realm left the Atlanteans uncomfortable, even leading to fainting spells. On the other hand, the monumental catastrophe of continental drift had left them with deep psychological scars. There is no need for us to plunder the land's territories and resources. War is meaningless. Your Majesty, the robed nobles advised, is indeed meaningful. Let the surface dwellers recognize our existence, comprehend our strength, and revere Atlantis as divine. Is that not sufficient? A cruel smile graced Namor's lips. He believed Mr. Shaw to be entirely correct. The process of evolution is invariably accompanied by slaughter and extinction. Survival of the fittest. Such is the natural law. Your Majesty, the robed nobles attempted to interject, but were interrupted by the distant, continuous sounds of explosions. With sharper hearing, Namor furrowed his brow, exerting his legs with force, propelling himself from the palace like an arrow. He had no desire to continue listening to the ramblings of these old men. Seizing the opportunity to depart, breaking through the vast membrane that protected and concealed the city, Namor surged upwards. The explosive sounds grew clearer, and the turbulent waters formed swirling eddies of varying sizes. Damn the surface dwellers! Namor's fury surged within him as he beheld the corpses of fish floating upon the surface. With a powerful kick, he accelerated suddenly, brandishing his trident, and burst through the water's surface, standing as if a deity in mid-air. Chapter 106. Do not struggle. Historically, the left side of the waves always loses. I have awaited you for a long time. Before Namor could grasp the situation or vent his wrath, a deep voice, tinged with mirth, thundered in his ears. Boom! The atmospheric tremors emitted a piercing explosion. Namor's pupils constricted, sharpening to a pinpoint as he captured the towering figure that approached in an instant. In one moment, the adversary stood on the deck, and in the next he surged forth like a supersonic projectile, tearing through the air with a thunderous boom. Bam! Poor Namor had merely breached the water's surface when a devastating, downward punch struck him squarely in the face. Since awakening his innate abilities, coupled with the pronounced traits of his Atlantean lineage, he had never experienced such a sensation. Pain, agony, numbness. It felt as though countless barrels of explosives had detonated simultaneously, and a spray of blood mingled with teeth arched through the air in a beautiful arc. Namor himself resembled a cannonball, ricocheting off the sea's surface and creating magnificent splashes. Enraged and blinded by fury, he momentarily forgot the pain and prepared to unleash a barrage of fierce words when the towering figure advanced once more. A wave of pressure surged forth. Luke, clad in armor akin to steel, arrived in an instant. With both hands clasped tightly into fists, he descended like a sledgehammer. The thick air whooshed with a sharp wail, as if intent on piercing through eardrums. The chaotic surface of the sea erupted in towering columns of water. Dazed by the blow, Namor was dragged in a straight line beneath the surface, vanishing from sight. Ah, how refreshing! Suspended in midair, Luke flexed his fists, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He had no inclination to exchange pleasantries before commencing battle. Regardless of who the foe might be, he preferred to strike first and inquire later. On the aircraft carrier's deck, Captain Block's eyelids flickered. Even he, renowned for his composure, could not suppress his astonishment at the question of whether this was truly human. The reputation of Superman preceded him, with many tales circulating about his exploits. For instance, a single man battling hundreds of Aryan demons in Paris, soaring to Berlin to end the war, and so forth. Yet, hearing about such feats and witnessing them firsthand were worlds apart. At the very least, Captain Block felt profoundly shaken as he observed Luke, who had launched himself like a supersonic aircraft and delivered a single punch that sent Namor crashing into the ocean. Now I understand why General Nimitz afforded such respect to a mere army major, the captain mused with a wry smile. If the Navy Department could be likened to a colossal aircraft carrier, the Army Department, with Luke's presence, resembled a towering mech. Block had no doubt that Luke could dismantle an aircraft carrier with his bare hands. Is this what it means to be Superman? He seemed to pilot a fighter jet with uncanny prowess. Good heavens, a super soldier. Could Captain America possess such strength? Perhaps. I often read his comics. He has pounded Hitler soundly on numerous occasions. Sailors and pilots eagerly debated the prowess of Superman and Captain America while observing the battlefield from a safe distance. They were all veterans of World War II, familiar with grand spectacles. Yet, they had never witnessed such an explosive display of superhuman combat before. Is that scoundrel Namor by any chance? I believe he has perished. Who could possibly withstand such a blow? Major Caval's strike could likely breach an aircraft carrier. I wager $5, along with a week's worth of deck scrubbing. That fellow is certainly not deceased. He hasn't even unleashed his electrifying trident yet. A group of onlookers engaged in idle chatter suddenly noticed the sky darkening ominously. Thick clouds obscured the azure expanse, and the tranquil sea roared in fury, churning with tumultuous waves. Boom! A figure burst forth from the ocean. Namor has returned. You cursed land dweller, I shall slay you. With a battered visage, Namor brandished the trident of Poseidon, tendrils of blue electricity coiling around his right arm like serpents. His muscular arms, sinewy and robust, exuded formidable strength. In that moment, he seemed to embody the very essence of the ocean. His wrath influenced the atmospheric conditions as dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and daylight faded into night. The deeply laden aircraft carrier was relentlessly tossed by wave after wave, beginning to sway precariously. "Can we exchange for some fresh dialogue?" Luke scoffed, disdainful of Namor's lexical deficiencies. He beheld the massive tornadoes that suddenly erupted, their terrifying suction pulling at the water below. It was as if the very heavens were collapsing. A cataclysmic scene unfolding before all. As the king of Atlantis, Namor indeed possessed the power to inundate New York. This fellow enjoyed the advantage of his home turf. Luke pondered seriously. As an Atlantean, Namor's combat prowess differed dramatically between the sea and land. Once he set foot on dry ground, he needed to periodically immerse himself in water to survive. Without it, his physical condition and capabilities would gradually diminish, devolving him into an ordinary human. Should he remain dehydrated for more than 7 days, he could very well meet his demise. However, a troubling concern was that Namor could not remain in Atlantis indefinitely. Being a hybrid, he possessed the genes of both a normal human and an Atlantean. With dual physiological traits came double the joy. Thus, lingering too long in either water or on land could lead to an oxygen supply imbalance, resulting in manic and violent behavior. This is precisely why he often instigated conflicts with superheroes, earning the moniker of the Prince of Chaos. In summary, this fellow is not particularly astute and can easily become agitated, especially when dehydrated. So, you are that Superman, are you? Humph. The land dwellers regard you as a war hero. A super soldier, but they will soon realize their folly. Namor tightened his grip on the trident of Poseidon, channeling its formidable power. Dazzling bolts of electricity erupted forth, carving a straight path. The crystallized droplets of water swiftly evaporated, leaving only a faint scent of charred remnants. From ancient times, you stand to the left, and all shall be well. Luke's eyes narrowed, a subtle warmth enveloping him. The surging stellar energy within transformed into a crimson beam. Boom! The clash of electric light and scorching rays unleashed a powerful shockwave. Namor, with his towering physique, stood resolutely in mid-air, momentarily swaying before he involuntarily retreated. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gripped the trident of Neptune with fervor, pushing forward. The dazzling lightning expanded, morphing from a menacing serpent into a roaring dragon. No matter how hard one tried, it was impossible to defeat the adversary to the left. Luke jested, yet his scorching rays remained unyielding. His physique surpassed that of Namor, who could at most lift several hundred tons. Even with the advantage of home ground, it was limited. Bang! With a heavy stomp, the air erupted with a thunderous roar. Luke not only did not retreat, but charged forward instead. The searing energy, akin to a sharp sword, pierced through, sending Namor, who clutched the trident, flying. The silver-white lightning, resembling a winding fracture, struck against the dark heavens. Namor was cast back into the ocean, his face etched with frustration. With his defeat, the raging storm and accumulating rain seemed to momentarily pause. Luke tore through the colossal tornado, his right arm swinging, condensing thousands of tons of force into a single point, forcefully dispersing the tumultuous waters. Namor broke through the ocean's surface, his body appearing disassembled. Even the exclusive weapon of the king of Atlantis, the trident of Neptune, felt cumbersome in his grasp. This fellow is formidable. The once arrogant Namor finally regained his composure, gripping the trident with both hands, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. As the king of Atlantis, this battle was destined to attract widespread attention. Everyone was watching. He must not lose. Chapter 107. The Leviathan of the North Sea. With various culinary applications, Atlantis' approach is conservative, seldom engaging with the outside world, and resistant to emerging phenomena, especially those from the terrestrial realm. Items like comfort drinks and popcorn films are deemed contraband. They believe such things corrupt the mind, lacking any value. This is one reason their esteemed traditions and systems appear rather antiquated. The age-old regulations, preserved through millennia, inevitably become outdated. No matter how powerful a civilization, prolonged self-isolation will inevitably lead to decline. Wakanda serves as a prominent example. As one of the most technologically advanced nations on Earth, their method of selecting a leader is neither through public voting nor parliamentary judgment, but rather through a straightforward and brutal combat challenge. Is it truly the case that a Wakandan skilled in combat would make a worthy king? There exists no correlation between personal strength and inherent capability. From this, one can discern that prolonged isolation has left the Wakandans, who possess vast vibranium deposits and have no need to concern themselves with resource development, with a worldview that remains entrenched in the tribal era. Namo, having grown up in the slums before venturing into the terrestrial realm, harbors a deep disdain for the rigid societal structures of Atlantis. To him, a nation that evaluates nobility based on attire and lineage is essentially no different from the slave dynasties chronicled in history. Backward, barbaric, and devoid of ambition. Upon ascending to the throne, Namo has long aspired to guide his people toward a brighter future, abolishing archaic traditions to restore Atlantis to its former glory. Unfortunately, the aristocrats of the Elder Council consistently obstruct his path. Through this trial set by the ocean's deity, I shall prove my courage. At that time, no one shall oppose my will. Namo raised his trident, a dazzling lightning enveloping him, akin to donning a majestic armor, as his previously waning spirit surged anew. Thunder rumbled through the dark clouds, unleashing a deafening roar. I shall once again demonstrate the strength of a king to the citizens of Atlantis. Namo seemed to hear the fervent cheers from the capital of Atlantis, Poseidonia. Those were the shouts dedicated to a warrior. The blue-skinned Atlanteans revere strength, believing that only a valiant warrior can conquer the seas and earn the favor of the divine. This reverence for prowess partly explains Namo's ability to ascend to the throne despite his less than pure lineage and his conspicuous differences in skin color from his kin. It is akin to how the Wakandans would never elect a white man as their king unless he bore royal blood. From a genetic standpoint, such a probability is exceedingly slim. He can fly and possesses greater strength. To achieve ultimate victory, he must summon even more formidable allies. Accepting defeat, Namo produced another artifact belonging to the king, the Horn of Proteus. This heavy, pure white horn adorned with golden embellishments can summon ancient creatures from the depths of the ocean. The resounding, mournful notes of the horn reverberated through the sea. Invisible waves transmitted a unique signal, awakening the colossal sea monsters that had slumbered in the abyss. With a splash, massive tentacles, dozens of meters long, surged forth, creating tumultuous waves. It is the North Sea Kraken, deep within the palace of Poseidonia. The robed aristocrats observe this clash. It seems Namo has been driven to desperation by that land dweller, resorting to the Horn of Proteus to awaken the slumbering Kraken. Each time the Kraken awakens, it demands a copious amount of sustenance. It appears we must prepare for another day of sacrifice. If even a single land dweller cannot prevail, this is the great king of Atlantis, our proud sovereign. The robed nobles engaged in discussion, continuing to gaze through a layer of watery veneer at the battlefield. The Kraken, also known as the North Sea Leviathan, is said to be a colossal sea creature from Greenland. It typically lurks in the depths of the ocean, occasionally surfacing to assault passing ships and prey upon large marine animals such as whales. In ancient times, many sailors mistook the body of the Kraken for an island, establishing camps upon it to rest and reside. However, when the sea monster submerged, they would meet their demise, becoming sustenance for the very creature they had relied upon. It is one of the guardians of Atlantis, obeying the call of the Horn of Proteus, much like the gigantic whale, Gugud. To their surprise, there are also formidable beings among the land dwellers. One noble in a robe cast his gaze upon the superhuman who had cornered Namo, letting out a disdainful snort. The era of Atlantis predates even the oldest civilization of the human world, that of Sumer. Thus, they naturally held a low opinion of the so-called land people. Whether Namo could achieve ultimate victory was of paramount importance. Should he fail, as a half-breed, what right would he have to sit upon the throne? Another robed noble let out a mocking laugh. The mere thought of bowing before a bastard and addressing him as your majesty filled him with shame. The members of the council exchanged glances but did not rebuke the audacious words. Namo was too impulsive, lacking the steadiness required of king. The most esteemed noble made a definitive statement. Should he be defeated by a land dweller, it would signify that the sea god had forsaken him, and a king devoid of divine favor is unworthy of loyalty. Is calling for assistance when one cannot win truly acceptable? Luke chuckled softly, his eyes emanating a searing energy. The North Sea Leviathan stretches over 150 meters, resembling an enlarged version of a giant squid. Its numerous powerful tentacles were more than capable of ensnaring the distant aircraft carriers and overturning them. Considering the safety of Captain Brock and his crew, Luke wasted no time and severed one of the massive tentacles that lashed towards them with his thermal vision. The crimson beam sliced through the air. The Kraken's enormous tentacle was abruptly severed. In pain, the creature emitted a piercing wail that vibrated against the eardrums. The remaining tentacles, akin to towering mountains, swept towards him with terrifying might, tearing through the air. Luke released his biofield, forming a robust barrier to withstand the ferocious onslaught. Bang! He was propelled backward like a baseball struck with full force. Beneath the gloomy sky, the dark red cloak trailed a blurred afterimage. A silver lightning bolt cleaved the heavens. And steadying himself, Luke inhaled deeply, diving down like a fighter jet. Boom, boom, boom. The air resonated with a thunderous explosion as the dark red afterimage accelerated, breaking the sound barrier and tracing a beautiful arc. A powerful punch struck the soft, enormous head of the North Sea Leviathan, sending the beast plunging into the depths below. Immediately, powerful arms burst forth, wrapping around a tentacle, straining with all their might. Barbecue, sashimi, or salt-baked. Perhaps barbecue it shall be. As Luke spoke of culinary methods, he cast a heated gaze downward. The searing rays of high temperature, akin to dazzling crimson swords, plunged downwards with ferocity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The tumultuous waves crashing upon the ocean's surface were instantaneously evaporated, releasing plumes of white vapor. The dozen or so enormous tentacles, previously thrashing in frenzy, suddenly lost their strength, succumbing to a slick limpness. What other tricks do you possess? Releasing the tentacle he had held, Luke surveyed the colossal corpse floating upon the sea with an air of indifference. He then turned his attention to the wide-eyed Namo. One cannot deny the formidable prowess of his opponent, ranking among Earth's elite warriors, particularly with the advantages of home ground and divine artifact enhancements. Yet, it is unfortunate that he encountered a superhuman. Chapter 108. Ruthlessly beating the king, the villain seizing equipment has arrived within a submarine concealed beneath the waves. The members of the Hellfire Club observe the battlefield through a periscope. Shall we proceed, Shaw? Namo is no match for Superman. The young White Queen crossed her arms, tilting her head as she inquired. At this juncture, we must acknowledge an undeniable truth. Luke Cavil, that army major, surpasses mutants and Atlanteans alike. I truly question whether he is even human. Sebastian, filled with ire, cast aside his usual composure and cursed. Namo's own strength is considerable. And with the battlefield set in the Atlantic, coupled with the summoned Kraken, he still is no match for Superman. Growing increasingly agitated, he yearned to smash the periscope into pieces, erasing that dark crimson cloak from his sight. Is it possible that this fellow is truly invincible? Sebastian's expression darkened, unwilling to accept reality. If Superman possesses no weaknesses, being the most powerful humanoid on Earth, then what of mutants? Does not the perfect race theory he so fervently believed in become mere folly? Shaw, are we to abandon him? The young mutant hesitated to ask. The Hellfire Club and Atlantis were not yet irrevocably bound to the same chariot of war. There was still time to extricate themselves. No, Namo is a valuable pawn. Emma has painstakingly implanted trust in mutants within him. We cannot simply discard him. Sebastian waved his hand decisively, stating, Flux, you provide cover for Namo. Emma, instruct him to retreat immediately. Since we cannot best Superman, let's incite war. Let Atlantis and the terrestrial world deplete each other. The White Queen nodded, placing her fingers near her temple, as if activating a switch, connecting with Namo upon the distant ocean surface. Retreat? The king of Atlantis shall never be a coward fleeing from battle. Namor's response was both succinct and resolute, revealing his stubbornness. The White Queen, momentarily at a loss for words, conveyed his message to Sebastian Shaw. Never mind. Forcefully take him away. Sebastian gritted his teeth as he spoke. He had witnessed firsthand in Paris how Superman had obliterated 3 battleship-class vessels. The young brigadier exhibited no hesitation when it came to eliminating enemies. A submarine, concealed beneath the waves, slowly ascended. In addition to Black King Sebastian Shaw, the White Queen, and the Torrent, there was a new face in the command cabin. Torrent, remain here to stir up a storm. Kenny, you will take me up later. Amid the chaos, retrieve Namor. Sebastian's eyes brimmed with hatred. How much better the world would be without Superman. Understood, Mr. Shaw, Kenny replied with a nod. Much like the Red Devil, he was a distinctly mutated mutant, possessing a pair of white wings that allowed him to soar through the sky, akin to an angel from the scriptures. In terms of aerial prowess, Kenny, nicknamed Angel, surpassed Namor. His body had undergone transformation, not only sprouting wings, but also rendering his bones hollow, and his eyes possessed the dynamic vision of a bird of prey. Above the ocean's surface, the battle raged on. Despite exhausting all means, Namor, unwilling to heed the White Queen's suggestion to retreat, wielded his trident with fervor, propelling himself upward. Fiery bolts of electricity erupted like cannon fire. Luke, undeterred, smashed through the crackling tempest of searing lightning. Ready for close combat? He taunted with a grin. With the mutant brothers Sabretooth and Wolverine serving as human punching bags, Luke had seamlessly integrated the martial arts mastery of the Grim Reaper into his consciousness. The truth is, various combat techniques and firearms knowledge were effortlessly retained by his superhuman intellect. 1 review sufficed for memorization, 2 for mastery. However, the wealth of experience gleaned from the Grim Reaper's brutal encounters required gradual digestion as a precious asset. To fully assimilate all of this, Luke had exchanged 6 skill cards. Now, it was time to test the results. His heavy fist tore through the air, colliding with the blocking trident. Buzz, buzz, the Neptune trident, forged by Atlantis' finest artisans using the most robust materials, emitted a violent tremor, nearly slipping from his grasp. I am the holder of 100 consecutive victories in the Atlantis arena. Namor tightened his grip on the trident as 2 powerful streams of water swirled at high speed, intertwining like colossal serpents, crashing into the unarmed Luke. The immense impact sent this superhuman reeling backward. Well, I'm the highest damage dealer, the one who endured the most hits, and likely the one with the most kills in the World War II simulation. Luke retorted with a smirk, mimicking Namor's tone. With a heavy stomp of his foot, ripples visible to the naked eye rippled through the air. Fully concentrated, Namor tracked the movement of the dark red shadow, brandishing his trident in a whirlwind of motion. The rapidly swirling torrent of water solidified into an impenetrable wall. He endeavored to thwart Luke's assault in this manner. Regrettably, it proved futile. Luke executed a knightly flying kick, striking forcefully against the aqueous barrier. Boom! The terrifying force shattered the spinning seawater. Namor raised his trident, crackling with electricity, and brought it crashing down with all his might. The arena of Atlantis was in a state of disarray. Luke deftly intercepted, driving an elbow into Namor's cheek. The already bruised visage swelled even further. Before Namor could react, Luke, unarmed, seized the gleaming trident, a symbol of Atlantis' royal authority. Now it belongs to me, he declared with a grin, having savagely beaten Namor and pilfered his signature weapon. Taste my fork. The trident of Neptune, forged from the cold iron of the deep sea, pierced Namor, chilling him to the core. For someone like you, plagued by rage, reason is of no use, Luke sighed. For he had no desire to end the life of the Aquaman from his own film set. If only they could converse normally, he could recruit this individual into S-H-I-E-L-D and form a makeshift Justice League. Alas, Namor was hardly a suitable teammate to rank up with. He resembled a player who never develops, runs amok, steals farm and resources, and frequently disrupts the chat with vulgarities. Are there others? Upon witnessing the sudden storm brewing on the surface, Luke withdrew the trident from Namor's chest, grasping the latter by the throat. The formidable vitality of Atlantis allowed him to continue breathing, clinging to life. Sebastian Shaw, I finally have you, Luke declared, using his superhuman vision to scan the surface, catching sight of a white figure soaring into the sky. A flying mutant? Below, he also grasped a middle-aged man. Recognizing the familiar face from photographs, Luke identified him as Sebastian Shaw. Beware of his attacks, Shaw warned. With wings spread wide, Kenny, soaring at high speed like a shooting star, approached the airborne hero. Are you attempting to rescue Namor? Luke chuckled. Crimson beams erupted from his eyes. Boom! The searing energy vaporized everything in its path, striking the airborne figure. In a critical moment, Kinney obeyed the command, using Shaw as a shield to block the terrifying heat vision. Here you go. Unscathed, Sebastian released the absorbed energy back into the fray. With astonishing speed, Luke plunged downward, directly struck by the rebounding heat vision. Releasing his grip, he abandoned the barely conscious Namor. Hurry, catch Namor, he urged, and upon achieving his objective, Sebastian made a decisive escape. Chapter 109, Fractured Kinship, Waging War Against the Namor. Enough. We can retrieve the weapon later, Sebastian insisted, dragging the almost lifeless Namor, who was mumbling about the Trident of Neptune, back to the submarine. We need the Atlanteans to assist us quickly. We cannot withstand Superman. He vigorously shook the anguished Namor, attempting to rouse him from his fixation on the Trident. The submarine's maximum depth was 320 meters, possibly insufficient to elude Superman's gaze. Should they be pursued? The members of the Hellfire Club, lacking the innate ability to breathe underwater, would likely face total annihilation. Mr. Shaw, you are correct. Faced with the specter of death, Namor momentarily relinquished his cherished trident. Its significance to him was akin to that of Mjolnir to Thor, embodying an irrepressible emotional bond. I will reclaim it, but first, we must return to Atlantis. Clutching his bleeding chest, the young king heeded his inner resolve, emitting a unique frequency to summon the creatures of the deep. You seem abandoned. My friend, caught off guard by a sudden blast of heat vision, Luke gazed at the rapidly swirling tornado on the ocean surface, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sebastian Shaw had already fled with Namor. Left behind amidst the tumult, the young mutant momentarily paused, realizing the submarine had vanished. This isn't right. Wasn't my task to disrupt Superman's line of sight and create chaos? Where is everyone? Did they all escape? How could such an obvious submarine simply disappear? A flurry of questions erupted in the young mutant's mind as he abruptly halted his spinning form. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he manipulated the air currents to lift himself away swiftly. Continuing to battle Superman would be the folly of a fool. Now, contemplating his escape, he wondered if it was too late. Luke gripped the trident tightly, narrowing his eyes to confirm his target. With the precision of a javelin throw, he launched it forth. With a whoosh, the atmosphere erupted with a thunderous sound. A golden blur, akin to a streak of lightning, struck the fleeing torrent. This would provide Dr. Teslac a fitting subject for his experiments. As Luke dove down, he caught the trident, skewering the torrent as if it were barbecue. Don't disappoint me, Sebastian Shaw. With your knack for chaos, conjuring a war should be no trouble at all. The young major stood upon the ocean's surface, peering below. The submarine drifted in the depths. Yet the command chamber lay empty. Atlantis, Poseidonia. Severely injured, Namor emerged from the expansive nutrient tank. He had been in a coma for 4 hours. His bare body coated in a viscous, nano-dissolving solution. The grotesque wound on his chest had begun to heal, leaving only a faint, nagging sensation of pain. The thought of his beloved trident falling into the hands of land dwellers, being played with, touched, and used, ignited a seething anger within Namor. Your Majesty, your injuries have not fully healed. Do not let your temper flare so easily, the medical officer cautioned. The Neptune trident was an artifact of Atlantis, a symbol of royal authority. Etched upon its surface were magical runes that could influence the weather, and a strike to the human body would result in electrocution. Even though Namor possessed physical attributes far beyond the ordinary, his formidable vitality had nearly led to his demise. What the guests I invited? Namor retorted, furrowing his brow, ignoring the medical officer's warnings. They're confined to the water prison, the officer stammered. Elder Gemma stated that they are land dwellers, and their intrusion into Atlantis constitutes an invasion. They must be detained. Namor's expression darkened, his silence betraying his fury. As his anger surged, a clear pain throbbed in his chest. Take me to the water prison, he managed to utter through clenched teeth. 20 minutes later, the members of the Hellfire Club, equipped with breathing apparatuses, appeared in the council hall. Namor reclined upon his throne, surveying the robed nobles from a position of authority. You have imprisoned my kin, my guests. Under the pretense of safeguarding Atlantis, he declared, his tone icy, laced with indignation. Indeed, your Majesty, for countless years, no land dweller has set foot in our realm, let alone entered the capital of Poseidonia and stood in the council hall. A noble raised his head and spoke unflinchingly. This is a transgression against tradition. The elders cannot stand idly by while you err, and it is our duty to intervene. Namor pressed his lips together, his gaze growing colder. The loss of the Neptune trident had unsettled his already precarious throne. Suppressing the tempest of his emotions, Namor slowly spoke, "I am the king of Atlantis. Yet my subjects have shown me no semblance of respect. Does this not also constitute a transgression? Your Majesty, throughout the annals of Atlantis, there has never been a half-blood king, nor one who has abandoned the trident and fled in battle," another noble interjected. As the veneer of royal hierarchy was stripped away, what remained was stark disdain and rejection. "Very well," Namor responded, a bitter smile twisting his lips as he rose to his feet. "Simply because my skin lacks the hue you possess, I am deemed a bastard and outcast. Even the tutors responsible for royal education refuse to converse with me, and the high priest has advised my grandfather to expel me. My mother, a princess of the royal bloodline, has lived in luxury since childhood. In her quest to safeguard me, she reluctantly retreated into the slums, enduring the squalid conditions and the harshness of life. Throughout my upbringing, I have faced ridicule and bullying far beyond what you can imagine. These experiences have taught me to maintain distance from others to avoid harm, revealing to me the darker aspects of human nature, irrespective of skin color or ethnicity. You're not noble. The Atlanteans and the surface dwellers are alike in their narrow-mindedness and selfishness. At least the surface dwellers strive for knowledge. While they were still mastering the art of fire, Atlantis had already begun to harness oceanic energy. Yet now, they're learning to control nuclear power, while you remain shackled to ancient traditions, clinging to customs handed down by your ancestors. You are merely frightened into hiding beneath the waves by the celestial beings and the eternal ones, too terrified to venture forth. As Namor descended the steps, a robed noble, visibly incensed, questioned, "Your Majesty, are you aware of what you are saying?" "Indeed, I am," Namor replied, placing a hand on his chest and coughing lightly. With a swift motion, he seized the noble. "You may not know, but my most detested color is blue." With a decisive grip, he tightened his fingers, and the noble's neck contorted at an unnatural angle, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that Namor would strike him. "Look at how foolish you appear. Surely, the king cannot execute a noble and still maintain the decorum required to meet the ocean god," Namor mocked, initiating a slaughter that held no suspense. The guard stationed outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the council hall, but could only stand in stunned silence. For according to protocol, to lay hands on the king was tantamount to treason. Sebastian, observing as a bystander, wore a satisfied smile beneath his breathing apparatus. He discreetly glanced at the White Queen and whispered to himself, "Well done." The queen remained composed, as if untouched by the chaos. Blinded by hatred, Namor failed to recognize that, given the strength of the Hellfire Club, the soldiers of Atlantis could imprison them in water dungeons. Moreover, the robed nobles of the council should have orchestrated public opinion to rally support, rather than recklessly provoking a king without preparation. Minutes later, as the massacre concluded, the hall was strewn with the bodies of the slain nobles. Sebastian intoned gravely, "Your Majesty, what shall we do next?" Wiping the blood from his hands, Namor felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his chest, and he appeared considerably lighter. He ascended the steps to his throne and declared, word by word, "War. Let us wage war upon the surface world." Chapter 110. The Existence of the Magical World, the Self-Inflicted Humiliation of the Director. Washington, D.C. Headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is this the trident that can control the weather and unleash tsunamis? Howard gazed at the golden trident perched upon the table with the curiosity of an inquisitive child, his eyes brimming with intense interest. Its energy readings fluctuated wildly and appeared exceedingly unstable, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. The variations in reference readings suggested that the trident's energy source relied on the peculiar inscriptions etched upon its surface. Much like solar panels absorbing thermal energy, these inscriptions guided the energy through intricate circuits, channeling it towards the apex. Holding a makeshift energy reading device, Howard scanned the trident, isolated behind a sturdy layer of glass. Had it not been for Luke's prior admonition to refrain from casual contact, he would have eagerly commenced his research. This industrial magnate displayed an unwavering enthusiasm for the novel. The temporary lull of the cosmic cube had left Howard devoid of direction, making Namor's golden trident an appealing new pursuit. It's said to be imbued with magical power, which poses significant danger, Carter cautioned. Magic? Huh, that is merely another manifestation of science, Howard retorted. As a brilliant scientist, he was undoubtedly a staunch materialist, dismissing the notion of wizards, witches, vampires, and werewolves as mere figments of third-rate authors' imaginations, crafted to satiate humanity's thirst for the unknown. I once shared his views until Luke enlightened me about a fantastical society existing beneath the surface of our world, where wizards and demons coexisted alongside werewolves and bloodsuckers. Carter shrugged. As the commander of S.H.I.L.D., she possessed the qualifications to know of the existence of the three great sanctuaries, including Kamartaj, and had even witnessed Luke conjuring a fireball from thin air. This left her momentarily questioning the rumored close friendship between Superman and various sorceresses. Luke, intending to elucidate the nature of magic, inadvertently found himself in a predicament. He had to repeatedly clarify that he was not a demon hunter lacking scars, impervious to being impaled by pitchforks, and not prone to fatal falls from 3 meters high. Should the opportunity arise, he would be willing to introduce Howard to this world, satisfying his curiosity. Upon hearing Carter's remarks, Howard remained skeptical. While he often mocked Luke with the title of the sorceress's jackhammer, he never truly believed in the existence of Aryan demons adorned with horns and engulfed in flames, nor in the enchanting sorceresses clad provocatively and exuding allure. Yet, if forced to choose, he would prefer the former to be a fabrication and the latter to be genuine. I am rather curious to witness what these sorceresses, who revel in manipulating emotions and indulging in carnal desires, are truly like, Howard mused, a hint of righteousness in his tone. I might as well have come seduce written upon my forehead. I am easily swayed by feminine allure. Carter rolled her eyes, signaling her disinterest in engaging further on the topic. She cast a glance at the trident, crackling with energy, and asserted, I need to organize the information on Atlantis. You would do well not to meddle. I certainly do not wish to await Luke's return only to discover that the chief scientific advisor of S.H.A.L.D. has been reduced to a mere pile of ashes. Carter is well aware that Howard, upon encountering novel phenomena, cannot resist the temptation to explore them, often adopting a perilously reckless approach. Back when S.H.I.E.L.D. was still known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, this self-proclaimed genius and astute arms magnate nearly met his demise while testing the energy equilibrium of the Tesseract. I am not a mischievous child left to wreak havoc in the absence of my parents. Howard curled his lip, feigning indifference. The Tesseract is my finest plaything. This harpoon barely ranks second. Is that so? Why have I heard that your research on the Tesseract has yielded no progress, leading you to pursue other projects instead? Faced with Carter's unrelenting exposure of the truth, Howard's expression turned somewhat awkward. The Tesseract remained inert, unresponsive, like a cold brick, temporarily losing interest. Howard had shifted his focus to constructing a nuclear fusion reactor. To this end, he and Luke had collaborated to extract additional funding from the Budget Committee. Those legislators, who typically clutched their purse strings tightly, now trembled at the mere mention of S.H.I.L.D. They had no choice. They had been completely drained of resources. By the way, where is Luke? What is he up to? Howard deftly changed the subject, stating earnestly, to be honest, I have recently developed an interest in marine biology. Carter shot him an incredulous glance. Are you truly intent on studying marine life? It seems more like you're merely seeking a diversion from boredom. Luke had long informed her that Howard was inherently adventurous, unwilling to settle for the mundane. Only scientific inquiry could somewhat alleviate his restlessness. Otherwise, nothing else, including women, could hold his attention. After all, the Stark family's men are known for their penchant for changing partners more frequently than they change clothes before marriage. At this moment, Luke must have ventured to the White House. Carter tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and softly remarked, this matter is far from resolved. The emergence of a marine civilization is bound to ignite fervent discourse worldwide. Nations will employ various tactics to probe, inquire, and gather intelligence regarding this unknown civilization. Moreover, Luke's victory over Namor Mackenzie, demonstrated through battle, showcased the strength of the terrestrial world. However, this does not guarantee that Atlantis will opt for peaceful coexistence. Regardless, We must be prepared for war. S.H.I.E.L.D. will undoubtedly have a busy schedule ahead. Howard scratched his head, contemplating the potential conflict between the marine civilization and the terrestrial world, pondering whether Stark Industries would soon receive a substantial influx of orders. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office of the White House, the sofa was filled with individuals: the president, the chief of staff, generals for the Pentagon, and the head of the FBI. Should a missile descend from the heavens, obliterating all present, it could instantly plunge the nation into paralysis. This predicament was instigated by S.H.I.E.L.D., which has been relentlessly hunting down mutants and aberrations, even initiating a weapons program to recruit those deemed dangerous for various missions, ultimately leading to the ensuing chaos. Edgar Hoover of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was the first to voice his concerns, as the president summoned them to discuss a response to Atlantis. According to the intelligence provided by Major General Cavill, the king of that oceanic civilization, Namor Mackenzie, is also a mutant who seeks to uphold justice for his kin, a rationale that merits no condemnation. Therefore, I propose a reasonable compromise, such as terminating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recruitment and containment of mutants, which could afford the United States a respite. Surely, none present desire to witness another war. Hoover's analysis was astute, as he turned to the silent, frowning president and continued, stating, "In this conflict, we stand to gain nothing. Firstly, there will be public resistance. World War II has just concluded, and who would wish to bear arms against a faction of oceanic races? Secondly, we remain uncertain of Atlantis' military capabilities. However, judging by the prowess displayed by Namor Mackenzie, is unlikely to be insignificant. They are adept at underwater living, capable of generating tsunamis and hurricanes, and if the battlefield is set upon the ocean surface, our aircraft carrier fleet would be inherently at a disadvantage, subjected to passive assault." The generals of the Navy nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Atlantic Fleet's 2 aircraft carriers would stand no chance against a sudden assault from Atlantis. Those blue-skinned denizens of the deep behaved like diminutive, elusive submarines, striking with stealth and unpredictability. The vast expanse of the ocean is their dominion. Yet, Major General Cavill triumphed over Namor Mackenzie, who threatened the lives of over 7 million New Yorkers, leading to the defeat of those Atlanteans. A senior officer from the Army asserted, "Historically, there has never been a victor who compromises or retreats. I staunchly oppose any proposals from those advocating surrender." Hoover's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "General, no one has suggested capitulation. To contemplate compromise before the onset of war is tantamount to surrender. A step back inevitably leads to further concessions. Shall we, like the French, raise a white flag in the face of threats and invasions?" The senior officer from the Army spoke with unrelenting candor. This serious accusation thickened the tension within the office. Observing the FBI director being assailed, the Navy took a stand to counter. Regardless, Hoover was not entirely incorrect. The troubles with Atlantis fundamentally stemmed from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions. The Atlantic Fleet suffered the loss of 2 aircraft carriers, and Anna Maria Island faced a devastating tsunami, resulting in significant losses that require accountability. Surely, Your Excellency has forgotten who was responsible for sending the Lincoln and the Stennis back to dry dock. A prominent figure from the Army, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Without Major General Cavill, the Atlantic Fleet would have suffered losses far beyond just those 2 aircraft carriers. We might even lose naval supremacy and be forced to retreat to our shores. At that point, your Navy would face dissolution. How absurd! If the Navy were to be disbanded, what future would the nation have? Can your Army expand territory, secure interests, and project influence?" A senior officer clad in white military attire countered, "By the way, when I fought in the Great War, your Navy was dutifully trailing behind the British." The number of participants in the heated exchange continued to swell, with the distinction between the white and green uniforms becoming increasingly pronounced, effectively pushing Hoover aside. The clamor within the office escalated, and it seemed imminent that the faction from the Navy and Army would roll up their sleeves and resort to fisticuffs. The president, covering his face, cleared his throat, and struck the table with significant force. "Gentlemen, you are all generals of the United States. How can you disregard decorum and behave like street thugs? The accountability concerning the Atlantis incident has already passed." The president played the role of mediator, striving to quell the escalating confrontation. Major General Cavill forwarded the plan to flood New York, and he is not only blameless but also deserving of commendation. He stated that Atlantis could generate tsunamis due to the trident held by the king, a weapon that has been confiscated and secured by the SHIELD agency. Posing no immediate threat, what we need to discuss now is how to address the existence of Atlantis. The Pentagon possesses no knowledge of it. The only information available comes from the SHIELD agency. Whether it be war or peace, we must devise a strategy. Hoover, who had previously been derided, interjected, "Mr. President, if I may be so bold, to enhance the efficiency of intelligence operations, the SHIELD agency ought to engage in data sharing with the FBI and the CIA. Only through sincere collaboration can we reduce informational discrepancies." Director Hoover, to boost the American birth rate, why not share your mistress with everyone for true cooperation? A crude remark from the Army elicited uproarious laughter, even from their long-standing adversaries in the Navy. The Oval Office was suddenly filled with a jovial atmosphere. This incident illustrated that, during an argument, the most effective approach often involves resorting to low blows, extending grievances from parents to spouses, and even to ancestors. Such attacks yield maximum impact, while eloquent expressions prove utterly ineffectual. Hoover, his face flushed with indignation and suppressing the urge to curse, stated, "This is the White House. Gentlemen, please mind your language. When had the head of the FBI ever endured such indignity? All right, gentlemen, let us maintain our composure." The president, stifling a smile, stepped forward to restore order. Director Hoover, with purely public interests in mind, sought to enhance the means of intelligence acquisition and warranted no reproach. However, the SHIELD agency's responsibilities encompassed extraordinary incidents, mutants, Atlantis, and so forth, necessitating the utmost confidentiality. The SHIELD agency, alongside its young director, has undeniably proven its worth. In the face of the Atlantean threat, the United States must rely on Superman. As for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, it would be prudent for them to remain in a more tranquil setting. "Mr. President, Major General Cavill has arrived." When a group finds itself at an impasse, the ivory telephone on the table rings. The president straightens up, polishing his glasses. The generals, who moments ago were engaged in heated debate, now tidy their disheveled uniforms, adopting an air of gravitas. Half a minute later, a tall figure pushes open the door and enters the Oval Office. "Gentlemen, a war is imminent," he declares. Chapter 111. The Aircraft Carrier on Wheels, a Walking Nuclear Weapon. "Major General, your efforts are commendable." As Luke stepped into the Oval Office, treading upon the blue carpet, the president's face broke into a warm smile. His greeting was so affectionate that it resembled that of a father welcoming his own son. Just hours earlier, this young man, adorned with titles such as the director of the SHIELD agency and Army Major General, had single-handedly pushed 2 damaged aircraft carriers back to the Norfolk Naval Base's large dry dock. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Sailors who witnessed the event referred to it as a miracle. Prior to this, no one had ever contemplated that a mere human could budge a carrier weighing tens of thousands of tons. It was akin to an ant attempting to move a colossal tree, an implausible notion. Captain Brock, known for his composure, was left astounded. How could the Axis powers withstand such a super soldier among the Allies? The stark contrast between the massive steel carriers and the diminutive figure of Luke created an overwhelming sense of power, leaving everyone breathless in silence. It was not until the moment the Lincoln was pushed that exuberant cheers and applause erupted. Subsequently, Navy Secretary Nimitz, upon hearing the news, jested that the nation need not allocate vast sums each year to research nuclear energy in a covert competition with the Soviet Union. Compared to atomic bombs, a being capable of precise strikes and widespread destruction, such as Superman, was far more suited as a strategic deterrent. The president wholeheartedly concurred, lamenting, however, that the launch button for this atomic bomb was not in his possession. "I have merely rendered a modest contribution," Luke remarked modestly as he strode to the desk. Following his triumph over Namor and the feat of pushing the carriers, his reputation experienced a slight uptick. It seemed that drawing attention was far more promising than remaining understated. Colonel Phillips had even hired a personal photographer, capturing numerous images of the aircraft carrier push, especially when it came to the Stannis. By the next morning, it was likely that the headlines of New York newspapers would be entirely dominated by Luke's exploits. The threat of Atlantis has not yet subsided. Namor Mackenzie harbors a certain animosity towards humanity. instead of squeezing onto the spacious sofa occupied by the Pentagon generals. The Major General withdrew to a high-backed chair and seated himself. For a being of superhuman strength, the effort required to propel an aircraft carrier by hand is roughly equivalent to a regular person performing 20 bench presses. Nonetheless, he would still feel a slight fatigue. General Cavill, are you reminding us to prepare for the impending war? The president's expression was grave as he adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and spoke in a solemn tone. What should the Pentagon do next? The red-brown bear on the Siberian plains was already a considerable headache. The emergence of an ancient legacy like Atlantis would be nothing short of a catastrophe. Though it is said that the eagle of the 21st century loves to stir trouble, often resorting to threats of force and intervening in the politics of other nations. This is predicated upon its own formidable military prowess, enabling it to exploit overseas resources. The current global landscape is gradually shifting towards a bipolar structure. The curtain of the Cold War has begun to take shape. We are still far from an era of singular dominance, where one power overshadows many. I am merely an ordinary major general who has never commanded a war. Such specialized inquiries should be directed to the esteemed generals present, Luke stated humbly, gesturing dismissively. They are seasoned leaders, having experienced both world wars, with profound understanding of the multifaceted tactics of warfare across land, sea, and air. It is not my place to voice an opinion. Taking a deep breath and resting his forehead upon his hand, the president was at a loss for words. He turned his gaze towards the generals at the Pentagon, who remained silent, their earlier spirited debates now a distant memory. They did not even know the specific location of Atlantis, let alone how to combat it. Even the deployment of numerous carrier fleets would be futile against a maritime civilization like Atlantis. General Cavill, S.H.I.E.L.D., possesses a certain understanding of those underwater denizens, the president remarked, feeling like a ball being kicked around. In his desperation, he once more turned to the young major general seated across from him. In light of the impending war, the responsibility of supreme command rests squarely upon your shoulders. Luke's expression turned conflicted as he hesitated to respond. How can I, an unaccomplished Army Major General, be entrusted with such a monumental task? Would that not imply the incompetence of you esteemed generals? Moreover, the efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. pales in comparison to that of the FBI under Director Hoover's leadership. His talents in leadership and strategic vision far surpass my own. Since Luke's arrival, Edgar Hoover, who had quietly played a background role, suddenly became the center of attention. The prominent figure of the FBI awkwardly replied, "Oh, not at all, Major General. Uyist. Your Excellency," he continued, "the recent Atlantis incident is partially attributable to S.H.I.E.L.D., but ultimately, it is my own limited capabilities that are to blame." Luke, with an expression of earnest sincerity, continued, "I have engaged in profound self-reflection and have resolved to relinquish my position as Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The subsequent intelligence operations may be entrusted to Director Hoover, who has long been esteemed as the king of spies, having apprehended numerous Soviet agents and achieved significant successes. I am confident that he will soon uncover the lair of Atlantis." In the corner, Hoover fidgeted uneasily, consumed by regret. Why had he provoked S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first place? Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Hoover decisively stated, albeit bitterly, "Those are merely unfounded rumors circulating in the public sphere. The capabilities of the Federal Bureau of Investigation have consistently fallen short, far inferior to the esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. under General Cavill's leadership." The president nodded in agreement, understanding the necessity of aligning with those who could resolve pressing issues. Although General Cavill was known for his frequent requests for funding and less than meticulous approach to tasks, he undeniably demonstrated his value during critical moments. "General, since Director Hoover has expressed this sentiment, the strategy for addressing the war against Atlantis will be your responsibility. Command at the Pentagon will also be transferred to you." The president's declaration was resolute, as if fearing a refusal. "Very well," sighed the unremarkable Army General, Cavill, who felt somewhat overwhelmed by the weight of this appointed task. With a resigned smile, Luke accepted the mandate, aware that with greater power comes greater responsibility. "Thus, I shall share a few remarks to facilitate our operations and ensure the confidentiality of our endeavors. I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. D should be separated, no longer functioning as a mere subsidiary within the Pentagon's framework. The general spoke with a confidence that suggested he had prepared his thoughts well in advance. Atlantis is not a trivial nation. Its history is ancient, its foundations deep, and its military strength formidable. As you have witnessed, even Namor alone possesses the capability to decimate the Second Fleet of the Atlantic. Conventional weaponry and ordinary soldiers pose little threat to Atlantis. Therefore, SHIELD must recruit a larger force. Only a sufficiently powerful team can confront the formidable crises ahead. This young general, who deemed himself inadequate for such responsibility, eloquently articulated 23 detailed and substantive strategies, leaving the president and the military commanders in stunned silence. It felt as though he had meticulously prepared and memorized his speech in advance. This concludes my humble and trivial personal insights. 40 minutes later, Luke, seemingly unfazed by fatigue, concluded his address. General Cavill, do you have anything to add? After listening to the lengthy discourse, the president felt somewhat dazed and instinctively inquired. He had not anticipated that Luke would be so thoroughly prepared, akin to an examinee who had anticipated the questions and filled out the answers in advance, particularly regarding the detailed plans for the future development of SHIELD. From the expansion of personnel across various departments to the annual fixed funding application requirements. The chief of staff, sitting on the opposite sofa, felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids, his heart heavy with concern. The unfortunate budget committee, if this relentless plucking of resources continued, might soon find itself bereft of hair. Let me elaborate a bit more. Luke, who had initially intended to cease his discourse, remarked with surprise, sensing that his thoughts had not bored the president. Clearing his throat, he activated his repetitive mode, rephrasing previously stated proposals while augmenting the budget, the funding amounts, and the number of personnel in each department. He reiterated his points once more. As the lengthy recitation drew to a close, the president and the generals seated on the sofa opposite him wore expressions devoid of emotion, their eyes glazed over. During the second iteration, Luke deliberately employed his conversational skill card, Master of Persuasion from Constantine, to those present in the Oval Office. Each word that escaped Luke's lips coalesced into a barrage of mental assaults. Although they were mere vacuous ramblings, they etched themselves deeply into the minds of his audience, compelling them to listen further. This is merely a glimpse of my somewhat immature perspective, Luke concluded. A profound silence enveloped the Oval Office, with no one daring to speak. Even the sound of breathing grew faint. The president and the generals, seated across, resembled lifeless sculptures, utterly devoid of vitality. This is indeed a perfect plan. After a prolonged pause, the president, wearing a grim expression, nodded in agreement. He was loath to endure another mental onslaught, and the others echoed his sentiments, anxious that Major General Cavill might continue his discourse. The SHIELD would undoubtedly live up to the trust placed in them by His Excellency the President and the esteemed generals. Luke feigned a display of gratitude, quietly commending his own eloquence. The seemingly stringent demands, such as the director's freedom to choose work hours, generous salary allowances, and exclusive access to information from any intelligence agency under the Pentagon, were all successfully approved. Truly, Cavill is exceptional, Luke mused. It was a pity that Constantine, in the adjacent studio, had a repertoire of persuasion that bordered on the mystical. Otherwise, he too could enhance his proficiency. After all, verbal prowess is an essential skill for every protagonist. One might even reference a certain blonde-haired aspirant to become the Hokage, whose rhetoric of love, justice, bonds, and peace led countless formidable opponents to defeat. If there are no further matters, today's meeting shall be concluded. The president exhibited signs of fatigue, having expended much of his energy listening to Luke's oration. It was akin to facing 4 or 5 stunningly attractive women all at once. The exhilaration experience would soon give way to an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, rendering any subsequent allure utterly unappealing. The generals of the Pentagon rose one by one, their eyes bloodshot and their steps unsteady, as if they had endured a sleepless night, pushing open the door to depart. They had been utterly drained of their last vestiges of energy by Major General Cavill, whose incessant monologues echoed in their minds. Next, it was time to seek out an old friend. Having achieved his objective, Luke soared into the sky, heading towards his next destination, Brooklyn, at Old Joseph's Tavern. Rogers, having returned to the life of an ordinary man, sat in a corner with a glass of malt beer before him, awaiting a friend for their midday gathering. However, Luke had left him waiting, a no-show. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a brass bell rang out as someone pushed open the door to the tavern, which was closing for a break. "Hey, Old Joseph, it's been a while. You still look as robust as ever." Luke greeted the elderly man standing behind the bar. They were old acquaintances. In his youth, when Luke was a spirited lad in Brooklyn, he often helped Old Joseph at the tavern, wiping tables and cleaning up for a bit of pocket money. Joseph had once been a truck driver, but misfortune plagued him. Every delivery was marred by accidents, overturned loads, flat tires, and inexplicable breakdowns. Even riding a bicycle seemed to invite calamity, with him either colliding with others or being struck himself. In his own words, Joseph claimed to be cursed in his dealings with vehicles. His life was a series of unfortunate mishaps. In the end, he had no choice but to switch careers and run a small tavern to make ends meet. However, since Luke had become a war hero, the tavern's business had flourished, attracting many patrons from New York City. "You little rascal, TSK, TSK, and now you're a general." Frank could never have imagined his nephew would become a war hero. Old Joseph chuckled, pouring a glass of beer and handing it to Luke. "I wonder if the esteemed Major General is accustomed to fine red wine, or if he can appreciate Brooklyn's malt beer." Luke shrugged and lifted the square mug. "Cheers. I could go for another." He laughed heartily after downing the drink in one go. Old Joseph nodded in satisfaction, refilling the glass. "How does it feel to be back in Brooklyn?" Rogers inquired with a smile as Luke approached with his beer. Since the war's end, he had entered a semi-retired state. "Not bad. I ran into several familiar faces on my way to the tavern." Luke leaned back in his chair, tilting his head back. "There's Jamie, who has taken up the family trade as a truck driver, and Uncle Frank, who used to sell fruit across the street. He once gave Bucky a loaf of bread when times were tough for everyone." "Indeed. Did you know? Jamie often boasts about being punched by Superman, reveling in his glory," Rogers remarked, taking a sip of beer, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. "Luke, in recent days, I have been haunted by dreams wherein you, Bucky, and I sprint through the streets of Brooklyn, devoid of Captain America, Superman, or Sergeant Barnes. The scene then shifts to a battlefield where I witness Bucky plummet from a cliff. In a bid to thwart the Red Skull, I find myself aboard an aircraft transporting Valkyrie missiles. For reasons unknown to me, you are absent from this narrative. I descend into a frigid abyss, only to be awakened long after by others who declare that the war has concluded. I exist in solitude, bereft of friends and family, with no destination to which I can run." Luke gazes at the bubbling goblet, chuckling as he remarks, "Your tone resembles that of a septuagenarian." "Haha, Margie says the same." I reply, "Perhaps it is the weight of my wartime experiences that renders those memories inescapable." Rogers suppresses his melancholic sentiments. Now, he receives a military salary, merely clocking in and spending the day in the office, perusing newspapers. Occasionally, he engages in promotional efforts, granting interviews to the media. In the wake of peace, it seems that heroes have become superfluous. "Have you found answers to your previous inquiries?" Luke gently asks Captain America across the table. Surely, Captain America cannot spend his entire life confined to an office, reading newspapers. It is only by grasping that shield once more and returning to the battlefield, navigating through the chaos of gunfire, that one can truly feel the exhilarating pulse of life. I wholeheartedly concur with Howard's perspective. One of life's greatest pleasures lies in adventure and the pursuit of excitement. Embracing the mundane is a privilege reserved for those who have traversed through trials and emerged with a sense of detachment. Rogers remains silent, residing in his aged Brooklyn home, where he has recently refreshed the walls, replaced the furniture with new pieces, and adorned the bedroom with a soft carpet, tasks he undertook personally. Margie, who moved in with him, remarks that this is merely a way to alleviate boredom. To this, Rogers agrees. There exists a void within him that remains unfilled, prompting the need to occupy himself. "Are you urging me to join S.H.E.L.D. because of Atlantis?" Rogers inquires. 2 aircraft carriers have been attacked, and the tsunami at Anna Maria Island made headlines. Being within the Army, Captain America has certainly caught wind of the murmurs. It's not solely that. General Cavill requires a partner, and he thought of his old comrade, Captain America. Luke explains, observing Roger's indecision with a smile. "Are you prepared to return to the battlefield, Steve?" In a moment of reflection, Captain America recalls the mission where he and Luke rescued Bucky, during which the same question was posed to him. "I am ready, Commander." Reminiscing about their shared valor in battle, Roger smiles and raises his goblet. "Then welcome to the strike team," Luke proclaims, as their glasses clink together, resonating a crisp sound. Chapter 113. In the name of the apocalypse, Nautilus. A few days later, the name Atlantis graced the headlines, igniting a fervor. An ancient civilization of the sea, long unheard of, had officially entered the public consciousness. Nations had already been apprised of the astonishing battles occurring in the Atlantic, thus becoming aware of Atlantis' existence. This illustrates the perennial truth that, in matters of news, the populace is invariably the last to know. Reactions to the oceanic civilization varied across countries. The red-brown bears of Siberia remained steadfast, simultaneously advancing their nuclear industry, while maintaining a cautious watch for superhumans. As for the threat posed by Atlantis, that was a concern best left to the Americans, for their shores would not be troubled in the immediate future. The increasingly weakened England actively sought communication with the White House, attempting to glean some insights. Despite their MI6, their operatives traversing land and sea, and their James Bond, skilled in the arts of seduction, they found themselves at a loss in the face of the Atlanteans dwelling beneath the Atlantic. The Prime Minister even contemplated enlisting the clandestine powers of the Dark World, such as the wizarding community thriving in London, or beings like werewolves and vampires. Unfortunately, these efforts yielded little, as these dark creatures, with origins no older than a millennium, possessed scant knowledge of the ancient history that preceded them, save for the vampires. These nocturnal beings, who shunned sunlight, shared an extraordinary connection with Atlantis. Their progenitors hailed from the oceanic realms deep within the Atlantic. At that time, Atlantis had not yet succumbed to the depths. It was basking in the zenith of its power. The great wizard Varna had acquired the Book of Darkness, left by the ancient god Zisith, from which he drew formidable strength, transforming himself into the first vampire. Thus began the tale of the birth of the first vampire on Earth. Subsequently, tectonic shifts caused the once mighty Atlantis to sink beneath the waves. Varna, feeling he had lived enough, having seen the myriad facets of life, resolved to cease his contemplations and bequeathed his power to Dracula. From that moment forth, the vampire clan flourished upon the terrestrial realm, gradually evolving into a secretive force within the dark world. While England floundered in despair, the ancient Eastern nation across the Pacific dismissed the situation entirely. The Divine Spear Bureau could easily rend even neon superhumans. So what were the blue-skinned Atlanteans to them? Should they dare to set foot on land, they would be devoured like mere crayfish. In the Atlantic, Poseidonia, the capital of Atlantis, no longer enjoyed its former tranquility. Troops from various factions were gathering, and a palpable tension pervaded the air as the specter of war loomed. While the terrestrial world was fraught with undercurrents, the oceanic civilization faced its own tribulations. Nemo, having ruthlessly purged the robed nobility, seized control, though many condemned his tyranny and chose to rise in revolt. Their efforts quickly dissolved without stirring significant turmoil, swiftly suppressed. This is one of the advantages of class rigidity. Namor reclined on his throne, his right hand awkwardly dangling, as he was accustomed to clutching his beloved trident. In the absence of sufficiently capable leaders, it is arduous for the weak to pose a threat to the dominion of the strong. The dissenters had formed numerous factions, assailing the royal palace at the heart of Poseidonia. However, their efforts were disorganized and lacked cohesion. Namor did not need to intervene personally, as the guards swiftly dealt with these intruders. I suspect that among them were the people of Atlantis, the majority of whom supported the rationale for waging war. Sebastian, equipped with a breathing apparatus and speaking through a transparent shield, spoke in a muffled tone. For many years, the distinction between the lower classes and the nobility in this nation had been stark. Lineage and origin dictated each individual's fate. Your Majesty, you grew up in the slums of Poseidonia and witnessed the plight of the most destitute Atlanteans, who live monotonous lives, compelled to bow to the robed aristocrats. And each day, month, and year, pay substantial taxes while bearing considerable life pressures. The avenues for advancement are blocked. The tensions between nobles and commoners have intensified. Yet the ingrained sense of obedience among the Atlanteans keeps them compliant. Sebastian spoke with the authority of a trusted advisor at the king's side. Namor, seated upon his throne, nodded frequently, deeply moved. He had fled to the slums with his mother at a young age and understood the warmth and coldness of human relationships. He possessed a certain level of insight into the lower classes of Atlantis. A war against external enemies is the most effective means to divert internal strife. It can bestow military accolades, allowing commoners to glimpse the hope of transcending their class. Victories can also reinforce the Majesty's authority. Sebastian projected a facade of unwavering loyalty, although a flicker of darkness glimmered in his eyes. If Superman could be vanquished, Atlantis' army would surely triumph and conquer the entire terrestrial realm. The mere mention of Superman caused a dull ache in Namor's chest. He then recalled the lost Neptune trident, and his previously joyful mood soured. Mr. Shaw, you possess a formidable talent for absorbing energy. Do you believe we might have a chance to defeat Superman if we join forces? After a long contemplation, Namor inquired softly. As a past vanquished opponent of Superman, he was acutely aware that the latter excelled in power, speed, and combat awareness, categorizing him among the pinnacle of adversaries. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would certainly be outmatched. Yet, when it comes to dealing with a land dweller, must one adhere to any particular rules? To swarm and eliminate him would be the most prudent course of action. Within the Hellfire Club, perhaps only the enigmatic Sebastian Shaw could counter Superman. Namor pondered that their collaboration might indeed yield a chance of victory. Ahem, Your Majesty, I am merely a scientist and not adept in combat, Sebastian replied. Feeling the expectant gazes directed at him, Sebastian maintained an outward calmness, appearing as steady as a seasoned veteran, while internally he was in a state of disarray. Having witnessed Luke's overwhelming prowess, which had crushed Berlin's naval forces and subsequently reduced Namor to a state of utter defeat, he found it impossible to muster any fighting spirit. His previous boasts of delivering a lesson to Superman were merely the inflated words of a restless mind. In a state of clarity, Sebastian preferred to focus on enhancing his own abilities, waiting until he could elevate his powers further before confronting the enemy. The Soviet Union was actively advancing its nuclear industry, and soon they would be capable of producing the first generation of nuclear reactors. At that moment, he would harness their energy to augment his own strength. With unwavering confidence, Sebastian declared, I believe that even Superman cannot withstand the terrifying power of atomic fission. Yet, Namor's furrowed brow remained tense. Unwilling to concede defeat, he posed the question, do we truly have no means to counter Superman? The Golden Trident, a symbol of Atlantis' sovereignty, remains in my possession. If we fail to reclaim it, more dissenters will inevitably rise. There are indeed alternative methods, Sebastian mused. Pausing before he spoke hesitantly, legend has it that the first mutant in history was known as Apocalypse. His strength was unparalleled, once revered as a deity. However, due to the tedium of eternity, he fell into a deep slumber. If I could discover his whereabouts and obtain from this great being the means to transcend the limitations of mutant hierarchy, perhaps I could defeat Superman. Sebastian spoke ambiguously. He had no desire to truly awaken the legendary mutant god. No one wished to have a domineering figure issuing commands overhead, merely to placate Namor's restless spirit. Apocalypse? Namor's eyes gleamed with intrigue, as if formulating a plan. In Washington, D.C., at the headquarters of SHIELD, Howard was busily toiling away in Laboratory 1, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, coupled with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, betraying a prolonged lack of adequate sleep. Is this your achievement? Luke crossed his arms, scrutinizing the model before him, frowning as he remarked, a scaled-down nuclear reactor? Indeed, Howard replied. Though he appeared fatigued, his spirit was fervent. While the cosmic cube has shown no response to my various stimuli, like a distant goddess indifferent to the earnest advances of an ordinary suitor, I have not come away empty-handed. I previously aimed to utilize magnetic confinement to achieve nuclear fusion, harnessing the abundant tritium and deuterium from seawater under specific conditions of extreme heat to release tremendous energy. This was inspired by the cosmic cube. However, I soon realized that while the magnetic fields could withstand high temperatures, they were notoriously unstable. Moreover, during the heating process of plasma, energy is continually lost. Howard paused for a moment, seemingly parched, and poured himself a glass of water. Am I the only one who cannot comprehend what he is articulating? Seizing the opportunity, Captain America interjected, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Feeling entirely excluded from Howard's incessant discourse. Concepts like nuclear fusion, magnetic confinement, and plasma were simply overwhelming. Luke smirked and remarked, "I specifically reviewed the material and can grasp Howard's meaning to some extent. The research on controlled thermonuclear fusion primarily encompasses two methods: inertial confinement fusion and magnetic confinement fusion. The former employs high-intensity lasers to irradiate deuterium-tritium targets within an extremely brief time frame to achieve fusion. The latter utilizes strong magnetic fields to effectively confine charged particles, trapping deuterium-tritium gas within a unique magnetic container and heating it to temperatures reaching hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, thereby facilitating the fusion reaction. Howard's primary focus lies with the latter method. His concept bears some resemblance to the tokamak device that will emerge in a few years, an experimental scheme proposed by a Soviet scientist in the 1950s. After decades of effort, its feasibility has been confirmed. One must admit that Iron Man's father possesses a vision and intellect that precede his time. "Hey, Rogers, when did you arrive?" "Apologies, I completely overlooked you just now." Howard waved his hand dismissively, entirely ignoring the tall and muscular Captain America. When engrossed in research, not even the imposing physique of Rogers nor the presence of a stunning young woman in scant attire could divert his attention. At most, he would utter a single phrase: "Do not disturb my quest for truth." Whereas all right. The controlled nuclear fusion project is so vast that it cannot yield results in the short term. Thus, I have decided to pursue a simpler challenge. Howard continued from his earlier monologue. Then, you witnessed the emergence of the first generation of nuclear reactors. Placing on a submarine can completely fulfill the vision articulated by Ross Gunn of atomic energy initially driving machinery to propel vessels. You managed to resolve the most critical core of a nuclear submarine in just a few days, Luke remarked, clapping Howard on the shoulder. Although you've undoubtedly heard this many times before, I must say, Howard, you are truly a genius deserving of the title. Hearing such praise from Superman, I must admit, my vanity was gratified like never before. Howard laughed heartily, then handed a stack of design blueprints and a pile of calculation drafts to Rogers, stating, "Let those mediocre scientists at the Atomic Energy Commission ponder this. They can only gaze up at the brilliance of the knowledge emanating from Howard Stark. While I retire for a nap, wait, as the first nuclear submarine, do you not wish to bestow it with a name? You are entirely entitled to do so." Luke reminded him, Excellent idea. The vessel shall be named Nautilus. I have a fondness for Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and an even greater admiration for Captain Nemo." Howard paused for a moment to respond, then entered the lounge, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. Before long, the two individuals outside could hear the sounds of his slumbering breath, a testament to his exhaustion. Luke chuckled softly as he gazed at the model of the nuclear reactor, which inevitably reminded him of Iron Man's arc reactor. It seems that the realization is not far off. In Chapter 114, The Silver Fox and the White Queen, a pair of sisterly figures, Howard succumbs to a deep sleep to rejuvenate his spirit. Luke meticulously packaged the model of the nuclear reactor, along with the design blueprints and calculation drafts, and sent them off to the Atomic Energy Commission. The officials at the Navy Department would surely be ecstatic upon their receipt. Admiral Hyman Rykov of the Shipbuilding Bureau had long proposed the idea of installing a nuclear reactor within a submarine. This innovation would not only mitigate the significant drawback of limited endurance associated with electric propulsion, but also transform the submarine into a missile launch platform, thus endowing it with immense strategic deterrent capabilities. However, various technical challenges had relegated this concept to mere theoretical musings for the time being. Luke was acutely aware that, at most within 2 years, Admiral Rykov would secure the approval of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Navy Department, thereby being appointed as the head of the Nuclear Power Division of the Shipbuilding Bureau and the chief engineer of the Nuclear Submarine Project, commencing the construction of nuclear submarines. The emergence of Atlantis, coupled with Howard's presence, merely expedited the unfolding of this chapter in history. Luke silently hoped for Admiral Rykov to achieve a breakthrough sooner rather than later. The advancement of nuclear submarine technology would signify possessing leverage in negotiations with Atlantis. As for the impending minor conflict, Luke indeed harbored intentions of deliberate indulgence. His original plan was to leverage the threat posed by Namor, alongside Atlantis' existence, to enhance the weight of S-H-I-E-L-D-S discourse and elevate his own standing. Otherwise, to liberate himself from the constraints imposed by the Pentagon, he would have to await a grand invasion led by the Kree, culminating in the establishment of a World Security Council. Such a timeline felt excessively protracted. Luke pondered this, acknowledging that even though the President and the Pentagon maintained a courteous demeanor towards superhumans, the underlying rules governing individual conduct remained objectively present within the center of power. Thus, Luke aimed to utilize the emergence of Atlantis as external pressure to compel those wary of him to voluntarily unshackle the heavy restraints binding S-H-L-D. Additionally, he sought to demonstrate to politicians the necessity of the existence of superhumans. The only remaining issues to address were the two unstable elements, Namor and Sebastian. As Luke contemplated these matters, he led Rogers into the elevator. "Steve, our primary objective in this joint endeavor is to resolve the situation with Atlantis." Captain America donned his familiar stars and stripes uniform, wielding the vibranium shield that rarely left his side. Luke observed that both heroes and villains possessed peculiar obsessions. For instance, Thor exhibited an extraordinary fondness for his hammer, Mjolnir, which he cherished even after acquiring the Stormbreaker. Namor, the king of Atlantis, remained fixated on his stolen golden trident. Much like these individuals, even after Captain America entered semi-retirement, he diligently polished his vibranium shield daily, ensuring it nestled beside him at night. Upon awakening each morning, the mere sight of it rejuvenated Rogers, filling him with vigor and determination. Atlantis? Their king is hardly a match for you, in terms of combat prowess. We hold the advantage. Settling into the spacious armchair in the director's office, Rogers adjusted his posture, feeling more comfortable than on his own couch. "Namor Mackenzie is indeed no adversary of mine," Luke conceded with a nod. Reflecting on it, it seemed that every incarnation of Aquaman had suffered at the hands of Superman. Even in the absence of himself, during the momentous events of the Secret Wars, Namor would meet his demise at the hands of the counterfeit Superman, Hyperion, leading to the devastation of his nation by the Teen Titans. Compared to now, losing his beloved golden trident was a far less dire fate. In another film set, Superman had even performed the astonishing feat of relocating Atlantis to the Sahara Desert. Should Luke attempt such a maneuver, those blue-skinned denizens of the deep would find themselves consorting with the Wakandans. The two nations on Earth, boasting the most advanced technology, yet mired in outdated systems and ideologies, might indeed weave some intriguing tales as neighbors one day. However, this is war. Luke collected his thoughts and stated earnestly, "Namor would not be foolish enough to challenge me to a duel. After experiencing a crushing defeat, he is likely to have calmed down, relinquishing the naive notion of Atlantis' supremacy and the invincibility of mutants." Rogers scratched his head, finding some truth in that. Atlantis is not Berlin. Superman could simply fly over and hang Namor from a lamppost to conclude the conflict. Assassinating a king would merely incite the resentment of the lower classes, thereby escalating the war. "So what shall we do?" Rogers instinctively inquired. "You will soon discover," Luke replied with a knowing smile. He had prepared a grand gift for Sebastian Shaw. Boston, the port. Clad in a black leather jacket and short boots, Silver Fox stepped out of a taxi. She was now a member of the strike team, under the jurisdiction of S-H-I-E-L-D. Recently, the team led by Wolverine and Sabretooth had been akin to firefighters, racing across the globe. Whether it was to procure a rare metal in Africa or to dismantle the remnants of Hydra, their missions were relentless. In summary, the task force has become a sharp blade for S-H-I-L-D, achieving remarkable results that have greatly pleased the generals of the Pentagon. "You have not seen me. Now, return the way you came," Silver Fox remarked, patting the driver on the shoulder. The middle-aged man, with a protruding belly, suddenly appeared vacant. As if lost in thought, after a brief hesitation, he nodded vigorously, repeating Silver Fox's words, and drove away without even collecting the fare. At warehouse number 4, the opportunistic Silver Fox retrieved a note from his pocket, following the address to the meeting place. "You are late." A graceful figure stood waiting. "Dear sister, I hear you have become a pawn of humanity. To secure a stable life, you have betrayed your own camp. How fitting of your true nature." Silver Fox frowned, his demeanor distant. "Emma, did you summon me just to argue? If that is the case, I must say, you remain as naive as ever. The elegant figure at the Boston Harbor was none other than the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. Clad in a black waterproof suit and holding a peculiar helmet that served as a breathing apparatus, her damp hair suggested she had just emerged from a swim or surf. I expected a more excited and joyful reaction upon seeing your long-lost sister, the White Queen said, crossing her arms, her tone growing icy. Chapter 115. Those who play tactics have corrupt hearts. Emma, the White Queen, and her sister Silver Fox were born into a wealthy family in Boston, truly raised with silver spoons in their mouths. However, being a privileged child does not guarantee happiness. At least, the White Queen does not believe so. Her father was a ruthless capitalist, devoid of affection for his family. In her memories, Emma never visited an amusement park as a child, nor received a single compliment. Moreover, her parents had a tumultuous relationship, frequently embroiled in fierce arguments filled with blame, criticism, and curses that echoed through their vast, cold luxury apartment. It is well known that family upbringing influences one's character. Young Emma was quite introverted, reluctant to engage with others, and had few friends. If having an incompetent father was not dire enough, she also had a mother who was an alcoholic, drug addict, and unfaithful. Such a toxic home environment fostered a sense of oppression. Consequently, the inwardly closed-off Emma awakened her mutant abilities at an early age. Like Professor X, she possessed the power to read the thoughts of those around her, perceive their emotions, and manipulate and control them. Additionally, she discovered her ability to switch to diamond form, granting her a dazzling brilliance and extraordinary defensive capabilities, a talent revealed later on. With her gift of telepathy, Emma swiftly ascended to become one of the most admired girls in her school. Every conversation with her left others astounded, as if they were long-lost friends, revealing intimate secrets and peculiar hobbies with remarkable clarity. For Emma, this was a delightful and carefree period, as her circle of friends expanded, and she garnered affection from both teachers and classmates. Her academic performance flourished, bolstered by her telepathic abilities. Gradually, Emma cultivated an image of the perfect student, excelling in both character and scholarship. Had the narrative continued on this trajectory, the life of the White Queen would likely have unfolded as a quintessential Mary Sue romance. Unfortunately, happiness is often fleeting, and misfortune soon loomed on the horizon. Before long, Emma found herself overwhelmed as a torrent of thoughts and emotions inundated her mind, causing immense distress. Occasionally, when she inadvertently accessed others' thoughts, her lack of control resulted in fainting spells for some and confusion for others. Guilt and remorse tormented her fragile psyche, and it wasn't long before her life spiraled into chaos. After enduring a series of setbacks, she made the choice to leave her family in Boston, embarking on a solitary journey of wandering. Subsequently, she was discovered by Sebastian Shaw, who invited her to join the Hellfire Club. "I heard you eventually left that cold place as well?" The White Queen inquired with a slight smile. "Tell me, dear sister, what was your reaction upon realizing you could perceive the thoughts of strangers and decipher their intricate emotions?" The Silver Fox paused momentarily before responding softly. "To be honest, it was a dreadful experience. It gradually eroded my faith in humanity, be it men or women. I was previously unaware that my friend Jenny harbored jealousy towards my affluent father, secretly calling me a little brat and spreading rumors about my supposed liaisons with various boys. I was equally oblivious to the fact that the seemingly cultured and charming Johnny only wished to seduce me into his bed, his mind rife with lewd and distasteful fantasies, boasting to others that he had already succeeded. Reflecting on the past, the Silver Fox turned to her long-estranged sister, expressing sincerely, "Emma, I finally comprehend your previous actions. You could have confided in me. Before becoming a mutant, did you truly understand this torment?" The White Queen coldly interrupted, her expression betraying indifference. Her sister, the Silver Fox, possessed far superior control over her abilities, which involved psychological suggestions and consciousness manipulation, thereby mitigating the risk of losing control. Thus, the reunion of the sisters reached its conclusion. Taking a deep breath and regaining her composure, the White Queen turned her head and said, "I have summoned you here today to inform you that you should leave S.H.I.L.D. as soon as possible. In no more than a week, Atlantis will initiate a full-scale war, commencing its landing on the Atlantic coast. While Superman is indeed powerful, he alone cannot halt the advance of Atlantis. Those blue-skinned denizens of the deep possess advanced technology and have assembled a formidable army. Simply withdrawing from S, H, I, E, L, D is all that is required of you. With your identity as a mutant, even if Atlantis ultimately prevails, you will encounter no troubles. The young White Queen, with a serious expression, cautioned her. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Silver Fox shook her head. The intention to persuade her sister to abandon the darkness had completely evaporated. After all, the definitions of light and darkness are subjective, each side holding differing perspectives. Then take care of yourself, the White Queen remarked, sensing her sister's indecision and lack of response before departing. A sense of disappointment washed over her. Anger that Silver Fox Kyra, a mutant herself, could not discern the path ahead. With Atlantis and the mutants forming a formidable alliance, what could Superman do? A solitary figure is insufficient to withstand the overwhelming tide. 40 minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed as Carter pushed open the door to the director's office. Silver Fox was reunited with her sister. The female agent tossed a thick envelope onto the desk, for which a stack of clandestinely taken photographs slid out. Although somewhat blurred, the figures and faces of the two were still discernible. Bingo! Leaning back in his chair, Luke snapped his fingers and turned to Rogers, saying, "This is the surprise I prepared. Draft a confidential report of today's meeting and accidentally leak it, ensuring the inclusion of the photographs." Carter nodded. Upon discovering that Silver Fox Kyra and the White Queen were sisters, she had discreetly arranged for them to be monitored. Initially, her intention was to track down the Hellfire Club, but the situation had shifted so rapidly. The current state of affairs had escalated from human-mutant tensions to a small-scale war between terrestrial and oceanic civilizations. Will Sebastian Shaw believe this? Carter hesitated to inquire. After all, the White Queen, Emma Frost, is a significant member of the club, ranking just below him. Moreover, a few photographs do not substantiate much. Planting a seed of doubt is all that is necessary. Sebastian Shaw's insatiable thirst for power makes him a naturally suspicious individual, Luke remarked, drumming his fingers on the table with a smile. Once he expresses any suspicion, it will inevitably create a rift with the White Queen. At that point, through the persuasion of Silver Fox Kyra, there's a possibility of swaying him to our side. As for whether it ultimately proves effective, that is of little consequence. Simply irritating Sebastian Shaw is sufficient. Carter pondered for a moment, seemingly in agreement, and nodded. Then I shall proceed. However, what manner of leak would appear most authentic? From the list of spies within the Federal Bureau of Investigation, identify several Soviet agents who have been exposed yet remain at large. Given that their Leviathan and the Red House seem to be in clandestine communication with the Hydra, it is reasonable to assume they will maintain contact with Sebastian Shaw as well. Luke responded without hesitation, suggesting that the management of S, H, I, L, D should indeed be entrusted to him. Carter chuckled, remarking that the general appeared to be quite adept at this intelligence countermeasure game. "Steve, is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring?" Upon Carter's departure from the office, Luke realized that Rogers was gazing intently at him. Could it be that after losing Bucky, Captain America has begun to project his emotions onto him? Instantly, a flurry of philosophical images flooded Luke's mind, sending a chill down his spine. "You tactical players have such dirty minds," Rogers lamented, indicating that in comparison to Luke, he felt as pure as a blank slate. Chapter 116. A Traitor Among Us. After a rather unpleasant conversation with Sister Silver Fox, the White Queen set forth on her journey back to the capital of Atlantis, Poseidonia. As a member of the Hellfire Club and a compatriot of King Namor, she was granted passage aboard a sleek, elongated vessel reserved for the nobility, capable of navigating freely beneath the ocean depths. As Shaw had observed, the situation was indeed tense. Once Atlantis formally engaged in warfare with the terrestrial world, depleting each other's resources, the mutants would stand to gain significantly. The vessel carved through the water, navigating the dark and intricate underwater terrain, and after more than 2 hours, it arrived at the royal city of Poseidonia. The White Queen gradually reduced her speed, submitting to the scrutiny of the patrolling guards. Through the semicircular windows of the cockpit, she observed a multitude of marine creatures assembling in orderly formations. The King of Atlantis, in name, was the sovereign of the 4 oceans and the master of the 7 seas. With but a command, he could summon an army numbering in the millions. If not tens of millions, this was no exaggeration. The terrestrial realm was disunited, akin to an open palm, whereas Atlantis resembled a clenched fist its strength consolidated in one place. Reflecting on Sebastian Shaw's words, the White Queen felt a pang of sentimentality. This life-giving blue planet had oceans that vastly surpassed the land in area, covering approximately 70% of the Earth's surface. These vast waters teemed with countless marine species. After the fall of Atlantis, its population had dwindled by 2/3, and it took millennia for it to return to a semblance of normalcy. The armies they commanded were not exceptionally large. The so-called numerical advantage relied more on their ability to harness the marine life. Years of living in the deep sea had endowed the Atlanteans with the ability to breathe underwater and see in the dark. They possessed an innate affinity for marine creatures, exuding a natural charisma, as if blessed with a charm that radiated warmth. Those particularly gifted could communicate with, ride, and become knights of the ocean, joining the ranks of the king's elite guard in Poseidonia. Moreover, the White Queen became aware that the collapse of Atlantis had caused the once numerous city-states to disperse, forming tribal settlements. For instance, there were the Orca clan, the Seahorse clan, and the Hammerhead Shark clan, among others. These marine tribes, after numerous battles, have come to recognize the supremacy of Atlantis and obey the commands of the king. Can a solitary individual withstand the onslaught of an entire nation or a formidable army? The White Queen shook her head, acknowledging that it was precisely because she could not foresee a victorious outcome for the terrestrial world that she dared to contact her sister, stationed within SHIELD, hoping she would distance herself from the eye of the storm. Sebastian Shaw had recently been rallying his compatriots, the members of the Hellfire Club, growing at an unprecedented pace. He fervently indoctrinated the young mutants who joined, with rather extreme racial rhetoric, essentially a mere modification of the Third Reich's ideology, repackaged for modern consumption. This troubled the White Queen, for she had always opposed such extreme acts of genocide and racial extermination. She hoped it would not escalate to that level. Upon reaching the landing pad in the western district of Poseidonia, the White Queen donned a peculiar helmet equipped with a breathing apparatus and opened the hatch to descend. "Shaw wishes to see you," a young man with vibrant red hair whistled as he approached, clad in waterproof attire and wearing a breathing device necessary for surface dwellers. Nova, the young mutant who could manipulate flames. The White Queen cast him a glance, her brow slightly furrowing. Her intuition suggested that the atmosphere felt amiss. Typically, when encountering her, these newcomers would exhibit a greater degree of respect. In the Hellfire Club, core members were named after chess pieces. For instance, she was the queen, while Sebastian Shaw was the king. A brash youth like Nova was hardly qualified to be a piece on the board. So how could he dare to address her in such a flippant manner? "Is there something you require?" The White Queen retorted. "I took a stroll and feel a bit weary. If it's not of utmost importance, let us discuss it later." "I don't know." Shaw insists you go to him promptly. "He doesn't like to be kept waiting," the red-haired youth replied with a smirk. His response only deepened the White Queen's suspicions. Lacking the moral scruples of the bald professor, she had no qualms about reading others' thoughts or invading their consciousness. "Where is Emma?" "Everyone has been staying in Atlantis. We must not wander about to avoid exposing our location. Nova, you stay at the landing pad. When Emma returns, let her come to see me." "Humph. She can be quite headstrong at times." The White Queen withdrew her gaze, exiting Nova's mental realm. Her instincts warned her that a more serious issue might be at play. However, upon probing Nova's thoughts, she found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was best to confront Shaw directly. The White Queen, disinclined to ponder further, held an elevated status within the Hellfire Club. Aside from Sebastian Shaw, who, protected by his metallic helmet that severed mental connections, was immune to his own abilities, the majority of mutants would find it difficult to contend with telepaths. "You sought me for a matter?" she inquired, striding into an opulent chamber adorned with splendor. Namor's burgeoning trust in Sebastian Shaw had elevated the latter to the stature of a life mentor in his eyes. This burgeoning favoritism stirred discontent among many high-ranking Atlanteans, who perceived the king as having betrayed his kin by aligning with mutants. "Where have you been?" Sebastian questioned, his brow furrowed and his tone somber. With impending conflict at hand, it was prudent to refrain from unnecessary wanderings. Should a superhuman discover the location of Atlantis, one could only speculate on the potential for a surprise assault. "I merely took a stroll. This place feels stifling. Wearing this contraption all day hampers my breathing." The White Queen replied nonchalantly, tapping the respirator on her head. She had mastered the art of deception from a tender age. Exercise caution in the future. The closer we draw to success, the more vigilant we must be. Sebastian's demeanor softened as he continued. By the way, I've heard you have a sister who is also a mutant. The Hellfire Club welcomes any compatriot. You might consider inviting her. The terrestrial realm is on the brink of turmoil, soon to be engulfed in relentless warfare. I will. The White Queen's gaze flickered, sensing that Sebastian was privy to something. Yet, during this meeting, she had disclosed nothing to anyone. Emma, we are all your family. Sebastian's voice turned gentle, revealing an affectionate demeanor. Though we may lack blood ties, we share deeper connections, identical identities and genes, an indelible mark etched into our very beings. The White Queen appeared moved, her beautiful eyes shimmering as if brimming with unshed tears. I have always been grateful to you, Shaw. You have rescued me from the monotony of ordinary life, allowing me to behold a more wondrous vista. Sebastian was pleased with her response. The White Queen was a mutant he deeply valued. Without her, he would lose the means to control Namor. Several minutes later, their conversation drew to a close. The White Queen exited the chamber with a glint of coldness in her eyes. The ability to read intentions and discern thoughts was second nature to telepaths. She recognized that Sebastian was playing on emotional strings. The rationale behind this maneuver was likely to secure her allegiance. Even if he were aware of her sister's affiliation with S.H.I.L.D., it did not inherently signify anything. Did her loyalty to the Hellfire Club truly warrant skepticism? The White Queen, engulfed in profound confusion, knew Sebastian Shaw well. He was of the same ilk as her father. Self-serving and astute in calculations, he would never easily relinquish a pawn of value. Just as before, he would rather sacrifice the swift current than abandon Namor. It is not that Sebastian Shaw harbors any clandestine, profound feelings for Namor. Rather, it is simply that the latter still holds utility and cannot be discarded for the time being. A straightforward choice dictated by self-interest. I hope Shaw does not disappoint me, thought the White Queen. Women are utterly untrustworthy. Sebastian Shaw strolled alone through his chambers, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Were it not for the collaboration with Hydra, how could I have discovered the existence of a traitor within the Hellfire Club? The efficiency of S.H.I.L.D. is remarkably high. Photos of the White Queen's meeting with her sister, the Silver Fox, along with that confidential document, were swiftly leaked to Soviet spies. Subsequently, these fell into the hands of Leviathan's operatives and eventually reached Hydra, who presented them as a gift to Sebastian Shaw. As the saying goes, who in this world is not acquainted with Hydra? Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., there must be some moles embedded. After all, the previous Operation Paperclip saw the United States absorb numerous Nazi scientists, including a significant number of rocket technology experts and senior researchers. Following suit, S.H.I.E.L.D. has also recruited many remnants of Hydra, undoubtedly infiltrated by spies as well. Luke is aware of this, but has chosen not to conduct a thorough investigation, intentionally turning a blind eye. After all, they are merely fodder. It is far more efficient to harvest them when they flourish. Thanks to them, Sebastian Shaw has received information with greater swiftness. Yet, she cannot be moved just yet. Patience is required. With his hands clasped behind his back, Sebastian gazed at the world map hanging on the wall. He harbored extraordinary ambitions. Atlantis was merely the first stepping stone. Hydra, the Red Skull, and the Third Reich had all failed. Sebastian tilted his head and smiled, proclaiming, "But I shall not." Chapter 117. Apologies, I wish to join Hydra Operation Paperclip. Rogers closed the thick dossier in the director's office. In essence, the president had secretly extradited a group of German scientists, while S.H.I.L.D. had similarly absorbed a portion of Hydra's forces. Could this not allow the enemy to infiltrate and pose a threat to national security? Captain America displayed a hint of confusion. As an intelligence agency, S.H.I.L.D's foremost concern should be safeguarding its own confidentiality. Actively recruiting Hydra is tantamount to creating opportunities for spies to lie in wait. Unbeknownst, this increases a certain level of risk. What shall be done when S.H.I.E.L.D. transforms into the new Hydra? This plan was initially launched by the military, drawn to the innovative technologies of the Third Reich SV-1 and V-2 rockets, seeking to acquire them. Luke shrugged casually and remarked, The most precious commodity of the 20th century was talent. The newly inaugurated president understood this principle, which is why he approved the Paperclip Project. During World War II, the military-industrial complex of the Third Reich was exceptionally advanced, brimming with various cutting-edge technologies and undeniably the foremost power. It is only natural that the White House and the Pentagon gazed upon it with envy. Ruthless acquisition and prioritization of self-interest are, after all, in their nature. Initially, many opposed this initiative, as regulations prohibited Allied forces from directly engaging with war criminals. Luke paused, a smile gracing his lips, and continued. Ironically, nearly all German scientists and engineers eligible for recruitment or extradition were closely associated with the Nazi Party, some even meeting the criteria of war criminals. Rogers wore a look of astonished enlightenment, although he was aware that the intertwining interests might obscure the nation's image. The thought of enlisting war criminals into government ranks was still difficult for him to digest. Those individuals should face justice, Rogers murmured, noticing Captain America's despondent demeanor. Luke elaborated on the federal government's murky history. That is merely your personal perspective. The president and generals hold a different view. To safeguard strategic interests, they circumvented these regulations, dispatching over 700 intelligence agents to vigorously gather personnel related to projects involving fighter planes, missiles, and rockets. Among them was Arthur Rudolph, who once managed a munitions factory and was a talent in rocket manufacturing. However, he was also a notorious war criminal, having committed heinous acts such as the execution of slave laborers and the brutal slaughter and mistreatment of prisoners of war. Then, there was Wernher von Braun, currently a senior engineer at the Army's Equipment Design Research Agency and the designer of the V-2 rocket. He had killed thousands in Britain and was a fervent supporter of the Third Reich. Luke spoke with a meticulousness that struck Rogers like a hammer, each word resonating deeply. Steve, there is no absolute justice in this world. The nation you protect, or rather, the spirit you defend, is not as noble as it appears. Although Luke, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Army Major General, delivered a scathing critique of this capitalist nation masquerading as a beacon of freedom. He acknowledged that the Paperclip Project did indeed have a significant impact on America's development. Take, for instance, Wernher von Braun, a war criminal with an illustrious background. He entered the Technical University of Berlin in 1930, obtained a Ph.D. in physics from Humboldt University 4 years later, and his dissertation was rated at the highest level. Within a mere 2 years, he designed the V-2 rocket, the first ballistic missile deployed in combat. Later, he moved to the United States, where he developed the Saturn V rocket, culminating in the remarkable achievement of landing on the moon. He can be likened to another Howard Stark in the realm of rocket manufacturing and aerospace industry. And what of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are we not the same? Rogers found it somewhat difficult to accept as he gazed at Luke, who was reclining in his seat, almost akin to Dr. Arnim Zola, who previously crafted energy weapons for the Red Skull and now served S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, we overlook his past transgressions. Luke nodded, displaying no reluctance. The Project Paperclip had similarly proved immensely beneficial to S.H.I.E.L.D., transforming it from an obscure intelligence agency into a formidable organization surpassing the Pentagon. Aside from the extraordinary status of superhumans, coupled with various astonishing maneuvers to secure funding and expand power and responsibilities, a portion of this success could also be attributed to the generous assistance of Hydra. This old adversary enabled the restructured Strategic Scientific Reserve to swiftly achieve its initial accumulation of resources. Do not become overly fixated on justice, kindness, and moral conscience, Steve. You may pursue those noble ideals, but they must not serve as the standard by which all else is measured. Luke resumed his role as a purveyor of bitter wisdom, embodying the archetype of a life mentor. Indeed, it seemed quite intriguing to reshape the steadfast Captain America. I never pondered the extent of the bloodshed caused by the arms business Howard was engaged in, nor did I dwell on the fact that Arnim Zola once fervently supported the Third Reich, serving Hydra and the Red Skull, with his hands stained by the blood of Allied soldiers. Such thoughts were devoid of meaning, serving only to entrap oneself in the conflict between moral conscience and harsh reality, yielding no fruitful outcome. Roger's lips moved as if he wished to articulate something. The education he received from a young age instilled in him the necessity to be a good person, to uphold his principles, and to refrain from inflicting harm upon others. Yet Luke's words struck him like a bullet, shattering Captain America's formidable defenses and inducing a sense of doubt. However, Rogers raised his head, appearing somewhat disillusioned. There was no however. To separate reason from reality, I am a superhuman, a war hero, and an object of public admiration. Luke smiled gently and remarked, but I am also the director of S.H.I.L.D., a brigadier general, an unassailable power and leader. I must protect my interests and uphold my position. This sometimes necessitates undertaking actions that conflict with moral integrity. These dual identities do not contradict one another. Roger's mind felt chaotic, as though he were enduring a barrage of mental assaults. He cast a glance at the vibranium shield in his hand, along with the stars and stripes emblazoned on his chest. For a moment, he felt utterly lost. Perhaps I am not suited to be a captain, he mused with self-deprecating laughter after a while. It is fortunate to have you here, Luke. This way, I can simply be a soldier, charging forward without hesitation. After imparting several bowls of life philosophy's bitter wisdom upon Captain America, Luke rose gracefully, patting his shoulder and saying, "Come to my home for dinner tonight. Marlene's cooking is quite good." Minutes later, their conversation came to a close. Gazing at the departing figure of Rogers, he approached the wine cabinet and poured a glass of the exquisite 1982 Lafite, a vintage of remarkable distinction. "Dr. Zola, you have heard everything," Luke remarked, swirling the glass of red wine as he addressed the office partition. "I am acutely aware of Hydra's intentions. You rely on the Operation Paperclip to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., aiming to rise from the ashes and commence anew. The most perilous locations often provide the greatest security. After the downfall of Red Skull, Hydra's influence fractured into 3 factions, one recruited by S.H.I.L.D., another led away by Baron von Strucker, and the remaining faction concealed itself, secretly permeating the inner workings of the federal government. The stout figure of Dr. Zola emerged hesitantly from behind the door. He had been ensconced in his office partition, eavesdropping on the counterintelligence against the Hellfire Club and various intelligence regarding Operation Paperclip. "Major, I have turned my back on the darkness. Hydra is doomed. S.H.I.L.D. is the future," Dr. Zola professed earnestly. Luke offered him a glass of red wine, shaking his head in disagreement. "You are mistaken, Dr. Zola. I have great faith in Hydra. Their organization is remarkably cohesive, their infiltration capabilities are superb, and their intelligence network far surpasses that of S.H.I.L.D. Dr. Zola trembled slightly as he accepted the wine glass, uncertain of what the Major intended to convey. Could it be a reckoning for his past affiliations with Hydra? "Dr. Zola, I wish to join you," Luke declared, his smile broadening, sincerity radiating from his demeanor. "Do you believe I could prove to be a worthy member of Hydra?" Chapter 118. The Director Leads the Rebellion. S.H.I.E.L.D. is doomed. Join Hydra? Dr. Zola stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Had it been anyone else, he might have maintained a skeptical stance, prepared to observe discreetly for a while to evaluate loyalty and personal capability. If a promising candidate were discovered for the organization, it would be a fortuitous development. However, when such words flowed from Luke's lips, it sounded as ludicrous as the president adorning a red scarf, voluntarily seeking to join a party. It lacked any semblance of credibility. Not everyone is willing to endure humiliation and hardship, secretly infiltrating the White House with the goal of dismantling American imperialism. Such noble souls are ultimately few and far between. "Ha!" Dr. Zola forced a laugh, attempting to smooth over the awkwardness. "Major, you are quite the wit. The director expressing a desire to join Hydra is akin to a king leading a rebellion. A man who personally toppled Red Skull, vanquished Hydra. A Superman who ended World War II in Berlin. A legendary hero commanding S.H.I.L.D. against the Atlantean army." He counted the illustrious titles and well-known legendary deeds, casting a glance at Luke, who savored a sip of the 1982 Lafite, his face adorned with a courteous, albeit awkward, smile. If we were to regard the aforementioned remarks as a jest, the humor of this esteemed general might well rival that of the Inuit residing in the Arctic. "I have long ceased to be a member of Hydra," Dr. Zola proclaimed with a firm demeanor, his chest puffed out, asserting, "Indeed, I once served the Red Skull, compelled by duress and circumstance." Deep within my soul, I am a devout and resolute pacifist. I abhor war and detest bloodshed. Since the Allies, under the General's leadership, dispatched the malevolent Axis to the depths of hell, I have rediscovered my true self, liberated from the shackles of guilt. My affiliation with SHIELD has granted me redemption. Each day, I remind myself to shed the sins of my past and embrace a new existence. Moreover, the members of SHIELD are all exceptionally talented individuals, and Mr. Howard Starr possesses a most charming eloquence. In stark contrast to my present life, my tenure with Hydra felt akin to an abyss of torment, a veritable hell. Upon hearing this profoundly sincere confession, Luke could not help but set down his goblet. Truly, a veteran of Hydra for nearly a century, this innate ability to speak so freely rivals that of the politicians in the White House. Dr. Zola, do not be alarmed. My declaration of wanting to join Hydra comes from the heart. Luke displayed his signature warm smile, adopting a persuasive tone. You heard what I discussed with Steve just moments ago. I do not align myself with the factions of the White House or the Pentagon, just as Hydra does not wholly dedicate itself to aiding the Third Reich in its quest for dominion. SHIELD has persistently sought ways to extricate itself from the constraints of national interests, and the war with Atlantis is but one facet of that endeavor. Are you a traitor? Dr. Zola, cradling his goblet, gazed at Luke with astonishment. The director of SHIELD, leading a rebellion. Such news would be met with disbelief. Furrowing his brow, Zola pondered whether this general truly aspired to join Hydra. The Red Skull's ideology is overly traditional, driven solely by power and ambition. Yet he has uttered a phrase I greatly admire. In the future, there will be no national flags. Luke gently clasped Dr. Zola's shoulder and remarked, national interests and the politicians of the White House are inextricably tied to the shadowy cabals of capital. I have no inclination to serve these individuals, nor do I desire to become a mere instrument or weapon. This is precisely why I intend to join Hydra. I value the future of humanity far more than the trappings of the Stars and Stripes. For so long, you have employed the Claw plan to infiltrate SHIELD, covertly, seeking to reinvent yourselves and resurrect with a fresh visage. Consider, what could be more effective than cultivating the SHIELD director into a Hydra operative? Dr. Zola blinked, striving to remain alert. Yet, confronted with Luke's persuasive discourse, he found himself in agreement, perceiving no flaws in the argument. The loquacious general, however, was not taken aback by this development. Due to his acquisition of the Ninja Master Skill Card, he employs rudimentary language and simplistic reasoning to subvert the logic of an ordinary individual, thereby compelling them to accept his assertions. The success of this manipulation is contingent upon the target. The Assassin Alliance, led by the Ninja Master, perceives humanity as decaying flesh and necrotic veins, necessitating regular purging as part of their villainous agenda. Anyone possessing a modicum of intelligence and a capacity for dialectical thought would find such behavior utterly irrational. Yet, apart from Batman, the Ninja Master has successfully brainwashed numerous individuals, including Bane, his daughter Talia, and his grandson Damian. Each time the Ninja Master appears, he is certain to expound upon the notion that a forest ablaze, consuming flora and fauna, will ultimately yield a more prosperous growth in the following year, a ludicrous assertion that violently distorts the logic of a rational mind. I am aware of the distant legends surrounding the inhuman god within Hydra. However, do you genuinely wish to resurrect a monstrous entity from millennia past, only to venerate it as a deity? Rather than placing faith in this so-called inhuman, why not worship me, Superman, a formidable being capable of soaring through the skies, effortlessly leveling mountains and crushing steel, surely more deserving of the title of deity than an entity whose visage remains a mystery? Furthermore, I harbor no objection to your kneeling at my feet in reverence. Dr. Zola maintained his silence, yet within him, tumultuous waves surged. He recalled snippets of information regarding the inhuman god, which he had inadvertently overheard from Red Skull. Logically, such knowledge belonged to the upper echelons of classified information within Hydra. Could there be a traitor in our midst? Almost instinctively, the thought flickered in Dr. Zola's mind. Subsequently, The former chief scientist of Hydra found himself inexplicably contemplating the validity of Luke's assertions. Based on Superman's displayed abilities, it would be no exaggeration to deem him a god among men. Had he existed during the era of the Inhumans in the Mayan period, he might have been revered as a deity. Colonel Dr. Zola sought to clarify his position, hoping to extricate himself from any Hydra-related suspicions. Luke waved his hand, interrupting, "Doctor, if you are not part of Hydra, I sincerely wish you were. If you are part of Hydra, even better, you could serve as my introduction to the organization." Red Skull was likely less interested in resurrecting the Inhuman god than he was in the Cosmic Cube. The other leaders, too, had their own agendas. After millennia of clandestine evolution, Hydra had long since shed its original form. Though the name remained unchanged, its core had drastically transformed. This included you, Dr. Zola. What was your purpose in joining Hydra? Surely it could not be mere adoration for a god you had never even heard of. Upon reaching this juncture, the stout Dr. Zola let out a sigh, relinquishing his pretense. He adjusted his slipping glasses and offered a wry smile, the alluring promise of immortality. Red Skull had claimed that the Inhuman god could bestow eternal life upon everyone. As a scientist, I am acutely aware that the decay of the body is a natural law, an inevitability that cannot be thwarted. Yet, I yearn for spiritual immortality. Chapter 119. The Birth of the Serpent Shield Bureau. The first speaker. Eternal life? The desire to escape the frailty of the mortal coil and attain spiritual immortality. Luke was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering. It was no wonder that Dr. Zola later chose to upload his consciousness into a computer repository, transforming into a ghostly entity in a digital form. The foreshadowing had long been in place. Contemplating the 200,000 feet long database nestled in the basement nearly a century later, it became evident that this was Dr. Zola's corporeal essence. To speak candidly, as a scientist, one ought not to place faith in such delusional promises. Immortality is merely the fanciful illusion of the deluded. The Major General emitted a derisive snort, dismissing this notion. Any religion provides a veneer of seemingly beautiful false hope. Be it the soul ascending to paradise to bask in divine light, or rivers flowing with milk and honey, accompanied by 72 beautiful and pure maidens. The Hydra is no exception. Who, throughout history, has ever achieved immortality? Luke retorted with a smile. If there were to be any beings on Earth potentially capable of eternal life, it would likely be himself. Luke vividly recalled the story of Superman's independence, where he lived until the universe's demise, only to restart a new cycle. There are myriad similar instances. For instance, in All-Star Superman, he resided in the sun for 84,300 years, transforming into the Golden Superman. Furthermore, in Tomorrow's Tales, Superman visited Earth 5 billion years later, witnessing the apocalypse. Time and life, for a Kryptonian who continually evolves and transcends, may merely be a string of numbers, insignificant in the grand scheme. Were it to be materialized, Luke believed that every moment his very being pulsated with the essence of existence. At that time, he was rather blind, fervently devoted to the Third Reich's grand scheme to conquer the continent, unwavering in his belief in Hydra. Dr. Zola took a sip of red wine, concealing his embarrassment. Every mortal has harbored delightful fantasies of immortality. Compared to power and wealth, an endless, protracted life is far more worthy of obsession. Trust me, that legendary Inhuman deity will surely not grant you the rewards you seek. Luke shrugged, shattering Dr. Zola's reverie. The Inhumans are merely an experimental product of the Kree, far removed from being genuine deities. As for immortality, it is a lie. This is something even their creators could not achieve. As one of the three great empires, the Kree emulated the once great celestial group, employing fragments of primitive human genes to develop bioengineering, aiming to fabricate a cadre of formidable warriors. This is the origin of the Inhumans. The so-called Inhuman God is merely the first successful test subject. With so many astute individuals within Hydra, why would they believe such a clumsy deception? Luke found himself curious. Logically, that cabal of conspirators should maintain a skeptical outlook towards everything. We have a plan. Doctor. Zola hesitated, aware that continuing the conversation would jeopardize the organization's secrets. The project star, Luke interjected casually, as if detonating a bombshell. Dr. Zola swallowed hard, desperately masking his shock. You know about this? Could Hydra have been infiltrated by S-H-I-L-D. One of the high-ranking officials must be a traitor. Who could it be? Baron Strucko? Madame Viper? Whitehall, who was responsible for retrieving the inhuman god. A flurry of names raced through his mind, yet he could not ascertain the identity. Regardless of who it was, it would be a colossal blow to Hydra. They had always prided themselves on their espionage and intelligence-gathering capabilities, yet now they found themselves unwittingly beset by an insider threat. The thought of it made Dr. Zola break into a cold sweat. Luke glanced down at the other man's frenzied expressions, unable to suppress a chuckle. Did I say something wrong? He continued. No. Dr. Zola struggled to shake his head and continued. That inhuman god has been banished to a distant planet. Although we cannot pinpoint the exact location to facilitate his return to Earth, we can periodically send items through a portal. Sometimes it's a living being, sometimes it's animals. What is certain is that this god is still alive. Thousands of years have passed since the Mayan era, and he still endures. Hence, many believe that the inhuman god possesses immortality and can bestow this gift upon his most devoted followers. Luke, unimpressed, scoffed, suggesting that he too could survive until the sun extinguished or the universe imploded. He proposed that Hydra should convert to a new faith, establishing a cult of Superman. All right, let us return to the original topic, the Major General said, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, creating an invisible pressure on Dr. Zola's psyche. Trust me, Doctor. I can become the perfect Hydra, guiding you towards a glorious future. I can achieve the grand endeavors that Red Skull could not. A vast Hydra empire. A tightly knit community of humanity's shared destiny. A powerful center of world domination. Luke spoke as if he were a devil enticing mortals to barter their souls. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola's face flushed red, his emotions heightened. He felt as though his logical faculties had been thoroughly invaded, reshaped by Luke's influence. So what is the price? Dr. Zola suppressed the tumultuous stirrings within. An Eastern proverb states that to eliminate external disputes, one must first address internal perils. Luke narrowed his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Before conquering the world, we must consolidate Hydra's South power in one place. I am preparing to engage in amicable discussions with the leaders of Hydra, such as Baron Strucker and Madame Viper, regarding potential collaborations. There is no necessity for Hydra to possess so many heads. Wouldn't you agree? Dr. Zola's fervent enthusiasm was abruptly extinguished, akin to being doused with cold water. He looked up at Luke, his voice trembling as he inquired, General, do you intend to become the sole leader of Hydra? Is there an issue with that? It is akin to conducting business. I am bringing S-H-I-L-D as an investor into Hydra, thereby becoming the largest shareholder and the decision-maker of the board. This is quite reasonable, is it not? Luke replied, a look of perplexity upon his face as he countered. Is there anyone more suitable than myself? S-H-I-E-L-D operates above the Pentagon as an intelligence agency. Is this not a substantial offer? Dr. Zola found himself at a loss for words, his logical reasoning once again in disarray. Hydra is not solely under the leadership of Red Skull. There are others lurking in the shadows, such as Baron Strucker, who remains concealed, Madame Viper, active in the Neon Islands, and Whitehall, who traverses Southeast Asia, among others. Together, they total 9 individuals. Even Red Skull, who aligns himself with the Third Reich, has not ascended to the position of sole leader of Hydra. He is, at best, a mere spokesperson. As a newcomer, Luke's demands seemed rather excessive, entirely beyond the realm of reasonable negotiation. Should the other party truly consider S-H-I-E-L-D as a nurturing environment for Hydra, becoming one of its heads would pose no issue. However, the notion of a singular leader is evidently unattainable. If, as you suggest, General, Hydra were to operate under such a premise, how could it possibly remain unchanged? Dr. Zola chuckled bitterly. It would likely be devoured by S-H-L-D. Luke pondered for a few moments before continuing his fervent rhetoric. No organization can remain static. Only by boldly embracing change can one experience rebirth. As for the question of supremacy between Hydra and S-H-I-L-D, I believe it unnecessary to delineate so sharply. We are all part of the same family. Let's simply call it an A-K-E-S-H-I-E-L-D. I would not mind being the inaugural director. Chapter 120. Go and invite General Cavill Luke's proposal regarding the establishment of a close-knit relationship between S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra aimed at constructing a shared destiny for humanity, was temporarily set aside. Such a significant decision cannot rest solely with Dr. Zola. It necessitates the assent of those leaders concealed in the shadows. He originally belonged to Red Skull's faction, but the remnants of power had long been divided between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, leaving little behind. Thus, Dr. Zola had previously stated that he would withdraw from the organization and renounce the darkness, now aspiring to be a good person. To some extent, this was the truth. After all, with the boss having fled to outer space and the Third Reich nearly extinguished, he had scarcely a few obedient subordinates left to carry out his bidding. Life had reached such a dismal state that remaining with Hydra was no longer viable. It was far more prudent to align oneself with S.H.I.E.L.D. and cling to Superman's coattails. General Cavill, I harbor no objections regarding the establishment of the Serpent Shield. Dr. Zola, who comprehends Luke's intentions, nodded decisively. His mind seemingly shifted. I too believe that you are undoubtedly a superior leader compared to the Red Skull. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. require it, I can promptly provide the whereabouts of Baron Strucker, who is also one of the leaders of Hydra. As for the other leaders, such as Madam Viper, she is far away in the Neon Islands, and the whereabouts of Whitehall have always been elusive, making it difficult to locate him at present. I may be of little assistance. Furthermore, Baron Strucker recently contacted me, and he has clandestine dealings with Atlantis and the Hellfire Club. It is highly probable that he is one of the masterminds orchestrating this war. Dr. Zola, adept at navigating the complexities of Hydra, readily divulged this information, demonstrating a lack of hesitation in trading his allies for personal advantage. After all, they were not of the same faction, and their bonds were tenuous at best. I shall make a trip to Moscow at my earliest convenience. Should I encounter Baron Strucker, I will engage him in a deeper discussion regarding the merger of our organizations. Luke displayed a benevolent smile, confident that the Baron would not refuse his request. The Baron is a clever man, and I trust he would be willing to contribute to the noble endeavor of constructing a brighter future for humanity. Dr. Zola promptly concurred. This stout and portly scientist had managed to remain in the Red Skull's company for so long and ascend to a high-ranking position for good reason. His ability to read the room was, at the very least, comparable to that of Alessandro Costa, the first sycophant under Luke's command. Dr. Zola, our conversation has reached its conclusion, Luke declared as he rose, retrieving the glass of red wine that rested upon the table. The Major General summoned me solely to discuss the transformation plan for the blood of Woden. There is nothing else. Dr. Zola maintained a smile, feigning compliance. Then, let's toast. Luke nodded in satisfaction. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had successfully acquired a stake in Hydra, and the grand vision of forming the Serpent Shield had already taken its initial step. With Dr. Zola as his advocate, it was certain that the head which once belonged to the Red Skull would soon be reclaimed. Cheers. Dr. Zola raised his glass, chuckling awkwardly. He instinctively considered exclaiming, "Hail Hydra!" But, reflecting on his recent shift to the light and his efforts to redeem himself, he swallowed those words back. Hail Hydra! From now on, we are of one camp. Luke seemingly peers through Dr. Zola's inner thoughts, directly articulating this iconic phrase. The latter was momentarily taken aback before promptly exclaiming, "Hail Hydra!" In the office of the director of S.H.I.L.D., the two clinked their glasses together, the crimson liquid swirling in concentric ripples. Side quest: the dawn of a new era, the resurrection of Hydra. Objective: become the sole leader. A glance at the updated task list elicited a faint smile from Luke. In a week's time, numerous cities along the Atlantic coastline, including Boston, Philadelphia, Miami, and New York, were poised to be assailed by the forces of Atlantis. This heralded the onset of war. Those gathered blue-skinned denizens of the deep were either mounted upon colossal marine creatures or piloting elongated vessels, advancing towards the land. General Cavill, what is your plan? In the Oval Office, the president could no longer endure the external clamor and the mounting pressures for war, and thus sought Luke's assistance. Apart from the miraculous General Cavill, he was at a loss as to whom else to trust. During this period, the Navy had attempted to establish contact with the Atlantean forces, resulting in several minor skirmishes, each culminating in dismal defeat. It became evident that a carrier fleet could scarcely hope to conquer Atlantis in the vast expanse of the Atlantic. Even deploying bombers for firepower suppression yielded negligible results. The Atlanteans, sensing danger, could swiftly retreat beneath the waves. Their formidable, high-pressure water cannons and the robust fortifications, which boasted protective water membranes, rendered even torpedoes ineffective. Unless the White House resolved to drop another atomic bomb, the prospects of the impending war appeared grim. "Mr. President, there is no need for alarm," Luke began, aiming to soothe the situation. Having not seen him for several days, it was apparent that the president, who had assumed office less than a year ago, looked considerably worn. To minimize casualties, the National Guard was already evacuating residents from cities near the Atlantic coastline. This course of action sparked considerable discontent among the populace. The boiling public opinion was akin to water on the verge of boiling over. Having just endured a war, the American people were far from eager for another conflict, and thus, grievances abounded. Congressional members were at odds, with hawks and doves clashing daily, exchanging barbs about each other's lineage. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon, some had even suggested the deployment of atomic bombs for a clean slate. This impending war placed immense pressure on the proud eagle, known for wielding military hegemony to coerce other nations. "General Cavill, I cannot remain calm," the president lamented. As Secretary Nimitz of the Navy remarked, if he knew the location of that band of blue-skinned ruffians' lair, he would be eager to rain down atomic bombs upon them at once. The president, with a wry smile, admitted his inability to maintain composure. He had not enjoyed a restful night as sleep in days. Whenever he closed his eyes, he envisioned the Atlanteans breaching the White House, leaving him to dangle from a lamppost, a fate reminiscent of a French tradition. "If I may be frank, I fear that atomic bombs may not resolve our predicament." Luke shattered the president's final vestiges of hope and solemnly remarked, "The royal city of Atlantis, Poseidonia, may lie deep beneath the ocean's trenches. The shockwaves from any explosion should not harm them." This is indeed encouraging news. The president, removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose, found himself at a loss for words. If even atomic bombs proved ineffective, what chance did the federal government have of victory? The SHIELD agency had been far from idle. We dispatched hundreds of agents, actively gathering intelligence on Atlantis throughout Boston and Philadelphia. As the president appeared on the verge of a mental breakdown, Luke interjected at the opportune moment. "The tactics of the underwater dwellers likely involve constructing fortifications along the coastline, establishing a robust defensive line and offensive camps. The Atlanteans are ill-suited for terrestrial life. While they can breathe underwater, they cannot endure prolonged stays in human cities. Periodically, their forces must retreat to their coastal fortresses to replenish supplies of weapons and water." Chapter 121. The siege approaches before the final confrontation. Does this not imply that the Atlanteans cannot venture far inland? The increasingly anxious president, whose hairline was receding, felt a glimmer of hope. He contemplated whether relocating the White House to Chicago or San Antonio might provide greater safety. A strategic withdrawal to conserve strength is not an act of shame. Yet, the notion of preparing to relocate before the battle has even commenced feels oddly familiar. Observing the president's expression, Luke felt a wave of exasperation. It seems all politicians are cut from the same cloth. The Atlanteans undoubtedly possess solutions to their challenges. They could easily use the coastline as a starting point, continuously constructing formidable fortresses that serve as way stations, steadily advancing their front lines. Once again, Luke ruthlessly dispelled the president's comforting illusions. Rather than relying on the Atlanteans' inability to penetrate inland, it would be prudent to seriously consider how to organize forces and commence defenses. "Oh, I momentarily overlooked that. Such a tactic is indeed viable." The president, now confronted with the shattering of his dreams and the ups and downs of life, felt a surge of irritation. What was more infuriating was that he could not vent his frustrations on Luke, for, given the current circumstances, the only hope for saving the nation and winning the war rested squarely upon the shoulders of this major general. Superman is the last hope for all. While those fortifications built along the coastline, equipped with defensive water membranes, would undoubtedly supply the Atlanteans, they also present clear targets. Luke coolly analyzed the situation and continued, "We can certainly deploy bombers for fire coverage while utilizing carrier groups for localized harassment." Previously, the SHIELD agency seized several submarines from Hydra, after thorough modifications. Combined with the nuclear reactors designed by Howard Stark, they could be operational and ready for deployment in no time. In the face of Atlantis' offensive, the odds of victory were not as dismal as initially imagined. Upon hearing Luke's words, the president felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. The young major general seated across from him exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. In truth, Luke possessed several aces up his sleeve. Besides the formidable strength of Superman himself, the Golden Trident seized from Namor had the power to manipulate the weather and unleash tsunamis. Countering the forces of Atlantis could not be simpler. A single colossal tsunami could obliterate all the fortifications along the Atlantic coastline. This strategy, however, bore the hallmark of a mutually destructive gamble. Such measures were unnecessary unless the situation became dire. The reason for withholding this information from the White House and the Pentagon was merely to allow the tension of the war to simmer, thereby creating a more favorable scenario for SHIELD. As for the President's sleepless nights and the anxiety that had caused his hair to thin, those concerns were of no consequence to Luke. I propose that the naval carrier group divert the attention of the Atlanteans, while SHIELD's task force, along with the assault teams, launches an attack from the ground. Luke articulated with unwavering composure. His calm self-assurance served as a potent tonic to the president, whose anxiety began to ebb. In stark contrast, the bickering legislators on Capitol Hill appeared rather absurd, their discordant voices a far cry from the unity required in such perilous times. The Pentagon's response had been nothing short of disappointing. Days had passed since Atlantis emerged, yet neither the Navy nor the Army had produced a viable plan to dismiss the disastrous notion of abandoning the coastline for the safety of inland cities. Reflecting on this, the president's gaze toward Luke grew increasingly fervent, as if he were a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Major General Cavill is indeed the pillar of our nation, a true savior, he mused. You may voice any needs you have, the president declared, momentarily swept away by elation. Had he remained clear-headed, he would undoubtedly recall how this young Major General had previously sent the Budget Committee fleeing and had left the Pentagon in trepidation. Negotiating benefits, stipulating conditions, and requesting funds were matters in which Luke was exceedingly adept. It is my honor to contribute, however modestly, to this war effort. The young Major General responded with a gentle smile, devoid of any self-aggrandizement. His demeanor stirred deep emotions within the president, nearly rendering him speechless. However, before the president, whose hair was thinning with age, could bask in this emotional moment, Luke shifted his tone. Since you have extended such kindness, I must humbly accept and make a modest request. A modest request? An unsettling premonition began to unfurl within the president's heart. In the next moment, Luke produced a substantial folder, its pages numbering in the hundreds. The president swallowed hard, silently praying that Luke would not request additional funds. The Budget Committee had already been thoroughly depleted. With trembling hands, he opened the folder to reveal the title, Planning and Specific Regulations of the World Security Council. 3 days later, in Boston, at the port, the cargo ships that typically docked there had vanished without a trace. In their stead rose imposing triangular fortresses. From the shore, one could distinctly observe a battalion of tall and muscular Atlantean guards, their heads adorned with helmets resembling fish tanks, designed for normal respiration. Each individual donned a uniform akin to exoskeletal-powered armor, exuding an air of formidable strength as they moved. In recent days, the naval fleet had made several attempts to drive them away, all of which ended in failure. There was a stark disparity in firepower between the two sides, compounded by the Atlanteans' mastery of the sea, allowing them to fully exploit their advantages. The various tactics employed by the Navy struggled to achieve their intended effects. Overall, the technological prowess of Atlantis was comparable to that of its namesake nation in the neighboring set, placing it well ahead of its time in the post-World War II landscape. Unless the White Eagle could rally its allies for another war against Atlantis to defend the civilization of the terrestrial world, the most prudent strategy would be to abandon the coastal cities and retreat to fortify their defensive lines. Thus, the presence of so many factions favoring surrender or negotiation within the White House and the Pentagon was not without justification. A land-based nation faced with an oceanic civilization indeed encountered a considerable gap. Inform Admiral Nimitz of the Navy to mobilize the aircraft carrier group. Those Atlanteans are preparing to land, Luke instructed, his gaze returning to the ground as he spoke to the liaison officer. With his enhanced vision and hearing, he could effortlessly discern the conversations taking place within the fortresses. Next, it was time for the assault team to take action. Luke turned to the fully armed Rogers and quietly said, "You are to lead the mechanized forces of the Army, along with the supporting National Guard, to prevent the Atlanteans from landing." Most of Boston's citizens had been evacuated in advance, leaving the city with only the waiting American troops and the impending Atlantean forces. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Captain America tightened his grip on his vibranium shield and nodded vigorously. It was his first time in a commanding role, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. "Steve, your task is to buy Howard time to successfully execute the final step," Luke advised. He had no doubts about Captain America's capabilities. The warship-class soldiers, enhanced through the blood of Woden, would have no trouble dealing with the Atlantean army. Apart from the mutants of the Hellfire Club and Namor himself, these blue-skinned denizens of the deep sea are hardly formidable beings. Chapter 122, The World Stand-In. Platinum Star, a black sedan, glided slowly into the heart of Greenwich Village, coming to a halt before a three-story edifice. "General, we have arrived," announced the young driver, impeccably dressed in military attire, as he respectfully opened the car door. Leaning against the back seat, Luke nodded and alighted. His gaze fell upon the nameplate. Then he looked up at the circular window atop the building. This was indeed the place, confirming he had not erred. A faint smile graced Luke's lips as he beheld the structure before him, the New York Sanctum. Camartage had once established 3 temporal nodes around the globe, and this location was one of them. Among the multitude of sorcerers on the North American continent, none were unaware of the Sanctum's existence. Have they finally ceased hiding from me? Luke pondered, his eyes flickering with intrigue. A month after his arrival in this world, he had endeavored to seek out the New York Sanctum. At that time, his external abilities had yet to activate, and learning he had been thrust into the realm of Marvel filled him with a profound sense of insecurity. As a traveler of sorts, a temporal stowaway in a sense, Luke dared to venture close to the secret sanctum nestled in West Village, hoping perhaps his innate gifts would catch the eye of the Supreme Sorcerer, who would take him as an apprentice. Thus would begin his journey toward becoming a legendary sorcerer. Regrettably, Luke spent over a month wandering the streets of Greenwich Village, fruitlessly searching for the building numbered 117. Clearly, the Supreme Sorcerer had not taken an interest in him. This harsh reality left the Luke of that time in considerable dismay. The New York Sanctum is a magical edifice, its location steadfast and unchanging. However, the ability to discover it and gain entry is a matter of fate. Take, for instance, the future Doctor Strange, who, after a mere stroll in Kathmandu, was ushered into Camartage by the disciple Mordo, ascending to the pinnacle of his life. Meanwhile, Luke, undeterred by the elements, diligently checked in daily at Brick Street, yet to no avail. His unusual behavior even sparked suspicion in Rogers and Bucky, who believed their friend had clandestinely embraced the warmth and allure of a younger woman, thus ending his bachelorhood. Master Gu awaited inside. The moment Luke stepped from the car, the heavy doors of the New York Sanctum swung open with a suddenness that felt almost surreal. The space seemed to fold, revealing a labyrinthine spectacle of interwoven mirrors, presenting an enchanting yet intricate panorama. A dark-skinned sorcerer, clad in a vintage robe, emerged with a serene smile. "Major, please enter," he said, his demeanor notably cordial as he inclined slightly in invitation. Luke nodded lightly, without a hint of hesitation, and stepped through the threshold. Following the overnight discourse with the Supreme Sorcerer, the two parties have tentatively reached a consensus for collaboration. The only missing element appears to be the troublesome Conqueror Kong, who has yet to make his presence known. "I trust, Major, you do not take offense," the Ancient One remarked, expressing a desire to keep outsiders from entering the sanctum. Luke stood at the entrance, following the gaze of the Black Sorcerer. The young driver, initially intent on following, seemed ensnared in a temporal loop, repeatedly closing the car door and ascending the steps. It was as though a fragment of time had been extracted and ensnared him within its grasp. Luke smirked. The Supreme Sorcerer was indeed a master of time. The scene unfolding before the young driver was far more intricate than mere temporal suspension. Extracting predetermined facts and weaving them into a tributary of time created a situation that, once nested within, was exceedingly difficult to escape. Were it a lesser being, they might not even perceive the manipulation at play. Luke found no surprise in this. The first Supreme Sorcerer, Agamotto, had long possessed the Time Stone, sealing it within a unique artifact, safeguarded by countless enchantments. The subsequent holder of the title, the Ancient One, rarely parted from this supreme artifact known as the Eye of Agamotto, often engaging with it in contemplation. Manipulating the branches of time and inducing temporal stasis were mere trifles for them, even with the world's avatar at his disposal. The Supreme Sorcerer would find it no easy task to contend with my dual abilities of speed and magic immunity, embodied in the Platinum Star. As Luke quietly pondered this, he stepped through the doorway, surveying the architectural layout of the sanctum. The first floor housed a parlor and a public library, where several robed sorcerers rushed by, engrossed in hefty tomes. Some were deep in thought, while others wore furrowed brows in silence. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the space as several robust figures emerged. Their faces smeared with grime, clad in armor, and wielding heavy weaponry, such as axes and flails. Are these also sorcerers? Luke inquired, tilting his head. Recently, the hellish dimensions have been quite restless. They are members of the Paladin Order, tasked with eradicating the lesser demons that have infiltrated the main universe, the Black Sorcerer elucidated. Camartage has always maintained a collaborative relationship with various earthly hermitages and religious institutions. A look of understanding dawned on Luke. To put it more bluntly, they were merely utilizing the Paladin Order and the Church as tools, ascending with the Black Sorcerer to the second floor, which served as the living quarters. Numerous guest rooms lined the halls. Notably, the walls were adorned with portals leading to various locales around the globe, each displaying scenes of dense forests, towering mountains, and vast oceans accompanied by gleaming, rotating mechanisms. Continuing upward, the third floor represented the sanctum's most critical area, designated for the storage of magical artifacts, as well as meditation and training. Luke followed the sorcerer of African descent into this place. Ordinarily, as an outsider, he would not be entitled to step inside. However, the Ancient One has always been indifferent to such trivialities, in stark contrast to the rigid and stern Agamotto. Along the way, Luke encountered numerous familiar magical artifacts, the most striking of which was the levitating cloak displayed in a glass case. Doctor Strange signature equipment. All of these items awaited their destined owner. Clad in a pristine white robe, the Ancient One stood before a circular window. It seems I am not the person they await, Luke lamented, wishing he could discreetly procure a few magical tools. With the S.H.I.E.L.D. assault team consisting only of Superman and Captain America. Perhaps Howard could be transformed into a sorcerer, following an upgrade path akin to the yet-to-be-born Doctor Doom, mastering both science and magic. A wizard, a tank, a support to draw aggro, a team ready for dungeon delving. Colonel, the impending clash between the civilizations of Atlantis and the surface world is upon us. Shouldn't you be on the front line? The Ancient One remarked with a subtle smile. As you can see, the sanctum in New York is of little assistance. With the invasion from the hellish dimension, we must focus on maintaining the temporal nodes. Luke shook his head. He had never intended for the Supreme Sorcerer to intervene in this crisis. Chapter 123. The rare magical prodigy, the positions of Camartage, and the Supreme Sorcerer have been unequivocal from the very beginning. Unless Atlantis intends to obliterate the Earth, it is a mere fantasy to expect the Ancient One to lend a hand. They have always regarded the mundane society with disdain. Otherwise, the Chitauri fleet would never have been able to invade New York. The moment the portal opened, the Supreme Sorcerer could have effortlessly dispatched the vanguard troops sent by Thanos. As for Loki's schemes and tricks before the Ancient One, who had seen the official spoilers, they appeared as nothing more than a series of glaring blunders. Ancient One, I have come to the sanctum today merely to demonstrate how a well-prepared organization confronts a grave crisis, Luke confidently stated as he approached the circular window. Within the sanctum, a series of protective measures ensured internal security, including magic spells and traps designed to thwart potential intruders. Additionally, the building was fortified with a supreme seal, represented by the very circular window before Luke, known as the Window of the World, a formidable seal imposed by the Vishani. It was exceptionally sturdy, capable of safeguarding the sanctum from the ravages of supernatural forces and dark beings. Thus, the Supreme Sorcerer often stood here, observing the changes in the world. Colonel, do you still wish to persuade me that one can quell any crisis in its infancy simply by being adequately prepared? Ancient One shook her head with a smile. Clearly unconvinced that Luke could accomplish such a feat, a mage must possess not only a robust physique, but also an unwavering will. Otherwise, the cost of casting spells, along with the allure of the dark dimensions, would inevitably drag them into an abyss of despair. As the most powerful among mages, how could Ancient One be easily swayed to alter her perspective? Having held the eye of Agamotto for many years, she had witnessed the tumultuous tides of this world, traversing the currents of time and space, enduring countless terrifying wars. She spoke plainly, yet her tone exuded immense confidence. Thousands of years ago, Asgard and the Dark Elves vied for the throne of the Nine Realms. Centuries passed. Odin and his daughter Hela sounded the clarion call of war. leading the Valkyrie legions to expand their dominion across the realms. Retracing her thoughts to the decisive battle between the Asgardians and the Frost Giants, which erupted in Teensburg, Norway, Ancient One gazed at Luke, whose smile remained unyielding, and softly remarked, "This is why I remain indifferent to the World War and Atlantis. The passage of time erodes one's inner emotions. For me, life resembles an endless, boundless cage, confining me within." With a sigh, she conveyed a sense of world weariness, reminiscent of a weary worker yearning for retirement after years of toil. It was no wonder she hastily passed the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange and departed Earth through astral projection, seeking the counsel of one of the 5 celestial deities, Eternity. The wealth of experience nestled in the recesses of her memory warned her that it was impossible to extinguish every nascent danger before it materialized. Eliminating one variable could inadvertently trigger a more dire backlash. Ancient One concluded, dismissing Luke's theory while perceiving his true intentions. Should there be unity among Camartage and a deepening connection with the mundane world, perhaps even advancing towards collaboration between the 3 sanctums and the S.H.E.L.D., led by Luke, the young Major's position would be solidified once more. To put it plainly, Luke sought to seize power, firmly tethering the mage faction to his chariot of war. Having weathered numerous storms, Ancient One did not dismiss such a strategy, yet without sufficient justification, she would not acquiesce. There are no absolute truths in this world. Luke, undeterred by Ancient One's rejection, responded with a smile, "I wish to invite you, Ancient One, to witness a spectacular performance to validate my theory. Will it pertain to the war concerning Atlantis?" Ancient One furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you not intend to participate? Losing Superman, our premier powerhouse, against Atlantis' gradual incursion upon the terrestrial realm appears futile. At least, before the performance concludes, my presence is not required," Luke replied, his words laden with significance. He had prepared everything meticulously. "General, you appear to be brimming with confidence. I must admit, this piques my profound interest in the direction of this war." A flicker of doubt surfaced in Ancient One's eyes. Ever since Luke had conjured numerous time branches, this world had become increasingly unfamiliar and novel to her. Yet, even though it was challenging to glimpse the future's alterations, upon reflection, it was clear that without the intervention of a superhuman, Atlantis' victory would be unequivocal. "Shall we place a wager?" Luke's lips curled into a smile, resembling a dealer in a casino, enticingly suggesting, "I assure you, I will not act before Namor is utterly exasperated and ready to go down in flames." "What are the stakes?" Ancient One inquired with keen interest. "An opportunity to learn," Luke replied earnestly. "I have always harbored a dream of becoming a sorcerer." Ancient One chuckled softly, stepping back a couple of paces to scrutinize him thoroughly. "From a purely physical standpoint, you possess the basic qualities of a sorcerer." Upon hearing this, Luke felt a strong urge to retort. Why is the fundamental quality of a sorcerer assessed by physical strength? Are we all merely berserkers here? As for the affinity for natural elements and magical talent, Ancient One hesitated, displaying a peculiar expression. "When you were loitering at the entrance of the sanctum in New York, I refrained from approaching you because at that time, you were a blank slate with nearly zero capacity to absorb natural energy and magical elements. To be blunt, you are utterly unsuitable to be a sorcerer. However, I have encountered many prodigies, including exceptional talents like Merlin. Without a doubt, you could become one of them. Honestly, if I had no better candidates, I might consider you as the successor to the next Supreme Sorcerer." Luke was somewhat taken aback. Was the template for magical superhumans so formidable, transforming from a novice into a magical genius in an instant? Nonetheless, he thought it best to decline the position of Supreme Sorcerer. One must understand that periodically, the Trinity's Vishani would host a contest for the Supreme Sorcerer. To put it simply, it resembled a battle royale. All participants are confined to a limited space, competing against each other in intelligence and personal prowess, with no restrictions on the use of items or contracts. The one who survives till the end, without being eliminated, earns the illustrious title of Supreme Sorcerer. This event is a grand spectacle in the multiverse. Subsequently, Ancient One achieved victory for 22 consecutive Supreme Sorcerer contests, rendering the demons and devils of the Hell Dimension disinterested in placing bets. Over time, this multiversal World Cup became rather lackluster. Luke understood well that casting spells in the Marvel Universe comes at a cost, and the same holds true for the Supreme Sorcerer. What good could come from borrowing at high interest? He certainly did not wish to be pursued daily by a horde of dimensional deities demanding repayment. Why is Doctor Strange referred to as the impotent mage? It is because he frequently loses his powers. In his moments of strength, he can rival the Ancient One, yet in times of weakness, he struggles against even demons. Furthermore, his prolonged use of magic has led to severe ailments such as gastric ulcers and kidney stones. Despite being an exceptional physician, he finds himself powerless against the chronic afflictions wrought by his sorcery. Alas, how can I, of such humble merit, possibly shoulder this monumental responsibility? Luke subtly expressed his reluctance to undertake this role, suggesting that it would be better suited for someone with greater dedication like Doctor Strange. Indeed, your interest in the Sorcerer Supreme appears to be lacking, Ancient One remarked with a hint of regret. If only this young mage's thirst for power and pursuit of strength were a touch less fervent, he could undoubtedly become a worthy Sorcerer Supreme. Alas, it seems retirement must be postponed. If you wish to enter Camartage to seek knowledge, there is no issue. The gates of magic remain perpetually open, welcoming all. The Ancient One nodded. Now, Major, what kind of splendid performance do you intend for me to witness? Chapter 124. A passing super soldier, Ancient One. Let us first turn our attention to Boston. Luke donned a mysterious expression, akin to a magician preparing to set the stage for a grand performance. He refrained from directly showcasing his tricks, instead using words to pique the audience's curiosity. Once their attention was fully captivated, he would swiftly employ his skills to achieve an illusionary effect. Major Cavill, you are indeed an intriguing individual, the Ancient One remarked with a smile. For even a cunning and capricious demon like Mephisto would find it difficult to deceive her sharp gaze. In that case, I shall await your demonstration with great anticipation. Without any apparent special gesture from the Sorcerer Supreme, the circular window adorned with 4 flowing lines suddenly radiated a brilliant light. This window, sealed by the Triune Vishani, recklessly siphoned vast energies from the dimensional space, swirling like a vortex. Moments later, a vivid and clear image projected forth. Boom! Within the scene, a Sherman medium tank was struck by Atlantis' high-pressure water cannon, instantly rendered inoperative. The towering flames and deafening explosions transported one back to the tumult of World War II. The Atlantis landing forces had breached the harbor and were advancing into the city streets. Is this the spectacle you wish me to behold, Major? The Ancient One inquired, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized the battlefield projected from the window. The mechanized forces dispatched by the U.S. military clashed violently with Atlantis' Orca Legion on the urban streets, akin to 2 surging torrents meeting head-on. Tanks, armurad vehículos, bombes, and the Shanghai Ocean Knights faced off against high-pressure water cannons and mobile fortresses. The human army of the terrestrial realm faces the Atlanteans of the oceanic civilization amidst a cacophony of artillery fire that reverberates through the earth. The situation appears dire for humanity. After a moment of quiet observation, Ancient One reaches a conclusion. The Orca Legion of Atlantis comprises primitive tribesmen mounted on marine creatures, wielding cold weapons. Behind them, small, mobile fortresses are arrayed, unleashing a barrage of formidable high-pressure water cannons that rain down like lethal beams of light, intertwining to form a net of death. The tanks rumbling down the streets, in the face of such fierce firepower, suffer continuous losses, their defensive line gradually retreating. Bombers scream overhead, dropping bombs that provide only a modicum of disruption, failing to halt the advance of the enemy forces. Those slowly moving mobile fortresses, protected by a thin membrane of water, withstand the shock waves of explosions. Meanwhile, the Orca Legion, charging forth like medieval knights, vividly illustrates the bizarre scene of the Wakandans wielding cold weapons overpowering modern firearms. The massive marine creatures trample the hard ground, directly colliding with dispersed special operations teams. The Atlanteans mounted atop them brandish their sharp spears, piercing the chest of a soldier, utterly disregarding his armor crafted from aluminum alloy and high-strength nylon. In contrast, bullets from the Thompson submachine gun merely spark off the metallic armor of the foes, failing to breach their defenses. Within less than 10 minutes of this landing battle, Atlantis displays an overwhelming superiority. Unless the U.S. military can deploy the initial unit in an unplugged rampage state. It seems almost impossible to withstand this cadre of blue-skinned denizens of the deep. I beg to differ. Ancient One muses, advocating for a measure of patience. Luke remains unfazed, his gaze fixed on the diminutive figure stepping onto the battlefield. Captain America has only just arrived. Captain, where is Superman? An officer seated in an armored vehicle, commanding through a battlefield communicator, inquires loudly. To them, Superman is an invincible legendary hero, said to have brought ruin even to the king of Atlantis. Tales of the battle in the Atlantic, accompanied by images of a mobilized aircraft carrier, have long circulated. Once Superman arrives, these blue-skinned denizens will surely flee in disarray. Not only Boston, but also New York and Philadelphia face arduous warfare. Rogers grips his metallic shield and declares solemnly, Luke will not appear. He has more pressing matters to attend to. This battlefield is now under my command. Captain America remains unfazed by the officer's skeptical gaze. He had promised Luke that he would hold back the Atlantean landing forces, securing sufficient time for Howard. There is no time for idle chatter. Colonel, concentrate all forces. I shall carve a path for you, Rogers commanded, casting a glance at the insignia on the officer's shoulder. Follow me, and victory shall be ours. The resolute gaze and composed demeanor of Captain America seemed to invigorate the colonel. He saluted and dashed into the armored vehicle, seizing the communicator to shout, Consolidate forces near Sector 2 of the port. We are about to launch a counterattack, led by Captain America. Rogers nodded with satisfaction, his legs slightly bending as he exerted himself to leap into the fray, akin to a cannonball propelled into the heart of battle. From his time with Luke, he had learned one vital lesson. In combat, one must serve as a banner of hope. As long as he did not falter, retreat, or surrender, the soldiers would surge forward undeterred. That is Captain America. I bought his comics. I know. He is the ally of superheroes. Let us vanquish these sea dwellers. Witnessing Rogers boldly enter the battlefield, the morale of the American forces surged. Allow me to send you to meet the ocean god, proclaimed a warrior from the Orca Legion, charging forth astride a marine beast, his spear poised to pierce the air. His eyes glinted with disdain, confident that he would shatter his opponent's skull in the next instant. Clang! The spear, capable of piercing steel, collided squarely with the circular shield raised by Rogers. The Orca warrior's face twisted in confusion. I aimed for his head. Before he could comprehend, his furious charge abruptly halted. The massive marine creature struck an invisible barrier, stumbling as if it had encountered an unyielding wall. It skidded and toppled over, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth cracked, dust swirling into the air. My apologies, but allow me to send you to meet the ocean god. Rogers, having learned from the lessons of Paris, cast aside any unnecessary mercy on the battlefield. With one hand, he seized the towering Orca warrior and flung him aside as if discarding a discus. With a resounding crash, the metallic armor that had shielded him from bullets crumpled, a deluge of blue liquid spilling forth. This city shall be protected by me. Rogers strode forward, his eyes radiating fervent light. Boom, boom, boom. The entire street seemed to ignite as if filled with barrels of gunpowder, erupting in violent explosions. The advancing mobile fortress was pierced through its protective barrier, transforming into a mere heap of twisted steel akin to those wrecked tanks. Sensing the pressure bestowed by Captain America, a barrage of high-pressure water cannons pummeled down like a torrential storm. Yet, with his vibranium shield, no amount of firepower posed a lethal threat to Rogers. He barreled through an Orca warrior and picked up a sharp spear that had fallen to the ground. Bang! The air reverberated with a dull explosion. The long spear, like a bolt of lightning, skewered the charging warriors, rendering them akin to small crayfish. Who are you, land dweller? The commander, robust and dark-skinned, inquired in astonishment. They had never fathomed that within the frail and technologically inferior land dwellers, such formidable strength could exist. I am merely an unremarkable super soldier, Rogers declared, casting aside his shield to strike down his opponent. Once again, spheres of lightning erupted from his eyes. Chapter 125. Oh, my foolish brother. Do not ever trust women. Frankly speaking, Steve Rogers ought not to possess such strength. Ancient One gazed at the authentic images projected by the window to the world, her expression revealing a peculiar mix of intrigue and disbelief. More precisely, He should not even be present in Boston at this juncture. You have altered Captain America's fate, Major. In countless timelines, Captain Steve Rogers would be encased in ice, slumbering for 70 years. This was a predetermined event, immutable by nature. Luke feigned ignorance, retorting, "Then how should Rogers have lived his life? Should he simply sleep?" The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, compared to the myriad effects brought forth by the Major. The mere existence of Captain America hardly seemed significant. Ancient One, uninterested in exposing Luke's clumsy ruse, casually remarked and redirected her gaze towards the battlefield in Boston. The outcome was no longer in doubt. Having undergone 24 enhancements, Captain America resembled a humanoid battleship, brandishing his vibranium shield as he bulldozed a path through the chaos. Neither the high-pressure water cannons nor the Orca Legion could impede his advance. For too long, Captain America had lingered in the shadows of the Superman, his brilliance obscured. But he had finally been afforded the opportunity to shine. The beleaguered American forces regrouped and launched a counteroffensive. Tanks, armored vehicles, and bombers joined the fray, unleashing a torrent of firepower. In an instant, they turned the tide against the Atlantean Orca Legion, driving them back relentlessly. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this landing operation was likely to culminate in the defeat of oceanic civilization. Yet, the might of Atlantis extended beyond this. Namor and the Hellfire Club had yet to reveal their hand. Ancient One shifted her gaze, as if to remind, the forces attacking Boston are limited. There is but one Orca Legion. New York is their primary battleground. Spectacular performances are often divided into acts, and the first act had only just concluded. Luke shrugged, assuring the Supreme Mage that there was no cause for concern. "Let us redirect our attention to Philadelphia and observe the situation there," he suggested. Ancient One nodded, increasingly eager to witness the outcome he would unfold. It must be said, this Major always managed to provide unexpected delights. The window to the world radiated light, and the projected images began to shift and transform. Before long, the scene of another battlefield came into view. Boom! Much like the spectacle that heralds the beginning of a popcorn flick, a certain thrill was conjured. Luke's gaze followed a bomb released from a bomber, plummeting from the skies with a piercing shriek. With a resounding thud, it erupted in a blinding flash of light. The shock wave rolled forth, and shrapnel flew in all directions. The assailants targeting Philadelphia were the Seahorse Legion of Atlantis. Unlike the robust and towering Orca tribe, their physiques were comparable to that of ordinary humans. Curiously, this group lacked feet, rendering them incapable of standing upright on land. They remained confined to their elongated flying vessels. The Seahorse tribe represented a highly devolved lineage of the Atlanteans, having lived beneath the waves for eons, resulting in a reversion to ancestral traits. Their legs transformed into dorsal and tail fins, granting them a more agile form and a unique affinity for communicating with marine creatures. As the mightiest among sorcerers, the Ancient One was not only powerful, but also profoundly knowledgeable. Her understanding of Atlantis' past rivaled that of Luke, and in various intricate details. She perhaps surpassed him. "If I am not mistaken, you intend to deploy mutants onto this battlefield," she mused softly after a moment's contemplation. "However, they may not be equipped to confront the Seahorse Legion concealed within their vessels. Unlike the Orca tribe, which relies on more primitive weaponry for combat, what role can the mutants play against such overwhelming firepower and concentrated fleet attacks?" Luke cast a sidelong glance at the Supreme Sorcerer, who had already planted her flag, and smiled in silence. "Jimmy, shall we indulge in a game of slaughter? Let us see who can claim the most lives." The saber-toothed tiger, alighting from the helicopter, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I've heard that Atlanteans possess blue blood. I can hardly wait to verify this." His inherent predatory nature craved bloodshed and combat. Although tamed by Luke and having reached an understanding, his demeanor had softened considerably. Yet once amidst the fray, that ferocity and brutality would surge forth, overwhelming reason. Not interested, Wolverine coldly rebuffed his brother, a thick cigar clutched between his teeth, his gaze occasionally drifting back toward the silver fox, Kayla. The saber-toothed tiger noted this and felt a twinge of annoyance, muttering, "Women are merely playthings for the release of desires. Jimmy, do not invest your emotions. That will only render you weak. Only brothers can be trusted. Only I shall accompany you to the very end." Beneath his tempestuous exterior, the saber-toothed tiger harbored a protective instinct toward his brother, constantly yearning for their companionship. However, Wolverine dismissed this sentiment, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of escaping his bachelorhood. The silver fox, Kayla, seemed a promising prospect. Her gentle nature consistently calmed him, a welcome contrast to the women he had encountered previously. Indeed, with his robust appearance and striking features, the formidable Wolverine resembles a human bulldozer. It can be said that he has had countless romantic encounters, though his success rate is rather low. Otherwise, he could have realized the grand aspirations of the brood. My esteemed colleagues, given our extensive collaboration, I shall dispense with superfluous verbiage. The ever-watchful Nick Fury has long awaited your arrival in Philadelphia, having spent recent days at the dam base of Lake Acadia. Following Atlantis' decision to declare war, he was reassigned to the front lines. This mission promises to be arduous. The adversaries you are to confront are not the dictatorial warlords of Africa, nor the spies of Hydra. They're a cadre of blue-skinned beings dwelling beneath the ocean's depths. Fury cautioned, hoping that the mutant squad would grasp the gravity of the situation and remain vigilant. Sabretooth chuckled audibly, unabashedly declaring, to be honest, I am rather looking forward to a seafood feast, and licked his lips in anticipation. Victor, beware of potential bacteria on those Atlanteans, the hulking mass advised. I personally recommend deep frying. Avoid sashimi for safety. The dark-skinned ghost John remarked. This mutant squad, having executed several missions together, has developed a profound camaraderie, shedding the earlier sense of estrangement. This evolution is primarily due to Luke's ability to tame the wild Sabretooth. In times past, Victor was never one to value team spirit or obedience to command. Ladies and gentlemen, let us reserve our banter for later. Fury endeavored to mimic Luke's tone. Seeking greater respect, he stated coolly, this is a battle of civilizations between humanity and Atlantis. You stand with S. H. L. D. So upon recognizing the true enemy, do not hesitate to act decisively. The Seahorse Legion constitutes a vast fleet on land, their shuttle-like vessels akin to tanks, capable of unleashing high-pressure water cannons. Furthermore, they exhibit remarkable maneuverability, rendering the Army's armor divisions utterly outmatched. That complicates matters. My claws cannot rent a tank. Sabretooth interjected. General Cavill does not intend for you to engage the Seahorse Legion directly. That task falls to the Pentagon. Fury retorted with a fierce glare. Those ruffians possess weaknesses as well. They can communicate with sea creatures, an innate ability akin to that of mutants. Based on the fleet's agility and coordination since the onset of hostilities, we can ascertain that the Seahorse Legion has similarly harnessed this capability for combat. They can establish numerous psychic links, meaning this legion operates under a singular, overarching intelligence. Kayla, your task is to subdue the commander hiding within the fortress. The rest will assist you in this endeavor. Fury scanned the group, emphasizing, this is an order from General Cavill. Chapter 126. The master of tactical transformations with his crystal depleted, the two beasts, endowed with self-healing factors and unafraid of death, maneuvered with instantaneous mobility, providing suppressive fire as support. One was a formidable bulwark, capable of both offense and defense, while the other wielded psychic abilities. Luke stood before the window to the world, gazing at the projected image with a smile. Encountering the meticulously coordinated Seahorse Legion, they are undoubtedly no match for us. However, this tribe of Atlantis possesses the innate ability of mental connection. Therefore, I have set my sights on the commander concealed within the fortress. Should Silver Fox, Kira, successfully seize control of the leader, they will disband without a fight. Gu pursed her lips, remaining silent for a long while, her earlier ease evaporating. The battlefield unfolded as Luke had anticipated. Tanks, armored vehicles, and bombers collectively restrained the land fleet of the Seahorse Legion, their vessels resembling elongated silver shuttles, capable of amphibious operations. The defensive lines of the terrestrial forces were effortlessly breached by the Atlanteans, whose fleet was as agile and unpredictable as predators in the deep sea, savoring the scent of blood as they methodically devoured their foes, striking from the shadows, delivering lethal blows. Was this the strategy of the esteemed Major? Gu observed as the saber-toothed tiger and the Wolverine, humanoid beasts, were transported by Ghost John into the fortress, unleashing havoc as though in a realm devoid of opposition. The Seahorse warriors of Atlantis appeared almost like domesticated lambs, torn apart by ravenous tigers and wolves. Indeed, it was a splendid performance. From the current display, it was evident that Superman had yet to intervene, merely relying on his familiarity with Atlantis. He had staved off the impending defeat in the battlefields of Boston and Philadelphia. Luke, situated within the sanctum of New York, resembled a masterful chess player, adept at placing the right pieces where they would prove most effective. Yet, Goopy shifted her tone, inquiring softly, "Are you not concerned that Namor and Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club will launch an assault on New York, resolving the crises in Boston and Philadelphia? Along with Atlanta and New York, Major, you must have exhausted your trump cards by now." Truly, the Supreme Sorcerer possessed an intimate awareness of the key players active at this juncture. Namor, Sebastian Shaw, and the Hellfire Club were all within his grasp. Luke appeared to have anticipated this, responding nonchalantly, "There is no immediate urgency regarding New York. After the last devastating defeat, Namor is unlikely to reveal himself easily. Once a king falters, he may have the chance for a resurgence. However, to fail twice against the same adversary would jeopardize his authority to the brink of collapse. As for Sebastian Shaw, he is excessively cautious and would never voluntarily expose himself to danger. With my current capabilities, there is no need for me to engage personally in every battle, for the mere existence of Superman provides sufficient deterrence. I can easily envision that Namor and Sebastian Shaw are fervently seeking my whereabouts, eager to ascertain where I might appear next. They resemble mischievous imps, delighting in chaos while their master is away, indulging in mischief yet anxiously straining to hear any sign of his sudden return." Luke spoke with an air of calmness, his words imbued with a formidable confidence reminiscent of the Supreme Sorcerer. Ultimately, it is one's personal strength that dictates the audacity of their speech. How utterly fascinating. Ancient One, with her hands clasped behind her back, reflected, "It has been quite some time since I encountered a newcomer as intriguing as you. Among the heroes, villains, madmen, and deities existing across different timelines, some are willing to sacrifice their lives for the peace of the world. Others, driven by power, ambition, and myriad personal desires, plunge the world into deeper chaos. There are those who merely wish to play a never-ending game of cops and robbers, endlessly entangled with their fated adversaries. I have witnessed many diverse and equally captivating characters. Yet, Luke Cavill, placing you among them renders you rather intriguing indeed." Luke graciously accepted the Supreme Sorcerer's compliment, perhaps pondering if he ought to appear more flattered. "Should I not feign a bit more astonishment?" he inquired with a smile. Ancient One shook her head, her gaze fixed upon him, brow slightly furrowed, her expression complex. After a brief pause, she sighed, "You seem to be a blend of those individuals, akin to half a glass of clear water, to which a spoonful of ambition, a spoonful of personal desire, a dash of ordinariness, and a third of moral conscience have been added. I cannot discern whether your presence heralds good or ill for this world." Luke shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Let's think positively. At the very least, I can render the monotonous, endlessly repetitive tales a touch more exhilarating." After a moment, Ancient One nodded in agreement. In usual circumstances, she would not require the window of the world. As the Supreme Sorcerer, wielding the Eye of Agamotto, which encases a time stone, she could swiftly identify the most suitable path from countless temporal branches. Yet, when faced with the wager proposed by Luke, Ancient One found herself unable to foresee the future or ascertain the outcome. The variables were simply too numerous. Given that, "Mr. Major, may your third act commence?" Ancient One inquired with a hint of anticipation. The battlefield in Philadelphia was nearing its conclusion. The two humanoid beasts, the saber-toothed tiger and Wolverine, had descended into a frenzy. They emerged bloodied and battered, as though they had risen from the depths of hell. The Legion warriors who endeavored to expel or eliminate the intruders found their throats torn open or necks snapped by lethal claws. It would not be long before the heavily shielded Silver Fox, Kyra, would successfully complete her mission. Indeed, Luke snapped his fingers, smiling as he proclaimed, "The next battlefield lies in the Atlantic, not in New York or Atlanta." Ancient One displayed a hint of perplexity as the projection screen of the window to the world shifted. 400 meters beneath the Atlantic, an omnipresent darkness enveloped the nuclear submarine named Nautilus. This must be the place. Howard lingered in the command cabin, feeling ill at ease in the cramped, enclosed space. Breathing became somewhat arduous, as if the air were being siphoned away. Were it not for Luke's request, and his own fervent desire to pilot the Nautilus. Howard would undoubtedly have refrained from partaking in such a perilous endeavor. He turned his head, clutching his chest, and remarked, "Hey kid, it's your turn now." A slender young African-American man nodded vigorously, assuring, "I have fully acclimated to the intense underwater pressure and possess the ability to breathe like a fish." He was a mutant, nicknamed Darwin, endowed with the rare gift of adapting to environmental changes by acquiring suitable abilities. Several months prior, SHIELD had recruited him, initially intending to contain and nurture his extraordinary talents. Little did they anticipate his swift deployment. Luke had indicated that Atlantis was a vast island, hidden deep within the trench, and that following the luminous deep-sea creatures would lead them there. As Howard assisted Darwin in donning his diving suit, he cautioned, "Locate the precise position, ascend back to the submarine, and your task will be complete." "Understood." The young man, undaunted, grinned and added, "I certainly don't wish to be ruled by a bunch of blue-skinned denizens of the deep. Thanks to Hydra, thanks to Red Skull." After releasing Darwin, Howard temporarily exited the command cabin and made his way to the bow of the vessel. This was the torpedo bay, housing 4 Valkyrie missiles. Initially, Luke had thwarted Red Skull's apocalyptic scheme by returning that advanced aircraft bound for New York. The dozens of Valkyrie missiles on board had naturally been appropriated by the Strategic Scientific Reserve, later reformed into SHIELD. These formidable weapons had not been surrendered to the military. What a surprise it would be for Atlantis. Luke was indeed a madman. Howard pressed his hand against his chest and inhaled deeply. Chapter 127, The Continental Shelf Oscillator, severely plundered by Namor. "General, you truly know how to leverage every resource at your disposal." Casting his gaze towards the Atlantic, upon seeing the Nautilus and Howard, Ancient One surmised the impending developments. As the most critical weapon in Red Skull's apocalyptic scheme, the power of the Valkyrie missiles was astonishing, capable of eradicating half a city in one fell swoop. Their core drew from the limitless energy extracted from the cosmic cube, sufficient to breach Atlantis' protective shield. Ancient One could not help but marvel. Everything unfolded according to Luke's grand design, when both sides possessed the means to directly obliterate the enemy's stronghold. The dynamics of war would shift from military confrontation to a tug-of-war at the negotiation table. Even if Namor becomes utterly unhinged, he must seriously contemplate the safety and well-being of his numerous kin from Atlantis. The title of king becomes utterly meaningless without subjects willing to accept his rule. "Mr. Major General, should you truly proceed with the launch of the 4 Valkyrie missiles, Namor will undoubtedly be driven to madness, and an irrevocable enmity will be forged between Atlantis and the surface world. More gravely, the violent explosions will unleash both light and thermal radiation, heating the surrounding seawater and irrevocably damaging the underwater ecosystem, leading to countless casualties. Furthermore, the resultant shockwaves will directly trigger seismic activity beneath the ocean, giving rise to massive tsunamis that threaten coastal cities." Ancient One's expression grew solemn as he brought his hands together. The eye of Agamotto, which hung before his chest, quietly opened, emanating a soft green glow. The elusive flow of time resembled a woven emerald ring. Luke, initially furrowed in thought, soon relaxed his brow. The Supreme Sorcerer bore no ill intent. He merely wished for Luke to witness firsthand the grave consequences that could ensue from launching the Valkyrie missiles. It was as if he were being drawn into the river of time, with countless potential futures unfurling before him. The disjointed images flickered like fleeting shadows, ephemeral and elusive. "I simply wish for Namor to approach the negotiation table with a calm demeanor. Nothing more," Luke remarked. "Ancient One, there is no need for such elaborate measures." He gazed at the Supreme Sorcerer, who had summoned the Time Stone, and smiled, saying, "Sometimes the power of words can seem rather feeble. Thus, to earn the respect of others, one must first display formidable strength." Ancient One furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a low voice, "Indeed, actions often carry more weight than words, and a clenched fist can silence reason more effectively. Yet, my instincts tell me, Mr. Major General, that you might indeed resort to such measures should Namor succeed in provoking you." Luke, with utmost seriousness, declared, "How could that be? I am no madman bent on human destruction." The Supreme Sorcerer appeared skeptical. If Namor were to lose his composure, wholly fixated on conquering the land, The young Major General before him would not hesitate to launch a few Valkyrie missiles, allowing Atlantis to experience the psychological impact akin to that of the Neon Islands. Never impose your moral standards for heroism upon others, for it is highly likely to yield disappointment. He cleared his throat. Shifting the topic, let us instead anticipate Howard's performance. Luke diverted the conversation, aware that while Kamartaj and the Supreme Sorcerer remained detached from worldly disputes, they held no favorable stance towards those with anti-human tendencies. Maintaining a consistent persona and image was paramount. He contemplated the formal collaboration between S, H, I, E, L, D, and the three sacred sanctuaries, aspiring to delve deeper into the shadowy underbelly of the world, thereby augmenting his power and jurisdiction. There is no need to pursue this any further. It appears that you have won this wager, Ancient One stated, shaking his head as he withdrew his hands into his sleeves. The eye of Agamotto, which radiated a soft green luminescence, quietly closed once more. With a fleeting glance at the time gem fixed upon his chest, Luke, the Supreme Sorcerer, calmly addressed. On behalf of Kamartaj, I extend a warm welcome to you, Major. The ensuing narrative could be surmised by the ever-perceptive Ancient One. As Namor prepared to seize New York, he abruptly discovered his domain had been violated. Given his volatile temperament, a sudden eruption of fury would undoubtedly ensue, prompting an immediate return to his city. Superman would then make his entrance, swiftly overpowering Aquaman, thus concluding the conflict with a sense of resolution. The Supreme Sorcerer, well-versed in the art of predicting story arcs through habitual exposure to official spoilers, observed the scene in New York, particularly the Long Island Strait. The formidable bastion of Atlantis stood resolutely, flanked by the royal guard of Poseidones, with a hammerhead shark legion providing additional protection. Opposing them was the Atlantic fleet, now retracting their lines and retreating to their homeland. The two forces gazed across the strait at one another, the atmosphere thick with tension. Within a colossal fortress resembling a citadel, the council chamber buzzed with unease. The landings at Boston and Philadelphia had encountered significant obstacles. Upon hearing reports from the other battlefronts, Namor could hardly contain his rising ire, abruptly rising from his seat. Is Superman involved? He inquired. The Orca Legion and Seahorse Legion, both formidable tribes under Atlantis' command, could easily dominate the terrestrial realm. Unless Luke Cavil himself intervened, resistance against their fierce assault seemed implausible. No, not yet. We remain unaware of Superman's whereabouts, the liaison stammered, trembling in fear. Following the massacre of the noble council composed of robed elders, Namor had indeed begun to embody the visage of a tyrant. The Orca Legion in Boston had been pierced through their ranks by a land dweller named Steve Rogers, retreating back to the sea. The Seahorse Legion's assault on Philadelphia had devolved into chaos, resulting in devastating losses. With each report, Namor's fury intensified as he turned to Sebastian, inquiring, Mr. Shaw, what is your perspective? Besides several tribal leaders, members of the Hellfire Club were also present in the council chamber. Namor placed greater trust in the mutants, a psychological suggestion instilled by the White Queen. Over time, this notion had taken root deeply within him, nourished by a myriad of negative emotions. The failures of the landings at Boston and Philadelphia signified a grievous setback in their initial endeavor to invade the terrestrial world. Sebastian cleared his throat and spoke in hushed tones. What is more troubling is that Superman has yet to intervene. Should we persist in our assault on New York, we may face formidable opposition. Without the Golden Trident to manipulate the weather and unleash tsunamis, we cannot effectively transform New York into a battleground conducive to Atlantis. Compounded by the unresolved dilemma of Superman, all these factors are steering this campaign of conquest into increasingly dire straits. Namor, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression, longing for the beloved Golden Trident he had lost. If only the divine artifact were in hand, one would not find oneself in such a passive position. Is there truly no alternative? The impotent fury of Namor began to overtake his intellect as he wrestled with his emotions. He initially wished to assert that a man ought to engage in a spirited confrontation with Superman. However, recalling his previous catastrophic defeat, he stifled those words. I have a bold idea, Sebastian remarked, his eyes flickering with feigned hesitation. Previously, I heard His Majesty mention that Atlantis harbors an ultimate weapon left by an ancient deity. At this juncture, we could activate it to genuinely obliterate the terrestrial realm. The ultimate weapon? You mean the continental shelf? oscillator? Namor gasped, a wave of terror surging within him. The continental shelf oscillator. It was deemed a taboo by the kings of Atlantis, a weapon never to be wielded lightly. Once activated, the entire North American continent would sink, triggering global tsunamis and volcanic eruptions, leading to cataclysmic disasters. It would be akin to the apocalypse, resulting in the annihilation of the world, reducing everything to naught. The civilization of Lemuria, composed of anomalies, was annihilated when the deities employed the continental oscillator to shift tectonic plates, causing them to collide and ultimately perish. Atlantis was a survivor of that prehistoric calamity. And since then, successive kings had instituted a stringent edict forbidding contact with the surface world. Surely, this is unnecessary. Namor, after several moments of swallowing his apprehension, waved his hand dismissively, resolutely rejecting the proposal. Though he was a bit of a melodramatic character, he was not entirely deranged. Activating such a weapon would also have repercussions for Atlantis itself. This notion was utterly disastrous, Mr. Shaw. Namor shook his head, deeming Sebastian Shaw's idea excessively reckless. I merely suggested it. After all, to demolish what exists is the only way to commence a true reconstruction. Sebastian's smile remained unwavering, and upon learning of Atlantis' possession of such a world-ending weapon, his inner ambition stirred. The continental shelf oscillator held far greater deterrent power than an atomic bomb. With it in hand, nations would be compelled to submit to his will. Your Majesty, urgent news. An officer who had exited the council chamber swiftly returned. The royal city of Poseidonia is under attack. The terrestrial realm has issued a warning, demanding that Atlantis' forces retreat immediately or face severe condemnation and even harsher retaliation. Chapter 128. The Peeping Supreme Mage, the division of the king and queen. A mere handful of torpedoes stirred Namor's ire. He had yet to detonate the Valkyrie missiles to render him a king without a kingdom. Luke withdrew his gaze, musing, today's youth truly lack patience. Ancient One's lips twitched slightly as he restrained his desire to offer a sarcastic remark, for that would compromise the enigmatic image of the Supreme Mage. No matter how one regards Aquaman Namor, he must undoubtedly be older than the remarkably youthful Rear Admiral. Do you truly believe that Atlantis would willingly compromise and sit down at the negotiation table? Gazing through the window to the world, Ancient One reminded, throughout the lengthy ages, they have always regarded themselves as a superior civilization, perceiving the terrestrial realm as a backward and barbaric wasteland. Forcing an individual to relinquish their so-called pride and share a table with what they deem savages, only to acknowledge their own defeat, is no trivial matter. Luke wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. Many long-isolated nations exhibit similar flaws, akin to those ensnared in their self-constructed worlds, blind and foolish. There is a saying, you can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. Since Atlantis is unwilling to accept the harsh reality that they are not noble and that the terrestrial world is not as primitive as they imagined, I can extend a helping hand. A glint of coldness flickered in Luke's eyes. The Valkyrie missile served as the final means to ensure Namor's composure. Before resorting to that, he intended to issue a verbal warning. For instance, just minutes ago, Howard had symbolically launched a few torpedoes. The target was not the royal city of Poseidonia, but rather a mountain above the trench. If the entire mountain could be leveled, it would effectively bury Atlantis' royal city, certainly worth considering. This approach would not only spare coastal cities from collateral damage, but also impart a lesson to those underwater dwellers. Luke contemplated the feasibility of this plan. The royal city of Poseidonia was nestled upon a basalt island, with a dark, narrow trench above it. Should a precise demolition take place, the collapse of the mountain could indeed bury an entire city alive. Brilliant! The Rear Admiral nodded, beginning to calculate his flight to the Atlantic to obliterate Namor's crystal point and secure victory in this conflict. Speaking of which, was the continental shelf oscillator that Sebastian Shaw mentioned truly so fearsome? Through the window to the world, he and the Supreme Sorcerer had overheard the conversation between Namor and Shaw in its entirety. The latter's mention of an ultimate weapon piqued Luke's interest. This weapon, a planetary-level relic from ancient deities, released an energy field that caused intense resonance phenomena, destabilizing the structure of the continental shelf and triggering natural disasters. Ancient One, producing a sandalwood fan from an unknown source, gently waved it and continued. According to the records of Kamar-Taj, it had once destroyed the great civilizations of Lemuria and Atlantis thousands of years ago. However, I have never witnessed it myself. I merely heard of such a dreadful weapon from my mentor, Agamotto. Luke raised an eyebrow, a sense of caution rising within him. Planetary-level weapons were not uncommon in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. For instance, the Bifrost of Asgard and the Frost Giant's icebox. The former served not only as a bridge for spatial transportation, but also enabled long-range strikes across dimensions. It had almost shattered Jotunheim, leaving the Frost Giants homeless. The power of the latter should not be underestimated. Thousands of years ago, during the conflict with the Asgardians on Earth, the Frost Giant King utilized it to usher in an ice age. Hence, Luke found it unsurprising that Atlantis retained the continental shelf oscillator. His mind was preoccupied with how to borrow that device for inspection. After all, the future responsibilities of SHIELD are to maintain world peace and ensure the safety of the Earth. Such a world-ending weapon should undoubtedly be entrusted to official custody for greater security. If Namor were indeed reckless enough to employ the continental shelf oscillator to obliterate the North American continent, instigating an apocalypse, would the three sanctums intervene? Luke's gaze flickered, akin to a blind monk discovering a glimmer of enlightenment, as he turned towards the composed supreme sorcerer. The latter furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, nodded, stating, "Should Atlantis engage in any perilous actions that threaten the world's existence, I would certainly choose to intervene. Although it is true that Kamartaj's primary adversaries are dimensional demons, they seldom meddle in earthly disputes. However, the three sanctums, constructed at the junctures of time and space, rely on the present world for their existence. A world war, erupting with fervor, is inconsequential, as it merely involves humanity exhausting and battling one another. Yet, if Atlantis were to orchestrate the submersion of the North American continent, triggering global tsunamis and volcanic eruptions, the Supreme Sorcerer could no longer remain a passive observer, maintaining a stance of neutrality. It is akin to two factions in a school engaging in a brawl, regardless of the bloodshed. However, any damage to public property or flora would be intolerable. Otherwise, the Supreme Sorcerer would undoubtedly haul them to Kamartaj for earnest ideological re-education. Luke felt a pang of sympathy for Namor, who likely remains oblivious to the troubles he is about to invoke. In his eyes, the exuberant Sebastian Shaw, combined with the irritable and reckless Namor, formed a perfect duo, one lacking foresight, the other brimming with discontent. Initially, Atlantis and the Hellfire Club only needed to contend with Superman. Now, they have unwittingly drawn the Supreme Sorcerer into their fray, creating adversaries for themselves, a quintessential model of villainy. By the way, Master Good, it is said that the three sanctums possess a world window to safeguard against incursions from the dark dimension. Luke seemed to recall something, turning to the Supreme Sorcerer with a dubious expression, inquiring, "Surely, you do not employ it for indiscriminate spying, do you?" As a formidable artifact sealed by the Trinity of Ishani, the world window can peer across distances to detect anomalies worldwide. Yet in a certain light, it also serves as a tool for voyeurism. Namor and Sebastian Shaw, concealed within their fortress, remain oblivious to the Supreme Sorcerer's intangible gaze. The thought sent a chill through Luke. How unsettling. "Mr. Major, I harbor no interest in your private affairs. As the Supreme Sorcerer, I would never stoop to employing magical artifacts for such trivial pursuits." Ancient One coughed twice, adopting a serious demeanor. She asserted her integrity, firmly denying any idle voyeuristic tendencies. Moreover, as the Supreme Sorcerer, her duty was to safeguard the Earth, ensuring that the primary universe remained untainted by external disturbances, even if she occasionally strayed from established norms. That was quite understandable. "Ancient One, please do not be agitated. I was merely inquiring casually." Luke chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the tension. He contemplated that upon his journey to Kamartaj to further his magical studies, he must diligently learn counter-detection spells. Otherwise, engaging in certain group activities in the future might leave him with lasting psychological scars. In the Bastion Citadel's council chamber, Namor's expression turned alarmed upon hearing of the crystal theft, prompting him to prepare for a swift return to the capital. "Your Majesty, returning to the royal city at this moment might mean encountering Superman en route," Sebastian, suppressing his inner elation, cautioned. "He wields the golden trident, which could effortlessly part the waves and ensnare us all." Namor, visibly anxious, took a moment to gather himself and seated himself once more. Your Majesty, the current situation is far from optimistic. All indicators suggest this. Our two landing operations have ended in failure, with the Orca and Seahorse tribes suffering significant losses. Reassembling our forces for a resurgence will require considerable time. Within the council chamber, a blue-skinned, shark-headed leader stepped forward. He was the commander of the Hammerhead Shark Legion, whose tribe did not reside in the royal city. Unperturbed by the fall of the rear base, he regarded Sebastian with a cold glance and spoke in a low tone. War demands efficiency and speed. Our previous battle strategy involved launching landing operations from coastal cities, simultaneously striking multiple targets to breach the land dwellers' defenses, followed by a large-scale assembly in Washington, D.C., to construct mobile fortresses for resupply and reorganization. However, the current developments have far surpassed our original plans. The failure of the landing operations and the surprise attack on the royal city have placed us at a disadvantage. At this juncture, I believe we must confront the grim reality that this war has not yet escalated into a large-scale conflict and is nearing its conclusion. Namor felt a surge of discontent. His deep-seated pride and arrogance rendered him incapable of accepting such an outcome. Are you suggesting I should persuade Atlantis to engage in negotiations with those land dwellers, to compromise, or even to surrender? That is out of the question. The young king remained oblivious to the prevailing circumstances, or perhaps the overwhelming negativity clouded his judgment and obscured his intellect. Commander, we still have a chance. Let us mount a major offensive on New York, destroying the city with utmost speed to demonstrate Atlantis' might and our unwavering resolve to reject any threats. The shark-headed leader appeared exasperated, his blue skin taking on a dark hue, resembling that of a poison creature. He found it difficult to articulate clearly to Namor that a change in tactics would yield no benefits for Atlantis. Occupying New York serves no purpose, my esteemed Majesty. The leader of the Hammerhead Shark, contemplating the fate of those robe aristocrats, swallowed the word foolishness. The Atlanteans are ill-suited to terrestrial environments and have no need to plunder the resources of the land. This war was a misguided decision from the outset. We expend vast amounts of military strength, yet gain nothing but the hollow honor of territorial expansion, which is utterly meaningless to the people of Atlantis. The lengthy discourse of the Legion commander momentarily stunned Namor. A long-dormant clarity surged forth, suppressing the anger within. He could not help but ponder the true motives behind his declaration of war. Your Majesty, I believe the commander is mistaken, Sebastian interjected at an opportune moment, interrupting Namor's contemplation. The conflict between Atlantis and the terrestrial world is fundamentally a struggle between two civilizations. The latter's rate of development is astonishing. They have transformed from tool-wielding primates to the nominal masters of this planet, evolving at an ever-accelerating pace. They will not be satisfied with merely exploiting terrestrial resources. Inevitably, their gaze will shift toward the vast and bountiful depths of the ocean. Since Atlantis will eventually be discovered, and in light of the malevolent intentions and covetous eyes from the land, why should we not choose to strike first? Your Majesty's declaration of war is not for fleeting fame, but rather a vision of a more distant future. Sebastian's flattery struck Namor like a powerful blow, momentarily sinking his intellect. The latter could not help but exhibit a look of agreement, increasingly identifying with the sagacious and formidable king. Mr. Shao, you always grasp my intentions so swiftly, Namor said, moved. As a wise ruler, I perceive matters on a deeper level, while their vision remains confined to the surface. Only you, Mr. Shao, truly stand with me in profound contemplation. Sebastian could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, yet he could only nod in agreement. Feigning compliance. Any genius who transcends their era is often misunderstood. This is commonplace. The leader of the Hammerhead Shark, observing the two in their harmonious exchange, was nearly driven to the brink of fury and strode out of the council chamber without a backward glance. Mr. Shao, do you have any methods to turn the tide? Namor ignored the short-sighted Legion commander and spoke gravely. If I were to join forces with the Hellfire Club, we may not be without formidable opponents. Sebastian quickly waved his hands in objection, urging caution. Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. Allowing him to speak nonsense is acceptable, but willingly offering our heads is out of the question. The Black King of the Hellfire Club resumed his persuasive rhetoric. I believe there is a better approach. The terrestrial world chose not to immediately destroy the royal city of Poseidonia, but instead opted for verbal warnings. which indicates they do not truly wish to be enemies of Atlantis. If we return to the negotiating table, then the ultimate weapon capable of annihilating the North American continent can certainly be put to use. Namor hesitated, murmuring, "No king has ever truly wielded the continental shelf oscillator. It is a forbidden artifact, long sealed away. Your Majesty need not resort to it. Its mere existence suffices as a deterrent strategic weapon." Sebastian stepped forward with a smile, saying, "With the continental shelf oscillator, we could compel Superman to return the Golden Trident and temporarily establish a non-aggression pact between the oceanic and terrestrial civilizations." The thought of the cherished Golden Trident stirred Namor's resolve. "Allow me a moment to contemplate," he replied after a pause, neither rejecting nor acquiescing. "Shall you truly exploit the continental shelf oscillator to sink the entirety of North America?" As the members of the Hellfire Club dispersed from the chamber, only the White Queen blocked Sebastian's path. "Many lives will be lost. There are not only humans within, but also our own kin," Emma exclaimed. "Have you ever heard the tale of how God used a deluge to obliterate the world and create anew?" Sebastian declared with an unwavering voice, "God vowed to erase humanity. Beasts, insects, and birds from the earth, for it was rife with sin. Only through baptism and destruction can rebirth be attained. The opportunity lies before us, to raise the old and construct anew from the ruins. What is there to oppose?" A chill ran down the White Queen's spine as she envisioned the earth fracturing, volcanoes erupting, and tsunamis engulfing cities in apocalyptic chaos. "I feel somewhat uneasy," she remarked, instinctively retreating from Sebastian. Observing the hurried departure of the White Queen, the Black King of the Hellfire Club shook his head, softly lamenting, "Such a pity." Chapter 129. Moses parts the sea. The God of humanity. It was a trying day. The president, confined to the Oval Office, felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. The chief of staff urged him to retreat to the underground bunker to avert the worst-case scenario, where even escape might become impossible. "Mr. President, we cannot place all our hopes on General Cavill," he advised. "Then what shall we do? Seek assistance from the British or call upon that Siberian Red Bear? This is not World War III. There are no allies. They will merely exchange perfunctory diplomatic pleasantries while quietly awaiting the downfall of the United States." The president removed his glasses, rubbing his reddened nose. At that moment, he felt a fleeting desire to emulate the late F. Frere and utter a curse. "I can only place my faith in Superman to perform yet another miracle. At least Boston and Philadelphia have yet to fall, and the millions in New York await news of victory." The weariness was evident in the president's voice as he solemnly stated, "If word spreads that the president has fled the White House to hide in the underground bunker, what thoughts will the citizens of New York entertain? They may overlook the fleeing soldiers, but they will certainly scorn the retreating generals." The chief of staff, rendered speechless, could only maintain his silence. Ever since the detonation of those 2 atomic bombs, not only has the psychological impact on the nation of the rising sun been profound, but the Soviet Union has also actively advanced its nuclear industry. The Eagle has not been remiss either. The military had long ago established a clandestine unit at the Olmsted Air Force Base in Pennsylvania, composed of helicopter pilots and ground personnel. They remain on constant standby, tasked with the critical mission of rescuing the president and cabinet members in the event of a nuclear strike on home soil. The moment the White House signals for emergency assistance, this unit will arrive with utmost haste to escort the president to the underground bunker at Mount Weather. God save us. The president gazed out the window at the vacant Verdant lawn. The air raid sirens had long been blaring, warning the citizens of Washington, D.C. to remain indoors. This entire scenario felt reminiscent of the wartime era, perhaps even more dire than the World Wars. The president managed a wry smile. At least the Second World War had not truly encroached upon the mainland of America. Those battles were fought on foreign soil. Yet now, the forces of Atlantis might soon appear in Washington, D.C. Time trickled by agonizingly, with the ticking of the minute and second hands echoing sharply in the room. The chief of staff settled back onto the sofa, his expression one of tragic resolve, as if ready to sacrifice himself for the nation at any moment. Suddenly, the telephone on the grand desk erupted with a piercing ring. The president's arm, braced against the table, noticeably trembled. He took a deep breath and picked up the vibrating receiver. The chief of staff closely observed the president's expression, hoping to discern a glimmer of victorious optimism from the weathered, fatigued face. The voice on the other end spoke rapidly, rendering the content unintelligible. Secretary Nimitz, the president, maintaining his composure, emphasized, "Please convey my sincere gratitude to Major General Cavill. He has once again brought an end to a war. He is a hero of the nation." This succinct statement was imbued with profound emotion. After placing the receiver down, the president supported himself on the desk, his chest heaving, breaths heavy. After several minutes, he calmed his tumultuous heart, lifted his gaze, and proclaimed with vigor, "Call a press conference and inform the waiting public that we have triumphed." The chief of staff paused momentarily, ensuring he had not misheard, and then, with a vigorous wave of his arm, let out an unrestrained cheer. "I shall attend to it immediately. Your Excellency, in what direction should the speech be crafted? Should we emphasize the leadership decisions of the nation, the effective collaboration of the military, or highlight Major General Cavill?" After gathering his thoughts for a few moments, the chief of staff hesitated to inquire. If the focus were to be on Major General Cavill's achievements, then surely a reward would be warranted. It had not been long since the conclusion of World War II. To be promoted to general so swiftly? Such rapid advancement was indeed astonishing. Certainly, it is imperative to candidly inform the public that Superman has once again thwarted the impending war, ushering in peace for all. The president pondered for a moment before providing his response. It is undoubtedly wise to cultivate a rapport with that esteemed general during his tenure. As for the matter of curbing Superman's overwhelming power, that responsibility may be entrusted to his successor. By the way, do remember to contact General Cavill. He will represent us at the negotiations scheduled in 2 hours, the president instructed. Young individuals often seek the spotlight, and it is reasonable to assume that Superman is no exception. The task of negotiating with Atlantis will be wholly delegated to that general in the S.H.L.D. The terrestrial world has agreed to negotiations, which will take place on Liberty Island in the Hudson River. Namor pressed his hands against the chair, resigned to the harsh reality of defeat in war. News from the royal city of Poseidonia revealed that an explosion had occurred in the upper trench, burying 1/3 of the slum areas outside the protective barrier. Even more troubling, the surface dwellers were preparing to deploy even more formidable weapons. Unless Namor leads his forces back to the city immediately to safeguard the crystal, he risks becoming a king without a kingdom. This situation raises yet another vexing dilemma. Superman may be lying in wait in the Atlantic, anticipating his arrival. After much deliberation, Namor reluctantly consented to the option of negotiation. Regardless, this war cannot progress further for the time being. He must return to the city to replenish his equipment and strength before contemplating the protection of the crystal and the neutralization of enemy lines. Damn that scoundrel! How can such a mere surface dweller possess such strength? Namor cursed inwardly. The thought of facing Superman caused a dull ache in his chest. He had initially resolved to delegate this task to the commander of the Hammerhead Shark tribe. Yet regrettably, that individual lacked the necessary gravitas and might falter during negotiations. Mr. Shaw, a more suitable candidate, claimed he had strained his back while engaging in strenuous activity the previous evening and could not accept this responsibility. Fortunately, there remained the Continental Shelf Shockwave Generator. This was a bargaining chip to reclaim the Golden Trident, for otherwise his position as king would be precarious. Namor steeled himself, determined to rally his spirits. Following his previous devastating defeat, Superman had cast a profound shadow over his psyche. With the awakening of his mutant abilities and the royal bloodline of Atlantis, Namor had rarely encountered a worthy adversary, maintaining an exceptional record of victories, until he faced Superman, who thoroughly bested him. His winning streak came to a disheartening end. A spear pierced through his chest. By sheer luck, he escaped. The ascendance to the throne, ruling over the vast oceans, had taken a precipitous turn, transforming into a complete tragedy. Ensure that the commander brings enough warriors. We are merely negotiating with the surface dwellers, not surrendering. We must demonstrate Atlantis' formidable strength, Namor declared resolutely. In the assembly hall, the secretary nodded in agreement, silently harboring doubts within. Reflecting on how close their rear base had come to being overrun, was this not a form of capitulation? 2 hours later, at the Hudson River near Liberty Island, a colossal vessel resembling a sea dragon docked, the exclusive flagship of the King of Atlantis. The Hammerhead Shark Legion, robust and formidable alongside the Royal Guard, radiated an aura of authority as they flanked the crowned Namor, as if they were the true victors. In stark contrast, the American forces could only retreat to their homeland. Forming a single line with the Atlantic Fleet, their high-ranking naval officials visibly astonished. They had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. The blue-skinned Atlanteans, riding fearsome four-legged sea beasts, exuded a menacing presence. The fortress-like giant vessel cast a shadow that obscured the sun, resembling a slumbering sea dragon. Where was Major General Cavill? Has he not yet arrived? Nimitz from the Navy Department inquired softly. At this moment, only Superman could command the situation. He is likely still en route, another general replied. The land dwellers, the great sovereign of the seven seas, the ruler of the four oceans, the king of Atlantis inquired, who speaks for the terrestrial world in these negotiations? The Sharkhead Legion commander asked in a brusque tone. The naval officials exchanged glances, indicating they were at a loss for an answer. The representative for the negotiations is... Nimitz began to rise, but was abruptly interrupted by a swell of murmurs. Following the crowd's astonished gasps, he turned towards the direction of Upper New York Bay. A figure emerged. It was none other than Superman. Major General Cavill? Nimitz questioned, somewhat perplexed. He beheld the young Major General, wielding a golden trident, seemingly walking upon the water. The waters rippled. An invisible force compelled the relentless currents of the Hudson River to part, creating a straight passageway before them. Brilliant sunlight cascaded down, draping Luke in a golden radiance. This scene, reminiscent of a biblical miracle, rendered him akin to a deity descended upon earth. Chapter 130. I have a word. I implore you all to listen. Each encounter with Major General Cavill evokes a unique sentiment. He consistently orchestrates unexpected marvels for everyone. The Secretary of the Navy, Nimitz, chuckled and shook his head, musing that had he been a devout believer witnessing this spectacle, he might have begun to recite the scriptures and draw the sign of the cross upon his chest. The miraculous parting of the sea by Moses would soon grace the pages of newspapers, igniting considerable public intrigue. It was foreseeable that among Luke's illustrious titles, there would soon emerge tales akin to those of a divine being or the advent of a holy child. The moniker of Superman was truly fitting. The term super soldier hardly encapsulated the prowess of Major General Cavill. A nearby general remarked with a sense of awe. It is said that another super soldier, Colonel Steve Rogers, displayed remarkable prowess on the battlefield in Boston. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is time to prioritize the research program on human enhancement. This matter is best left to S.H. It is not for us to concern ourselves with, remarked the slightly older general with a hint of bitterness. The military has its reservations regarding S.H.I.E.L.D.S. independence from the Pentagon. Unchecked power can easily give rise to tyranny. Regardless, we are witnessing the emergence of a promising young star, and no one can predict the heights to which Major General Cavill may ascend. Within the staff, someone spoke with a tone of admiration and envy. How can we still refer to him as a Major General? I believe it won't be long before we must call him General Cavill, who has set a record for the swiftest promotion in the United States. Secretary of the Navy Nimitz chuckled. The White House is surely preparing for a commendation ceremony. This presents a fine opportunity to forge alliances. I recall that at the end of the war, most in the military believed that then Brigadier Luke should be kept at a distance from the center of power. At the very least, he should sit quietly on the sidelines to avoid the threat posed by his rapid ascent and the deep-rooted factional interests. Yet, no one anticipated that this young Major General had not aligned himself with any faction. He neither made his intentions known to the Navy nor sought favor from the Army. Instead, he took the initiative to command the often overlooked S.H.I.L.D., bringing the once dominant Edgar Hoover to his knees. Subsequently, he liberated himself from the constraints of the Pentagon, establishing a formidable presence of his own. Such astonishing speed is truly remarkable. Nimitz mused, turning to invite his colleagues. He solemnly stated, "Let us proceed to welcome Major General Cavill." Despite the strained relations between the Navy and Army, the individuals on Liberty Island could not deny the sense of security they felt upon seeing Luke's arrival, particularly when they noticed the once assertive Atlanteans who had exuded victory now wore expressions of frustration and resentment. The high-ranking officials of the Navy instantly felt a sense of relief, their faces breaking into smiles. In contrast, the Atlanteans, since Luke wielded the golden trident to part the Hudson River, found their previously lofty spirits deflated, abandoning their proud demeanor. How infuriating. That is my golden trident. Namor's chest heaved with rage, as if someone had stolen his beloved. The trident of Neptune, a weapon that should rightfully belong to him, was now in the hands of a land dweller. Had I known, I would never have attended this negotiation. Namor gritted his teeth, filled with regret. He clutched his chest, feeling a familiar pain from his previously healed wounds. Your Majesty, this is a profound humiliation from the land dwellers. For thousands of years, there has never been an instance of a non-royal bloodline possessing the trident. The leader of the hammerhead shark tribe stared wide-eyed, veins bulging on his forehead. The majestic army of Atlantis turned their gaze towards the towering figure that parted the waves as if a celestial being had descended. They had no knowledge of the Exodus and were unaware that in 1250 BC, a prophet named Moses had once parted the Red Sea, regarded by many as a miracle. The collective attention was drawn towards Luke, who held the resplendent trident of Neptune in his right hand, a symbol of the Atlantean royal power. Namor cast a glance at the leader of the hammerhead shark tribe. Perhaps the latter's words stemmed from an inner fury, but they sounded like accusations directed at Namor for having lost the sacred relic of the Atlantean kings. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, he replied in a detached manner, "Brave leader, do you wish to challenge Superman in a duel, using the traditional means of fairness to reclaim the trident for me?" The leader fell silent. The power of Superman was evident. Even Namor was not his match, and a reckless challenge would only lead to humiliation. Although the Atlanteans still looked down upon the terrestrial world, they acknowledged strength. "Your Majesty, this is the duty of a king," the leader gruffly stated. I shall." The young king began to consider Sebastian Shaw's suggestion, preparing to use the continental shelf tremor as leverage to secure more favorable negotiation terms. 20 minutes later, in the conference room of Liberty Island, discussions regarding the ceasefire were fervently underway. The representatives of Atlantis included Namor, his secretary, and the leader of the hammerhead shark tribe, while the American delegation comprised various generals and staff from the Navy Department. Luke remained silent throughout the proceedings, having privately communicated with Nimitz prior to the meeting. The essence of his message was to speak freely and boldly, disregarding Atlantis' limits and capacities, demanding without restraint, ideally squeezing the opposition dry. Luke himself was indifferent to the benefits he could gain, as whatever he acquired would not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. He preferred to prolong the negotiations until S.H.I.E.L.D. had sufficient leverage to take over the situation. "I recall that Atlantis possesses numerous valuable items," Luke mused, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, his thoughts in turmoil. Although he said nothing, he remained the focal point of the conference room. Each time the Atlanteans vociferously countered the demands put forth by the Navy, their representatives would instinctively glance at his position. Seemingly concerned that the terrestrial world's Superman might become displeased, overturn the negotiation table, and roll up his sleeves to display his fists. Among those present, aside from Namor, there was likely no one who could withstand the seriousness of Superman's punch. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not concern yourselves with my opinion." Luke shrugged, maintaining a benevolent smile as he remarked, "Those familiar with me know that I am, in truth, a pacifist who prefers to reason with others. The resurgence of hostilities between Atlantis and the United States is a conclusion that no one wishes to witness. I sincerely hope that all matters can be resolved at the negotiating table rather than through barbaric conflict." The general, with a facade of sincerity, gestured for the discussions to continue, indicating that they need not concern themselves with him. The representative from Atlantis nodded amicably, also expounding on themes of peace and a prosperous future in a convoluted manner. Yet, deep down, they held not a shred of belief in Luke's words. To reason with others? If a superhero were to unclench their fist, they might indeed resemble a benevolent figure advocating for dialogue. After exchanging some vacuous pleasantries, the negotiations resumed. Atlantis made no mention of reparations, instead focusing solely on future developments and peaceful coexistence. They mirrored the archetype of the so-called beacon of freedom, espousing democracy while engaging in acts of coercion. Luke had to concede that witnessing the United States in such a disreputable position brought him a modicum of satisfaction. The military representatives aimed to extract as many concessions as possible, seeking to gain some advantage. Faced with the formidable power of Atlantis, even Luke, though encouraged to voice any demands, did not dare to overreach. Otherwise, the blame for igniting a war would inevitably fall upon their heads. The two parties engaged in a tug-of-war, akin to chickens pecking at each other under the watchful eye of a defensive tower, devoid of spectacle and inducing drowsiness. I have a word to share, if you'd kindly listen. At this impasse, one of the more obstinate members, Namor, stepped forward, his confident demeanor sweeping over all present. Save for Luke, who was resting his eyes. Upon hearing Namor's intention to speak, Luke's drowsiness dissipated. This was not merely a desire for enlightenment from the general. As a time traveler, Luke considered himself quite knowledgeable about Namor's character and his tumultuous upbringing marked by a lack of affection. This individual not only lacked intellect, but also possessed an inexplicable sense of superiority. He held little regard for the people of Atlantis and harbored animosity towards the denizens of the land. While other monarchs, like the Black Panther of Wakanda, thrived and the Aquaman of the neighboring studio managed to infiltrate the Justice League, the likes of Black Adam often bested the locked-away Shazam without fear of challenging Superman. Even a mere gorilla like Grodd could conquer Africa and establish a nation. In stark contrast, Namor squandered his potential. Due to his notoriously inflated ego, he was generally scorned. He had once joined the Illuminati, a group that publicly claimed to address the crises of Earth while secretly exacerbating them. Yet he left little impact aside from his ongoing rivalries with the Black Panther. Having briefly harnessed the power of the Phoenix, he promptly sought trouble with the Black Panther in Wakanda, only to be soundly defeated by the Avengers and forced to retreat in disgrace. Luke understood well that when Namor proclaimed his prowess, everyone could rest easy, for he would invariably exacerbate the situation until it spiraled beyond control. To be candid, Namor invariably reminded Luke of a yet-to-be-born figure. As the king of Atlantis, ruler of the four oceans, and master of the vast seven seas, I have embarked on this war for reasons that are far from trivial. Indeed, as soon as Namor spoke, a buoyant atmosphere enveloped the conference room. The representatives from Atlantis were left utterly bewildered. They were taken aback, unable to fathom why their king would delve into such matters. For those engaged in a conflict, who truly cares for the rationale? The victor can articulate whatever narrative they wish, all of which will seem justified. Meanwhile, the words of the vanquished appear utterly ludicrous. High-ranking officials from the Navy looked on in astonishment, pondering how the king of Atlantis could be so naive. Everyone gathered around the negotiation table, wasting time in idle chatter, did so for their own interests. Who genuinely cares whether the reasons for waging war possess legitimacy? Were it not for Atlantis's formidable military might, the Navy's generals would have no qualms about tossing a bag of laundry detergent into the Atlantic, claiming that these denizens of the deep harbored weapons of mass destruction, necessitating the deployment of righteous forces to safeguard world peace. The terrestrial world has inflicted severe damage on the marine ecosystem for many years, a plight that has profoundly affected Atlantis. Unbeknownst to Namor, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted. Armed with a planetary-scale weapon, the Continental Shelf Oscillator, he believed he had the leverage to make demands. Moreover, as king, he felt it was his prerogative to demonstrate his negotiation skills. The creatures of the four oceans, in a sense, belong to the realm of Atlantis. The overfishing of whales by the terrestrial world has further impacted the delicate, cyclical ecosystem. With earnest gravity, Namor declared, the same plight befalls my fellow mutants who are captured by the military, persecuted, and subjected to inhumane illegal detention and abuse. I hope that this public negotiation will not only resolve the conflict between the terrestrial world and Atlantis, but also awaken you to the transgressions you have committed. The room fell silent, the Navy Secretary Nimitz scratching his head, uncertain whether to speak. He was not swayed by Namor's heartfelt address, contemplating a transformation into an advocate for marine ecological preservation. Rather, he believed that Atlantis would inevitably meet its demise. Often, a king with Na'vi ideals can be far more terrifying and short-lived than one who is cruel and ruthless. One wonders if the denizens of the deep possess any revolutionary traditions. Otherwise, one might anticipate Namor meeting his end on the guillotine. Indeed, His Majesty makes a compelling point. Nimitz led the applause, and after a sparse clapping, he continued, "Where were we? Ah, yes. Regarding the specifics of the Armistice Treaty and the convening of a peace summit to announce the establishment of diplomatic relations. Let us proceed." The representatives from Atlantis wore awkward expressions, casting a glance at the spirited young king before falling back into rhythm. steering the negotiations back on course. Only Namor stood alone, his face flushed with indignation. Were it not for Superman's presence, compelling him to maintain his composure, the negotiations would surely have devolved into a brawl. "I have something to say," Luke interjected, clearing his throat, silencing the cacophony that enveloped the room. All eyes turned to the head of the table, and even the Atlanteans held their breath, their faces reflecting a solemnity that underscored the gravity of the moment. Although Luke was merely a general from a nation within the terrestrial realm, his words and decisions would undeniably influence the trajectory of the proceedings. Witnessing this, Namor felt deeply humiliated. He was a king, yet he was treated with less regard than a mere general. His Majesty the King of Atlantis has just mentioned the unjust treatment of mutants, and I believe I have a certain authority to speak on this matter. Luke replied with a gentle smile, speaking deliberately. Firstly, the military has never engaged in the persecution or abuse of mutants, at least not the S.H.L.D. division. On the contrary, we have consistently safeguarded their fundamental rights and personal safety. As I mentioned previously, I am a pacifist, and I trust that no one doubts this. Seated to his left, Navy Minister Nimitz was the first to react, exclaiming, "It was indeed Major General Cavill who brought an end to World War II, liberating free nations and resisting the malevolent Axis. He ardently yearns for peace and stands firmly against war." The others echoed his sentiments, delivering unabashed praise that elevated Luke to the status of an embodiment of justice and a herald of love and peace. The Atlantis delegation remained silent, feigning ignorance to the flattery. However, since His Majesty the King had stated such, there may indeed be rare instances worth noting. Thus, with a mindset aimed at resolving issues and preventing such occurrences in the future, I propose that we discuss mutants at the upcoming peace summit. Luke's tone was earnest, resembling that of a true pacifist. Namor's brow furrowed in disbelief. He questioned whether his ears were deceiving him. What did this man intend? Yet Luke uttered an irksome term, one that was unwelcome regardless of the time or place. Before we continue, I must address another matter. His formerly gentle tone suddenly took on a weighty resonance. With an emotionless gaze that swept across the Atlantis delegation, Luke stated solemnly, "To my knowledge, there exists a mutant by the name of Sebastian Shaw in the presence of His Majesty the King. Perhaps you are unaware that during the Second World War, he pledged allegiance to the Third Reich and oversaw the Auschwitz concentration camp. The hands of this individual are stained with the blood of countless innocents, making him an unequivocal war criminal. Therefore, I believe that before concluding this negotiation, Atlantis should either surrender Sebastian Shaw or cease to provide him with protection." Luke uttered this with a piercing gaze, as sharp as a sword, directed at the silent Namor. The latter's expression darkened, as his conscious awareness struggled against the psychological suggestion imposed by the White Queen. "What if I refuse?" Namor forced this question through clenched teeth. The White Queen's influence still held sway. "I am afraid that peace necessitates mutual effort rather than mere lip service." Luke's tone grew colder, though his smile remained intact. "Negotiation is merely a tool, not the sole method. Your Majesty, do not hastily make a decision. I am willing to grant Atlantis some time for serious contemplation. This is neither a threat nor an ultimatum, but a gesture of goodwill." Chapter 132, A Dead End. A final struggle upon returning to the flagship of the Sea Dragon. Namor leaned back in the council chamber chair. He raised a hand to support his chin, his expression fluctuating between light and dark. The King of Atlantis, feeling insulted and threatened, had departed Liberty Island before the negotiations concluded. He had entrusted the specific tasks to the members of the delegation. It seemed that neither the surface dwellers nor his fellow Atlanteans regarded him with any seriousness, rather than remain there to endure the oppression of the superhumans. He found greater comfort in returning to the flagship. It is truly absurd that an ambitious individual seeking greater gains from Atlantis presents himself as a harbinger of peace. Once out of the superhuman's line of sight, Namor finally felt free to voice his true thoughts. He dismissed those around him and, after venting his negative emotions, began to confront the pressing issues at hand. The time allotted to him by the superhumans was limited, 48 hours. He must either surrender Sebastian Shaw or choose to reignite the conflict. Should the negotiations lean towards the latter, that self-proclaimed pacifist, the general, would undoubtedly resort to nuclear weapons, utterly annihilating the royal city of Poseidonis. On one side lay the lives of his kin, and on the other, those of his mutant brethren. Namor found himself in a dilemma, his heart torn. However, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the superhuman's reference to war criminals. Such an accusation is indeed grave. Although Namor is not without his flaws, he harbors no fondness for executioners and butchers, despite occasionally embodying those very roles himself. A rogue with a low moral compass is unlikely to wish for camaraderie with another of his kind. This mirrors the common disdain for meddlesome individuals. Yet, when one finds themselves in trouble, they fervently desire someone to step forward and assist. Human beings are inherently complex and often contradictory creatures, and Namor epitomizes this complexity even further. He is not only human, but also an Atlantean and a mutant, a veritable fighter among hybrids. However, apart from his formidable strength, he seems to lack any other commendable qualities. In a sense, he represents a failure in genetic inheritance. I must confer with Mr. Shaw. Namor furrowed his brow, uncertain of his next steps. Following a failed battle and a disastrous war, many of his fellow Atlanteans harbored doubts about him. Should Namor insist on protecting Sebastian Shaw, it might provoke severe backlash. At that point, his position as king could be precarious. What a hypocrite! That so-called pacifist is merely cloaked in grandiose falsehoods. Namor suspected that Superman intentionally raised the issue of mutant problems, using the pretext of dealing with Sebastian Shaw to ignite internal discord within Atlantis. The representatives from his tribe were short-sighted, perceiving only the surface of Superman's intentions, entirely oblivious to his sinister motives. Namor, who fancied himself above them, grew increasingly alarmed by Superman's cunning. This was a formidable adversary, he mused. On Liberty Island, in the conference room, after both parties had dispersed, Luke and Navy Minister Nimitz remained seated at the elongated oval conference table, sharing a tacit understanding as they exchanged views. They were acutely aware that the negotiations were far from over. On one hand, Namor had not provided a direct response. On the other, the terrestrial world's stance remained uncertain. Atlantis, as an oceanic civilization with roots in prehistoric times, possessed extraordinary depth and strength. When this name echoed throughout the globe, all nations on land would pay close attention and adopt a wary posture. Luke had heard that the British had begun to revive the research program on the blood of Woden, albeit with sluggish progress. To ensure the success and longevity of their subjects, they abandoned the battleship class and shifted focus to developing various tank class types. Stephanie, who had previously assisted Luke, was contemplating whether to create a lower-end version, perhaps an armor vehicle class. The prospect of mass-producing super soldiers seemed far more advantageous than relying on elite combat power. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union continued to vigorously advance its nuclear industry, immersing itself in mushroom cultivation to counter external threats. The Soviet mindset is straightforward. No problem is insurmountable with a nuclear weapon. One bomb insufficient, then let us deploy another. After all, sheer force brings miraculous outcomes. This encapsulates the simplistic thinking of the bear. Caliber represents justice, and yield signifies truth. Was Major General Cavill's intention in convening the peace summit to draw all nations into a united front? Nimitz pondered for a moment before curiously inquiring. The White House has not conveyed such sentiments. It can only be interpreted as the personal views of Luke. This general is indeed audacious, daring to bypass the president and make decisions directly. He appears utterly unconcerned about potential repercussions. Perhaps this is the confidence of a Superman. Atlantis possesses vast territories. Theoretically, all bodies of water on Earth fall under their dominion. Luke nodded, tapping his fingers on the table, calmly stating, "We have temporarily achieved victory and secured a place at the negotiation table, yet we cannot expand the fruits of this triumph. On one hand, destroying the royal city of Poseidon is a last resort that does not address the fundamental issues. As a civilization of the sea, Atlantis cannot achieve resource plunder merely through land occupation. On the other hand, a single nation on land cannot exert sufficient pressure on the underwater people. Therefore, our task is to garner more allies, such as the British, the Soviets, and the Spear Bureau. They are also interested in Atlantis, merely awaiting an opportunity or excuse to engage." Nimitz wholeheartedly agreed. Through several skirmishes and landing operations, he had witnessed Atlantis' technological prowess. At this juncture, it remains essential to reach a consensus with other nations and unite against external threats. But what if Namor Mackenzie, that young man who seems entirely unkingly, insists on sheltering Sebastian Shaw? The naval minister hesitated to inquire. The Pentagon does not wish to see war looming, especially against a prehistoric civilization with formidable military might like Atlantis. Rest assured, it is exceedingly difficult to reignite the war machine, Luke replied confidently. The Atlanteans would not indulge Namor's antics. They are not kin to the mutants and have no need to risk rekindling conflict by denying his demands. Should Namor persist, it could very well incite resistance from his kin. Issues such as impure lineage, the loss of the Golden Trident, and unilaterally commencing a war that drags the nation into chaos would all erupt simultaneously. If Atlantis were to be replaced by France, a revolution would likely have erupted long ago, sending Namor to the guillotine. It is imperative to expedite the peace summit and address matters related to the mutants. I will personally explain to the president on behalf of the White House. In the presence of Nimitz, a 4-star admiral, Luke, holding a slightly lower rank, appeared more as the one issuing commands. Or criminal? No, that is an unjust accusation. Is slander and defamation. In the reception room, Sebastian gazed at the impassive Namor, displaying no signs of panic, instead donning a pained expression as if recalling unmentionable pasts. Indeed, I served the Third Reich. This is an indelible dark chapter in my life. However, it was not of my own volition. During World War II, Germany was under the Führer's rule, and no one dared to oppose the SS and Gestapo. Namor, I'm a scientist. The Führer recognized my talents and commanded me to manage the concentration camp, despite my attempts to refuse. Those thugs held a gun to my head, threatening to expose my brains. At that time, I was yet to awaken to my mutant abilities. Thus, I capitulated. I often find myself regretting that decision, engulfed in shame. Namor, initially filled with doubt, began to waver internally. Sebastian Shaw's words, a blend of truth and deceit, rendered discernment nearly impossible. Coupled with the guilt, sorrow, and regret evident in his eyes, it was only natural that the Na'vi Namor would be deceived. It could be said that Sebastian Shaw truly embodies the essence of the Hellfire Club's Dark King, a talented actor whose mutant identity has hindered his potential. If he were to venture into Hollywood, the Oscars would surely owe him several golden statuettes. My hands may have been stained with the blood of innocence, yet I have never murdered or tortured any of the captives held in the concentration camp. Sebastian raised his voice, his gaze unwavering as he proclaimed, I possess my own moral boundaries. Every life, regardless of color or race, is unique and deserving of respect. Namor instinctively lowered his head, seemingly remorseful for his unfounded suspicions. Your Majesty, the surface dwellers are not to be trusted. The accusations they lay upon me are largely the misdeeds of others. Pinned onto my head, Sebastian, unruffled, countered, Consider this. If I were indeed a cold-blooded butcher, a heartless executioner, how could I possibly earn the admiration of my fellow mutants? Namor fell silent for a moment, and due to psychological suggestion, chose to believe Mr. Shaw's defense. His thoughts and subconscious were manipulated and guided, inevitably leaning towards the side of the mutants. This is the tricky nature of psychic abilities. Unless one possesses formidable mental resistance, immunity to psychic manipulation, encountering the White Queen or Professor X can be quite a headache. What should we do next, Mr. Shaw? Namor inquired, somewhat at a loss. Sacrificing Atlantis to preserve the mutants? If he were to take such an action, discontented tribesmen might unite with the surface world and usurp his throne. My thoughts remain unchanged. Your Majesty, Sebastian stated solemnly, everything obtained at the negotiation table is determined by the victors of war. To attain peace, one must first demonstrate strength. The surface world possesses superhumans. Though we may be reluctant to admit it, they indeed pose an insurmountable challenge. The only solution is to employ planetary weapons to obliterate a portion of the surface world, drive the superhuman to madness, lure him into our trap, and then utilize the continental shelf oscillator to bury them completely. Given that this weapon can annihilate the aberrance of the Lemurian civilization, it stands to reason it can also vanquish the superhuman. Seeing Namor's indecision, a flicker of disdain crossed Sebastian's eyes as he stoked the flames further. Your Majesty, ponder well. Would the Atlanteans accept a king who has repeatedly faltered? Superman has stripped you of everything. That trident, a symbol of your sovereignty, along with the respect and glory a king rightfully deserves. He is hailed as a hero, a deity in the land above. While you are but a trivial vanquished foe in his luminous saga, can you truly accept such a fate? Namor's breath grew heavier as he listened to Sebastian's incendiary rhetoric, memories of his tragic childhood flooding back. It was as though he were transported back to the slums, where his people, who should have held him in esteem, regarded him with distant and cold gazes. His different skin tone rendered him an outcast, shunned by others. Apart from his mother, every Atlantean viewed him as a monster. I can only trust you, Mr. Shaw. Silencing the last vestiges of his struggle, Namor replied calmly, I may be a failure, but I shall not relinquish my crown nor return to my former existence. Excellent. To aspire to greatness, one must understand the necessity of sacrificing a portion of their own. This is the first step of a worthy sovereign, Sebastian remarked approvingly, patting Namor on the shoulder. While Atlantis and the surface world engage in negotiations, we must seize that ultimate weapon. This is our final opportunity. Should we involve others? Namor inquired. In a club, there are those whose convictions waver. To ensure our plans remain undisclosed, it shall be just the two of us. Sebastian replied gravely. Chapter 133. Next time, please knock before entering to watch a movie. The night enveloped Liberty Island like a delicate veil, and after half a day's negotiations, neither side had reached even a preliminary consensus. Both parties exhibited no signs of urgency. The White House contemplated convening a peace summit, with the president and his cabinet seriously considering Luke's proposals before agreeing to support them. Atlantis lay like a beached whale, temporarily incapacitated. Yet, relying solely on one individual's strength and appetite could not suffice to dismantle it entirely. At this juncture, it was essential to summon a group of temporary allies. As for Atlantis, they harbored no other intentions. They merely wished to delay, to stall, while unfortunate events were destined to unfold. A slight postponement was preferable to an earlier arrival. As night deepened, the clock on the wall pointed to 10 o'clock. Luke, having just concluded a post-dinner exercise at the Buster Keaton building on Manhattan Island, flew directly back to his hotel room on Liberty Island. His suite offered splendid views. Situated right opposite the Immigration Museum, drawing the curtains revealed the unmoving silhouette of the Statue of Liberty. Establishing diplomacy, technical exchanges, and resource trade constituted the baseline for negotiations from the White House, essential conditions for rallying those nations to the Allied front. Luke gazed upon the colossal statue under the night sky, its torch held aloft, radiating brilliance akin to a lighthouse. This magnificent gift, bestowed by the French to commemorate the centenary of American independence, subsequently became an iconic landmark of New York. During the fervent waves of immigration, whenever an ocean liner docked in the harbor of the Hudson River, many would catch sight of the Statue of Liberty and exclaim, "America!" This would ignite a chorus of jubilant cheers from the entire ship, a cacophony of exuberance. In those times, people fervently pursued the so-called dream of freedom, embarking upon the North American continent. However, for the majority, this American dream was but a deceit. The era of the Great Depression echoed with the sounds of shattered hopes. Even the act of leaping from rooftops required queuing. Choosing a landmark or a brokerage on Wall Street could entail a wait of 1 to 2 hours. Luke, contemplating the potential foolishness of Namor, hoped he might be more naive than anticipated, prepared to deploy planetary-scale weaponry to enact a cataclysmic strike. A decision potent enough to plunge Atlantis into the abyss. Just as he unfastened the first 2 buttons of his white shirt, he halted his actions. Although he had yet to commence his studies in magic, his innate attributes endowed by the template allowed him to keenly perceive the fluctuations in space. As expected, magical sparks flickered and danced, unfolding a circular portal. Master Wong, might you consider knocking before entering next time? Should I be engaged in certain activities? A sudden intrusion could leave a lasting psychological scar. Luke observed the gleaming bald head, subtly reminding the other party of basic decorum. Wong furrowed her brow. Having lost track of how many years had passed since she last entered through the front door after becoming a sorceress. My apologies, let's start again. The Supreme Sorceress reflected for a moment, recognizing the validity of Luke's words, and turned to step through the pulsating portal of magical sparks. Minutes later, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Luke's lips twitched. He was at a loss for words. This Supreme Sorceress was indeed rather forthright. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Wong, now clad in a formal suit, her forehead shining brightly. I consulted several sorcerers, and they all advised that this attire is more appropriate. Wang stated as she loosened her tightly knotted tie, smiling. Additionally, I always ensure to confirm your availability before arriving. So, you often use the window to the world to spy on my private life? Luke suppressed his urge to retort, then proceeded to camouflage, determined to diligently study magic and shield himself from the Supreme Sorceress's unseen gaze. Otherwise, the thought of being observed during intimate moments would surely lead to an untimely lapse in performance. He had no intention of exposing his peculiar proclivities. General Cavill, you need not concern yourself with that. Wang seemed to sense Luke's thoughts and clarified, the Supreme Sorceress has no proclivity for spying, and we always cast a special spell on the window to the world. Even if one were to inadvertently glimpse into your private life, the image would instantly become indistinct. This is in response to an elusive entity summoned amidst the trinity of the Vishanti across multiple dimensions. What? There will still be censorship? Luke was taken aback. He could only utter, truly, a master of the arcane. To conclude this tedious discourse, Luke settled into the plush sofa, chuckling lightly, if my memory serves me right. Did we not meet this morning? Is there something that cannot be conveyed over a phone call? He retrieved a bottle of red wine from the ice bucket and poured himself a glass. Then, lifting his gaze towards the Ancient One, he observed her shake her head, signaling her disinterest in alcohol. Even within the sanctum, wizards must adapt to the times. Face-to-face conversations will inevitably be rendered obsolete. I would recommend Comitage and the 3 great sanctums for procuring a batch of the latest portable telephones from the Skynet Corporation. Although the poor signal might pose a temporary challenge, it should not significantly affect the wizards of the New York Sanctum. Trust me, it is an essential item for home and travel. The Ancient One cast a glance at the bulky portable phone on the table, her demeanor unruffled. She displayed no interest in Luke's unconvincing sales pitch. Generally, wizards prefer to keep pets like crows, doves, or wolf spirits for their messaging needs. Moreover, with the use of a suspended ring, traversing from one side of the earth to New York is merely a matter of casting a spell. Incredibly convenient. Over the course of a year, one could save a considerable sum on airfare and travel expenses. Mr. Major, she explained, from a wizard's perspective, the confidentiality of electronic devices is insufficient, and the risk of leaks is substantial. However, she expressed a keen interest in novel inventions such as radios and televisions, often utilizing the world window to watch movies and operas being screened legitimately. The advancement of technology has the potential to alter human lives far more than magic ever could. What could possibly warrant the Ancient One's personal visit? After his unsuccessful pitch, Luke took a sip of red wine and murmured, "Is there an issue on Namor's end?" Clad in a suit, the Ancient One took a seat opposite Mr. Major. The appearance of this supreme sorceress tended towards androgyny, and donning modern male attire rendered her gender even more indiscernible. Perhaps due to mental influence, Namor had been swayed by Sebastian Shaw. The Ancient One remarked coolly, since the brainless duo of Numbskull and Grump conceived the idea of activating the Continental Shelf shockwave device, they have been placed on our watch list of dangerous individuals. Those two believed they could conduct their clandestine discussions within the fortress, oblivious to the fact that the Supreme Sorceress had already noted them down. Truly, it is Namor. Luke clapped his hands in admiration, never failing to be impressed by the sheer level of incompetence displayed. What should be the next course of action? Should S.H.I.E.L.D. intervene to thwart the apocalyptic plans of these two lunatics, or should the matter be handed over to the 3 sanctums for their resolution? Ancient One shook her head, dismissing the latter option. Unless absolutely necessary, Camartage and the 3 sanctums preferred to keep their existence concealed. General Cavill, at this point, there's no need for decorum or humility. S.H.I.E.L.D. is eager to make its entrance, and you can use that momentum to unseat Namor from his throne, Ancient One remarked, having already discerned the other S intentions. She teased, is everything truly part of your grand scheme? Are you genuinely willing to cede credit to the 3 sanctums? Cough, cough. I merely asked out of habit. It is basic courtesy. Luke cleared his throat, diverting the topic. I trust you know their precise location, Master Ancient One. I would appreciate it if you could divulge that information directly. Chapter 134. The script is written, the ultimate weapon. General, what are your plans? Ancient One inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. She had a fair understanding of Luke's character. When it came to adversaries, this exceptionally young general would hardly show an ounce of mercy. In the battles he had endured, few opponents had survived. Thus, according to Ancient One's conjecture, it was highly probable that the mindless duo would meet their end by a single blow from Superman, eliminating any future threat. Regardless of the circumstances, Sebastian Shaw had to die. Luke swirled his goblet, observing the half-drunk red wine gradually rise, swiftly returning to its original level. An infinite refill? It seemed the supreme sorcerer enjoyed such tricks. Perhaps Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, would revel in Doctor Strange's eternally unfinishable beer. Yet Luke felt no inclination toward such antics. It was merely a simple time loop. The consumed wine reverted to the previous timeline, appearing as though it had been automatically refilled. In reality, even if Luke continued to drink, he would feel neither fullness nor the urge to relieve himself. For the wine he ingested had returned to the glass with time's regression. It was as though he had consumed nothing at all. Upon reflection, it was somewhat unsettling. And what of Namor? Do you intend to spare him? Sensing Luke's penetrating gaze that saw through all, Ancient One felt a twinge of embarrassment and discreetly withdrew her playful time manipulation. If Sebastian Shaw was akin to an incessantly buzzing fly, utterly vexatious, Luke shook his head. He was not part of the Avengers. Every time Namor caused trouble, he would receive a beating before being sent back. After a while, Namor would stir up chaos once more, only to be restrained again by the Avengers. This cyclical pattern led one to wonder if Namor had developed a fondness for the sensation of being beaten, deliberately presenting himself as a target. Truly, Namor was a troublesome child. He may not actively engage in malevolent deeds, and at times can adopt a stance of righteousness, embodying a hero-like figure. Upon reflection, one might discern that amidst the turmoil, he is, in fact, a victim manipulated like a puppet, becoming a disastrous king. Luke set aside his goblet and continued. However, I harbor a profound disdain for unruly children. Moreover, every individual who errs can invariably find justification for their actions. I am under no obligation to forgive them all. Wouldn't you agree, Master Wong? Upon catching a glimpse of the flicker of coldness in Luke's eyes, Wong shook his head and remarked at this moment, "You resemble a quintessential movie villain, Colonel. As the Sorcerer Supreme, I ought to delineate the boundaries between us." Luke disregarded Wong's jest. He firmly believed that the Sanctums and Camartage would harbor no fondness for Namor. How could an organization dedicated to safeguarding Earth's peace and preventing dimensional incursions appreciate a troublemaker steeped in adolescent delusions? It is akin to a collector of figurines rejecting a child who only knows how to dismantle and ruin toys. Were Luke to confront Captain America or the Avengers, the Sorcerer Supreme might intervene, for they are pivotal figures within the future timeline. Their demise could precipitate unforeseen consequences. However, with Namor, it was a different matter entirely. The insignificant presence of this minor character poses minimal threat. Namor is neither an elder nor a titan among the Avengers, and his alliances and positions are rather ambiguous. The attitude of Atlantis towards this king is equally intricate. Apart from a crisis-generating Illuminati, there exists no other supportive organization. It must be said that as Marvel's inaugural superhero and the first mutant to grace the screen, the once mighty Namor has fallen to a rather pitiable state. In contrast to the neighboring Set, where Aquaman is often derided for his singular ability to converse with fish, the disparity in their treatment is stark. The latter is, after all, one of the Justice League's 7 greats, blessed with a beautiful wife and a divine mother. Nevertheless, before addressing them, the Continental Shelf Disruptor must be dealt with. Regarding Luke's intention to eliminate Namor and Sebastian Shaw, Wong expressed no dissent. The Sorcerer Supreme is not a paragon of virtue, unable to bear the sight of bloodshed. In truth, destruction and death are the most commonplace occurrences in her extensive existence. Shall we entrust it to Camartage? Luke inquired tentatively, hoping to place the disruptor in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s custody as a strategic weapon against Asgard and other extraterrestrial civilizations. They possess the Bifrost and the casket of ancient winters. Earth cannot afford to be outmatched. However, it is neither a magical artifact, nor would it fit in Camartage, which lacks the space. Wong shook his head in refusal, expressing his disinterest in the Continental Shelf Disruptor. The Supreme Sorcerer, by his very nature, is the ultimate weapon capable of traversing dimensions. It is likely that Namor is nearing his destination as well. With a flick of her fingers, the Ancient One conjured a circular window in the spacious guest room. The initially blurred image gradually sharpened, soon projecting into the living space. Ancient One, do you carry the window to the world with you? Luke mused, further convinced that the bald figure seated across from him harbored a penchant for voyeurism. Ahem, let us not dwell on trivialities, dear Colonel. You ought to focus your attention on Namor and Sebastian Shaw. The Ancient One's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she deftly shifted the topic. How could the esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, the sole leader of Kamartaj, stoop to employing a mystical artifact for the purpose of spying on others? Surely, she merely utilized the window to indulge in films and operas, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Luke retracted his skeptical gaze, directing it towards the vivid projection. Before him lay an endless, pitch-black abyss of the deep sea. Your Majesty, are you certain you haven't disclosed this to anyone else? A slender, shuttle-shaped vessel cleaved through the water, gliding steadily in its predetermined direction. Within the cockpit, only Namor and Sebastian Shaw occupied the space. The latter, feeling a disquieting restlessness, did not share in the exhilaration of impending success. Instead, he was beset by a sense of unease. The cold, shadowy depths of the ocean loomed outside, occasionally interrupted by the swift passage of colossal sea creatures, creating an astonishing commotion. It was akin to a pathway leading into the underworld, Sebastian mused. Rest assured, Mr. Shaw, Namor reassured him, steering the vessel. My kin are a short-sighted and insular lot. They would never grasp my intentions or the depth of my resolve. Therefore, I have confided in no one, for such revelations would only elicit opposition and impeachment. Upon hearing Namor's words, Sebastian gradually set his mind at ease, dismissing extraneous thoughts. He glanced at the navigational route displayed on the instrument panel and inquired, Your Majesty, as we approach the Isle of Ireland, what form does the planetary weapon of Atlantis take? Namor paused, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke with a hint of nostalgia. I received but a brief royal education before my mother took me to live in the slums. The name Continental Shelf Disruptor is one I inadvertently overheard her mention once. Later, upon ascending to the throne and delving into ancient historical texts, I further confirmed its existence. Strictly speaking, this ultimate weapon, regarded as taboo by successive kings and seldom spoken of, does not belong to Atlantis. It originates from the ancient deities. These beings were responsible for the massive upheaval of the Earth's plates, leading to the annihilation of both our civilization and that of Lemuria. For many Atlanteans, it remains an unforgettable, harrowing nightmare. Thus, the aristocracy in their robes shuns interaction with the surface world, eschewing technological advancement, and after millennia, they remain stagnant in their ways. They are apprehensive that when Atlantis rises once more to its zenith, the ancient deities will return and obliterate all that we hold dear. Upon hearing this, Sebastian scoffed. He and Namor shared a similar perspective, believing that civilization should retain the potential for upward advancement rather than remain ensconced in isolation and rigid adherence to tradition. Such an approach would only sacrifice the vitality and dynamism of a civilization and a nation. The information I possess indicates that the continental shelf oscillator is immense. Rather than a mere weapon, it resembles an apparatus for planetary transformation. Namor, suppressing his complex emotions, consoled himself with the thought that perhaps it is not a Pandora's box heralding destruction, but rather a catalyst to rejuvenate the world and nurture a new future for civilization. Sebastian refrained from exposing Namor's self-deceiving fallacy, harboring akin thoughts himself, utilizing that planetary-scale weapon to annihilate the old world ruled by humanity. They could forge a new Earth dominated by mutants. 40 minutes later, the elongated vessel descended into the dim depths of the ocean, finally arriving at its destination. At last, Namor's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he murmured, "That is the ultimate weapon left behind by the ancient deities." Chapter 135, The Divine Armor. Central energy source before Namor and Sebastian Shaw appeared a colossal island reminiscent of Atlantis. It boasted vast architectural complexes. The once resplendent palaces had long since crumbled into ruin, becoming dilapidated remnants deep beneath the ocean. Only a handful of sturdy stone columns still stood, known as the Pillars of Hercules, capable of activating a defensive shield against external threats. After millennia of relentless erosion by the frigid sea, the once distinct metallic circuits and patterns etched upon the surface had become obscured and nearly indecipherable. This place was once the largest and most magnificent golden city of the terrestrial realm, home to millions during its zenith, until the day of destruction arrived. Its name has long been lost to the annals of history, absent even from ancient tomes, hence the Atlanteans referred to it as the Lost City. Nemo descended the ladder lowered from the cockpit, with Sebastian Shaw closely following, donned in a suit resembling armor, enveloped by a semi-transparent energy field that countered the omnipresent, formidable water pressure. The two successfully set foot upon the gigantic island, advancing into the inner circle of the city. The architecture of ancient Atlantis was grandiose, reminiscent of classical Greek design, characterized by immense stone columns and intricate bas-reliefs. The spaces were expansive, with unobstructed views. The layout was meticulously structured, reflecting a clear hierarchy, akin to concentric circles nested within one another. The inner circle housed temples dedicated to the deities and the living quarters of the nobility, while the outer layer was populated by commoners and free citizens. Furthermore, due to the distinct social strata, there were strict regulations governing the height of the edifices. As they ventured deeper, the scale of the ruins grew increasingly monumental, amidst the crumbled remains of towering lighthouses and the gilded sanctuaries. It is evident that Atlantis once basked in the zenith of its glory. Truly, it was a civilization that shared dominion over the earth alongside the Lemurian civilization. Regrettably, before the Atlanteans could embark on their grand odyssey towards the stars and the vast oceans, they were struck by a cataclysmic blow from the celestial elite, mere novices yet to leave their humble beginnings. Ultimately, they had no choice but to reset their existence, transitioning from a terrestrial civilization to one of the seas. What lies beneath? As the exploration deepens, colossal sea creatures stir the waters, lurking in the shadows. Sebastian felt a twinge of anxiety. The depths of the ocean were not his domain. Should they encounter foes, Namor might not be able to safeguard him. The Guardians of the Lost City claimed this realm as their own. They were the intruders here. Namor waved his hand, signaling Sebastian to remain calm. As the king of Atlantis, he possessed the ability to communicate telepathically with marine life. His lips moved soundlessly, as though uttering complex incantations. Invisible waves emanated through the water. Gurgle, gurgle. Moments later, the leading sea creature released a stream of bubbles in response. They then seemed to regain their composure, retreating into the darkened recesses. The ultimate weapon lay within the subterranean corridors. None of Atlantis' past kings had dared to wield it, believing that the day for its use would never come, thus sealing it within this lost city, entrusted to the guardians of the deep. Namor guided Sebastian into the grandest ruins of the city. Once a revered temple dedicated to the oceanic deities, now reduced to desolation, long untouched by visitors. I am driven by necessity. Hoping the ancestors of Atlantis and my mother can comprehend, he reassured himself. After a moment of self-consolation, Namor activated the mechanism. Boom! The ground trembled violently. The temple's floor began to sink, the sounds of interlocking gears and mechanical movements merging into a thunderous symphony. The waters turned murky as thick silt and debris were stirred, forming countless miniature whirlpools. The remaining pillar of Hercules shifted, striking the final note. The ultimate weapon, concealed for millennia in the underground corridors, was finally unveiled before the two. Sebastian's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath caught in his throat. He was awestruck by the sheer magnitude of the machine. Its seamless metallic shell exuded an aura of cold, unyielding strength, roughly estimated to measure around 2,000 feet, over 600 meters. If it were to stand upright rather than lie prone, it would surpass the Empire State Building by considerable height. Such a colossal weapon was nothing short of unfathomable. Was this truly a planetary-scale armament? Sebastian inhaled deeply, his voice muffled by the breathing apparatus he wore. Indeed, this was the Continental Shelf Oscillator, a terrifying entity capable of annihilating the world. Namor nodded vigorously. Is this truly a planetary-grade weapon? Luke, far away on Freedom Island, wore an expression of sheer astonishment, his composure notably slipping. The look on his face suggested he was on the verge of exclaiming an expletive that he was struggling to contain. The reason for his reaction was that Luke was familiar with this device. More accurately, he had encountered it in comics before his journey through time. Although he had not witnessed the splendid history of millennia past firsthand, the records in Camartage regarding the Continental Shelf Oscillator were consistent with the descriptions in the texts. Ancient One nodded in affirmation. As an observer of the timeline, she too had her limitations. To date, the Supreme Sorcerers had used the Eye of Agamotto to trace back to the most ancient epics, notably the final conflict between the Dark Elves and Asgard. This period belonged to the most tumultuous age of the Nine Realms, during which even the All-Father Odin did not ascend to kingship. Asgard's leadership fell to his father, King Bor. The pantheon of deities had obliterated the civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria during a particularly unique period. The ancient gods were numerous, and it could be said that all-father-level beings were commonplace. If not for the presence of a singular, universe-level dimensional demon, one would feel embarrassed to greet others. Even the supreme sorcerers had never ventured into the ancient era where celestials and anomalies coexisted with primordial humanity. Yet, this was undeniably the armor of the pantheon. Luke fell silent, contemplating. The pantheon was among the earliest intelligent races to emerge in the universe, composed of energy-conscious beings formed from unknown, non-material substances, lacking specific forms or appearances. Thus, they donned enormous armors resembling metal. The most common depiction was that of majestic deities towering over 2,000 feet, akin to colossal steel cans magnified countless times. Luke was profoundly impressed, and when he witnessed Namor activating the mechanism to retrieve the ultimate weapon, he instantly recognized that it was not the continental shelf oscillator at all. Upon further reflection, the Atlanteans had not been entirely incorrect. The device indeed possessed the terrifying power to submerge continents and obliterate planets. After all, the energy wielded by each member of the pantheon surpassed that of the All-Father. If unleashed, it would not only devastate the North American continent, but could also inflict severe damage upon the Earth itself. Ancient One, do you know how to operate this planetary-grade weapon? Luke couldn't help but smirk, admiring the creativity of the Atlanteans who mistook the pantheon's armor for an ultimate weapon. Its true purpose was likely to prevent the leakage of cosmic energy, which could have unpredictable and horrifying consequences. The ancient Atlanteans had a profound understanding of how to harness cosmic energy. Ancient One resembled a treasure trove of wisdom, casually remarking, "They have developed an entirely new energy system, utilizing an unknown substance akin to glass crystals to harness solar energy. The lost city you behold once housed a solar palace within its inner ring, serving as the central energy source of Atlantis." Upon hearing this, Luke's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Harnessing solar energy? How fortuitous. Chapter 136. The Destruction of Voluto. 9 seconds of time, however. Gazing at Luke's gleaming eyes, the Ancient One mercilessly shattered his illusions. Atlantis had sunk into the depths of the ocean nearly 10 millennia ago, and the once magnificent central energy source had long since crumbled into ruins, obliterated beyond recognition. Yet, the Supreme Sorcerer's words did not dampen Luke's spirits. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was not a significant concern. If he could acquire the precise blueprints or relevant technology from Atlantis, Howard could undoubtedly replicate it. With his brilliant mind, he was more than capable of transcending any technological barriers. What were Namor and the others planning to do about the activation? Luke pondered, furrowing his brow. The towering armor stood as tall as 2 Empire State Buildings. Even accounting for the differences in materials, a direct comparison to reinforced concrete was not feasible. Nonetheless, the weight would not differ drastically. Namor could not possibly move such a behemoth. That is precisely why I have waited until now. Ancient One shrugged nonchalantly. I too am curious and wish to uncover the answer. I assumed you had everything under control, completely unperturbed, Luke instinctively quipped. Compared to the rigid and austere image of the Supreme Sorcerer depicted in comics, this version appeared far more spirited, exuding a sense of carefree ease. The demeanor of the Major General had transformed from initial awe and respect to one of casual familiarity. As a Supreme Sorcerer, I have indeed perused numerous tomes, witnessed countless wonders, and experienced marvels that many may never encounter in a lifetime. Yet, I am not an omniscient deity, Ancient One stated with utmost sincerity. Furthermore, knowledge is merely a facet of life experience, a lens through which one perceives the myriad phenomena of existence, not a mere ornament of superiority or a justification for arrogance. Not knowing the answer to a particular question is not a source of shame. Truly, the Supreme Sorcerer possesses a perspective that transcends the ordinary, Luke offered insincerely. Were it the Stark family, particularly the knowledge-cursed Iron Man, their criterion for distinguishing between the ordinary and the extraordinary would hinge on the ability to engage in normal conversation. For instance, when discussing nuclear submarines, Captain America had appeared utterly bewildered. According to Howard's assessment, such individuals would barely qualify as part of the primate group, including generals from the Department of Defense, military officials from the Pentagon, and all those who could not even grasp the fundamentals of classical physics. As the Invisible Woman once quipped about Mr. Fantastic, the most effective way to capture the attention of a brilliant nerd is to engage him in a discussion about quantum mechanics. So, Master Ancient One, are you planning to open a portal for me to deal with those two unfortunate souls who believe they remain undetected? Luke rubbed his hands together, seemingly eager. This plan is quite commendable. Ancient One nodded in agreement. The mundane disputes should be left to S.H.I.E.L.D. She would merely act as an observer, participating in the excitement as a bystander, spending all her days in the secluded realm of Kamartaj. Fending off the debts demanded by Dormammu from the Dark Dimension had become rather tiresome. This young major, however, excels at concocting new schemes. Yet, Ancient One paused, glancing at the towering 2,000-foot armor displayed on the screen, and curiously inquired, "Once Namor activates that ultimate weapon, will you be able to dispose of it swiftly?" The operation of the continental shelf oscillator essentially involves a terrifying speed of consuming matter to create vast voids, followed by an energy release. According to the ancient texts of Kamartaj, this entire process will last 4 hours and cannot be halted. Luke raised an eyebrow and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "What is the interval from activation to operation?" He seemed to begin to understand why the Atlanteans regarded the armor of the Celestials as a so-called continental shelf oscillator. By creating a large-scale gravitational field to absorb matter, and then violently releasing it, an unimaginable explosive shockwave could easily submerge the North American continent. Furthermore, the vibrations produced during the process could generate an amplification effect similar to resonance, resulting in severe earthquakes and tsunamis. The imaginative potential of the Atlanteans is indeed remarkable. Luke mused, contemplating the ingenious application of their creations. Perhaps this is the correct method of utilization? In less than 10 seconds, Ancient One provided an answer. With the rewind function of the Eye of Agamotto, she harbored no concerns about inciting any catastrophic and irreparable consequences. Since Luke had won the wager, securing his qualification for further training in Kamartaj, and given that the three sanctums might engage in some degree of cooperation with S.H.I.L.D. post-event, Ancient One deemed it necessary to present this young major with appropriate challenges. "I have a bold idea," Luke remarked after a moment of contemplation, casting a sly smile at the impeccably dressed bald mage. "Shall we activate it now?" Namor stood before the so-called ultimate weapon, feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust. Had he not known how to wield it, he might have felt like Sebastian Shaw, akin to an ant gazing up at a colossal whale, utterly powerless. There's no need to rush. The consequences of the continental shelf oscillator are immensely grave. We should, much like God summoning a deluge for the end of the world, gather a band of righteous souls in advance, allowing them to board Noah's Ark before we cleanse this sinful world. Sebastian's eyes darted. His thoughts focused on assembling a sufficient number of mutants to seek refuge in a secure location. Subsequently, he intended to issue a warning to nations around the globe with the aid of Namor. Should negotiations falter, he would employ the continental shelf oscillator to submerge the North American continent. Having witnessed a fraction of the power wielded by planetary-grade weaponry, humanity would undoubtedly succumb to fear. This strategy mirrored the tactics employed by the Third Reich, which, through Blitzkrieg, conquered the nations of Europe, establishing an axis of evil and enforcing totalitarian rule. Sebastian believed he could execute this plan more effectively than the F-Rare, for the latter had not possessed a weapon as formidable as the continental shelf oscillator. Namor gazed upon the colossal, frigid weapon, retrieving a translucent hexagonal crystal from his pocket. This was the key to activating the continental shelf oscillator, capable of awakening its internal energy systems. Thereafter, it would be maneuvered with the same finesse as piloting a spacecraft. Moments later, the previously inert giant armor emanated soft glimmers of light. Energy began to flow through the circuits, on the brink of successful activation. Just as Namor was filled with exhilaration, a sudden spark of magic illuminated the murky depths of the ocean. Zzz, zzz, like cutting through space, invisible waves stirred gentle ripples, and a circular passage gradually opened. "Surprised, aren't you?" Luke emerged with a smile, activating a biofield to displace the encroaching seawater. The immense water pressure exerted an intangible gravity upon him, compressing from all sides, battering every muscle fiber. Yet, this general remained composed, feeling no strain whatsoever. At last, we meet, Mr. Shaw. He regarded the stunned Sebastian Shaw and the astonished Namor with a benevolent smile. Life is replete with ups and downs. The sensation of plummeting just before imminent success is quite unpleasant, isn't it? I haven't informed anyone. Namor's eyes brimmed with confusion as he instinctively glanced at Sebastian Shaw. He could not fathom how the Superman could possibly appear. He should have been on Liberty Island. If there was a traitor, excluding himself, it could only be Mr. Shaw. Sebastian also cast a skeptical glance at Namor, questioning his reliability, suspecting he might have leaked information. I'm pressed for time. You two can settle your old scores later. Luke, disinterested in further dialogue, raised his right arm, a ring of shimmering green light entwined around his wrist. Smash Voluto, he silently commanded. In that fleeting moment, the flow of time came to a standstill. Beneath the deep sea, on this colossal island, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Even the currents froze in place, let alone Namor and Sebastian Shaw. They stood like lifelike statues, their expressions vividly reflecting shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Luke took a step forward, and the biofield fully unfurled, attempting to envelop the colossal armor of the Celestial Group, which lay sprawled across the island, covering almost half of the city's inner ring. Though the range was not vast, it sufficed. Luke extended both hands upwards, simultaneously bracing his shoulder against the immovable giant armor. 1 second. He silently counted down. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only 9 seconds. Should Namor and Sebastian Shaw regain their faculties, they would undoubtedly not allow the celestial armor to be taken away. 2 seconds. Luke's arm muscles bulged, veins protruding like ropes. His towering figure resembled an erupting volcano, unleashing an unimaginable force. A thunderous rumble. The ground cracked beneath him, like a spiderweb spreading. 3 seconds. The ground where Luke stood began to sink. Yet, the giant armor remained steadfast. Following a second upgrade of his template, his strength had been growing at an astonishing rate daily. What he could once only push, he now lifted effortlessly with a single hand. This illustrates the remarkable speed of the Superman template's growth. The most terrifying aspect was that this was far from Luke's limit. At present, he was exerting all his might to lift the massive armor. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. For Luke, he had never experienced time flowing so slowly. Every muscle fiber was being drained of power. The stellar energy within him surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. This terrifying force even created a gravitational field akin to that of celestial bodies, pulling at the still waters around him. Rise. At the 8th second, the giant armor was finally stirred. With time paused, the rising dust floated languidly, and the surrounding seawater swirled like a semi-solid liquid, presenting a bizarre visual phenomenon. Magical sparks danced vigorously as the circular passageway accommodating the giant armor was swiftly opened. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the seemingly near exhaustion Luke strained to lift the immensely heavy armor. With each step, the earth groaned in protest. 9 seconds. Time resumed. Thunderous roars. The dark depths of the sea seemed to have just endured a dreadful earthquake, with the island trembling and large sections of ruins collapsing. A fierce surge of dust erupted, and the once still waters churned violently. Namor and Sebastian Shaw, regaining their cognitive abilities, stared in bewilderment at the empty space before them. Where's my ultimate weapon? What happened to such a massive planetary weapon? Chapter 137. Teammates' Stubbornness, Namor's Betrayal. What transpired? A cascade of question marks seemed to erupt above Namor's head. He had yet to grasp the situation, nor did he realize that in the brief tragedy of his transient existence, he had lost a precious 9 seconds. It could very well be the work of Superman. Perhaps we are all under his control. Sebastian furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far from simple. A sinister expression crossed his face, revealing a hint of shock. More experienced than Namor, he quickly detected the anomalies at play. The vivid memories in his mind felt as though a segment had been erased, leaving them utterly disconnected. One moment, Superman had appeared abruptly, raising his right arm. In the next instant, he vanished, taking with him the continental shelf oscillator without a trace. This was exceedingly bizarre. It was as if someone had stealthily stolen every occurrence that had transpired during that time from them. Your Majesty, we must depart at once. Sebastian, his mind clear, urged Namor to flee hastily. Though he had no inkling of where that colossal planetary weapon had gone, one thing was certain. Even if he and Namor joined forces, they would likely be unable to withstand Superman's onslaught. Especially beneath the ocean's depths, Sebastian found himself encumbered in his diving suit, unable to unleash his true potential. Should a conflict erupt, Namor might not be able to look after him. Thus, Sebastian instinctively proposed a retreat. After all, preserving one's life took precedence. This was his prudent approach. Was Atlantis' ultimate weapon to be relinquished so easily? The impetuous Namor could hardly comprehend Sebastian's cautious disposition. Mr. Shaw, we cannot continue to evade. It is time to muster our courage and confront the threat posed by Superman. Indeed, he was the most formidable surface dweller I had ever encountered. Yet your power is not inferior to that of the Hellfire Club's Black King, an alpha-level mutant. Coupled with the fact that you are of royal Atlantean blood and also an alpha-level mutant, how could we possibly fail to withstand a mere Superman? He is not a god. Sebastian gazed at the impassioned Namor, bemused. At that moment, his emotions were profoundly intricate. Faced with Namor's inquiries, Sebastian yearned to convey to him that the last time he had wielded the Golden Trident and summoned the Leviathan of the North Sea, he had not triumphed over Superman. Now, unarmed and devoid of any trump cards, to clash head-on with him, why would I choose a brawny, muscle-bound individual as my ally? Sebastian felt a deep frustration within, recognizing that they were akin to a mismatched duo in the lower lane of battle. One side had clearly signaled a desire to return to the city to replenish their resources before re-engaging. Yet his thick-headed teammate insisted on charging headlong into conflict, ready to confront an opponent who had developed significantly and possessed superior equipment. A modicum of thought would reveal the grim prospects ahead. Your Majesty, Sebastian was about to elucidate further when he noticed the sparks of magic dancing incessantly. Far away on Liberty Island, the Supreme Mage, akin to an exquisite assistant, judiciously sliced through space, opening a passage. Just moments ago, it seemed he heard someone utter his name from behind. Luke returned to the lost city of Atlantis, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The colossal armor left behind by the Celestial Group was momentarily cast aside by him. On this planet, aside from himself, it was unlikely anyone could lift it. Magneto, he was still an orphan, bereft of parents. Captain Marvel, the Cold War had yet to commence. The Pegasus Project was but a distant notion. Long time no see, Your Majesty, Luke remarked, gazing at the furious and impassioned Namor. He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter and extended his right hand, palm open, beckoning forward with a casual gesture. The provocation was unmistakable. The long-standing feud between them indeed warranted resolution. Namor's mind was devoid of convoluted thoughts. Typically, when faced with a challenge, he would charge in with fists raised. As the king of Atlantis, he lacked the steadiness of Sebastian, or perhaps the ability to endure. Boom! A fierce blaze of battle spirit ignited within Namor. He stamped his foot heavily, causing the island floor, already riddled with cracks, to erupt in a shower of debris. A forceful punch surged directly towards Luke's face. For Namor, the ocean floor was his primary battlefield. The oppressive water pressure and the currents that hindered movement and slowed speed were no burden to him, given his Atlantean royal blood. In stark contrast, Superman had to constantly activate his biofield to withstand the pressure and displace the water. Thus, compared to the battle above the Atlantic, he now possessed a significant geographical advantage. Thud! Luke remained unperturbed, his biofield fully deployed, radiating an aura of formidable might. The ground beneath him crumbled and shattered, debris swirling and dust billowing. Namor's fist had yet to approach Luke when it felt as though it struck an impenetrable wall. The overwhelming recoil surged through his arm, reverberating throughout his body. It was as if he had punched himself, resulting in a wave of discomfort. Your Majesty, it seems that in such a short time apart, the chasm between us has only widened. The villainous Luke not only inflicted physical harm upon Namor, but also dealt a psychological blow. The fully expanded bioforce enveloped the rigid Namor, who instantly felt as though he bore the weight of heavy shackles, sinking into a viscous mire. In contrast to Superman's straightforward and reckless combat style, Luke, after enhancing his template, focused on skill development. However, He had only just begun to master the fundamental technique of shaving with heat vision. Bam! Luke's right leg struck Namor squarely in the chest. Like a cruise missile detonating, a terrifying force tore through the dense muscle capable of withstanding bullets, shattering bones as hard as steel. A crisp crack echoed sharply. Namor, akin to a solid cannonball charged with momentum, was violently propelled backward. Several strands of crimson blood mingled with the tumultuous waters. His sternum collapsed as he coughed up blood incessantly, crashing through the decaying ruins, stirring up clouds of dust. Luke shook his neck, reminiscent of a warm-up exercise. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted. Luke surged forth like a jet aircraft propelled by its afterburners, parting the surging sea. In mere moments, he closed the distance to the struggling Namor with a few bursts of speed. The ancient brick pillars, remnants of a bygone era, crumbled as if made of paper under the force of his assault. Poor soul, did you truly believe Sebastian Shaw regarded you as kin? Luke stomped down, forcibly returning the rising Namor to the ground. The colossal island of a lost city trembled, and the immense sea creatures lurking in the shadows scattered like startled birds. He always let you take the forefront, bearing all the blame and troubles, while the Hellfire Club and he himself remained in the shadows, observing the unfolding chaos. Luke lifted the fallen Namor with one hand, a glint of coldness passing through his eyes as he whispered, "You have lost the trust of your kin, the glory of your king, and soon you shall lose your future." He raised Namor, utterly defenseless, and lifted his knee. Bane's skill card, Master of Broken Backs. Chapter 138. Collapse and Escape. No one can save you. Crack. A cruel sound resonated. The long-in-use Bane skill card was finally unleashed upon Namor, granting this Marvel Universe's Aquaman a taste of the treatment reserved for Batman on the neighboring set. Namor let out a harrowing scream. He distinctly felt his spine, which supported his back, shatter as if his entire being was forcibly bent in two. A searing pain surged through his brain. His collapsed chest felt like a bellows being pulled. As Namor spewed blood, he endured the excruciating agony coursing through his body. The fierce battle spirit that had ignited within him was extinguished in an instant, doused like a flame by cold water. "Our grievances are settled," Luke said, casually discarding Namor. At that moment, he had no desire to justify his actions or utter grandiloquent proclamations from a moral high ground. The only distinction between Luke and those villains was his clear self-awareness. "I am not Clark Kent, nor do I aspire to be a bright beacon illuminating the world, for that demands a tremendous price, and at times, even sacrifices." Luke pondered silently, realizing that relying on a time traveler endowed with superhuman strength to swiftly transform into a savior akin to Superman was fundamentally unrealistic. Moreover, as a pragmatist, he held the belief that exceptional villains invariably outperformed superheroes in terms of efficiency. The latter often found themselves ensnared in unsolvable dilemmas reminiscent of the trolley problem, leading to relentless self-examination of their moral compass. This was both their virtue and their flaw. Why could Batman not triumph over the Joker? It was merely because he was unwilling to lower his moral standards to the same level as his nemesis. When the stakes are equal and the abilities comparable, a rule-abiding gambler will always be outmatched by a ruthless one. Luke believed that if the Joker were confined alongside the Punisher, the notorious Prince of Gotham would surely temper his ways. Thus, to deal with individuals like you, sometimes one must resort to someone like me. The general chuckled softly, casting a glance at Namor, who had suffered a more humiliating defeat than before. "I never imagined I would lose to a Landweller twice." Namor gasped, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. In the traditions of Atlantis, the life of a loser is rightfully surrendered to the victor. "Kulme, return me to the embrace of the ocean god." Perhaps it was the piercing clarity of his own predicament that gradually liberated this young king of Atlantis from his juvenile fantasies. He strained to lift his head, closing his eyes, adopting a tragic expression as if perpetually prepared for a noble sacrifice, welcoming death. At that moment, Namor finally bore some semblance to a sovereign. "Our personal grievances have been settled," Luke remarked meaningfully. "As a general of the terrestrial realm, if I were to slay the king of Atlantis with my own hands, it would be tantamount to instigating a conflict between two worlds." Namor opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flickering within. "You intend to spare me?" This is not typical of Superman's modus operandi. Through their encounters, He had begun to discern the true nature of this general. Terms like pacifist and war hero were merely for propaganda. Beneath it all flowed a current of coldness and indifference, never sparing an enemy. Namor Mackenzie, you're under arrest for multiple charges, including attempted world destruction, the disruption of diplomatic relations between Atlantis and the terrestrial realm, and the incitement of a civil war that would result in mass slaughter, Luke declared, akin to an unyielding judge, enumerating Namor's transgressions before rendering his verdict. What awaits you will be a joint trial of Atlantis and the terrestrial world. You truly are a damned bastard. I refuse to stand trial. I am a king. Namor spat blood in fury, glaring up at the towering figure of Superman. Initially, he harbored a glimmer of hope that Luke, out of respect for a lifelong adversary, would choose to spare him. Yet, he was swiftly met with the harsh reality of Luke's resolve. Likewise, Luke replied. Luke spread his arms and solemnly declared, whether in failure or in error, one must accept the consequences. This is quite reasonable, is it not? Ignoring Namor's wrath, he snapped his fingers and called into the emptiness. Master Ancient One, please open a door. As his words faded, magical sparks cleaved through the fabric of space. Namor, with a shattered spine, vanished without a trace. Sent away by the Ancient One to an unknown fate. With one foe dealt with, another loomed. Luke cracked his knuckles, his anticipation heightened for Sebastian Shaw. Namor, a formidable champion with high attack and substantial health, stood no chance against an opponent of superior prowess. However, the formidable Black King of the Hellfire Club presented a different challenge altogether. His resistance grew fiercer with each strike, bolstered by his armor and fiery abilities. In the original timeline, it was Magneto and Professor Charles who had managed to exploit an opening to defeat him. But where was he? Luke utilized his superhuman vision to scan the area, but found no sign of Sebastian Shaw. His gaze, akin to a radar, enveloped the lost city, missing not even the slightest crevice. Master Ancient One, we require another portal, he called out unperturbed. With the mightiest support on Earth at his disposal, he was confident that no matter where Sebastian attempted to flee, he would be able to pursue him. Responding to Luke's summons, the Supreme Sorcerer, who witnessed everything through the window of a world, deftly opened another rift in space. To his surprise, he learned that Sebastian Shaw had a connection with her as well. Meanwhile, on Liberty Island, the Ancient One pondered, understanding that she could utilize the temporal nodes of the three sanctums to cast spells across vast distances, effortlessly opening a portal for Luke. Which Selene, she realized, as the Enchantress joined the ranks of the Hellfire Club. In London, Sebastian stumbled onto the carpet, hastily shedding his cumbersome diving suit. He found himself in a villa within the urban landscape, having traversed from the depths of the Atlantic Ocean to London. No wonder Luke had failed to locate him with his enhanced vision. Quickly, inform Mr. Essex. Superman has defeated Namor and is likely to pursue me. We must devise a plan to mitigate this predicament. Anxiety etched across Sebastian's face, a stark contrast to his usual composure. Namor had suffered a grievous defeat, and he had no desire to meet a similar fate. Had he not sensed the urgency and called for aid upon noticing his ally's distress, he too might have found himself overpowered by the superhero. How did you get entangled with him? A sultry feminine voice echoed through the room. The figure who had rescued Sebastian Shaw was a captivating woman seated in a high-backed chair, with waist-length black hair and draped in a vintage robe. Her every movement radiated an extraordinary allure. Selene, the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club, he exclaimed, recognizing her as another formidable sorceress. Essex is preoccupied with his research on cloning technology and has no time to assist you with your troubles. The Black Queen, Selene, chuckled softly, unfazed by the furious Sebastian Shaw. By the way, Shaw, this rescue is not without its costs. Do remember to provide fair compensation. The Essex she referred to is none other than Mr. Sinister, the harbinger of mutants. Even at this juncture, she dares to mention payment. You have no idea of the gravity of the situation. I must speak directly with Essex. Sebastian seethed with frustration, feeling utterly insecure, perpetually anxious that Superman might descend from the heavens. It is imperative that Mr. Sinister awakens that mutant deity, he thought. ZZZ. ZZZ. Magical sparks suddenly ignited, tearing open a circular portal from which a chilling voice emanated. Today, no one can save you, Mr. Shaw. Sebastian's face paled in horror. He had not anticipated Superman's arrival so swiftly. As the words fell, A tempestuous rush of air and a thunderous roar erupted from the portal. A towering figure of imposing stature materialized in the room. Chapter 139, Black Queen. Meteoric escape. The formidable figure descended with a cataclysmic presence, akin to a volcano erupting, filling the spacious study with its ferocity. Leaning against the high-backed chair, the Black Queen Celine narrowed her eyes. As the swirling currents of air billowed her vintage robe and waist-length black hair, the anxious expression on Sebastian's face instantly froze, fear unmistakably surfacing in his eyes. They have caught up so quickly. He found it hard to believe. Superman, wielding magic? Opening a portal through a spellcasting medium is the hallmark of a sorcerer. Luke stepped through the circular portal, his piercing gaze sweeping over the astonished Sebastian Shaw. Their eyes locked in a fierce confrontation, devoid of any cliché villainous monologues or tedious pre-battle dialogues. Luke exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself in a swift, straight line, clenching his right fist. A terrifying power coalesced at its core. Boom! The resounding blast nearly threatened to tear the roof asunder. Sebastian's head felt as though it had taken a heavy blow. He staggered backward. His robust physique momentarily shimmered with a ghostly afterimage, a result of absorbing the dreadful power unleashed by Superman. The opponent seemed akin to a titan cloaked in human skin. A single punch from him was overwhelming, even for Sebastian, who had previously withstood cruise missiles and effortlessly absorbed explosive energy. He recalled his remarkable feats, tearing apart 3 warships, propelling aircraft carriers, and delivering crushing blows to Namor, and an icy dread enveloped his heart. In contrast to the fallen king of Atlantis, Sebastian remained far more lucid. He did not consider himself a match for Superman unless he could absorb atomic energy, transforming into a humanoid nuclear weapon, and undergo a complete enhancement. Otherwise, engaging in a direct confrontation would yield exceedingly low odds of victory. The legendary Superman truly lives up to his reputation. The Black Queen, Celine, caressed her crimson lips, her captivating gaze akin to a serene lake capable of melting any male creature. It is evident that this formidable sorceress, who typically favors virile men, has taken a liking to the robust and brawny Superman. To be precise, she is drawn to Luke's physique. Were it not for the bothersome presence of Sebastian Shaw, she would undoubtedly have approached him, offering herself as a confidant, eager to engage in a fierce contest of wills. By the gods, Celine, you madwoman, can you not momentarily suppress your overflowing hormones? Sebastian shot a glance at his ally, the Black Queen, nearly choking on his frustration. Her insatiable longing and desperate desires were palpable. Indeed, Superman's muscular form, towering stature, and sharply defined features are undeniably alluring to women. Yet, this is a battleground fraught with peril, and Celine's mind is filled with inappropriate fantasies, offering no assistance whatsoever. This left Sebastian, who was desperately trying to hold everything together, on the brink of collapse. It was akin to a situation where one's jungler merely observes from the sidelines while vocalizing admiration for the enemy marksman's impeccable last-hitting and dazzling movements. Shaw, do mind your language. I am not one of those naive young people in your club, easily deceived by your antics, the Black Queen retorted coldly. She had never regarded Sebastian Shaw, who relied on organ transplants and activated mutant abilities, with much respect. As a mutant who had endured the passage of time, Celine's pride surpassed that of her younger counterparts. The few who caught her were likely to be those who proclaimed themselves as deities, like Apocalypse or his subordinate, the ominous Mr. Sinister. The rest of the mutants? Celine bore no personal vendetta. She simply deemed them all as worthless. Essex, that infamous Mr. Sinister, would not wish for Apocalypse to awaken. But if I were to perish, the mutant god would certainly be summoned. Sebastian seethed, wishing he could strangle the nonchalant Black Queen. Is that a threat? I shall remember it. Shaw, Celine replied, her smile vanishing as she finally rose from her high-backed chair. Despite her alluring presence, every gesture igniting desire in men, she was a sorceress of considerable renown. If one were to calculate her age, she would be nearly contemporaneous with the Ancient One. Celine's audacious style was characterized by her enjoyment of subjugating men, toying with their bodies and souls. In a sense, she could be described as one who had experienced countless encounters, seasoned in the art of seduction. The men she favored typically met grim fates. either being completely drained of their essence or reduced to mere sycophants, played with until their demise. As the Black Queen, Selene relinquished her identity as a witch. She remained a mutant. Her innate ability was the absorption of life. Through physical contact, she could siphon the vitality of others, thereby enhancing certain aspects of her own physical attributes. This was the true reason behind Selene's ageless beauty, which had endured for millennia. She relied on the deprivation of others' lives to maintain her youthful allure and vibrant energy. "Mr. Sebastian, may we take a moment to converse?" The Black Queen cautioned Sebastian Shaw, her hands gently clasped as she leisurely conjured a spell. A dense black mist erupted violently, enveloping the formidable superhero in a shroud of ominous death energy. Slowing his speed, draining his strength, and disorienting his mind, she was a high-level sorceress. Yet, Lux remained unaffected, as his powerful template as a magical superhero shielded him. With a resounding thud, he landed a kick on Sebastian Shaw, who staggered as shadowy duplicates of himself emerged, struggling to absorb the energy imposed by the superhero. "Selene, your spells are ineffective against him," Sebastian cried out in frustration. In that moment, he resembled a glutton nearing his limit, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage from the superhero. Sensing a profound threat of death looming over him, the scythe of life-taking loomed over him like a noose. "Unleash your true abilities," Sebastian incessantly clamored. Though capable of absorbing various forms of energy, he remained fundamentally human. His reaction speed and mobility failed to keep pace with the superhero's rhythm, rendering him merely a victim of circumstance, unable to retaliate or even evade. "Silence." The Black Queen gestured, and Sebastian's mouth seemed to be stitched shut, rendering him voiceless in an instant. Subsequently, with a flick of her right hand, tendrils of black smoke coiled around her, filling the room with a pungent sulfuric odor. Constantly hurling meteors, how excessively violent, Lux thought as he paused his assault, turning to regard the Black Queen, whose magical waves rippled around her, a glimmer of coldness crossing his gaze. Then, with a thunderous crash, a colossal figure broke through the roof. In the air above, a massive fireball descended. Chapter 140. "I either want to kill you, or be killed by you." Lux soared into the sky, staring at the immense meteor that radiated fierce flames, large enough to consume the entirety of the building. His eyes narrowed, crimson beams sweeping up and down, slicing horizontally. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The searing rays, akin to red-hot blades, vaporized flesh and blood, cleaving the massive meteor into scattered fragments that could cover half a city block. Immediately after, his biological force field expanded violently, exerting tremendous power to pulverize the rain of shattered stones into powder. In the midst of the air, dust dances and drifts away with the wind. A crisis dissipates without a trace. "Well done. I had anticipated that you would disregard the well-being of others and continue to engage in battle with Sebastian Shaw." At some point, the Ancient One appeared behind Luke, her expression one of approval, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected choice made by this young general. Could it be that deep within him lies the potential to become a hero? Regardless, they cannot escape. Luke calmly stated that the Supreme Sorceress was overthinking. As a prominent figure, a pillar of the lawful alignment, the youngest general of the United States, the sole beacon of the human realm, the leader of the Howling Commandos, the inaugural head of S.H.I.E.L.D., and a sorceress of considerable prowess, he scoffed at the last title. Luke believed that occasionally performing good deeds and reaping accolades was entirely normal. I had not anticipated that Sebastian Shaw had ties with the witch Selene, who had also joined the Hellfire Club. The Ancient One frowned slightly. Today she was donned in tailored attire rather than her customary hooded robes. Her outfit, not particularly high-end, appeared somewhat unkempt, resembling a balding insurance salesman rather than a Wall Street elite. That woman is the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Luke used his enhanced vision to scan the study, discovering that Sebastian Shaw, along with Selene, had predictably fled. They possessed abilities akin to the sorcerers of Camartage, capable of teleportation, and could appear anywhere. Furthermore, Selene was a formidable witch, the Ancient One added. Luke raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. In this world, few sorcerers could garner praise from the Supreme Sorceress, much less qualify for such an esteemed accolade. "General, exercise caution when confronting her in the future," the Ancient One warned sternly. Selene hails from a tribe in Central Europe. Even as an infant in her cradle, she awakened her mutant abilities. Her mother regarded it as a miracle, sacrificing her own vitality as nourishment, a decree echoed by the tribe's elders, Thus, Selene exhibited formidable strength from an early age. Luke felt a chill. He had not anticipated such a background for the Black Queen. Selene had survived through the ages by siphoning the life force of others. During this time, she acquired the rune staff from Asgard, greatly enhancing her power. The Ancient One narrated, her tone steady and unhurried. Thousands of years ago, she ventured to the then-flourishing Roman Empire, elevating a fallen poet to the Senate, scheming to conduct a deification ritual, which regrettably did not succeed. Subsequently, she established an evil cult in Brazil, declaring herself a goddess. In summary, this woman is exceedingly dangerous. Do not let her come near you, Colonel, cautioned Gu. Pausing momentarily to cast a glance at the robust and virile figure of the superhero before him, you might find yourself utterly drained by her. Luke furrowed his brow, as if a high-speed car heading towards Mount Akina had just barreled across his face. Master Gu, do you intend to intervene? He inquired with curiosity. It is well understood that each discipline has its own specialist. Thus, a powerful sorceress wielding the Asgardian staff and having lived for millennia ought to be entrusted to the Supreme Sorceress' care. I apologize, but Kamar Taj is rather occupied at the moment. I have been away for too long, and Dormammu is once again demanding repayment. Gui decisively shook his head, preparing to depart. Surely, it wouldn't be too much trouble to open a portal before you leave? Luke's lips twitched as he contemplated that perhaps Dormammu was the most unfortunate of dimensional deities. The current supreme sorcerer, Gu, was akin to a delinquent refusing to settle debts, while the next, Strange, not only continued this trend, but also forced Dormammu into negotiations, compelling him to tear up the promissory note. Were one to document the convoluted experiences of this saga, it could sustain dozens of marketing accounts. Shocking. The supreme sorcerer has become a debtor. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? 15 secrets you must know about Kamar Taj. A New York doctor transitions to a negotiation expert. The debt collection saga of the dimensional deity Dormammu, unveiling the poignant and harrowing history behind it. Open a portal? I shall simply deliver your adversary right to your doorstep. Gu-i proclaimed with a flourish of her hand. She traced a circle in the air, and magical sparks danced and leaped. Is this the dam base of Lake Acaria? Luke paused briefly before stepping into the circular passage. Nearby, Sebastian Shaw gazed at him in bewilderment. The Black King of the Hellfire Club was internally shaken. He had accompanied Selene to Egypt. How had he been abruptly yanked back? Perhaps this is fate, Mr. Shaw. Luke shrugged, striding confidently towards him. The Black Queen possessed the requisite magical means to evade the Supreme Sorcerer's spatial teleportation, leaving only the unfortunate Sebastian Shaw to confront the superhero. Allies, it seemed, served merely as shields in moments of peril. Boom, boom, boom. The thundering echoes reverberated through the corridors of the dam base. Sebastian's eyes glinted with ferocity, akin to a starving wolf cornered with no escape. Sensing the powerful gust of fists approaching him, he unleashed the dreadful energy he had absorbed previously. Thud! Luke felt as though he had been struck by his own devastating blow, hurtling backward and crashing deeply into the sturdy alloy wall. Hiss! Exactly. Now this feels right. He bore no trace of anger. Instead, an exhilarated grin spread across his face. With both hands pressed against the wall, he extricated himself from the humanoid indentation. He stepped heavily onto the ground, akin to a jet engine launching into the air, colliding forcefully with Sebastian Shaw. The former unleashed a terrifying force capable of sinking colossal ships, while the latter absorbed and subsequently released it. Upon their initial contact, a series of visible shockwaves radiated outward, rippling through the air. There was no necessity for us to be adversaries. Overcoming his trepidation, Sebastian managed to engage in a back-and-forth with the superhero, seemingly succumbing to a peculiar illusion that his foe was not as fearsome as he had imagined. He promptly entered into a verbal barrage, attempting to persuade Luke to transform their conflict into reconciliation, thereby averting this senseless skirmish. General Cavill, Namor has already been dealt with by you, and the war between Atlantis and the terrestrial realm has been halted by Superman. In terms of prestige and honor, as well as status and power, you have gained much. Sebastian's form flickered with countless afterimages as he absorbed energy while releasing it, striving to maintain a precarious equilibrium. Superman, seemingly tireless, increased the velocity of his punches, causing the very air to rupture with a deafening sound akin to breaking the sound barrier. Logically, one would expect that the fierce onslaught would also inflict recoil damage upon Sebastian due to the energy he was releasing. Yet, Luke appeared utterly unfazed, relentlessly swinging his fists. For a fleeting moment, the scene resembled a seemingly invincible high school student activating a frenzied stand akin to a platinum star. Apologies, Mr. Shaw. My sole intention is to either extinguish your life or have you extinguish mine. The chilling voice pierced through the powerful gust generated by his blows, reaching Sebastian's ears amidst the tumult. Initially, upon observing the battlefield as the dam base, he contemplated unleashing a floodgate, allowing you to experience the exquisite sensation of being utterly obliterated. However, he promptly reconsidered. The agony of witnessing one's impending demise seemed far more despairing than the momentary pain of a deluge. Within mere seconds, Luke unleashed an onslaught of over 100 punches, nearly rendering the corridor a vacuum, almost suffocating Sebastian Shaw to death. He could relinquish the Hellfire Club and the mutants to Sebastian, clinging desperately to the hope of survival. Yet alas, Superman was an emotionless harbinger of death. After 1 minute and 20 seconds, Luke ceased his assault. His chest heaved like a bellows, emitting labored breaths as sweat trickled down his forehead. In comparison to Sabretooth and Wolverine, the two mutants endowed with healing factors, Sebastian, who could absorb energy and retaliate, was far more suited for this role. What I desire is to take what I once possessed. Luke gazed at the myriad of fluctuating afterimages of Sebastian Shaw and smiled. Farewell, Mr. Shaw. He exhaled a long breath and turned to depart. Sebastian Shaw, engulfed in despair, struggled to absorb the tumultuous energy and release it, but he found himself utterly incapable. The fragile equilibrium has been irrevocably shattered, and all semblance of control has dissipated. What distinguishes you from me? Even if you ascend to the throne of the Hellfire Club, you shall merely be a tyrant. Sebastian bellowed in a fit of rage. Luke momentarily paused in his stride before continuing onward. Perhaps we are alike in essence. Yet I am superior to you, Mr. Shaw. Only the victor possesses the right to speak. The heavy metallic gates slammed shut with a resounding thud, followed immediately by a colossal explosion. Chapter 141. Thank you for saving the world, Miss Frost. The allure of the future lies in its unpredictability, while the harshness of reality strikes with unforeseen ferocity. For the young mutants of the Hellfire Club and the denizens of Atlantis, the shocking news arrived like a bolt from the blue, akin to a whirlwind, offering no time for psychological preparation. What? My king has met an untimely demise. Furthermore, he was a cold-blooded butcher intent on executing an apocalyptic plan? What? My leader has been obliterated, leaving no trace of a complete body behind? The following day, within the conference room of Liberty Island, the invited mutants gathered for negotiations, accompanied by the Atlantean representatives, who were uncertain whether to rejoice or to seethe with rage. The two factions exchanged glances, a profound sorrow welling within them. How could the world feel so altered in just a single night? Indeed, the unexpected and the astonishing are perpetually intertwined, leaving one in a state of bewilderment. Colonel, how do you intend to deal with Namor? The Atlantean delegation responded more swiftly than the mutants, whose minds were still reeling. Ultimately, these denizens of the deep are no different from the politicians of the terrestrial realm, adept at shifting with the winds of circumstance. Upon learning of Namor's downfall, they eschewed the honorific titles, addressing him directly by name. The transgressions committed by Namor Mackenzie extend beyond the terrestrial realm, posing grave threats to Atlantis as well. Luke, having flown directly back to Liberty Island, tapped his fingers rhythmically upon the table, his face betraying no emotion. He was poised to unleash the ultimate weapon that had once laid waste to Atlantis, with plans to submerge the entire North American continent. Do you comprehend the magnitude of loss this catastrophe would entail? Beyond the terrestrial world reduced to ruins, the ensuing tsunamis and earthquakes would devastate the delicate ecological balance of the oceanic realm. Namor Mackenzie repeatedly professes that those marine creatures are his subjects. How then can a monarch justify the slaughter of his own people? Seated beside him, Secretary of the Navy Nimitz gasped in disbelief. To take lives is one matter, but to strike at the very heart? Truly, General Cavill is formidable. Should these pronouncements become established fact, Namor would be forever enshrined upon the pillar of shame reserved for the kings of Atlantis, with scant hope of redemption. Regarding the individual known as Namor, I discerned long ago that he would never ascend to the status of a competent king. This may appear to be a post-factum assertion, yet holds merit. How could a monarch of impure lineage effectively lead the denizens of Atlantis? This perspective aligns with the proponents of bloodline superiority. Fortunately, it was Major General who averted this dreadful crisis. Otherwise, the esteemed reputation of Atlantis might have been irrevocably tarnished by Namor's actions. This sentiment reflects the morally bankrupt individuals who would betray their own. In summary, Following Namor's downfall, the leadership of Atlantis decisively cast him aside. From this standpoint, the blue-skinned denizens of the depths share a peculiar similarity with the French. Both harbor a palpable discontent towards their sovereigns. When necessity arises, they would not hesitate to send their rulers to the guillotine or the gallows. Given the consensus regarding Namor's fate, Luke cleared his throat and proclaimed with finality that the matter would be resolved by a tribunal and jury constituted jointly by Atlantis and the terrestrial realm after negotiations concluded. After a brief exchange of opinions, the delegation from Atlantis nodded in agreement, for they lacked both the audacity and the standing to refuse. Throughout his discourse, Luke frequently alluded to Atlantis' ultimate weapon. Following Namor's failure, the ancient godly artifact known as the Continental Shelf Oscillator had naturally become a spoils of war for the terrestrial world. This realization only deepened the despondency of the Atlantis delegation, who inwardly cursed Namor. As for Sebastian Shaw, I assert that he is a remnant of the Third Reich, a conspirator seeking to subvert the dominion of the free world, and a traitor among mutants. I trust this will meet with unanimous accord. After casting down the fallen Namor, Luke shifted his gaze towards the Hellfire Club. The principal representatives included the bewildered White Queen and the younger generation of mutants. Major General Cavill, I wish to address you, began the White Queen, the mutant of second rank only to Sebastian Shaw. She raised her right hand to her temple, her psychic abilities extending silently like a surging tide. The formidable strength of a mutant does not necessarily equate to an invulnerable mind. "Oh, Miss Frost, do you have something to convey?" Luke inquired, his gaze falling upon the youthful White Queen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Their eyes met briefly before breaking contact. Bang! Her psychic prowess, which had always proven effective, collided with an impenetrable barrier. She could neither penetrate his thoughts nor exert control over his mind. The ethereal waves of her mental energy were completely rebuffed. What excruciating pain! Emma Frost felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision darkening as she nearly collapsed onto the table. How could this be possible? She was unwilling to accept, let alone believe, that she had indeed failed. Sebastian Shaw's ability to shield his mind is primarily due to the enigmatic metal helmet crafted from an unknown material. Yet, the smiling major sitting before her seems to rely on something entirely different. He appears to have taken no protective measures whatsoever. "Miss Frost, are you unscathed?" Luke inquired with a hint of concern, as if he shared an extraordinary bond with the White Queen. He then surveyed the rest of the Hellfire Club, continuing, "Miss Frost, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your proactive disclosure to S.H.I.L.D., exposing Sebastian Shaw's apocalyptic conspiracy, I might still be oblivious to the truth. If they had successfully activated the Continental Shelf Oscillator, it would undoubtedly have resulted in unimaginable casualties and devastation for both the terrestrial realm and Atlantis. It is no exaggeration to say that you have saved this world." The major's sincerity resonated deeply, his emotions vibrant and unmistakably genuine. After speaking, he stood and rendered a salute. Applause erupted. The others, observing Superman leading the way, joined in, clapping fervently, their eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration for the White Queen. Yet, Emma, the very subject of this acclaim, wore a bewildered expression. I was not. She stammered, caught in a dizzying haze, her mind buzzing with chaotic thoughts, akin to a malfunctioning computer with a burnt processor. It wasn't until the applause subsided and the conversation returned to more pressing matters that she began to grasp what had transpired. What did I ever expose Sebastian Shaw? Faced with the overwhelming honor of being proclaimed as savior of the world, the White Queen's gaze became vacant, as if her capacity for thought had vanished. Chapter 142. Who is the betrayer? Who is the leader? How have I been designated as a hero for saving the world when I have done nothing? The White Queen's mind was awash with questions, her confusion palpable, especially as the high-ranking officials from the Navy surrounded her with fervent applause and incessant praise. It seemed as if Luke's assertions were indeed true, that she had performed those deeds to avert a dreadful disaster. What on earth is happening? Instinctively, she glanced at the gently smiling Luke, the young major whose gaze was remarkably tranquil, as if he were an observer reveling in a theatrical performance. Reflecting on his earlier heartfelt declarations, which seemed so genuine, she suddenly realized the truth. He did this on purpose. Her mind, as if doused with cold water, snapped back to clarity. Struggling to break free from her stupor, she noticed that her compatriots in the Hellfire Club regarded her with peculiar expressions. As complex emotions settled, they transformed into piercing accusations. Traitor, Informant. For one endowed with psychic abilities, interpreting the emotions and thoughts of others is a fundamental skill. It was evident that, at this moment, she had become a traitor in the eyes of her peers. It is not as they perceive. They have misunderstood. The White Queen parted her crimson lips, seemingly eager to articulate her defense, although she harbored a profound discontent towards Sebastian Shaw's methods, particularly his intention to wield the continental shelf oscillator as a significant threat to the human realm, which would not only inflict harm upon humanity, but also yield no benefits for mutants. She had never contemplated betraying the Hellfire Club or the king who had inducted her into the organization. The formidable cohesion among mutants stemmed largely from the shared experience of persecution. Their similar tribulations, combined with their unique abilities and the external rejection and discrimination they faced, had inexorably united them. Thus, when Sebastian Shaw issued his call, showcasing his formidable strength, he effortlessly rallied a cadre of compatriots. This very principle later enabled Magneto to lead the Brotherhood. In essence, it was external pressure that compelled mutants to unite. Therefore, as a member cast out by mainstream society, the White Queen would never voluntarily choose to extricate herself from the Hellfire Club or from the mutant collective. To do so would obliterate her last sanctuary, her final community where she could belong. The fate of a collective being abandoned is far more terrifying than mere discrimination and oppression. This was also the reason Sebastian Shaw, upon learning of her clandestine communications with the sister of the S.H.I.L.D. agent while opposing his plans, refrained from immediately eliminating the unstable factor because the White Queen had nowhere else to turn. Within the Hellfire Club, she was a proud and formidable mutant, a beautiful and noble queen. Losing these attributes and returning to the human world would relegate her to being perceived as an aberration and a freak. Miss Frost, I hear you are still in touch with Agent Carter from S.H.I.L.D. Luke casually remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone, concerning the unjust treatment of mutants and future developments. S.H.I.L.D. will soon convene a peace summit in Paris, with participation from various nations. You will undoubtedly attend as a representative, ensuring the world is aware of the dire circumstances facing mutants. The general turned his gaze towards the hesitant and despondent White Queen, stepping closer to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Miss Frost, you would not decline this proposal, would you? The White Queen recoiled slightly, then, after a moment of contemplation, nodded gravely. The diamond-hard brilliance of her exterior could not conceal the fragility of her heart. Who could resist the might of the superhuman? Why must you act in such a manner? As the night deepened, the White Queen stormed into Luke's quarters, her anger palpable. She had not been following Sebastian Shaw long enough, nor was she sufficiently seasoned, allowing her emotions to betray her easily. Good evening, Miss Frost. Luke seemed to anticipate the arrival of his guest, having deliberately prepared an extra cup. Red wine or whiskey? He inquired. Please answer my question, Major. The White Queen's demeanor was as frigid as ice, her eyes radiating a palpable menace. Her psychic abilities swirled like a tempest, engulfing the entire living room. Yet, Luke remained unfazed, a smile playing upon his lips as he replied, the reason is both simple and complex. I require a spokesperson for the mutant faction, and you are quite suitable, Miss Frost. The White Queen paused momentarily, her fierce aura diminishing. A spokesperson? Me? You wish to become the new king of the Hellfire Club? With a furrowed brow, she swiftly deduced Luke's true intentions, to exploit her influence and seize control of the Hellfire Club, subsequently rallying the mutant community. My compatriots would never trust a human. Major, your aspirations are overly optimistic. Once her thoughts clarified, the White Queen scoffed. Moreover, thanks to the honor you confer upon me, many within the club now regard me as a traitor. Huh? Do you humans welcome informants? Betrayal is universally despised within any group. Luke poured himself a glass of whiskey, the sound of the ice clinking against the glass resonating pleasantly. He settled back onto the sofa, casting a glance at the White Queen, who sat with her arms crossed, and spoke leisurely. It's not as dire as you perceive, Miss Frost. First, trust can be built gradually, much like Rome was not constructed in a day. Secondly, the labels of informant and traitor are contingent upon Sebastian Shaw being the leader of the Hellfire Club. He has been reduced to a mere indistinguishable mass, leaving few die-hard loyalists. With the king deceased, betrayal ceases to exist. Luke gestured for the wary White Queen to take a seat. A telepathic, regardless of context, is a coveted asset, particularly Emma Frost, an alpha-level mutant, akin to the bald professor. Although her abilities might not be superior, she was not lacking in other respects. Her diamond form, capable of blocking psychic perception, combined with her leadership role in the Hellfire Club, rendered her a rare asset. Regardless of being mutant or human, the innate nature of beings is to seek advantage while avoiding harm. Luke extended his glass towards her and stated calmly, "I have mentioned that SHIELD is preparing to convene a peace summit, simultaneously announcing the existence of mutants to the world. The persecution and exclusion you have faced stem partly from your extraordinary abilities and partly from the influence of public opinion." The White Queen gazed intently at the amber liquid in her glass, her demeanor gradually shifting from disdain to attentive consideration. "However, if someone were to speak on your behalf, altering the ingrained perception of mutants and securing the endorsement of the federal government, everything would change." Luke painted an optimistic picture, envisioning a bright future. Indeed, he could accomplish this, yet the journey would not be as effortless or straightforward as it appeared. The existence of mutants signifies the relegation of humanity to a lower caste. This, fundamentally, is the true conundrum that remains unsolved. Chapter 143. The new king and the old queen. You humans possess an uncanny ability to utter the most beautiful and melodious lies, while mercilessly inflicting harm upon your own kind. Devoid of even a trace of compassion, the White Queen remarked, half in sarcasm and half in earnestness, "General, how am I to discern whether your recent statements are sincere? Rather than mere political promises, the conscience of a merchant, or the sweet nothings of a man, none of which are trustworthy or reliable." Luke felt a sense of satisfaction as the conversation resumed its intended course. He did not wish for his collaborator to be an overly emotional being prone to irrational thought. At times, engaging in a candid dialogue regarding mutual interests proves far more pragmatic and effective than grandiose discussions of emotional aspirations. Verbal assurances may lack credibility, but the written word in a contract does not necessarily wield sufficient binding power, Luke remarked lightly. Sincerity must be demonstrated through actions. The White Queen nodded in agreement, instinctively relaxing her posture, releasing her defensive stance. This indicated a softening of her initial wariness towards Luke. Noticing this, the General's smile grew gentler as he moderated his tone, saying, "If I may be frank, Miss Frost, what you have expressed is not exclusive to humanity. It is an instinct inherent in the natural world. Future histories may recount the slaughters of Native Americans by North American colonizers, the execution of witches by medieval churches, and the genocidal purges enacted by the Third Reich against the Jews. Yet, this is not to affirm that humanity is innately inclined toward violence or possesses a cruel and brutal nature, but rather to caution future generations about the terrifying consequences that greed, ignorance, and ambition can bestow upon this world. Any species endowed with wisdom and the capacity for thought is inherently complex. To judge and measure solely by a binary notion of good and evil results only in the formation of arrogance and prejudice." The White Queen crossed her legs, her graceful curves relaxing rather than remaining taut. "To be honest, General, you remind me of my university professor," she stated. Luke smiled faintly. The White Queen, born into a wealthy Boston family, displayed a clear affinity for teaching. In the timeline he was familiar with, Emma Frost had nearly become a teacher with her parents' support and had even engaged in a brief collaboration with the bald professor. Upon joining the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, I served as principal for a period of time. Subsequently, through several shifts in camps and changes in stance, I primarily took on the role of a mentor and educator for the younger generation of mutants. It appears that individuals with psychic abilities are indeed well suited for educational endeavors. I merely hope he is not an unpleasant individual, bald and inclined to take advantage of young female students, as that would be quite disheartening." Luke shrugged and remarked with a humorous tone. The atmosphere in the suite's living room gradually softened. "No, he is as youthful and handsome as you, especially when he speaks, exuding confidence and charisma." Luke astutely noticed the faint glimmer of melancholy in the White Queen's eyes, surmising that she had evidently experienced an unfulfilling student-teacher romance. He must be quite the fortunate fellow to have an admirer like Miss Frost. He continued the conversation casually. "It was merely youthful ignorance," the White Queen replied, shaking her head. Indeed, she had harbored feelings for that university professor. Unfortunately, her naive first love had withered before it could blossom, tragically thwarted by her identity as a mutant. This was also one of the reasons that prompted her departure for Boston. The stigma surrounding mutants felt akin to a loathsome contagion, subjecting the White Queen to discrimination and ostracism. She could only seek solace among her compatriots. finding a minuscule sense of safety and belonging. Let us return to the matter at hand, shall we, Major? How can trust be established between the Hellfire Club and S? A-K-E-E-L-E-D. The White Queen dismissed her distractions, realizing she had become too at ease in Luke's presence, which was rather unusual for a telepath. Typically, she should be the one to dominate the conversation. When the Peace Summit convenes, S-H-I-E-L-D will advise the White House to promote legislation aimed at improving the plight of mutants, Luke asserted confidently. At that time, Miss Frost will witness my sincerity. The White Queen felt a flicker of intrigue at his words. Unlike Sebastian Shaw, who was an ambitious figure intent on using mutants as mere tools for his own power and status, she simply desired genuine progress. If S-H-I-E-L-D could indeed facilitate such an endeavor, the Hellfire Club's shift in stance might not be out of the question. However, there were numerous loyal followers of Shaw within the club. After a moment of contemplation, the White Queen felt a sense of dilemma. If she acquiesced, she would be solidifying her reputation as a traitor and a snitch. As I have stated, all living beings possess an inherent tendency to seek benefit and avoid harm, Luke said lightly. Sebastian Shaw was not even a match for me while he was alive. What kind of turmoil could he possibly stir from beyond the grave? The Major's demeanor turned serious as he remarked, the animosity and resentment that mutants harbor towards humanity largely stem from their harrowing experiences of persecution and abuse. However, Miss Frost, you may be unaware that the former king of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw, once selected 431 individuals from the Auschwitz concentration camp, all of whom were captives aged between 16 and 30. Miss Frost, do you know how he accomplished this? Sensing the calmness in Luke's tone, the White Queen felt a shiver of apprehension and instinctively responded. What did Shaw do? They were herded like cattle into the steam chambers, subjected to the excruciating heat that rendered them faint and dehydrated, only to be subsequently thrown into wooden barrels filled with ice. In addition, they endured relentless electroshock therapy, hours of beatings, whippings, and even deprivation of sleep, among various other forms of torture, until they perished. The White Queen felt a chill run down her spine. Through Luke's tranquil narration, she felt as though she were witnessing those brutal scenes firsthand. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, why did Shaw do this? As a later addition to the Hellfire Club, Emma Frost's ascendance to the role of queen was not due to her tenure, but rather her personal prowess. Thus, she was utterly oblivious to Sebastian Shaw's past. Why would he do such a thing? Luke chuckled with a hint of derision. Because he sought to uncover the hidden sequence within mutant DNA that unlocks the doors of evolution. Sebastian Shaw was a graduate of the Biological Sciences Department at Oxford University, and his genes were recessive, not awakening latent abilities during adolescence. However, this man was astute. He discovered that genes could easily undergo remarkable changes akin to chemical reactions when subjected to external stimuli, particularly intense emotional fluctuations. The aforementioned tortures were merely means to decipher the patterns of genetic alteration, thereby mastering the creation of mutants. The White Queen's lips parted slightly, as she appeared taken aback. She had not anticipated that the king of the Hellfire Club, who professed to champion the rights and elevated status of his kind, harbored such a dark history. Is all of this true? The White Queen found it hard to believe. She had once regarded Sebastian Shaw as the savior of mutants, a trustworthy and great mentor. Within S-H-I-E-L-D, there exists a detailed dossier. Should you harbor doubts, you may peruse it at your leisure. Of course, documents can be fabricated, but crimes leave indelible marks. There are several survivors from the concentration camps in Poland who are well acquainted with the vile deeds of that king. Luke gazed at the skeptical White Queen and intoned, as a telepath, there are likely very few who can lie in your presence. I trust that in due course, you will arrive at the correct conclusion. Miss Frost, by exposing Sebastian Shaw's grotesque visage, you will transform from a traitor, a snitch, into the first hero to uncover the truth, courageous enough to take action and save your kin. Luke spread his hands, indicating this was the most perfect outcome. After all, the dead do not speak, and all blame could be placed upon Sebastian Shaw. The perspective of the Hellfire Club's mutants towards the White Queen gradually shifts. The White Queen gazes intently at Luke and eventually muses, Major, you embody a manipulator of reality and thoughts even more than I do. You merely exploit the inherent nature of beings. Frost, may I address you as Emma? I believe the Hellfire Club would gladly welcome a new king alongside a new queen. Luke raised his glass, presenting it to the White Queen with a smile, saying, Emma, let us toast to the promising future of mutants. The latter paused momentarily before accepting the chilled whiskey. The clinking of their glasses resonated with a crisp sound. What began as an interrogation transformed into a discussion about the leadership of the Hellfire Club and the future of mutants, leaving even the White Queen herself perplexed by the turn of events. Everything unfolded as if scripted, flawlessly executed. The Black King is deceased, Major. Are you to become the White King of the Hellfire Club? The White Queen sipped the cool liquid, feeling as though she had shed heavy shackles. No longer swayed by the opinions of her peers, she had to concede that if Luke accomplished what he claimed, mutants would indeed have a brighter future. The thought of potentially rescuing her suffering brethren and becoming a hero stirred within Emma. Is there a problem? She queried. The club already has a queen. Naturally, a king is also required. Luke set down his glass and rose to his feet. I believe I am quite suited for the role, don't you think? The White Queen likewise rose from the sofa, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the tall young Major, a faint smile gracing her lips. I concur. Chapter 144. The Lost Spear of the East, the World Security Council. Having successfully persuaded the White Queen, Luke shifted his focus to the peace summit involving various nations. The White House faced no objections. In the civilizational war of Atlantis, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Superman showcased their capabilities. Undoubtedly, this young star, Luke Cavill, has become an undeniable force since his brilliance streaked across the sky. According to reports from Colonel Phillips, the president has recently begun to subtly inquire whether Major Cavill has any thoughts on marriage or romance, as he happens to have a daughter of similar age. Luke expressed his lack of interest in becoming the president's son-in-law. If a choice were to be made, it certainly would not be Truman. Regarding the political landscape of America, 5 prominent political families are widely recognized: Adams, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Bush, and Clinton. Ranking first, the Adams family flourished at the nation's inception. Samuel Adams is hailed as the father of the American Revolution, while his cousin, John Adams, was one of the drafters of the Declaration of Independence. Moreover, he once held the esteemed positions of the first vice president and the second president. This prominent figure's son later triumphed in an election, ascending to the 6th presidency. One could certainly assert that he comes from a lineage steeped in heritage and tradition. In comparison to Adams, Roosevelt also holds his own. Many individuals are aware that Franklin Roosevelt served 4 terms, elevating his family to the pinnacle of power. However, they may not realize that his uncle, Theodore Roosevelt, had already assumed the presidency in 1901, renowned for his big stick foreign policy. Among the aforementioned figures, the one with whom Luke is more acquainted is the yet-to-fully-emerge John F. Kennedy. Both hail from Irish immigrant ancestry and share substantial ties with the Irish mob, to which Uncle Frank was affiliated. Kennedy's grandfather possessed an innate business acumen, amassing his initial wealth through a tavern. He later managed to send Kennedy's father to Harvard and successfully wed the daughter of the mayor of Boston, thus achieving a leap in social class and entering the upper echelons of society. Following this, Kennedy's father capitalized on prohibition to amass a fortune, demonstrating remarkable investment insight, and generously financed Roosevelt's presidential campaign. Once prohibition was repealed, he reaped substantial rewards, securing the position of chairman of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission and accumulating vast wealth. After Luke received his commission as a major general, he was still a young lieutenant in the Navy. He took the initiative to connect with Kennedy through Uncle Frank's influence, attending several family gatherings where he learned about the core members of the Kennedy family. Thus, he could consider himself an acquaintance of the future president, who only spent 3 years in the White House before being tragically assassinated. Upon private interactions, Luke discovered that Kennedy's lifestyle was exceedingly chaotic. Perhaps it stemmed from the heartbreak he experienced at 19 when his first love was taken from him by a best-selling author, shattering his youthful belief in true love. This led him to become a notorious playboy, whose greatest passion was hosting parties, having invited Luke several times. The attendees were primarily young scions from both political and business realms, along with celebrated Hollywood stars and stunning actresses. Kennedy's habit was to approach a woman he fancied, engage in conversation for a few minutes, and then vanish for approximately half an hour. It became a common occurrence at every party to witness his sudden disappearances. Furthermore, he had a long-term suite reserved at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Among the extensive list of women with whom John Kennedy had romantic liaisons, the most memorable undoubtedly belonged to Marilyn Monroe. This iconic sex symbol and natural beauty had encounters with both Kennedy brothers. Reflecting on these memories and the present reality, Luke ultimately concluded that the presidential family circle is indeed tumultuous. Many believe in the democracy and freedom espoused by the United States. Yet a cursory examination of historical presidents reveals the intricate relationships lurking beneath the surface. It is not difficult to discern that each family possesses its own background and connections, having long been acquainted and engaged in dealings. In essence, the transfer of power perpetually resides within the small circle at the apex of the pyramid, never spilling over to outsiders. Statistics reveal that over 17% of congressional members hail from political families. Surnames like Harrison, Hamilton, and Rockefeller have accompanied the 200-year history of America, never retreating from the stage of history. Should Luke entertain aspirations of running for president in the future, he would undoubtedly attract investments and favor from these political families, subsequently drawing him into the so-called political elite. This encapsulates the truth behind the facade of freedom and democracy. I harbor little interest in the grand president who believes all his actions are just, even less so in being the son-in-law of a president. After ending the call with the White House, Luke contemplated for a moment before dialing the encrypted phone of the SHIELD agency, a private number known solely to the director and the commander. The password was EBBAB. Only by providing the correct answer could he successfully switch to the relevant channel. How are the discussions at the Peace Summit in Paris progressing? Following the resolution of Namo and Sebastian Shaw, the delegation from Atlantis overwhelmingly favors negotiations. Due to Luke's proposal, the Congress, typically mired in protracted debates over trivial matters, swiftly passed the resolution with remarkable efficiency. Those legislators eager to voice sensational opinions for the sake of attention and spectacle surprisingly reached a consensus. The attitudes of the other nations are equally transparent. Each one is eager to gain entry and seize the benefits. Their excitement is understandable, as the preliminary diplomatic relations and trade agreements with Atlantis promise substantial advantages. The abundant resources from the depths of the ocean and the potential for mining could significantly alter their national development. They appear anxious despite feigning calmness. Nations with intentions and qualifications to partake in the Peace Summit, thereby securing an invitation, essentially recreate the Yalta Conference. As Carter perused the documents, he remarked, "Oil and gas resources, marine pharmaceuticals, metal, ores, and the technology of Atlantis are all heavyweight bargaining chips, while the Spear Agency remains notably indifferent, merely requesting participation in the Peace Summit without proactively mentioning resource allocation. Other countries exhibit a strong desire to share in this tantalizing bounty." Luke is not the least surprised by the reactions of various countries. Apart from the celestial empire that commands the spear, the rest are largely inexperienced individuals. The depth of the former far surpasses that of organizations like the SHIELD, Hydra, or Leviathan. The predecessor of these organizations, the Brotherhood of the Holy Shield, included a figure named Zhang Heng. Yes, the very astronomer who appears in history books for inventing the armillary sphere and seismometer. His notable achievement occurred in 114 BC when, with nothing but his eloquence, he managed to deceive a group of female deities. The latter seeks a suitable celestial body to serve as a cradle for their progeny. Zhang Heng adeptly persuades them to forsake Earth and the moon in favor of the sun. Thus, should Luke wish to journey to the sun and slumber for several millennia, he must contend with a nascent celestial deity for dominion. This is entirely reasonable. The SHIELD Bureau harbors no interest in Atlantis' technology, for they possess far superior advancements. Luke remarks with a light chuckle. The Western Holy Shield has undergone numerous transformations, with much of its history long since lost. In contrast, the Eastern Spear has been meticulously preserved, never ceasing to exist. They had already crafted devices reminiscent of the initial Mecca during the Eastern Han period, even traversing time and space to revisit history, earning the respect of the Supreme Mage. How could they possibly regard the meager resources of Atlantis with any esteem? Participation in the Peace Summit is more a symbolic gesture, an opportunity to extract some capitalist gains. The British are eager, and the Soviets insistently demand. Thus, they must demonstrate their sincerity, Luke states nonchalantly. The matter of entry tickets shall be managed by the SHIELD Bureau. To partake in the spoils, one must inevitably pay a certain price. Carter is well aware of her director's intentions. Long ago, Luke had alluded to his plan to establish a grand international organization named the World Security Council, designed to provide funding and authority, essentially catering to investors who are naive yet affluent. The aim is to facilitate a more rapid and effective development of a SHIELD Bureau. I shall actively pursue negotiations in this direction, Carter notes inwardly. Chapter 145, You Understand Me, Captain America and Wolverine. Luke has recently found himself quite occupied. On one hand, He must act as the negotiation representative, swiftly reaching a preliminary cooperation agreement with Atlantis and the Hellfire Club to prepare for the upcoming peace summit. Otherwise, it would be rather awkward if, in front of the entire world, discussions collapse, resulting in a table-flipping scenario. The former is manageable. Ever since that unfortunate child Namor faced betrayal, the underwater inhabitants have generally leaned towards dialogue, showing little inclination for warfare. The cataclysmic disaster that struck thousands of years ago has left an indelible psychological scar on the Atlanteans. Their originally warlike and martial disposition has shifted towards conservatism and isolation. Had it not been for Namor's lapse in judgment in heeding Sebastian Shaw's counsel, this inexplicable civil war would never have transpired. For millennia, the Atlanteans have been averse to even setting foot on land, let alone engaging in deeper interactions and exchanges. Consequently, Luke has deliberately formulated a series of measures under the banner of the Cultural Integration Plan. Despite the differences in skin color, biological traits, and levels of civilization between the terrestrial world and oceanic culture, Atlantis remains in a notably underdeveloped phase concerning entertainment culture. The pinnacle of leisure in the nation is attending gladiatorial games in arenas, a relic of the Roman Empire from ages past. My heart aches for the Atlanteans. In order to foster amicable cooperation and cultural exchange between two civilizations, Luke resolved to have SHLD prepare a substantial array of cultural products for future collaboration. This assortment would include popular items such as Nintendo games, collections of timeless musical hits, Hollywood action films, and engaging reality shows, all packaged together and sent to Atlantis. It is believed that the underwater denizens, whose lives revolve around the creation of life and the spectacle of gladiatorial combat, while enduring the exploitation of the aristocracy, would certainly find these cultural commodities appealing. Even those who vehemently oppose American imperialism, like the masterminds behind terrorism, including leaders of organizations such as Al-Qaeda, are not immune to the allure of Final Fantasy VII or Tom and Jerry. Thus, one's stance and beliefs do not necessarily conflict with personal preferences. Luke has long held the belief that humanity might hold an advantage over other cosmic civilizations in the realm of entertainment. After all, games, films, and indulgent treats are exceedingly enticing. Star-Lord, the son of a celestial deity, is a devoted fan of classic hits and a master of dance. One of the 5 deities, the devourer of worlds, has a particular fondness for fried chicken, hamburgers, and soda. Thor, the prince of Asgard, became infatuated with Fortnite, ultimately succumbing to a life of lethargy. This illustrates that, when it comes to the study of leisure and enjoyment, humanity possesses considerable competitiveness. Are you truly certain you want to include these plans in the documents? Carter, seated across from him, took on the role of secretary, hastily jotting down notes as Luke spoke. However, could this so-called cultural invasion truly prove effective? The female commander of SHIELD expressed her skepticism. Believe me, sometimes seemingly inconsequential forms of entertainment can be as impactful as tanks and artillery, Luke asserted, nodding in agreement. He envisioned cultivating the lower classes of Atlantis into loyal patrons of terrestrial culture, occasionally interspersing subtle propaganda that espouses the universal values of freedom and democracy, a forte of the United States. Should he succeed in imparting concepts such as the French Revolution or the principles of Marxism to Atlantis, there might indeed be a chance to ignite an unprecedented movement for democracy and equality among the underwater populace. Luke's thoughts wandered, deliberately framing Atlantis as a vast mine ripe for exploitation. He aspired for SHIELD to circumvent the constraints imposed by various nations, thereby controlling trade between both parties and establishing itself as a monopolistic intermediary. However, the prevailing conservatism within Atlantis posed significant challenges. After extensive negotiations, even the establishment of rudimentary diplomacy and superficial trade represented the closest approach to a feasible compromise. What about the Hellfire Club? Carter pondered, ultimately opting to maintain her skeptical stance. She struggled to comprehend how common leisure items and entertainment activities could wield such astonishing influence. Emma Frost heeded my counsel and resolved to embark on her journey as a hero, striving to rescue her compatriots from peril. Luke's lips curled into a subtle smile as he casually remarked, collaborating with SHIELD is the most fitting path for mutants. The White Queen should seize this opportunity. Yet, had she not previously harbored animosity towards humanity? Carter paused her writing, lifting her gaze to scrutinize Luke with a look of skepticism. What kind of enchantment had the director cast upon her, compelling an alpha-level mutant to relinquish her prejudices and risk being branded a traitor to her kind by aligning with S.H.I.E.L.D.? She was the one capable of manipulating thoughts and controlling minds. Luke's expression of pride instantly stiffened as he tentatively inquired, "What rumors have you heard?" Carter shook her head, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "I simply know that the White Queen of the Hellfire Club knocked on the director's door after the negotiations on Liberty Island concluded. To be honest, I am somewhat curious about what you discussed for an entire hour." Luke felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat, saying, "We merely deliberated on the formulation of mutant policies. Peggy, you know me. If I were to undertake anything significant, it would certainly not be confined to a single hour." Carter was momentarily taken aback, unable to counter his argument. After careful consideration, she found Luke's defense quite reasonable, almost flawless. For the director, who was tireless on the battlefield and insatiable in his demands, an hour was indeed insufficient. What, then, would become of the Hellfire Club? Carter bypassed that emotionally charged topic and continued. Emma Frost may not be able to win everyone over. Luke, however, was unperturbed. Alpha-level mutants were scarce, and the White Queen was a notably rare telepath. She possessed the confidence to contend with anyone, even though many within the Hellfire Club harbored dissent towards her. Labeling her a traitor and a snitch, such criticisms diminished significantly when Sebastian Shaw's dark past was unveiled. Those opposing voices could hardly stir any significant waves. Luke spoke with confidence, well aware of the entertainment industry's machinations, to eliminate a person's blemishes. One need not toil to cleanse their reputation, but instead darken that of another. People invariably draw comparisons. When the once revered leader of mutants, Sebastian Shaw, was exposed as a cold-hearted butcher persecuting his own kind, the question of whether the White Queen was a traitor became inconsequential. "Well, you always seem to have solutions to any problem," Carter remarked softly as she closed the documents. "The proposal for the peace summit has been approved, to be held at the Palace of Versailles in Paris at 3:20 p.m. The President has requested your presence as a representative. In your capacity as a Major General and Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Luke arched an eyebrow, feeling somewhat uninspired. In less than a year, he had reached the pinnacle of his career. How utterly tedious. Aspiring to achieve the rank of a 5-star general or marshal seems an unattainable ambition. Under the current military rank system, the highest permanent rank is merely that of a lieutenant general. The 4-star and 5-star ranks are temporary, conferred exclusively during wartime. Hence, Luke's ascent can be regarded as a fleeting pinnacle. "Please ensure my speech is well prepared," Luke remarked with a smile. "By the way, where is Steve? I haven't seen him around." Carter, placing a hand on his forehead, revealed a look of exasperation. "Colonel Rogers is at odds with those two beasts under your command. They had a scuffle yesterday." Luke was somewhat taken aback. Captain America has always embodied the image of a good-natured individual. Would he truly engage in a brawl? Wait a moment. Are we talking about Sabretooth and Wolverine? Then there's no cause for concern. Those mutant brothers are indeed known for their fiery tempers. Wolverine, Logan, is somewhat more level-headed, whereas his brother, Sabretooth, Victor, despite having received a stern lesson from Luke, retains his bloodthirsty nature. Encountering someone like Captain America, who epitomizes traditional virtue, is bound to create friction, especially since the former is not particularly tolerant of profanity. Even Iron Man, Tony Stark, faced reprimand for a mere comment. "Very well. Allow me to address this matter." Luke rose, aware that upon his return to Washington, D.C., a multitude of tasks awaited his attention. It was high time to seek a secretary to liberate his schedule. Chapter 146, The Fate of Bucky. An emotional bond let us rewind the clock to a day prior. In the underground training facility of S.H.I.E.L.D., Rogers strode in, wielding his iconic shield. Clad in his star-spangled uniform and boasting a pair of exaggerated pectorals, he instantly became the center of attention. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in a lounge, along with the mutant members of the strike team, turned their gazes towards the illustrious Captain America. Although the emergence of Superman has overshadowed Captain America in this timeline, causing him to question whether his super soldier serum was indeed diluted, given the staggering gap between himself and Luke. Even if Rogers were to enhance himself to battleship level, capable of emitting energy beams to obliterate aircraft carriers and withstand tank fire, he would still fall short against Luke. This reality had been painfully reinforced through numerous warm-ups and sparring sessions, leaving him sore, exhausted, and feeling utterly drained. So much so that his girlfriend, Margaret, had even harbored suspicions of infidelity. In stark contrast, after a bout, Luke remained vigorous and unyielding, exclaiming, "I could fight you all day." This highlighted the disparity in their combat capabilities and endurance, placing them on entirely different planes. "That is Captain America. Have you ever purchased his comics?" The youthful agents in the lounge whispered among themselves. "Of course. The last time I purchased a complete set, it was a gift for my young nephew, who adored it." Such were the sentiments expressed. Despite Captain America's military honors, owing to his continued existence, he does not enjoy the same illustrious reputation in posterity. Nonetheless, his merchandise sales surpass those of Superman by a considerable margin. Through comics and toys, he has garnered a vast following akin to that of Coulson. Related comics, along with toys featuring the Stars and Stripes uniform and shield, had already permeated households across New York during the promotion of war bonds. After the war, various manufacturers ardently expanded their markets, reaching dozens of states. Consequently, Luke even sought out Congressman Brandt to assist Rogers in reclaiming the rights to Captain America's image and merchandise development. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly signed a nearly exploitative contract that left him with no profits. Were it not for this, how could Rogers afford to renovate his old Brooklyn home and live a comfortable life? Now he sits at home, doing nothing, yet still reaps substantial royalties. Publishers, comic companies, and Hollywood studios have all approached Rogers, eager to sign Captain America. After all, his physical attributes are striking. Combined with the allure of being a war hero and a colonel, becoming his agent would be akin to discovering a golden goose. Producing a few action films like the battle against the Third Reich or tearing apart the German foes, along with best-selling books such as My World War II Chronicles or the story behind Captain America, would secure a lifetime free from financial worries. Regrettably, all such proposals have been firmly declined by Captain America. At that time, he yearned for a tranquil life and held little interest in becoming an idol. "Don't block the way, you in costume." Upon overhearing whispers, Rogers quickened his pace, disliking the attention. However, as he approached the training room, a tall figure collided with him. The other man, cigar in mouth and beard like steel bristles, exuded a primal energy. Rogers, known for his good temperament, paused and stepped aside to create a path. "Oomph." "Captain America," Wolverine Logan remarked, removing his cigar and exhaling a plume of smoke. He seemed disdainful of a young agent's chatter. "I've seen your tapes and those ridiculous performances. You think donning a costume makes you a hero?" Logan's perception of Captain America remained anchored in the war bond era. "And you, with your claws, do you consider yourself a beast?" Rogers retorted defiantly. Faced with Wolverine's provocation, Captain America maintained an unwavering stance. He is a good man, but not a coward. He confronts troublemakers head-on. "Ah, my mood today is rather dismal." Logan squinted, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Wolverine had yet to endure the tragic loss of a beloved wife, nor had he experienced the severance of his claws. He had also not received psychological counsel from Professor X, which would lead him to relinquish his inner savagery and brutal tendencies. Essentially, he and Sabretooth Victor were akin to volatile individuals. To put it plainly, when he would inquire, "What are you staring at?" the reply would inevitably be, "What is it to you?" leading both parties to engage in a spirited conflict. "Apologies, but my spirits are rather elevated today. After joining S.H.I.L.D." Rogers had learned numerous retorts from Howard. "What a pity, your good mood ends here. I particularly relish teaching a lesson to self-righteous scoundrels like you." As anticipated, Logan exploded like a powder keg. He flicked his cigar aside, sending sparks flying, and then clenched his fists, revealing his bone claws. Captain America, not one to back down, raised his shield to deflect the incoming robust cigar. Tension mounted, and the atmosphere grew heavy. At that moment, had someone intervened to declare, "You two ought to cease this combat," Rogers would likely have turned and departed. Likewise, Logan, considering the rules established by the S.H.L.D. director, would have chosen to de-escalate. Regrettably, the surrounding young agents did not intervene. Instead, they appeared to relish the spectacle. This was a contest between Captain America and Wolverine. Who wouldn't want to witness it? If tickets were sold, the venue would undoubtedly be packed, with half of New York flocking to watch. Returning to the present, Luke rode the elevator down to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground training facility. Clad in a fitted tank top, A sweat-drenched Captain America was fervently unleashing his energy upon a massive punching bag. His face bore the marks of battle, with a distinct bruise encircling his left eye and his abdomen wrapped in a blood-stopping bandage. The diminutive figure from Brooklyn had surprisingly learned to engage in combat, which was indeed a novelty. Luke, with a hint of mockery, recalled the brawl that had reverberated through S.H. D, ending in mutual injury. Captain America had narrowly avoided being disemboweled by Wolverine's claws, while the latter had his right arm vaporized by a blast of intense thermal energy, likely requiring 2 to 3 days to recuperate fully. Fortunately, Peggy had intervened to quell the chaos. Otherwise, the Howling Commandos and Howard would have likely sought revenge against the rampaging Sabretooth. The vast S.H.I.E.L.D. organization had begun to exhibit signs of factionalism. That is a beast, Luke. Only individuals like you can tame them. Rogers rubbed his darkened eye, pausing his actions to remark, however, I must confess, at times, fighting is indeed a means of emotional release. Release? Have you been feeling down lately? Luke inquired, his expression one of surprise. This time, you successfully saved Boston and thwarted the invasion of Atlantis' Legion. The President is preparing to personally commend you. Compared to before, you can attain even greater honor. Is that not enough to satisfy you? Rogers shook his head, a hint of melancholy flickering in his resolute gaze. I often ponder the whereabouts of Bucky. To receive accolades, one must have someone to share them with. Bucky was our friend. If he could witness all of this, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy, Captain America remarked. Luke suddenly understood, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Rogers, true to his deep friendship, constantly thought of the long-missing Bucky. I was just about to mention this to you. Luke patted his shoulder gently and said, according to extensive investigations by S.H.I.L.D., it has been confirmed that Bucky was taken by a Hydra leader, Baron Strucker. They are hiding in another faction of the world, specifically the Red Empire, in Siberia. Initially disheartened, Rogers seemed to be invigorated as if infused with a stimulant. He turned to Luke, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and asked in a low voice, have you discovered Bucky's whereabouts? Not yet, Luke replied bluntly, shattering Rogers' illusions. However, he shifted his tone and added, I plan to send agents to investigate the secret collusion between Hydra and Leviathan, while also searching for Bucky's trail. If you're interested, excellent. I will call Margaret shortly to inform her of my upcoming journey. Without a moment's hesitation, Rogers nodded in agreement. Luke paused, a more profound expression of peculiarity crossing his face. He kindly cautioned, promise me, Steve, to refrain from mentioning Bucky's name in front of Margaret. I wonder if Captain America's girlfriend would feel a sense of crisis upon hearing that her boyfriend is traversing great distances and facing perilous challenges to retrieve his old comrade. Chapter 147. Romantic. Because of love. When Captain America learned that Bucky might be in Moscow, he felt invigorated, brimming with determination as he contemplated the rescue operation. Rogers harbored an inexplicable obsession for his dear friend. Perhaps it stemmed from their childhood spent together in Brooklyn, forming a deep bond that was uniquely their own. Steve, you must exercise caution. The agents from Leviathan's Red House are as formidable, if not more so, than those from Britain's MI6 or the FBI. They have undergone the most rigorous training in the world, excelling in disguise, infiltration, and various assassination techniques, Luke emphasized. The moment you set foot in Moscow, anyone you encounter could potentially be a spy or assassin sent by them. Therefore, suppress your excess goodwill and compassion. I would not wish to see you returned in a coffin draped in the national flag. Acknowledging his friend's admonition, Rogers nodded gravely, understanding the consequences of letting his guard down. Infiltrating the enemy's stronghold alone inherently carried immense risks. A moment's negligence may very well result in being torn to shreds by the lurking adversaries. This is not a direct confrontation on the battlefield, but rather a clandestine clash behind the scenes. Fear not, I shall remain unharmed. Rogers silently planted his flag. Perhaps it is best to entrust the Howling Commandos to you. Should any danger arise, there would be someone to relay the news back. Luke shook his head, lacking confidence in Captain America's assurances. Superheroes invariably grapple with myriad issues. When villains wield hostages as threats, they often hesitate, waver, and may even sacrifice themselves for the safety of others. Such qualities are indeed admirable, yet they frequently morph into fatal vulnerabilities. Reality is not akin to comic books or novels, where every hero can miraculously avert disaster and claim ultimate victory. Even in adjacent productions, Formidable as Superman and seemingly invincible as Batman, they too can face dire setbacks. Just do not entrap yourself in Moscow. The current international climate is fraught with tension, especially as a bipolar world order begins to take shape, Luke intoned gravely. Should you truly encounter misfortune and provoke public outcry, S.H.I.E.L.D. would find it challenging to intervene. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about Captain America being captured. With the formidable capabilities of a battleship-level soldier, Rogers could effortlessly breach an army's ranks. Even if detected by Soviet forces, he could carve a path through the chaos and await rescue. Yet, this is the Marvel Universe, where superheroes can be controlled, brainwashed, and coerced into switching allegiances. Even the steadfast Captain America has a checkered history with Hydra. Only God knows whether Leviathan possesses similar technologies. I shall not cause you any trouble, Director. ESU. I will complete the mission and return with Bucky safely. For once, Rogers made a rare jest. By the way, shall we dine at my home later? Marguerite has recently been honing her culinary skills. Luke's lips twitched, instantly discerning Captain America's ulterior motives. He pointed with disdain and remarked, Steve, I never imagined that with your striking features, you would resort to manipulating others to achieve your ends. Inviting oneself to dinner at this juncture clearly indicates insincerity. On one hand, it is an attempt to share the burden of her culinary experiments. On the other, it naturally involves Luke in his capacity as director of S.H.E.L.E. assigning Rogers a mission. I must decline. I have been preoccupied with work lately and have somewhat neglected Melina. I need to make amends. Luke waved his hand dismissively, refusing without a hint of camaraderie. Tonight, I plan to book a high-end restaurant, and frankly, I have no time for such matters. Perhaps another time. However, how should I? Roger's face registered distress. It would feel rather odd to tell his girlfriend that he was about to end their passionate romance, to rush off to the Soviet Union to rescue a friend. Yet, he was not particularly adept at lying. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. Luke's lips curled into a smile as he lowered his voice, suggesting, let us return home early today and prepare a candlelit dinner, sprinkling the bed with flower petals to surprise Marguerite. Rogers listened intently, silently taking notes. In matters of the heart, both Howard and Luke were his mentors. Then, should he broach the subject of their trip to the Soviet Union during dinner? He inquired. Certainly not. Timing is crucial. Perhaps after enjoying that romantic dinner, you could sit together on the sofa, engaging in pleasant conversation. When a moment feels right, you can casually mention it. Emphasize the significance of Bucky to you and reminisce about the wonderful times you shared. Luke began to impart his wisdom earnestly. May I ask why? Roger's question puzzled. Because, whether man or woman, when one is in a state of relaxation and contentment, they are more likely to acquiesce to unreasonable requests. Luke sighed, as one with experience. For instance, if Marguerite were to casually express a desire for a luxury car, you might ponder its necessity. Yet, in bed, gazing at your alluring girlfriend, would you truly hesitate over such trivial concerns? Rogers contemplated for a moment, nodding in agreement. Indeed, in such moments, rational thought often eludes one. It is not the mind that takes the lead, but rather the impulses of the body. I understand. I will prepare immediately. Watching Captain America stride away with purpose, Luke couldn't help but wear a mischievous grin. One could only hope Rogers wouldn't find himself unceremoniously cast from the bed. What woman would relish hearing her boyfriend utter another's name during tender moments, especially if it were that of another man? At a Carrier Lake, the dam base. An hour after departing from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Luke arrived at this location. He entered the laboratory and spotted the diminutive Dr. Bolivar Trask, clad in a white lab coat, standing out among the crowd. I hear you've made progress? Luke inquired. Dr. Trask, who was leading the mutant project, eagerly invited him in with a beaming smile. The mutant gene mapping is an extensive endeavor, and we cannot achieve it all at once. But we have made advancements in other areas. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D. proposed a weapons program aimed at creating an indomitable killing machine. Initially, we considered Logan and Victor, given their remarkable regenerative abilities, which would mitigate most unforeseen complications during the transformation process. Luke furrowed his brow. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored such plans. The proposal came from William Stryker, who had a particular fascination with Wolverine Logan, determined to transform him into the perfect weapon. Dr. Trask, I have stated before that any transformation experiments must be entirely voluntary. Luke was not a shameless politician speaking empty words. He upheld promises and would not easily alter his commitments. Since the decision has been made to unite the mutants, to improve their living conditions, and to alter the prevailing societal narrative in pursuit of the integration of both groups, action must certainly follow. While publicly professing kindness towards mutants, they clandestinely place them upon the operating table. Such despicable and contemptible actions are utterly incongruent with his modus operandi. "Major, you have misunderstood," Tesla quickly interjected. Logan volunteered. Upon witnessing his enlistment, Victor also joined in, which is why this plan was initiated. Luke raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. In the original timeline, Wolverine underwent modification, receiving an injection of adamantium under the deception of Stryker. During this time, he endured the tragedy of losing his beloved and faced a devastating defeat against Sabretooth. However, after joining S.H.I.L.D., Bolivar Tesla and William Stryker posed no threat to mutants. Why would Logan voluntarily consent? Because of love. Tesla displayed a hint of sardonic amusement, alongside the bitterness of his singlehood. Chapter 148, The Creation of Wolverine, Adamantium. Because of love? Thus, he would not easily succumb to sorrow? Luke instinctively felt compelled to respond. He had recently not kept track of that pair of mutant brothers, being preoccupied with negotiations concerning Atlantis and the upcoming peace summit. What was the motivation behind this? The Major exhibited a curious expression. What drove Wolverine to willingly undergo an excruciatingly painful and highly risky transformation experiment? He hadn't signed any sort of indentured servitude contract with S.H.I.E.L.D. Previously, the special team had successfully thwarted the Atlanteans' landing in Philadelphia, completing their mission, albeit with some injuries among the members. Tesla chuckled, akin to a villain reveling in his cunning scheme. Silver Fox Kira? Luke seemed to grasp the situation. Logan's willingness to undergo transformation was likely due to some intoxicating allure conjured by Tesla. In most instances, Wolverine was not one prone to deep contemplation. He was the type to act without overthinking. His pre-existing fondness for Silver Fox Kira, coupled with her injury, spurred him to seek greater strength, which seemed justifiable. Indeed, Tesla affirmed with a nod, which surprised Luke somewhat. Despite Logan's outward appearance as a rugged, iron-willed man, he bore a striking resemblance, behind the scenes, to Howard Stark, who fancied himself a libertine. As the saying goes, a charming man leaves affection in his wake, while a lewd man leaves his essence everywhere. Logan was both charming and lewd. He had traversed the realms of both lust and love. It is uncertain how many women he had been with, but he could be considered among the bulldozer class of mutants. This could partly be attributed to his prolonged lifespan, which rendered the roguish Wolverine incapable of sharing a lifetime with his beloved. Thus, one can only indulge in occasional camaraderie, exercising the leg muscles and promoting blood circulation. For instance, in a divergent timeline, Logan awakens to find himself reclining on a waterbed alongside a certain lady. Additionally, this is partly due to the influence of a hot-headed friend who incessantly instills the notion that women are akin to swine, asserting that the bond of brotherhood is the most reliable. Consequently, throughout a considerable duration of his adulthood, Logan adheres to the principle of engaging physically without intertwining lives. That classic adage fits Wolverine perfectly. Although I indulge in cigars, relish strong spirits, pursue women, and engage in brawls, I know deep down that I'm a devoted man of integrity. Even the most formidable of men possess a softer side. Dr. Tesla, a solitary figure, audaciously masquerades as a master of emotions before Luke, eliciting laughter from the latter. Logan, a brute with muscles dominating his thoughts, is prone to impulsive emotions. Yet he embodies the essence of a perfect warrior. The self-healing gene endows this beast with boundless energy and nearly immortal recuperative abilities. For even a creature of the wild yearns for warmth. Within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s task force, there exists a telepath known as Silver Fox, who piques Logan's interest. Luke casts a skeptical glance at the diminutive Tesla, unperturbed by the possibility of an affair between Wolverine and Silver Fox. In their original timeline, they were indeed lovers, their entanglement entirely natural. But how does Tesla possess this knowledge? Is it due to an insufficient workload that allows this dwarf scientist the leisure to monitor Wolverine's romantic pursuits? It is surprising that Dr. Tesla has an inkling of Logan's private life. Luke quips, "Ahem, I harbor a keen interest in all mutants. It is a matter of professional necessity." Tesla quickly clarifies, realizing that his focus on another robust man might seem peculiar for a scientist. He hastens to elaborate, stating, "To me, science is my sole companion, and the pursuit of truth is my lifelong aspiration." Luke feigns agreement, suggesting that he genuinely believes him. In reality, the private lives of renowned individuals worldwide are often far from conventional. Thus, Tesla's assertion of his scientific identity lacked persuasive power. It is worth noting that Madame Curie was dubbed the Polish harlot by the French. Einstein had a penchant for his cousin, with 10 lovers throughout his life, including a secretary, a Jewish widow, and a florist. The enigmatic cat of Schardinger, forever uncertain in its state of existence, had a plethora of lovers that could not be counted on both hands. Most scandalous of all, there was an instance when Schardinger took a fancy to a certain woman, subsequently inviting her husband to assist him, thereby seizing the opportunity to intrude. Subsequently, he publicly cohabited with both his wife and mistress, leading to his inability to succeed at both Oxford and Princeton. This prompted jesters to ponder which was more challenging, the wave-particle duality or the duality of a wife and mistress. Meanwhile, the father of neutron physics, Enrico Fermi, would always make it a point to visit the red light district upon arriving in a new city, investigating the local customs and traditions. Scientists often possess peculiar interests that can be quite bewildering. "I harbor no prejudice against you, Dr. Teslac." Luke waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not a narrow-minded bigot. He then did not afford Teslac the opportunity to explain himself, stating, "Since Logan is willing to modify the experiment, I have nothing further to say. Do you have any specific ideas?" This was thanks to William. The familiarity in their titles suggested a cordial relationship between Teslac and Strick. In the tropical rainforests of Africa, he discovered a remarkable metal that was a perfect match for Logan. As Teslac spoke, he led Luke into an internal room of a laboratory. The temperature was exceedingly high, reminiscent of a sauna. The steam rose, inducing perspiration. "This is the liquid metal refined from Edmund ore. It must always remain in a heated liquid state. Once it cools, its shape becomes fixed and unalterable." Teslac exclaimed with excitement, "I have heard that the shield used by your comrade, Captain America, also contains a portion of the alloy derived from Edmund ore." Following Teslac's gaze, Luke observed a square, smelting furnace, which contained a viscous liquid bubbling like mercury. As a traveler through realms, Luke was certainly aware of the reputation of Edmund alloy. It is a unique mineral that, when smelted, transforms into the hardest alloy in existence. However, it can be categorized into several types. For instance, the original Edmund alloy, the very one infused into Wolverine, is utterly indestructible and exceedingly precious. Even Thor's Mjolnir can only inflict minor damage. During the Hulk's World War, the Hulk himself asserted that he could not kill Wolverine, for accomplishing such a feat would require the destruction of all of Wolverine's bodily tissues, which he could not achieve against the Edmund alloy integrated into the cells. This illustrates the formidable hardness of the material. There is also a secondary Edmund alloy, which is easier to produce, but lacks the ferocity of the original version. "How did you find it in Africa?" Luke inquired, though his interest in Edmund alloy was rather tepid. After becoming the director of SHIELD, his perspective on issues aligned closely with that of the Pentagon generals. Mass production was the primary objective, and overly precious weapons were destined to remain outside the realm of assembly line production.